The first thing I did after being reborn as a god-level blacksmith was to offer myself to the nation. This is because I had no combat power in the beginning. Not only do I need to level up, but I also need to collect various rare materials to forge equipment. What's worse is that if I fail even once, I could end up losing everything. However, when I awakened my god-level forging talent, I also understood the terrifying aspects of being a blacksmith. This talent guarantees a 100% success rate in equipment enhancement and adds extra attributes and self-buffs to the gear. There's even a chance to gain special attributes. After seeing my talent, I immediately decided to offer myself to the nation, as this profession is very costly, and as a poor student, I couldn't afford it. I decided to tell myself this first. Class teacher. I asked if my enhancement success rate is 100% and can randomly add attributes, could it surpass combat value? As soon as I finished speaking, Teacher Su Qilan was taken aback for a moment. Lin Chen, I know that awakening a lifestyle profession is a big blow to you, but being a blacksmith isn't that simple. I've never heard of anyone achieving a 100% success rate in enhancement. Learning more can increase your chances, but you can't expect a guaranteed success rate. Don't be discouraged, there are still many schools that will accept you for being a blacksmith. Teacher, I only said if I can enhance successfully at 100%, could I surpass combat professions? If you can strengthen it 100%. What else is fighting with the fighting class? As long as everyone knows your ability, you open your mouth. The Dragon Kingdom has a large number of fighting classes you can drive, even let them work hard for you. I listened, yeah, I strengthen 100%, why do you have to play? I can build an army, let them to be their own enforcers. If what I said is true, fortification and forging can be 100% successful, but also can add additional special entries and attributes. You think the country will accept? Su Qilan teacher smiled ruefully, he thought I was too big a blow. A little nonsense. If you really have this ability, the country is fighting for you, and the entire Dragon Kingdom, all the fighting classes will be at your command. Maybe we can take over the land that the demons have taken. Think of here, Su Qilan teacher, some lost. I'm afraid we won't be able to get those lands back in our lifetime. Teacher, do you have any equipment? Any equipment? It's urgent to wait online. Really need to strengthen it. I can really strengthen 100% success, and can also add special words. You didn't drink too much today, don't joke, you still seriously learn to forge knowledge, perhaps the future can increase some chances of success. As for special entries, it is impossible to meet. Teacher, you know me, I never lie, please believe me. Seeing my very serious expression, Su Qilan teacher thought of me as a good student, never lied, always thought that my grades were among the best, if not the awakening life career, even if an ordinary fighting career, can go to the top of the batch. How could a student in the academy who had always been an excellent student only wake up to the common forge? Think of this. Su Qilan teacher suddenly excited, no longer hesitate, immediately took out the village's best ring to me, paralysis ring. Silver J paralysis, each attack, there is a 1% chance that the other side will have a paralyzing effect. The higher the level gap, the better. Can you strengthen this paralysis ring? After saying that, I picked up the ring to strengthen, and waited for 2.5 minutes to indicate that the strengthening was successful. Oh, my god, the poison ring. Gold level paralysis poison, each attack has a 2% chance to cause paralysis and detox effects, with increased effectiveness the greater the level difference. Detox reduces the target's health by 2% per second. The greater the level difference, the better the effect. Isn't this the legendary blood draining ring? You should know that many dungeon bosses have high resistances, many warriors can't even break through their defenses with a full set of attacks. Just looking at the ring's attributes, the stats are already terrifying, enhancing it even adds 10 times the attributes. I was stunned, and when teacher Su Qilan saw it, she thought I had failed the enhancement and quickly comforted me. It's okay, don't worry. This is your strengthening. It's good you didn't melt down, which means you have. Teacher, I succeeded. I don't know what you said. It worked. I nodded. Su Qilan teacher quickly took the ring directly froze. Compared to me, I do not understand strengthening, but as a teacher still know more than me. When I heard their only rare equipment, strength and success, has been strong enough, see the panel attributes directly froze. Is this still my ring? You didn't change it for me, did you? Seeing my wicked smile, he immediately knew it was real and walked with me to see the principal. The principal's office was having a meeting in the office at this time, and several directors were listening carefully, and the principal was right. At that moment, the office door was kicked open. Sue, what are you doing? The principal frowned, and upon seeing me behind Sue, seemed to understand something. Sue, are you trying to secure a recommendation for your student? Sue shook her head. Principal, I need to discuss something urgent with you, please ask them to step out. The others were puzzled by this and wondered what could be so important that it required privacy. The principal gestured for everyone to leave. Sue turned around, closed and locked the doors and windows, which made the principal a bit irritated. Is this about the recommendation? Does it need to be so secretive? Principal, what I'm going to say next is very important. Please activate the shielding device. The principal nodded helplessly and took out a device resembling a globe from the cabinet. He activated the switch, and a wave of light enveloped the entire room. Now it should be fine. Go ahead. What's the matter? Sue nodded, then looked at me. Lin, why don't you tell the principal about your abilities? Upon hearing about the 100% enhancement success, the principal stood up excitedly. As the head of the school, he knew that some of his old classmates were fighting against demon beasts at the border, and he understood how scarce equipment was on the front lines. Ordinary gear was manageable, but special equipment was rare, not to mention being able to forge and enhance it. Are you sure you're not joking? I can demonstrate right now. Without hesitation, the principal took out the best staff in the school and handed it to me. Can you enhance any equipment? If the level is too high, I have some lower tier ones as well. I shook my head. I don't know either. I'll give it a try. I actually don't understand my enhancement limits. So I took the staff, the AM staff with platinum level skill fire seed, which increases all fire attribute attacks and skills by 16% damage. This equipment is already quite high level, requiring a level of 25 to equip. It counts as rare equipment. The principal is only level 30, while the peak human power level is around 79. He then handed me some enhancement materials. I began strengthening the staff. After 10 minutes, it still wasn't complete, and the principal was getting a bit anxious. After all, this was the best staff in the school, especially with its special magnetic strip that increased fire damage by 16%. After the interface showed that the enhancement was successful, before I could even check its attributes, the principal snatched it away. Just a glance and he was stunned. Prophecy staff, diamond level skill Hellfire seed, increases all fire attribute attacks and skills by 26% damage. All attacks and skills gain regional characteristics. Regional characteristics are not ordinary magical defenses. The principal's hands were shaking. Is this really his staff? A 26% damage increase? Isn't that supposed to be a 16% enhancement? Moreover, he didn't give me many materials. Other blacksmiths would demand over 5 times the materials and a commission close to $1 million, with no guarantee of success. The principal was stunned for a moment before he reacted, swallowed hard, and began making phone calls. He immediately notified everyone, and the school went into alert mode. All students returned to their classrooms, while others quickly returned to their positions. In an instant, the entire school froze. Even the students taking exams on the playground were called back. The school gates were locked tight, and even a magical array was activated. After making several serious phone calls, the principal suddenly broke into an evil grin. Lin, look, I have another piece of equipment here. Why don't you demonstrate it again? I'll record a video to send to the Ministry of Education. I casually nodded, realizing my choice was indeed correct. Both the teacher and the principal took it seriously. Half an hour later, the entire Provincial Department of Education sprang into action. In no time, calls were being made from the 5th floor, and within an hour, the department activated its blocking devices, with nearly all the higher-ups arriving. Everyone first cleared the confidentiality agreement, then moved on to watch this video. 2.5 hours later, everyone had watched the video and learned about my godly forging talent. Then, I pulled out 2 bracelets, one unenhanced and one enhanced. The differences in attributes were stark. The enhanced bracelet even had a blind effect, adding a 1% chance to blind on attack. Everyone at the Department of Education was shocked. Enhancing an ordinary piece of equipment just once was like swapping it for a rare one. I had already enhanced 3 pieces, each with significant improvements. In other words, as long as I have enough materials, I could even forge equipment for an entire army. The main thing is that I'm only level 1 right now, with plenty of room for growth. Everyone present, as long as they're not fools, knew just how valuable I was. Minister should we send this Lin student directly to the military, or submit him to the state? Shanshue shook his head. It's still unclear. We could report his potential, but let's allow him to attend university for further training. If possible, during this time, let's forge some equipment for the frontline heroes of our nation. Everyone else found Shanshue's suggestion reasonable. This could be a glimmer of hope for humanity in the fight against the beasts. Next, I'll arrange for Beast Magic University to recruit Lin. Sacred Magic University seems not to accept students from practical professions. That old monster there is quite amiable. Rules are meant to be bent. I will personally explain the situation to him, followed by the Ministry of Education. If I present him with such a promising talent, he won't want to miss it, especially since others are eagerly waiting. The others exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement. They believed that I, as a student, was formidable enough to alter the entire structure of our nation. 2.5 hours later, the principal's office of Sacred Magic University received a call, demanding that I accept a practical profession student and make special arrangements for him, accommodating all his conditions, including arranging someone to help him level up. Who does he think he is? Damn, do I have to bow down from birth for him? Why don't you all go and compete for him? If the state gives me a little more, then fine. The other end of the call was chattering on about a bunch of things. After hanging up the phone, Shiyuman, the principal of Sacred Magic University, stroked his beard and looked out the window. A 100% enhancement success? Interesting. Plus, he activated my invented Sacred Magic confidentiality agreement. This person is not simple. Let me see just how important you really are. I had no idea. Just a simple demonstration of my abilities and the entire Ministry of Education was stirred. I was even granted special admission to Sacred Magic University. The principal informed teacher Sue that starting tomorrow, I wouldn't need to attend class anymore, as I would be taken to Tianhai City. Meanwhile, my classmates were still laughing at me, mocking that a top student had awakened a practical profession. I couldn't stand it. The next moment, teacher Sue announced that I was a guaranteed student at Sacred Magic University, which left everyone stunned. After losing her guaranteed spot, the top student Su Hui returned home and trained frantically, pouring all her frustrations into the shepherd's post. Ninghao, I don't know what background you have, but I'll make you understand that in this world, strength is everything. Su Hui thought I had used connections to snatch her guaranteed spot, and sooner or later, she would rub my face in the dirt. Then Su Hui's father, Su Jianyong, arrived, advising her to build a good relationship with me and gifting her a set of golden equipment that she could use for leveling up in a few days. Meanwhile, officials from the Provincial Education Bureau arrived in Linjiang City. Initially, they were supposed to visit my home first, but after hearing about me, they prepared to assess equipment for 2 individuals. My confidentiality level was rated 3S, so they planned to collect equipment first. When they saw the ring that Teacher Sue was wearing, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Calmly, Teacher Sue signed the confidentiality agreement, pledging to keep my abilities and the ring a secret, and agreed to compensate him with equipment. The next day, the principal told me to wait at the dungeon entrance for someone to help me level up. After a while, it turned out to be Teacher Sue. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that he wasn't wearing his usual professional outfit but a full set of golden equipment, provided by the higher-ups. Teacher Sue looked at me with deep emotion, realizing that this was the compensation from the Confidentiality Bureau. He initially thought he would only receive 1 piece of golden equipment, but since the Bureau knew about our good relationship and that I needed someone to help me level up, they decided to compensate him with an entire set, which was what he was currently wearing. Just seeing the level of the equipment was shocking, all golden tier. In this level 10 group, it was top tier gear, which was why he had the confidence to help me level up. Really? That's great. I didn't expect someone would come to help me level up, let alone it being Teacher Sue. We can chat while we grind. Teacher Sue remarked, I saw you were so quiet at school. I thought you would be a mage or a healer, but I didn't expect you to be a berserker. Teacher Sue smiled slightly, wiping the blood from his blade, exuding a heroic aura. I am a rare class, a ancient blade master, whose abilities enhance damage and quicken reaction speed. However, this profession is highly costly and requires body training. My family favors males over females, so after reaching level 15, I was left with millions in expenses. 5 hours later, as Teacher Sue and I battled through this level 10 dungeon, I only managed to level up by 2 levels. Indeed, leveling up was not as simple as I had imagined. If I were just an ordinary blacksmith, trying to recruit a big shot in full golden equipment would require at least 100 to 200,000, let alone a rare profession. Thank you, Teacher Sue. I really appreciate it, I said, but Teacher Sue shook his head. It's not you who should thank me, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have this golden equipment. Anyone would be willing to help you level up with a set like this. Let's stop here for today. Come back at the same time tomorrow. There seems to be some important matters going on, and they want me to help you reach a higher level before you go to Sacred Magic University, so you'll have some security. I nodded. 7 days later, in the afternoon, I hit a plateau at level 9. I checked my stats and found they were about the same as before. I heard that warriors learn their first skill after reaching level 10. I wonder what skills a blacksmith would have. It's coming soon, I might reach level 10 tomorrow. Let's see what happens then. After a day of battles, Teacher Sue and I exited the dungeon and entered the settlement phase. After a flash of light, our figures emerged in the dungeon hall, and just as we stepped out, we spotted someone familiar. Boss, all my gear broke yesterday, priced at 100,000. I feel like I'm losing out here. A guy who looked like a warrior was haggling with Su Hui. Are you just trying to get a better price? The armor you're wearing is just consumable gear. Don't think I can't see that you didn't bring your usual equipment. That armor is worth at most 10,000, enough to buy a silver tier 1. How precious can it be? But the warrior was suddenly agitated and began to argue. However, Su Hui wasn't paying attention. She was surprised to see me with Teacher Su. Lin Chen, Teacher Su. Teacher Su also recognized her, sheathed his sword, and walked over with a smile. Su, are you here practicing as well? Su Hui nodded. Teacher, are you here to help me and Lin Chen level up? He's the only one in our class guaranteed admission to Sacred Magic Academy, so of course, resources should be focused on him, Su Hui thought enviously. She knew that teachers helping students level up was expressly forbidden by the Ministry of Education. What made her even more jealous was why Teacher Su was helping me instead of her, the top student in the school. It was all because of my connections that even Teacher Su had to curry favor with me. Teacher Su, bound by the confidentiality agreement, didn't explain much. Alright, Su, goodbye, Mingho. Come again tomorrow, you might reach level 10 then. What? You're almost level 10? Su Hui exclaimed in shock. Keep in mind that she spent 100,000 to have this level 15 warrior help her level up, and it took her an entire week to reach level 4. The warrior was overly cautious, choosing a level 5 dungeon to grind through, and it took him a whole day to clear it, sometimes needing a rest the next day. That's why it took her 7 days to reach level 4. So why was I able to have Teacher Su help me level up so quickly? Su Hui clenched her fists, growing tenser as she stared at me. I simply nodded at Su Hui, as we weren't really familiar with each other. After Teacher Su and I left, the nearby warrior was still haggling with Su Hui. She had just taken out her phone to live stream and dialed a number. Hello, I want to report something. The warrior nearby panicked upon hearing report. Come on, bro, let's not go that route. If you think the price is unfair, we can negotiate. There's no need for this. I want to report that a teacher is helping a student level up. The student is Lin Chen, and the teacher is Su Qilan. After Su Hui filed her report, she coldly stared in my direction as I left. If the report were true, I might lose my guaranteed spot at Sacred Magic University, and Su Hui could possibly take my place. A jealous grin appeared on her face, but it quickly faded. Hello, your report has been verified. However, Su Qilan helping Lin Chen level up is approved by the Ministry of Education and is a legal and compliant action. Thank you for your report. We hope you can rate our service. If you're satisfied, please press 1. I nearly smashed my phone. I rate you 0 stars. This made Su Hui even more envious of the documents from the Ministry of Education. Lin Chen, you're dead meat. I had no idea about Su Hui's situation. I was just curious about this world. Upon returning home, I saw my sister busy in the kitchen. Bro, you're back. I thought you weren't coming home. I made a bowl of noodles for you. Want me to add some more? Seeing my adorable sister, I felt relaxed. Even though I was linked for leveling up, I didn't dare to slack off. In the dungeon hall, I could see daily reports of players dying in dungeons. As a newbie, I was somewhat anxious, but my sister's presence eased that tension. Our parents worked far away and rarely came home, leaving only my sister and me to rely on each other. My sister studied at a nearby boarding school, and I suddenly remembered that she seemed to have awakened as well. By the way, sister, what profession did you awaken? My sister turned and smiled. Lin, you finally asked. Ha, I awakened a rare combat profession. Weapon Master. Ha, Lin Chen was taken aback. Weapon Master? Is this a profession a little girl should awaken to? Lin Chen suddenly remembered that Teacher Su, who seemed quite gentle, had awakened to the special profession of Ancient Swordmaster. As for his sister, he wondered which path she would take. Logically, he should be happy that his sister awakened a rare profession, but recalling the week he spent in the dungeon, he suddenly couldn't smile anymore. If he weren't a god-level blacksmith, just an ordinary one, he might not be able to protect his sister. Perhaps her strength could bring improvement to their family. However, his talent had already attracted the attention of the country, and he could fully rely on it. His sister's powerful talent meant she might end up on the battlefield. He had never seen the battlefield, but he could imagine it might be even more terrifying than the dungeon. After all, dungeons had been studied, while on the battlefield, blades had no eyes, especially in this world filled with strange powers. Brother, how is it? A weapon master. My attributes say that all my weapons can deal extra damage, and the more weapons I equip, the stronger I become. And I can control more weapons, doubling my proficiency with all of them. Maybe I can get accepted into the legendary Holy Magic University. Lin Nan's face was full of anticipation. She could already imagine herself rampaging on the battlefield. As Lin Chen listened to his sister introduce her profession, his eyes suddenly lit up. Weapon Master? The more weapons equipped, the stronger? He might not be able to change his sister's fate of going to the battlefield, but if he could forge more weapons and equip her with 10 or so divine artifacts, wouldn't she have the ability to protect herself? Sis, guess what profession your brother awakened to? Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Meanwhile, within the provincial education department, He Shanshuan was once again gathering a group of officials for a meeting. He Shanshuan opened the shielding device with a serious expression, while the others sat upright, understanding that something significant was happening. Today's topic is still about student Lin. The higher-ups believe that the protective measures for student Lin need to be strengthened. What? Strengthened? It's already top-level protection. Someone was puzzled again. Keep in mind, there are over 10 combat professionals above level 30 around student Lin. In Linjiang City, there are only a handful of people who can threaten him. When he gets to Tianhai City, we will have to arrange for people above level 60 to protect him. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing student Lin, we would have already arranged for close protection. Powerful warriors are on the front lines. How can there be so many available to protect him? Level 30 and level 60 are both hurdles. Combat professionals above level 30 usually don't stay in small places. To level up, they need to go to areas with higher level dungeons. For example, Tianhai City has ocean dungeons. In Linjiang City, the dungeons here cap at level 30, so only level 30 combat professionals were arranged to secretly protect Lin Chen. This was based on the assumption that if higher level individuals were arranged, it might attract special attention, otherwise, level 60 people would have gone over long ago. He Shanshuan shook his head. Look at this document. He had someone distribute several copies of the document. It read that in Nanyun province, the level 30 to 60 witchcraft dungeon had completed its first clear, and the rewards for the first clear had already been distributed to the soldiers of Daxia. This dungeon? Wasn't it not cleared before? I remember there was a dispute with an am. Whoever conquers this dungeon would gain local ownership, and the dungeon also produces a special potion that can detoxify many poisons. The level 30 to 60 dungeon has a protection mechanism. Those above level 60 cannot enter, and those below level 60 cannot defeat it, which is why it remains unconquered. The first completion of a dungeon comes with special rewards, and it also grants ownership of the dungeon, which is a battleground for conflicts between major powers. For the Great Xia to obtain ownership of the dungeon means that all the outputs within will belong to them, a significant achievement indeed. The few people from the Education Bureau exchanged glances. Well done, but what does this have to do with Lin Chen? He Shanshuan smiled mysteriously. Previously, Lin Chen upgraded 3 pieces of equipment, 2 of which we haven't seen before. Due to confidentiality, I won't introduce the other one, but one of them is called the Paralyzing Ring, a gold-grade item that can be worn at level 10. Here are its details. Soon, everyone saw the effects of the Paralyzing Ring. There wasn't much to say about the other attributes. Although they were somewhat explosive, it was normal considering it was produced by Lin Chen. However, when they saw the last line about the poisonous debuff, they were instantly stunned. Unlike Teacher Su's understanding of the poisonous debuff, she thought that with her low level, wearing the debuff ring could help her conquer some low-level dungeons, but that was about it. What she didn't know was the terrifying nature of percentage-based health reduction, which the people from the education department understood all too well. He Shanshuan continued, the poisonous debuff can reduce health by a percentage. Although it only has a 2% chance to activate with each attack, some of us are equipped with gear, and with that person's special class, their attack speed can reach 100 strikes per second. They pushed the ring's ability to its limits, directly grinding that monster down with probability. The monster in the witchcraft dungeon had a healing effect from the poison. The correct way to clear it should have been to kill all the surrounding poison sources. This method had already been verified as difficult but feasible, but no one expected that it would be done by forcefully killing that monster in this manner. The military has already responded, instructing us to ensure Lin Chen's safety, so the security level has been raised again. They investigated 3 pieces of enhanced equipment and believe that Lin Chen's enhancements have an element of randomness, which might produce some very special gear that they need. From this moment on, Lin Chen will be protected by the military, the Secret Service, and our Education Bureau. Also, the military wants to test the upper limit of Lin Chen's enhancement ability, so they have specially arranged some equipment for him to enhance. As he spoke, he Shanshuan reached for the ring, and a row of equipment was laid out on the table. There were items ranging from gold grade to legendary grade, especially that legendary piece of armor. When it was taken out, even the people from the education department stood up, gazing at the legendary equipment, their eyes filled with desire. Equipment is categorized into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, obsidian, king, legendary, and divine. Aside from divine items, legendary equipment is the highest grade available. The origin of the divine equipment level is unknown. Even at their level, they had never heard of it, as if the country itself had not. Legendary equipment is basically the highest level gear that the entire nation can produce. Really, are we going to let him try a legendary piece? What if it gets destroyed? Someone asked. It's just a legendary piece. If it gets destroyed, it gets destroyed. The poisonous debuff ring that Lin Chen enhanced has already given us a key first completion of the dungeon. One of the rewards for that first completion is a legendary piece. Isn't that enough? Others were excited after hearing this. One piece of equipment led to the first completion of a dungeon and also earned a legendary item? This was simply unheard of. However, they were also underestimating the situation. Without that combat class achieving an attack speed of 100 strikes per second, and with his entire body equipped for damage resistance, along with a team supporting him, it would have been impossible to clear the dungeon. But the key point is that without Lin Chen's cursed ring, nothing else would hold. It was uncertain how long it would take to clear that dungeon. With this thought, everyone calmed down. As for the materials, I heard that when Lin used those 3 pieces of equipment, he used only ordinary enhancement stones and regular materials. So, we prepared a complete set of enhancement materials for Lin to choose from, and whatever is left over, we'll just leave it to him. What profession? Lin Chen's sister, Lin Nenen, asked curiously. She knew her brother had always been the top student in school, so his awakened profession couldn't be too shabby. Blacksmith, Lin Chen replied casually. Upon hearing that he was a blacksmith, Lin Nenen was taken aback. What? A blacksmith? Lin Nenen understood that a blacksmith couldn't compare to combat professions at all. Looking at her brother, who was still smiling so happily, she sighed. Thankfully, she had awakened a special combat profession. Perhaps she could protect her brother well. It's okay, Lin Chen, I'll look out for you from now on. If anyone bullies you outside, I'll help you get revenge. Reverse the heavens, do I still need you to protect me, big brother? Lin Chen no longer hid his true self. I'm not just any blacksmith. So Lin Chen explained his abilities to his sister. He wanted her to know that he would be able to protect her in the future, and she didn't need to try too hard. Is that strong? Unexpectedly, Lin Nenen suddenly asked this. Ha, not strong? Lin Chen was stunned. He had received national protection after reporting his abilities. But that was the country. They knew what his abilities could bring to the Great Xia. Lin Nenen only knew a little. What's the use? Can you fight? Lin Chen almost spat blood. This struck at his most vulnerable spot. His godly forging was indeed monstrous, but it couldn't fight at all. I can't. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Lin Nenen patted Lin Chen's head. So, from now on, I'll look out for you. Stick with me, and I guarantee you can level up to 10. I think you haven't been beaten in 3 days. You're about to get thrown off the roof. Lin Chen teased as he picked up Lin Nenen. Although Lin Nenen was a combat profession, she had just awakened and was still at level 1. Meanwhile, he was already level 9, with base attributes still higher than hers. Brother! No! After dealing with Lin Nenen, Lin Chen sighed. Even though he was already quite monstrous, the inability to fight still felt frustrating. Perhaps once he reached level 10, he could awaken something different and see if he could fight. If not, he could directly enhance a whole set of equipment. Who said life professions couldn't fight? As long as the equipment's stats and mechanics were sufficient, life professions could also smooth out the skill attributes of combat professions. The next day, Lin Chen went to the dungeon as usual. After another day of dungeon trials, when Lin Chen walked out of the dungeon, he looked at his level, which had already reached level 10. Lin Chen, level 10, 1000, awaiting advancement. Blacksmith health, 1000 attack power, 50 attack speed, 1 movement speed, 1 energy, 1000 skills. Enhancement, forging. Enhancement. There is a chance to increase the enhancement level of an equipment by 1 or to dissolve it, and there is a chance to provide additional attributes. Forging. Using forging books and materials, there is a chance to forge an equipment into shape or to consume it, and there is a chance to provide attributes. Special attribute, divine forging. Divine forging. All equipment you enhance and forge will definitely succeed. and will definitely provide additional attributes and extra entries, with a chance to increase the equipment level, and a chance to obtain special attributes and special entries. The entries have not changed much, only a slogan indicating a pending advancement after the level. This means Lin Chen needs to advance to become a higher level forger. Each profession's advancement is divided into several types. The forger's advancement is the same, including equipment forgers, who will later specialize in forging equipment, and weapon forgers, who specialize in forging weapons. In fact, as long as one awakens the forger profession, they can enhance and forge both equipment and weapons. However, if a forger advances, they can add extra entries. For example, if a weapon forger forges or enhances equipment that is a weapon, they can add extra entries to the weapon. Conversely, if they forge or enhance equipment, it will be no different from ordinary. Moreover, the most important thing is that forgers have a special item, which is blueprints. Every forger, upon each advancement, that is, every 10 levels, can obtain a set of blueprints. These are used for forging equipment or weapons. The level of these blueprints is random. They may obtain black iron blueprints or king level blueprints. Therefore, forgers also have a way out, which is to gamble for blueprints, reaching a certain level to gamble for a blueprint. Of course, the level of blueprints generally increases in probability as the forger's level rises. As for legendary blueprints and the never-before-seen artifact blueprints, those are completely absent. Perhaps Lin Chen has never heard of them. Having reached level 10, Lin Chen is very much looking forward to what his first blueprint will be. Teacher Su beside him looks at Lin Chen with great satisfaction. In just 10 days, he has reached level 10. Generally, children from prominent families, with their families helping them level up, would reach the speed. Lin Chen has almost received the fastest training method. Let's go meet the principal. Now that you're level 10, you should be ready to head to the Holy Demon Academy. And after level 10, you will need advancement materials. Let's see if the principal has arranged anything for you. Lin Chen nodded. Advancing not only requires reaching level 10 but also learning relevant advancement knowledge. This is the most important part, especially for weapon forgers and equipment forgers, as these two are the most basic. Lin Chen has heard that among forgers, there are also special magic rune forgers. These are forgers who can add extra magic runes to both weapons and equipment. Such abilities are often only found in great nations. Currently, only the Great Xia and a few strong countries possess this capability. As for small countries, they often only have specialized advancement knowledge in certain professions. If Lin Chen lived in a small country, he might not even have the path of a forger. Only in the Great Xia is there a complete advancement knowledge for living professions. Lin Chen is very much looking forward to it. After arriving at the principal's office, Principal Shang has been waiting for a long time. You reached level 10 so quickly? Student Lin, you've worked hard. The items you need for advancement have already been prepared, Principal Shang said, stroking his storage ring. He pulled out a pile of materials and equipment and placed them on the table. Lin Chen was astonished. Previously, Principal Shang's storage equipment was still the bag at his waist. How has it now turned into a ring? Although the game has invaded reality, apart from those awakened with spatial professions, others do not have storage capabilities. Only some items can be stored. Compared to bags, rings are more aesthetically pleasing and convenient, plus they have storage functions. The price of a storage ring is dozens of times higher than that of a storage bag. Most people simply cannot afford it. Even Principal Shang, who previously only used a storage bag, now surprisingly has the money to buy a ring. Principal Shang looked at Lin Chen and coughed twice. This ring, is thanks to Lin classmate. It praises our school's improved education level and is a special reward. And you have one too. Lin Chen was taken aback. He has one too? The price of a storage ring is generally over 10 million, and it increases with the size of the space. Principal Shang took out another exquisite ring from the storage ring. Everything allocated to you is here. The other materials are for your advancement, and some equipment is for your use. Lin Chen was astonished. When he picked up the ring, he found that it had a space the size of a basketball court. To know that even a cabinet-sized space outside costs millions, a basketball court-sized space must be worth over 100 million. The country is indeed generous. Lin Chen also noticed that the entire space was empty, but in the corner, there was an ancient stone. It emitted no aura, as if it were just a piece of gravel one could find on the roadside. When Lin Chen took it out to examine it, he was shocked again. Revival stone/consumable anchor point, located. User, unbound. Effect, when the bearer dies, they will be revived at the anchor point. Ineffective against divine level beings and above. Sources mysterious, it once appeared as a complete giant stone, creating a dynasty. Withering Empire. Lin Chen never expected that the country would have such a powerful item. Direct revival, and it even requires an anchor point instead of reviving in place. However, this is normal. If it were an item that revived in place, as long as someone guarded the corpse, it would be useless since they would be killed again after reviving. As for the location of the revival anchor point, Lin Chen had no idea. The anchor point had already been activated. Lin Chen thought that the country must have already located him, and as long as he revived, it would definitely be in a safe place, unless the entire country was destroyed. Of course, if that happened, his revival would be pointless. With this in mind, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, gripped the stone tightly, and silently chanted to bind it. The user on the stone was then bound to him. He felt nothing. If Lin Chen hadn't seen the panel display, he might have thought the stone was ineffective. However, since he had used it, Lin Chen tossed the revival stone into the storage ring. Then he looked at the materials and equipment in front of him. He originally wanted to advance quickly, but seeing the equipment before him, he wanted to see what else the country had given him. Lin Chen directly picked up a hammer. Clearly, this was equipment tailored for him as a blacksmith. Forging fire hammer / obsidian level wearing level 10 enhancement plus 10 health plus 1100 attack plus 1100 skills. Fire forging, fire hammer fire forging, increases the success rate of all forged and enhanced equipment by 11%, with a chance to add extra attributes, and reduces the consumption of forging and enhancement materials by 11%. Fire hammer, when attacking, adds 11% health as fire magic damage. My hammer only strikes armor, whether on the forge or on a person. Dwarf race damn. Even Lin Chen, who usually had a calm demeanor, couldn't help but curse. The attributes of this equipment were simply too outrageous. As a blacksmith, Lin Chen could roughly tell that the original attributes of this item should not be high. The main factor was that enhancement of plus 10 had caused a qualitative change in this hammer. Not to mention the increase in health, it directly linked to an 11% health-based attack ability, and it was magical damage. Both physical and magical attack attributes were maxed out. It was not enough to make Lin Chen curse. The main point was that this weapon provided him with a new idea. Yes, in his previous life, the most annoying thing in online games was dealing with enemies that were both tanky and dealt damage. The country clearly did not intend for him to output damage with such a weapon. At most, it was meant for self-preservation, especially with the added health attributes. But since there was such a weapon, could he output damage? If he sought out other equipment that increased health, wouldn't this weapon become even more outrageous? However, Lin Chen also realized that this equipment was only of obsidian level. Perhaps in the future, he would not only have obsidian level equipment, there were also king level and legendary level items. There might even be divine level equipment. Of course, this was likely the country taking special care of him, mainly because the wearable level was only level 10, and he just happened to be level 10. Finding an obsidian level weapon at this level was already quite good. Lin Chen looked at the other equipment again. The other equipment was considerably inferior. Indeed, after picking them up and examining them one by one, from the helmet to the shoes, the entire set was diamond level. After all, the wearable level could only reach level 10, and diamond level was basically the highest. Obsidian level was something rare. Only after reaching level 30 could one generally find equipment of gold level or above. And at level 60, legendary equipment would start to appear. However, these pieces of equipment had average other attributes but all increased health. With the entire set, Lin Chen's health had already reached a terrifying plus 7,500, plus his original 1,000 health. Now, his health was nearing 10,000. With such attributes, people would believe he was a level 30 warrior. Even those rich kids, whose families had mines, would consider it quite good to gather a full set of diamond equipment at level 10. Not to mention that all the attributes were tailored to his profession and specifically sought to increase health. The entire set would cost at least $1 billion. To find himself a set of equipment worth $1 billion at the early stages, the country must have put in a lot of effort. Was this the feeling of being backed by the state? Lin Chen felt it might be a bit too much. Shaking his head, Lin Chen didn't think too much about it. Since the country provided it, he would use it. In the future, what he brought to the Great Xia would be far more than this. Then he looked at his advancement materials, the Book of the Forger, and other materials he had never seen before. Lin Chen picked them up one by one, looking at the job transition direction the country had prepared for him. Upon seeing it, he was shocked again. Giant Forge Master Advancement Knowledge Forging Experience from the Giant Race. Upon learning, you will receive the Giant's Blessing. The advancement of a forger was basically about learning a specific direction. Once a direction was chosen, it was not impossible to change it. Every 10 levels, one could learn a type of advancement knowledge, but the learned advancement knowledge required increases at each stage. This meant that if he chose the Giant Advancement at level 10 and learned another advancement at level 20, it was likely that both types of advancement knowledge would only exist at the first stage. However, the giant Forge Master advancement knowledge provided by the country indicated that they had knowledge for advancing to level 70. As for what came after level 70, that was not available. After all, the strongest practitioners in the Great Xia were only at level 70. Once he reached level 70, he would probably have to seek out advancement knowledge himself. Of course, the country did not just give him one piece of advancement knowledge. There were 3 more books of advancement knowledge placed on the table. Lin Chen picked them up to check. Dwarf Forge Master Advancement Knowledge Forging Experience from the Dwarf Race. Upon learning, you will receive the Dwarf's Blessing. The dwarves can basically be said to be the most experienced blacksmiths, and in fact, most blacksmiths who advance will choose the dwarves. On the surface, there seems to be no comparison between the dwarves and the titans. However, in reality, the forging of the titans is mostly limited to specific choices, resulting in only a few types of effects. The dwarves, on the other hand, have an overwhelming variety of weapons and equipment they can forge. They have experience in enhancing forging in various directions, so their knowledge of advancement is vast. Just by looking at the thickness of the 2 books, Lin Chen could tell the difference. Especially, the appendix of the Dwarven Advancement Knowledge book stated that this knowledge goes up to level 99. This means that the country actually possesses Dwarven Advancement Knowledge at level 99. Before reaching level 100, he really didn't need to worry. However, Lin Chen still wasn't keen on choosing this one. He then looked at the other 2 books. Hell Demon Race Blacksmith Advancement Knowledge. Learn the forging experience from the demon race and gain the blessing of the Hell Demon God after studying. Is this something I can learn? The country actually provided him with the advancement knowledge of the Hell Demon race? That seems a bit against the rules. It wasn't until Lin Chen saw the explanation in the appendix that he understood why the country would give it to him. The country only had level 60 advancement knowledge of the Hell Demon race. However, it specifically mentioned the blessing of the demon god. It stated that basically, any advancement knowledge of the Hell Demon race related to other professions would receive extremely exaggerated bonuses after obtaining the blessing of the demon god. If Lin Chen chose this option, he might gain even more powerful abilities. Based on this consideration, the country also provided it to him. It was just advancement knowledge, after all, and it didn't turn him into a demon race, so it wasn't anything special. Plus, with the terrifying bonuses, he might consider choosing it. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating whether to choose the Hell Demon race or the Titan race, he opened the 4th Advancement Knowledge book. Withering Empire Blacksmith Advancement Knowledge. All the forging experience from a blacksmith of the Withering Empire. After learning, you will receive the blessing of this blacksmith. Each advancement knowledge book is actually inscribed with runes, which can only be absorbed after learning. The runes on those books shine brightly, including the runes of the Dwarven Advancement Knowledge, which emit a fiery red glow like lava. However, the runes on the Withering Empire Blacksmith's book are quite dim, seemingly unremarkable. But Lin Chen knew that the country would not present this advancement knowledge to him if its contents were simple. Sure enough, upon opening the appendix, the country had also annotated it. Regarding the Withering Empire, Lin Chen only knew in passing that the Resurrection Stone came from this empire, at least it was related to it. The country had conducted a thorough investigation and found that this empire was incredibly powerful. At its peak, it had even faced off against the strongest races like the Demon race and the Divine race. Everything that came from the Withering Empire, after being passed down to this moment, was basically of a perverse level. Including the Resurrection Stone, there were dozens of items, all without exception being national treasures. And now, in front of him lay a book on the advancement knowledge of a blacksmith from the Withering Empire. Ultimately, the country also noted the only downside: this book had no follow-up, and no one knew what would be gained after studying it, just this one book. Even after learning, it was merely the experience left by one of the blacksmiths of the Withering Empire, and they did not know which blacksmith it came from. The history of the Withering Empire could only be judged from fragments of information. Even the king had not left a name, let alone an unknown blacksmith. Lin Chen could cautiously choose to study. Seeing this, Lin Chen hesitated. This book seemed quite powerful. After all, it was something left behind by a legendary empire, and it couldn't be bad. Of course, being able to leave behind a book on forging indicates that the skill level of the forger is not lacking. But the problem is, there is only this one book, and there are no other advanced knowledge materials to follow. This means he will need to learn advanced knowledge from other forging clans later, which will slow him down right from the start, and even the content within may not be guaranteed. For choices lay before Lin Chen. After hesitating for a moment, he finally placed his hand on the advanced knowledge of this fading empire's forger. I'll choose this one. Principal Shang actually did not know the levels of these advanced knowledge materials, as his rank did not allow him to view them. After Lin Chen made his choice, he nodded. Then you can start learning. The materials are all here. Learning advanced knowledge requires more than just a book. it also needs to be paired with different materials, such as some magical stones and reagents. For example, when a combat profession learns fire magic, they need fire magic stones to channel their fire elements, and they also need reagents to transform their blood, making them more attuned to fire magic. Lin Chen was no different. The advanced materials marked above had all been collected for him by the country. Lin Chen touched the book with one hand while using the materials with the other. Suddenly, a series of runes flickered, and the entire room was plunged into darkness. Lin Chen seemed to see a silhouette. He observed himself and silently nodded. Lin Chen completed the advancement. Lin Chen, level 10, 1000 Holy Forger health, 1000 attack power, 50 attack speed, 1 movement speed, 1 energy, 500 skills. Enhancement, Forging Blueprint, Scythe of Death. Enhancement, there is a chance to increase an equipment's enhancement level by 1 or dissolve it, with a chance to provide additional attributes. Forging, using the forging book and materials, there is a chance to shape or wear down an equipment, with a chance to provide attributes. Special attributes, Divine Forging, Holy Forging, Divine Forging, all equipment you enhance and forge will definitely succeed, and will definitely provide additional attributes and extra entries, with a chance to increase equipment level and a chance to gain special attributes and special entries. Holy Forging, all equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive divine blessings. You also have a cheat? From an unknown forger. Lin Chen was shocked. When Lin Chen was confused, it wasn't that he had a problem, but that this forger had a problem. The glance exchanged with the person from the darkness seemed to connect them in the same space. Moreover, he was able to say a sentence on Lin Chen's panel, which disappeared in an instant, but Lin Chen truly saw it. This meant that the other party had communicated with him? Although it was just a simple sentence, it left Lin Chen speechless. How is it? Did your attributes increase? Is there any difference? Principal Shang asked. He had also learned advanced knowledge, which basically meant that many abilities suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Chen felt the same way. His head was itchy, as if something was growing. But he quickly adapted. It was the weapons and equipment forged by that forger. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Just thinking about the things forged by that forger seemed to be something he had never heard of. It just felt a bit absurd. Dragon Hunter set, Divine Race set, Demon God set. Can I forge this? Unlike others' job changes, Lin Chen seemed to have instantly received all the forging experience from that forger. Logically speaking, Lin Chen should not have been able to accept such powerful advanced knowledge learning, because a level 10 professional, when learning, had not yet reached the attributes possessed by high-level abilities. Therefore, they could only learn a portion. Lin Chen seemed to feel that he had learned all the knowledge of that forger in an instant. But recalling the forger's simple words, Lin Chen felt relieved. Damn, there can't be any hanging wall, right? Lin Chen didn't know what the forger from thousands or even 10,000 years ago looked like, but since his advanced knowledge could be preserved until now, he must have been quite a hanging wall himself. He looked back at his own panel. There wasn't much change. From Principal Shang's experience, learning advanced knowledge would change the panel's attributes. But Lin Chen didn't see any changes, so he shook his head. Nothing much has changed, just added an attribute. What attribute? Principal Shang was puzzled. Just an added attribute? Holy Forging. Lin Chen recited the entry directly, but the entry was very vague, and neither Principal Shang nor Teacher Su understood it. Principal Shang had to take out a piece of equipment and a reinforcement stone. Let's try it. I'll record a video to find out. Lin Chen picked up a long sword, an ordinary black iron level long sword. Warrior's long sword / black iron level wearing level. Level 1 attack +5. Lin Chen directly took it and threw it into the forging space. The panel suddenly issued a prompt. Current item level is too low. Holy Forging will consume a large amount of energy. Do you wish to proceed with reinforcement? Lin Chen frowned. A large amount of energy? He remembered that during the previous reinforcement, his energy hadn't changed at all. Now it required energy? Curious, Lin Chen clicked to continue. He saw his energy instantly deplete. Current energy can only maintain, unable to complete the full Holy Forging effect. Do you choose to produce it now, or continue to retain the reinforcement? This time, Lin Chen didn't click to continue. It was just an experiment, so he took it out directly. Demon Hunter's sword / silver level wearing level. Level 1 attack +50 reinforcement +1 skill. Demon Hunting deals an additional 1% damage to demon-type creatures. Holy Forging effect. Holy Demon Hunter. Damage dealt to demon-type creatures will cause them to lose 10 health points continuously. This effect cannot be restored by non-holy level special effects. Holding this long sword, Lin Chen felt a sense of terror. What does continuous damage mean? Unrecoverable? After a rough understanding, he realized that it meant any demon creature struck by this sword would continuously lose health. Moreover, non-holy level special effects would never recover? The holy level effect was likely similar to the staff he had enchanted for Principal Shang before. It required special entries like Hell, Holy, etc. to recover from this injury. If it were an ordinary demon creature, it would mean that just encountering it would directly reduce health, and it would keep decreasing until death. This sword could be said to be a devastating weapon against demon-type creatures. Even more exaggerated was that Lin Chen recalled the panel's prompt. This was still under the condition of insufficient energy, unable to forge a complete holy forging effect. How monstrous would it be if it were complete? Just like that, after handing the demon hunter's sword to Principal Shang, he was also astonished. Is this holy reinforcement so powerful? He hadn't understood it before, but now it seemed terrifying. As for the added demon hunting entry, that was probably something Lin Chen could have completed before his advancement. After the advancement, it added the entry below. Thinking of this, he immediately put away the long sword and said to Teacher Su, protect Lin classmate well. You will stay with him for the next few days. Lin classmate, you don't need to go home, just stay at school. I'll go to the province now to ask what the higher-ups think. Su Qilan nodded. He hadn't seen what effect the sword had, but it seemed that Principal Shang's serious demeanor indicated that Lin Chen's advancement was extraordinary. Lin Chen agreed as he had nothing much to do these days. His sister returned to school yesterday, and with their parents not at home, she mostly stayed in the dorms. Moreover, Lin Anan needed to take exams, and he wondered where she would end up. Should he talk to the higher-ups about arranging for Lin Anan to attend St. Demon University? He wasn't sure if they would agree, but he guessed they probably would. A few hours later, Principal Shang took the video and the enhanced demon hunter sword by Lin Chen to the provincial office. After reviewing it, he Shanshuan called another meeting and then gave Principal Shang a response. In a few days, a big shot would come for an inspection, which would determine what kind of training Lin Chen would need. At this time, Lin Chen was not idle either. He was assigned to the teacher's dormitory at the school. The teacher's dormitory was basically a place for teachers to rest. There were also various facilities that only teachers could use, such as the martial arts room, alchemy research room, and magic research room. Of course, there was also a forging research room. Teacher Su, needing to protect Lin Chen closely, couldn't leave the school, so she simply took him around. They soon entered the forging research room. Inside were various materials for blacksmiths and a huge bookshelf filled with all kinds of books related to forging. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered that there was one thing he hadn't looked at since his advancement. The first blueprint he obtained after leveling up. So, Lin Chen opened the panel again and looked at the attributes of the Death God Scythe blueprint. Death God Scythe blueprint / King level, where level 10, attack plus 1000, piercing plus 10%, skill, Death God, causes a killing effect on beings with health below 10% that are below divine level. Required materials, Night Stone, Demonized Stone, level 10 creature blood x 1000, other shore petals. Lin Chen was astonished. What an outrageous attribute! To know that when Lin Chen reached level 10, his panel attack power was only 50, and this directly adds 1000? He also had a forging fire hammer equipment, which had an attack power of plus 1100. However, Lin Chen could tell at a glance that it was only available at enhancement plus 10. The original attribute probably only had plus 100 attack power. How many materials would it take to upgrade an item to enhancement plus 10? Just from the staff that Principal Shang had given him, it was clear. It took Principal Shang several years to gather just the enhancement materials, and that was only for enhancement plus 7. By the time it reached plus 10, the required materials would increase geometrically. This is also why very few people choose high enhancements. Even more exaggerated was that the only skill of this weapon was the killing effect. For beings below 10% health, it would directly cause a killing effect. Of course, it stated that this applied only to beings below divine level. However, encountering divine beings at level 10 was probably wishful thinking. Up until now, Lin Chen had never heard of any being that was divine level. Even the strongest of the great Xia at level 79 had not been said to reach divine level. According to Lin Chen's estimation, one would probably need to reach level 100 to see what a divine being truly was. This meant that all the beings Lin Chen knew of could essentially be one-shot killed as long as their health dropped below 10%. No wonder this weapon was known as the Death God. The blueprint he had gambled on was terrifying. Just selling the blueprint could probably fetch hundreds of millions. Blueprints like this could only be used to create one weapon. After it was made, the blueprint would disappear, which is why blacksmith blueprints are so expensive. They are essentially consumables. Of course, just creating this one weapon would be enough to shock everyone. However, the material requirements listed left Lin Chen somewhat baffled. The Stone of the Dark Night, the Stone of Enchantment. What are these two things? 1,000 units of level 10 creature blood, which means I probably need to kill 1,000 creatures to gather it. That's simple enough. Killing chickens should work. At worst, I can buy 1,000 portions of chicken blood to use. And what about the petals of the other shoreflower? Lin Chen then asked Teacher Su, Teacher, have you heard of the Stone of the Dark Night? What do you want that for? Teacher Su paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Chen with a wary expression. Lin Chen didn't hold much hope. However, Teacher Su's response suggested she knew something. You know, when a forger levels up, they receive a blueprint. I got a weapon blueprint, and it includes that as a forging material. After hearing this, Teacher Su nodded. The Stone of the Dark Night is a bit troublesome. It comes from a dungeon. There's actually some in the outside world, from a place in the Western world that has been overrun by monsters. The dungeon is the level 30 Dark Knight Castle, and the area in the Western world that has been invaded is mostly filled with creatures level 30 and above. Moreover, this stone is considered a rare item inside. It's hard to obtain. Lin Chen realized how complicated it was. He suddenly thought, do you think the country would issue it if I applied? Teacher Su's eyes lit up. Maybe it could work. Lin Chen wanted to give it a try. Although he had enhanced several pieces of equipment, he didn't have a single piece that he forged himself. The main issue was that the materials needed for forging equipment were generally numerous, and even Teacher Su found this batch troublesome. Not to mention himself. But now Lin Chen had the support of the country. As long as the materials were available, he could basically get them. So Lin Chen picked up Principal Shang's phone, who was still in a meeting. Upon hearing that Lin Chen needed materials, probably for enhancement, Principal Shang directly agreed. Until he heard the names of the items Lin Chen needed, he spat out the water he was drinking, and awkwardly, the Minister of Education of the province, He Shanshuan, was sitting right in front of him. He Shanshuan wiped the tea stains off his face, his mouth twitching. Principal Shang, what's going on that makes you so unsteady? It's Lin Chen, that student. He needs a few materials. Can you approve them for him? Upon hearing it was Lin Chen, He Shanshuan didn't hesitate to agree. Isn't it just a few materials? Just to prove it, I'll write you an approval note. So Principal Shang stated the names of the materials. What? The Stone of the Dark Night? Do you know how rare that dungeon's output is? Only 100 or so a year, and there are plenty of equipment that needs it. And what about these others, the other shoreflower petals? Those only come from a level 60 death dungeon. He Shanshuan was shocked. What kind of equipment was he trying to enhance that required materials of such a level? That's what Lin Chen wants. Principal Shang's words calmed He Shanshuan down. If it's what Lin Chen wants, it's not impossible. After some thought, He Shanshuan agreed. I'll approve it now, but whatever he forges later, he has to show us. He Shanshuan was also curious. With so many precious materials, what kind of equipment was Lin Chen trying to forge? The next day, Lin Chen received 2 boxes, both marked as confidential materials, and they were sent by a postal officer. One large box contained 100 portions of blood from different creatures. The small box held those special materials. Picking up the blood from different creatures, Lin Chen felt it was different. This blood wasn't the ordinary blood of creatures he had imagined. He looked at the labels on the reagent bags. Hellhound blood. Other labels also indicated the blood sample names of different monsters. It seems the country considered that the blood might affect the quality of the equipment and specially brought high-level creature blood. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He hadn't expected this. He had previously considered just using 100 portions of chicken blood. It seemed this thing was not simple at all. After gathering all the materials, Lin Chen began the forging process. During the first forging, Lin Chen felt a bit nervous. Teacher Su was watching beside him, and she hadn't left for the entire day. After all, she needed to protect Lin, the student. What she didn't know was that there were also a bunch of hidden guards around the school protecting him. Start forging, Lin Chen silently recited in his heart. After throwing the materials into the forging space, half a day passed without any movement inside. Upon careful observation, he discovered that the Scythe of Death was only half formed. At that moment, he realized that the higher the grade of the equipment, the longer the forging and enhancement time would be. It seemed that the Scythe of Death would take a whole day to succeed, so he went to sleep. When he woke up the next day, the first thing he did was look at the forging space. He saw the words "Forging Successful" appear on the panel, and he quickly took it out to have a look. He immediately gasped in surprise. Blueprint of the Scythe of Nightshade / Legendary level wearing level. Level 10 attack plus 1000 penetration plus 10% skills. Death God, Lord of Nightshade Death God. Causes a killing effect on beings below God level with health below 10%. Lord of Nightshade, attack power increases by 10% at night, and by 20% in the state of Nightshade, under moonlight. Holy forging effect, Nightshade. In the state of Nightshade, the weapon's base attack power increases by 1% every 60 seconds. Insane. Utterly insane. Lin Chen had somewhat anticipated that the weapon he forged would have additional effects. After all, the previous blueprint was just a basic one, at the king level. He didn't expect that after forging, it would directly increase by a level, becoming legendary. He had never heard of a legendary artifact with a wearing level of 10. Even the forging hammer given to him by the country was only at the obsidian level. Taking out a legendary item himself felt a bit too overpowered. However, Lin Chen was quite pleased, even feeling a bit elated. The more he hung out, the more comfortable it felt. But he still reminded himself not to get too carried away. After all, he wasn't a combat profession. This weapon would at most increase his combat power a little. Other professions could directly use skills to boost their combat power. Looking again at the newly forged Scythe of Nightshade, he found it increasingly pleasing to the eye, especially the holy forging effect. Under moonlight, it actually increased attack power by 1% every 60 seconds. What kind of concept was this? After an hour, he could increase his attack power by 60%. After an hour and a half, his attack power would double. If he fought against others while hiding and waited for a few hours, wouldn't his combat power multiply several times when he engaged in battle? This was simply too exhilarating, and this was without any enhancements to the Scythe of Nightshade. If it were enhanced, he couldn't imagine what kind of effect it would have. When Lin Chen looked at the enhancement materials for the Scythe of Nightshade, he realized that it didn't seem easy to enhance. The enhancement materials were actually double that of the forging materials. Moreover, the materials required for subsequent enhancements grew exponentially. This meant that by the time he enhanced it 10 times, the required materials would directly reach 1024 times. Just forging this weapon, he couldn't manage the materials himself and would need the country to supply them. If he wanted to enhance it to plus 10, he wondered if the country could bear the cost. But that was no longer something he needed to consider. Lin Chen briefly explained to Teacher Su, who also didn't know how many materials the country would have. It was likely that even Teacher Su thought the original materials were precious, so they probably weren't easy to come by. So, Lin Chen directly called Principal Shang. This time, the call was answered by He Shanshuan. "Hello, Lin, is that you? How is the weapon you forged? If it didn't succeed, we support you to try again, and we have prepared another set of materials." He Shanshuan was still in a meeting with Principal Shang. The day before yesterday, he heard that Lin Chen wanted to forge his own weapon. He understood that this was a blueprint Lin Chen had gambled on, but He Shanshuan didn't inquire about the specifics. After all, every blueprint forged by a blacksmith belongs to them alone. Just from the materials Lin Chen needed, He Shanshuan felt that Lin Chen's blueprint should be of a high level, probably a black obsidian grade weapon. This was He Shanshuan's high guess. He never even considered the king grade. He even thought that Lin Chen might fail on his first forging attempt, which was why he mentioned they had prepared another set of materials. Lin Chen was very touched that He Shanshuan had even prepared a second set of materials for him in advance. It was successful, the finished product is out, and the effect is quite good, Lin Chen said directly. "Not bad, you succeeded on your first forging attempt. Lin, your talent is indeed extraordinary," He Shanshuan praised without reservation. "How is the effect? Is it black obsidian grade equipment?" He was somewhat looking forward to it. Equipment at level 10 of black obsidian grade is generally produced from dungeons, and he wondered if Lin Chen would forge one directly. If he could forge a black obsidian grade weapon, perhaps he could forge a king grade in the future, or even a legendary grade. No, Lin Chen looked at the equipment in his hand and directly denied it. The Nightshade Scythe was indeed not of black obsidian grade. He Shanshuan sighed. It turned out he had set his expectations too high. However, he wasn't discouraged and decisively said, "Actually, being able to forge diamond gold grade equipment on your first try is already impressive. Although your talent has a 100% success rate for forging, it hasn't been tested whether it can directly apply to high-level equipment. You can take it slow, don't rush, you can't chew too much at once." He Shanshuan's tone was very soothing, completely taking care of Lin Chen's emotions. However, Lin Chen felt no pressure at all. "This blueprint is king grade, but after I forged it, it became legendary." "Oh, legendary. That's already quite good," He Shanshuan continued with his comforting words, not realizing anything was amiss. But Principal Shang, who was beside him, suddenly stood up. "Wait, what did you say? Legendary grade equipment?" He Shanshuan, who just reacted, also suddenly stood up, his mouth twitching. He had guessed that Lin Chen's weapon was black obsidian grade. He didn't even dare to think about king grade because there had never been a precedent for that. He didn't expect Lin Chen's blueprint to truly be king grade. Even more exaggerated was that after Lin Chen forged it, it leveled up to legendary. He made a swallowing motion and cautiously asked, can you tell me the attributes of that equipment? Basically, the blueprints that blacksmiths gamble on to advance will be used by themselves. Of course, those who specifically advance just to gamble for blueprints don't count. Because there is only one blueprint, it will directly dissipate after forging, and almost all blueprints forged by blacksmiths are the most suitable for themselves. Indeed, blacksmiths do not have combat abilities, but the blueprints they forge will match themselves, making them very handy. Moreover, the blueprints of the blacksmiths themselves will match their own levels. This is also why He Shanshuan knew without asking that Lin Chen's blueprint was for equipment at level 10. And the equipment forged by blacksmiths will generally become their family heirlooms, not for sale, unless given to someone they are very close to. Therefore, He Shanshuan cautiously inquired about this taboo, even though all the materials were approved by him before being given to Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't mind much and directly explained the effects of the nightshade scythe. He Shanshuan's body swayed slightly, thinking he must have misheard. The exclamation was almost enough to lift the roof off. What did you say? Are you sure? A 10% execution effect? He Shanshuan's mouth twitched as he began to imagine just how exaggerated this weapon would be. Lin Chen had never experienced frontline combat and had no idea how insane this stat was. Having delved into high-level dungeons, He Shanshuan knew that many dungeon bosses would enter a berserk state when their health dropped to between 30% and 1%. In many cases, the national dungeon assault teams found themselves unable to cope when the enemy went berserk. Especially those bosses with health below 10% were the most disgusting. One could imagine the assault team working hard to counter all of a boss's abilities, pushing it down to 10% health, victory almost within reach, only for the boss to suddenly go berserk, regaining all its health, instantly returning to peak condition, all previous attacks rendered ineffective, who wouldn't break down. For example, the boss that Lin Chen's cursed poison ring defeated had a healing effect from poison. If it weren't for the cursed poison ring directly reducing health by a percentage, they might not have been able to take it down. Some bosses were even worse, able to fully heal at 1% health. That was true mental collapse. Not to mention bosses, even elite monsters in high-level dungeons had healing abilities. So when He Shanshuan heard Lin Chen's execution stat, he couldn't sit still. In fact, the country did have weapons with execution stats. After all, most people in the world had professions, and there were always a few lucky ones who could drop weapons with execution stats. But those weapons had limitations, such as needing to be at a higher level than the opponent or only being able to execute under specific conditions. Moreover, they usually only had execution capabilities when the enemy's health was between 1% and 5%. If a professional's level could exceed that of a boss, it would be a slaughter. After reaching high levels, in dungeons for levels 30 to 60, the bosses were all above level 60, while the highest level professionals allowed in were only level 60. How could execution be triggered? Now with Lin Chen's nightshade scythe, the effect was completely different. He Shanshuan wished he could go find Lin Chen right now to take the nightshade scythe, but after thinking it over, he calmed down. He then composed himself and cautiously asked, Lin, I wonder if you could lend us this weapon for a bit? Of course, we won't use it for free. Whatever you need, just say it, and we'll meet your demands. Compared to this weapon, He Shanshuan valued Lin Chen as a person even more. The first blueprint was already this insane. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of blueprints Lin Chen would produce after reaching level 20, or even level 60? He didn't dare to think further. Was there a possibility of a divine artifact? Lin Chen had no idea how eager He Shanshuan was. He knew his weapon was somewhat strong, but he had no concept of just how strong it was. After all, Lin Chen had never experienced real combat and didn't understand the data of the Great Xia. But since He Shanshuan only mentioned borrowing, he didn't pay much attention. Of course, borrowing is fine, as long as you return it. However, I want to enhance this equipment a bit. I need some materials. He Shanshuan would certainly meet the requirements for enhancing equipment. A weapon with an execution effect could never be over-enhanced. Thinking of Lin Chen's enhancement effects, perhaps this weapon could become even more outrageous. Enhance. It must be enhanced. How about we go straight to a +10 enhancement? The material requirements might be a bit much, but I'll explain it to the higher-ups. He Shanshuan understood. Compared to those materials, borrowing this weapon was far more important. Holding this weapon, who knows how many first victories in dungeons he could conquer. Perhaps those old dungeons could now be farmed for first victories in batches. However, He Shanshuan knew that the enhancement materials would grow exponentially in his imagination. Most weapon enhancements follow this principle, which is why no one bothers to enhance low-level weapons. There's simply no need. The exponential growth of enhancement materials also depends on what materials are required and how many are needed. In his mind, the materials for the first enhancement couldn't possibly exceed those needed for forging the weapon. Generally, it would only be around the 5th enhancement that the materials would equal those for forging. This meant that Lin Chen would need at most a few dozen forging materials. Remembering the materials Lin Chen had requested earlier, although precious, a few dozen materials were not beyond reach. He just didn't expect Lin Chen to ask for so many. What? The first enhancement requires double the materials? You're not joking, are you? Double for the first time, and by the time it reaches enhancement plus 10, wouldn't that cost nearly 2,000 materials? If it weren't for the trust he had in Principal Shang regarding Lin Chen, and the fact that Teacher Su was accompanying Lin Chen, making it highly unlikely he would lie, Yi Shanshuan would have almost doubted whether Lin Chen was trying to take advantage of this opportunity to get more materials. I checked the weapon enhancement requirements, and it is indeed like that. If the materials are reduced, the effect might not be as good. Lin Chen recalled the hint from enhancing the Demon Hunter's sword. That piece of equipment wasn't fully enhanced. For the weapon he forged from his first blueprint, he still wanted it to be as perfect as possible. Yi Shanshuan gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll ask the higher-ups if there are that many materials available. But even if there are, it won't be possible to gather them all in a short time. It might take some time to coordinate. You can use the Nightshade Scythe for now. When the materials arrive and you finish the enhancement, we can borrow it then. Okay. Lin Chen agreed and hung up the phone. Now, he shouldn't be lacking materials. He also anticipated that the amount of materials he requested was a bit excessive. Even the country had to coordinate to gather them. Now Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. He was only level 10, and getting the first blueprint enhanced was already such a hassle. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the required materials would be at level 20. He didn't dare to think about it, but it had nothing to do with him. If Lin Chen had to gather the materials himself, just for the first blueprint, he probably wouldn't be able to collect them in his lifetime. At this moment, he was quite glad about his choice to align with the country. Having the country backing him had its obvious advantages. Next, Lin Chen found himself with nothing to do. The weapon had been forged. He was guaranteed admission and didn't need to take any reference exams. The enhancement materials were still being gathered. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he thought of the Nightshade Scythe in his hand, feeling a bit restless. After all, it was the first weapon he had forged, and it was quite handy. This reminded him of his battle with Su Hui. As a blacksmith, he had a heart for combat. Teacher Su, how about we go explore a dungeon? No way, Principal Shang told me to keep you safe. You can't run around. Teacher Su refused without a second thought. But Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't hold back. It's fine, just say I ran ahead, and you couldn't keep up. The dungeon might be a bit fake. Let's just leave the city. Then you can say I ran out of the city, and you chased after me to protect me. Teacher Su still disagreed. Lin Chen, however, tempted her. Teacher Su, aren't you curious about how this weapon performs? Why don't you take a look? Teacher Su hadn't checked Lin Chen's weapon yet. Now, everything about Lin Chen required a confidentiality agreement, and while she was curious, she had been holding back. Seeing Lin Chen hand it over, she couldn't help herself. Just now, he had mentioned some of its attributes, and she hadn't listened closely, only catching that it was legendary grade and seemed to have a killing effect. She knew this was likely an extraordinary weapon. As an ancient swordmaster, she had no resistance to swords. A scythe was still a blade. Just taking a glance at it, Teacher Su was also astonished. What kind of perverse attribute is this? Teacher Su suddenly understood why Lin Chen was so eager to try it out. Holding a weapon of this caliber, it would be strange not to test it. For a moment, even Teacher Su felt a bit restless. In fact, she hadn't fought in many years. The first battle in years was just a few days ago when she took Lin Chen to a dungeon to level up. As a teacher, she hardly had time to enter dungeons. At most, she taught her students combat techniques at school. One should know that despite her outwardly elegant and peaceful demeanor, she was actually a rare combat profession, an ancient swordmaster. The week she spent leveling up with Lin Chen even made her feel it was the most exhilarating week of her life. More so than when she first awakened. Now, holding a sharp blade, Teacher Su couldn't help but want to try it out. Teacher Su, just agree. Or how about after we leave the city, you give it a try too? Lin Chen was itching to test it. Teacher Su's eyes lit up. Alright, after all, you are a blacksmith. A weapon you forged yourself should definitely be tested. This weapon is too overpowered. The wooden dummies at school might not withstand it. Wild monsters are more suitable. Teacher Su found herself a reason. With this weapon in hand, if Lin Chen encountered danger, she could wield it and even take on a level 20 warrior. It should be safe. Inside the school, the hidden guards listening to the conversation were somewhat speechless. Do you think we should stop them? It seems this little guy and that teacher want to leave the city. One hidden guard pressed his earpiece to communicate with the others. Forget it, after all, he is a blacksmith. testing his own weapon isn't wrong. I just heard them say that weapon is legendary grade. I haven't seen a legendary weapon in all these years. This is my first time witnessing one. The hidden guards were curious, and now no one could stop them. An hour later, they arrived outside the city. As for the dungeon, entering and exiting requires a record. If Principal Shang and the others found out Teacher Su took Lin Chen into the dungeon for practice, they would surely face a scolding. Anyway, they only planned to test the weapon and return. The world outside the city was completely different from inside. Don't be fooled by how simple it seemed for Principal Shang and the others to reach the provincial city. They took a fast train with a dedicated route, ensuring safety along the way. In reality, after the game invaded reality, the wilderness had almost become a paradise for monsters, and the plants and animals there began to mutate. Some plants and animals within the cities even completely submerged entire towns. It was said that over 80% of the cities in Nanyun province had been engulfed by mutated flora and fauna, leaving only a few strongholds with powerful guardians. Since then, all cities in the country began constructing city walls, and the most sought-after profession at that time was construction. However, once the national infrastructure was mostly completed, this profession fell out of favor. The city walls on the outskirts still had many defensive runes. Of course, that was to prevent large-scale monster invasions. Ordinary people and low-level monsters coming and going wouldn't attract attention. After all, a city was too vast, and it was impossible to seal every nook and cranny perfectly. Lin Chen and Teacher Su exited smoothly, almost sticking to the city wall for a few kilometers. It is very safe here, as the guardians within the city occasionally patrol the area around the city walls. Once they discover powerful magical beasts, they report it for someone to handle the situation. This results in only scattered small-scale magical beasts around the walls. Lin Chen and Teacher Su searched for half a day before finally finding a group of wild monsters. It was a bunch of mountain pigs, which had mutated and were represented in Lin Chen's panel as Fangboar. Level 15. Seeing the level 15 monsters, Teacher Su frowned. She was also level 15, and although she was fully equipped in golden gear, she couldn't guarantee that she could handle them. To be safe, Lin Chen couldn't be put in any danger, so Su Qilan said to him, "Why don't we look for something else? These wild boars are too high in level. I might be able to protect myself, but it could be a bit difficult to protect you." Although she was only 5 levels above Lin Chen, Teacher Su was a combat class while he was merely a life class, so it was natural for her to feel that Lin Chen needed her protection. However, Lin Chen looked at his own panel. The full set of equipment provided by the country gave him nearly 10,000 health points. Moreover, the added physical and magical defense armor were both in the thousands. This meant that without an attack power of over 1,000, it was impossible to break through his defenses. Even if they did, he still had nearly 10,000 health points to withstand it. Plus, he was wielding weapons with over 1,000 attack power, a hammer and a sickle. Would he be afraid of that? Then he looked at the boar's panel. Fanged boar level, 15 health, 3,000 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 10 attack power, 500 movement speed, 5 attack speed, 1 energy, 1,000 skills, charge, fang bite. Charge, doubles movement speed, causing an additional 50% damage based on attack power. Fanged bite, protrudes sharp teeth, adding 50% extra damage to attacks. It was a bit outrageous. The weapons he painstakingly crafted only had about 10% of their attack power, while these wild monsters had a 50% increase at the drop of a hat. Was this the difference between combat classes and life classes? Lin Chen had not seen the panels of others, so he didn't know if human combat classes were the same or if it was only the magical beasts. After all, magical beasts didn't wear equipment, while humans had a full set each. But even so, Lin Chen felt no fear. A mere 50% increase in damage meant that the boar's attack power was only 500, and even with the increase, it couldn't break through his armor. What was there to be afraid of? However, Lin Chen still nodded. Alright, let's look for something else. Mainly because Teacher Su wouldn't allow it. She wouldn't accept even a little bit of risk. But such a teacher was responsible for her students. Just as the two were about to leave, a wild boar suddenly launched an attack from behind Lin Chen and Teacher Su. Teacher Su sensed something was wrong immediately and hurriedly pushed Lin Chen away. Be careful. However, as soon as Teacher Su pushed him, several more wild boars charged at Lin Chen. The hidden dark guards were ready to intervene. At that moment, Lin Chen instinctively swung the sickle and hammer in his hands. The sickle flashed. He saw several wild boars merely graze against the sickle, instantly having their teeth severed, and then their heads and bodies were easily sliced open, falling to the ground dead. What? The dark guards hadn't even moved. They had 1,000 ways to protect Lin Chen from any harm. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen was just passively holding the sickle to block, and the wild boars charged in and died? Instant kill? One-hit kill? Whether it was the dark guards hiding in the shadows or Teacher Su standing nearby, they were both frozen in place, dumbfounded. They had anticipated that Lin Chen's weapon was powerful, but they never expected it to be this powerful. That was a level 15 wild beast, even a level 15 warrior couldn't defeat it so easily. Perhaps the most bewildered was the wild boar itself. Wild boar, I died, one hit, what else is there to say? Lin Chen looked down at his scythe, then at the wild boar that had been effortlessly sliced in half, blinking innocently. However, the crisis was not yet over, as several wild boars continued to charge wildly. Realizing his own strength, Lin Chen was the first to react. He stepped in front of Teacher Su and raised his scythe. In Su Qilan's eyes, that silhouette seemed like the true Grim Reaper. The scythe fell, cutting through the charging wild boars as if they were grass, instantly killing them. Is this a life profession? Why does it feel like he's even fiercer than us? These wild boars are truly pitiful. Let's have a moment of silence. The hidden dark guard, about to reveal himself, chose to stay hidden again, watching Lin Chen slay the beasts in shock. Swish, swish, the scythe easily sliced through flesh and bone. In the blink of an eye, this small group of wild boars was completely slaughtered. The scene was quite brutal. The wild boars left no complete corpses, and the blood made one's stomach churn. There were even a few pieces of equipment that dropped. Besides crafted items and dungeon rewards, monsters could also drop equipment, though the drop rate was low, and most of the dropped items were low level. Fortunately, Lin Chen had accompanied Teacher Su in dungeons before, so he had developed some resistance to such scenes. Teacher Su, are you okay? He turned around and asked with concern. Su Qilan, coming back to her senses, felt a wave of self-reproach. What was I doing? I was supposed to protect Lin. How did I end up being protected by him? No, I'm fine. How did you become so fierce? After regaining her composure, Su Qilan quickly inquired. Even with her golden level equipment, it would take considerable effort to eliminate these wild boars. Yet Lin Chen, merely a life profession, had wiped out a group of wild boars in no time. It was simply shocking. Lin Chen scratched his head, looking at the scythe and hammer in his hands, which reminded him of a certain socialist country. He instinctively said, perhaps this is the power of the working class? Joking aside, the two began to think seriously. Lin Chen was only level 10, and most of his equipment merely increased his health, adding only a small amount of attributes. The key lay in the weapon. The attack power of the forging hammer and the Grim Reaper's scythe adds up to 2,100, plus a 10% penetration. The wild boar's defense is simply insufficient. Adding your own attributes and the execution effect, it's reasonable to one-shot them, Su Qilan said seriously. Speaking of which, as a life profession, you don't have to worry about weapon specialization. You can use whatever you can carry, making it hard for main combat professions to keep up. Different awakened professions in humans naturally use different weapons. Imagining a mage wielding a machete to fight was quite bizarre. Each profession used different weapons, and the degree of weapon specialization varied, but life professions didn't have weapon specialization to worry about. That's true. Lin Chen suddenly became excited. If he brought a few weapons, wouldn't his attack power crush that of main combat professions? A definite numerical monster. The dormant warrior's heart within Lin Chen began to beat again. Principal, I feel like I can now go out into the wild to grind monsters and level up. It's faster than doing dungeons. After realizing he could become a numerical monster and crush any monster in his path, Lin Chen called Principal Shang. After all, he had already submitted himself to the country, so it was always good to consult when something came up. Principal Shang stroked his beard, feeling quite conflicted. After all, Lin Chen was his precious gem, and he was afraid of any loss. At that moment, Su Qilan's voice came through the phone. Principal, no problem, I'm here too. And Lin is really strong. A life profession, how strong could it really be? Principal Shang's habitual thinking was at play, but since Su Qilan was there to protect him closely, along with the secret guards sent by the province, there shouldn't be any major issues. Alright, but you must pay attention to safety. A big shot is coming to Linhai in the next couple of days. Lin Chen must not have any mistakes. Lin Chen and Su Qilan thus embarked on their wild monster hunting journey. After entering the dungeon, even though Lin Chen could gain most of the experience, he still had to share some with Su Qilan. Moreover, the dungeon was only level 10. Now, Lin Chen went to the wild to find those level 15 monsters to practice on, easily killing them with one strike, and his leveling speed sword. In just 2 days, Lin Chen had already reached level 13, and he was no longer satisfied with level 15 monsters. So they ventured deeper into the suburbs, where the monsters were around level 17 or 18. Be careful, if we go deeper, there might be level 20 monsters, Su Qilan reminded. Don't worry, Teacher Su, I'm not stupid, Lin Chen laughed. These level 17 monsters could no longer be killed in one hit. It took 2 strikes, so Lin Chen had no plans to provoke level 21s for now. However, they couldn't hide their leveling activities, especially from those with ulterior motives. Found you. A pair of resentful eyes was watching Lin Chen hunt monsters from a distance. This person was Su Hui. He was so jealous he was about to go mad. Why could Lin Chen be directly admitted to Sacred Demon University? He was just a life profession. Why could Lin Chen hunt monsters alone with a beautiful teacher? All of this should have been his. Driven by such thoughts, his actions gradually became reckless. After learning that Lin Chen had come to the suburbs to kill monsters, a dangerous idea popped into his mind. Can this work? Behind Su Hui were 2 level 20 mercenaries, whom he had hired with money. At this moment, the mercenaries were quite worried. After all, dealing with fellow humans was no small crime. Just do as I say, it's only about luring the monsters. Who would know it was us? Su Hui said fiercely. The 2 mercenaries, having received their payment, gritted their teeth and agreed. They quickly disappeared from the spot, venturing into the deeper area where the level 20 monsters were located. But they weren't there to kill monsters, they were there to lure them. After provoking a group of level 20 blackhorn bison, they turned and fled, heading straight for the place where Lin Chen was leveling. Boom! The ground began to shake. What's going on? Lin Chen, who had just slain a small monster, looked up, puzzled. Not good, run! Su Qilan's expression changed instantly. Charging towards them were the level 20 Blackhorn Bison. Blackhorn Bison level, 20 health, 8000 physical defense, 100 magical defense, 100 attack power, 1000 movement speed, 8 attack speed, 1 energy, 2000 skills. Bison charge. Hornstrike. Lin Chen finally saw the introduction of this group of bison, and his heart sank. Just the 8000 health and 1000 attack power made many main combat professions shiver. But why did these blackhorn bison suddenly come out when they usually stayed deep inside? There was no time to think further. Su Qilan took Lin Chen and ran, but their speed couldn't match that of the charging bison, and they were quickly caught up. Lin Chen, you go first, I'll hold them off. Su Qilan pushed Lin Chen aside, drew her long knife, and resolutely stood in front of Hao. After all, Lin Chen was a life profession, and she was ordered to protect him. She absolutely could not allow him to suffer even the slightest harm. But to her surprise, Lin Chen did not run away. Instead, he came to her side. Why aren't you leaving? Su Qilan urged Lin Chen. If Lin Chen died, she would become a sinner. Lin Chen pointed to the sky. Teacher Su, it's getting dark. Ha, Lin Chen, let's see if you live or die now. Su Hui laughed maniacally, not believing that a group of level 20 wild monsters couldn't take down Lin Chen. Just thinking that if Lin Chen died, he, as the first, would surely gain the favor of the Holy Magic School, filled him with wild joy. But just as he was about to leave, he turned around and met 2 pairs of furious eyes. You deserve to die. The 2 glared at Su Hui as if he were their sworn enemy. Su Hui felt immense pressure from the 2, causing his heart to skip a beat. These 2 were clearly both over level 30 strong. How could such powerful figures suddenly appear in the small city of Linhai? What he didn't know was that these 2 were just 2 of the many protectors of Lin Chen. Have you misunderstood something? I'm just passing by. Su Hui's lips were dry, and he spoke without confidence. Passing by? You hired people to attract wild monsters, wanting to kill our genius from Dasha. You're nothing but a sinner. Stop trying to argue, we know everything you've done. The 2 you hired have already confessed everything, the 2 shadow guards said bluntly. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Su Hui turned to flee. But after just a few steps, he was met with a leg like a steel whip. Bang! A kick hit Su Hui, making him feel as if he had collided with a train, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, not knowing how many bones he had broken. He was still under level 10. How could he possibly escape the pursuit of level 30 strong? Otherwise, these shadow guards might as well quit. Another shadow guard stepped forward, gritting his teeth, and brutally stomped on Su Hui's arm, breaking it. If Lin Chen suffers even the slightest harm, dying 1,000 times won't be enough for you. Su Hui's eyes turned red in an instant. Despite the pain, he still looked defiant. I refuse to accept this. I am clearly the first. Lin Chen is just a life profession. Why is he better than me in every way? This is definitely a conspiracy. The shadow guard lifted Su Hui as if he were a chick. You are a frog at the bottom of a well. You have no idea of Lin Chen's value. After saying that, he wasted no more words and directly bound Su Hui tightly. Today, a high-ranking official had come to Linhai City, and he immediately called to report the matter. What? Someone dares to harm Lin Chen? What audacity! You wait, we are coming right over. He Shanshuan angrily hung up the phone and discussed the matter with several leaders beside him, including 2 soldiers in military uniforms. They were instantly furious. How outrageous! Who has such audacity? If anything happens to Lin Chen, I will make him wish he were dead. Several big shots from the Ministry of Education, the military, and even from the capital were filled with righteous indignation. They all got into their cars and rushed to the wilderness. Before leaving, He Shanchuan turned to Principal Shang and said, "Call your city's education bureau director. Tell him we are waiting for him." After saying that, he left with great momentum. Principal Shang wiped his sweat. Even though he was the principal and a level 30 strong, he felt terrified in front of these big shots. Although he wasn't quite sure what had happened, he knew someone was going to be in trouble. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Qilan protected Lin Chen, her expression grave. Faced with a group of level 20 wild monsters, she truly felt powerless and could only keep retreating with Lin Chen. Lin Chen secretly lamented his bad luck. Generally, these high-level wild monsters wouldn't casually leave their territory. What was going on today? "Teacher Su, I've caused you trouble. If it weren't for my insistence on leveling up in the wild, we wouldn't be in such danger." His heart was filled with guilt. This time, not only was he in danger, but he had also implicated Teacher Su. "It's not your fault. Someone is deliberately trying to harm you." A voice suddenly rang out, followed by 3 figures appearing not far away. One person moved like a ghost, silently appearing in front of Lin Chen and the others. Another moved like thunder, every action seemingly containing violent power. The last one floated over gracefully, holding a long sword, appearing to be a swordsman. Lin Chen was shocked to discover that the auras of these people were as deep and vast as the ocean, even comparable to Principal Shang. These were 3 powerful individuals above level 30. Before Lin Chen could think too much, another figure slowly walked up to him and comfortingly patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, with us here, nothing will happen to you." Su Qilan, seeing the clothes these people wore, was instantly shocked. "You are the Dark Guards?" It should be known that the Dark Guards were a special department of the Great Xia, specifically tasked with protecting high-ranking officials or carrying out special operations. One could say that in all of Great Xia, there were not many people who could be protected by the Dark Guards. She instantly understood that these people must have been secretly protecting Lin Chen all along. Now that the Dark Guards needed to be deployed for protection, Su Qilan looked at Lin Chen in shock, unable to imagine what the future held. The strength of the Dark Guards was beyond doubt, and it didn't take long for them to slay all the rampaging Blackhorn barbarians. The culprit, Su Hui, was also brought over. "It's you?" Lin Chen was very surprised. He didn't expect Su Hui to be so ruthless as to want to put him to death. The next moment, several bright headlights lit up, and 3 military trucks and a bulletproof jeep sped over. Not long after, an imposing army completely surrounded the area. This scene left Su Hui dumbfounded. Su Hui was pressed to the ground, stubbornly raising his head, his body trembling in fear. He swore he had never seen so many big shots in his life. The first person to get out of the jeep was someone he was quite familiar with. It was He Shanchuan, the minister of the provincial education department, who often spoke on television. Following him were the director and secretary of the provincial education department. From another vehicle, soldiers got out, and Su Hui was not unfamiliar with them either. The game merged with reality, and to maintain stability, the country would introduce many heroic figures. The one appearing before Su Hui was one of the national heroes, Major General Jiang Fan, a level 78 big shot. Accompanying him were many military officers, the lowest rank being major. These were all big shots that even Su Hui's father couldn't find a way to gift something to. Even they were not the main characters this time. Finally, the last person to get out of the car was an elderly man with graying hair, looking like a kind old man. As soon as the old man appeared, Su Hui felt as if the sky had fallen. Because this old man was Wang Tianyuan, the governor of Jiangnan province, a figure of great authority. Even if he had committed a capital crime, there was no need for so many big shots to gather, right? Su Hui's pupils trembled, unable to comprehend what was happening. What shocked him even more was still to come. Wang Tianyuan approached with a smile, actively shaking Lin Chen's hand. "Are you all right, young friend?" he asked with concern. Lin Chen knew that the person before him was the governor, and his heart raced. He never expected even the governor would be alarmed. It should be known that today's Huaxia was riddled with wounds, and only 14 provinces remained. Any provincial governor was a significant figure nationwide. However, Lin Chen maintained his composure and said, "Thank you for your concern, Governor. I'm fine." At this moment, Jiang Fan and He Shanchuan both approached, offering their heartfelt condolences to Lin Chen. They looked as if Lin Chen were their own son. Perhaps they wouldn't be this affectionate even towards their own children. At this time, the secret guards brought Su Hui over to report. "Report to the governor. The incident that occurred today was caused by this person." Su Hui wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, his fear reaching its peak. Why should Lin Chen, a mere civilian, attract so many big shots? Why? But the governor merely cast a cold glance at him. Just one look made Su Hui feel as if the sky had fallen. Since Lin Chen is fine, let's head back. Staying out in the wild isn't a good idea, Wang Tianyuan chuckled. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the entire Jiangnan province was under their control. Soon, Lin Chen was taken to the car, and he was seated in the same vehicle as Wang Tianyuan. As for Su Hui, he was directly thrown into the back of a truck, guarded by elite soldiers. After returning to the city, many people curiously ran to the street to watch. After all, it was rare to see so many soldiers acting together unless a major incident had occurred. The 3 cars in front must be carrying important figures, right? What exactly happened? These soldiers seemed to be heading to Linjiang High School? People were discussing among themselves, wanting to enter the school to find out what was going on, only to discover that the area around the school had already been sealed off. The once prominent Principal Shang, who had some standing in Linjiang City, now followed behind like a lackey. After returning to the school, they immediately took Wang Tianyuan and the others to the principal's office. Knowing that important figures were coming, the office had already been tidied up. The many big shots entering the office made the originally spacious room feel a bit cramped. But no one cared about that. They all looked at Lin Chen with curious eyes. Su Hui was also brought here, huddled in a corner, but he was extremely curious about what Lin Chen had done. Just being able to meet so many big shots was enough to brag about for a lifetime. At that moment, someone came rolling in from outside, and it was Su Hui's father, Su Jianyong. Upon seeing so many important figures, Su Jianyong was extremely nervous, cold sweat pouring down his face. He still didn't know what had happened when he was called over. But why was Lin Chen here? He Shanshu sneered coldly, Su Jianyong, you really have a good son. Su Jianyong's heart skipped a beat. He could naturally hear the sarcasm in the words. Turning to look, he saw Su Hui tied up, squatting in the corner, not daring to raise his head. It was clear he had done something wrong. You ungrateful wretch! Su Jianyong exploded in anger, stepping forward to kick Su Hui to the ground. Then he turned back, his face full of flattery. Gentlemen, it's my failure to discipline him. If my son has offended the leaders, I apologize on his behalf. Zhang Fan snorted coldly. Offending us is not a crime. However, your son is petty and narrow-minded, actually attempting to harm our nation's pillars. What crime is that? What? Su Jianyong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his son. You beast, how could you do such a thing? He realized he was finished. With so many big shots present, he couldn't even think of using backdoor connections. Only then did Wang Tianyuan speak, having not looked at Su Jianyong and his son the entire time. Lin Chen, they say you have remarkable abilities. Could you let me see for myself? Lin Chen understood that everything that had just happened was for his benefit. It was meant to make him realize how much the country valued him now. This feeling of being protected by others was truly quite pleasant. And now, it was time for him to prove himself. Of course, a few soldiers walked in right after, carrying a box. The box was opened, revealing various materials and enhancement stones inside. Along with it came a bow and arrow. Wind bow / diamond level wear level. 40 attack plus 4000 attack speed plus 6 skill. Child of the wind, attack speed plus 10%. Lin Chen immediately noticed the information about the bow. Although it was a high level, its attributes were just average. Without hesitation, he selected an enhancement stone and several other materials from the box. Enhance, he murmured, and the bow along with the enhancement materials entered the forging space. The room fell silent, even holding its breath, filled with tension. Just a few minutes passed, but it felt like several hours. Lin Chen heard a ding, signaling that the enhancement was complete. Wind God Bow / King level wear level. 40 enhancement level plus 1 attack plus 14,000 attack speed plus 60 skill. Wind God, Deadly Arrow. Wind God, attack speed plus 200%, with a chance to fire wind blades when shooting Deadly Arrow. Has a chance to directly reduce 10% of the health of monsters below divine level. Once the attributes of the bow and arrow were revealed, everyone fell silent. Su Hui also saw it, and he finally understood why so many big shots came to meet Lin Chen. Why Lin Chen was given a direct pass. His face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. When Lin Chen completed the enhancement and everyone saw the attributes, those present were shocked. It was no exaggeration to say that this level 40 weapon was comparable to a level 60 legendary weapon. Not only did the attack power increase by 10,000, but the attack speed also doubled. The key was the Deadly Arrow skill, which was essential for fighting bosses. For a warrior specialized in archery, with the inherent attack speed and the increased speed from the arrows, shooting 100 arrows per second was no problem. This greatly increased the triggering chance of the Deadly Arrow. Each time it triggered, it could reduce 10% of health. What an incredible skill. Is this really a level 40 weapon? Zhang Fan took the bow and arrow, feeling a storm of emotions within. Although it stated that it was effective against monsters below divine level, he still wanted to test it out. The high-level dungeon in Swan City has never been cleared. Why not use this bout to give it a try? Jiang Fan's heart was ablaze. He Shanshuan also looked dazed, then ecstatic. Governor, did you see that? This is Lin's strength. Lin Chen, however, shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that the divine forging didn't trigger, otherwise, it would be even stronger. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. That's enough, really enough. Wasn't this strong enough? He wished he could send the bow and arrow to the frontline archers right now to tackle the high-level dungeon. Right now, the entire Jiangnan province still had many high-level dungeons that hadn't been cleared. Nationwide, there were even more. However, since Lin Chen was the genius of Jiangnan province, the weapon he enhanced should first be equipped to their troops. If every warrior tackling the dungeon had such equipment, what would there be to fear? Others shared similar thoughts. If this wasn't strong enough, then the weapons in the hands of the warriors tackling the dungeon were just trash. The key was that Lin Chen, who had enhanced such an incredible skill, seemed dissatisfied with this enhancement. Was he really not just showing off? But Lin Chen genuinely felt it was unsatisfactory. Although an additional attribute was added, the divine forging did not trigger. Such a weapon was simply imperfect in his eyes. Governor, can you give me more weapons? I can definitely enhance something even more powerful. Su Hui's face was ashen, finally understanding Lin Chen's importance. Just a few levels could enhance equipment of level 60. Not only did he succeed, but the attribute increases were also quite exaggerated. The additional skills were even more extraordinary. A talent like this was rare for the entire Great Xia. How could he have the audacity to harm him? His background was the nation. Now he was regretting it deeply, wondering why he had opposed Lin Chen and not listened to his father's advice. Su Jianyong, seeing his son's expression, had already guessed something. He quietly asked Principal Shang, "Could it be that my son wants to harm Lin Chen?" Principal Shang shot him a glare. After all, Lin Chen was the lifeblood of their school now. The fact that Su Hui still wanted to deal with him was simply delusional. That's right. You should think carefully about how to apologize to Lin Chen. Su Jianyong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, wishing he could personally beat Su Hui to death. He had long warned him not to provoke Lin Chen, but why wouldn't he listen? Now he didn't even dare to cry. Wang Tianyuan, having witnessed Lin Chen's abilities, approached with a smile and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "You've done very well. I see the hope of the nation in you. Don't worry, we brought enough equipment and materials for you to practice with, so you don't need to worry about anything else. Remember, behind you is the entire nation." Lin Chen was extremely excited, nodding repeatedly, "I understand." Although his enhancements and forges would definitely succeed, special attributes and divine forging were all based on probability. So the nation sending him a large amount of materials and equipment was to ensure he could enhance even stronger gear. "If you need anything, you can contact us directly, and we will do our best to meet your needs," Wang Tianyuan cheerfully reminded him before turning to look at Su Hui and his father. "Humph. Wanting to harm the pillar of our nation, the hope for the future, you should be damned." One sentence had turned Su Jianyong's current status and power into nothing. According to the law, what should be done? Jiang Fan stepped forward, his gaze towards Su Hui also filled with disdain. "He can be charged with endangering national security." Su Hui's eyes widened, his lips trembling as he tried to say something. Endangering national security could lead to a life sentence, even if they didn't kill him. No, Dad, save me." Su Hui collapsed to the ground, being dragged out. Su Jianyong was sweating profusely, not daring to utter a word. He Shanshuan snorted coldly, "With a son like this, you as a father aren't much better. Pack up and go home tomorrow." One sentence had caused Su Jianyong, the director of the municipal education department, to lose his job. Stumbling away, Su Jianyong felt as if today's events were a dream. The purpose of today had been achieved, and Wang Tianyuan was in a great mood. Such a talent had appeared in their Jiangnan province. It was simply fantastic. "Lin Chen, from now on we are brothers. Here's my private number. If you need anything, just call your big brother." He took out a business card and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression was somewhat dazed. Big brother? This relationship was progressing too quickly, wasn't it? After witnessing Lin Chen's abilities firsthand, the big shots present also realized Lin Chen's importance and came forward to get acquainted. It wasn't until late at night that the military sent someone to take Lin Chen back. However, the building housing the principal's office was directly sealed off by the military. Box after box of enviable materials was moved into the building. One after another, weapons that could make people scream were also delivered inside. All of these were meant for Lin Chen to practice with. When Lin Nen arrived home, she was startled to see Lin Chen being escorted back by the military. "Brother, what did you do? Why did they mobilize the army? Lin Nan's expression was on the verge of tears. Lin Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and gave his sister a playful knock on the head. Can't you hope for something good for me? Even after he explained everything to her, she still seemed a bit incredulous. Is this for real? You really didn't get into trouble? It's fine, brother. When I grow up, I'll take care of you. You're asking for it. Lin Chen's anger flared up. This sister of his was getting more and more disrespectful. Early the next morning, Lin Chen got up, not having forgotten about yesterday's events. The governor had said he would send a large amount of equipment and enhancement stones for him to practice with, and he was already feeling impatient. After all, he had just awakened as a blacksmith and had little experience in forging. Moreover, enhancement stones had to be bought with money, and Lin Chen was just a student. Where would he get that much money? So when the governor said he could enhance freely, he could hardly wait. Brother, where are you going? Lin Nan rubbed her eyes and walked out of her room. Hee, I'm going to school. You can find something to eat yourself, Lin Chan replied with a smile. Lin Nan pouted and rolled her eyes, as if you've ever cooked. But it's already vacation. Why are you still going to school? So mysterious. She was the type to be particularly carefree, so she hadn't taken Lin Chen's words from last night to heart. She didn't even realize how strong Lin Chen had become. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Lin Chen curiously went to open it and found two soldiers standing at the entrance. Lin, I figured you were about to wake up, so I brought you 2 breakfasts. After you eat, we'll escort you to school, one of the officers said with a friendly demeanor. But Lin Chen could tell that the aura emanating from the officer was not something an ordinary soldier could possess. This was definitely a presence akin to a king of soldiers. A strong person like this came to buy him breakfast? Thank you, Lin Chen said, peeking outside to see a jeep parked and several soldiers around. There might even be plainclothes officers mingling in the crowd. Is this what national-level protection feels like? This is amazing. Lin Chen, still a child at heart, was extremely excited. He finished his breakfast in a few bites and went to school with the soldiers. Since it was already vacation, there were no classes at the school. However, at the school entrance, there were many people from the university admissions office and numerous students coming to inquire and register. Lin Chen and the others entered discreetly through a side door. The building where the principal's office was located was now surrounded by the military like a restricted area. Anyone coming here had to go through multiple checkpoints and show various documents. But Lin Chen was different. He just had to show his face. He smoothly arrived at the principal's office, where Yishan, Jiang Fan, and Principal Shang were present. The governor and several other bigwigs had already left. They all had their own matters to attend to and certainly couldn't stay in Linjiang City for long. Especially the military personnel. Jiang Fan could stay, probably to get the equipment Lin Chen had enhanced as soon as possible. Their concern for Lin Chen was a bit excessive. Lin Chen, did you eat enough? Lin, is there anything you want to eat? I specially brought a chef to cook for you. Lin, do you have any other requests? Seeing their expressions, Lin Chen felt goosebumps all over. Principal, leaders, can you please act normal? I just want to enhance my equipment right now. Jiang Fan chuckled and said, don't worry, everything is ready for you. However, enhancing equipment is one aspect. You can't fall behind in leveling up either. Just leave this matter to me. Under such concern, Lin Chen didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Jiang Fan, the commander of the Jiangnan Province Military Department, personally inquired about the leveling up of a low-level blacksmith. Wasn't that a bit excessive? But Lin Chen understood. This was the power of the nation. Soon, he was taken to another classroom. The various desks and chairs in this classroom had been removed, leaving only piles of large boxes. Inside the boxes were the various materials that blacksmiths dream of. On the other side of the classroom were various pieces of equipment. Almost every profession's gear was present. Unfortunately, most of this equipment was level 30 or 40. Lin Chen knew that these pieces were the most suitable for him right now. After all, he was only level 15, and the higher the level of the equipment, the lower the chance of adding special attributes and divine forging. Conversely, the lower the level of the equipment, the higher the chance of special attributes and divine forging appearing. This was also why, although he could successfully enhance higher level equipment, the country still hadn't forgotten to help him level up. Similarly, increasing proficiency could also enhance the level of special forging and divine forging. Not only could the success rate increase, but various attribute enhancements would also rise. So for Lin Chen, both leveling up and practicing were indispensable. Ordinary blacksmiths had a significant chance of damaging equipment when enhancing or forging, unless they improved their proficiency and level. But whether it was leveling up or purchasing various enhancement materials to practice, the costs were staggering. Now, the entire nation was tilting its resources towards Lin Chen, allowing him to taste the benefits of having a strong backing. Ha, this place is simply a paradise for blacksmiths. Lin Chen walked into the classroom, his eyes shining. On the other side, in the northern war zone of Jiangnan province, a helicopter landed directly in a military-restricted area. Fighter jets provided protection on both sides of the helicopter. An officer descended from the helicopter, carrying a box, and was taken directly to the leader of the northern war zone. This officer was Zhang Fan's aide, holding the rank of lieutenant colonel. The leader of the northern war zone was only a colonel. What on earth did Zhang Fan send over to warrant such a grand display? A burly man, exuding an oppressive aura, strode directly to the aide. The aide remained calm and slowly said, "Commander Tang Wu, this matter is confidential. Please dismiss others and sign a non-disclosure agreement." After saying this, he took out a prepared non-disclosure agreement. Tang Wu, known for his fiery temper, widened his eyes like copper bells upon hearing this. "What, do you suspect I have spies here?" The terrifying aura pressed down, causing the aide to break out in a cold sweat. After all, the man before him was the only level 70 powerhouse in the northern war zone. "Commander, please understand." After a moment of stalemate, Tang Wu's imposing presence receded like a tide. "Fine, I agree. But if what you bring doesn't satisfy me, I will definitely beat you up. If there's anything, let Zhang Fan come find me personally." He and Zhang Fan were classmates. Even though Zhang Fan was now a major general in the general war zone, he felt no fear. Waving his hand, everyone else in the tent retreated, and Tang Wu signed the non-disclosure agreement. After everything was done, the aide opened the box and took out a bow. "TCH, I thought it was some treasure. Turns out it's just a level 40 bow. I wouldn't even want it. Wait, this attribute, is it really just level 40? Tang Wu had seen plenty of level 40 weapons. Ever since the game merged with reality, the military had been busy. After countless sacrifices and battles, the current landscape of Huaxia was established, carving out a place for humanity to survive. This includes the major cities. Once a foothold was secured, the military began to conquer the dungeons that appeared across the land. After all, even now, new dungeons continue to emerge, and the exploration work is primarily undertaken by the military. This is quite different from foreign countries, where mercenaries dominate to preserve their strength. In contrast, Huaxia relies on its military, unafraid of sacrifice. Tang Wu graduated from military school and rose from a squad leader to a colonel, having experienced countless battles. Due to the frequent wars in the early days of the game merging with reality, the current military ranks are relatively low, but the positions are quite high. Therefore, he has seen a considerable amount of equipment. Moreover, the military has specially trained blacksmiths to enhance and forge equipment. However, he had never seen equipment with such powerful attributes before. Especially the skill that has a chance to deduct health. It is simply the best choice for taking down bosses. I can't wait to test this out in a dungeon. By the way, where did this equipment come from? Tang Wu asked curiously. The adjutant shook his head and chuckled bitterly. "I'm sorry, sir, but I really can't say. Moreover, this equipment is only for you to test. After the test, I have to take it back." Tang Wu's eyes widened, and his temper flared up again. "Take it back? Do you know how much help this equipment could provide if we kept it? Just think about those high-level dungeons that haven't been conquered yet. With this weapon, we could definitely succeed. Some high-level dungeons are fraught with danger, and the monsters within are exceptionally powerful. Even the strongest in the military have fallen within. A good piece of equipment can reduce casualties and increase the success rate of dungeon raids. How could Tang Wu not be anxious?" Facing a level 70 powerhouse, the adjutant truly found himself in a difficult position. "Sir, please don't make it hard for me. This is a decision from headquarters, and I'm just the messenger. However, I can guarantee that weapons like this will only increase in number in the future. And this weapon has only been enhanced once. There is still a lot of room for improvement." Tang Wu then realized the matter of enhancement levels and quickly checked. Indeed, it had only been enhanced once. This indicated that this level 40 weapon still had enormous potential for improvement. "Alright, but can't you reveal any information to me?" The adjutant thought for a moment and finally sighed helplessly. "According to the confidentiality agreement, I can only tell you that this weapon was crafted by a senior high school student." "A senior high school student?" Tang Wu's eyes widened, and his voice rose a few pitches in shock. "At Linjiang, no. One high school, the teaching building where Lin Chen was located, had been placed under strict security. Ever since the country sent a large amount of materials and equipment solely to cultivate talent, Lin Chen had almost been holed up in his room. No blacksmith could enjoy such treatment. He only needed to focus on enhancement and skill improvement, without worrying about anything else. Having the country as a backing is just great. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Jiang Fan from the Jiangnan Military District Headquarters, He Shanchuan, the minister of the Jiangnan Provincial Education Department, and Shang Fa, the principal of Linjiangno, one high school, were staring at each other in disbelief. The atmosphere in the room was quite tense. With such talent appearing in our Jiangnan province, it belongs to us. Why should other provinces come to snatch it? It turned out that they had received news that people from the education departments and military districts of other provinces were coming over. Lin Chen's godly forging ability could not be kept a secret, nor should it be. Therefore, after Governor Wang Tianyuan returned, he reported this matter upward. This led to the big shots from other provinces and military districts coming over. Jiang Fan and the others from Jiangnan province felt as if a treasure was about to be snatched away. What can we do about it? He Shanchuan sighed, feeling quite helpless. Principal Shang Fa also shook his head in resignation. Lin Chen is too eye-catching, and his abilities are too extraordinary. With our Jiangnan province, we simply can't keep him. It's better to leave a good impression now. Who knows, in the future, he might take better care of us in Jiangnan province. With this said, the moods of the two big shots, Jiang Fan and He Shanchuan, calmed down a bit. Indeed, no matter how the country arranges things for Lin Chen, his home is in Jiangnan province. He would surely take care of his hometown. Sigh, having a genius so dazzling is actually not a good thing for us. Jiang Fan looked up to the sky and sighed deeply, feeling an immense sense of emotion. But now that he has strengthened these pieces of equipment, can we at least get them for our Jiangnan military district? He Shanchuan rolled his eyes. Do you think I can make that decision? This won't work, that won't work. What are we supposed to do? Jiang Fan spread his hands, looking like he was about to lose his temper. Clearly, he was a genius from Jiangnan province. Was it too much to ask for a concession? This matter needs to follow the country's arrangements. Our current task is to prioritize Lin Chen's safety and well-being. Even if Lin Chen leaves Jiangnan province, how could he refuse to help us when we ask? He Shanchuan said earnestly. Compared to the military personnel, he considered things quite comprehensively. For example, Jiang Fan frowned. For example, let Lin Chen's parents enjoy some privileges. Lin Chen also has a younger sister. Even Lin Chen's female teacher has a good relationship with him, so we should maintain their relationship while we can. When the time comes to ask him for help, we can have these people vouch for us. It will definitely be easier. Jiang Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Old He, you really are cunning. You're going to great lengths for Lin Chen. Are you even using seduction? By the way, isn't Lin Chen still a bit young? Upon hearing this, He Shanchuan's hair stood on end in anger. What are you thinking about? How could I do something so despicable? What I'm talking about is the bond between teacher and student. What's wrong with your military's brains? Are they just muscle? Heh, then you better clarify. Jiang Fan crossed his arms, looking impatient. He Shanchuan appeared exhausted. Forget it, talking to you military folks is just difficult. He turned to Principal Shang. Principal Shang, could you please call that teacher Su over? When we go into the dungeon, let her come along too. She performed quite well last time when we encountered danger. Principal Shang nodded repeatedly, knowing that Su Qilan had hit the jackpot this time. Alright, I'll go right now. Level 40 dungeon, charge of the boars. Lintong City was just a small city with no high-level dungeons. Moreover, the dungeons that allowed people outside the military to enter were those that had been cleared and were not as dangerous. Truly dangerous dungeons were not open to the public by the military. The current level 40 dungeon was one of the more dangerous dungeons in the northern war zone of Jiangnan province. The reason was that the dungeon's boss was named Field Boar, tough-skinned and needy, fiercer than a tank, with health points that were despairingly high. Although all levels could enter the dungeon, if a player's level exceeded the dungeon level by more than 10 levels, the experience and rewards gained would be reduced by more than half. Additionally, the dungeon had a limit of 10 people entering at a time. Therefore, for a level 40 dungeon, players between levels 40 and 50 had the best cost-effectiveness. The Pig Rush Stronghold dungeon is quite challenging due to the boss's thick health pool. As a result, even though the rewards are generous, the army doesn't often send people to tackle this dungeon. Moreover, casualties have remained high after entering the dungeon. After obtaining the Wind God Bow, Tang Wu specifically formed a 10-man team to test the weapon. Among the team, there was also an archer specialized in bows, who happened to be level 40. This test was to evaluate various data of the weapon. If the health was low and they died before the test was completed, that would obviously not do. Thus, Tang Wu chose this dungeon. Go, he instructed, and the 10-man team entered the dungeon. Originally, it would take at least 2 hours to complete the dungeon, but within just 1 hour, the team emerged. Although a few members were lightly injured, everyone wore an invigorated expression. "Commander, the test results are out." Before entering, the archer had equipped professional testing instruments, and as soon as they came out, he printed the data. Tang Wu received the data and nodded in satisfaction. "Good, very good. This weapon, whether in terms of strength or skills, is just as described." He greedily glanced at the wind god Bao. What warrior, having fought their way through, wouldn't appreciate a good weapon? Unfortunately, Tang Wu's profession wasn't suited for bows, and after the test, he would have to part with the weapon. What a pity! The adjutant stepped forward, carefully storing the weapon and saluting Tang Wu. "Commander, thank you for your cooperation." Tang Wu waved his hand. "Hurry up and leave, so I don't change my mind later." The adjutant smiled and turned to leave. The reason for conducting a practical test was mainly to verify whether Lin Chen's enhanced weapon was truly that powerful. After all, there are many ways to modify weapon stats to make them appear strong. Data that hasn't been tested is just data. Now, no one has any doubts about Lin Chen. In the teaching building of Linjiang City, Lin Chen sat in the classroom, sifting through a pile of materials, finding what he needed, and then throwing it into the forging space along with the weapon. While waiting, he began searching for the next piece of equipment to enhance. What bad luck! I've enhanced over a dozen times, and the holy forging hasn't triggered even once. I suspect the chance is less than 1%. Lin Chen kept mumbling. Thinking of the figure he encountered during the inheritance, he felt a strong obsession. He wouldn't give up until he forged equipment with the holy effect. Being a blacksmith is indeed a money-burning profession, Lin Chen couldn't help but lament. After all, the dozen or so pieces of equipment he forged were all level 30 to 40. Just the materials for enhancement cost a fortune. The key point is that his proficiency had only increased by a little over 10 points. It takes a full 1,000 proficiency to increase the chance by 0.1%. At this rate, for Lin Chen to raise the chance, the materials and equipment he would need to consume would be astronomical. Ordinary blacksmiths don't have Lin Chen's god-level forging, which has a chance of failure. So, every high-level blacksmith has no idea how many resources they have consumed behind the scenes. Ding! A sound echoed in his mind, and Lin Chen knew this indicated that the enhancement was complete. He took out the equipment to check but was filled with disappointment, because this time, the holy forging had not triggered again. I really don't believe it. Is holy forging really that hard to trigger? Lin Chen was also a bit temperamental, okay? However, the effect of holy forging was indeed quite terrifying. It could stack infinitely, with no upper limit. Didn't you promise to help me find the upgrade materials for the Grim Reaper's scythe? Have they forgotten? Should I remind them? Just as she was thinking this, Su Qilan walked in. However, her face was flushed, and even her gaze towards Lin Chen seemed a bit evasive. Remembering Principal Shine and the words of the Provincial Education Department Director, she felt shy. The implications were clear. She was to build a good relationship with Lin Chen. Even sacrifices were acceptable if necessary. Wasn't this suggesting she should please her student, even to the point of selling her body? Su Qilan was only 28, not too old, but she was still 10 years older than Lin Chen. How could she bring herself to do such a thing? But thinking about it, Lin Chen seems quite good. He is hardworking and ambitious, and now he is under the protection of the state, with an unlimited future ahead of him. Plus, he is quite handsome, a real young heartthrob. In that case, am I the one benefiting? Su Qilan thought for a moment, and her face turned even redder. But how can I do such things? How could I have the nerve? And does Lin Chen even have those kinds of feelings for me? What should I do? What should I really do? Her face was flushed, completely lost in her own imagination. Lin Chen noticed the teacher's expression and furrowed his brows deeply. "Teacher Su, are you okay?" He stepped forward, asking with concern. Su Qilan, as if waking from a dream, quickly shook her head like she had been electrocuted. "No, I'm fine. But you look like you're sick." "I really am fine." Su Qilan waved her hand but kept sizing up Lin Chen. "Oh, as long as you're fine, I'm just hungry. Let's go eat." Lin Chen smiled, his gaze sincere and pure. "What am I thinking? Lin Chen and I are just teacher and student. I shouldn't overthink it." Su Qilan forced herself to calm down and not think about other things. "All right, let's go eat. But the principal just spoke to me. He said you need someone to take care of you, and since we are familiar, he asked me to follow you." She carefully observed Lin Chen's reaction. "Sure." Lin Chen beamed. "Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Su. Teacher Su, can you tell me why I've never been able to trigger the holy forging?" During dinner, Lin Chen continued to consult Su Qilan. After recognizing the nature of her relationship with Lin Chen and preparing to let things develop naturally, Su Qilan felt calmer. Could it be that you're too nervous? Or maybe it's just bad luck? After saying this, Su Qilan regretted it. Bad luck could lead to acquiring a god-level forging skill? Maybe that really is the case. Lin Chen sighed. The triggering probability was a hidden attribute that only he could see. The triggering probability for holy forging was clearly 2%, but he felt it was only 1% or even lower. If it weren't for the fact that his Grim Reaper's scythe had already triggered holy forging before, he would have doubted the authenticity of this holy forging. Maybe I just haven't enhanced enough equipment. With a 2% chance, enhancing 100 items should yield at least 2 triggers, but I've only enhanced a little over 10. It's still early. Lin Chen comforted himself. After dinner, Lin Chen and Su Qilan returned to the classroom. Now, Su Qilan was essentially Lin Chen's personal caretaker. Having such a beautiful woman as his caretaker made Lin Chen feel secretly pleased. Of course, he wouldn't show it. Teacher, could you help me find the material called Bone Branch? I need it for enhancement. Su Qilan smiled and nodded, sure. With their cooperation, even their speed increased significantly. Ding! A familiar voice sounded, and Lin Chen took a piece of chest armor out of the forging space. Skipping over attributes and the like, he directly looked at the final attribute. Holy Forging Effect, Holy Light Shield. Holy Light Shield activates a shield when health is below 30%, with defense equal to the user's shield health plus 300,000 hiss. Upon seeing this effect, Lin Chen immediately gasped. If this shield is activated, its health would be comparable to that of a level 30 boss. Best suited for tanks, stacking all defense would yield a tank that is both tough and resilient. Is it done? Su Qilan beside him quickly asked. It's finally done. Lin Chen handed the chest armor to Su Qilan. After seeing the final holy effect, Su Qilan's mouth dropped open in surprise. What a powerful effect. It lives up to expectations. Lin Chen finally felt relieved. His holy forging was not just for show. The two of them took the equipment to the principal's office. He Shanshuan was so excited upon seeing the equipment's attributes that he nearly jumped up. Good, this equipment is simply too strong. I dare say, even level 60 equipment doesn't compare much to it. He kept patting Lin Chen's shoulder, his face full of satisfaction. Zhang Fan, after looking at the attributes, was grinning from ear to ear. If this equipment were sent to the northern battle zone, that brat Tangwu would have to kneel down and thank me. He quickly turned to Lin Chen, his eyes fixed on him as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Lin, do you agree to give this equipment to our Jiangnan province's northern battle zone? Lin Chen looked puzzled. He was only focused on enhancing the equipment. Was he now also responsible for its distribution? Leader, isn't this your decision? How can you ask me? In fact, Zhang Fan just wanted to take advantage. As long as Lin Chen agreed, what could the others say? Unfortunately, Lin Chen was not falling for it at all. He Shanshuan quickly interjected, stop joking. All this equipment has to be submitted and then distributed uniformly. How can it be distributed privately? Zhang Fan, you're going a bit too far. Unable to swallow his anger, Zhang Fan shot a fierce glare at He Shanshuan. You old man, how can you side with others? We are all from Jiangnan province. Lin Chen is a talent from our Jiangnan province. Why should he share with others? Seeing this, Lin Chen finally understood the true colors of these people fighting over him. These once lofty big shots suddenly became down to earth. As the protagonist, he felt quite pleased inside. However, he wasn't there to watch the big shots argue. He had his own purpose. Leader, you previously promised to help me find materials to enhance the Scythe of Death. Is that still valid? He Shanshuan certainly knew about this matter, but he was just a director of the Ministry of Education. Although the world order had changed and cultivating talent had become a top priority, the status of the Ministry of Education had also risen. However, he had no authority to mobilize resources. Lin, about that. Before he could finish, Zhang Fan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Of course, we won't forget this. Our Jiangnan military district will fully support you. Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. What kind of trick were these two playing? But as long as they hadn't forgotten, that was fine. Alright, then I'll go back to continue enhancing. Zhang Fan enthusiastically patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin, while enhancing equipment is important, your health is even more important. You need to balance work and rest. Teacher Su, I entrust Lin to you. Make sure he doesn't overwork himself. Su Qilan smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll supervise him. After Lin Chen and Su Qilan left, He Shanshuan fixed his gaze on Zhang Fan. What do you want to do? Zhang Fan snorted coldly. You don't need to concern yourself with matters of the military. By the way, Lin, send me a copy of the upgrade materials for the Scythe of Death. In the afternoon, under Su Qilan's supervision, Lin Chen reluctantly took a nap, after which he was allowed to continue his enhancements. He felt like a national treasure, with everyone eager to hold him up. This feeling, it must be said, was quite comfortable. However, what Lin Chen didn't expect was that right after he mentioned the enhancement of the Scythe of Death in the morning, the materials arrived in the afternoon. Lin, I'm really sorry, the materials you requested are quite precious, and we couldn't find too many. But don't worry, our Jiangnan military district will do everything possible to secure your upgrade materials, Zhang Fan said with a sincere expression. Lin Chen had anticipated this, as the upgrade materials for the Scythe of Death were indeed quite rare. As long as he could find 2 or 3 pieces to enhance it by 1 level, he would be satisfied. After all, the enhancement materials for the Scythe of Death doubled in quantity with each level. Enhancement plus 2 required 2 pieces, plus 3 required 4 pieces, and plus 4 required 8 pieces. As long as he had at least 2 pieces, he could accept it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan's next words left him utterly astonished. I barely managed to gather 30 pieces here. That should be enough for you to enhance it to plus 5, right? His smile was sincere, but Lin Chen couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of cunning behind it. 30 pieces? Even Lin Chen was taken aback. Indeed, as Zhang Fan said, 30 pieces were enough for him to enhance it to plus 5. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Fan's smile held some ulterior motive. Lin, these materials are quite precious. They are all the stock we have in the Jiangnan military district. You have no idea how many comrades we sacrificed, how much time we wasted, and how much equipment we consumed to obtain these materials. Seeing him getting more and more outrageous, Lin Chen quickly interrupted. Leader, just say what you need to say. Su Qilan beside him also had a look of disbelief. How could a major general of the Jiangnan military district look like a shrewd businessman? Zhang Fan rubbed his hands together, glanced around, closed the door, and then returned to Lin Chen's side. He pulled out a contract from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin, on behalf of the Jiangnan military district, I would like to make a deal with you. We will cover all the forging materials and enhancement materials needed for your Scythe of Death, as well as the blueprints obtained at level 20 and 30. However, we need to borrow your Scythe of Death for a while. Of course, if you need it, you can use it first. We just hope to borrow it when it's not in use. Lin Chen was taken aback, looking at the contract, which was written similarly to what Zhang Fan had said and already stamped with the seal of the Jiangnan military district. It was just waiting for his signature. However, he felt a bit guilty about such a high price just to borrow his Scythe of Death. Leader, there's no need for this. If you want to use it, just take it. The country had treated him so well, he couldn't repay kindness with malice, and besides, he didn't use the Scythe of Death much anyway. With the country's comprehensive protection, he hadn't even had the chance to use it. If it weren't for the fact that the Scythe of Death was his exclusive weapon, having recognized its master the moment it was forged, he would have submitted it to the state long ago. Zhang Fan, however, shook his head with a serious expression. Lin, how can that be? We must sign a contract. Otherwise, those shameless people from other provinces will just take it. Lin Chen suddenly realized, no wonder they insisted on signing a contract. It was to prevent people from other military districts from stealing it. After all, although this weapon had low base attributes, who knew how it would perform after enhancement? Zhang Fan had already witnessed Lin Chen's abilities, so he was willing to believe that Lin Chen would give him a surprise. Moreover, this matter was something he had concealed from the Ministry of Education and other departments, acting on his own accord. Otherwise, how could they have the chance for such a good thing? After signing the contract, it could be said that Lin Chen was lending it to them, in black and white. Those people couldn't possibly go and trouble Lin Chen, could they? If Hishan found out, he would inevitably praise him for being cunning and calculating. Lin Chen found Zhang Fan's actions both amusing and perplexing. Was it really necessary to be so cautious? Without a second thought, he directly signed his name on the contract. Zhang Fan treasured it like a precious gem and carefully put it away. Lin, I won't disturb you any longer, you can continue. If possible, please enhance the Scythe of Death first, so I can have a look. Don't worry, leader, Lin Chen smiled. I will definitely complete the enhancement today. After Zhang Fan left, he began to enhance his Scythe of Death. He also wanted to know what kind of changes a +5 enhancement would bring. Ding! Ding! The sound of successful enhancements kept ringing, and Lin Chen didn't even look, just waiting to see the final result. However, the higher the enhancement level, the longer the enhancement took. By the time it reached +5, he had to wait a full 2 hours. Ding! Triggered Sacred Forging. Already have Sacred Forging, enhancement effect, consumes 1000 energy points. Ding! His energy was instantly drained, and Lin Chen immediately felt a wave of weakness. Triggering Sacred Forging consumed energy. The amount consumed depended on the effect of the Sacred Forging. The stronger the effect, the more energy was consumed. Now at level 15, Lin Chen had a total of 1000 energy points, and this time it was all used up. However, the sound of the forging completion was like music to Lin Chen's ears, and he quickly took out the Scythe of Death. The current Scythe of Death made even him, the forger, feel unfamiliar. First was its appearance. The Scythe of Death had grown significantly, measuring nearly 2 meters long. The blade itself was also about a meter long. It truly looked like a weapon of the Grim Reaper, exuding an aura of death. When swung, it even emitted a faint black glow. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He had enhanced it 5 times just to see the final attributes. With an excited heart, he began to check the attributes. Scythe of Nightshade / Legendary wearing level, 30 enhancement level, +5 attack +150000 penetration +100% attack speed, +12 skills. Grim Reaper, Lord of Nightshade, Death Domain Grim Reaper. Causes execution effect on life forms below 30% health and below divine level. Lord of Nightshade, attack power +20% at night. Attack power increases by 50% in Nightshade state. Under Moonlight, Death Domain, in Nightshade state, can create a 1000 by 1000 domain, within which all hostile life forms have their attributes reduced by 20%. Sacred Forging effect, Nightshade, in Nightshade state, every 60 seconds. This weapon's base attack power increases by 2% wherever I go. It is night. Lord of Nightshade. After checking the attributes, Lin Chen remained silent for a long time. Next to him, Su Qilan was filled with confusion. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Are you too tired? She stepped forward and gently touched Lin Chen. Lin Chen seemed to just come back to his senses, his face filled with despair. Teacher Su, I can't use my own exclusive weapon. Su Qilan furrowed her brows deeply and quickly picked up the Scythe of Death to examine it. Sure enough, Lin Chen's luck this time was quite good. Not only did he trigger the Sacred Forging, but he also activated the effect of upgrading equipment levels within the God level forging. As a result, his Death Scythe jumped from level 10 directly to level 30. Lin Chen was only level 15 now, so of course, he couldn't use it. It's no wonder Lin Chen felt frustrated. Wasn't it said to be the most suitable weapon for a forger? Is this really how suitable it is? However, after Su Qilan looked at the information of the Death Scythe, she immediately gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. What did I just see? 150,000 attack power? 100% penetration? This meant that with one swing, even a typical small boss couldn't withstand it. 100% penetration indicated that no matter how high the enemy's defense was, it would be as if it didn't exist. This level 30 Death Scythe was already comparable to weapons of level 80 or 90 and above. It was simply outrageous. Moreover, all the attributes of the Death Scythe had been enhanced. Su Qilan continued to check the attributes of the Death Scythe, her heart filled with shock. Besides the attributes, the Death Scythe's effects were terrifyingly strong. It could now directly kill 30% of an enemy's health, and in the Night Shadow state, the attack power increased by 50%. The effect of Night Shadow was also enhanced, increasing attack power by 2% per second. In addition, there was a new skill called Death Domain, which directly weakened 20% of the enemy's attributes, making this skill even more astonishing. Especially when dealing with bosses, it was incredibly useful. Su Qilan was so shocked she couldn't speak, looking at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. She truly couldn't imagine what kind of earth-shattering scene it would be if the Death Scythe were enhanced to +10. After all, this was just a blueprint Lin Chen obtained at level 10. From now on, every time he reached level 10, he would get another blueprint. At that moment, Su Qilan truly felt how important Lin Chen was to the country. A top-tier luxury piece of equipment was comparable to a top-tier powerhouse, and Lin Chen could forge an entire legion. By then, the whole world would tremble before Huaxia. Lin Chen himself had not yet recovered from his frustration. It was the greatest sorrow in the world that he couldn't use his own exclusive weapon. However, he could at least report to Jiang Fan. It was already late outside, and Lin Chen and Su Qilan went directly to the principal's office. Jiang Fan was still there, anxiously waiting. When he saw Lin Chen, his eyes suddenly lit up. Did it work? Lin Chen forced a smile. I lived up to expectations. He handed the Death Scythe to Jiang Fan. Whether it was Jiang Fan, He Shanshuan, or Principal Shang, they were all shocked by the imposing appearance of the Death Scythe. Jiang Fan couldn't wait to start checking its attributes, and after a moment, he burst out laughing. Ha, it's too strong, simply too strong. Especially in some night dungeons, this weapon is simply invincible. Each dungeon had different weather. Some were winter, some were summer, some alternated between day and night like the outside, while others were in eternal night or eternal day. In short, anything could happen in the dungeons. He Shanshuan quickly checked the attributes and was immediately taken aback. The attributes are actually this exaggerated? A masterpiece, it's simply a masterpiece. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder heavily. Lin, I will definitely report this matter upwards. This Death Scythe will bring tremendous help to our Huaxia. Lin Chen scratched his head. is it really that amazing? Hee hee, as long as it can help. After all, he was just a senior high school student, and hearing that he could help the country made him incredibly happy. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan chuckled, this weapon will be prioritized for use by our Jiangnan military district. Other military districts will have to queue up if they want to use it. He Shanshuan shook his head with a face full of regret. Sigh, I wish it were that simple, but this weapon is so powerful that it must be distributed by the state. Our Jiangnan province is so weak, will definitely be at the bottom of the list. Who would have thought that Jiang Fan, like performing a magic trick, pulled out the contract he signed with Lin Chen from his pocket? Old he, look at this. He Shanshuan looked at the contract in confusion, and his eyes widened immediately. You actually took the initiative? Jiang Fan coldly smiled. I did seek Lin Chen's consent, and the materials for the enhancement were all provided by our Jiangnan province. Shouldn't we have priority in using them? As he spoke, he winked at Lin Chen. He Shanshuan let out a bitter laugh. Fine, I'll shoulder this matter with you. Su Qilan, seeing the two big shots arguing endlessly, quickly said, Leader, Lin has already had a tiring day. Let me take him home to rest. Only then did he Shanshuan realize, and he hurriedly said, Of course, Lin Chen, go back and rest. Your health is important. Lin Chen had exhausted all his energy and was indeed very tired, so he nodded. Su Qilan not only took Lin Chen home but also helped him and his sister cook. Teacher Su, you don't need to fuss over this. We can just eat something simple. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she was a proper teacher, and now she was acting like a nanny? Su Qilan, however, didn't mind. That won't do. You're both still growing, so you must eat well. Besides, the state provides generous meal allowances. You could eat lobster every meal. Lin Chen let out a bitter smile and let her be. At this moment, Lin Anan leaned over, her little head bobbing. Bro, I see you're secretly happy, right? With such a beautiful teacher cooking for you, aren't you satisfied? Lin Chen immediately shot a glare at his sister. What do you know, you little brat? Go away. Humph, I know you too well, Lin Anan said with a mischievous look. Speaking of which, brother, you really seem to be working these days. Leaving early and coming back late, you're exhausted. As she spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Chen promptly gave her a light smack on the head. I'm a genius, you know? Working is impossible for me. I'll never work in my life. The state is supporting me. Lin Anan, however, directly ignored the latter part of Lin Chen's sentence and snorted, Stinky brother, dare to be tough with me? Just wait until I level up. I'll beat you up. She waved her fist in a show of defiance. Lin Chen felt utterly helpless and had no strength to retort against his sister. By the way, Anan, which university do you want to go to? Although Lin Anan was still too young, having awakened a rare profession, she had a chance of being directly recommended. Of course, Saint Demon University. For combat professions, that's the best university. Saint Demon University was located in Tianhai City, the only directly governed city that didn't belong to any province. Not needing the protection of the provincial military district was enough to show how formidable Tianhai City was. And the strength of Tianhai City was because of Saint Demon University. So it was only natural for Lin Anan to want to go there. Unfortunately, even with a rare profession, getting into Saint Demon University is still very difficult. She sighed, putting on a serious expression. Call me brother, and I'll help you solve this. Lin Chen patted his chest and said, You're just bragging. Lin Anan made a face and quickly ran off to eat. Lin Chen felt exhausted and quite melancholic. Sigh, my prestige in front of my sister isn't enough. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Lin Chen was called up. Teacher Su, what's wrong? Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up. Another leader has come to our school, specifically to see you. Hurry up and get ready, Su Qilan urged. Lin Chen felt like crying without tears. The saying about relying on the country for comfort was indeed true, but was it really necessary to have so many leaders? Chen Yang, the director of the Ministry of Education of Huaxia, oversaw the education bureaus of various provinces. When he first heard about Lin Chen, he couldn't believe it. How could there be a god-level forging skill? The success rate for forging an enhancement was 100%. It was simply unimaginable. But later, the attributes of the enhanced equipment gradually reached the headquarters, and he realized it was all true. That little guy Lin Chen really had such powerful skills, so he personally came to Linjiang City, ready to meet the little guy. Accompanying him was Commander Lu Shiqing of the Huaxia General Military District. As the most outstanding national hero of the previous generation, an 80-level powerhouse, Lu Shiqing remained as strong as an ox even at retirement age. Now, the two most important departments in Huaxia, the Ministry of Education and the Military Department, had both sent their top leaders to Linjiang City. If this got out, it would surely cause a huge stir. However, this time they came without alarming the public. Very few people knew about it. General, Jiang Fan saluted Lu Shiqing excitedly, like a new recruit. Ha! Lu Shiqing, with his head full of silver hair and a physique just a bit stronger than an ordinary soldier, was quite easygoing. No need to be nervous. I just heard there's a little guy who's very impressive and might help our Huaxia rise, so I came to take a look. Jiang Fan nodded repeatedly. General, Lin Chen will definitely not disappoint you. Chen Yang also walked over with a smile, wearing a pair of reading glasses, looking like an old man you'd see in any neighborhood. If one didn't know better, they wouldn't be able to tell that these two were significant figures in Huaxia. Leaders, please sit for a while. Lin Chen should be here soon. By the way, this is the equipment forged by Lin Chen at level 10. After enhancement, I'm planning to send it to the front lines for a test. Jiang Fan proudly took out the Scythe of Death, which he hadn't had the chance to deliver yet. Lu Shiqing's eyes lit up as he took the weapon to examine it. After a moment, his expression became excited. Ha! This is simply too strong. If I had this weapon back in my day, what dungeon could possibly stop me? He waved the Scythe of Death, growing fonder of it the more he looked. Chen Yang also checked the attributes, gasping in awe. Ha! It's a pity Lin Chen wasn't born a few years earlier. Otherwise, old Lu, you would definitely be able to use it. Lu Shiqing snorted. I'm not old yet. I can still use it now. Jiang Fan quickly stepped forward to take the Scythe of Death back. You should take it easy. Let the young guys handle this kind of thing. And you can't be biased. Lin Chen has already decided to lend the Scythe of Death to our Jiangnan military district, with a contract as proof. After putting away the weapon, he took out the contract, fearing that Lu would send the weapon to another military district. After reading the contract, Lu Shiqing laughed and scolded. You little brat, trying to play tricks on me? Alright, I'll prioritize your Jiangnan military district, but the other provinces can't be left out, understand? With Lu's assurance, Jiang Fan was overjoyed, further believing that signing the contract with Lin Chen was an incredibly correct decision. Ha, rest assured, Lu, our Jiangnan province eats meat, and the other brother provinces should at least get some soup. Finally, Lin Chen arrived, albeit a bit late. When he saw Lu Shiqing and Chen Yang, he was momentarily stunned. He recognized both of these big shots. One was a legendary figure in the military, and the other was the director of the Ministry of Education, who often gave speeches. Because the current world is quite cruel, the country must shape heroes to unite people's hearts. Education is also of utmost importance. Therefore, those heroes are well known even to children. How could Lin Chen not know? Leader. Old Lu and Chen Yang approached in a friendly manner. Hee, young man, you're quite impressive. No need to be nervous, we just came to see you. After all, the future belongs to you young people. Are you interested in joining our military department? I guarantee you can go directly to the logistics department as a major. An 18-year-old major is not uncommon these days, but it's not something one can easily obtain. The key is that Lin Chen could forgo everything in the early stages and directly become a major. This is something everyone dreams of. Chen Yang quickly interrupted their conversation. Old Lu, Lin Chen just graduated from high school. It's best for him to gain some experience in university first. Don't you think so, Lin? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I also want to go to university. Although joining the military directly is great, he is only at level 15 and hasn't learned much knowledge. Going to university is definitely the best option. Lin Chen wouldn't make a regrettable decision out of momentary excitement. Old Lu chuckled. That's true, I was too anxious. They brought Lin Chen into the office like friendly neighbors, sitting down to drink tea and chat. Even big shots like Jiang Fan and He Shanshuan were there to assist. After a simple inquiry, Chen Yang discovered that this little guy was genuinely devoted to serving the country. His sense of national identity was quite strong. Such talent can naturally be cultivated vigorously. Those without a sense of belonging, who prioritize personal interests, even if they are geniuses, could betray at any moment, and the country would not invest heavily in them. Lin, based on your performance and abilities, our Ministry of Education is awarding you a bonus. Little He will discuss the details with you later. I hope you can continue to maintain your original intention. The Little He Chen Yang mentioned was He Shanshuan. A big shot from the Provincial Ministry of Education being called Little He seemed somewhat surreal. Old Lu also chuckled. Comrade, our military department won't let you work for nothing. We won't skimp on the rewards you deserve. Lin Chen repeatedly waved his hands. Contributing to the country doesn't require a reward. Old Lu, however, widened his eyes. How can that be? This is what you deserve. Don't refuse. Our Huaxia will never let any genius suffer. Lin Chen's heart warmed instantly. As expected of Huaxia, it's so generous. After chatting for a while, the two big shots left. They each had their own matters to attend to, and taking the time to meet Lin Chen was already beyond their schedule. After they left, He Shanshuan came to Lin Chen. Lin, the Ministry of Education has decided to award you a bonus of 5 million. We will set up a special account for you shortly, so you better work hard. Jiang Fan also took out many contracts. Lin Chen, take a look. This is the price for the equipment you're strengthening for the military. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate. Jiang Fan pulled out a large number of contracts as if performing a magic trick. These contracts detailed the rewards Lin Chen could receive for creating equipment for the military, covering everything from different levels and qualities to the varying prices and attributes obtained after enhancement. Moreover, Lin Chen's god-level forging ability not only guarantees a 100% success rate but also reduces the materials needed. The saved materials, which Lin Chen produced with his own abilities, would also belong to him. In short, the contracts printed out almost everything that could be considered. And all of this is entirely to safeguard Lin Chen's interests. It can be said that as long as he dedicates 2 days each month to strengthen and forge equipment for the military, Lin Chen will be a wealthy man. Leader, are these conditions a bit too generous? Lin Chen himself felt a bit embarrassed. However, Jiang Fan waved his hand and laughed. This is all you deserve. You possess such abilities, and instead of developing slowly, you report it to the state, so the state giving you these privileges is completely justified. Normally, with such abilities, Lin Chen could live well even without submitting himself to the state. But it is precisely because of this that the state values Lin Chen even more. For a patriotic child like him, if the state does not protect him well, is there any justice in the world? He Shanshuan also came over, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, and comforted him. Don't worry, these are all you deserve. Thank you. Lin Chen felt a wave of warmth in his heart and signed his name without hesitation. After Jiang Fan put away the contract, he added, in addition to these, the state has more privileges for you, such as training assistance. Before you start school, the training assistance will be handled by our Jiangnan military district, absolutely reliable. You won't have to pay anything because this is our country's talent support program, and talents like you must be vigorously cultivated. I certainly believe in the leader. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Well, keep working hard. I really want to see what kind of monster you'll become after you level up. He Shanshuan chuckled. The bonus from the Ministry of Education will be credited today, don't worry. Although Lin Chen had been strengthening equipment during this time, he hadn't signed a contract before, so he hadn't received any money. It was likely that the equipment he had strengthened earlier was to test Lin Chen's abilities. Now, every piece of equipment Lin Chen strengthened would be counted as money. Previously, he worked hard to study just to make life a bit easier for his family. While his family wasn't destitute, they were quite tight on resources. Since the game merged with reality and monsters appeared before humanity, 80% of the land had already been occupied by monsters. The human population had also sharply decreased, and acquiring resources had become much more difficult. Therefore, to survive, one must work hard. Lin Chen's parents were just ordinary workers, and their awakenings were also in life professions. To allow their 2 children to study with peace of mind, they both went out to work, often not returning home for a month. Thus, Lin Chen worked hard to study, wanting to become a powerful warrior capable of hunting wild monsters or clearing dungeons. The resources and equipment he obtained could be sold for wealth, allowing his family to live a good life. It was only after awakening a life profession that Lin Chen changed his mindset. His parents still didn't know about the events that had transpired during this time. Leader, may I ask how much the bonus is? Lin Chen looked up, excitedly asking. During this time, he had been so consumed by the excitement of being able to strengthen at will that he hadn't thought about money at all. It was only now that he realized. He Shanshuan smiled and said, it's not much, just 5 million. Before the monsters appeared, 5 million might not have seemed like a lot, but after experiencing destruction and reconstruction, the currency system had been updated. 5 million would allow Lin Chen's family to live very comfortably. Moreover, Lin Chen knew that with his skills, the money he could earn in the future would definitely be much more than just 5 million. So with this bonus, he could take his parents to the city center to buy a big house, or he could let them stop working so hard. Thank you, leader. Lin Chen was sincere, but it didn't make him seem greedy for money. After all, if it was really about money, how could he submit himself to the country? After returning home, Lin Chen received a text notification. The Ministry of Education not only awarded him a bonus but also opened an account for him at the bank. Looking at the account balance with several zeros, Lin Chen couldn't help but grin foolishly. Beside him, Su Qilan sighed helplessly. Sometimes, this student of hers was incredibly mature, and other times, he acted just like a child. Dad, Mom, you should both quit your jobs and come back. You won't need to work anymore. Lin Chen eagerly dialed his parents' number. His father, on the other end, asked in shock, Son, are you crazy? If we don't work, how will you and your sister afford college? Lin Chen hurriedly explained, Dad, I received a huge bonus that can let you live a good life. Son, have you been scammed? His mother sounded worried. These scammers only know how to deceive naive kids like you. You mustn't fall for it. Seeing that his parents didn't believe him at all, Lin Chen felt quite helpless. Dad, Mom, if you don't believe me, just come back and see. After all, you haven't been back for a long time. Hearing this, his parents genuinely feared that Lin Chen had fallen victim to a scam, so they quickly agreed. They asked their boss for leave and returned home that same day. Lin Chen not only told his parents about his account balance but also everything that had happened during this time. Su Qilan even came forward to testify. Only then did Lin Chen's parents realize that their son had truly soared to great heights. The two were overjoyed, crying tears of happiness for their improved life and feeling proud of their son's success. Dad, Mom, let's go buy a house right now. From now on, I'll earn money for you to spend. Lin Chen waved his hand grandly and took his parents to buy a big house. Although the place they lived in wasn't a slum, it was already somewhat run down. Moreover, because the house was small, he and his sister's rooms were just partitions of the original room, quite cramped. Alright, let's go buy a big house. His parents excitedly agreed, and the family headed straight to the city center. When Jiang Yin returned home from school and learned the truth, she broke down and called her parents. Have you forgotten about your daughter? In the northern military district of Jiangnan province, ever since the wind god Bao was taken away last time, Tang Wu had been thinking about it. Jiang Fan is really ungrateful, such good equipment, and he still wants to take it away. He felt quite indignant. After all, compared to other provinces, Jiangnan province was relatively weak, and the northern war zone was even weaker compared to other war zones in Jiangnan province. It could be said to be weak on top of weak. This also led to many high-level dungeons in the northern war zone that had yet to be conquered. Tang Wu was already troubled by this, and the arrival of the wind god Bao gave him hope. Unfortunately, the wind god Bao was only sent for testing, and once the test was over, it was immediately taken away. This left him quite frustrated. He never expected that Zhang Fan's aid would return. Moreover, this time, the escort was clearly much larger than last time. There were 3 helicopters accompanying them, each loaded with considerable firepower. And when they set off from Lingdong City, fighter jets accompanied them all the way. Although ordinary firearms were not very effective against monsters, powerful firearms still had a significant impact. However, in today's world, which was already riddled with wounds, weapons with destructive power would only be used when it was a do-or-die situation. The fact that fighter jets were escorting them already indicated that what was being brought this time was definitely extraordinary. Seeing this, Tang Wu no longer had the aggressive demeanor from last time. Instead, he wore a smile on his face. Ha, I knew Jiang Fan wouldn't forget his old classmates. What good stuff has he sent this time? The adjutant, seeing this, felt quite helpless but still took out the weapon box. This weapon box was quite special, wide and long, resembling a coffin lid. Sir, this time the weapon is specially sent by Major General Jiang Fan. He asked me to tell you to take advantage of the weapon still being in our Jiangnan province and quickly conquer a few more dungeons. After saying this, he opened the weapon box, and a pitch-black scythe appeared before Tang Wu. Just looking at it, Tang Wu felt a strong aura of death. This is. Tang Wu picked up the scythe of death and checked its attributes. Only level 30. Ha! Seeing the level, he felt a bit disappointed, but as he looked further down, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Just the attack power on the panel was a staggering 150,000. One swing of the scythe could probably destroy the world. The weapon's attributes were even more outrageous, each one indicating that this weapon's attack power was off the charts. Damn! All the shock and surprise turned into this one curse. He was absolutely in love with this weapon. Tang Wu had also awakened a rare profession called Blade Saint. This profession allowed him to specialize in blade-type weapons and gave him an understanding of blade techniques far beyond that of ordinary people. The profession also increased his attack power and attack speed with blades. The Scythe of Death, though oddly shaped, still belonged to the blade category, so this weapon was just perfect for him. Tang Wu also had a personal weapon, a large knife, but compared to the Scythe of Death, it was simply trash. What a pity, such a powerful weapon is exclusive. It must have been forged by that little guy you mentioned before, right? What a pity, he's just a crafting profession. If only this weapon could be given to me, what dungeon couldn't I conquer? What a pity, such a pity. He repeated several times how unfortunate it was that such a good weapon was exclusive to a blacksmith. Although others could use it, it would never be as handy as his own. The adjutant sighed. Sir, you should be content. This was still painstakingly obtained by Major General Jiang Fan, otherwise, it would have been sent to another military district long ago. Major General Jiang Fan's intention is to take advantage of the weapon still being in our hands and conquer a few more dungeons. Tang Wu coldly smiled and hoisted the Scythe of Death onto his shoulder. Don't worry, this time I'll take the lead. Those bosses in the dungeons better tremble. As a soldier, Tang Wu's execution ability was quite high. Soon, he selected 9 others from the military, all above level 50. Normally, a team for conquering a dungeon, like playing a game, requires many professions to cooperate. Warriors and mages are responsible for output, tanks take damage, and there should also be support. But this time, the team Tang Wu formed, aside from himself, was all tanks. After briefly explaining the mission, they set off. Even seasoned soldiers couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. What's going on with the commander? Why did he choose all tank professions this time? Yeah, can the output of just the commander keep up? This time we're tackling the level 70 Dark Dungeon, Eternal Night Forest, and the boss, the Fallen Black Bear, is no pushover. Have you noticed? The commander is actually carrying a strange weapon. Is it his new weapon? The warriors were filled with doubt and considerable fear. After all, they were all above level 50, and the dungeon they were about to conquer was level 70. But they were soldiers of Huaxia, with obedience to orders as their duty, and they held firm beliefs. Even if it meant sending them to their deaths, they would not hesitate. So, despite their doubts, not a single person flinched. The Dark Night Dungeon was a place where only darkness reigned. The Fallen Black Bear was a nightmarish existence in the northern military district. Not only was its attack power extraordinarily high, but its health also exceeded 1,000,000, leaving one in despair. Many warriors had fallen in this dungeon. Soon after, they arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Tang Wu looked at the soldiers who had come with him and couldn't help but grin savagely. The monsters in this dungeon have killed many of our comrades. Today, it's time for them to pay in blood. Trust me, let's go. After saying this, he took the lead and entered the dungeon. The remaining 9 warriors followed suit. A deep, dark light emerged above the dungeon's entrance. The dungeon was open. The vast forest in the darkness loomed like a monstrous beast. The cold moonlight fell, devoid of warmth. The 10-man team appeared in the forest, and the 9 warriors quickly surrounded Tang Wu. Some held shields, while others conjured light barriers in front of them, guarding against potential dangers. In this dungeon, even the minor monsters were level 70. Any danger was lethal. At this moment, Tang Wu looked at the giant scythe in his hand. Upon entering the dungeon, the Scythe of Death entered a state of nightshade, nearly doubling its attack power. Moreover, the longer they stayed here, the higher the weapon's attributes became, with no upper limit. The Scythe of Death was born specifically for the Dark Night Dungeon. Tang Wu's team advanced slowly through the forest, where danger lurked everywhere, and they were all on high alert. Just then, a shadow suddenly dashed out from the dark forest, a cold gleam flashing by. Be careful! The warrior facing the shadow tensed up, ready to meet the attack. The shadow was the most common monster in this dungeon, known as the Night Leopard, moving as fast as lightning and possessing immense strength. Even a level 70 combat class would need multiple people to take it down. However, the anticipated collision never came. The soldier, puzzled, leaned forward to look and saw that the Night Leopard had been cleaved in two. A material even dropped from its corpse. The warrior stood frozen, staring blankly at Tang Wu. At that moment, Tang Wu was still in the motion of swinging his blade. Although it was called a swing, he was merely extending the Scythe of Death. The weapon's inherent high attack power meant he didn't need to consider techniques at all. It was simply touch and die. These monsters didn't even have 15,000 health. Moreover, under the Nightshade effect, the Scythe of Death had already released a field with a radius of 1,000 meters. All monsters that entered the field would have their attributes weakened by 20%. The Scythe of Death also had a built-in 30% execution effect. Against ordinary minor monsters, the damage overflowed far too much. After witnessing the power of the Scythe of Death, Tang Wu finally relaxed a bit. What are you all dazed for? Collect the materials, and let's keep moving. The warriors snapped out of their stupor, quickly gathering the spoils and continuing forward. This time, they all focused their attention on Tang Wu, as the previous scene had been too terrifying. A level 70 minor monster had been obliterated in a single blow. Even an 80-level powerhouse couldn't possibly do it so easily, right? With Tang Wu wielding a uniquely shaped weapon, the other warriors suddenly understood. It was all because of this weapon. The subsequent minor monsters they encountered were all killed by Tang Wu in an instant. In fact, some had already died before they even got close. What would have taken 2 to 3 hours to traverse now only took them a little over half an hour to reach the depths of the forest. And here is where the Fallen Black Bear, the boss, resides. Roar! Sensing the unfamiliar presence, the Fallen Black Bear suddenly stood upright, its body exceeding 5 meters, a true behemoth. Faced with this boss, the 9 warriors couldn't help but feel fear, their bodies trembling slightly. Yet, they held their ground, standing in front of Tang Wu. Tang Wu glanced at the Scythe of Death in his hand. With various enhancements, its attack power had reached a terrifying 50,000. The Death Domain instantly enveloped the Fallen Black Bear. Roar! The Fallen Black Bear let out another roar and charged directly at Tang Wu and the others. The ground shook violently. At this moment, Tang Wu merely cast a cold glance at the fallen black bear. You killed many of our comrades before, now, it's time for blood to repay blood, he roared, and the scythe of death in his hand suddenly emitted a chilling glow. Die! Tang Wu leaped high, swinging the massive scythe down with force. Whoosh! The charging body of the fallen black bear abruptly halted, its health bar instantly depleted. After swaying a couple of times, its enormous body split in half, dropping several pieces of equipment and materials. The warriors in front were splattered with warm liquid, standing dazed as if they had forgotten how to think. Their nightmare, the boss with 1,000,000 health, the fallen black bear that had killed many of their kin, was slain with a single blow? The 9 warriors needed time to digest this scene. Tang Wu was equally exhilarated, unable to part with the scythe of death in his hand. This dark night dungeon that had troubled them for so long was conquered so easily, it was simply breathtaking. Brothers, gather the loot, we're leaving. Tang Wu laughed heartily, snapping the warriors back to reality. They hurriedly collected the spoils, and with a flash of light, they disappeared from the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Zhang Fan's aide did not leave. After all, he wanted to witness the power of the scythe of death firsthand. He had thought it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to conquer the dungeon, but it was completed in just over half an hour. Moreover, this time, the warriors who entered were completely unscathed. Why do you all look a bit vacant? The aide frowned and asked in confusion. Tang Wu laughed heartily. These little rascals must have been scared by me. One blow to a level 70 boss put him in a great mood, filling him with energy. After handing over the loot and various data from the dungeon, he wasted no time and led the warriors to another Dark Knight dungeon. The first clear of a dungeon offers quite generous rewards. What loot they could obtain afterward would depend entirely on luck. Additionally, there was another purpose for conquering dungeons: to explore the world within. Once they were familiar with the dungeon, clearing it would be much simpler. Just like a real game, having a strategy naturally lowers the difficulty. In the subsequent dungeons, it was entirely Tang Wu's show. No, more accurately, it was the Scythe of Death's showcase. Due to its powerful attributes, after conquering 7 Dark Knight dungeons in a row, not a single monster could withstand a single blow. This is truly exhilarating. Tang Wu reluctantly returned to the barracks. Even though he didn't have to exert much effort, after conquering 7 dungeons, the warriors were tired, so he had to take a break. Sir, since that's the case, I'll take my leave. If anything comes up later, just contact Major General Zhang Fan directly, the aide said. Tang Wu waved his hand. Go on, just don't take the weapons with you. By the way, you mentioned last time that these weapons were all enhanced by a high school senior? The adjutant nodded and said, yes, but the information about this person is a top secret of Huaxia, so I cannot disclose it. I understand, Tang Wu nodded. I just think it's a pity. Such talent would be invaluable in our army. Not to mention weapons like the Scythe of Death. Even if we had weapons of the same level as the Wind God Bow equipped throughout the army, how powerful would we be? At that time, any dungeon could be easily cleared. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, feeling even more regretful inside. Such talent, he could have directly nurtured, but that person was destined to belong to all of Huaxia. The adjutant's eyes also sparkled with excitement. Commander, there will be another batch of equipment delivered later. Although it's not much, it can still equip a few elite squads. He turned to leave, but before he did, he left behind a sentence. Commander, what you said will definitely come true. The news that the Northern Military District had cleared 7 high-level night dungeons reached Zhang Fan the next day. This made Zhang Fan so happy he almost jumped up, because he knew this was the effect of the Scythe of Death he had sent. Great! I knew it would be like this. Clearing high-level dungeons was equivalent to a readiness competition. The equipment and materials obtained from the dungeons would strengthen the army. Moreover, the experience gained in high-level dungeons was even greater, allowing soldiers to level up quickly. There were even skill books that could drop in the dungeons. Skill books were the inheritance that allowed people to learn skills, limited by profession, level, and so on. Each skill book was almost something one could only hope to encounter. All of this could be seen as a reinforcement of the army. One day, the army would become strong enough to clear those dungeons without relying on the Scythe of Death. With the Scythe of Death, the strength of the Northern Military District can be rapidly enhanced. They should finally be able to shed the title of the weakest, right? Zhang Fan thought happily. Now, every province in Huaxia had at least 9 military districts. After the game descended into reality, Huaxia developed a fear of insufficient military strength. Therefore, each province named its military districts according to direction, totaling 9 military districts, including the Central Military District. Jiangnan Province was the weakest among all provinces, specifically classified based on the level of dungeon strategies. Moreover, Jiangnan Province had the fewest high-level dungeons. As the commander of the Jiangnan Province Military District, everything Zhang Fan did was to make the army of Jiangnan Province stronger. So, after discovering Lin Chen's talent, his first thought was to keep him in Jiangnan Province. When he realized that was impossible, he settled for the next best thing: to supply the equipment forged by Lin Chen to the Jiangnan Military District first. Unfortunately, while the idea was beautiful, reality was cruel. Such good fortune could not possibly be monopolized by Jiangnan Province. At this moment, Zhang Fan truly became anxious. The talent belonged to Jiangnan Province, and to receive no benefits at all was simply too much. So he took the risk of facing punishment and signed that contract with Lin Chen to prioritize the use of the Scythe of Death. It was only natural to let the Scythe of Death help the weakest northern military district of Jiangnan Province. On the other side, in the level 20 dungeon Mountain Demon Camp, Lin Chen was leveling up with a group of well-equipped, well-trained soldiers. Even Su Qilan had entered the dungeon with them. Although her level was not high, as the person closest to Lin Chen, she had to follow along. Leveling up also required taking care of one's mood. The country's care for Lin Chen could be described as meticulous. Moreover, although Su Qilan had become a personal maid, she also received quite a few benefits. First of all, she had a full set of level 15 platinum equipment, which even the wealthy would not dare to wear. Just this outfit alone was something Su Qilan would never earn even if she taught students for a lifetime. Moreover, by following along in the dungeon, he could also gain some experience. Although most of the experience in the dungeon belonged to Lin Chen. "Teacher Su, could you please come with me to clear the dungeon?" Surrounded by 8 soldiers, Lin Chen moved forward. These 8 were all level 29 soldiers, the highest level to gain maximum experience. To ensure Lin Chen's safety, their equipment had all been enhanced by him, so the journey went quite smoothly. Lin Chen didn't have to do anything, he just had to lie back and relax. But how could a real man just lie back? Lin Chen himself was also wearing a full set of level 15 equipment. Previously, when the troops had him level up, his level had risen to 15, so his equipment had been updated as well. However, he didn't want to be a useless layabout. He wanted to kill monsters. Unfortunately, there was a fundamental difference between life professions and main combat professions. Although Lin Chen's stats, bolstered by his equipment, were comparable to those of a main combat profession, the practical difference was significant. Without the enhancement of the Scythe of Death, even killing a small monster required a lot of effort. He needed others to assist him. This severely slowed down the dungeon clearing speed, so Lin Chen had no choice but to give up. During this time, he enhanced his equipment, gaining a bit of experience with each enhancement, and he was now on the verge of leveling up. However, compared to the experience gained from clearing dungeons or hunting wild monsters, the experience from forging was too little. This was also why the levels of blacksmiths were generally not high. After all, the resources and manpower consumed for blacksmithing yielded too little return. Previously, only main combat professions enjoyed such treatment. Lin Chen was probably the first life profession to be treated so favorably. "Teacher Su, am I really not as good as a main combat profession? I also want to kill monsters and level up." Lin Chen vented his frustrations to Su Qilan. A man, even having to hide behind a woman, really made it hard for him to feel happy. Moreover, in the dungeon, he didn't have to do anything. It was simply boring and made him feel useless. Even using the Scythe of Death was boring because it was purely a matter of numerical crushing. Unless he could enhance his equipment to produce a combat skill, it wouldn't work. Su Qilan frowned slightly. As a teacher, she knew many things. Actually, it's not entirely true. Blacksmithing is a very special profession, and many skills can also be helpful in combat. Of course, I only heard about it. You can ask when you get back. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Then I must ask properly. As the boss fell, Lin Chen and the others were teleported out of the dungeon. The accumulated experience directly leveled Lin Chen up to level 16. "Thank you all for your hard work. Let's call it a day," Su Qilan said, fearing Lin Chen would get tired, addressing the soldiers. "All right." The soldiers nodded, but looking at their expressions, they seemed a bit reluctant to leave. After all, it was their first time encountering such useful equipment, and they were reluctant to part with it. For confidentiality reasons, these soldiers had been dispatched from different military districts, and they changed personnel each time. Even these soldiers didn't know who Lin Chen and Su Qilan were, to have such a grand arrangement that the military district specifically sent people to help him level up. Their background was truly impressive. After politely bidding farewell, Lin Chen returned to school under the escort of the military. The first thing he did was go to the office to find Yi Shanshuan and Zhang Fan. "Leaders, are there any skills suitable for me?" I don't want to hide behind others. Lin Chen expressed his thoughts, which immediately made He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan frown. A life profession shouting to go kill monsters? The scene felt bizarre no matter how one looked at it. However, He Shanshuan felt it made sense. Yes, even if protection is thorough, there can still be a flaw. You should have some means to protect your life. It's fine, you should have some means to protect your life, He Shanshuan said seriously. Lin Chen was so happy he almost jumped up. He thought the two big shots would consider him unreasonable. Jiang Fan also nodded in agreement. That's right, although your confidentiality level is high, nothing is absolute. If foreigners learn about your abilities, they might very well attempt to assassinate you to curb the development of our China. So just strengthening yourself isn't enough. With the approval of the two big shots, Lin Chen was quite excited. Then can you make me as strong as a main battle profession? He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan both shook their heads. Then how do you plan to give me means to protect my life? Lin Chen asked in confusion. Skill books, the two big shots said in unison. At that moment, they rarely thought in sync. Skill books dropped from dungeons or wild monsters or all kinds of strange. No one knows if there will be any bizarre skills that a forger can learn. Lin Chen excitedly reached out. That would be great. Where are the skill books? The two big shots immediately put on an awkward expression. Ahem, Jiang Fan coughed. It seems the Jiangnan military district doesn't have any suitable skill books for forgers. Some ordinary forging skill books have long been used by other forgers. Skill books, like inheritances, disappear after being learned. So even forgers can't have two identical ones. Lin Chen visibly became disappointed. He Shanshuan patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, we will definitely find them. If the military district doesn't have them, we'll look in the black market. If Jiangnan province doesn't have them, we'll search other provinces. Even if China doesn't have them, we can buy them from abroad. There will definitely be something suitable for you. Although Lin Chen felt quite moved, he couldn't hide his disappointment. I understand, and maybe the equipment I strengthen will yield skills that suit me. He comforted himself and then went home. Although he bought a new house, it would take some time to move, so during this period, he still lived in his old, shabby place. Sigh, it all depends on luck. Lin Chen sighed. He knew that even He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan said so, and that forger skill books with combat attributes were indeed rare. Days passed, and Lin Chen practiced leveling up while strengthening equipment. All the strengthened equipment was quickly sent away, presumably distributed to soldiers in various military districts. Lin Chen also hoped that his equipment could make China even stronger. One day, just as he arrived at school, He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan suddenly approached him. Lin, good news. He Shanshuan was full of excitement. Lin Chen frowned. Leader, what good news? After a bit of suspense, He Shanshuan took out several books from his storage ring. I reported your request directly to the state, and the state has been busy these past few days collecting forger skill books. Even the black market has been thoroughly searched, and that's how we found these skill books. Take a look and see if there's anything suitable for you. Lin Chen thought this matter wouldn't be so simple, but he didn't expect that just a few days later, the skill books had been found. He immediately felt a warmth in his heart and eagerly began to check them out. Seeing his expression, Jiang Fan and He Shanshuan quietly left. Master Forging, exclusive to forgers, reduces the materials required for enhancement by a certain probability, level 20. The first skill book is quite good for forgers, but for Lin Chen, who possesses god-level forging skills, it is rather useless, because he can already reduce the materials needed for enhancement. So he looked at another book. Sturdy Forger, exclusive to forgers, increases defense by 1 point for each level gained, level 1. This skill book is somewhat interesting, but the attribute increase is too small. Lin Chen sighed. Even if he reached level 99, he could only gain an additional 99 points of defense. However, after level 10, each level could increase defense by 10 points, and after level 20, each level could increase defense by 20 points. Moreover, there is also the additional defense from equipment, so 99 points of defense is truly insignificant. Furthermore, this is not the skill Lin Chen wants for combat. Lin Chen continued to look through the books but was not satisfied. Until he saw the last one, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Reverse Enhancement, exclusive to forgers, has a chance to reverse enhance equipment within 10 meters, level 20. This skill book is quite interesting. Lin Chen frowned. Su Qilan quickly stepped forward to take a look. Upon seeing the reverse enhancement skill, she was momentarily stunned. What use is this skill? Reverse enhancement means that a successful enhancement is equivalent to a failure, right? Just thinking about the outcome of a failed enhancement, which is destruction, Su Qilan sighed. It's simply an anti-human skill. Who would want their equipment to be reverse enhanced? But the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly realized. No, this skill is aimed at enemies. and my god-level forging guarantees a 100% success rate for enhancements. With his reminder, Su Qilan also understood. If it targets enemies, then the reverse enhancement skill is a perfect match for Lin Chen. A successful enhancement would be equivalent to a failure, leading to destruction. And Lin Chen's 100% success rate means he can 100% destroy the enemy's equipment. It's worth noting that even in a level 1 dungeon, many small monsters have equipment. As long as they are within 10 meters, Lin Chen could directly destroy all of the enemy's equipment. Lin Chen and Su Qilan exchanged glances, both seeing immense surprise in each other's eyes. What other forgers might consider a useless skill was a divine skill in Lin Chen's hands. Although it wasn't a skill that would allow Lin Chen to fight, he was already very satisfied. After all, whether against monsters or humans, their inherent attributes are not strong, while the attributes of their equipment account for a large part of their strength. Destroying the equipment is equivalent to reducing a monster's attributes by a significant margin. This is it. It's just a pity that the range is a bit small. Lin Chen chuckled, directly reaching out to press on the skill book, ready to inherit the skill. Who would have thought that although the skill book lit up, it could not be passed on to Lin Chen? Su Qilan reminded, this skill book is level 20, which means you can only learn it after reaching level 20. What a letdown. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed, but with the leveling and enhancements over the past few days, he was already at level 18. He believed that in less than 2 days, he would be able to learn this skill. While Lin Chen was working hard to reach level 20, other senior high school students were also busy leveling up and selecting schools. After the senior high school tests, everyone's scores had already come out. Universities do not place much importance on a person's level, as levels are the easiest to increase. What they look at is the student's proficiency in their respective professions and their academic performance. Although martial prowess has become mainstream now, academic performance also includes theory, culture, and everything else. These are also quite important. Moreover, the gap between prestigious schools and ordinary universities is significant. Generally, the students admitted to prestigious schools are those in main combat professions, and the more prestigious the school, the better the students they recruit. In contrast, most students at ordinary universities are in life professions. Their schools offer courses specifically for life professions. For example, chefs and horticulturists belong to life professions, and after graduation, they can usually find jobs. Most students in life professions just want to find a school to improve their vocational skills and get a job after graduation. Therefore, ordinary universities start enrolling students much earlier. Prestigious schools, on the other hand, wait until later to begin their admissions, completely different from ordinary universities. At the entrance of Linjiangno, one high school, many ordinary universities are currently recruiting. Numerous students are waiting here to sign up. Have you heard? This year, our Jiangnan province's Lindong city is actually going to be the first to hold a prestigious school recruitment. A girl said mysteriously. No way? Another girl widened her eyes in surprise. Our Jiangnan province has always been the last. The first girl whispered, Shoo, keep it down, I have insider information. My dad's uncle's sister's daughter's boyfriend works at the education bureau, so the news is definitely accurate. I heard this time it's because a genius has appeared in our Lindong city. Could it be? Another boy chimed in, are you talking about Lin Chen? Previously, Su Qilan had mentioned Lin Chen's recommendation, and it was certain that the news would spread in the class. So, the fact that Lin Chen was recommended had almost become common knowledge. However, this news left many feeling incredulous. It can't be Lin Chen. Everyone knows he awakened a life profession. How could he be recommended? There must be a misunderstanding. True, when has a life profession ever been recommended? Another girl said somewhat dejectedly. After all, almost everyone gathered here is in life professions, and combat profession universities would actively invite students. If it weren't for the emphasis on fairness in Huaxia, main combat professions would have long trampled on those in life professions. After all, once powerful, one's mindset changes. Just like in today's M country, life professions have completely become slaves to main combat professions. Could it be that the prestigious schools are holding early recruitment, and the first battle is coming here because of Qin Bansha? Qin Bansha is also a prominent figure at Linjiangno, one high school, coming from a wealthy family, working hard, and having a quite impressive awakened profession. Compared to Su Hui, she is even more outstanding. So many speculate that Qin Bansha is the one truly being recommended. While the students were chatting, several cars unexpectedly appeared on the road to Linjiangno, one high school. Each car had the names of various prestigious schools prominently displayed. Tsinghua University, Zhanlan College, Xishan Military Academy, Shishing University, and Sangxiang College, a total of 5 universities. These 5 universities are currently the top prestigious schools in Huaxia. Each is renowned and has a long history. Although Tsinghua University is recognized as the #1 academy in Huaxia, not everyone agrees with that. The other universities also have their own merits. Oh, where are you all headed? It wouldn't be to Linjiang No. 1 high school, would it? At this moment, a recruitment teacher from Tsinghua University poked his head out of the car, wearing a somewhat mocking smile. Let me guess, you aren't here for Lin Chen, are you? He seemed to know already, and it felt more like he was mocking. The recruitment teachers from the other schools also leaned out. They were all familiar faces, and at this moment, they looked somewhat grim. Clearly, they had come for Lin Chen. Moreover, the school had issued a strict order. Seeing their expressions, the admissions officer from St. Magic University immediately put on a smug look. Oh, you guys don't know yet, do you? Lin Chen has been directly admitted to our St. Magic University. I'm really sorry, but you should just head back now to save yourselves a trip. The admissions officers from the other 4 universities turned green with anger. Zhao Shang, don't get too cocky. Direct admission is one thing, but he still has the right to choose. The admissions officer from Blue Sky Academy shouted angrily. The admissions officer from West Mountain Military Academy, dressed in military uniform and looking dashing, remained calm. He asked, Zhao Shang, how much do you know about Lin Chen? Why do all these prestigious schools want him? This question piqued everyone's interest. When they arrived, they were only told that they were to recruit a student named Lin Chen from Linjiang No. 1 high school. They had no other information. The response from the school was that their ranks were too low. This was the first time they had been told they were too low ranked in front of a student. They were all above level 50, strong enough to be considered lords in their own right. They had bled and been injured for their country. How could their ranks be insufficient? In an instant, all the admissions officers' gazes fell on Zhao Shang. But Zhao Shang just shrugged and said, I don't know much more than you do, just that Lin Chen seems to be a lifestyle profession. A lifestyle profession? The other prestigious school teachers were also taken aback. A student with a lifestyle profession was worth all 5 prestigious schools making a joint effort? That was too unusual. After some mutual discussion, seeing that others had no more information, several admissions officers returned to their cars. This is really strange. A student with a lifestyle profession, and the school actually wants us to spare no effort to recruit him. Am I crazy, or is the school crazy? This was the shared thought among several admissions officers. At that moment, in the office of Linjiang No. 1 high school, He Shanshuan was also a bit bewildered after receiving the call. The admissions officers from the 5 prestigious schools have all come? But didn't Lin Chen get directly admitted to St. Magic University? The voice on the other end laughed and said, the direct admission spot was something we voluntarily offered to Lin Chen. Who knows what Lin Chen is thinking? We must respect Lin Chen's wishes and let him choose for himself. In China, after the destruction and rebuilding of schools, only 5 could be considered prestigious. And now, the admissions officers from all 5 prestigious schools had come to Linjiang No. 1 high school. The students and teachers in the school were instantly stunned. I'm not seeing things, am I? Is that a car from St. Magic University? Someone rubbed their eyes and then widened them even more. You're not seeing things. It seems there's also West Mountain Military Academy? Another person said, looking a bit dazed. West Mountain Military Academy is where officers for the military are trained, and they almost never recruit actively. To get into West Mountain Military Academy, one must have excellent grades. Even when they do recruit, it's usually special admissions. For them to come to the school like this seemed unprecedented. The students were bewildered, then erupted in excitement. The 5 prestigious schools are all here? Are they here to recruit? Could it be that we also have a chance? One person's eyes sparkled with dreams of instant success. Come on, even if they are here to recruit, they wouldn't recruit you. They should be looking for someone like Qin Bangxia. Another person doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Could it really be because of Qin Bangxia? Someone speculated. They had truly never seen a scene like this. What kind of genius could attract all 5 prestigious schools? The students rushed into the teaching building, eager to find out more. Unfortunately, the teaching building for the 3rd year has long been sealed off, and they can't get in at all, only able to look on helplessly. Lin Chen, come back to school for a visit. Representatives from the 5 prestigious universities are here, and they are here for you. Principal Shang called Lin Chen. Ha, didn't they say I was directly admitted to Tsinghua University? Lin Chen was filled with confusion. Being directly admitted meant it was a done deal, and he hadn't mentioned wanting to change that. Principal Shang chuckled, well, about that direct admission. You don't know, you're too popular right now. These prestigious schools are not convinced that Tsinghua University should be the only one to recruit you. They want to compete with Tsinghua University. The leaders of these schools are pillars of the nation, and they collectively discussed this. The country has realized that we were a bit hasty before and should give you a chance to choose. The governor specifically instructed us to let you decide and fully respect your wishes. Let me tell you, you're going to benefit greatly this time. To recruit you, I've heard that each school has prepared extremely generous conditions for you to consider. After all, while Shengma University is the best, the conditions they offer may not necessarily be the best, you understand? Lin Chen immediately understood. Indeed, having prestigious schools compete for him was a good thing. These schools possess extremely rich resources, and each is different. Shengma University might not necessarily be the best fit for him. Now, he actually no longer had the strong desire to attend Shengma University. The reason was simple. Previously, it was the prestigious schools choosing him. Now, it was he who was choosing the prestigious schools. Letting the schools compete for him was the most suitable. He could gain the most from it. Okay, I understand. Lin Chen hung up the phone, said a few words to the team that was helping him level up, and then returned to school. Meanwhile, Principal Shang was overjoyed. He wanted to seize this opportunity to make the name of Lin Jiang One High School resonate throughout China. Hello, Teacher Zhao? Can you print a banner for me and bring it to the school as soon as possible? Hello, Teacher Li. Notify the TV station and say that the 5 prestigious universities have gathered at Linjiang One High School. After making 2 calls, Principal Shang finally walked out of the teaching building. Principal, is it true that the 5 prestigious universities are coming to our school for recruitment? What are their criteria? Principal, who are they looking to recruit? Seeing the crowd of teachers, Principal Shang realized just how sensational this event was. It had been a long time since 5 prestigious universities competed for a single student. After all, throughout history, no one had been so extraordinary as to attract 5 prestigious universities to fight over them. Usually, it was the students who eagerly wanted to join these prestigious schools, and the schools would still pick and choose. Principal Shang felt a sense of pride. As a small high school principal, how could he have the ability to make the recruitment teachers from 5 prestigious universities treat him so politely? It was all because of Lin Chen. That's right. The teachers from the 5 prestigious universities are here for one of our students, but who exactly it is, I can't say yet. After explaining, he made his way through the crowd toward the school gate. Since the third-year students had started their break, the school hadn't been this lively. Even people from outside, upon hearing the news, wanted to join in the excitement. Principal Sean walked briskly, feeling proud as he reached the school gate. Principal, where are you going? The gatekeeper greeted him with a smile. Oh, you know that the 5 prestigious universities are gathering at Linjiang One High School? Principal Shang answered evasively, but with a hint of pride. The gatekeeper scratched his head. Principal, are you okay? I know. It's because Linjiang One High School is excellent that we have produced such outstanding talents. Principal Shang laughed heartily and walked out of the school gate. Has the principal encountered something dirty? The guard looked dumbfounded. At that moment, a teacher handed a printed banner to Principal Shang. The banner read, "Welcome teachers from the 5 prestigious schools to Linjiang One High School for recruitment," with the names of the 5 schools printed below. Have you ever seen all the people from the 5 prestigious schools come together for recruitment? Our geniuses at Linjiang One High School are naturally extraordinary. He held up the banner and shouted to every passerby. People thought Principal Shang had gone mad. Little did they know, the suffering of these years was known only to him. Linjiang City, located in Jiangnan Province, was considered the weakest city. As its principal, he naturally became the weakest principal. The annual subsidies from the government were leftovers that no one else wanted. After enduring humiliation for so many years, he finally had a chance to breathe. How could Principal Sean not be excited? Not long after, the television crew arrived. They hurriedly got out of their cars and rushed over. After all, this was big news. Principal Sean, let us in quickly. Principal Shang nodded. That's right, it really is the 5 prestigious schools coming together for the recruitment of our Linjiang One High School students. The reporters widened their eyes. We know, didn't you ask someone to notify us to come? Yes, the students are too outstanding, but there's nothing we can do. Principal Sean continued to evade the question. The reporters were speechless. They had never seen such boasting, so they ignored the principal and rushed into the school. Following them were leaders from the city's education bureau, publicity department, and other departments, all hurrying over. On that day, thanks to Principal Shang's efforts, even the passing dogs knew that the 5 prestigious schools had gathered at Linjiang One High School. Because in front of the teaching building, teachers and students were blocked there, Lin Chen could only enter the building from the back. You must be Lin Chen, the hero of the youth. Just seeing you, I can feel a heroic spirit coming at me. Zhao Shang, the recruitment teacher from Chiangmai University, had been waiting at the door, wanting to leave a good impression on Lin Chen. So before Lin Chen even entered, he went straight over to shake hands. But after shaking hands, he realized that the first person to walk in was actually a woman. At that moment, Lin Chen walked in from the back and greeted them. "Teacher, I am Lin Chen." Zhao Shang's flattery had landed on someone else, making him feel quite embarrassed. Xiaosun, the recruitment teacher from Jiaxing University, burst out laughing. "Teacher Zhao, how come your eyesight is so poor?" Chen Jiangwo from Sangqiang Academy pushed up his glasses and said slowly, "It's not poor eyesight, it's a lack of intelligence." Zhao Shang's face turned bright red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. But those in the admissions office all shared a trait: they had thick skin. He naturally released his hand and reached out to shake Lin Chen's hand again. "That's not important." He awkwardly changed the subject. "Lin Chen, I am Zhao Shang from Chiangmai University. The school specifically sent me to see you. After all, you have been recommended to our Chiangmai University, and our school should show some appreciation." This made it sound as if Lin Chen had already chosen Chiangmai University. The other prestigious school teachers knew they couldn't let this continue, otherwise, they would have come for nothing. Chen Jiangwo stepped forward, and his serious face broke into a smile. "Hello, Lin Chen, I am teacher Chen Jiangwo from Sangqiang Academy. Although you have already been recommended, you still have the right to choose. Our Sangqiang Academy has the richest career heritage, with knowledge in various professions. If you choose us, you will receive a tailored teaching plan." Sangqiang Academy had become a prestigious school due to its rich knowledge and heritage, and people's impression of this school was one of seriousness and erudition. Before Lin Chen could respond, Xiaosun also came over, excitedly shaking hands with Lin Chen. "Ha, Lin Chen, I'm teacher Xiaosun from Jiaxing University. Don't listen to their nonsense. The Holy Magic Academy sent someone with a bad attitude over. They clearly don't value you at all." Zhao Shang beside him blushed. "Is this matter really going to be unresolved?" Xiaosun scoffed and ignored him. "Lin Chen, our Jiaxing Academy is undoubtedly the best school for you as a forger. We focus on practical professions, especially forgers, and mechanics are also our strong suit." "Don't you think forgers and mechanics go well together?" Mechanics are a special combat profession that fights by creating puppets and mechanisms, and these puppets, mechanisms, and even mechs are all special equipment. So, saying that forgers and mechanics complement each other isn't wrong. The admissions teacher from Zhanlan Academy also approached, wearing a gentle smile. "Lin Chen, I'm teacher Lu Fei from Zhanlan Academy. Choosing the right university is very important for you, and I believe Zhanlan Academy is the best fit for you. The advantage of Zhanlan Academy is our powerful teaching facilities. If you come to our school for further studies, you will definitely not be at a loss. Zhanlan Academy is the wealthiest among the 5 prestigious schools, with the best teaching facilities in campus. It's not an exaggeration to say they are financially robust." The admissions teacher from Xishan Military Academy, who had been silent until now, slowly walked up to Lin Chen. "Lin, I'm Jiang Yao. A good man should train in the military and contribute to the country. Even if you are a forger, I believe you will grow into an excellent officer. Come to our Xishan Military Academy." In today's world, filled with wounds, the soldiers of Huaxia have always prioritized the people, being the backbone of Huaxia. Perhaps every Huaxia man has a dream of serving in the military. Lin Chen was no exception, so he felt a stir in his heart. Seeing Lin Chen about to be taken away, Zhao Sheng quickly squeezed to the front. "Lin Chen, don't listen to their nonsense. As long as you grow and succeed, you can contribute to the country without necessarily going to a military academy. Our Holy Magic University has produced many renowned strong figures. Choosing us is absolutely wise. Go away. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Li Fei directly pushed Zhao Sheng aside. "Your Holy Magic University only recruits combat professions. How can you cultivate practical professions? Do you have any experience?" Xiaosun scoffed. Your Zhanlan Academy is just a nouveau riche. What else do you have besides money? You're just as bad as the Holy Magic Academy." Zhao Sheng excitedly pointed at the two, ready to fight. "Don't slander us and tarnish our reputation. What are we lacking?" Zhao Jiangwo calmly adjusted his glasses. "A bunch of brainless fools. Lin Chen, see? If you go to their school, you'll end up like them. Come to our Sangqiang Academy and become a wise man like me." Jiang Yao stood tall, his chest puffed out in his military uniform. "I don't mind taking you down to showcase our military academy's strength." "Brute!" The teachers from other prestigious schools shouted in unison. Lin Chen stood aside, feeling like an outsider. At this moment, his filter for prestigious schools shattered completely. The people before him represented the top institutions in Huaxia, places that countless students dream of. Yet, they were bickering like street thugs, exposing each other's flaws. It was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Suchilan and other leaders from the television station and education bureau stood at the door, dumbfounded. Is this how prestigious schools compete for students? Truly unrefined. Suchilan was shocked and secretly glanced at Lin Chen. Indeed, excellent people are equally outstanding wherever they go. The representatives from the 5 prestigious universities were almost ready to fight over him. Such a situation was simply unheard of. Quick, film this. This is a rare opportunity. The television host hurriedly called out to the cameraman. Unfortunately, there were soldiers present, and filming was not allowed without permission. However, without the filter of prestigious schools, Lin Chen's heart calmed down instead. He carefully considered the strengths and weaknesses of each of the 5 universities and found it truly difficult to choose. Each prestigious school had its advantages, but also its drawbacks. After more than an hour of noisy debate, Lin Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. During this time, they had nearly stripped each other's schools bare. Teachers, for the moment, I really don't know how to choose. Why don't you give me some time to think it over? A few teachers finally realized that Lin Chen was still there. They had been so focused on competing for him that they had overlooked him. Of course, that's your right. You can take your time to ponder. No matter which school you choose in the end, we will all wish you well. Chen Jiangwo smiled. Even when they had just been arguing, he maintained a calm demeanor. This was the poise of a scholar. It was only then that a few teachers noticed they seemed to have overlooked something. What was it? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Lu Fei furrowed his brow deeply. Xiaosun quickly nodded in agreement. That's right, I have that feeling too. Chen Jiangwo adjusted his glasses, a flash of wisdom momentarily appearing in his eyes. I know what's wrong. Zhao Shang is missing. The people in the office suddenly realized that the most talkative Zhao Shang had actually left. No one knew when he had slipped away. Jian Yao said with some confusion, could it be that Tsinghua University has given up on Lin Chen? Xiaosun shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. When I came, the school said they would spare no effort to recruit Lin Chen, or else I wouldn't have to go back. I believe Tsinghua University also gave Zhao Sheng a similar task. Since they couldn't give up, where had Zhao Sheng gone? Chen Jiangwo adjusted his glasses, and even he, who had remained calm during the argument, showed a rare look of panic on his face. Since they won't give up, there can only be one possibility. He went to Lin Chen's house. This statement awakened everyone. The admissions teachers present were suddenly dumbfounded. They had been so focused on showcasing themselves in front of Lin Chen that they had forgotten about Lin Chen's family, which was also a significant factor. If they could persuade Lin Chen's parents, Lin Chen might just listen to them. Despicable, simply shameless. Xiaosun was almost in tears that Zhao Shang actually took advantage of our inattention to sneak into their home. Lin Chen's pupils trembled, and he quickly said, Teachers, I think I need to go home and check on things. Let's go with you and confront that despicable Zhao Shang. Lin Fei grabbed Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen had no choice but to take them home with him. At that moment, at Lin Chen's home, Zhao Shang was enthusiastically conversing with Lin Chen's parents. At first, Lin Chen's parents were bewildered, but upon hearing that he was from Tsinghua University, they became enthusiastic as well. Mr. Lin, our Tsinghua University is quite renowned, so I believe I don't need to introduce it too much. I came here specifically for Lin Chen. Zhao Sheng intentionally did not mention the other prestigious schools, wanting to win over Lin Chen through his parents. Of course, can Lin Chen really get into Tsinghua University? Lin's father asked excitedly. Although Lin Chen had received a subsidy from the Education Bureau and had heard that he was recommended for admission, he had been busy leveling up and enhancing his equipment during this time. As a result, he forgot to inform his parents about the recommendation. Seeing their son so busy every day, his parents felt sorry for him, and since the admissions process was still ongoing, they didn't ask too many questions. When a recruitment officer from Holy Magic University suddenly showed up at their home, it felt like a pie falling from the sky. How could they not be excited? After all, every year countless talented individuals vie to enter Holy Magic University. Of course. Zhao Sheng smiled slightly. Lin Chen is an outstanding student, and we are here to discuss this with you, his parents. If Lin Chen attends our Holy Magic University, we guarantee him the best education and a tailored teaching plan. After all, Holy Magic University primarily focuses on training main combat professions, and they indeed needed to redesign their teaching plans for a lifestyle profession. However, this made it clear that they valued Lin Chen highly. As a recruitment officer, Zhao Shang was evidently well-versed in this matter. Moreover, our school offers Lin Chen a scholarship every year, so you don't need to worry about tuition fees at all. In fact, before enrollment, we will grant Lin Chen a one-time reward of 2 million. After saying this in one breath, Lin's father and mother were stunned. Wasn't this treatment a bit too good? They felt as if they were dreaming. Their son not only had the chance to attend the top-ranked Holy Magic University but would also receive a generous scholarship. It sounded as if Holy Magic University was begging Lin Chen to enroll, which was simply unbelievable. Are you really a recruitment officer from Holy Magic University? Lin's father began to doubt. Zhao Sheng smiled and nodded, pulling out his credentials. Absolutely genuine. That's great. Our Lin Chen is going to be successful now. The parents appeared extremely excited. However, Lin's mother was more cautious and said after some thought, "We are certainly happy that Lin Chen can go to Holy Magic University, but let's wait until he comes back to discuss it." Zhao Sheng waved his hand. By the time Lin Chen returned, representatives from other prestigious schools would also be there. "You two are Lin Chen's parents, so you can definitely make decisions for him." Before he could finish, several figures rushed into the living room. "Zhao Sheng, how shameless can you be? Trying to deceive Lin Chen's parents while we're not here?" Lu Fei exclaimed angrily. Lin's father and mother furrowed their brows deeply and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Lu Fei immediately put on a smile and stepped forward to shake hands with Lin's parents. "I'm Lu Fei, a recruitment officer from Azure Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you both." The other teachers also stepped forward to introduce themselves. Lin's father and mother were completely bewildered. The 5 top universities had all come to their home? At that moment, Lin Chen approached his parents, looking helpless. He had originally planned to wait until everything was settled before telling them, but he hadn't expected it to turn out like this. Wasn't it just a simple recruitment? Did it really need to be so grand? "Dad, Mom, I want to make my own decision about this." Lin's father and mother finally snapped out of their shock. It turned out that not only did Holy Magic University want Lin Chen, but other prestigious schools wanted him as well. Lin Chen was even more impressive than they had imagined. "Alright, you've grown up, so of course, you should make your own decision," Lin's mother said gently, her face unable to hide her proud smile. At this moment, the other teachers from the prestigious schools surrounded Zhao Sheng. "You really are shameless," Xiao San muttered under his breath. Zhao Sheng, however, was full of pride. "You all are just too foolish. I've already convinced Lin Chen's parents. Humph. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain." Lu Fei let out a cold snort and then approached Lin's parents. "Dear parents, our Zhanlan Academy is quite sincere. If Lin Chen joins our school, we will directly award him a 5 million bonus." Chen Zhangwo also stepped forward, smiling as he said, "With Lin Chen's abilities, discussing money seems trivial. Our Sangqiong Academy will provide him with the best educational environment." Others also came forward, trying to persuade Lin Chen's parents. As ordinary people, they rarely had such moments, eager to elevate their son to the heavens. Lin Chen watched from the side, shaking his head helplessly. Sigh, being excellent can sometimes be a hassle. Lin Chen's family had not yet moved into their new home, so the house was a bit crowded. With the arrival of admissions officers from prestigious schools, the City Education Bureau, and the City Television Station, the house became even more cramped. Each prestigious school vied to showcase their excellence in front of Lin Chen's parents, hoping to persuade them to choose their institution. Never before had the 5 major schools competed so fiercely for a single talent. After all, it used to be that talents fought to enroll in their schools. They even refused to leave when night fell. Lin Anan, who was attending tutoring at school, was stunned when she returned home to see this scene. "Brother, I saw cars from the 5 major schools parked at our door. Could it be them?" She ran to Lin Chen's side and whispered. It looked as if the representatives from the 5 major schools were arguing. "Our school is the best." "Nonsense, our school is the best. Get out of the way. Compared to our school, you all have to stand aside." Lin Anan had never witnessed such a scene. "That's right, they are from the 5 major schools," Lin Chen sighed. Lin Anan covered her mouth in surprise. "Could it be that they are here to snatch me? Although I know I'm excellent, I'm only in my first year of high school. Everyone awakens at different times, but most awaken during high school. Some geniuses awaken at birth, while the latest awakening age is 18. That's why Lin Anan awakened in her first year, while Lin Chen awakened in his 3rd year." Lin Chen shot his sister a look. "Did you take what I said these past few days as mere wind passing by your ears? They are here to compete for me, your talented brother." Lin Anan still wore a shocked expression. "How is that possible? Didn't you awaken a life profession?" "Sister," Lin Chen was at a loss for words. "If you're too carefree, you can actually choose not to be." After explaining for a long time, Lin Anan finally accepted the fact that the admissions officers from the 5 major schools came to compete for Lin Chen. "I've never heard of a talent that made all 5 major schools come to compete for him. Brother, you're amazing." She clung to Lin Chen's arm, acting cute. Of course, Lin Chen, still just a teenager, felt pleased after being praised, the money for our new house was bought with the bonus from the Ministry of Education. Really? Lin Ainan's eyes widened. I thought it was because mom and dad struck it rich. Lin Chen felt utterly helpless regarding his sister. His heart was so tired. Teachers, we are already aware of the strengths and characteristics of your prestigious schools, but the final choice still lies with Lin Chen, right? Su Qilan noticed that it was getting late, and at this time, she usually urged Lin Chen to go to bed. So she stepped forward, ready to end this smoke-free war. Lin's father quickly echoed, yes, we also respect Howard's choice. Su Qilan smiled again and said, Lin Chen not only needs to level up during the day but also needs to enhance his equipment. He needs to rest well. A few enrollment teachers finally understood that they were being urged to leave. So, they all asked Lin's father for contact information before departing. Finally, the world became quiet. Su Qilan looked at her watch and said seriously to Lin Chen, it's time for you to take a shower and go to bed. Okay, teacher, you should rest early too. Lin Chen waved his hand and sent Su Qilan off with his parents. The family slumped onto the sofa, their sitting posture identical. Son, your dad has never been this impressive before. Did you see? Even the people from the City Education Bureau were bowing and scraping to me. Lin's father suddenly chuckled. They were just ordinary people, with common jobs that were everywhere. If nothing unexpected happened, they would live their lives like this. And now, the leaders of the Education Bureau were treating them politely. It felt like a dream. Dad, Mom, I will definitely make sure you live a good life. This is just the beginning. Lin Ainan jumped up. Mom and Dad, I will definitely be stronger than my brother in the future. I will protect the whole family. Such a melodramatic statement made Lin Chen roll his eyes. Lin Ainan, watch less TV in the future. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Chen continued to level up and strengthen his equipment. If he didn't trigger the sacred forging, it would be fine, but once he did, his energy would be instantly drained, leaving him exhausted all day. So, Lin Chen usually practiced leveling in the morning and strengthened in the afternoon. If he triggered the sacred forging, he could also rest and recover well. His level was rising quite fast. He was already at level 19, just a little short of reaching level 20. If it weren't for the fact that the highest level for dungeons was only 20, Huaxiao would have wanted to take Lin Chen to those high-level dungeons to level up. This way, he would gain more experience and level up quickly. Regardless of the profession, the first 20 levels were just the basics. After level 20, many changes would occur. For example, new skills and new blueprints. After another exhausting day, Lin Chen returned home. During these 3 days, the enrollment office teachers had not been idle either. They were trying to find out what was going on with Lin Chen that made the prestigious school issue a strict order to recruit him. But no matter who they asked, whether it was the mayor or the governor, their response was always the same: confidential. National-level confidentiality, was that a joke? In the past, such a level of confidentiality would generally not be revealed in public. But now was an era that needed heroes and role models, so Lin Chen would be heavily promoted. However, not many people would know about his abilities, because his abilities were the ones that needed to be kept secret the most. The teachers from the prestigious school's enrollment office were shocked. They had initially come to recruit Lin Chen with the mindset of fulfilling the school's orders. Now they realized that Lin Chen's abilities must be quite formidable, otherwise, the country wouldn't pay such attention to him. So, over the past few days, they had been constantly calling Lin's father to negotiate. Just as Lin Chen returned home, Lin's father's phone rang. Lin Chen's father, I'm Zhao Sheng. Actually, it's like this. Our school's enrollment work is almost over, and the spots are limited. If Lin Chen doesn't choose our Xingma University, we won't have any options left. Zhao Sheng spoke earnestly, as if missing this opportunity would mean Lin Chen could never attend Xingma University. Upon hearing this, Lin's father became anxious. How could they drag it out? And now the school might not want him. Teacher Zhao. But before he could finish, Lin Chen suddenly walked over and hung up the phone. Dad, don't worry. Let's see what the people from Xishan Military Academy have to say. Lin Chen had seen a news report before that said universities deliberately claimed spots were tight to pressure people into making decisions. So when Zhao Sheng said that the spots at Sacred Magic University were running out, he immediately realized it was a lie. Sure enough, other prestigious schools also called, with reasons similar to Zhao Sheng's. If someone were unaware, they would definitely make a choice under pressure. After being seen through by Lin Chen, they finally had no way out. Since they didn't know what Lin Chen's abilities were, they could only keep raising the offers. Scholarships, leveling opportunities, faculty quality, and unique materials for blacksmiths were all continuously increasing. Son, even if you're very smart, you should make a decision early. Keeping them hanging like this isn't good, Lin's mother advised. Lin Chen smiled. I understand. I've been thinking about this for the past few days, and I've already made my decision. Lin's father and mother both felt happy. Really? Which prestigious school did you choose? Sacred Magic University. Lin Chen immediately informed Principal Shang and others of his choice, and they all expressed their support. He also notified each of the admissions office teachers and apologized to the other prestigious schools. He originally had a guaranteed spot at Sacred Magic University, so this seemed redundant, but it was not. Previously, he was just being normally guaranteed admission to Sacred Magic University. The number of geniuses being guaranteed admission nationwide was certainly not just one. But now, after several universities competed, Sacred Magic University offered even more and better conditions, making his benefits much better than before. In fact, the conditions offered by Sacred Magic University were not the best. If we were to talk about conditions, it would have to be the wealthy and powerful Azure Blue Academy. However, the reason for choosing Sacred Magic University might be partly because its reputation was already deeply ingrained in people's minds. On the other hand, Sacred Magic University was a place specifically for training strong individuals, and Lin Chen had not extinguished his desire to personally go to the battlefield as a blacksmith to slay monsters. After all, he was a passionate young man from Huaxia. Always doing logistics was not as exhilarating as slaying monsters. Zhao Sheng directly called Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I knew your judgment would be the best. All the conditions we previously offered at Sacred Magic University are still valid. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, just let me know, and I'll communicate with the school. Lin Chen said somewhat anxiously, Teacher Zhao, it's already enough, really no need to add more. Alright, then come to school tomorrow, and we'll sign an enrollment contract. After the semester starts, you can report to Sacred Magic University yourself. Okay, see you tomorrow, Lin Chen said before hanging up the phone. Not long after, Lin Chen received a notification of a change in his bank account, with 3 million credited. This was the bonus awarded to Lin Chen by Sacred Magic University. He had spent 3 million on a new house before, and now he still had 5 million left, enough for his family to live well for a long time. Moreover, every piece of equipment he reinforced and forged for the military would also count as money. Looking back at his parents, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. His parents had been busy with the moving process these days, and they were reluctant to throw away many pieces of furniture. Lin Chen waved his hand and transferred the remaining 5 million to his parents. Mom and Dad, we won't lack money in the future. Let's replace all the furniture with new ones. After seeing the account balance, his parents also smiled with relief. Alright, we'll do as you say. The next morning, Lin Chen did not go directly to level up but went to school. After all, he had already agreed with Zhao Sheng to sign some contracts. However, as soon as he arrived at the school, he saw the extremely exaggerated banner at the school gate. Congratulations to our school student for being guaranteed admission to Sacred Magic University. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He was originally guaranteed admission, but in the end, he had to choose himself. In the end, he still chose the guaranteed admission, which made no difference at all. Today, the school is bustling with people because Principal Shang has notified all students to return to school for a speech. This is the first time Lin Zhang know. One high school has had a student admitted to Tsinghua University, and Principal Shang certainly wants to promote this event well. As a result, several television stations arrived last night, and the podium was filled with cameras and equipment. The students gathered on the playground, but they did not sit according to their classes or grades. Instead, they sat wherever they liked. After all, the event was sudden, and the school was not well prepared. Lin Chen arrived and casually found a place to sit. In front of him, two girls were whispering to each other. Is it true that our school has a student being directly admitted to Tsinghua University? Is there really such an impressive person? One girl asked quietly. I don't know, but I think it's someone named Lin Chen, the other girl replied. No way, that's been debunked. I heard Lin Chen awakened a life profession, just like us. How could he possibly be directly admitted to Tsinghua University? The first girl shook her head. It seemed they were either first or second year students. After all, if they were in their third year, they would almost certainly know that Lin Chen had been directly admitted. I heard that people from the 5 prestigious schools have come these days. I wonder what they are here for. Do you think the one being directly admitted could be Qin Bangxia? One girl suddenly exclaimed, surprised. The other girl nodded repeatedly. I think it must be her. In terms of grades, she ranks at the top. I heard her practical skills are even stronger, and she awakened a special profession. If she weren't busy leveling up and didn't care about rankings, how could Su Hui possibly be the top student in the school? The two seemed to admire Qin Bangxia greatly. Lin Chen was not unfamiliar with this name, as they were all in their third year, just in different classes. He had also heard about Qin Bangxia, who awakened a special profession as soon as she entered high school and was busy leveling up, so she didn't spend much time at school. Because of this, she didn't perform as well as Lin Chen and Su Hui in written exams. Moreover, she didn't even bother to engage in practical combat with her classmates. She could already solo dungeons. With a wealthy family, hard work, and good looks, it's no surprise that people admired her. The two girls continued to whisper until they finally noticed Lin Chen. They felt awkward for a moment, realizing that their previous conversation had been overheard. To break the awkward atmosphere, one girl smiled and said, "Are you also a senior? I wonder which university you got admitted to." Lin Chen smiled and replied, "I was directly admitted." Upon hearing this, the two girls nearly rolled their eyes to the sky. "You shouldn't be so vain, senior. Do you think you're Chin Banksia?" Lin Chen was speechless. He was just stating the truth, so why was he being looked down upon? At that moment, Principal Shang finally appeared on the podium and began to speak. "Today's promotional event is to announce that our Linjiang No. 1 high school has a student being directly admitted to Tsinghua University. Next, let's invite Lin Chen to the stage. Lin Chen, please come up." Lin Chen stood up and walked to the podium under the gaze of the crowd. The two girls who had just mocked him now widened their eyes in shock. He really is being directly admitted? They felt like crying, realizing they had made fools of themselves. The school's promotional ceremony was grand and impressive. During the ceremony, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and said some encouraging words to the younger students, then signed the enrollment contract with Zhao Sheng on the spot. Lin Chen became an overnight sensation, and the entire Linjiang city knew about his admission to Tsinghua University. After all, as the weakest school in the weakest province, how many years had it been since anyone entered a prestigious university? Many reporters were specifically waiting at Lin Chen's doorstep just to interview him. One could say that he alone has elevated the reputation of the entire Linjiang city. This left Lin Chen feeling quite miserable, prompting him to consider moving quickly. "Oh, old Lin, are you moving?" The neighbors downstairs were surprised to see Lin Chen's family bustling about with their move. Lin's father's pride was impossible to hide. "Yes, my son has made it big. The school awarded him a substantial bonus, and we bought a new house." The neighbors were already aware of Lin Chen's situation, and envy was written all over their faces. "I've always known Lin Chen would succeed. This kid has really made it." Lin's mother chuckled heartily. "It's not that impressive, but we did get an invitation from a state-owned enterprise to work. We're still considering it." She almost had "I'm showing off" written all over her face. "Oh, you really are lucky to have such a good son like Lin Chen. Why not go to the state-owned enterprise? The benefits are great." Lin's father smiled. "What do you think we can do?" This is all thanks to Xiao Hao. After some small talk, the neighbors finally went home. Upon returning home and seeing their son lounging on the sofa, they couldn't help but feel angry. "Look at Lin Chen, and then look at you. I remember you have a photo with Lin Chen, right? Hurry up and bring it out to worship. Maybe you can also get into Tsinghua University." Lin Chen and his family moved into a bigger house, and all the furniture was new, making the whole family very happy. After choosing a school, Lin Chen wanted to level up quickly. After all, he was just a little experience away from reaching level 20. Level 20 was a watershed. Besides receiving a blueprint every 10 levels, Lin Chen could also learn the skill, reverse enhancement. Moreover, the country was also collecting skills that could make him stronger, striving to bring him on par with the main combat professions. After all, this was Lin Chen's obsession. "Bro, can we go level up in the wild today? I'm just a bit short on experience to level up, and killing a few wild monsters should be enough," Lin Chen proactively suggested. The squad leader who came to help Lin Chen level up checked his attributes. Killing about 100 level 20 monsters should do the trick. If we hurry, we can finish in an hour. Since you asked, let's head to the wild." Originally, they were supposed to go to a dungeon, which would take at least 3 hours to clear. Since he just wanted to level up to 20 quickly, going to the wild was indeed a good choice. "Let's go, we'll make it quick." This time, Su Qilan did not follow them. Although she had benefited from Lin Chen's rise and leveled up quickly, as an excellent teacher at the school and Lin Chen's instructor, she had been busy with interviews during this time. Since it was arranged by Principal Shang, she had no choice but to comply. In the car, the other soldiers in the squad looked at their gear with surprise. They were there to help Lin Chen level up, but they were also testing out this equipment. Some of them had developed an interest in Lin Chen. "Captain, who is this kid? Why are we helping him level up?" It wasn't unheard of for the military to assist someone in leveling up. However, before they arrived, the army had issued orders to treat this young man as if he were an officer. Moreover, they were not allowed to ask questions or disclose any information. The secrecy made them feel that Lin Chen's background was certainly extraordinary. "Sure, have you forgotten the rules?" The squad leader said sternly. "No questions, just focus on your own tasks." "Oh, got it," the soldier replied, Feeling aggrieved, Lin Chen sat in the back seat, engrossed in a book. After all, he found it quite boring every time they went out to clear dungeons. His own involvement felt almost like causing trouble, so he could only sit idly. It takes 1 or 2 hours to clear a dungeon copy, and he is truly bored. However, Saint Demon University has given Lin Fei a gift, which is the book he is currently reading. The book is titled A Detailed Explanation of Blacksmithing. The author of this book is untraceable, but it is evident that the book is quite ancient. Saint Demon University even speculates that this book comes from the Lost Kingdom, the Withering Kingdom. This book was specially crafted by Saint Demon University to tailor a teaching plan for Lin Chen, and it was found after searching through the school library. It is neither a legacy nor a skill, so it was sent to Lin Chen in advance as a way to alleviate his boredom. This also shows how much Saint Demon University values him. They casually let him read a book from the library's secret collection. The recent competition for recruits has significantly raised the level of importance they place on him. Lin Chen also quite likes this book because it records almost everything about blacksmithing. A blacksmith is a born craftsman, possessing unparalleled affinity for materials, able to fuse materials and equipment, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. A blacksmith is the light of all races. This is what is recorded on the book's title page, stirring Lin Chen's blood. Classmates, we have arrived. This is the gathering place of the level 20 wild monsters, the Magic Eye Wolf Pack. The team leader led the members out of the vehicle, protecting Lin Chen. After all, anything could happen in the wild. They had to be more cautious than in a dungeon. Let's go! At the team leader's command, their small team set off to search for the monster's traces. However, Lin Chen's gaze was suddenly drawn to a weapon in the hands of an archer in the team. Why does this bow look so familiar? Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, the archer soldier smiled. Just then, the team leader suddenly made a stopping gesture. 50 meters ahead, 11 wolves spotted. Prepare archers. The archer who had been talking to Lin Chen quickly ran over. He knocked an arrow, and to Lin Chen's surprise, spirals of wind appeared out of nowhere on the longbow, and arrows with a whistling sound manifested on the bowstring. The archer held his breath and then released the bowstring. With a thud, the arrow flew through the air, and halfway through its flight, it began to split, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. With a whoosh, a rain of arrows fell, easily eliminating the 11 Magic Eye Wolves. Not bad luck, the team leader said. The archer raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen with pride. Did you see that? This bow is called the Wind God Bow, enhanced by a mysterious master blacksmith. Impressive, right? Lin Chen was astonished. He finally understood why this bow looked so familiar. It was enhanced by him. But when did he become a mysterious master blacksmith? Qin Bangxia, a name well known at Linjiang No. One high school, yet few truly know her. Her performance is completely unlike that of a genius from a small place like Linjiang. Her family is equally mysterious. People only know that the Qin family is wealthy, but few know what they actually do. The reason people are both familiar and unfamiliar with this genius girl is that during her first year of high school, Qin Bangxia rarely came to school. She might show up once a month, rushing in and out to study cultural subjects. Most of her time was spent honing her skills in dungeons and the wild. She was even early accepted into a prestigious school, but few knew about it. It was just a vague rumor. If she participated in the senior year competition, it would be believed that Su Hui would have nothing to do with it. However, although Qin Bangxia is very impressive, not many people know what profession she awakened to, only that it is a combat profession. At this moment, in the wild, Qin Bangxia is quietly crouching in a patch of grass. Not far ahead, there was a Thunderstrike tiger. The Thunderstrike tiger was at least level 25, surrounded by crackling thunder. When it attacked, the thunder would deal devastating blows to its prey. What a great opportunity! Seeing that the Thunderstrike tiger had not noticed her, Qin Bangxia smiled slightly and took out a scroll, suddenly unfurling it before her. The scroll was adorned with numerous vivid and lifelike images of monsters, most of which only existed in legends. However, the majority of these monsters were dull in color, with only the first few radiating brilliance. Golden Toad. Qin Bangxia called out softly, her palm slapping down on the image of a golden toad at the front of the scroll. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted from the scroll, and an image of a golden toad flew out from the glow, swelling in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the golden toad grew to over 3 meters tall, its massive body crashing down to the ground, 3 legs tucked beneath its plump form. The Thunderstrike tiger stared at the colossal creature that had appeared out of nowhere, stunned for 3 seconds before it remembered to flee. Unfortunately, it had barely taken 2 steps when a pink tongue suddenly shot out, wrapping around the Thunderstrike tiger like a rope. The golden toad opened its enormous mouth, and with a swift retraction of its tongue, it swallowed the Thunderstrike tiger whole. Lightning flickered in its mouth as the Thunderstrike tiger struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. A level 25 monster was effortlessly devoured just like that. For a girl not yet 18, it was simply terrifying. After swallowing the Thunderstrike tiger, the golden toad shrank in size, eventually returning to the scroll. Successfully unlocked the spirit cat. After putting away the scroll, Sheen Banksia jumped up in joy. The profession she awakened was extremely special, rarer than rare professions, known as Spirit Master. The scroll she used was called Spirit Scroll. Spirit Masters could summon the spirits from the Spirit Scroll, along with many other wonderful uses. However, the spirits on the scroll needed to be unlocked by defeating monsters and wild creatures. This meant that the more monsters she killed, the more spirits she could unlock, and the stronger she would become. Therefore, after awakening her profession in her first year of high school, Sheen Banksia hardly attended school anymore, spending her days grinding dungeons and hunting wild monsters. Including the recently unlocked Spirit Cat, she had unlocked a total of 3 spirits. This had already taken 3 years, and to unlock all the spirits on the Spirit Scroll, she would need to slay countless monsters. Sheen Banksia felt delighted. After unlocking another spirit, surely she could now choose her school? Just then, she noticed a squad of soldiers approaching in the distance. As someone who often spent time in the wild or in dungeons, Sheen Banksia was quite familiar with these soldiers. It looks like their levels are not low, and their equipment is all diamond grade. Sheen Banksia gasped. Diamond grade equipment was already rare, let alone a whole set. Not knowing what this squad of Chinese soldiers was doing, Sheen Banksia decided not to approach, instead hiding at a distance to observe. She saw that when the squad encountered a pack of demon eye wolves, 2 soldiers split off to kill the wild monsters while the rest kept watch around, protecting Lin Chen. A pack of over a dozen demon eye wolves was eliminated in less than a minute. In fact, the wolves couldn't even get close to the squad before being wiped out. Seeing this, Sheen Banksia covered her mouth in shock. Wow, they're so strong. That was her impression of this squad. Well-trained and well-equipped. Why would such a squad come to the wild to level up? There were clearly more suitable dungeons for them. Finally, Sheen Banksia spotted Lin Chen, protected by the soldier squad. At this moment, Lin Chen was engrossed in reading the book Detailed Explanation of Forgers, showing indifference to the happenings around him. He was completely immersed in the book. Reaching level 10 as a forger is a watershed moment. Each different class of forger has its own unique differences. After that, every 10 levels, there is an opportunity for a career advancement. However, sacred forging, which gathers the strengths of all, can encompass the knowledge of all branches, allowing one to freely learn skills from other branches, with no restrictions. When Lin Chen read this, his pupils suddenly contracted. If what was recorded above was as he thought, then sacred forging was incredibly powerful. Generally speaking, regardless of the profession, one could only learn skills from one branch. For example, if a forger reached level 10 and specialized as a dwarven forger, they could only acquire skills related to dwarven forging. Of course, skills learned from skill books do not count. For instance, a dwarven forger at level 10 would have a skill called dwarven forging, which could reduce material consumption by 5%. Upon reaching level 20, they could advance the dwarven forging skill to reduce material consumption by 10%. Naturally, one could also choose to forego advancement and learn another branch, but the skills obtained would still be at the beginner level. Advancement or learning a new inheritance only occurs once every 10 levels. The prerequisite for advancement is possessing a basic skill, which allows one to gradually progress to higher levels. Therefore, for crafting professions, it is much more complex than combat professions, with various combinations. Some might specialize as dwarven forgers and also learn hell forging, allowing them to create or enhance equipment that reduces material consumption while possessing hell attributes. Others might specialize solely as dwarven forgers, advancing to a high level, and could even reduce material consumption by half. The book Lin Chen was looking at recorded all the branches of forgers, but it was not an inheritance of knowledge, so he could only read it without directly comprehending it. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, carefully pondering the information he had read about sacred forgers. The Withering Empire had long since vanished from history, and sacred forgers were exclusive to this ancient and powerful empire, which was equally mysterious. The legends left by this empire spoke of battles against all races, suggesting it must have been formidable. Moreover, the sentence he had just read implied that if he specialized as a sacred forger, he would have countless opportunities every 10 levels to learn or advance in all other forger branches. Thump, thump, thump. This discovery made Lin Chen's heart race. If this were true, then sacred forging was truly extraordinary. No wonder there was no advancement inheritance, it was simply unnecessary. Previously, Lin Chen had been worried that if sacred forging lacked advanced knowledge, he would have to seek out other branches' inheritances. Now it seemed he needed to search even more. He needed to find all the second tier and below. Of course, this was Lin Chen's understanding, but he still had no certainty about the truth of what was recorded in the book. Little brother. The The captain of the soldiers stepped forward and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. They had been watching Lin Chen alternate between joy and sorrow for several minutes, thinking he had gone mad. Lin Chen, as if waking from a dream, realized he was still in the wild. Looking at his attributes, he was just 1% away from leveling up to 20. Sorry to trouble you all, I'll be leveling up soon. The squad leader nodded and asked with concern, little brother, what happened to you just now? Are you okay? I'm fine, Lin Chen quickly waved his hand. Let's continue hunting monsters. Alright, but be careful not to get too lost in your reading, the squad leader said, somewhat amused. One must have the awareness to relax properly. The group chuckled and continued forward. Not far away, Sheen Banksia finally confirmed that the student being led by the soldier team to level up was Lin Chen from their school. Speaking of Lin Chen, Sheen Banksia didn't have a deep impression of him. She only knew he was a very hard-working student, consistently ranking first in all competitions and academic subjects. So, she had paid some attention to Lin Chen while at school. Later, she only heard that Lin Chen had awakened a life profession and didn't follow up on it. She never expected that Lin Chen was now being taken by the Huaxia soldiers to level up. It was simply unbelievable. After all, even the descendants of prominent figures wouldn't dare to be so blatant. Just as Sheen Banksia was lost in thought, the team began to walk in her direction and easily spotted her hiding in the grass. Who is it? Come out! The team leader barked, his face dark. Lin Chen also looked over curiously, surprised to find someone here leveling alone. Don't be impulsive, I'm a student. Sheen Banksia slowly emerged from the grass. Faced with this elite team, she had no other thoughts. After all, they could easily eliminate her. A student? What are you doing here? The team leader asked, puzzled. If a student wanted to level up in the wild, they would usually be accompanied by a teacher or family member. Anyone daring to come alone was either reckless or truly capable. I'm here to level up, Sheen Banksia replied. I really am a student, from Linjiangno, one high school. Lin Chen was quite surprised. She was actually his classmate? But how could he have no impression of her face at all? Seeing his expression, Sheen Banksia felt a surge of anger. Was there really someone in Linjiangno, one high school, who didn't recognize her? This was a blow to her self-esteem. Lin Chen, you really don't recognize me? Lin Chen scratched his head, even more confused about why this beautiful girl knew him. Sheen Banksia was exasperated. Although she usually had a cold demeanor, being called a goddess made anyone happy. Every time she returned to school, many people admired her, greatly satisfying her vanity. But today, Lin Chen had ruined that. Lin Chen felt quite wronged. For 3 years of high school, he had been focused on studying, with no time to observe other female classmates. He hadn't even recognized all the students in his class. Sorry, who are you? Sheen Banksia felt her vanity had taken a massive hit. I'm Sheen Banksia. As soon as Lin Chen heard this name, he suddenly realized, oh, the genius girl, it's you. Genius girl? Who gave me that nickname? Sheen Banksia was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, it didn't sound as impressive as goddess. By the way, how come you're here, and why are you being taken by soldiers to level up? She was dying of curiosity, eager to know the answer. Unfortunately, before Lin Chen could respond, the team leader sternly interrupted. Sorry, classmate, we are on a confidential mission, and everything is classified. Please do not ask any further. And please keep today's events confidential, otherwise, we will hold you accountable. Sheen Banksia was taken aback. Is it that serious? I was just asking. Sorry, the team leader said, then led his team to continue searching for wild monsters. Lin Chen smiled apologetically at Sheen Banksia. Sorry about that. After they left, Sheen Banksia pouted. Oomph. What's so great about them? A few minutes later, the soldier team had eliminated another pack of wolves, and Lin Chen finally reached level 20. Aside from some changes in attributes, Lin Chen also received a blueprint. At the same time, an ordinary blacksmith reaching level 20 would have the opportunity to advance or learn other legacies. At this moment, Lin Chen was eager to verify the contents recorded in the detailed guide to forging. Brothers, thank you for your hard work today. Let's head back, he said. The team leader smiled. Alright, let's go back now. The others had a good impression of Lin Chen. After all, he had no airs about him and was quite cooperative. For some geniuses, training with others was essential, but few were as well behaved as Lin Chen. Generally, geniuses either had bad tempers or held the team back, making them unstable elements. In contrast, Lin Chen quietly read books along the way, followed instructions, and was very polite. Most importantly, they could use equipment enhanced by the master blacksmith while training Lin Chen. Quite impressive. Naturally, they preferred Lin Chen over others. Little brother, your name is Lin Chen, right? Until we meet again, the team leader said, extending his hand to shake Lin Chen's. This was just a formality, as they likely wouldn't see each other again. Until we meet again, Lin Chen replied sincerely. Back in the school laboratory, Lin Chen could hardly contain his excitement. Once he reached level 20, there would be many things for him to do. Moreover, his skills had changed after reaching level 20. First was the Divine Forging skill, which increased the chance of adding special attributes by about 1%. This probability was hidden and couldn't be seen in the attributes. This was a significant improvement, considering he had been enhancing for so long, and the chance from proficiency was still less than 1%. Another skill, Holy Forging, also had its hidden attribute probability increased, similar to Divine Forging. Additionally, due to his profession as a Holy Blacksmith, he gained another skill upon reaching level 20, Basic Attribute Stacking. Basic Attribute Stacking can consume specific items to enhance a specific attribute of equipment. This meant Lin Chen could continuously enhance a certain attribute of his equipment with this skill, which was quite useful. However, the materials consumed by this skill were indeed daunting. The first stacking required one specific material, the second required 10, the third 100, and the fourth 500. Even the wealthy wouldn't dare to enhance like this. Of course, this skill was exclusive to holy blacksmiths. If it were a dwarven blacksmith, the skill gained at level 20 would be time saver, which reduces the time needed for enhancement and forging. For a titan blacksmith, the skill would be sufficient forging, which could slightly increase attack power and weight during enhancement or forging. Each branch of blacksmiths received different skills upon leveling up, and most of them were passive skills. After checking his attributes, Lin Chen quickly took out the skill book he had chosen earlier, Reverse Enhancement. This skill was a disaster for his own people but a doomsday weapon for enemies, and Lin Chen had been drooling over it for a long time. He couldn't wait to learn this skill. Reverse Enhancement has a chance to reverse enhance equipment within 10 meters, can specify the target. If the equipment is destroyed, no materials are consumed. After learning this skill, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. Enhancing equipment required materials, and the higher the equipment level, the more materials consumed. However, with reverse enhancement, destruction would not consume materials. For Lin Chen, using the skill to ensure a specified piece of equipment was 100% destroyed meant that no materials would be consumed. The prerequisite was that he had to carry enough enhancement materials, as only with sufficient materials could he perform enhancements. Not consuming materials was merely the result. Even so, Lin Chen was excited enough. Anyway, when the time comes, he could ask the country for a bit of each material and store it in his spatial ring. No matter who stood before him then, their equipment would be useless. It's a pity that the range is a bit short, only 10 meters, but even so, I think I can take on the role of support in the dungeon team. Each profession in the dungeon team had to be reasonably matched. There had to be tanks, ranged, melee, and support. Generally, support roles came with healing skills, but there were also some special supports with unique abilities. Lin Chen possessed a 100% reverse enhancement skill, making him more than capable of fulfilling the support role. Especially when facing monsters equipped with gear, his value as a support would be even higher. Compared to the attributes of the body, the attributes granted by equipment were often higher. Losing equipment was like a tiger losing its claws. I'll find a skill to assist later, increasing the range of the reverse enhancement skill, and it will be even more terrifying. Lin Chen muttered to himself, chuckling foolishly. After using the skill book, Lin Chen finally called He Shanshuan. Minister, I have something to trouble you with. I've reached level 20, and I hope you can help me find the blacksmith branch inheritance. The more, the better. He Shanshuan on the other end of the line was a bit puzzled. Even if the holy blacksmith didn't have the next tier of inheritance knowledge, learning a new one would only require one. The other 3 blacksmith profession inheritances given to Lin Chen were rare inheritances. There were also some ordinary inheritances, like fire forging, which only had a chance to increase fire attack, barely worth mentioning. Water forging had a chance to increase water attack. Most of the blacksmiths in Huaxia used ordinary transfer inheritances. Rare ones were scarce, only available to blacksmiths in the military or universities. However, since it was Lin Chen's request, He Shanshuan naturally agreed without hesitation. Lin Chen, we have already found your level 20 blacksmith inheritance, but since you have a request, we will do our best to meet it. Thank you, Minister. Lin Chen smiled. By the way, I want the first and second tier profession inheritances too. He Shanshuan was even more puzzled. Normally, if one were to learn a new inheritance, the first tier would be enough. Only at level 30 could one advance. After all, Lin Chen had chosen the Holy Blacksmith, which had no advancement inheritance, at level 10. What did he need the second tier inheritance for? Without the prerequisite inheritance, it couldn't be used at all. However, He Shanshuan didn't hesitate too much and simply nodded. Alright, I'll send it to you later. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, his face full of joy. Indeed, having the country backing him made things easier. Without the country's help, wanting a rare profession inheritance would be nearly impossible. Once such an inheritance was revealed, it would be prioritized for the country, followed by those wealthy individuals and families. Now I just need to wait for all the blacksmith inheritances to arrive, and I can test my ideas. Lin Chen was filled with anticipation. Of course, there was one more thing he could take the time to do. That was to gamble for blueprints. Every 10 levels, blacksmiths would receive a blueprint. The equipment on the blueprint was tailored to the blacksmith themselves, unique and exclusive to them. Many people complained that gambling for blueprints was a waste for blacksmiths. After all, blacksmiths' blueprints could potentially forge special equipment, yet blacksmiths were merely a crafting profession. Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, bless me with a burst of good luck this time. Lin Chen chanted, just as he was about to open the blueprint when Su Qilan suddenly burst into the room. Lin Chen, you're level 20? Yes, Teacher Su, Lin Chen smiled. What's going on? Su Qilan shook her head and said, actually, it's nothing much. It's just that Jiang Fan is going back to the military district, and the leaders at the military headquarters want to see you. Do you want to go? Lin Chen thought for a moment. It wasn't a bad thing, so he agreed. Of course I want to go. I also want to see the military camp. All the equipment Lin Chen had forged during this time had been packed up. When the soldiers came to collect the equipment, each one was careful. After all, some of the lower-level gear had been used by many soldiers to help Lin Chen level up, so they knew how precious this equipment was. If everyone had gear like this, I wonder which country would dare to challenge us. One soldier exclaimed. Another soldier joked, dream on. You can have anything in your dreams. Yeah, this equipment was all forged and enhanced by Lin Chen without rest. We all saw how hard he worked. These soldiers were responsible for the security of the laboratory, so they were familiar with Lin Chen. Even though Lin Chen worked tirelessly, enhancing several pieces of equipment in a day was already the limit. One reason was the forging time. The higher the level, the longer the forging took. The other reason was physical stamina. Although ordinary enhancements didn't consume energy, they did take a toll on Lin Chen's physical strength, so the number of pieces he could enhance in a day was limited. Moreover, if he triggered a divine forge, his energy would be instantly depleted, and it might not even be enough. Once his energy was exhausted, he would immediately fall into weakness, needing at least a few hours to recover, and it would take a full day for his energy to replenish. So during this half-holiday, although Lin Chen had been in the laboratory, he had only enhanced a little over 100 pieces of equipment. Not to mention equipping all the troops in Huaxia, even just the Jiangnan military district couldn't manage to give each person one. Equipping everyone with a full set was even more of a pipe dream. This equipment could only be used by those at the appropriate levels, who could clear instances multiple times to obtain more gear and materials. Of course, they had all signed confidentiality agreements, so they would never leak anything about Lin Chen. After packing up a dozen pieces of equipment, they took Lin Chen to the car. Fortunately, this batch of equipment was allocated to the Jiangnan military district, otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. Lin Chen, the leaders of our Jiangnan military district are eager to meet you. After all, your Grim Reaper's scythe has helped us clear many instances. As soon as they got in the car, Jiang Fan said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled, I also want to see what the military district headquarters is like. Then let's go, Jiang Fan nodded, and the driver started the car. Speaking of which, even though it's a holiday, you're either leveling up or forging equipment. You really have worked hard. This time, it's just right to take you out for a walk, to relax a bit. It's nothing. I actually quite like this kind of life, Lin Chen humbly replied. The Jiangnan Provincial Military District is located in Huachuan City, named for its impressive spring that resembles a tiger spitting water. Huachuan City is the capital of Jiangnan Province and the largest city in the province, about 3 to 4 hours drive from Lindong City. However, after the game merged with reality, most means of transportation other than cars became unusable. Moreover, each city is almost independent, with no villages or towns, and cities have been rebuilt around resource points. If driving to the next city, the nearest is hundreds of kilometers away, while the farthest can be thousands of kilometers. The old roads have long been eroded, and in the wild, aside from wild monsters, even the plants have mutated, making it very dangerous. Therefore, the country has spent a huge cost to build highways, which have patrol teams to clear various dangers that arise. After more than 3 hours, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at the General Military District of Huchuan City. The General Military District was established on the outskirts of the city, heavily guarded and surrounded by tall walls, making it impervious to wild monster attacks. The gate opened, and after checking their identities, the guards let them through. The area within the General Military District was vast, featuring various training and testing grounds for soldiers. Once they drove in, they could see soldiers patrolling everywhere and researchers bustling about. They drove directly to a large building, and it seemed that many people had gathered outside, likely having received news in advance. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy. Among those people were gray-haired researchers and generals with intimidating ranks. If they were all there to welcome him, Lin Chen felt quite embarrassed. Even though he knew he was important, he didn't want to be so high-profile. Sure enough, just as he feared, as soon as he got out of the car, a crowd of people rushed over. Haha, young friend Lin Chen, I've heard so much about you. Today, seeing you in person, it's true that heroes emerge from youth. A general in military uniform stepped forward and shook Lin Chen's hand. An elderly man dressed simply next to him nodded repeatedly at Lin Chen. There was also an old gentleman with silver hair, wearing a tang suit, whose eyes sparkled with vitality. Zhang Fan also got out of the car and saluted the general. Commander, this is Lin Chen. He then looked at Lin Chen and began introducing everyone. This is our Chief of Staff of the Jiangnan General Military District, Old Lu Ming. He is responsible for intelligence, equipment, research, and more. Lin Chen immediately felt a surge of respect. This was the head of logistics in Jiangnan Province, and he might need to rely on him for his future endeavors. Old Lu, he greeted warmly. This is the commander of the Jiangnan Provincial General Military District, Commander Li Qinghuan. Lin Chen also stepped forward enthusiastically to greet him. Hello, Commander. After all, this was the top leader of the Jiangnan Provincial Military District. Although he looked amiable and somewhat out of shape, he was a formidable level 70 powerhouse. Information about Commander Li could be found online. Although the game merges with reality, the characters in the game do not age, but awakened humans still grow old, though their lifespans are extended. This seems unfair to humanity. While Lin Chen was lost in thought, Zhang Fan continued to introduce the elderly man in the tang suit. I think you definitely want to meet this one, as he is the president of the Sacred Demon University you are about to attend, Old Zhou Goen. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. What was the president of Sacred Demon University doing here? However, since he would be spending 4 years at Sacred Demon University, it was necessary to build a good relationship with the president. So he also greeted him warmly, Old Zhou. Haha, kid, you have a good eye. Zhou Goen chuckled. Although he was no longer young, he still exuded authority. In this era, there were many strong individuals in the military, but there were also quite a few powerful figures in civilian life who, for various reasons, had not joined the army. However, when the time was critical, they would step up and cooperate with the official government of Huaxia. Old Zhou was one such powerhouse. After introducing the previous few big shots, Zhang Fan did not stop but continued with the introductions. The people being introduced were either officers from the General Military District or presidents from other prestigious schools. This left Lin Chen even more puzzled. What were the presidents of prestigious schools gathering here for? At this moment, Lin Chen was even more confused by the soldiers standing guard in front of the building, who happened to be the squad leader in his team that had trained with Lin Chen just a few days ago. When they saw Lin Chen, their eyes nearly popped out. What's going on? How did this kid get here? The key is that the military leaders are so polite to him. What exactly is his background? The squad leader pondered incessantly, filled with astonishment. He had previously suspected that Lin Chen was the son of some high-ranking official, but now it seemed that Lin Chen's background might be even more terrifying. Li Cheng approached with a smile, asking with concern, Lin Chen, my young friend, have you encountered any dangers on your way here? Not really, it was quite peaceful all the way, Lin Chen replied, feeling a bit guilty since he had spent most of the time sleeping in the car. Are you hungry? I can have someone prepare something for you, Li Cheng continued. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand. No need, Commander, it's not even mealtime yet. I'm not hungry. That's good, Li Cheng nodded. You have no idea how much your enhanced equipment has helped us. You are our benefactor. As soon as he finished speaking, the squad leader standing guard at the entrance of the building suddenly reacted. Those pieces of equipment were enhanced by this kid? He is the mysterious forging master? Isn't he a bit too young for that? He had many speculations about Lin Chen's background, but this was one he had never considered. They had even praised that forging master in front of Lin Chen before. Thinking back on it, the squad leader and his teammates wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The true dragon was right in front of them, yet they failed to recognize its value. Since you're here, let's go take a look at our operations department, Li Cheng said with a smile, leading Lin Chen into the building. When they reached the entrance, Lin Chen suddenly stopped. Captain, it's you. He recognized the squad leader. Hello. The squad leader appeared extremely nervous at that moment. The forging master they had been discussing in the military district was right in front of him, making him anxious. He had never been this tense even during a dungeon run. I'll go in first, Lin Chen said, knowing the squad leader was on duty and it wasn't convenient for him to talk, and waved his hand. Then, the group of bigwigs entered the building. Once inside, Lin Chen noticed that the building looked ordinary on the outside, but the walls were quite thick. Perhaps there were steel plates embedded within the walls, making it very secure. They went directly to the operations department on the first floor. After pushing the door open, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. What appeared before him was a huge space accommodating more than 30 people, with a 3-meter square screen in the center and a circle of operations staff below it. Some were in military uniforms, while others wore ordinary clothes, each in front of a computer, all working diligently. Lin Chen glanced around and quickly understood that the computers were analyzing and simulating various dungeons, wild monsters, and strategies for clearing dungeons. Lin Chen, my young friend, how is it? Lu Ming came over, beaming with pride, and asked. As the chief of staff of the military district, everything here was naturally his responsibility to establish. To be honest, Lin Chen scratched his head. Before coming here, I had no idea that a dungeon required so much work. Lu Ming chuckled. You wouldn't understand this. Our Chinese military's approach to clearing dungeons and eliminating wild monsters is not reckless. Which level of soldiers to use, what equipment to employ, and how to achieve the greatest benefits with the least losses can all be calculated and simulated. Moreover, for some high-level bosses, we can analyze their weaknesses based on footage and other intelligence, making it easier to clear the dungeons. Once he started talking, Lu Ming couldn't stop, clearly very passionate about his current profession. Alright, old Lu, the young friend Lin Chen just arrived. Why are you telling him all this? Li Cheng interjected. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm actually quite interested. At this moment, everyone from the operations department turned to look, and when they saw the many big shots surrounding Lin Chen, their faces were filled with shock. They all had the same question in their hearts. Who is this young man? How could he have the army commander personally welcome him? Li Cheng walked up with a smile, pulling Lin Chen to the front. Everyone, this is Lin Chen. The amazing equipment we've been using comes from his hands. As the operations department, they naturally had first-hand information from the front lines, so they were aware of the suddenly appearing equipment. They just never expected it to come from a teenager. It was simply unbelievable. Everyone expressed their welcome to Lin Chen. After all, a talent like him emerging from Jiangnan province was a source of pride for them. Just then, a sudden ringing phone broke the harmonious atmosphere. The operator responsible for answering the call hurriedly picked up the phone, but soon her expression darkened. Report, the Tian-level dungeon in Jiangnan province has failed to clear. The operator's face showed a hint of sadness. The big shots present also instantly turned somber. Report. Another female officer stood up. The frontline troops have sent video footage from the dungeon. Lu Ming calmly said, play it. Then, a segment of footage began to play on the large screen in the center of the operations department. This footage was recorded when the frontline troops attempted to clear the Tian-level dungeon. Currently, the strongest in Huagua were only in their 70s, while every Tian-level dungeon was above level 80. However, within the Tian-level dungeons, many powerful equipment and Tian-level materials could be obtained, which were crucial resources for countries around the world. The number of Tian-level dungeons cleared directly determined a nation's strength. Therefore, even if it was dangerous, the country would still send people to attempt to clear the Tian-level dungeons. The footage started recording from the moment they entered the dungeon. Although the dungeon could not connect to the outside world, the recording equipment was still usable. The recorded footage would be sent to the operations department for analysis. In a Tian-level dungeon, any random monster was above level 80, and with only 10 people in the squad, it was quite dangerous. This squad had overall strong strength, representing the nation's best forces. Unfortunately, even a small monster posed a challenge for them. They struggled to reach the end, and then a shocking figure appeared on the screen. Inside the operations department of the Jiangnan Provincial Military District, everyone fell silent, and the only sound in the room was the sound of breathing. On the large screen, a breathtaking figure emerged. It was a giant, standing 30 meters tall, clad in golden armor, wielding a 20-meter-long giant sword. Just seeing this figure evoked an unstoppable feeling in their hearts. It was as if they were facing a god. The giant stood there, resting both hands on the giant sword, like a statue, completely motionless. The soldier squad struggled to reach the boss, but faced with this boss, they felt utterly powerless. They attempted to attack, but all their offensive measures were blocked by the giant's armor. Then, the giant moved. He lifted the astonishing giant sword and slammed it downwards. Boom! After a sound that seemed to split the heavens and the earth, the screen plunged into darkness, and all that could be heard were the soldiers shouting incessantly, "Retreat, retreat quickly." Soon after, everything went silent. One could only imagine the heavy losses they suffered from the giant strike. The squad attempting to clear the Tian level dungeon this time is the Eagle Falcon squad, with an overall strength above level 70, and their equipment is the best currently available in Jiangnan province. But this time's results, aside from a few heavenly materials dropped by the minor monsters, yielded nothing else. The Eagle Falcon team of 10, 3 severely injured, 1 lightly injured, and the rest all sacrificed. The strategy for the Giant God dungeon has failed. An officer read the report of this dungeon strategy with deep sorrow. The massive casualties left them all heartbroken. How could this happen? Li Cheng walked to the bottom of the screen and slammed his fist hard on the table. Even if we unite, we still can't clear this heavenly dungeon? His eyes were red as he looked at Lu Ming, Zhou Gowen, and the others behind him. Lin Chen was also deeply shocked by this scene. The soldiers pressed on one after another, all for the prosperity of China. Ordinary people mostly only see the glorious deeds but are unaware of how many nameless heroes have sacrificed behind the scenes. His mood was very heavy, yet there was nothing he could do. Even his death scythe would be of no use in this dungeon because it was the Eternal Day dungeon, with no night. Lin Chen sighed and finally understood why so many principals had gathered here. It was to unite in strategizing for the heavenly dungeon. The Giant God dungeon was located within Jiangnan province, which is why they had come to the combat department in Jiangnan province. Lu Ming slowly stepped forward and projected the final boss's photo onto the screen. It can be seen that this is a humanoid monster, resembling the now extinct giant god race. However, I don't think the giant god race could be this powerful. The reason we had no resistance against the boss should be because of the equipment the boss is wearing. As expected of the chief of staff, he easily found the boss's weakness. He enlarged the image to showcase the giant's equipment, a full body armor and a giant sword. But even after finding the weakness, they had no way to deal with it. Originally, an 80-level boss was not beyond their capability to slay. It was just that this equipment and weapon made the boss's abilities far exceed level 80. The combat department was filled with sorrow. Zhou Gowen slowly walked over at this moment. Don't be discouraged, success requires going through countless failures. This failure has also accumulated a wealth of data for us. I believe next time, we will have a solution. That is the very meaning of our combat department's existence. His words reignited the fighting spirit of the combat department members. They began analyzing the monsters, dropped materials, equipment, and more that would appear in the Giant God dungeon from this video. Li Cheng sighed, turned to Lin Chen, and forced a smile. Lin Chen, my young friend, do you now understand the situation we face in China? As long as the dungeon remains unsolved, we cannot relax for a day. After all, no one knows if the monsters in the dungeon might come into reality. He then changed his tone and heavily patted Lin Chen's shoulder. You are the future of China. From now on, China will rely on you young people. Lin Chen nodded heavily. Don't worry, Commander, I will definitely keep working hard. Just now, some ideas had already formed in his mind. Since the boss of the Giant God dungeon relied on equipment, and he just happened to have a skill specifically targeting equipment. Reverse enhancement. Unfortunately, this skill could only be used by himself, and the range was only 10 meters. Even if he found a way to increase the distance, it seemed to be of little use. After all, he was too weak. Going to the Giant God dungeon would be seeking death and would waste a spot in the team. But since he had thought of this, Lin Chen had to find a way to solve it. Because of this incident, the combat department fell back into a busy work routine. Lin Chen didn't want to stay here any longer, so he let Jiang Fan take him to visit the military district. By the next day, Jiang Fan was busy, so the one accompanying Lin Chen became the squad leader who had practiced with him before. I can't believe you're that mysterious forging master. Why didn't you just admit it back then? Lin Chen quickly waved his hand, looking quite embarrassed. Come on, don't tease me, bro. Hee, you're quite thin-skinned. The squad leader was not much older than Lin Chen, so he spoke to him quite casually. As they walked, the squad leader suddenly brought up the Eagle Falcon squad. You must have seen the video of the strategy for the Giant God dungeon. What a pity. One of our instructors was in the Eagle Falcon squad, and he had taught us before. I never expected he would sacrifice himself this time. Talking about such topics always brought a heavy heart. Captain, is it really that important to strategize for a heavenly level dungeon? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Of course. The squad leader replied without hesitation. The strategy for heavenly level dungeons represents whether our country's strength is robust. Moreover, some precious materials can only be obtained in heavenly level dungeons. Do you know why the strongest are all stuck at level 70? It's because they lack the materials for promotion. The higher the level after awakening, the more difficult the promotion becomes. Especially at high levels, in addition to experience, many materials are needed for promotion. But to break through level 70, materials from heavenly level dungeons are required. The Dragon Kingdom has many heavenly level dungeons, but very few can be strategized. And not all dungeons will drop promotion materials. This has led to the current situation where there are so few strong individuals in Huaxia above level 70. The squad leader's expression was heavy and sad, reflecting the predicament Huaxia faced. I've heard that other countries have strategized quite a few heavenly level dungeons, allowing many to surpass level 70. If this continues, Huaxia will only grow weaker. Lin Chen nodded. Yeah, it seems that strategizing for heavenly level dungeons is indeed that important. Don't worry, bro, I will definitely think of a way. The squad leader smiled. As long as you have that heart, it's enough. But you're still young and your level is low. Wait until your level increases before worrying about this. Lin Chen shook his head and said earnestly, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen, not to mention I have a heart to serve my country. I will definitely think of a way. The squad leader felt very gratified. It was precisely because of young people like Lin Chen, who were willing to step forward, that Huaxia could remain strong and face any difficulties. Alright, I believe in you. This was just encouragement. After all, if Lin Chen really found a way, wouldn't that make the soldiers and the combat department seem useless? Of course, he didn't look down on Lin Chen. He just felt that Lin Chen's current low level limited what he could do. That very night, Zhang Fan came to Lin Chen's room. Leader, do you have any instructions? Lin Chen asked. Zhang Fan smiled. How can I say it's an instruction? It's just a request. You've seen it. For the strategy of the Giant God Dungeon, we've already sacrificed many strong individuals. To strategize the dungeon, we need something stronger than the Grim Reaper's scythe. Or you could forge a piece of equipment that increases attack during the day. Once we enter the dungeon, we can just hold on until our attack power is sufficient, and then take down that giant boss in one hit. The characteristics of the Grim Reaper's scythe made it quite powerful, but only when the moonlight was present. Those heavenly level dungeons either alternated between day and night, making it impossible to accumulate enough attack power, or were in eternal daylight, where even dungeons of eternal night had no moonlight. Although the Grim Reaper's scythe was strong, its limitations were quite obvious. Lin Chen was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Leader, do you think this is a cabbage? The Grim Reaper's scythe is crafted from a blacksmith's blueprint. It's one of a kind. As for that giant boss, I currently have no way to deal with it. Although he already had some ideas, he didn't plan to share them until he could implement them. After all, doing so would only give these people hope, and if he failed, it would lead to great disappointment. Zhang Fan wasn't surprised. He smiled and shook his head. I know, it's just a matter of trying our luck. But I believe that as long as you level up, there will definitely be a way. His gaze seemed to contain a certain power, prompting Lin Chen to nod heavily. Don't worry, leader, I will definitely keep working hard. Since declaring his determination, Lin Chen locked himself in his room, constantly reading The Complete Guide to Blacksmithing, hoping to find a solution. This book not only recorded various branches of blacksmiths but also detailed many blacksmithing skills, tools, and more. Lin Chen discovered one tool that was quite compatible with his reverse enhancement skill. Skill Enhancement Voucher, Blacksmith Exclusive, Level 20 Consumable, Skill Enhancement Voucher, can increase all data of any blacksmith skill by 30 times required materials. Dream Demon Leather, Soul Ash. Upon seeing this consumable, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. To enhance all data of a skill meant that whether it was reduced materials, reduced time, or even chances, everything could be increased 30-fold. If used on reverse enhancement, a distance of 10 meters could also be increased 30-fold. Although it was only 300 meters, it was still much better than the previous 10 meters. Lin Chen thought of using his reverse enhancement skill to deal with the giant boss. But there were two problems to solve. One was that he couldn't enter the dungeon. The other was that the base value of the skill was too low. Now that he had the skill enhancement voucher, he could solve the second problem. That left only the first problem, which was the hardest and nearly unsolvable. Even creating a skill enhancement voucher wasn't easy, as it involved another special branch of blacksmithing, material blacksmith. This branch of blacksmithing didn't forge equipment but rather many auxiliary items. For example, enhancement vouchers, enhancement stones, and other special materials for auxiliary forging. However, enhancement vouchers were rarely used, while enhancement stones had a chance to drop from wild monsters in dungeons. Thus, this branch seemed quite useless, and hardly anyone chose it. But to create a skill enhancement voucher, one needed to possess the skill special forging of the material blacksmith. So Lin Chen still needed to experiment to see if the holy blacksmith could indeed encompass all branches, as recorded, without any restrictions. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Chen went to open it and found Lu Ming, Li Chang, Zhou Goen, and Zhang Fan standing outside. all wearing kind smiles. Hee hee, Lin Chen, I heard you locked yourself away to study hard and solve the giant boss dungeon problem? Zhou Guan asked with a smile. Lin Chen scratched his head. I just want to give it a try, otherwise, I won't feel comfortable. Lu Ming patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. We all believe in you, but there's no need to rush. If you wear yourself out, it would be a loss for our Huaxia. Exactly, Li Cheng nodded. We believe that in the future, you will definitely be able to help us Huaxia, but right now, you need to take care of yourself and study hard, understand? Commander, I understand. Although it felt like a reprimand, Lin Chen knew they were all looking out for him, which warmed his heart. You've been here for 2 days now, so why don't we send you back first? You can come over anytime you want in the future. Li Cheng's tone had softened considerably. Lin Chen nodded. Alright, then I'll head back. He still had many things he wanted to do. After tidying up and bidding farewell to the big shots, Lin Chen set off on his way home. The team that escorted Lin Chen this time was the same one that had helped him level up before. Kid, you really scared me by locking yourself up. If something happened to you, I'd be in big trouble. The team leader joked. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I just wanted to see if there was a way. I know, but you have to take care of yourself too, the team leader said sincerely. I understand. Lin Chen felt like a protected animal at that moment, with everyone concerned about him. After more than 4 hours, Lin Chen finally returned to Linjiang City. However, he didn't go home. Instead, he went straight to the school's laboratory. Looking at the piled-up materials and equipment, Lin Chen finally felt at ease. Now let me see if the holy blacksmith really is as amazing as they say. Since no one had ever changed their profession to become a holy blacksmith, Lin Chen could only forge his own path from here on. He took out the inheritance books of other blacksmith branches that the country had found for him before he went to the military district. These blacksmith branch inheritances were quite rare and advanced. The most ordinary and lowest level blacksmith inheritance branches were not provided to Lin Chen by the country. After all, those most ordinary ones, like the flame blacksmith, only added some fire attack and fire defense to equipment, with no other effects. Such attributes were rather lackluster, only useful in very specific situations. At first, Lin Chen hadn't even considered those ordinary blacksmith inheritances. Success or failure hinges on this one move. Lin Chen took a deep breath and pulled out the first level inheritance of the giant blacksmith, slowly placing his hand on it. In an instant, the inheritance book transformed into a surge of energy, directly flowing up his arm and into Lin Chen's mind. Just like when he changed professions before, he instantly comprehended the inheritance of the giant blacksmith and acquired the skill, giant blacksmithing. Giant blacksmithing strengthens and forges all equipment, with a chance to receive the blessing of the giant. Although he successfully obtained the inheritance of the giant blacksmith, the next step was crucial. After all, he was currently level 20 and had the opportunity to re-accept an inheritance or advance his inheritance. So he took out the second level inheritance of the giant blacksmith. If he successfully absorbed this inheritance, it would mean his guess was correct. I hope this works. Please don't let me down, Lin Chen muttered as he slowly placed his hand on the second level inheritance. The next moment, the second level inheritance also transformed into a pure surge of energy, flowing directly into his mind along his arm. At that moment, he radiated light all over. The second level inheritance was naturally much more powerful than the first level inheritance, so the process of complete fusion and absorption took much longer. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After a full 3 hours, Lin Chen finally opened his eyes, realizing it had already turned dark outside. Ding! Your giant blacksmithing has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the second level skill Adequate Forging. Adequate Forging, when strengthening or forging equipment, there is a chance to increase attributes, with an increase in weight. It worked? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe that his guess was actually true. Just like in a real game, a character could have multiple class paths, but could only choose one to invest in. Lin Chen, now identified as a sacred blacksmith, had directly unlocked all branches. This meant he could learn skills from all branches. Great! Great! At that moment, Lin Chen finally understood the true power of being a sacred blacksmith and jumped up in joy. Just then, Su Qilan arrived, having learned that Lin Chen had returned from the military district but had not gone home yet as it was dark, so she wanted to check on him. Then she saw Lin Chen dancing with excitement. In his ecstatic state, Lin Chen rushed forward and hugged Su Qilan tightly. Teacher Su, this is amazing, truly amazing. Su Qilan was bewildered but could feel Lin Chen's excitement. However, being hugged by him made her lower her head, her face turning red with embarrassment. After a while, Lin Chen finally calmed down and released Su Qilan. Teacher Su, I'm sorry, I was just too excited. Su Qilan shook her head and asked in confusion, What exactly has made you this happy? So Lin Chen shared all his recent discoveries with Su Qilan. This left even Su Qilan stunned. Is this really true? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can check my attributes. Lin Chen directly opened his attributes for sharing. Lin Chen, level 20, 0/2000, Sacred Blacksmith, Health, 2000, Attack Power, 150, Attack Speed, 1, Movement Speed, 1, Energy, 2000, Skills, Enhancement, Forging, Basic Attribute Stacking, Reverse Enhancement, Ample Forging, Forging Blueprint, Scythe of Death, Enhancement, has a chance to increase an equipment's enhancement level by 1 or destroy it, with a chance to provide additional attributes. Forging, using forging books and materials, has a chance to shape or consume an equipment, with a chance to provide attributes. Basic Attribute Stacking, can consume specific items to enhance a specific attribute of the equipment. Ample Forging, enhanced or forged equipment has a chance to increase attributes. Weight increases, special attributes. Divine Forging, Sacred Forging, Giant God Forging, Divine Forging, all equipment you enhance and forge is guaranteed to succeed, and will provide additional attributes and extra entries, with a chance to increase equipment level and gain special attributes and entries. Sacred Forging, all equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive a sacred blessing. Giant God Forging, all equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive a giant god blessing. Are you also cheating? From an unknown blacksmith. After seeing Lin Chen's luxurious skills, Su Qilan completely believed him, especially the Ample Forging skill, which was only possessed by giant god blacksmiths after they advanced to the second tier. Although the amount of increased attributes was hidden, the number of giant god blacksmiths was not small, so the potential increase in attributes was generally similar. Typically, a level 20 giant god blacksmith could increase attributes by about 10%, which was already quite impressive. Coupled with Lin Chen's divine forging, the attributes of the enhanced equipment were already outrageous, and if ample forging was triggered, the attributes would be even more terrifying. So, Teacher Su, I wasn't lying to you, right? Su Qilan nodded repeatedly. This is truly great news. I need to report this quickly so they can find more blacksmith branch inheritances for you. No, if I learn too many different things, it won't be good. There's no need to learn some low-level ordinary inheritances. I only want rare high-level inheritances. Lin Chen smiled. Right, that's what I think too. By the way, Teacher Su, when you report, could you please ask them to help me find the inheritance book for Material Blacksmith? Su Qilan pondered for a moment before recalling this branch of the Forging Master, which was simply too obscure, hardly anyone studied it. You want to learn this branch? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, it will be very useful for me. Alright, I understand. Su Qilan readily agreed. Lin Chen's god-level forging was already quite extraordinary. Now, with the holy forging, Lin Chen's importance had increased significantly. I believe this time, the country will place even more emphasis on Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen take out a heritage book again, preparing to accept the inheritance, Su Qilan quickly stopped him. Lin Chen, haste makes waste. Accepting the inheritance requires time for integration. Merging too many inheritances at once may not be a good thing. You need to absorb the inheritance slowly. After she said this, Lin Chen also felt a bit dizzy. The excessive dopamine secretion earlier had made him unaware of this. Alright, Teacher Su, I'll listen to you. Lin Chen smiled, and then, under Su Qilan's escort, returned home. Once at home, he felt a bit nauseous, so he simply collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Su Qilan reported this news overnight. What? So the Holy Forging Master actually has such a use? He Shanshuan, who had already gone to bed, suddenly sat up in shock upon hearing the news. Yes, I didn't expect that this matter would be discovered by Lin Chen. It's quite a significant breakthrough for us. Principal Shang chuckled a few times, clearly very pleased. Unfortunately, there is only one heritage book for the Holy Forging Master. We originally brought it to Lin Chen just to make up the numbers, but we didn't expect him to choose this inheritance. Perhaps it's fate. He Shanshuan couldn't stop smiling. He then added, but absorbing the inheritance cannot be rushed. I need to send someone to monitor it in case any other issues arise. We must be careful. Moreover, we need to collect high-level, rare Forging Master heritage books nationwide. Perhaps we will have an all-round Forging Master. Having a large number of branches is different from having a single branch. With a single branch, no matter how hard one tries, they can only trigger one blessing. However, for Lin Chen, an all-round Forging Master, if luck is on his side, it's not impossible to trigger multiple blessings at once. This way, the attributes of the enhanced or forged equipment will be even stronger. But whether Lin Chen absorbing other branches' heritage books will cause problems is uncertain. After all, it has never happened before. The Withering Empire might have had such cases, since the Holy Forging Master belongs to the Withering Empire. Unfortunately, that nation has long since vanished from history. leaving behind very few records. By the way, Minister, Principal Shang suddenly said, Lin Chen has actively requested us to help him find the heritage book for Material Forging Master. Material Forging Master? He Shanshuan frowned deeply. He wants to learn such an obscure branch? I don't know. Anyway, Lin Chen said he has great use for it. Principal Shang replied. Alright, let's fulfill his request. He Shanshuan smiled. This little guy really keeps surprising us. From now on, whatever he asks for, we must fulfill. Don't worry, Minister, I understand. Principal Shang happily responded. After hanging up the phone, he Shanshuan directly called the governor. Soon, another call was made from the governor's office. Lin Chen groggily woke up and saw that it was almost noon outside. The fatigue from absorbing the inheritance and the fatigue from forging equipment are completely different things. He muttered softly. Absorbing the inheritance tires the soul, which is why Lin Chen felt dizzy and nauseous last night. Forging and enhancing equipment consumes physical stamina. Lin's mother heard the noise and rushed into the room, finally letting out a sigh of relief. You little rascal, you finally woke up. You came back last night and went straight to sleep, sleeping all the way until noon. No matter how much I called, I couldn't wake you up. You really scared me. Lin Chen scratched his head and smiled. Mom, I'm fine, right? Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Alright, I'll go make you some noodles, Lin's mother said, then suddenly paused. By the way, Teacher Su brought 2 people over. Do you want to come out and meet them? Brought 2 people? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, unsure of what was happening. But he still got up, washed up, and changed into a clean outfit before heading out. It's nice to have a big house. His room even has a bathroom. Good morning, Teacher Su, Lin Chen greeted Su Qilan, who was in the living room. Su Qilan smiled and pointed outside. It's not early anymore. The sun is already shining. At that moment, Lin Chen also noticed 2 unfamiliar faces in the living room, one male and one female. The male had a somewhat eerie demeanor, with a deadpan expression. The female, on the other hand, wore a bright smile, radiating sunshine. By the way, let me introduce you. These 2 are doctors from the province, here to check your health, Su Qilan said. Lin Chen immediately waved his hand. I'm not sick. What do I need a checkup for? The female doctor smiled sweetly. There are some hidden issues that usually go unnoticed. Her voice was soft and sweet, almost as charming as sunshine. That smile instantly struck a chord in Lin Chen's heart, and he nodded. Alright then. He was then arranged to sit on the sofa. Don't be nervous, classmate. My name is Zhang Tian, and I'm a doctor who can help you with your checkup. And this deadpan guy, you don't need to be afraid of him. Although he looks serious, it's just because of his profession. He is a soul doctor. Lin Chen was quite surprised, as he had never heard of this profession before. Main combat professions can be subdivided into many types, such as tank, damage dealer, support, etc. Doctors are considered support professions, capable of treating injuries and detoxifying without relying on tools or medicines, making them essential for dungeon raids. The deadpan guy stepped forward. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Chen felt a bit intimidated by the aura of the deadpan guy and merely nodded. In comparison, Zhang Tian was simply beautiful and had a sweet voice. Alright, just sit still. I'm going to start your checkup now. Zhang Tian smiled, her palms coming together, leaving a triangular gap in the middle. She looked through the gap to examine Lin Chen's body, seemingly a skill of some kind related to her medical profession. Lin Chen noticed that her eyes had turned a light green color at that moment. After checking him from top to bottom, Zhang Tian finally lowered her hands. Classmate, your body is very healthy, there's nothing wrong, so don't worry. Lin Chen nodded, feeling relieved. The province had sent these 2 doctors overnight, and he thought there might be something wrong with his health. Just as he was about to stand up, the deadpan guy suddenly spoke. Don't move. Next, it's my turn to check you. The eerie tone sent a shiver down Lin Chen's spine. Lin Feng stood in front of Lin Chen, slowly extending his hand. Lin Chen could feel a chill emanating from him, his palm devoid of any color. It was like a corpse. A gust of cold wind suddenly swept through, making Lin Chen shiver. However, as the cold wind brushed over him, he surprisingly felt a bit comfortable. This comfort was akin to a satisfying sleep after a long day of fatigue, leaving one immensely content. After a moment, Lin Feng retracted his hand and shook his head. What's wrong? Do I have a problem? Seeing his expression, Lin Chen quickly inquired. Yan Feng sighed. I just examined your soul, and it's similar in strength to that of other awakened individuals in various professions. Although there's no problem, if you want to absorb more legacies, it could burst your soul. This statement sent a chill down Lin Chen's spine. He didn't know much about soul strength. After the game descended into reality, many incredible things happened, and soul strength became manifest. Soul strength refers to the intensity of a person's soul, and absorbing legacies is related to it. Some professions can even specifically harm or enhance the soul. Yang Feng, as a soul healer, is a profession dedicated to treating souls. Zhang Tiantian covered her mouth and chuckled, hee, don't scare this little brother. The higher-ups have high hopes for him. Our task is just to eliminate any potential risks for him. Yang Feng nodded and began to explain in simpler terms. If a person awakens a profession that isn't related to the soul, their soul strength can only increase with level advancement, but there is a limit. Legacy absorption can also be seen as inherited soul strength. Ordinary professions will only merge one legacy, so there won't be any risks. But if you want to merge multiple legacies, it depends on whether your soul can withstand it. It's like a wooden barrel. Its capacity is ultimately limited. If there's too much water, it could break the barrel. His expression remained cold as he spoke, but Lin Chen understood the meaning. So, you're saying my soul can only handle a small amount of legacy, right? Lin Chen immediately felt anxious. After all, his plan required him to absorb the legacy of a material forger, and if that didn't work, he would have to continue leveling up. Yes, Yang Feng nodded. Based on your soul's capacity, you can absorb at most 2 more legacies. Any more could damage your soul. After that, every 5 levels, you should be able to absorb 1 more legacy. Lin Chen sighed in relief and smiled. That's good, at least it won't delay things. Su Qilan asked curiously, Lin Chen, what do you want to do? You mustn't do anything dangerous. Don't worry, Teacher Su, I just have some ideas I want to experiment with. It won't be dangerous. After checking Lin Chen's body, the 2 doctors turned to leave. Little brother, we're leaving now. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to Kyoto to find me. Zhang Tiantian waved at Lin Chen and, before leaving, enthusiastically blew him a kiss. This made Lin Chen's face flush with embarrassment, and Su Qilan beside him also looked a bit unnatural. No, how can I be jealous of my own student? I'm a teacher, but it still feels so sour. What should I do? Lin Chen saw the 2 off, and they got into their car and left, coming and going in a hurry. However, this also showed how much importance China placed on him, even sending a soul healer like that. After dinner, Lin Chen and Su Qilan couldn't wait to get to school. The country had already found him the legacy of a material forger, and he could directly advance to the 2nd tier. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and absorbed the legacy immediately. The process was short but left him feeling dizzy, worse than being drunk. Especially when absorbing the 2nd tier legacy, it was excruciating, as if his head was about to split open. This was because his soul was still too weak, like cramming the knowledge of a material forger into an already overcrowded mind. Lin Chen, are you okay? Su Qilan walked over with concern, looking at Lin Chen's pained expression, and gently held him in her arms. The absorption process was long, lasting a full 5 hours, and just as the sky was about to darken, Lin Chen finally completed the inheritance absorption. At the same time, he gained 2 exclusive skills for material blacksmiths. Material forging, can forge special materials. Equal treatment, forging materials has a chance to add attributes and extra properties. Although his head felt heavy and dizzy, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile upon seeing the 2 new skills. From today onwards, as long as he had enough materials, he could forge those special materials that usually only dropped in dungeons. For example, special items like enhancement stones. Even after reaching a higher level, he could forge special materials that crossed the level 70 threshold. At that time, to level up beyond 70, he wouldn't need to grind dangerous heavenly dungeons anymore. Of course, this required Lin Chen to level up and for his material blacksmith rank to increase as well. You're still smiling? If I had known it would be this painful, I wouldn't have let you absorb the inheritance. Su Qilan scolded. Hee, I'm fine. To be better than other blacksmiths, I have to endure some hardship, Lin Chen replied with a smile, comfortably moving his head. Why is it so soft? But in an instant, both Lin Chen and Su Qilan's faces turned red. Because at that moment, Lin Chen was still held in Su Qilan's embrace, and their position was indeed somewhat ambiguous. Teacher Su, I didn't mean to, Lin Chen hurriedly explained, which only made Su Qilan's face turn even redder. And no, it's fine, Su Qilan steadied herself, you should go home and rest. It's already dark. Lin Chen looked out the window and indeed saw that it was dark. This day had passed too quickly. Although he wanted to absorb another inheritance, he understood that his body was the foundation of everything. The soul was quite fragile, and any damage would be quite troublesome. Alright, Teacher Su, let's go home together. Su Qilan nodded and then asked, your soul can still accommodate another inheritance. Which one do you choose? Lin Chen thought for a moment. The dwarf inheritance, hell demon inheritance, elf inheritance, etc. were all quite rare blacksmith inheritances. He had already obtained what he wanted, so the remaining inheritance could be anything, as he could continue to absorb other inheritances after leveling up. Then I'll choose the dwarf blacksmith inheritance, that way, I can consume fewer materials. After thinking it over, he casually picked one. After all, the most important material blacksmith inheritance was already in hand, the others were just icing on the cake. Alright, then come back tomorrow to absorb it. Su Qilan nodded and took Lin Chen home. Just like yesterday, Lin Chen had no appetite at all and fell asleep as soon as he got home. Lin Chen noticed this and, although concerned, couldn't help but tease him. Big brother, why do you seem worse off than a working person? This remark resonated with their parents, who felt the same. They didn't feel this tired when they went to work. In any case, Lin Chen slept through the night and returned to school, where he absorbed the dwarf blacksmith inheritance. This time, it took the longest, a full 7 hours. Su Qilan once again held Lin Chen in her arms, softly comforting him. After all, there had never been a precedent for absorbing multiple branches, so there was no real solution. Ding! Dwarf blacksmith inheritance absorption complete. Skill dwarf forging upgraded to 2nd tier. This sound was like heavenly music to Lin Chen. Finally done. He quickly opened his attribute panel. Lin Chen, level 20, 0/2000, Holy Blacksmith, Health, 2000, Attack Power, 150, Attack Speed, 1, Movement Speed, 1, Energy, 2000, Skills, Basic Attribute Stacking, Reverse Enhancement, Sufficient Forging, Material Forging, Equal Treatment, Dwarven Forging, Basic Attribute Stacking, can consume specific items to enhance a specific attribute of equipment. Sufficient Forging, equipment that is enhanced or forged has a chance to increase attributes. Weight increases. Material Forging, can forge special materials. Equal Treatment, forging materials have a chance to add attributes and extra properties. Dwarven Forging, forging or enhancing equipment can reduce material consumption by 10%. Special attributes. Divine Forging, Holy Forging, Giant Forging, Dwarven Forging, Divine Forging. All equipment you enhance and forge will definitely succeed, and will provide extra attributes and extra entries, with a chance to increase equipment level, and a chance to obtain special attributes and special entries. Holy Forging, all equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive Holy Blessing. Giant Forging, all equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive Giant Blessing. Dwarven Forging, all equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive Dwarven Blessing. Are you cheating too? From an unknown blacksmith, although the title remains Holy Blacksmith, he has acquired 3 different blessings. Unfortunately, the material blacksmith does not have special attributes. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Su Qilan, seeing Lin Chen endure great pain, said with concern, Lin Chen, I know you want to contribute to the country, but you must take good care of your health, understand? Lin Chen smiled brightly. Teacher, I understand. After leaving the room, Principal Shang was surprisingly waiting outside. Seeing Lin Chen looking somewhat weak, he hurried over. Lin Chen, how are you? Lin Chen smiled. Principal, it was successful. Now I have 3 different blacksmith branches. I knew you could do it. But taking care of your health is the most important, understand? Seeing Lin Chen's weak appearance, Principal Shang felt a pang of heartache. After all, Lin Chen is the pride of Jiangnan province. Although both Principal Shang and Su Qilan were quite nagging, he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being valued. After returning home, his parents had prepared dinner early. Seeing Lin Chen come back, they immediately pulled him to the table. Son, how can you not eat? You must finish your meal before sleeping today. Although Lin Chen felt uncomfortable, he didn't want to disappoint his parents, so he endured the discomfort and ate some food before returning to his room. Lying on the bed, he began to contemplate the skills he had obtained after 2 days of receiving the inheritance. First, with the inheritance of the material blacksmith, he could create skill enhancement coupons. Skill enhancement coupons are also regarded as a special material. After reaching the 2nd tier of material blacksmith, the skill, equal treatment, left Lin Chen somewhat puzzled. But based on the skill's effect, he quickly understood. This skill means that when he forges materials, it will trigger all skill effects just like forging equipment. Materials and equipment are treated equally. If that's the case, then the skill enhancement coupons I create might break the limit of increasing by 30 times. Thinking of this, Lin Chen became excited again. Unfortunately, even with the inheritance, and although the Ministry of Education could help find materials, he still couldn't directly create skill enhancement coupons. Because creating skill enhancement coupons requires 5% proficiency in the material forging skill, and currently, the proficiency is only at 2%. Which can only be increased through extensive practice. Moreover, material forging can refine various materials, potentially allowing them to possess additional attributes and bonuses like equipment. This way, when used to enhance and forge equipment, it can be directly added to the gear. The numerous operational possibilities kept Lin Chen's mind quite active. However, he was ultimately too exhausted, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. A new day arrived, and Lin Chen woke up feeling refreshed. Today, he was going to do something significant: open a blueprint. After leveling up to 20, he had another chance to open a blueprint. He had no idea what kind of blueprint he would get this time. After all, opening blueprints was completely random. It could yield trash or top-tier items. After a quick wash and breakfast, he got into Su Qilan's car and headed to school. "Teacher Su, could you please report to the higher-ups for me? I need some materials, and the more, the better. Water, ink, leather, soul ashes." He listed a series of materials, all of which were needed for crafting skill enhancement vouchers, typically found in intermediate dungeons, so he was sure he had plenty in stock. "What do you need these for?" Su Qilan asked curiously. Lin Chen thought for a moment but didn't directly reveal his plans, as he was merely experimenting. Moreover, he faced two major challenges. Even though he had resolved the second, the first was more difficult. He couldn't enter the heavenly level dungeons. Even if he crafted skill enhancement vouchers, they might not be of much use. "Some use, but I can't say right now." Su Qilan was slightly surprised. Ever since he had submitted himself to the state, Lin Chen hadn't had any little secrets for a long time. So, she didn't press further and went to help Lin Chen contact the education bureau. Lin Chen sat alone in his room, slowly closing his eyes. "Would you like to use the blueprint function?" "Yes." Opening blueprint. Lin Chen felt extremely nervous as he watched the progress bar in his mind slowly advance. Ding! Although only a few minutes had passed, Lin Chen felt it was quite long. "Congratulations! You have obtained the blueprint, 1000 Machine Ring." Lin Chen was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had drawn an auxiliary equipment this time. Items like rings, necklaces, and bracelets are considered auxiliary equipment, which generally have lower attributes than armor, shoes, or weapons. However, special equipment can increase unique attributes, such as critical hit and critical damage. Therefore, a piece of high attribute auxiliary equipment can even be more valuable than weapons or armor. Lin Chen quickly looked up the introduction for the 1000 Machine Ring. 1000 Machine Ring / Diamond level, wearing level 20, attack plus 2000, defense plus 200, attack speed plus 10, skills 1000 Machine, 100 Rivers, 1000 Machine, can transform into other forms, 3 types, removes specialization restrictions, 100 Rivers, each form can imprint the same profession skills, limit 1. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Chen frowned. He found that this auxiliary equipment was rather weak, with the added attributes being barely useful. However, the two skills were somewhat interesting. The first skill indicated that this bracelet could transform into weapons of other professions without specialization restrictions, allowing any profession to use it. The second skill was even more peculiar. It could imprint skills of the same profession onto weapon forms, which meant he could imprint a powerful move. This way, he could unleash 2 powerful moves at once. Although the attributes weren't high, the 2 skills had already made Lin Chen quite satisfied. So, he looked at the materials needed for forging and handed them all over to Su Qilan. Even though the blueprint had been revealed, it didn't bring Lin Chen any surprises. Moreover, he also needed to forge them, which might trigger skills or blessings, increasing attributes, and the like. He didn't even know which 3 forms the Qian Qiwen could transform into. So, before the materials arrived, he needed to improve his proficiency in the material forging skill. Lin Chen took out several types of materials from the laboratory and placed them in front of him. Previously, he could only see what materials were needed when enhancing or forging equipment. Now, these materials also showed the materials required for enhancement, indicating that they could be refined. This was the ability of a material forger, using low-level materials to refine high-level materials, allowing the high-level materials to possess attributes that could be directly added to equipment. The skill, Equal Treatment, allowed materials to receive the same treatment as equipment. Aside from not being able to trigger blessings, other skills could potentially activate. If the materials had attributes attached, they would also be directly added to the equipment when used. By the way, teacher, it would be best to find more low-level materials, the more the better. Lin Chen shouted again at Su Qilan. I wonder what attributes these materials will have after refinement. Lin Chen was quite curious, so he took out a piece of high-level material, jade bone, and gathered several low-level materials. Refine. All the materials were thrown into the forging space, and the time for material refinement was much shorter than that for equipment enhancement. Just a minute later, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Material refinement successful. Jade bone, attack plus 100. Sure enough, the jade bone had an attribute added, and this 100 points of attack could be directly added to the equipment. It seemed like a small amount, but enhancing or forging a piece of equipment required more than just one type of material. So, when all the attributes were combined, it was quite a boost for the equipment. Lin Chen had a rough idea, so he took out another piece of high-level material along with the required low-level materials. Ding! Material refinement successful. Ice Dog Tooth, attack speed +2, skill, slow. Hitting an enemy reduces attack speed by 1%, up to 5%. It actually added an attribute. Lin Chen became excited. This was only the second time, and he triggered the skill to add an attribute. His luck was really great. Ding! Material refinement successful. Ding! Triggered sufficient forging, attributes increased, green firestone, attack, +200. Ding! Material refinement successful. Ding! Triggered dwarven forging, return 10% of materials, bloodstone, fire attribute attack power +10%. Ding! Material refinement successful. Heavenly silkworm silk, life, +100, 1 by 1, the materials were refined by Lin Chen, and the refined materials seemed to shine. With each material refined, Lin Chen's proficiency would increase a little. Unfortunately, although Lin Chen had many skills, the chance of triggering during material refinement was smaller compared to equipment enhancement. So, in just an hour, Lin Chen refined over 20 materials, but only the second material he refined had an attribute added. Clearly, getting materials to add attributes was quite a difficult task. Su Qilan conveyed Lin Chen's request to Principal Shang, who then called He Shanshuan. Minister Lin Chen said he needs a lot of materials. He Shanshuan smiled, Principal Shang, we can definitely meet Lin Chen's request, just send me the material list directly. Soon, he received the list sent by Principal Shang. The list contained only high-level materials, and it seemed to be materials for making leather armor, gloves, and other equipment. Strangely, this material list was very short, with several high-level materials, all of which were better in larger quantities, with at least 100 of each. However, aside from these high-grade materials, there was another list, all consisting of ores, mostly used for forging weapons. Principal Shang, what does Lin Chen want to forge? Principal Shang shook his head and said, Minister, I'm not sure either. Ever since Lin Chen absorbed the 3 inheritances, he has been acting mysteriously, doing who knows what in the laboratory. But the list of materials below only requires one item. It's probably a blueprint for level 20. That's possible. He Shanshuan nodded. No matter what Lin Chen is forging, we should support him. Don't worry, I will gather all these materials for him. Principal Shang smiled and continued, Minister, it's not over yet. Lin Chen also said he needs a large quantity of low-grade materials. This move left He Shanshuan completely baffled. It was one thing to have repeated materials, but why did he need so many low-grade materials? They were all materials for crafting level 10 and 20 equipment, which were abundant and very cheap. But he couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to dwell on it. Whatever his requests are, they all need to be met, because he is going to be a master forger of all systems in the future. With the help of the national government, boxes of materials began to be continuously delivered to the school's laboratory. Since Lin Chen's list was extensive, and there were no limits on the quantity of low-grade materials, when these large batches of materials arrived at the school, Principal Shang even had to open an empty classroom next to the laboratory to store all the material boxes. To facilitate Lin Chen, Principal Shang even had someone connect the laboratory directly to the adjacent empty classroom. Lin Chen, from now on, this empty classroom will be your material storage room. If you're short on anything, just let us know, and I'll have someone replenish it for you. Even though Lin Chen had seen the government's generosity many times, he couldn't help but be amazed at the sight of a classroom full of materials. It's worth noting that the list Lin Chen sent over involved no less than 500 types of materials. He originally thought that Principal Shang and the others would at least need a few days to prepare. Who would have thought their speed would be so fast? What Lin Chen didn't know was that he had already become a super VIP client in the Green Channel. No matter what requests or conditions Lin Chen put forward, as long as they were within their capabilities, He Shanshuan would fulfill them at the fastest speed. Even if something couldn't be completed, He Shanshuan and his team would report it to the higher-ups, mobilizing national resources to meet Lin Chen's demands. With these materials in hand, Lin Chen's refining speed quickly increased. However, the growth of his material refining proficiency was still much slower than he had anticipated. After a whole day, his proficiency had only increased by 1%. But don't underestimate this 1% proficiency. Lin Chen had at least 8 hours of practice time that day. Excluding the first batch of refining materials he had used for testing, Lin Chen's refining speed had already reached an efficiency of 40 items per hour. And as his proficiency gradually improved, Lin Chen's speed would only get faster. When Lin Chen left the laboratory, he felt light on his feet. Su Qilan, seeing Lin Chen's fatigued appearance, couldn't help but show her concern. Lin Chen, you really don't need to push yourself so hard, your health is important. Given Lin Chen's current state, he didn't look like a normal person at all. Upon closer inspection, Su Qilan could even see the red blood vessels in Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen shook his head. Compared to the soul power he had consumed while continuously absorbing the forging inheritance over the past few days, now he had only exhausted his physical stamina, which was already quite good. Moreover, the matter of the giant god instance had been weighing heavily on his mind. It was not easy, but now Lin Chen finally had a clue. At the very least, he had to make an effort for it. After all, compared to those soldiers who died in the instance, Lin Chen's current life could be considered paradise. However, the significant physical exhaustion felt far from pleasant. Therefore, on the way back, Lin Chen could only rely on Su Qilan's support to barely hold himself up. After bringing Lin Chen home, Su Qilan looked at him with a hint of concern in her eyes. "Next time, don't push yourself like you did today. I know you have your reasons, but everyone will still worry about you." After saying this, a blush crept onto Su Qilan's face. It was really inappropriate. How could she let her true feelings slip out in a moment of anxiety? Fortunately, she had reacted quickly, otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chen didn't even notice the awkwardness in her words. All he wanted at that moment was to collapse on the sofa and rest. "Okay, thank you, teacher." Before leaving, Su Qilan took a good look at Lin Chen, confirming that he was really okay before leaving, glancing back 3 times. However, this scene fell into the eyes of Lin, who was watching TV on the sofa, and she immediately perked up, even playfully poking at the slumped Lin Chen beside her. "Bro, tell me honestly, what have you been doing at school these days? Why do you look like?" Lin scanned Lin Chen from head to toe, her eyes filled with strong implications. Lin Chen rolled his eyes weakly and gave Lin a light smack on the head. "What are you thinking about all day, you girl? Go, get me a glass of water." After working hard in the lab all day, Lin Chen felt his throat was parched. Lin pouted but didn't slow down in getting the water. Soon, she happily brought a glass of water to Lin Chen. Seeing him gulp down the water in one go, Lin blinked and asked, "Bro, you come and go so early every day. What are you doing at school? Do they still need to hire you to go out and kill monsters?" After finishing the glass of water, Lin Chen felt a bit of his exhausted energy returning. He could now sit up straight and even raised his hand to ruffle Lin's fluffy head. "Not exactly killing monsters, but it seems you really want to know what I'm doing at school?" Lin nodded eagerly, continuing to blink her big eyes. "I'm a bit curious, but Mom and Dad won't tell me, and they told me not to disturb you." After saying the last sentence, there was a hint of grievance in Lin's tone. You see, as the youngest girl in the family, she had always been the apple of their eye. If there was ever a conflict between Lin and Lin Chen, their parents would definitely scold Lin Chen first. Now that their positions had suddenly reversed, how could Lin not be curious? Lin Chen smiled brightly. "Do you really want to know?" Lin nodded vigorously. "I want to know." However, the next second, she was met with a playful flick on the head. "Even if you want to know, you can't. That's a secret." This time, Lin completely exploded, her pretty face turning red with anger. "You actually hit me again. I won't grow tall." Lin Chen could hardly contain his laughter. "You were never that tall to begin with." "Lin Chen, just you wait." In the living room, the siblings exchanged playful banter, creating an exceptionally warm and joyful atmosphere. After a night of recovery, Lin Chen quickly felt fully revitalized the next day. Ever since Lin Chen submitted himself to the state, he no longer had to worry about breakfast every day. As soon as he opened the door in the morning, a steaming breakfast would be delivered to him. The soldiers would even ask for his opinions and make adjustments the next day. With such treatment, Lin Chen felt an even greater urgency to create skill enhancement scrolls. However, even if he managed to produce a skill enhancement scroll, he would still need to experiment with it before he could truly enter the battlefield. Otherwise, it would all be mere talk. Until he had complete confidence, Lin Chen did not want to bring these matters before he shone and the others. Once he entered his laboratory, Lin Chen immersed himself once again in the world of material refinement. This time, he attempted to refine multiple materials simultaneously. After all, the materials he was practicing with were all low-level. Currently, Lin Chen's material refinement proficiency had reached 3%. At the same time, material refinement would share the success rate of forging equipment. This meant that the success rate for refining one material was 100%, and even when refining 10 or 100 materials, the success rate remained 100%. Therefore, the only way for Lin Chen to quickly improve his proficiency was to increase efficiency. However, with his current material refinement proficiency, Lin Chen could only quickly refine up to 40 materials within an hour at best. Although his speed was not slow, it was still far from enough. The difficulty of increasing material refinement proficiency grew exponentially. When Lin Chen's proficiency was at 2%, he needed to refine at least 400 materials to increase it by 1%. So when Lin Chen's proficiency reached 3%, he would need to refine at least 800 or even 1,000 materials to increase it by 1%. Based on Lin Chen's current speed, by the time his proficiency reached 5%, he would need to refine at least 3,000 materials. The key was that with Lin Chen's current speed, he can only refine about 500 materials in a day at most. If he also considered the time reduction brought about by the increase in proficiency, Lin Chen would need about 5 days to achieve a material refinement proficiency of 5%. This time might seem short to others, but for the time-sensitive soldiers of Huaxia, 5 days could change a lot of things. Therefore, if Lin Chen wanted to further improve his efficiency, he could not stick to the conventional methods but had to find a new approach. Since refining one material worked, then refining 2 materials simultaneously should also be possible, right? With this determination in mind, Lin Chen's hands moved even faster. Ding! Material refinement successful. Bloodstone attack speed plus 2 skill. Critical hit. Hitting an enemy has a 5% chance to produce a 12% critical hit. Ding! Material refinement successful. Ding! Dwarven forging triggered, returning 10% of materials. Snow lotus grass ice attribute attack power plus 10. It actually succeeded? Lin Chen had only wanted to give it a try, but to his surprise, it worked on the first attempt. This meant that he could shorten the time for refining materials to at most 3 days. This was a significant breakthrough. In the subsequent material refinements, Lin Chen could continue to try controlling 3, 4, or even more materials at the same time. However, this situation was limited to low-level materials. Even with a 100% probability for high-level materials, Lin Chen, with his current proficiency and stamina, could not handle the simultaneous refinement of 2 high-level materials. He was aware of this limitation, so Lin Chen immediately picked up batches of low-level materials to practice. Time passed little by little as the materials were continuously consumed. In less than half a day, Lin Chen was already able to simultaneously control the refinement of 5 materials. This was a huge surprise for him, because now, in just half a day, Lin Chen had completed a workload far exceeding that of the entire previous day. Lin Chen had no doubt that in just a few hours, he would soon reach a 4% proficiency in material refinement. Moreover, controlling multiple materials at the same time did not consume any extra physical energy. What did this mean? Simply put, the physical energy consumed for one material was directly equivalent to the energy consumed when Lin Chen controlled multiple materials. He only needed to invest a bit of soul power to control multiple materials, and the benefits he would gain would be extremely significant. Another afternoon passed. Lin Chen looked at the progress bar, which was just a little shy of reaching the 5% proficiency milestone, and couldn't help but stroke his chin. The benefits of investing soul power were already very clear. At this time yesterday, Lin Chen's stamina had long been exhausted, not to mention that the number of materials he refined today was already more than 7 times that of yesterday. Now, Lin Chen could easily complete the refinement of 300 materials in just 1 hour. To put it in perspective, after a whole day of hard work yesterday, he had only managed to refine a little over 400 materials. The door to the laboratory rang at the right moment, interrupting Lin Chen's thoughts. "Come in." Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Su Qilan quickly pushed in a food cart. "You barely ate anything for lunch today, so I specially had someone prepare some appetizing dishes for you. Would you like to try some?" Lin Chen had been busy all afternoon and was indeed feeling hungry. Especially when faced with a cart full of delicious and fragrant dishes, he could hardly resist the urge to pounce on it and stuff his stomach. After finishing dinner, Su Qilan began to inquire about Lin Chen's plans. "How was the practice today? Should we head back to rest a bit early?" After all, Lin Chen was now a recognized figure in front of many high-ranking leaders of the country. As a bond maintaining their relationship, Su Qilan naturally had to show her humanistic care at all times. Lin Chen glanced at the scattered materials on the floor and then shook his head. "No need, I still have a bit left to handle. There's no rush once you finish what you're working on." Hearing Lin Chen's response, Su Qilan merely sighed lightly but did not say much more. As Lin Chen's teacher, she was extremely gratified, but at the same time, she felt a bit worried, because once Lin Chen got busy, he was like an unflagging robot. In recent days, his enthusiasm for learning and diligence had been astonishing, even to the point of making her, as a teacher, feel a bit scared. Many times, Lin Chen even needed Su Qilan to forcefully order him to take a break before he would obediently comply. However, Su Qilan quickly noticed that Lin Chen's condition today was much better than yesterday. This was one of the reasons she didn't speak up. "Then you keep busy. Do you mind if I help you tidy up a bit?" Lin Chen glanced at his messy laboratory, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sorry to trouble you, teacher." It was rare to see Lin Chen shy, and upon noticing this, Su Qilan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. As night fell, Lin Chen finally sensed that his stamina was rapidly depleting. Time passed quickly. Lin Chen finally raised his material refinement proficiency to 5%. However, the materials consumed in the process were also substantial. Lin Chen pressed his aching forehead, and Suchilan hurriedly stepped forward, asking with concern, "You've been busy for so long, how about we head back to rest?" This time, Lin Chen did not refuse. Achieving a 5% proficiency in material refinement in just 2 days was already quite impressive. As for the crafting of skill enhancement vouchers, that would have to wait until tomorrow. After returning home, Lin Chen didn't even drink a glass of water. He simply lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The exhaustion he felt today was unlike anything he had experienced before. It was a double depletion of both physical and spiritual energy. The next morning at 9 o'clock, when Lin Chen opened his eyes, he was still a bit dazed. However, his mind was clear. After a night of rest, his physical and spiritual energy had fully recovered. After finishing the breakfast brought by the soldiers, Lin Chen headed towards the school. Today, he was going to attempt to create a skill enhancement voucher. This was a crucial moment that could determine whether he could expand his original 10-meter skill range to 300 meters. Upon arriving at school, Lin Chen dove straight into the laboratory. The materials for crafting the skill enhancement voucher were actually not that many. Lin Chen quickly took stock and gathered the necessary materials into his forging space. After waiting for a full hour, he finally received the notification that the skill enhancement voucher was complete. Ding! Skill enhancement voucher crafted successfully. Skill enhancement voucher increases all data of any skill of the forger by 30 times. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. No way? Had he really reached this level? However, he didn't expect to trigger the equal treatment effect in one go. Anyway, he still had plenty of time today, so practicing with the skill enhancement voucher was more than enough. In the following hours, Lin Chen repeated the previous actions, continuously putting the materials for the skill enhancement voucher into the forging space. Ding! Skill enhancement voucher crafted successfully. Skill enhancement voucher increases all data of any skill of the forger by 30 times. Ding! Skill enhancement voucher crafted successfully. Skill enhancement voucher increases all data of any skill of the forger by 30 times. Ding! Skill enhancement voucher crafted successfully. Skill enhancement voucher increases all data of any skill of the forger by 30 times. Ding! Skill enhancement voucher crafted successfully. Triggered equal treatment effect. Received divine blessing. Skill enhancement voucher increases all data of any skill of the forger by 90 times. Special effect. Stasis field. Stasis field. When using the skill enhancement voucher, a 2-second time stop effect is granted. Damn! The moment Lin Chen read the description, his eyes nearly popped out. This was truly a case of silence before a stunning revelation. Lin Chen had thought he would have to work hard for a while today, but unexpectedly, he triggered both the skill doubling effect and the special effect at the same time. Moreover, this special effect was simply invincible. Lin Chen originally wanted to use the skill enhancement voucher in conjunction with the reverse enhancement skill to take down the boss in the giant god dungeon. Now, not only had he achieved a 90-fold enhancement effect, but he also had a stasis field special effect. Although it only lasted for a mere 2 seconds, one should not underestimate those 2 seconds. With the 90-fold enhancement effect, it meant that his original 10-meter reverse enhancement range could be directly expanded to 900 meters. Combined with the Forbidden Domain, Lin Chen could completely destroy the boss's equipment and slip away under the protection of the soldiers. This was simply a powerful tool for killing without a trace. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Chen looked at the remaining materials. It was probably too late to submit the skill enhancement voucher today, so he might as well try to craft all the remaining materials to see if he could create an even more powerful skill. Until mealtime, Lin Chen was unable to craft a second, more powerful skill enhancement voucher. Most of the others had special effects that included toxins or dizziness. Compared to the prohibition of the lead, Lin Chen naturally looked down on it. However, he was already very satisfied to have such a skill enhancement voucher. Moreover, he now had a large number of skill enhancement vouchers in his hands. If he didn't succeed the first time, he could always try a few more times. With this determination, Lin Chen decided to find He Shanshuan and the others to chat tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Chen knocked on Principal Shan's office. For a talent like Lin Chen, Principal Shan and He Shanshuan naturally welcomed him with open arms, greeting him with smiles. Lin Chen, is there something bothering you recently? As long as I can solve it, I can help you. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He wasn't sure if he could mention the giant god instance to Principal Shang and He Shanshuan. However, if he wanted to enter the instance, it seemed he indeed had to go through Principal Shang and He Shanshuan to reach the operations department of the General Military District in Jiangnan Province, so Lin Chen didn't hesitate for long. Principal, do you know about the giant god instance? Upon hearing the name, Principal Shang's expression suddenly became serious. you know about this instance? Lin Chen nodded, not hiding the fact that he had witnessed something firsthand at the operations department of the General Military District last time. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Principal Shang sighed lightly. The Giant God instance is currently the most troublesome instance for the General Military District. As one of the heavenly level instances, its difficulty level can even reach 3 S's, because the boss inside is simply unsolvable. With your current strength, if you can provide a large amount of equipment for the military district, there might still be a way. Then there wouldn't be such heavy casualties. After saying this, Principal Shang's expression also fell into despondency. Lin Chen keenly sensed that something was off with Principal Shang's emotions. Right now, Lin Chen wanted to resolve the issue of the Giant God instance, so he pushed aside the strange feeling in his mind and took out the skill enhancement vouchers he had prepared earlier. Principal, I just made a batch of skill enhancement vouchers. I think these might have unexpected effects for the General Military District. Upon hearing this, Principal Shang immediately raised his eyes to the few skill enhancement vouchers Lin Chen had placed on the table. Skill enhancement voucher increases all data of any skill of the blacksmith by 90 times. Special effect, Stasis Field. Stasis Field, when using the skill enhancement voucher, you can gain a 2-second time-stopping effect. The first skill enhancement voucher Principal Shang saw was the one on his right. However, after reading the relevant attributes, even he, with his extensive knowledge, couldn't help but gasp. Did you make this? After asking, Principal Shang realized that his question was somewhat redundant. Looking across Jiangnan, who else besides Lin Chen could create such powerful skill enhancement vouchers? It only made Principal Shang realize that Lin Chen could add attribute entries when enhancing equipment, but why could he also add attribute entries when making these materials? This kind of talent was simply too formidable. Principal Shang hurriedly glanced at the other skill enhancement vouchers on the table. A quick scan revealed that almost all of them had attribute entries. Skill enhancement voucher increases all data of any skill of the blacksmith by 90 times. Special effect, Poison. Poison, when using the skill enhancement voucher on a locked enemy unit, it can inflict a 5% damage reduction effect for 10 seconds. Skill enhancement voucher increases all data of any skill of the blacksmith by 90 times. Special effect, Stun. Dizziness, use the skill enhancement voucher on a locked enemy unit to gain a continuous 5-second dizziness effect. Skill enhancement voucher increases all data of any skill of the forger by 90 times. Special effect, Critical Hit. Critical Hit, use the skill enhancement voucher on a locked enemy unit to gain a continuous 15% critical hit effect. Aside from the very first skill enhancement voucher, the remaining ones can definitely be considered powerful. There are at least 10 skill enhancement vouchers laid out on the table. Principal Shan was so excited he could hardly sit still. These skill enhancement vouchers will definitely be of great use to the General Military District. I'll report it right now. No, I'll contact them directly and have them send someone to deliver these things to the General Military District. However, Lin Chen shook his head. His eyes held a hint of determination. These skill enhancement vouchers do need to be sent to the General Military District, but I request to go along with them. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Principal Shang's first reaction was to stop him, but the moment he met Lin Chen's gaze, he instantly deflated. I will tell them. Your skill enhancement voucher effects are excellent. If they can really be used in the dungeons, I believe the soldiers on the front lines will conquer more heavenly level dungeons. For some reason, Lin Chen felt a deep sense of melancholy in Principal Shang's tone. This was something that had never been present before, so Lin Chen could only tentatively ask, Principal, are you feeling down lately? Principal Shang glanced at Lin Chen and shook his head with a bitter smile. The matter of the Giant God Dungeon was originally a confidential issue I shouldn't have been privy to. Aren't you curious why I know the details? Lin Chen suddenly froze for a moment, and a terrifying suspicion instantly surfaced in his mind. It should be known that when the news about the Giant God Dungeon reached the operations department of the General Military District, many soldiers had already died, and the few who escaped were still lying in the hospital. As a heavenly level dungeon, the fewer people who knew about the Giant God Dungeon before it was cleared, the better. Aside from Lin Chen, it was likely that the leaders present at the time would have issued a gag order. Severely injured soldiers naturally could not relay information. Principal Shang also had no way of knowing the news from the General Military District. At least with his current strength and status, he did not have that qualification. So where did the information come from? Lin Chen felt there was only one possibility. Principal Shan was a relative of the deceased. Principal, please accept my condolences. Principal Shan waved his hand, and his gaze towards Lin Chen held a hint of comfort. When the news came back a few days ago, it was indeed heartbreaking, but seeing you continuously working hard for the soldiers in the military district, I feel that is already quite good. At the very least, the next battle will see much fewer casualties. Lin Chen nodded. This was also the original intention behind his overtime work to create the skill enhancement vouchers. Soon, Principal Shan reported the new skill enhancement vouchers Lin Chen had created to the military district. The general military district immediately sent someone to respond to Lin Chen's request to accompany them, and no one in the operations department opposed it. When Lin Chen arrived at the operations department with the plane, the atmosphere was much more enthusiastic, and the previous somber mood was swept away. Zhang Fan was waiting for Lin Chen at the bottom of the plane. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Zhang Fan hurried over. Quick, let me see what kind of skill enhancement vouchers you have. The information reported from the school was very brief, only specifically mentioning that the skill enhancement vouchers were the result of Lin Chen's research and production over the past few days. Now, Lin Chen's produced equipment had already made a name for itself. Even though the people from the general military district had not yet seen the skill enhancement vouchers, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Lin Chen glanced around before lowering his voice to speak. Is this place convenient? Zhang Fan waved his hand. If this place isn't convenient, then I fear there isn't a more convenient spot in the entire Jiangnan province. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled lightly and then stuffed a skill enhancement voucher into Zhang Fan's hand. Zhang Fan took a quick look and couldn't help but gasp. Damn, is it really that powerful? 90 times the effect. Zhang Fan couldn't help but recall his own attack power. He was already at level 79, and his attack was at least 8,000 with all his gear, if not 10,000. If he could use a skill enhancement voucher before a battle, wouldn't that mean his attack could increase by 90 times? The thought of such terrifying attack data left Zhang Fan's astonishment uncontainable. Moreover, this was just a single data boost. The skill enhancement voucher didn't just enhance one stat, it was a comprehensive enhancement of their skills. Some skills balanced offense and defense, so wouldn't the enhancement effect be doubled? Zhang Fan couldn't even imagine the impact of distributing such a skill enhancement voucher. Not to mention these vouchers also came with special effects. As he looked through one voucher after another, Zhang Fan's pupils nearly trembled. However, his gaze towards Lin Chen grew increasingly warm. Lin Chen. Having spent so much time with Zhang Fan, Lin Chen had a good understanding of his character. So seeing the sweet smile on Zhang Fan's face, Lin Chen couldn't help but rub his arms. Stop it, just say what you need. Before this, Zhang Fan had never considered taking the route of material forging. After all, the equipment Lin Chen crafted was already formidable. Who would think of such an unconventional path? But after witnessing the skill enhancement vouchers Lin Chen produced, Zhang Fan completely overturned his previous thoughts. How about we sign a contract again? Zhang Fan had made up his mind to obtain skill enhancement vouchers from Lin Chen, even if it was just a portion. After all, just one skill enhancement voucher could boost a master's power by 90 times. It was difficult to get good equipment from Lin Chen, but surely they could manage to get more skill enhancement vouchers? They didn't need too many, just 100 or 80 would suffice. After hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless. However, faced with Zhang Fan's earnest gaze, he eventually nodded. Alright, but about the leaders. With Lin Chen's agreement, Zhang Fan immediately patted his chest. I'll explain it to the leaders. In fact, Zhang Fan didn't take this small matter to heart. After all, his contract was with Lin Chen, and if Lin Chen had no objections, who would dare to approach him about it? After re-signing the contract with Lin Chen, Zhang Fan felt incredibly pleased. If you need any materials urgently in the future, just contact me directly. Compared to the principals, Zhang Fan was directly connected to several battle zones. Most of these battle zones were close to dungeons or the wild, increasing the chances of accessing scarce resources. After all, most of the materials Lin Chen needed were provided by the general military district. Only a few particularly scarce ones would be sought after with national effort. Given Lin Chen's current level, Zhang Fan could still guarantee that. Lin Chen nodded. There's nothing urgent for now. Why don't we go find the leaders? After signing the contract, Zhang Fan stood tall and straight. Yes, let's go find them first. With Lin Chen's arrival, Li Chang and the other officers had already been waiting in the conference room. When Lin Chen pushed open the door, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Zhang Fan silently placed the skill enhancement vouchers that Lin Chen had brought onto the long conference table. This is what Lin Chen brought this time. If anyone is interested, you can take a look. In fact, none of the people present were uninterested in the skill enhancement vouchers Lin Chen had brought, because they had already witnessed how terrifying the attributes of Lin Chen's enhanced equipment were. Now, seeing a stack of skill enhancement vouchers on the table, a hint of anticipation appeared in everyone's eyes. It seems like there are a lot of things brought this time. This is equipment. Li Chang was the first to pick up a skill enhancement voucher, and the moment he saw the attributes, his eyes widened in shock. Bad news, it's not equipment. Good news, the attribute boost of this thing seems to be no worse than that of equipment. Clearly, Li Chang was not the only one with this thought. At this moment, everyone was staring intently at the skill enhancement vouchers in their hands, afraid that their eyes were deceiving them. After a long while, a soft sigh finally broke the silence in the conference room. Is this something you specifically researched, young friend Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, this is something I specifically researched for the Giant God Dungeon. The boost from the skill enhancement vouchers is very effective. If I can enter the Giant God Dungeon with these vouchers, there will be a 90% chance of defeating that boss. Since everyone present were allies, Lin Chen naturally didn't beat around the bush and immediately stated his purpose. However, after hearing Lin Chen's words, the officers present were all stunned. Li Chang was the first to drop the skill enhancement voucher he was holding. You want to enter the Giant God Dungeon? That's a heavenly level dungeon. Regarding your safety, we need to discuss this further. At this moment, Li Chang had completely forgotten Lin Chen's earlier claim of a 90% certainty. All he could think about was how to protect this unique talent. It should be known that Lin Chen was the all-system blacksmith they planned to cultivate with the strength of the entire nation. If he were to fall in a heavenly level dungeon, it would be a tremendous disaster for them. With Lin Chen around, there would be a continuous supply of enhanced equipment sent to the frontline soldiers. Breaking through the heavenly level dungeon would only be a matter of time. But if something were to happen to Lin Chen in the Giant God Dungeon, Li Chang couldn't even imagine how the higher-ups would react. After all, up until now, the resources they had invested in Lin Chen were immense. If everything were to vanish overnight, who could bear such a loss? At least Li Chang at this moment dared not take on that responsibility. The conference room instantly fell into silence. Lin Chen was not surprised by everyone's reaction. He cleared his throat and took out the skill enhancement voucher he had kept in his hand. Before that, I think you should take a look at the attributes of this skill enhancement voucher. Another skill enhancement voucher was presented before everyone. Li Chang and the others were not surprised at all. However, after seeing the attributes of this skill enhancement voucher, Li Chang couldn't help but gasp. Stasis field. This thing was even more powerful than the previous few skill enhancement vouchers. 2 seconds of stasis time may not seem long, but it plays a crucial role on the battlefield. If the stasis field could be utilized to its fullest, it was very likely to defeat the boss in that 2-second window. Li Chang's hands were trembling at this moment. Is this skill enhancement voucher your confidence? But I don't think it can persuade us. Although the attributes and special effects of the skill enhancement voucher are exceptionally outstanding, who can guarantee Lin Chen's safety? Still can't. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's lips. Everyone could hear his voice echoing word by word in the conference room. What if I still possess a reverse enhancement skill? Is this reason sufficient? The moment Lin Chen's words fell, everyone present was caught off guard, but their minds began to race at that moment. Reverse enhancement skill? What is Lin Chen's current skill? 100% forging success rate. If the equipment cannot be successfully forged, it will be directly melted down. So if Lin Chen possesses a reverse enhancement skill, it corresponds to 100% failure. What does this mean? It means that if Lin Chen applies this skill to the enemy units, their equipment will be instantly melted down. The officers present had all come from the battlefield. They naturally understood the importance of equipment to a warrior. Otherwise, they wouldn't value Lin Chen so highly. Now that Lin Chen has the ability to instantly melt down the enemy's equipment, doesn't that mean our side's winning rate will increase by at least 70%? After all, whether it's a warrior or a boss monster in a dungeon, at least 70% of their attack bonuses, defense bonuses, and other attribute bonuses come from equipment. If he can melt down the enemy's equipment in one blow, then the Giant God Dungeon truly is a heavenly opportunity for Lin Chen to level up. It's important to note that this kind of heavenly dungeon has no corresponding level limit. The reference level for a heavenly dungeon is merely a guideline. If one exceeds the level limit, they will face a halving of experience gain. Conversely, if they don't meet the level lower limit, they will face even greater dangers upon entry. Before everyone could fully digest the facts laid out before them, Lin Chen immediately dropped a second bombshell. My reverse enhancement skill has an initial range of 10 meters. Now, Li Chang and the others could no longer sit still. A 10-meter range. This means that Lin Chen, using the skill enhancement voucher, can directly enhance the equipment of the boss in the Giant God Dungeon within a radius of 900 meters. A 900-meter range is already an extremely good defensive range. At that time, they would only need to arrange a portion of the warriors to defend beside Lin Chen, while the remaining warriors use the skill enhancement vouchers, and they could definitely break through the Giant God Dungeon. Just thinking about such a great opportunity to break through a heavenly dungeon made Li Chang's breath quicken. The others were not much better off than Li Chang. After calming himself down, Li Chang sat back down, though his tone had softened considerably. Can you tell me why you want to enter the Giant God Dungeon? Actually, if you don't go in, with the equipment and skill enhancement vouchers you provide, breaking through this dungeon is just a matter of time. Lin Chen looked steadily at everyone present and said word by word, because I don't want more people to sacrifice. Since there is a faster way, why not give it a try? As Lin Chen's words fell, everyone's hearts stirred. Yes, why not give it a try? But thinking about Lin Chen's current importance, everyone forcibly suppressed those thoughts. In fact, this failure in the Giant God Dungeon was indeed a huge blow to the general headquarters, because the 15 elites they sent out were almost completely wiped out. But that doesn't mean the general headquarters will stop their assault on the Heavenly Dungeon. Every attempt means there will be casualties. Each casualty brings heartache. If there were a more perfect method, surely everyone would be tempted, right? Seeing them silent, Lin Chen said firmly, this time's Giant God instance, I am already 90% confident, and before we set off, I will try to forge another piece of equipment. After all, the Scythe of Death is not in his hands right now. Moreover, the Scythe of Death wouldn't be of much use in the Giant God instance. Therefore, Lin Chen could only place his last hope on the 1000 Machine Ring. If he could trigger effects like Divine Blessing, perhaps the potential of the 1000 Machine Ring would increase exponentially. It's worth noting that the current attack power of the Scythe of Death has reached a staggering 150,000. That is an extremely terrifying number. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Cheng finally nodded. I will discuss it with the leaders above. If they agree. Lin Chen didn't really care. Besides, Li Cheng and the others' original intention was to ensure their own safety. If given the chance, I still want to go in and train a bit. These current instances are still too easy for me. I think you wouldn't want me to become a blacksmith who can't even lift a chicken, right? It must be said that although Lin Chen was young, his words indeed had a piercing effect. At the very least, Li Cheng couldn't find a reason to refute Lin Chen at this moment. Lin Chen was an extremely important existence for the country. Even though everyone had signed a contract, one could never be sure that accidents wouldn't happen. If people from other countries learned of Lin Chen's existence, a layer of frost immediately covered Li Cheng's eyes. I understand your meaning, I will convey it. Lin Chen then smiled and nodded. After leaving the conference room, Lin Chen was directly escorted to his resting area by Jiang Fan. At the same time, Jiang Fan took away a list of materials that Lin Chen had enumerated. Most of the materials Lin Chen needed, aside from a few rare ones that required reports, Jiang Fan could bring over himself. Since he had made up his mind to forge the 1000 Machine Ring, Lin Chen naturally wanted to do his best in every aspect. First was the materials in front of him. When forging the Scythe of Death before, Lin Chen hadn't refined the materials. However, that was based on the higher initial attributes of the Scythe of Death. Moreover, at that time, Lin Chen didn't have the relevant scrolls for absorbing branches. Now that he had this condition, Lin Chen also wanted to see how much he could enhance the 1000 Machine Ring. The materials for forging the 1000 Machine Ring were much higher in quality than those he used to make skill enhancement vouchers before. Therefore, Lin Chen could only refine the materials one by one. One reason was caution, and the other was that a few special materials were scarce. After a whole day of hard work, Lin Chen finally refined all the materials. This was thanks to the frenzied improvement of his material refining proficiency a few days ago. Otherwise, with his initial efficiency, he really wouldn't have been able to refine all the high-level materials in such a short time. Now, what lay before Lin Chen were all the highest attribute refined materials he had selected. Using these materials to forge the 1000 Machine Ring filled Lin Chen's heart with anticipation. He placed all the materials into the forging space, and then it was a long wait. Lin Chen sat in the lounge for a long time before finally receiving the prompt from the forging space. However, when he looked into the forging space, his pupils shook violently. Lin Chen had previously speculated many possibilities and had even prepared all the presets for the attributes of the 1000 Machine Ring to increase significantly after the successful forging. He just didn't expect that after placing the already enhanced material into the forging space, the forged Shinji Ring would have such explosive attribute amplification. Shinji Ring / Obsidian level wearing level, 20 attack plus 100,000 defense plus 20,000 attack speed, plus 20% skills, Shinji, Baichuan, Sunlight Domain Shinji, can transform into other forms, Shinji Umbrella, Shinji Ring, Shinji Spear, remove specialization restrictions Shinji Umbrella, main defensive form. This form can add plus 100,000 armor on top of the original Shinji Spear, main daily form. This form can add plus 20% penetration on top of the original Shinji Ring, main attack form. This form has a 20% chance to trigger a follow-up effect on top of the original Baichuan. Each form can imprint the same class skills. Limit 1 Holy Forging Effect. Sunlight Domain, within a 500*500 m area, under the sunlight state, any form gains a 20% attack power increase, a 20% defense power increase, and a 5% chance to trigger a fatal damage effect. Looking at the attributes, Lin Chen couldn't even find any adjectives to describe them. Because this could no longer be considered abnormal, it was an abnormality among abnormalities, even more terrifying than the previous Scythe of Death. It should be noted that the Scythe of Death still had specialization restrictions, but the Qianji ring was different. It directly removed all specialization restrictions. This meant that this weapon could completely ignore class. Whether a warrior or a tank, they could find the most suitable form for themselves using the 3 forms of the Qianji ring. And for someone like Lin Chen, who had a life profession or even a support profession, they could rely on the daily form for self-protection. But that was relative to Lin Chen. He couldn't imagine how explosive the effect would be when he held the Scythe of Death along with the Qianji ring. It should be known that the Qianji ring had not been enhanced even once until now. Just as a primitive piece of equipment, it had such terrifying attributes. Moreover, with the Holy Blessing effect added, the Qianji ring could obviously stack multiple buffs. The base attributes had already reached an astonishing level, and with the form bonuses and the Holy Forging effect bonuses added, if it were in the main combat form, it would not only have an attack of up to 120,000 but also have a chance to produce follow-up effects, even fatal effects. Furthermore, the Qianji ring also had a skill limit of +1. With a series of combinations, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a thrill. So powerful. Such a killing weapon would definitely sweep through dungeons. Before Lin Chen could fully digest it, there was a knock on the door of the room. "Come in." While Lin Chen was tidying up the materials in front of him, he placed the Qianji ring on the table. Zhang Fan was puzzled as to why Lin Chen was still awake so late. As soon as he entered and saw the equipment on the table, he immediately rushed over. "Is this the equipment you just forged?" Lin Chen had nothing to hide. "Yes, I just finished it, and you just in time." Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, Zhang Fan's gaze had already swept over the equipment on the table. Just a glance, and Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "What the hell? Is this what you just forged? These attributes are way too strong, aren't they?" For a moment, Zhang Fan even doubted whether his eyesight was wrong. Lin Chen nodded. "This equipment is indeed what I just forged, and as you can see, the base attributes are much higher than the previous Scythe of Death." At this moment, Zhang Fan looked up in disbelief, even wanting to curse Lin Chen for being too showy. This was not just a little higher. This is almost on par with the enhanced Grim Reaper's scythe. Zhang Fan had not forgotten that the equipment in front of him was a genuine blank slate, having undergone no enhancements whatsoever. With such a precious piece of equipment right before him, Zhang Fan felt a shameful stir of excitement once again. This equipment. But before Zhang Fan could finish his sentence, Lin Chen shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to agree to you this time. It's just that you need to think carefully. If I sign a contract with you again, will the others in the General Military District have any thoughts about it?" Lin Chen's words were straightforward, instantly cooling Zhang Fan's heated mind. He almost forgot about this matter. The reason Zhang Fan came to find Lin Chen so late was to inform him that people from the General Military Districts of other provinces would be arriving at the Jiangnan General Military District's Operations Department tomorrow, especially those from the Northwest Province's General Military District. The news about Lin Chen's skill enhancement vouchers had just begun to leak out. From such a remote place, they managed to arrive ahead of all the other provinces. Zhang Fan could gain priority once or twice, but he couldn't always have priority, because the situation in every battle zone was equally severe. Everyone was brothers, and while competition was a good thing, it shouldn't suppress others. This was a matter of principle. With a light sigh, Zhang Fan had to discard his earlier thoughts. "So this is still your exclusive equipment?" Lin Chen nodded. Although the Thousand Machine Ring had removed the specialization restriction, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, they both belonged to Lin Chen's exclusive equipment and could not be bound to others. Although it's still exclusive equipment, the Thousand Machine Ring has removed the specialization restriction, so it can adapt to any profession. Upon hearing this, the regret in Zhang Fan's eyes instantly transformed into shock. Removing the specialization restriction. Does that mean anyone can use this equipment? As long as their level is appropriate. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan's gaze shifted back to the Thousand Machine Ring. Perhaps because it hadn't been forged yet, the current Thousand Machine Ring was merely at the Black Obsidian level. But even so, its adaptation level was only level 20. It should be known that every soldier in the military districts is at least level 30. So, the so-called level restriction would just become a decoration in their military district, right? Zhang Fan's mind raced. "Haven't you enhanced it yet? How about I go find some materials for you now, and you can enhance it a bit?" After Jiang Fan said this, Lin Chen immediately shook his head. No, I think being level 20 is just fine. Lin Chen hadn't forgotten about his unwearable Grim Reaper's scythe. If he enhanced the 1000 machine ring, would he still have any equipment to use? Jiang Fan seemed to have thought of this as well, though a hint of regret remained on his face. Their operations department certainly didn't lack enhancement materials. Jiang Fan was just particularly curious about what kind of attribute bonuses the 1000 machine ring would gain after being enhanced to the same level as the Grim Reaper's scythe. However, since Lin Chen was unwilling, Jiang Fan naturally wouldn't force the issue. Everything had to be based on Lin Chen's mood. So you want to use the 1000 machine ring as your ultimate weapon to enter the giant god instance? Lin Chen didn't deny it, even nodding enthusiastically. That's right. With the 1000 machine ring in hand, plus the skill enhancement vouchers and my reverse enhancement skill, do you think the boss in the giant god instance is still a problem? To be honest, Jiang Fan even felt that Lin Chen's setup was too luxurious. So luxurious that it made him feel that even a heavenly level instance might not be worthy. The attribute bonuses of the 1000 machine ring were substantial. Just sending one out would already reach a level that could make anyone envious. The probability of the attack form's pursuit effect, along with the additional probability of a critical hit effect in the Radiant Sun domain. Just these two, as long as one can be satisfied, this time's Giant God Dungeon will definitely not be a problem. However, as much as he thought about it, Jiang Fan still couldn't make decisions for others. I'll let them take a look at this equipment right now and hold an overnight meeting. What do you think? Lin Chen naturally had no objections. Soon, late at night, the senior leaders of the combat department gathered again in the conference room, but they had no complaints at all, because Jiang Fan had already told them that Lin Chen had forged new equipment. This was the second piece of equipment he had forged. With the example of the first piece of equipment in front of them, no one would think that the second piece forged by Lin Chen would be anything ordinary. Therefore, when Lin Chen entered the conference room, everyone was already seated, even faster than Lin Chen. As soon as Lin Chen walked in, all eyes instantly fell on him. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly handed the 1000 machine ring in his hand to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's face was filled with great joy. This is what Lin Chen just forged tonight, the attributes on it, you can see for yourselves. After saying that, Jiang Fan placed the 1000 machine ring directly on the table. As soon as it was set down, the leaders quickly surrounded it, heads close together, carefully examining the relevant attributes of the 1000 machine ring. They had already prepared themselves mentally before coming. However, after looking, they were still taken aback. Is this real? These attributes are a bit too terrifying, aren't they? If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be an unenhanced piece of equipment, and it has removed the specialization restrictions. It actually has 3 forms. A 20% pursuit effect. Are you serious? A 5% critical hit effect. My goodness! The leader's exclamations continued, while Lin Chen, standing to the side, felt somewhat helpless. The attributes of this equipment can indeed compare to the Scythe of Death after it has been enhanced. However, the fundamental difference between the two lies in the forging materials. Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, everyone looked up. Li Chang, puzzled, said, "Forging materials? Is there still a trick to this?" Lin Chen nodded. Different forging materials greatly affect the attributes and the divine blessing effects. This time, for the forging of the 1000 machine ring, all the materials were put into the forging space only after I enhanced them. Therefore, this 1000 machine ring, in essence, consumed materials that are already more than 30 times that of the Scythe of Death. Before coming over, Lin Chen had already calculated the relevant material consumption. As a forger, he understood the differences between the Scythe of Death and the 1000 machine ring the best. Both used high-level materials, and quite a few high-level materials at that. The attributes of the 1000 machine ring today were entirely due to the materials Lin Chen refined. For Lin Chen, the success rate of refining a piece of high-level material is 100%. But the effects of the random trigger are random. Therefore, Lin Chen basically refined each piece of high-level material at least 10 times. Only then did he select the most suitable one to put into the forging space. Calculating it this way, the time, effort, and materials consumed in forging the 1000 machine ring were the most. Moreover, Lin Chen couldn't even imagine that without the support of the national government behind him, he might never have encountered equipment with such attributes. Lin Chen's words plunged everyone present into silence, but after the silence came immense excitement. So it can be done this way. Young friend Lin Chen, you found a new path for forgers. Perhaps we can also experiment with the corresponding situation on others. If refining materials can improve the attributes of forged equipment and even the success rate, then the equipment gap on the front lines will be greatly reduced. Li Cheng's words were filled with uncontrollable excitement. However, Lin Chen had not thought that far ahead. He had already prepared for his equipment to be borrowed before coming here. As a result, after learning about the situation, Li Cheng chose to introduce this model into the group of blacksmiths. After all, Lin Chen's individual strength was quite limited, but if the collective level of the blacksmiths rose, then the battlefield would no longer mean cold death statistics for the warriors. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, he was not as far-sighted as these leaders. However, Li Cheng still respected Lin Chen's thoughts. Young friend Lin Chen, I wonder if you would be willing to let us make the method you mentioned public to the blacksmith community? Lin Chen naturally had no objections. Of course, as a living profession, blacksmithing was quite difficult to level up, especially without any background support. Therefore, not many had reached level 20 while also choosing the material enhancement branch. For Lin Chen, he was merely sharing insights from one of his branches. But for most blacksmiths who had not chosen the material enhancement branch, this insight could only serve as entertainment. Even if some blacksmiths who had chosen the material enhancement branch took action, whether a piece of equipment could be successfully forged would still be influenced by many factors. The reason Lin Chen could be so successful was entirely based on his 100% success rate and the principle of equal treatment. Lin Chen's response surprised everyone present, but in the next moment, it earned him everyone's respect. Li Cheng's face was filled with excitement, but he quickly calmed down. Good. I am proud to have such talent like you for our country. However, we still need to discuss your entry into the Giant God instance. At the very least, we should wait until tomorrow when the other military district personnel arrive before we can decide. Moreover, your level is too low. The Giant God instance harbors great dangers, and if you rashly enter. Li Cheng did not finish his sentence, but Lin Chen understood the meaning behind his words. In fact, everyone present shared the same thought. They could not afford to lose Lin Chen, even though there was already a 99% chance of passing the Giant God instance. So everything had to wait for higher level instructions. Although Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed, he did not say much. He understood Li Cheng and their concerns, so he quickly nodded. I understand. Before that, I might need to trouble you to help me level up. Lin Chen had already reached level 20. If he had the Scythe of Death in hand, along with the 1000 Machine Ring, the existing instances would be nothing to him. But now the Scythe of Death was borrowed, and it would probably take a day or two to return to Lin Chen's hands. Moreover, according to Li Cheng and the others' plans, they wanted to bring the 1000 Machine Ring into the instance for some testing tomorrow. So the breakthrough of the Giant God instance would have to be discussed another day. Under Jiang Fan's escort, Lin Chen returned to his room to rest. He had not forgotten that a large wave of leaders would be arriving tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Chen got up. After forging continuously for so many days, he had rested quite well last night. Without any notification from Jiang Fan, Lin Chen simply wandered around the General Military District. On the other side, in the conference room of the Operations Department of the General Military District, Li Cheng and the others finally obtained the first batch of practical data for the 1000 Machine Ring. What shocked them was that the combat data of the 1000 Machine Ring was terrifyingly strong. If the Scythe of Death was the nemesis of the Eternal Night Dungeon, then the 1000 Machine Ring was undoubtedly a disaster for the Eternal Day Dungeon. Because in the Sunlit state, even if the critical hit probability of the 1000 Machine Ring was only 5%, in actual combat, it could trigger a critical hit almost once every 10 attempts. Such astonishing data nearly dropped the jaws of the high-ranking leaders. This is hardly a 5% critical hit probability. According to the data, in the Sunlit state, the critical hit probability of the 1000 Machine Ring should be guaranteed at 10%. So, is the 5% critical hit probability just a baseline? That attribute is just too terrifying. If we bring the 1000 Machine Ring into the Giant God Dungeon and send out warrior classes, we might be able to directly break through this heavenly level dungeon. Why not give it a try? Experimenting with a heavenly level dungeon? I think we might need a second batch of tests. Previously, if someone had told Li Cheng and the others that testing equipment data would require a heavenly level dungeon, they would have spat on him. But now, all dungeons below the heavenly level were completely unsolvable within the influence of the 1000 Machine Ring. If they wanted to further test the data, they might really have to use a heavenly level dungeon. With this in mind, Li Cheng and the others immediately made a decision. Right now, send out a second batch of 15 elite team members, taking the 1000 Machine Ring into the Giant God Dungeon, for testing. If we can directly conquer the heavenly level dungeon boss, that would be best. If not, the rest of Li Cheng's words were left unsaid, but everyone present understood his meaning. If they couldn't, they still had Lin Chen as a safety net. However, they absolutely wouldn't put Lin Chen into the heavenly level dungeon until he had grown to level 30, because the Giant God Dungeon had a level cap of 50 to 70. With Lin Chen only at level 20, who could guarantee he would come out unscathed from the Giant God Dungeon? No one. Therefore, everyone quickly reached a consensus. This elite team was directly selected from the General Military District's Operations Department, and all of them were elites between levels 60 and 70. Before the elite team entered the dungeon, Li Cheng had them sign a contract for safety. This was also a further guarantee of Lin Chen's safety. When the 1000 machine ring fell into the hands of the elite team, their captain, Zhao Jia, widened his eyes in disbelief. This, Li Cheng nodded. Yes, this is the equipment we specially borrowed. When you enter the dungeon later, remember to take the relevant data measurements. If you encounter the boss in the Giant God dungeon, it would be best if you can fight it. If you can't win, I hope you can ensure your own safety and exit the dungeon. After saying this, Li Cheng distributed a skill enhancement scroll forged by Lin Chen to each of them. The skill enhancement scroll made by Lin Chen was extremely effective, and this was Li Cheng's trump card for their survival. If they couldn't break through the Giant God dungeon, with this, they might have to wait a while longer. After all, the terror of the Giant God dungeon had been witnessed through the footage sent back by the first batch of teams. For Zhao Jia and the others, the 1000 machine ring presented by Li Cheng was already shocking enough. Who would have thought they would each receive a skill enhancement scroll? Moreover, Li Cheng had directly promised them that the skill enhancement scrolls belonged to them. In other words, if they could directly push through the dungeon, regardless of whether skill enhancement scrolls were used, the final ownership would be theirs, and the combat department would not reclaim it. With such a significant incentive, everyone in the elite team was full of motivation. Li Cheng and the others watched as the elite team stepped into the Giant God dungeon, their hearts filled with deep concern. The decision to send the elite team into the Giant God dungeon was something Li Cheng and the others deliberately kept from Lin Chen. With soldiers from the combat department present, they didn't want Lin Chen to take risks. Even though Lin Chen had the strongest killing move against the Giant God dungeon boss, after anxiously waiting for 2 hours at the entrance of the Giant God dungeon, Li Jia and the others finally felt the tremors from within the dungeon. At that moment, when they felt the long-lost tremors, immense joy surged onto everyone's faces. Such a strong tremor could only mean one thing: they had pushed through the dungeon. They had bet right. They broke through. They really conquered the Giant God dungeon. This is the first time our Jiangnan military district has broken through a heavenly level dungeon. Hurry to welcome them. The importance of a heavenly level dungeon to the country is undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, the country wouldn't have managed to break through more than just a handful of heavenly level dungeons until now. In contrast, foreign countries have already broken through heavenly level dungeons in numbers exceeding single digits. Now, with the addition of another heavenly level dungeon, everyone felt immense pride, especially Li Cheng and the others, whose faces were nearly overflowing with joy. Inside the combat department, countless soldiers looked up at the source of the tremors, and then their gazes shook in astonishment. A heavenly level dungeon. It had truly been broken through by their military district. On the other side, a batch of helicopters had just entered the airspace of the Jiangnan military district when they were jolted several times by the pressure of the tremors. Once the turbulence settled, everyone inside the aircraft felt a lingering fear. But when they finally reacted, their pupils constricted in shock. The Jiangnan military district actually broke through the heavenly level dungeon? Haven't they been attacking the Giant God dungeon? How did they really manage to chew through this tough bone? How could they be so fast? This is unbelievable. That's a heavenly level dungeon. Countless people were filled with astonishment. At that moment, Li Cheng and the others welcomed back the triumphant Zhao Jia and the others. Seeing all 15 of them return safely, Li Cheng finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. If there had been even a slight injury, he would have had a hard time explaining it to Lin Chen. Fortunately, all 15 returned safely. However, due to the nature of the Giant God dungeon, 3 people were severely injured, and 7 sustained minor injuries. As the captain of the elite team, Zhao Jia had a long gash across his shoulder. If it weren't for the Qianji spear in his hand, he probably wouldn't have been able to stand at that moment. Seeing this, Li Cheng and the others quickly arranged for doctors to treat everyone. Zhao Jia nodded at Li Cheng, and the Qianji spear in his hand instantly transformed into the form of the Qianji ring, floating in front of Li Cheng. Zhao Jia leaned against his teammates, still clutching the test data from this mission. We did not fail our mission. We returned safely with the Qianji spear and all our teammates. As Zhao Jia's voice fell, the entire place erupted in warm applause and cheers. When Lin Chen arrived following the sound, Zhao Jia and the others had already been lifted onto stretchers. After a quick glance around, Lin Chen felt something and looked in Li Cheng's direction. From the moment Lin Chen appeared, Li Cheng sensed the agitation of the Qianji ring. As Lin Chen showed up, the Qianji ring almost darted towards him like lightning, landing on his shoulder. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Li Chang and the others. So the Thousand Machine Ring had recognized its master to this extent? It should be noted that the Death God Scythe had previously been something they could manipulate at will. Lin Chen could also feel the connection between himself and the Thousand Machine Ring strengthening. He directly shrank it down to the size of his palm and stuffed it into his pocket. Li Chang and the others had never thought that the Thousand Machine Ring could be used this way, and for a moment, they were all stunned. This thing can still shrink? It should be noted that when Lin Chen brought the Thousand Machine Ring over, it was as big as a wash basin. Although they later mastered the 3 forms of the Thousand Machine Ring, they had no idea it could shrink to such a degree. Lin Chen looked at them with a puzzled expression. The Thousand Machine Ring itself can change into 3 forms, so its size can naturally change as well. Otherwise, if a shorter warrior had to carry a 2 or 3 meter long Thousand Machine Spear, wouldn't that be ridiculous? To be honest, Li Chang and the others had never considered this issue. Or perhaps, the Thousand Machine Ring had never truly belonged to them. There is a significant difference between borrowing and using. Just like now, Li Chang even felt that the attribute records regarding the Thousand Machine Ring could use a few more lines of introduction. This thing might be quite exclusive. After discussing the Thousand Machine Ring, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at Li Chang and the others. So you borrowed the Thousand Machine Ring last night to test the data, just to send the elite team into the Giant God instance, early this morning? With Lin Chen exposing this matter, Li Chang and the others showed a hint of embarrassment. In the end, it was Jiang Fan who couldn't help but step forward to explain. We already tested the first batch of data this morning, and the attributes related to the Thousand Machine Ring are even stronger than what was introduced. After saying this, Jiang Fan handed the first batch of test data to Lin Chen and continued. After reviewing the first batch of test data, we decided to temporarily form an elite team to take the Thousand Machine Ring into the Giant God instance, to test the second batch of data. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Lin Chen glanced at the data in his hand and was momentarily stunned. In the sunlight state, there's at least a 5% chance to trigger a fatal effect? Jiang Fan nodded. That's right, this is what we tested in instances below the heavenly level. Based on the attributes of the Thousand Machine Ring, we all thought its highest probability was only 5%. In reality, we were wrong. It should be a guaranteed 5%, and its fatal effect trigger has now reached an average of 10%. Lin Chen gasped. It seemed that refined materials still needed further research. Because the existing results and data showed that materials used for forging equipment after refinement were clearly stronger than those that had not been refined. But soon Lin Chen realized another issue. So you used the heavenly level instance as a test? Li Chang and the others nodded helplessly. Below the heavenly level instance, the Thousand Machine Ring is basically unbeatable. Moreover, most of the instances on our side are in a perpetual daylight environment. Lin Chen immediately understood. A perpetual daylight environment meant that the Thousand Machine Ring could run rampant in these instances. With a deeper understanding of his equipment, Lin Chen quickly pushed this matter aside. Compared to the Thousand Machine Ring, he was more interested in breaking through the heavenly level instance. According to the footage brought back by Zhao Jia and the others, the key to pushing through the heavenly level instance lay in the Thousand Machine Ring, because the user, Zhao Jia, had incredible luck. As the team leader, Zhao Jia was a combat profession, so he had been using the main combat form since entering the instance. Moreover, he had triggered the pursuit effect multiple times within the instance. You should know that the triggering probability of the Thousand Machine Ring's pursuit effect is only 20%. This kid almost triggers it every time. If it weren't for the fact that the triggering probabilities in the first batch of data were all within the normal range, Lin Chen would have doubted whether the attributes of his Thousand Machine Ring were fake. Not only that, but when the boss still had half health left, the Thousand Machine Ring had already triggered a critical hit effect. Therefore, a large part of the success in the heavenly level dungeon came from luck. After all, Zhao Jia and his team's damage was not small either. As the captain, Zhao Jia was even seriously injured. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then said solemnly, in that case, the Thousand Machine Ring may need further enhancement. Only then can it better adapt to the heavenly level dungeon. Li Chang looked at Lin Chen with some surprise, but soon he shook his head. There's no need to rush for now. We've already broken through one heavenly level dungeon, and we need some time to consolidate. It won't be too late to enhance it after your level goes up. Lin Chen thought the same way, as he was only at level 20. If the Thousand Machine Ring were to be enhanced now, he would really have no equipment left. After all, the Scythe of Death was still at level 30. Having solved a major problem in his heart, everyone in the operations department was beaming with joy. Just then, the heads of various military districts arrived at the Jiangnan General Military District's operations department. Naturally, Li Chang and the others went to greet them, and Lin Chen simply followed behind them. The helicopter had now stabilized inside the operations department. A large group of soldiers in military uniforms began to disembark from the helicopter, followed closely by another group of sharp-eyed high-ranking leaders. The moment they saw Li Chang, all the coldness and dominance that the leaders carried vanished in an instant, leaving only urgency and excitement. The one at the front is Jiang Nan, the head of the Northwest General Military District. Next to him is Chen Pingsheng, the head of the Northern General Military District. Beside Lin Chen, Jiang Fan introduced them one by one. The more Lin Chen listened, the brighter his eyes became. It seemed that this time, they were all formidable figures. After all, these people could usually only be seen on television during major meetings. Who would have thought that one day they would gather in the operations department of the Jiangnan General Military District? Lin Chen honestly followed behind Jiang Fan and the others, but he couldn't resist the curiosity of Chen Pingsheng and a few others about him. Why haven't I seen that young friend? Old Li, did you really break through the heavenly level dungeon this time? I felt it on the plane just now. I didn't expect you really broke through the heavenly level dungeon. Not bad. How about sharing some experience with us? I'll try to break through one when I get back. Everyone chatted as they walked toward the conference room of the operations department. Seeing these leaders' approachable demeanor, Lin Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. After all, these leaders were all above level 75, and they were responsible for guarding their respective regions. However, now in the operations department, they did not show any coldness or aloofness. As if sensing Lin Chen's surprise, Jiang Fan quietly said in his ear, "They were classmates before and later took charge of different departments." Lin Chen nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. In response to these people's inquiries, Li Chang remained smiling and silent. Even with Lin Chen right behind them, Li Chang had no intention of introducing him. Li Chang knew too well the importance of Lin Chen now. He could delay the introduction a bit longer, which would also delay Lin Chen from being snatched up by these people. After all, Lin Chen was currently hiding nearby, observing these people's true colors, and in the future, he would understand that the Jiangnan General Military District was the most suitable place for him. Of course, this was just a little scheme of Li Chang. Lin Chen's strength was beyond doubt, and he also knew the importance of Lin Chen to the other combat departments. Therefore, after entering the conference room and confirming that there were no outsiders following, Li Chang smiled and waved at Lin Chen. "Young friend Lin Chen." Seeing Li Chang's gesture, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Lin Chen was younger than they had expected. He had just turned 18. Could he really achieve a 100% success rate in forging? Doubts arose in their hearts. However, they had no choice but to believe Li Chang's words. "Let me introduce everyone. This is the young friend Lin Chen that you have all been wanting to meet. Now that he is here, feel free to ask him anything. But I must warn you in advance, don't scare the young man." The implication in Li Chang's words was very clear. However, the many people present were not fools and immediately showed smiles towards Lin Chen. They had come seeking Lin Chen's help after all. Regardless of Lin Chen's age, they had to leave a good impression on him first. So this is young friend Lin Chen. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. I heard that the equipment attributes made by young friend Lin Chen are improved. I wonder if I could take a look. I have already seen the equipment made by young friend Lin Chen. I wonder if he would be willing to visit our northern military district. A group of people quickly surrounded Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed. Such composure naturally earned him the admiration of so many big shots and leaders present. After all, Lin Chen looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. They certainly did not have Lin Chen's level of composure at that age. "Hello everyone. Since you are all so curious, let me show you my equipment." With that, Lin Chen took out his 1000 machine ring. Looking at the palm-sized 1000 machine ring, everyone was momentarily stunned. This is equipment? However, the next second, the 1000 machine ring quickly enlarged, soon becoming the size of a human head. Such a sight naturally drew gasps from the crowd. Although everyone present had seen the world, they had never seen equipment that could change its form. Generally speaking, the initial form of equipment crafted by a blacksmith would not change significantly, no matter how many times it was enhanced afterward. But the 1000 machine ring that Lin Chen took out directly broke everyone's preconceived notions. Seeing so many people with their mouths agape, Li Chang and the others silently curled their lips. Look at their clueless expressions. They were nothing like that. Lin Chen pushed the 1000 machine ring in front of them. You can take a look at the relevant attributes. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone briefly regained their senses and immediately turned their gaze to the 1000 machine ring on the table. After just one glance, everyone's pupils instantly dilated. It wasn't that they were inexperienced, but the attributes of the 1000 machine ring that Lin Chen presented were simply beyond everyone's expectations. Even though everyone present had reached level 75, they had never seen equipment with such terrifying attributes as the Thousand Machine Ring. Unheard of. Even the attributes of the Scythe of Death they had seen earlier were not as terrifying as those of the Thousand Machine Ring. After all, the Scythe of Death had reached such terrifying attributes only after 5 enhancements. Today had truly broadened their horizons. Starting off with a bombshell, huh? Everyone's gaze couldn't help but linger on the equipment on the table, their eyes almost glued to it. 1000 Machine Ring / Obsidian level wearing level, 20 attack plus 100,000 defense plus 20,000 attack speed, plus 20% skills, 1000 Machine, 100 Rivers, Sunlight Domain 1000 Machine, can transform into other forms, 1000 Machine Umbrella, 1000 Machine Ring, 1000 Machine Spear, removes specialization restrictions 1000 Machine Umbrella. Main defensive form, in this form, adds plus 100,000 armor on top of the original 1000 Machine Spear. Main daily form, in this form, adds plus 20% penetration on top of the original 1000 Machine Ring. Main attack form, in this form, has a 20% chance to trigger a follow-up effect on top of the original 100 Rivers. Each form can imprint the same class skills. Limit 1 Holy Forging effect. Sunlight Domain, within a 500*500 m area, under sunlight state. Any form gains 20% attack power increase, 20% defense power increase, and a 5% chance to trigger fatal damage. What kind of attributes can a blacksmith create? 3 forms, removal of specialization restrictions, a terrifying skill that adds 1 to the skill limit, plus a sunlight domain. Yet this is merely an initial piece of equipment. If it can be enhanced, what level will its attributes reach? For a moment, everyone felt their imagination was limited, because it was simply unimaginable. Previously, there was a confidentiality agreement, and everyone only knew of Lin Shen's existence, until the Grim Reaper's scythe was borrowed in various military districts. Only then did everyone truly feel the terrifying nature of the equipment forged by Lin Shen. However, now that they had witnessed the attributes of the 1000 Machine Ring, Jiangnan and the others were left with only one thought. The people from the Jiangnan General Military District must have been hiding this all along, right? How could such a talent only be revealed now? The key is that he has already broken through a heavenly level dungeon. In an instant, everyone looked at Li Chang with nothing but jealousy and envy. Li Chang enjoyed these envious and jealous gazes with great satisfaction. Look, although their Jiangnan General Military District has been at the bottom for years, they can't deny that such a genius has emerged from their district. In the future, when various military districts need equipment, won't they have to come to find Lin Shen? Even if Lin Shen has submitted to the state, it doesn't change the fact that he came from Jiangnan. Thinking of this, Li Chang felt immensely happy, almost wanting to laugh out loud 3 times. The next moment, everyone surrounded Lin Shen. Young friend Lin Shen, could you briefly explain this equipment to me? This equipment is very powerful. I have an unreasonable request. Since it's an unreasonable request, then don't say it. Young friend Lin Shen, shall we go over there and chat? I think it's a pity for young friend Lin Shen to waste such talent. May I ask which university you are currently attending? A group of people quickly surrounded him, and Lin Shen felt a bit anxious. I have already been recommended to the Holy Demon University. You have all seen the relevant attributes of the 1000 Machine Ring. Here are its 2 sets of data. You can also use them for reference. Lin Shen actually had no ill feelings towards these people. He even felt a natural closeness and respect. It is because of them that the country has been able to support itself until now, providing the public with a stable life. They can enter schools to learn the corresponding theories. The two are actually complementary. Lin Shen was also willing to help them to the best of his ability within his capacity. After a conversation, Lin Shen quickly received several invitations, but more were requests to help them enhance their equipment. Now everyone had reached a consensus. The attributes of the equipment enhanced by Lin Shen would definitely exceed their imagination. Moreover, the time everyone could stay here was not long. Even if they couldn't take Lin Shen away, being able to take 1 or 2 pieces of equipment from him would be excellent. So, in the following days, Lin Shen almost spent day and night enhancing equipment in his lounge. However, compared to the previous process of enhancing equipment, Lin Shen added an extra step this time. That was refining enhancement materials. Lin Shen had already experienced the benefits of refining materials. So, before enhancing the equipment, would refining this batch of enhancement materials maximize the corresponding attribute values? Lin Shen had not actually tried it, but he still had 90% confidence. One material after another was continuously thrown into the forging space. Then Lin Shen selected the most suitable refined materials from them. By the time Lin Shen came out of his lounge, 2 days had passed. Outside his lounge, Li Chang and the others were eagerly waiting. When they saw Lin Shen come out, everyone beamed with big smiles. Lin Shen handed them the equipment in his hand. It's been enhanced. You can take a look. The first to receive the equipment from Lin Chen was Chen Pingsheng. The moment he saw the attributes of his precious equipment, Chen Pingsheng could hardly believe it. The first thing that caught his eye was the legendary level. Next was the exponential increase in various attributes. The most crucial part was that his equipment actually had an additional attribute, Thunder Strike. As a warrior, Chen Pingsheng was simply ecstatic to see the extra skill on his equipment. As expected of my friend Lin Chen, this enhancement is truly. At this moment, Chen Pingsheng felt that all descriptions were somewhat lacking, and the others shared the same excitement in their eyes. The equipment Lin Chen enhanced had truly given them a huge surprise. Even though they knew Lin Chen had a 100% success rate for enhancements, it was still impossible not to worry about sending off equipment that had accompanied them for many years. However, now that they had seen their equipment, all that was left was sheer joy. This enhancement is amazing. Oh my, it directly increased my attack power by 60,000. My equipment has also reached the legendary level. I have reached the legendary level too. Isn't this level up a bit too fast? What a pity, my equipment level is slightly lower. It's still only obsidian level. But these attributes are a bit too luxurious, right? Is this really my equipment? In just a moment, the entrance of Lin Chen's lounge looked like a bustling market. All the military leaders looked at the equipment in their hands, filled only with satisfaction and happiness. If Lin Chen hadn't brought out so many pieces of equipment at once, they wouldn't have been able to exchange them in advance, and they might have suspected that their equipment had been swapped by Lin Chen. When everyone came back to their senses, the look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Chen was filled with intense interest. After all, he was a top-tier blacksmith. Their equipment had only been in Lin Chen's hands for a few days, yet it had already reached at least the obsidian level, and there had been no failures. Such a high success rate, along with the additional attributes, made everyone's hearts burn with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Chen was right there in the operations department, they might have already started planning how to carry him away. In fact, Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy under their gaze. Finally, it was Li Cheng who cleared his throat and spoke. Everyone, please tone down your gazes. Lin Chen is a rare talent for our country. Since he is a shared talent, as long as the requests made by everyone are not too excessive, my friend Lin Chen will definitely do his best to fulfill them. On this point, Li Cheng could fully vouch for Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded in response, feeling a bit scared by the way everyone looked at him with eyes gleaming like green lights. It wasn't that he was afraid they would devour him alive, but rather that they might not wait for him to graduate from university and would directly whisk him away to the combat units of various military districts. Lin Chen wanted to serve the country, but he also wanted to pursue further studies in university. Li Chang and Jiang Fan explained this point to everyone present. Soon, all the leaders held another secret meeting. However, this time they were not discussing Lin Chen's fate, but rather how to allocate the resources he currently held. Inside the conference room, the noise had even penetrated outside. Lin Chen listened to the chaotic sounds inside, resembling a bustling market, and silently turned his head away. Jiang Fan chuckled. Now everyone has seen your strength clearly, so the resources they can offer will be even more. Moreover, as time goes on, it will become increasingly difficult for you to level up. If we have help from other military districts, it will be much easier for us. At least until now, most of the forging materials Lin Chen used came from the Jiangnan military district. Furthermore, the secret guards protecting Lin Chen were also dispatched from the combat department of the Jiangnan military district. However, Lin Chen believed that this situation would soon be broken. Sure enough, after a round of noisy discussions, the leaders walked out of the conference room, each one satisfied, except for Li Chang, whose expression was somewhat grim. It seemed that this time, Li Chang did not gain any advantage in the meeting, but upon seeing Lin Chen waiting at the door, Li Chang immediately put on a smile. Young friend Lin Chen, from now on, the equipment you forge each month will be allocated to various military districts by our Jiangnan military district according to a certain ratio. However, we will still prioritize your studies and health. Lin Chen nodded. The forging materials sent each month were actually based on Lin Chen's needs. Sometimes, if the demand was high, the materials sent would correspondingly increase. All these materials were fully covered by the state. Lin Chen just needed to provide a large number of successfully forged equipment to the country. Currently, these pieces of equipment were merely allocated accordingly. In reality, Lin Chen's monthly workload had not increased. After sending off those leaders, Li Chang quietly approached Lin Chen. Young friend Lin Chen, will you be able to supply us with skill enhancement scrolls in bulk in the future? Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes widened as if he understood something. He didn't expect Li Chang, who usually kept a low profile, to be so ruthless when it came to business. Not only Lin Chen, but even Jiang Fan was surprised that Li Chang would resort to such underhanded tactics. These people were indeed envious of the equipment Lin Chen produced. After all, Lin Chen's equipment had high attributes and good quality. But the skill enhancement scrolls Lin Chen created were equally formidable. It was just that Li Cheng deliberately concealed this fact. If the information was kept under wraps, then the skill enhancement scrolls could only be specially supplied to the Jiangnan military district. This was also a little scheme of Li Cheng's. In terms of strength and the number of dungeons, the Jiangnan military district was naturally not comparable to other military districts. It should be noted that the Northwest military district currently had 5 heavenly level dungeons that urgently needed to be broken through. The more heavenly level dungeons there were, the greater the demand for equipment. Li Cheng wouldn't compete with them for these life and death items, but he also had to ensure the safety of his subordinates, didn't he? Therefore, the skill enhancement scrolls forged by Lin Chen became the best choice. Although skill enhancement scrolls didn't have attributes that doubled like equipment, what was most frightening about them were their accompanying attributes. Mastering this thing would make it even easier for them to break through dungeons in the future, wouldn't it? At this moment, Lin Chen and Zhang Fan finally understood that Li Cheng's rise to his current position was not merely due to sheer bravery. He was quite clever. Lin Chen wouldn't really expose him. His skill enhancement vouchers were the same for anyone. As long as they could reduce casualties, that was their greatest purpose. All right. Having agreed to Li Cheng's request, Lin Chen quickly began to head back. He had been away for many days, and with the graduation ceremony approaching, this was an extremely important event in Lin Chen's life, so he didn't want to miss it. That afternoon, Lin Chen was steadily flown back to school by helicopter. After so many days without seeing him, his sudden appearance at school brought a hint of joy to Su Qilan's eyes. Lin Chen, you're back? Lin Chen nodded, but then he noticed his laboratory had been tidied up completely, and his expression showed a bit of fluctuation. Teacher, have you been cleaning the lab for me these past few days? Hearing Lin Chen's question, Su Qilan felt a bit shy. You haven't been here for so many days, so I asked the principal and the others. They said you had something to attend to, so I thought I would help clean the lab, but I didn't touch your things. Su Qilan understood that the order and position of items were crucial for a forger. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then handed a skill enhancement voucher to Su Qilan. This is something I just researched. I didn't get to show it to you last time. Upon hearing it was Lin Chen's latest research, Su Qilan felt a surge of curiosity. However, she quickly suppressed her curiosity. Can I take a look? Lin Chen nodded. Didn't you sign a confidentiality agreement? With Lin Chen's words, Su Qilan felt relieved and took the skill enhancement voucher he handed over. But as soon as she glanced at it, her eyes widened. These attributes, and the accompanying modifiers. Wasn't this a bit too terrifying? Su Qilan even found it hard to believe her eyes and took a deep breath. Did you just research this? That's right, these 2 skill enhancement vouchers are for your self-defense. After saying this, Lin Chen handed another skill enhancement voucher to Su Qilan. Su Qilan was a bit flustered. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to present such precious items. This thing is quite rare, right? At the very least, Su Qilan had never heard of it, let alone seen it. Lin Chen smiled and firmly placed the skill enhancement voucher in Su Qilan's hands. This is something you should have, teacher. Consider it a thank you gift for cleaning the lab for me these days. Su Qilan understood that Lin Chen was just looking for an excuse to have her accept the 2 skill enhancement vouchers. But Lin Chen's warm attitude still made her heart race. Lin Chen had no intention of forging equipment in the lab today, so he simply went home early. After being away for so many days, as soon as Lin Chen opened the door, he saw Lin Anan sprawled out on the sofa. The moment she heard the door open, Lin Anan immediately lifted her head. Her big, dark eyes locked onto Lin Chen's. The next second, Lin Anan pounced on him. Brother, you finally came back. Where have you been these days? Lin Chen couldn't help but ruffle Lin Anan's hair. I went on a trip. Lin Anan's eyes widened. You went on a trip? Lin Chen just hummed in response. But how could this answer satisfy Lin Anan? She immediately started to pester Lin Chen. Where did you go to play? Why didn't you take me with you? I was so bored at home during the break. By the way, isn't your graduation ceremony coming up soon? I heard there's a professional exam that day. Lin Anan shifted the topic mid-conversation, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. The professional exam at the graduation ceremony was a great opportunity for all the younger students to witness the talents of their seniors. Therefore, Lin Anan would definitely not miss such an important occasion. However, what Lin Anan didn't expect was that Lin Chen would also participate. Brother, are you sure? That's a professional exam. Haven't you already been granted a direct admission? For third-year high school students, the professional exam provided a larger platform for further studies. But for someone like Lin Chen, who had already secured a direct admission, the professional exam was something of little significance. Moreover, Lin Chen was only a lifestyle profession. He couldn't possibly be hammering away at equipment while others were taking the exam, could he? Just imagining that scene made Lin Anan stifle a laugh. Seeing the smile on Lin Ainen's face, Lin Chen knew the girl was up to no good, so he immediately grabbed the back of her collar. "Are you plotting something again?" Lin Ainen let out a yelp, her legs flailing wildly. "Let go! Lin Chen, don't think I won't dare to hit you now. I'm a special profession." Lin Chen snorted, tightening his grip. "Even if you're a special profession, I'm still your brother. And your profession hasn't fully awakened yet, so you should behave yourself for now." After being scolded by Lin Chen, Lin Ainen pouted. "Just wait until my profession awakens. I'll definitely make you regret it." The professional exam was scheduled for a week later. Lin Chen had been staying at school these days. Although he didn't have to attend classes, he could still feel the tension among everyone as they prepared for the exam while walking around campus. Strolling along the tree-lined path, Lin Chen let out a rare sigh of relief. It seemed that class hadn't ended yet. However, wandering around campus during class hours made him too conspicuous. As a result, it was easy for him to be mistaken for someone else. Lin Chen. When he heard someone call his name, Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Ever since he consistently ranked first in his theoretical classes, his classmates had kept their distance. There was hardly any interaction on a daily basis. After awakening his lifestyle profession and falling from the top rank to the bottom, even fewer people paid attention to him. So, when someone suddenly called out to him on the road, Lin Chen was curious. Turning around, he immediately spotted a girl in a white dress. Perhaps because the sun was shining brightly, the girl wore a hat, making her look like a water lily. When she saw Lin Chen looking at her, Su Jia smiled at him. "Congratulations! I heard you got direct admission to Holy Demon University." Lin Chen naturally recognized Su Jia. As a classmate from the neighboring class and a campus beauty, she was never short of compliments. Moreover, Su Jia was a rare magician. With such strength combined with her beauty, she had become a topic of conversation on campus. Lin Chen had often heard about her achievements. He just didn't expect her to greet him suddenly. But since she was smiling, Lin Chen couldn't bring himself to ignore her. "Thank you, Su classmate. I heard you also got direct admission. Congratulations to us both." However, Su Jia shook her head. "I did get direct admission, but I don't plan to attend that school." Lin Chen was taken aback. "You're giving up your direct admission?" Su Jia nodded. "That's right, the school I got direct admission to is just an ordinary undergraduate institution. But personally, I still prefer St. Magic University." At this point, Su Jia mischievously winked at Lin Chen. "So, Lin Chen, you have to wait for me at St. Magic University." Lin Chen really didn't expect Su Jia to pull this stunt, but her bold decision to give up the guaranteed admission opportunity and choose to participate in the upcoming vocational exam meant she had made up her mind. Lin Chen couldn't interfere in other people's matters, so he could only smile and nod. "Then I wish you all the best, Su." After a brief exchange, Lin Chen turned and left. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the vocational exam. As a lifestyle profession among auxiliary careers, Lin Chen's exam content was naturally quite different from others. Given that Lin Chen was participating in this vocational exam, Principal Shang and the others took it very seriously. They even upgraded all the school's equipment in advance. After all, they couldn't control the exam, but they could enhance the candidates' testing environment in this small way. No matter which exam room Lin Chen entered, the testing environment would definitely be excellent. The high school seniors this year were particularly surprised by the excellent exam rooms. In previous years, many seniors had complained about the exam rooms being too dirty and chaotic, with some equipment in such disrepair that it was almost unusable. Everyone had prepared themselves mentally, but they didn't expect to see such a scene upon entering. Clean exam rooms, and they were even individual rooms. Each room was equipped with the corresponding gear and display screens. What Lin Chen saw was just that. He placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner at the entrance of the exam room. This was a recognition system specially installed by the state that could record his level and relevant identity information for verification. Only after the identity verification was successful could the corresponding exam questions be activated. Generally speaking, as a forger in a lifestyle profession, there were only 7 exam questions, 3 of which involved professional knowledge, 2 involved branch profession knowledge, and 2 were practical exam questions, which meant forging equipment. The 7 exam questions were not difficult for Lin Chen. After all, before awakening his profession, he had been first in theoretical knowledge, and practical tasks were as easy as child's play for him. In just half an hour, Lin Chen had completed all 7 exam questions and even submitted his paper early. Once the system feedback was complete, the door to the room behind Lin Chen opened. With a light step, Lin Chen walked straight out of the exam room. At this point, he was the only one who had completed the exam in the entire exam hall, making the corridor eerily quiet. Lin Chen deliberately lightened his steps to avoid disturbing those still in their small rooms. However, this consideration was clearly unnecessary. Each exam room had been specially treated, so there was no possibility of being disturbed by external noises. But just as Lin Chen was about to step out of the exam hall, he saw a group of reporters and cameras waiting outside. This surprised him a bit, but before he could turn back to the exam hall, a female reporter rushed towards him and grabbed his shirt. "Everyone, look! This is the first student from our school to come out of the exam room this year. May I ask how you found the exam questions? Were they difficult?" Lin Chen didn't expect the female reporter to be so quick. Perhaps because she had been waiting outside for too long, a thin layer of sweat had formed on her face, making her even more charming. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, which was why he was directly grabbed by her. So now, he could only answer honestly. "I think this year's exam questions were quite easy." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the female reporter's eyes widened in surprise. It is known that every student who comes out of the examination room never claims the questions were easy. It seems she has truly encountered a prodigy. So, the female reporter forcibly suppressed her excitement and continued to ask with a smile, "It seems this student feels he performed quite well. Can you estimate your score?" After saying this, the female reporter looked at Lin Chen with full anticipation. However, Lin Chen shook his head. "Estimating is uncertain. I just came to experience it since I've already been granted a direct admission." Lin Chen then pointed to the school's promotional wall not far away and walked away. The female reporter was momentarily stunned by Lin Chen's response and didn't even have time to react as she watched him step away from her. Once she regained her senses, she immediately rushed toward the school's promotional wall. On the first page of the wall, the female reporter quickly spotted Lin Chen's photo, and beneath it was boldly written, "Directly admitted to the Holy Demon University." At this moment, the female reporter could no longer contain herself. Wow! After leaving the examination room, Lin Chen did not head straight out of the school but instead avoided the reporters and cameras, making his way to his laboratory. After all, he still needed to practice continuously, especially to improve his proficiency in equipment forging and material enhancement. This could affect the attributes and traits of the equipment he forged. Lin Chen repeatedly tossed materials into the forging space and enhanced them over and over again, like a tireless robot, never taking a break. However, this tranquility was soon interrupted. The moment Su Qilan pushed open the door, her voice was filled with barely contained excitement. "Lin Chen, I knew you were in the lab. The principal wants to see you in his office. There's good news." Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, and seeing Su Qilan's unmasked excitement, he felt a bit dazed. It seemed he had never seen a teacher like this before. It must be truly great news. Lin Chen nodded, put away the enhancement materials on the table, and followed Su Qilan's lead toward the principal's office. Since the reporters and cameras on campus were tracking the examination activities, the laboratory and office buildings behind were surprisingly quiet. Lin Chen knocked on the office door, and the next second, it was opened directly. Upon seeing Lin Chen's face, Principal Shang's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. "Ah, finally, I get to see you. Lin Chen, tell me, how could you quietly accomplish such a big thing?" When Principal Shang received the notification from above, he didn't even know how to describe his feelings. A surge of joy and pride welled up in his chest, yet he didn't know how to express it. Moreover, with the items just delivered to the school by the leaders, Principal Shang felt like he could spin around in delight. However, he still maintained some rationality and only showed his excitement after Lin Chen arrived. "Principal, you were looking for me?" Principal Shang directly pulled Lin Chen into the office and couldn't wait to say, "You little rascal, you actually managed to break the heavenly level dungeon without a sound. If it weren't for the news from above, I might still be in the dark." God knows how exhilarated Principal Shang felt upon hearing this news. Just thinking about how his own nephew had died in that heavenly level dungeon made Principal Shang feel a deep hatred. Yet now that the heavenly level dungeon had been broken, and it was by a student of his, how could Principal Shang not feel proud? Especially the matter of the heavenly level dungeon being breached is related to the fate of the nation. After all, the heavenly level dungeon contains resources and materials that no one can imagine. A breakthrough in a heavenly level dungeon represents a significant increase in the strength of their country. Thinking of this, Principal Shang's expression became serious. "Lin Chen, in light of your tremendous efforts in the heavenly level dungeon, the higher-ups have specially recognized you." Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Recognition? For a heavenly level dungeon he hadn't even personally participated in, was there really recognition for that? However, Principal Shang didn't give Lin Chen any time to react and directly handed him the certificate of recognition that he had read countless times. Lin Chen looked at the gilded words on the certificate, and his emotions surged. First-class merit. It was actually the hardest to obtain first-class merit. One must know that a soldier fighting bravely on the front lines for years might only receive a third-class merit, yet Lin Chen, having only provided a piece of equipment and some skill enhancement vouchers, could obtain first-class merit. The surprise in Lin Chen's eyes was almost overflowing. Is this really for me? However, the next moment, Lin Chen saw the name specially engraved on the certificate, along with a magic array. This meant that this certificate of recognition had officially taken effect. Principal Shang nodded with a smile. And that's not all. To reward you for breaking through the heavenly level dungeon, they also specially sent 2 pieces of equipment. Upon hearing that he could receive equipment, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. More equipment? Principal Shang then pushed a wooden box in front of Lin Chen. You can take a look. Lin Chen glanced at the box and noticed that it was also enhanced by a magic array. Moreover, it hadn't been damaged. This meant that Principal Shang didn't know what kind of equipment was inside the box because he had never opened it. However, Lin Chen didn't think too much at that moment and opened the wooden box in front of him. As the box opened, Lin Chen immediately saw a glowing piece of equipment on the left. It was a legendary piece of equipment. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. The country's generosity was still habitual as he glanced at the attributes. Holy brooch quality, legendary no-level requirement for wearing stamina plus 2000, spirit plus 800, profession adaptability plus 500 enhancement plus 3 holy barrier, provides barrier protection within a radius of 10 meters centered on the wearer, with a barrier energy value of 300,000, which can consume the wearer's energy for replenishment. When the barrier is activated, it will unleash light burns, dealing 100 points of attribute damage per second, with self-recovery ability, recovering 10 points per second. When the barrier energy value reaches 0, it will enter a cooling period of 40 days. After reading the corresponding attributes, Lin Chen couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. A legendary piece of equipment with no level requirement for wearing. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. Moreover, it was a legendary piece of equipment focused on defense, with only 3 enhancement levels, leaving room for future upgrades. Such powerful equipment could definitely not be produced in an ordinary dungeon. Is this equipment produced in a special dungeon? Principal Shang smiled. Indeed, with this equipment, your defensive capabilities will be greatly enhanced. This is also the nation's care for you, and when the barrier is deployed, it will release burning damage, which can greatly attract the attention of rescuers. However, I think you might be even more curious about the second piece of equipment. Upon hearing Principal Shang's words, Lin Chen immediately looked at the other piece of equipment lying in the box. The moment he saw the equipment, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Spatial bracelet, quality, legendary, no level requirement for wearing, stamina plus 2000, spirit plus 800, profession adaptability plus 500, spatial array, can set up 3 locations for the spatial array. Once activated, it allows free teleportation between the 3 locations, with a distance limit of 30,000 meters. After activation, there will be a cooldown period of 180 days. As blacksmiths, Lin Chen and his companions naturally had their own forging space. Therefore, Lin Chen initially thought this was a piece of spatial storage equipment, but who would have thought it was actually a special piece of spatial equipment? It could perform free teleportation. Principal Shang smiled. These 2 pieces of equipment are specially awarded to you by the state, and I have been entrusted to hand them over to you. With these 2 legendary pieces of equipment in your hands, we can feel a bit more at ease. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about Lin Chen escaping. Even if he really couldn't escape, he could at least buy some time for the rescue team. Lin Chen nodded and then raised a question. But I feel like these pieces of equipment won't be useful within the country's territory, right? After all, the guards following Lin Chen were all of the highest level. If something really happened to Lin Chen domestically, it would likely tarnish the entire country's reputation. Principal Shang clearly thought the same, but he quickly replied, they may not be useful domestically, but that doesn't mean they won't be useful abroad. With your current talent and strength, it's only a matter of time before you step outside the country. Moreover, global dungeons have significant regional characteristics. Some countries' dungeons have become so powerful that humans cannot reach them, and even now, some small countries are on the brink of extinction every day. Although our country's situation is not optimistic at the moment, we are still willing to provide some humanitarian aid. What Principal Shang didn't say was that those humanitarian aids also represented the ownership of the dungeons. Lin Chen understood the importance the state placed on him, so he nodded heavily. I understand. Please thank them for me. Lin Chen knew that the smooth delivery of these 2 pieces of equipment to him was likely due to countless efforts behind the scenes. Principal Shang nodded. I will convey that to them. However, you really did a great job this time. You achieved a no damage clear of a heavenly level dungeon, which has never happened globally. If it weren't for the need to protect your related information, the state would have probably already publicized it nationwide. When talking about this matter, there was a hint of excitement in Principal Shang's English. It was precisely because he understood the terrifying nature of this dungeon that the materials and equipment provided by Lin Chen shocked the elite team when they achieved a no-damage clear. Now that your rewards have been issued, the state should also release related news. The achievement of clearing a heavenly level dungeon should be brought to the television screen to inspire people. And it's also time for some people abroad to understand that we are not incapable of clearing heavenly level dungeons. At the very least, Principal Shang understood the impact of the phrase no damage clear. Lin Chen naturally followed whatever arrangements Principal Shang made, but he was still a bit curious about the state's related publicity. When will the news about the heavenly level dungeon clear be reported? Probably in the next couple of days. You can keep an eye on the news from the television station. Lin Chen nodded. Although his name couldn't be brought to the television screen, as long as the dungeon could be cleared, whether he gained fame or not became less important. However, the report about the heavenly level dungeon clear came much faster than Lin Chen had imagined. The day of the exam had just ended, and when Lin Chen returned home that evening, the television had already been turned on by Lin. At this moment, the television screen prominently displayed a news report about the flawless completion of a heavenly level dungeon. Little Lin was watching with great interest, her eyes shining brightly. Completed the heavenly level dungeon. That's amazing. With the news report, Lin occasionally let out a few gasps of surprise. Even when Lin Chen approached the sofa, Lin didn't notice. Watching so intently? Unable to resist, Lin Chen ruffled Lin's hair, a smile playing on his lips. Lin shook her head in displeasure. Brother, don't disturb me. Come sit down and watch with me. It's a heavenly level dungeon. There was actually an elite team that completed it, and not a single person was sacrificed. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Is completing a dungeon such a rare thing? As soon as he said this, Lin's eyes widened. It's a heavenly level dungeon. Heavenly level dungeon. Do you know what a heavenly level dungeon is? Lin Chen was almost deafened by Lin's shout and quickly rubbed his ears. I know, but hasn't this heavenly level dungeon already been completed? This time, Lin deflated. It's not you who completed it, it was that elite team. I heard their captain is still lying in the intensive care unit, but thankfully, this time, there were no casualties in the heavenly level dungeon. Lin Chen nodded in agreement this time. Completing a dungeon is a good thing. Lin looked at the television with an expectant expression. There should be follow-up reports in the next couple of days, right? I really want to see the members of the elite team. They are simply amazing. Lin Chen, however, wore a calm expression. The completion of the heavenly level dungeon was a major event for the entire country. Therefore, when the news report came out, countless media outlets began to follow the story, especially regarding the elite team. Although the captain was still in the hospital, the other team members could gradually accept interviews, which somewhat made up for the missing pieces. In the interview room, several members of the elite team sat somewhat awkwardly in front of the camera. This completion of the dungeon is indeed a tremendous victory for us, but it also relies heavily on everyone's help, especially the blacksmith who provided us with powerful equipment. Without the gear he provided and the corresponding enhancement vouchers, the completion of the heavenly level dungeon would definitely not have been as simple as it is now. The elite team members' words made several reporters' eyes light up, and they immediately pressed for more information. Could you possibly reveal the name of this blacksmith? However, the elite team member firmly shook his head at this moment. Sorry, we cannot disclose his name. But since the start of this battle, his codename has been Grim Reaper. Upon hearing this, all the reporters couldn't help but gasp. Grim Reaper, what did that mean? It meant that under the scythe, no one survived. Who had such a bold claim? Meanwhile, in the adjacent interview room, a similar situation was unfolding. Li Cheng never expected that one day he would be interviewed by reporters, but since this was a task announced from above, no matter how unwilling he felt, he could only brace himself. Are you asking about the blacksmith who provided the powerful equipment? Sorry, we cannot disclose any information about that, but I can tell you that his codename is Grim Reaper. The information revealed by several people was identical, which only heightened the reporters' curiosity. But no matter how curious they were, Li Chang and the others had signed a confidentiality agreement, and these sensitive topics would never be mentioned. Therefore, when the news reports reached foreign countries, what was left for those foreign media was only an inexplicable codename. Once the related media reports came out, they stirred up public opinion across the entire nation. What the hell? Is this for real? This is a bit too amazing, right? Did we really clear the heavenly level dungeon? That's a heavenly level dungeon. It seems like it hasn't been cleared in many years, right? The last team sent out suffered heavy losses, I didn't expect this time to clear it without any casualties. I can only say, as expected of the Grim Reaper, with his intervention, the safety of the soldiers' lives can be greatly guaranteed. I just wonder when the country will be able to continue clearing the next heavenly level dungeon. Come on, we just cleared it. How could we immediately enter the next heavenly level dungeon? With the Grim Reaper around, what's wrong with dreaming a little? A series of public reactions led the citizens of the country into great joy and excitement. However, compared to the nationwide celebration, the foreign media remained silent for a long time. Eventually, some foreign media couldn't help but start reporting. American Times, regarding the news of Longwa clearing the heavenly level dungeon without casualties, I believe everyone has something to say. However, the claim from Longwa that no one died is still up for consideration. It is well known that the difficulty of heavenly level dungeons is extremely high. Even the largest country in the world, the United States, has only cleared 6 and has paid a huge price for it. But today, Longwa actually reported a no-casualty breakthrough of a heavenly level dungeon, which is quite unbelievable. This is simply something that is hard to achieve. However, Longwa has released such news, revealing their wolfish ambitions. As for the so-called blacksmith known as the Grim Reaper they mentioned, I do not believe that a blacksmith can play a crucial role in the breakthrough of a heavenly level dungeon. Yet they are trying to shift all the issues onto a single blacksmith, which shows that they are actually trying to confuse the public and divert attention. Therefore, regarding their claim of a no-casualty breakthrough of the heavenly level dungeon, we hold a denial attitude unless they can release relevant videos of the breakthrough. With the American media's opening, other countries began to stir. After all, as a superpower in the world, if even the United States holds a denial attitude, then this news of Longwa breaking through the heavenly level dungeon is likely just a self-directed farce. Since it's a farce, what's wrong with questioning it? The media of the sun never sets empire. I think this time, the matter of Longwa conquering the heavenly level dungeon should still be considered with some caution. It is well known that the difficulty of heavenly level dungeons is immense. Many countries in the world have to put in tremendous effort to conquer them, yet Longwa managed to do it without any damage, which is indeed quite unbelievable. But it cannot be denied that Longwa has indeed cleared the heavenly level dungeon. Whether or not it came at a huge cost, Longwa's rise has become an undeniable fact. Perhaps in the distant east, another winding dragon will be added. The media of the Thief Nation, I heard that this time Longwa relied on an extremely powerful blacksmith to clear the heavenly level dungeon without any damage. In fact, that extremely powerful blacksmith, the Grim Reaper, is our country's blacksmith. We feel a deep disdain for Longwa stealing our blacksmith, the Grim Reaper. A series of media voices began to emerge. However, there were not many governments that truly wanted to believe that the Dragon Kingdom had conquered the heavenly level dungeon. It should be noted that prior to this, the Dragon Kingdom had only managed to conquer one heavenly level dungeon. That one dungeon was barely passed through by the Dragon Kingdom's people sacrificing their lives one after another. According to common sense, the second heavenly level dungeon should not have been cleared so quickly, especially without any sacrifices. How could this be possible? At the very least, the United States could not achieve this. Even though they had already broken through 6 heavenly level dungeons, each time it was only at a great cost that they managed to take them down. However, after so many days of speculation, the final accurate news still reached the hands of the leaders of various governments. United States, White Palace, what on earth are you doing? It has been a full 10 days since the Dragon Kingdom announced this news. And now you are telling me that this news is true? They really managed to clear it without any casualties? Damn it, I won't let them enjoy this. Seeing the president's furious expression, several generals below exchanged glances, and finally, one of them mustered the courage to step forward and speak. Dear Mr. President, it's just that the Dragon Kingdom has sealed this information too well. We don't even know when they opened the heavenly level dungeon. As for how they managed to clear the heavenly level dungeon without casualties, I think it must be because they obtained some special equipment. Just as they said, relying on the attributes of the equipment, they could forcefully break through the heavenly level dungeon. Upon hearing this general's words, the president's gaze instantly sharpened. Then tell me, what equipment did they rely on to break through the heavenly level dungeon? The general was taken aback for a moment and then lowered his head. Sorry, our intelligence department has not yet transmitted any useful information. They have hidden the relevant news very well, leaving us with no opportunity whatsoever. But my intuition tells me that perhaps that powerful equipment is greatly related to the blacksmith known as the Grim Reaper they mentioned. However, that blacksmith is also very likely to be a decoy they threw out to mislead us. After all, the cunning methods of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed hard to guard against. However, the president did not want to hear so much nonsense. I don't care what methods you use, now, immediately, go find me information about that blacksmith. We must find out the truth, even if he is just a decoy. With the president's order, all the generals saluted. Yes, The breakthrough of the heavenly level dungeon was an extremely encouraging event for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Looking globally, currently, only the Dragon Kingdom and the United States could break through 2 heavenly level dungeons. Excluding the United States, the Dragon Kingdom is now undoubtedly the world's second. After all, not all countries have the strength of the United States, able to unblinkingly sacrifice the lives of their soldiers to conquer one heavenly level dungeon after another. Therefore, most countries that have broken through one heavenly level dungeon, after witnessing the extent of the casualties it caused to their soldiers, inevitably chose to hold back. However, now, the Dragon Kingdom has broken this pattern, and has jumped to become the world's second, which makes other countries feel uncomfortable. The conquest of the heavenly level dungeon is indeed too difficult, but the Dragon Kingdom actually managed to clear it without casualties and efficiently, which is quite incredible. Although clearing it without casualties is not the same as clearing it without injuries, at least the soldiers who went in were able to come out alive, which is already a significant improvement. But how did they manage to do it? Could it be that their country has given birth to countless extraordinary powerhouses, allowing them to charge forward at any cost to clear the levels? No, this really doesn't make sense. Countless countries fell into deep doubt and confusion, but at that moment, they couldn't pry even a hint of information from the mouth of Long Country's media. Ever since the news of the heavenly level dungeon being conquered was reported, Lin Chen had been exposed to various news reports almost every day. Especially from foreign news outlets, the chances of Lin Chen coming across them were simply too high. In fact, Lin Chen had underestimated the importance of a heavenly level dungeon to a country. It seems that this breakthrough in the heavenly level dungeon will attract many small countries to trade with us. After all, the resources produced by the heavenly level dungeon were extremely needed by those small countries, but for Long Country, some resources were not that rare. It should be noted that most of the resources produced in the heavenly level dungeon were between level 70 and 80, and there were even legendary grade equipment and materials. However, legendary grade equipment materials were too rare, and countries generally wouldn't trade with other small countries. But lower level equipment materials could still be sold. In this way, they could exchange for resources that were relatively scarce for Long Country from some small countries. This could be considered a form of mutual benefit. It even invisibly increased Long Country's prestige significantly. Lin Chen looked at his phone for a while. Ever since he completed the vocational exam, Lin Chen had actually been going to school less. According to Lin and the others, since they had finally finished the exam and were guaranteed admission, they should take a good rest. Coincidentally, Lin Chen was also a bit tired, so he simply rested at home for a few days, quietly waiting for the results to come out. However, Lin Chen didn't expect that the results would come out a full half-month earlier than usual. Even before Lin Chen could react, Lin had already dashed into Lin Chen's room. "Brother, the results of the extraordinary exam are out. Hurry and log into the system to check." Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then opened his phone. Before he could log into the official website to check the results, several messages immediately came through, the first one being from Principal Shang. "Lin Chen, your vocational exam results are out, with a total score of 720, ranking first in the province. I wonder if you have time to come to school for a presentation." When Lin Chen saw this message, he was momentarily stunned. After all, he hadn't been to school for over 10 days. If he were still in the lab, Principal Shang would have probably rushed to the lab by now. However, Principal Shang's attention to his results indeed surprised Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen had already been guaranteed admission. Normal people would think he was just taking the exam casually, right? Now that Lin Chen's results were out, and he was first in the province, it gave him a feeling of unexpected gain. "Since I haven't been to school for so many days, I might as well go take a look." Lin Chen replied to Principal Shang's message and then leisurely settled on the sofa to check other information. It was currently the time when results were being released. Plus, with Lin Chen being closely watched by various leaders, the news of his participation in the vocational exam instantly spread across the country as if it had grown legs. Now that the results were out, Zhang Fan, Li Chang, and others all sent their concerned greetings to Lin Chen. Therefore, Lin Chen's results, which were supposed to be confidential, felt like they had been directly made public. If it weren't for Lin Chen being guaranteed admission to Sacred Demon University, given this trend, the teachers from Sacred Demon University would probably be restless as well. In fact, the teachers from Sacred Demon University were indeed starting to feel a bit restless. Although Lin Chen had already signed a contract with their school and was supposed to start in September, the results of his vocational exam were simply too impressive. The total score for the vocational exam was only 720 points, yet Lin Chen managed to score a perfect score when combining his practical results. It could be said that in nearly a decade, no one had achieved a perfect score, and for a vocational subject, achieving full marks was almost impossible, yet Lin Chen did it. Therefore, the president of Tsinghua University was worried that such a promising talent would be targeted by other schools. If a duck that was almost in hand flew away, he would truly have nowhere to cry. As soon as the results came out, Lin Chen found himself added to a group chat by Principal Shang. At the same time, Principal Shang sent him a private message. Lin Chen, the group chat you just joined is for the new students of the forging department at Tsinghua University. There are teachers from the forging department inside to answer your various questions. Lin Chen replied with a simple okay and turned to look at the group chat. There weren't many people in the chat, counting Lin Chen, there were only 6 in total. Of course, Principal Shang had already excluded himself, as he had voluntarily left the group when Lin Chen joined. As soon as Lin Chen entered the chat, an overwhelming enthusiasm erupted among the members. Although it was only a group of 6, Lin Chen felt as if there were 60 people present. Gu Ziming, welcome, welcome. Lu Xiaoxiao, welcome, Junior. Hu Bo, welcome, Junior. Zhou Jiehao, wow, we finally waited for you, Junior. Zhao Qian, I heard the Junior is a top student. Welcome. Lin Chen truly did not expect them to be so enthusiastic, and they were all present. Upholding a sense of politeness, Lin Chen earnestly greeted them. Lin Chen, hello, seniors. I am Lin Chen, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. As soon as Lin Chen's message was sent, a new message popped up immediately. Gu Ziming, Junior Lin Chen, you are too polite. Our new student enrollment dates at Tsinghua University are from August 20th to September 1st. Once you decide on your arrival date, you can send a message in the group, and we will come to pick you up. Lin Chen was taken aback. Were these seniors really so free? Were they on standby at school all summer to welcome new students? But Lin Chen seemed to remember that Tsinghua University did not have a forging department, right? So where did these seniors come from? Curiosity piqued, Lin Chen couldn't help but send a message. Lin Chen, are all the senior students from the forging department? As soon as Lin Chen's message was sent, someone quickly replied. Zhao Qian, no, we are second-year students from the neighboring combat department. Zhao Qian, wait, Junior, you are from the forging department? Our school doesn't have a forging department. Zhao Qian, our school shouldn't have a forging department, right? Seeing Zhao Qian fall into a phase of self-doubt, Lin Chen was also a bit stunned. The other seniors couldn't help but reply one after another. Lu Xiaoxiao, our school indeed hasn't had a forging department since ancient times, but it seems like a new one has opened this year. Hu Bo, I also heard about this news, so is the junior really the only one from the forging department? Zhou Jiehao, I thought Lin Chen was our direct junior, but it turns out he is the only one from the forging department? Lu Xiaoxiao, it seems that only the master can be the teacher for the forging department. After all, he is the only one in the entire school who is a forger, and he is an 80-level maxed-out forger. Hu Bo, are you talking about that master? It's unlikely, right? Didn't the seniors say when we enrolled that the master hasn't been seen for many years? Gu Ziming, I just looked away for a moment, and what did I miss? Lin Chen watched as they chatted enthusiastically, but his mind was a complete fog. Lin Chen, who is that master? Lu Xiaoxiao, he was the principal when Sacred Demon University was established, but now he's the former principal. He hasn't appeared at Sacred Demon University for many years. Zhao Qian, if Sacred Demon University really opens a forging department, there probably won't be more than 5 teachers available to teach, right? Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue at that number. If they couldn't even find 5 teachers, what could he learn by attending classes? Lin Chen wanted to ask a couple more questions, but Gu Ziming and the others had already started chatting again. Gu Ziming, forget about that. If the junior is in the forging department, the school will definitely make arrangements. Lu Xiaoxiao, when Teacher Zhao contacted me before, I thought Lin Chen was our direct junior. Zhao Qian, me too. At that time, Teacher Zhao specifically told me to make sure to take good care of Junior Lin Chen. Hu Bo, Lin Chen, when you confirm your arrival date, remember to let us know. I'll be free those days. Lu Xiaoxiao, I'm free too. Zhao Qian, if you all have time, then I definitely have time. Lin Chen watched them fooling around, almost laughing at their antics. Lin Chen, then I'll go on August 20th. As he said this, he exited the chat page and checked flights to the capital on August 20th. It would take at least 3 hours from Jiangnan province to the capital. Unfortunately, there were no morning flights, so Lin Chen could only choose the 2 p.m. flight. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were clearly very familiar with the journey back to school. Gu Ziming, Lin Chen, what time is your flight? We can go ahead and wait for you. Lin Chen, I'll arrive at the capital airport around 5:30 p.m. After Lin Chen sent the message, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others quickly replied. Lu Xiaoxiao, great, we'll definitely be there. Zhao Qian, I'm also curious to see what the junior looks like. Gu Ziming, as the initiator, I have to go. it's definitely not just because I'm curious about the only student in the forging department next door. Lin Chen noticed that the group chat had already accumulated over 99 messages in a short time and suddenly understood why Zhao Sheng had arranged for them to welcome him. At that moment, Zhao Sheng, who was being mentioned by Lin Chen, sneezed and quickly wiped his nose. It's not even cold, is someone cursing me behind my back? After saying that, Zhao Sheng adjusted the air conditioning temperature again. While adjusting the temperature, he couldn't help but ponder over Lin Chen's situation. After so many days of coordination, Zhao Sheng and the school leaders finally managed to set up the forging department's team. Everything from the classrooms to the dormitories was arranged perfectly, and Lin Chen was the only student in the forging department this year. Since he was the only one in the class, a single dormitory would definitely be arranged for him. Moreover, he was the top student in the province, a figure that many universities were scrambling to recruit, so all the facilities in the single dormitory would naturally be complete. After all, he was a talent that the higher-ups were paying attention to. There should be a living room and a bedroom, right? A leisure balcony should be included, right? A separate shower room must be there, right? And this was just the standard configuration. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washing machine, kitchen, all of it would be provided. They had to ensure that Lin Chen could feel the warmth of Sacred Demon University on the very first day. In addition, the results just came out these days, and there is still a full month until the new students enter the school. To prevent Lin Chen from being poached by other schools during this month, Zhao Sheng even specifically selected 5 chatterboxes from their combat department to accompany Lin Chen all day long. As long as they could keep Lin Chen happy, he would feel the sincerity of Saint Demon University. Could Lin Chen still be poached by other schools? Of course not. For this series of arrangements, Zhao Sheng was racking his brains. He even arranged for the most beautiful girl to join the group. Even if the 5 chatterboxes couldn't keep Lin Chen, at least they had a beauty strategy to fall back on, right? However, Lin Chen had no sense of Zhao Sheng's painstaking efforts at all. He just popped into the group for a while before diving back into silence. After all, he still needed to think about how to promote tomorrow's event. Principal Shan was very good to Lin Chen. Therefore, Lin Chen would naturally do his best for the school's activities tomorrow. After saying a few words to Gu Ziming and the others, Lin Chen immediately logged off. Early the next morning, Lin Chen energetically opened his front door, only to unexpectedly see 2 soldiers waiting at his doorstep. You guys haven't left yet? According to the rules, Lin Chen's vocational exam had already ended, and he had been admitted to Saint Demon University. The station troops here should have been withdrawn. Even the laboratory personnel from the first high school had mostly left, with only the education bureau staff still guarding the experimental building. So seeing the 2 soldiers now, and looking at the familiar breakfast in their hands, Lin Chen couldn't say he was surprised. The 2 soldiers wore shy smiles. The leaders said to escort you until you enter the university. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. Thank you. The 2 soldiers quickly shook their heads. Compared to going on field missions, escorting Lin Chen was hardly tiring. It was like giving them a long vacation. They rotated daily to protect Lin Chen, not only getting enhanced equipment from him but also receiving extra bonuses. Lin Chen was particularly easy to talk to and treated them kindly. Such a good deal in their team was practically a treasure. If it weren't for their good luck in being assigned early, it probably wouldn't have been their turn now. Lin Chen munched on his breakfast as he walked toward the school. In no time, he arrived at the principal's office door. The door to the principal's office was wide open, and many people were either standing or sitting inside. Lin Chen glanced around and found that most of the faces were familiar. Most of those sitting were teachers from the school, while those standing were students who had performed outstandingly in the vocational exam. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, everyone's gaze turned toward him. The next second, Principal Shan broke into a big smile. Lin Chen is here? Come, sit. Lin Chen looked at the students who were mostly standing and simply shook his head. Since everyone was standing together, he didn't need to make a special case in this situation. Little did he know that upon seeing Lin Chen, those classmates' eyes widened in surprise. It's Lin! Lin seems to be the provincial champion in this exam. Not just that, his perfect score paper has already been published. So impressive. He has already been guaranteed admission to Saint Demon University, yet he still participated in the vocational exam and became the provincial champion. As expected, a top student is always a top student. No wonder Lin has been at the top of the rankings for years. Lin Chen smiled and greeted these classmates. After all, over the past 3 years, they had all been among the top performers, and they could be considered acquaintances to some extent. The professional examination can be considered a watershed moment for everyone. The types of questions in the exam will change according to the profession, but in the end, a total ranking will be based on scores. Generally, the difficulty of the professional exams for auxiliary professions is much greater than that for combat professions. This means that many auxiliary profession candidates will have lower total scores to support their rankings compared to combat professions. However, the school admissions will still be conducted from high to low based on the profession. This is also why when Lin Chen awakened his blacksmith profession, the teacher still had hope for him. Even as an auxiliary profession, with Lin Chen's usual performance, even if he couldn't rank among the top 5 universities, getting into a decent undergraduate program would still be more than enough. In Principal Shang's office, Lin Chen unexpectedly saw Su Jia. As a fellow candidate, Su Jia's results this time were indeed impressive. Even Lin Chen, who had not been paying much attention to school matters, had heard about Su Jia's achievements. Congratulations, Su. From now on, we will be alumni. Su Jia had always dreamed of entering St. Demon University. However, the school she was previously recommended to was worlds apart from St. Demon University. Fortunately, she had made the right bet this time. Therefore, Su Jia quickly flashed a big smile at Lin Chen, feeling relieved in the evening. Yes, we will be alumni from now on, and I hope Lin will take good care of me. Their conversation was soon overheard by other classmates, and someone immediately joked, this year, the first and second place in the professional exam are from our school. Especially Su Jia. Who would have thought our school could produce another student for St. Demon University? That's amazing. In previous years, it was already a blessing for Lin Jiangno, one high school to have 1 or 2 students go to St. Demon University, and usually, there hadn't been a single student from the top 5 universities for 5 consecutive years. Yet this year, 2 students emerged consecutively. Principal Shang's smile must be ear to ear. Facing the teasing from everyone, Lin Chen and Su Jia just smiled. After all, they were indeed the top performers present. Although others also did well, they still fell far short compared to Lin Chen and Su Jia. At this moment, anything they said could easily invite jealousy. The school could produce so many elite students, and as the principal, it was only natural for him to take pride in it. That's why Principal Shang called them back for publicity. But the content of the publicity was to encourage the younger students. They couldn't let Lin Chen and the others soar to great heights, only for the next batch to start lagging behind again, right? If that happened, Lin Jiangno, one high school would truly become a joke. Therefore, Principal Shang calling Lin Chen and the others back for publicity also served to motivate the next generation of students. Regardless of how Principal Shang arranged things, Lin Chen was naturally always available. At the same time, he began to pack his things for the trip to the capital. As for the laboratory at Lin Jiangno, one high school, it had long been dismantled at Lin Chen's suggestion. Meanwhile, the welcome group for St. Demon University, where Lin Chen had previously stayed, had gradually grown from 6 people to 10. Almost every day, there were continuous messages in the group. Most of these messages were inquiries about Lin Chen's recent situation and concerns about his health. What made Lin Chen both amused and exasperated was that these seniors seemed very eager for him to go to school. The enrollment date for freshmen was naturally staggered from the return date for some upperclassmen. Especially for the welcome, the return date for upperclassmen could even be moved up to August 1st. So, in these days, everyone in the group was chatting particularly joyfully. Especially Gu Ziming and Hu Bo, who had returned to school early, were constantly posting various school photos in the group trying to entice Lin Chen to report to school sooner. After watching so many days of sugar-coated artillery, Lin Chen, even if he was a bit slow-witted at the moment, finally understood. I have to say, Zhao Sheng really knows how to grasp the thoughts of newcomers. By directly approaching it from a perspective of humanistic care, Lin Chen would feel embarrassed to leave when the time comes. However, Zhao Sheng's arrangement was not unnecessary. From the moment Lin Chen's professional exam results came out, he had already been contacted by no less than 10 admissions office teachers from various universities. But when faced with the recruitment tactics of these universities, Lin Chen simply declined politely. It was rare for him to enjoy a vacation, so Lin Chen spent almost every day at home with Lin Nen, playfully bickering from time to time. The days passed quickly. Soon, the time came for Lin Chen to return to school. On the other side, Lin Chen also received news from Li Chang. We have submitted the material enhancement plan you mentioned last time to the higher-ups. After repeated testing, we found that enhancing the materials and then forging equipment can indeed greatly increase the success rate of forging. At the same time, we discovered through comparison that enhanced materials can indeed improve the attributes of the equipment to some extent, and even gain additional attributes, although the probability of this happening is relatively low. Lin Chen did not expect that Li Chang and the others had already implemented this plan so quickly. After all, it had only been a little over a month since Lin Chen proposed it during the Giant God dungeon run. To think that results had already emerged in such a short time. But one shouldn't underestimate this month. For Lin Chen, with a 100% forging success rate, he could naturally shorten the experimental time significantly. However, for various blacksmiths who did not have a golden finger and lacked a 100% success rate, achieving such results often required a massive amount of data to support it. To obtain such a large amount of data in just a month shows that many blacksmiths have been working overtime in the background. However, thinking about the further advancement of the blacksmith profession, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. "It's good to have a direction now," Li Cheng said with some emotion. "I didn't expect that blacksmiths could be further enhanced. If material enhancement can really be promoted, perhaps we could develop a batch of upstream and downstream blacksmith production lines. By then, the demand for equipment on the front lines will greatly decrease." Hearing Li Cheng's words, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, but then he reacted. Upstream and downstream blacksmith production lines. This was indeed an excellent deployment plan. After all, there aren't many blacksmiths who have learned the material enhancement branch, but there are still quite a few. However, compared to the overall category of blacksmiths, they only make up a very small part. But if the role of material enhancement blacksmiths could be maximized and their refined materials promoted, the impact would directly radiate to the entire blacksmith community. It is known that even if the country's blacksmith community is weak, many leaders still use equipment crafted by blacksmiths. From Li Cheng's words, Lin Chen briefly glimpsed a corner of the future, and he was very happy to see this evolution. There's one more thing. The progress of material refinement by blacksmiths is too slow. As the person who proposed this direction, I want you to lead this renovation plan. Once the renovation plan is successful, we will open the second or even third heavenly level dungeon. Lin Chen was thrilled to find himself involved in such a project. Of course, but my level seems a bit low right now? Li Cheng smiled. It seems like you're about to start school soon, right? Lin Chen nodded. That's right, less than a week to go. Li Cheng said directly. I'll send a team over. There's a new level 50 dungeon in Jiangnan province. A week should be enough for you to level up. Hearing about the level 50 dungeon in Jiangnan province, Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp. Level 50 dungeons are quite rare. There are probably very few in the entire Dragon Country, and heavenly level dungeons are even scarcer. After all, every dungeon requires immense effort and a long time to develop. But what Lin Chen needs right now is precisely this kind of high-level dungeon, because only high-level dungeons provide enough experience. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately agreed to the leveling plan Li Cheng arranged for him. With a full week of time, Lin Chen's level began to soar rapidly. It must be said that with a group of soldiers protecting him, Lin Chen didn't even need to lift a finger. Many wild boss monsters were already taken care of by these soldiers. Of course, Lin Chen also had to pay a corresponding fee. However, the fee he paid was completely negligible compared to the experience brought to him by the soldiers. Time flew by, and it was now August 20th. At noon, Lin Chen and his group finally arrived at the Jiangnan province airport. Seeing his parents and Lin Nen standing outside the security check, Lin Chen couldn't help but wave. Let's go back. As Lin Chen's figure gradually disappeared at the boarding gate, the elite team members couldn't help but report in. Boarded. The plane's malfunction has been checked. Expected arrival at the Imperial Capital Airport at 5:20 p.m. The arranged security personnel have been dispersed throughout the cabin. Survival equipment is all in place. A series of safety measures were all in place. Lin Chen, however, was completely unaware of this. But now that his level was rising, Lin Chen did feel something. Perhaps it was because of his awakened blacksmith profession, Lin Chen's senses were slightly sharper than others. Coupled with spending a long time in a secluded space, the moment Lin Chen boarded the plane, he immediately sensed that there were quite a few escort personnel hidden within the aircraft. Most of these escort personnel were dressed in plain clothes, but their aura fluctuations and gazes were unmistakable. Lin Chen understood that these people were likely dispatched by the Ministry of Education. After all, from the moment he submitted himself to the state, he had never been without someone by his side. At 5:20 p.m., Lin Chen disembarked the plane right on time. After passing through the long corridor, Lin Chen finally arrived at the airport exit. Outside the Imperial Capital Airport, several young boys and girls were waving signs in their hands. Their signs directly bore Lin Chen's name. As soon as Lin Chen stepped out, he spotted a beautiful girl. If his intuition was correct, that girl should be Lu Xiaoxiao. Consistent with her image in the group, Lu Xiaoxiao's outfit was particularly simple. She wore a white long dress, her hair half tied up at the back, making her look exceptionally bright. Since Lin Chen had never shared a photo in the group, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others didn't recognize him in person, even though they were waiting outside the airport. However, they had already received the information about the flight's arrival, so they waved their signs even more vigorously. Guziming, can you raise the sign a little higher? Lin Chen is about to come out. What if he doesn't see the sign and walks right past us? hurry up and lift it. Gu Ziming rubbed his slightly sore arms, showing no impatience at all. Yes, I'll raise it now, young lady. Just stop shouting in front of me. 5 minutes have already passed. Why hasn't Lin Chen come out yet? Lu Xiaoxiao also felt a bit puzzled and simply took out her phone. I'll call and ask. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao pick up her phone, Lin Chen decided to walk towards them. However, the airport in the capital was too large, and there was a wide road separating the two groups, so Lin Chen had to wait for the traffic light while pulling his suitcase. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao's call quickly reached Lin Chen's phone. They had exchanged phone numbers before Lin Chen boarded the plane. Therefore, Lin Chen answered the call promptly. Senior, I've arrived. On the other end of the line, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with surprise. After chatting with Lin Chen for over a month, she had a very good impression of him. However, Lin Chen usually had a rather serious demeanor, and everyone felt it was inappropriate to pry too much into his privacy, so their conversations were somewhat restrained in certain aspects. But who would have thought that Lin Chen's voice was so impressive? For a moment, Lu Xiaoxiao felt particularly satisfied with her decision to come to pick him up. Junior, we're right across from the exit. A few seniors are holding signs, you can look for them. After saying this, Lu Xiaoxiao shot a glare at Gu Ziming and the others. Hurry up and wave. Lin Chen has come out. This was a task assigned to them by Teacher Zhao. Completing it could earn them extra credits. Gu Ziming and the others quickly began to wave their large signs frantically. Lin Chen watched their chaotic antics from across the road and hesitated for a moment. Should he go over? Would it be socially awkward? However, Lin Chen only hesitated for a few seconds. Okay, I see you, I'm coming over. After saying this, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Just then, the traffic light turned green, and Lin Chen dragged his not-so-large suitcase straight across the road. As he got closer, Lin Chen finally saw the large group of people Lu Xiaoxiao was with. Perhaps due to Zhao Sheng's suggestion, there were already 12 people in the small group. Usually, these people would share information about the rules and relevant details of Tsinghua University in the group. Now that he was coming to school, apart from the newcomers who joined later, almost everyone, including Lu Xiaoxiao, Gu Ziming, and Hu Bo, was present. Gu Ziming and Hu Bo were relatively easy to recognize. However, the girl next to Lu Xiaoxiao was somewhat unfamiliar to Lin Chen. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be only Lu Xiaoxiao as the sole girl in his small group. So where did this extra girl come from? But to be fair, the quality of the girls who came to welcome him was quite high. It was just that the girl next to Lu Xiaoxiao was a bit shorter and had been blocked by Gu Ziming and the others earlier, so Lin Chen hadn't noticed her. Now that he was closer, Lin Chen realized that the girl's appearance was also quite remarkable. It wasn't until Lin Chen approached Lu Xiaoxiao and the others that they still hadn't noticed him, until Lin Chen smiled and greeted them. Senior Gu, Senior Lu, hello. Suddenly hearing someone greet them, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were momentarily taken aback. The next second, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. You are Lin Chen, the junior? Lu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a hint of disbelief. When Teacher Zhao had told them earlier, he hadn't mentioned that Lin Chen was this handsome. This looks completely aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Without even needing Gu Ziming to intervene, Lu Xiaoxiao had already taken the suitcase from Lin Chen's hands. Her tone was unprecedentedly warm. Junior, let's head to the school directly now. The car has already been arranged. Lin Chen didn't notice the surprised looks from the people around him, including Gu Ziming. He even thought that Lu Xiaoxiao was just being her usual enthusiastic self. It wasn't until he got on the shuttle arranged by Tsinghua University that he realized he seemed to be the only new student on the entire bus. Aren't there any other new students? Lu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue. Teacher Zhao said this bus is specifically here to pick you up. By the way, Lin Chen, what's your background? Lin Chen really hadn't expected to have the privilege of a private shuttle, but he quickly smiled. There's nothing special about me, just an ordinary examinee. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were quite lively. After some chatting, Lin Chen got to know the names of the remaining unfamiliar faces. After all, everyone had noted their real names in the group chat, and now Lin Chen was matching names to faces. However, he felt a bit emotional when facing Wu Chang. Initially, he thought Wu Chang was a boy just by the name in the group. Who would have thought that in reality, she was an adorable girl, cuter than he could imagine. And her figure was quite stunning. Truly, names can be misleading. Compared to Lu Xiaoxiao, Wu Chang was clearly more shy, but she could still chime in occasionally. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire shuttle became particularly lively. Lin Chen, have you seen the recent news? Lu Xiaoxiao, thinking of Lin Chen's profession, immediately winked at him. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then pretended not to know and asked, is it about the recent breakthrough in the heavenly level dungeon? Lu Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly. Yes, that's the one. Now we're all guessing whether the blacksmith who helped the elite team conquer the heavenly level dungeon is that master. Lin Chen felt a bit guilty as he rubbed his nose. I think it should be him, after all. there aren't many blacksmiths in the whole country who are as skilled as he is. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't expect to be in the news at all. He knew that when Li Cheng and the others told him, they had said they wouldn't leak a single bit of information about him. At that time, Lin Chen had already prepared to be an invisible person. Who would have thought that in the news, Li Cheng and the others would give him a death god codename? The key was that he didn't even choose it himself. It was particularly cringeworthy. Just hearing it made Lin Chen feel like he could only scrape together a one-bedroom apartment. Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others looked at him with admiration. If the death god really is that master, I think that would be so cool, but it still seems unlikely to be the master. The master's name has long spread both domestically and internationally. If it really is him, why not just reveal his name directly instead of being so secretive? Lin Chen didn't expect Lu Xiaoxiao to be so hard to fool. He could only nod silently. What you said makes sense. However, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't notice Lin Chen's unusual demeanor at all and continued excitedly. I watched all the news from that day. I heard that the death god was particularly praised by the members of the elite team during the interview, and the reason the heavenly level dungeon was able to be conquered this time was all because the death god provided the equipment, an item that could allow the elite team to push through the heavenly level dungeon. How powerful must that be? It's a pity we won't be able to see it. After hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Chen quietly touched the Qianji ring in his pocket and then seriously acted like a quail. Now was not the time to jump out. Just then, Wu Chang, who had rarely spoken, suddenly said something. In fact, I don't think it could be a master. On the contrary, I believe this forger should be quite young. Lin Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. When he looked up, he happened to meet Wu Chang's dark eyes. For no reason, Lin Chen felt as if his little heart was being squeezed tightly. What Wu Chang said seems quite possible. Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head beside him. How could it be a young person? If a young person could be that impressive. Halfway through her sentence, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly widened. Right, precisely because it's a young person, the country must have given him a code name to protect him. Thinking about it this way makes even more sense. A young forger who can forge equipment that breaks through the heavenly level dungeons. The country must be protecting him very closely. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. These two girls can't be that clever, can they? Remembering Wu Chang's gaze just now, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask again, I wonder who you think in the younger generation could be the Grim Reaper? As long as it's not him, that's fine. Lu Xiaoxiao thought seriously for a moment before saying, if we're talking about the younger generation most likely to be the Grim Reaper, it should be Shinzei, right? He participated in several major research projects for the country by the age of 28, and the series of papers he published have significant research value in the forger community. At the same time, he proposed using a medium element for mid-position fusion during equipment forging to improve the relevant success rate, and this research directly earned him the first prize at last year's Research Society. Lin Chen nodded seriously. As a forger himself, Lin Chen naturally knew a lot about Shinzei. He chose to graduate from the prestigious Star Picking Academy. It's worth noting that the Star Picking Academy is renowned for its mechanics. Forgers there can better collaborate with mechanics, giving them unique advantages in various research fields. When Lin Chen was recommended for admission, the Star Picking Academy had invited him based on his mechanical skills. However, at that time, Lin Chen was more inclined towards the Holy Magic University. Compared to other schools, Holy Magic University was slightly weaker in training forgers, but Holy Magic University was Lin Chen's ideal school. Moreover, there had been forgers who applied to Holy Magic University in previous years. However, due to the strict admission requirements, the number of forgers entering Holy Magic University each year was exceptionally rare. Furthermore, since there was no forging department, forgers admitted to Holy Magic University could only be placed into other majors for further study. But now things are different. The forging department has opened this year. The corresponding equipment and classrooms are fully prepared. The faculty at Holy Magic University has also been improved. To prevent Lin Chen from being too lonely in class this year, Holy Magic University even admitted several other students in the forger profession during the vocational exams. However, Lin Chen was unaware of this information. Speaking of Shinzei earlier, achieving such a significant result at the age of 28 is already quite rare. His research directly established a new discipline for the forging profession called Central Medium Science. Lin Chen had previously read relevant books, and the research results indeed had strong guiding significance. However, for Lin Chen, who had a 100% success rate as a forger, the impact wasn't that great. Nevertheless, he could still draw some experience from it, such as possibly using the central medium to gain some additional attributes when refining materials. But using the central medium is particularly troublesome. Just as the Chosen Research Institute stated, the central medium possesses extremely strong stability. It needs to maintain a high level of activity and an exceptionally solid balance during the forging activities of the forger. Simply put, the forger can utilize the special properties of the central medium to catalyze both the forging materials and the equipment being forged. However, the central medium is exceedingly rare. Among 10,000 forging materials, it would be difficult to find even one central medium. Moreover, the ratio of the central medium requires careful consideration and experimentation. Without some resources, one really wouldn't dare to forge recklessly. But for someone like Lin Chen and Shinzei, who are not short on money, finding the central medium is not that difficult. Lin Chen was reminded and quietly noted this method in his heart. Perhaps he could use it when he encounters difficulties in the future. It might bring unexpected results. Lu Xiaoxiao was enthusiastically introducing this, while Gu Ziming clearly seemed somewhat unwilling. If you're going to say that, then I think Zhou Xin is the most likely candidate, right? After all, Shinzei has always been focused on theoretical fields, but Zhou Xin's research direction is solidly practical. Moreover, all of Zhou Xin's current research results have already been put into practice. If we're talking about who is most likely to be the Grim Reaper, Zhou Xin's possibility is clearly the greatest. Upon hearing Gu Ziming's rebuttal, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately shot him a glare. So what if he has multiple practical results? Every theoretical publication by Shinzei has been a real breakthrough. Zhou Xin is impressive, but his practical progress is too slow. If he could really reach the heavenly level dungeon, why hasn't he been mentioned before? Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming each held their ground. Meanwhile, Hu Bo and the others were fanning the flames from the sidelines. I think Zhou Xun has the greatest possibility. Clearly, Shinzei has the greatest possibility. Maybe neither of them is? The noisy arguments gave Lin Chen a headache. However, at that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's piercing gaze suddenly locked onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen, Jr., you speak. You're a forger, so you must understand them both better. Who do you think the Grim Reaper is? Lin Chen just wanted to find a hole to hide in. He didn't want to offend either Lu Xiaoxiao or Gu Ziming. Gu Ziming seemed to have received a prompt and immediately looked at Lin Chen. Right. It's pointless for the two of us from the combat department to argue here. It should be Lin Chen who speaks. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine and took a long time to squeeze out a response. Maybe both of them are? After all, the Grim Reaper is just a code name. If it were before, Lin Chen's answer would have earned him a lot of praise. However, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, who were in high spirits, seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Impossible. The Grim Reaper is definitely one of them. Hurry up and choose one. Lin Chen silently protected his chest. I think neither of them is. It's me, right? In the midst of the silence, it was Wu Chang who finally spoke up. It seems like we'll reach the school after we turn the corner, right? With Wu Chang diverting attention, everyone quickly reacted. Lin Chen also cast a grateful glance at him. To be honest, encountering such a battlefield on the first day of school was quite helpless. The key was that both of them had reasonable arguments. If Lin Chen didn't know the correct answer, he really wouldn't be able to interject. Just as they were about to get off the bus, Lu Xiaoxiao directly grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen, when we go down later, just hold on to me. I can definitely help you arrange all the matters for the start of school. Gu Ziming scoffed lightly. You can't even move Lin Chen's suitcase, and you think you can handle everything for him? Who are you looking down on? Whoever it is, it's looking down on someone. Gu Ziming, your grandpa is here. Seeing that the two were about to start fighting again, Lin Chen silently hugged his suitcase tighter and leaned towards Wu Chang. Sensing Lin Chen's mood, Wu Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, they often act like this. They won't really fight in the car. Hearing Wu Chang's assurance, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, a few shadow guards following Lin Chen's car were somewhat puzzled. Did you feel that? Something seems off in that car? Why is the mental fluctuation so strong? It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Haven't we checked those students multiple times? From the looks of it, there shouldn't be an issue. At worst, we can check again when we get off. The group of shadow guards continued to conceal their presence. It was no wonder they were so cautious. After all, Lin Chen was incredibly valuable. The level of security around Lin Chen was probably much stronger than that of several big shots in the Kyoto military district. The distance from Tsinghua University to the airport wasn't far. It was only about half an hour's drive. As they approached the vicinity of Tsinghua University, Lin Chen and the others shifted their focus. Lin Chen secretly sighed in relief. Gu Ziming had been bantering with Lu Xiaoxiao the whole way, and if Lu Xiaoxiao continued to press him, Lin Chen would have a hard time handling it. With Tsinghua University right in front of them, Lu Xiaoxiao naturally forgot about their earlier discussion and instead cheerfully leaned on Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen, Jr., we're almost at our school. What are your thoughts? Lin Chen was somewhat shocked by how quickly the girl changed her demeanor, but in the end, he silently shook his head. I don't have any thoughts. Lu Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised but still happily led Lin Chen into Tsinghua University. Our school has a long history, I believe you've heard about it before, or you wouldn't have come. The entrance we're going through now is the East Gate. If you follow the main road up, on the left is our. Lin Chen listened to Lu Xiaoxiao's explanation with a serious expression. Meanwhile, the shadow guards were reporting in succession. Target has exited the vehicle. Target has entered the Tsinghua University area. Target is being linked by a girl, appearing to be in a compromising position. Serves you right for being single. Lin Chen naturally didn't know what the shadow guards were thinking, as he was somewhat distracted by Lu Xiaoxiao's presence beside him. To be honest, having such a beautiful senior standing next to him, smiling and chatting, Lin Chen could even see Lu Xiaoxiao's impressive figure with just a glance down. Without some self-control, it was indeed hard to resist. Yet, Lin Chen felt embarrassed to pull his hand away from Lu Xiaoxiao's embrace. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill from a senior, wasn't it? On the other side, a figure leisurely appeared in a corner of Tsinghua University. In this corner, two extraordinary beings were also hidden. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two extraordinary beings immediately perked up. Director Qian, the person has been brought here. We can hand over and leave. Qian Xiao quickly nodded, gratefully addressing the two extraordinary beings. Thank you for your escort. Next, we will leave it to our school. The two extraordinary powerhouses no longer exchanged pleasantries. After a nod, they disappeared into a corner of the campus. Seeing these two strong figures leave, the other shadow guards would likely withdraw immediately, so he quickly turned and walked towards Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen was still admiring the various buildings on campus with Lu Xiaoxiao when suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps came from behind. Lin Chen! Hearing his name, Lin Chen quickly stopped and turned his head. The person in front of him was unfamiliar, but Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming both looked surprised. Director Qian? After calling out, Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly whispered to Lu Feng, "This is our school's teaching department director, Chen Xiao. He is also a mentor in our combat department and is already at level 78. It should be noted that a level 78 powerhouse could still stand out in the military. However, in a school setting, such a presence was extremely rare. This also highlighted the depth of Tsinghua University." Lin Chen nodded, feeling a bit more respect for Qian Chao. Director Qian. Qian Chao smiled. Lin Chen, I've heard about you since early this morning. Now, let me take you to register. You all can go back now. Hearing Qian Chao's words, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were also surprised. It was known that Qian Chao usually managed the large teaching department of the school and also taught in their combat department. How could he spare time to guide Lin Chen? The key was, what was Lin Chen's background that could warrant a level 78 combat professional to escort him? However, Qian Chao seemed to have no intention of giving Lu Xiaoxiao and the others a chance to react, and immediately took Lin Chen away, while Lin Chen's luggage was naturally taken care of by Qian Chao. Watching the two leave, Lu Xiaoxiao was still puzzled. What exactly is this junior's background? How could even Director Qian be involved? Could it be that he has some powerful connections? Gu Ziming also found it strange. When I was directly admitted to Tsinghua University, I didn't receive such treatment. Wu Chang shook his head. I was directly admitted all the way, and I didn't have such treatment either. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Do you think the sudden establishment of the forging department this year is related to our junior? After all, Tsinghua University had never had a forging department before. This year, it suddenly opened, and coincidentally, this mysterious junior was involved. If he had a significant background, it would make sense that the admissions office, Zhao Shang, would give him a green light, and Qian Chao would be there to support him. Gu Ziming exaggeratedly opened his mouth. How is that possible? Every new department at Tsinghua University has to go through various approvals from the school and even supervision and review from our Ministry of Education. How could there be such a sudden move because of a freshman? Besides, he's only a freshman. Lu Xiaoxiao had just had a moment of inspiration but now felt her imagination was a bit too wild. That's true. Speaking of which, this junior is handsome and has quite a background. He's really to my taste. Gu Ziming immediately shot her a speechless look. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was following Qian Chao as they strolled around the campus. Throughout the walk, it was clear that Qian Chao had significant influence at the school. Lin Chen, walking beside Qian Chao, attracted quite a bit of attention. However, college students were different. They only cast a few glances at Lin Chen and then moved on. It should be noted that when Lin Chen had entered the school earlier with Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Chang, the way those college students looked at him was completely different. Indeed, there is a significant difference between being led by a beautiful woman and being led by a middle-aged man, even if that middle-aged man is a level 78 powerhouse. Our Holy Demon University has a long history, and I believe those students just now have already told you about it. Before the world underwent its changes, the campus of Holy Demon University had already reached 4,000 acres. With the expansion of our territory, Holy Demon University has produced many talents, and the campus size has continuously expanded, now reaching 6,000 acres. This place can fully accommodate the training needs of various professions. Currently, the school is mainly divided into two major departments. One is the combat department that you just learned about, and the other is the support department. Under the combat department, there are a total of 5 main combat academies, while the support department is divided into 3 support academies. These 8 support academies are further divided into different specializations based on professions. After listening to Qian Xiao's explanation, Lin Chen gradually understood the significance of the school establishing a separate forging department this time. It should be noted that before this, the school had only 2 major departments. Now, with the sudden addition of a forging department, it would likely attract even greater discussion and attention once the school officially starts, right? However, Lin Chen was not afraid. Hadn't he already received enough attention? After walking just a few steps, Chen Xiao stopped a sightseeing car. There are quite a few of these sightseeing cars on the main road, which serve as the students' usual means of transportation. Qian Xiao pointed in a direction. You must have heard of our school's famous attractions, such as Flame Mountain, Ice Soul Pool, and the Jiangjing Park ahead. The buildings on your right belong to the school's public training rooms, including exclusive forging rooms suitable for your forging profession. If you're interested, you can take a look. However, the school will provide you with a corresponding laboratory. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately nodded. So, there is an exclusive laboratory for him at Holy Demon University. This treatment is indeed exceptional. However, Lin Chen would not become arrogant because of it. On the sightseeing car, Qian Xiao's introduction continued without interruption. Holy Demon University has been striving to develop support professions in recent years, including your forging profession. According to years of research by the Ministry of Education, although many aspects need to rely on main combat professions to break through, experiments and theories indicate that the prospects for support professions are very broad. If we can maximize their potential, the combination of both will be a more suitable way for our survival. Therefore, whether to adapt to the current situation or to meet the requirements of the Ministry of Education, Holy Demon University must launch corresponding pilot programs as soon as possible. Moreover, the heavenly level dungeons are not the highest level of all dungeons in Blue Star. There will be higher levels introduced in the future. Your forging profession has given us a great surprise, which is why the Ministry of Education and the school decided to establish a separate department for the forging profession. Lin Xin did not expect the real reason to be like this. However, upon careful thought, it made sense. A school of such size would not establish a separate department just for him alone. Moreover, it was for a life profession like the forging department. This is indeed somewhat unbelievable. According to the school's perspective, they likely want to use the forging department as a pilot program. The forging department belongs to life professions and is naturally one of the support professions. If the pilot program for the forging department can succeed, Holy Demon University and even the other 4 major institutions will likely gradually increase their resource allocation towards support professions. Among many support professions, Holy Demon University specifically chose the forging department for the pilot program, which reflects its influence. Lin Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. The sightseeing bus wasn't particularly fast, but the scenery viewed from above was clearly different from that seen from below. As the bus passed by some low-rise buildings, it finally arrived at a relatively secluded area. The buildings here resembled retro architecture, with red brick walls and gray tiles, and on one side, there was a large lake with exceptionally clear water. Along the way, the willow trees on both sides of the lake stretched their branches vigorously, creating a particularly pleasant atmosphere. Qian Chao helped Lin Chen take his suitcase off the bus and then pointed to the buildings ahead. This will be your dormitory from now on. Lin Chen was taken aback. In such a secluded place, it hardly looked like an apartment for students. Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's thoughts, Qian Chao smiled. Because your identity is quite special, the school has arranged a separate accommodation for you. This is part of the faculty apartments, but having someone like you live here is no problem at all. After saying this, Qian Chao handed him a special card. This is your campus card. From now on, you'll rely on this card for everything on campus, but compared to other students' cards, yours has higher privileges. With this campus card, you can access any laboratory or research room. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. As an important pilot unit of the country, the laboratories and research rooms at St. Magic University were countless. Yet, the fact that such a high-level access card was issued to him was already quite surprising. However, Lin Chen did not feel unworthy of the trust placed in him. Instead, he solemnly accepted the card. Thank you, Director Qian. The moment the card was in his hand, Lin Chen immediately assessed its material. Xian iron. This was something that even equipment of the obsidian level couldn't cut through. To forge Xian iron into a thin card like this required effort beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. At the very least, Lin Chen knew that to forge a piece of Xian iron into its current form without the cooperation of a mechanic was simply impossible. Lin Chen glanced at the card, and the information on it was clear at a glance. Name, Lin Chen, School, St. Magic University, Student ID, 2024108874001, Major, Forging Department, Forging College, Class 1. The information on the card should be no different from that of other students. It was just that the material of the card was distinct. However, just this Xian iron card was enough to prove Lin Chen's identity. The moment Lin Chen saw his major, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, it was a major department. According to what Qian Chao had just said, a major department should contain multiple colleges, and each college would further divide into majors. Yet here, it started directly with the forging department. Thank you, Director Qian. Is there a class with other students learning together? Qian Chao nodded. Due to your special circumstances, we had already gathered similar talents in the forging department from all over the country during the vocational exams, and they have been placed in the same class as you. Of course, this is also to prevent you from feeling too lonely. Lin Chen was somewhat shocked by the other's thoughtfulness and couldn't help but nod. It seemed the school had arranged everything meticulously. Even his admission had been specially approved by Qian Chao. After Qian Chao left, Lin Chen walked into the apartment in front of him. Overall, the apartment was very clean and tidy, and the interior configuration was particularly impressive. What Lin Chen never expected was that he was assigned not only a single apartment but also a one-bedroom unit. Although it was tiny like a sparrow, it had everything one could need. Satisfied as he looked at his little apartment, which was about 50 square meters, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the school's financial generosity. As a regular student admitted through recommendation, the dormitory assigned to him certainly wouldn't have this level of comfort. No wonder it's a top-tier university. The conditions they provide are simply amazing. Although Lin Chen's current level was already quite strong, in a place filled with so many talented individuals, if he didn't continue to work hard, he could easily be overtaken by others. Therefore, Lin Chen had to push himself even more. Looks like I need to work a bit harder. I can't let anyone push me down. Since Lin Chen reported early, there were still about 10 days before classes officially started. With the highest privileges, Lin Chen naturally began to absorb all kinds of knowledge like a sponge. Moreover, he was already quite interested in courses from other professional branches. Now, he had even picked a few of his favorite course books to start previewing. After a busy day, just as Lin Chen lay down on the small sofa in his living room, Lu Xiaoxiao's call came in. Lin Chen, a few of the seniors in our group discussed and wanted to invite you out for dinner tonight to welcome you to the school. How about it? You must be free now, right? Since Lu Xiaoxiao had said so, Lin Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the place they had chosen was not off campus. Tsinghua University was vast, with a total of 8 cafeterias, not to mention various food stalls and even a food street. At that moment, Lin Chen and the others gathered in the largest cafeteria of Tsinghua University. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao and the others who had already arrived, before Lin Chen could say anything, Lu Xiaoxiao excitedly waved in his direction. Lin Chen, Jr., over here. This time, the attendees were indeed much more complete than those who had come to pick him up at the station during the day, and there were even a few unfamiliar faces. With the introductions from Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, Lin Chen got a rough idea of who these seniors were. At the dining table, with Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming as the lively atmosphere creators, even though everyone came from different colleges and majors, the conversation flowed smoothly. To welcome our junior, let's all raise a glass. Gu Ziming smiled as he lifted his glass. Seeing this, everyone else also raised their glasses. Of course, there weren't many drinkers at the table. After all, both Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Chang were girls, so their glasses were filled with beverages. But that didn't affect the spirited atmosphere at all. Lin Chen's level had already reached 28, but compared to everyone present, he still felt relatively weak. It was worth noting that even the lowest level Lu Xiaoxiao was already a 35 level mage. The usually cheerful Gu Ziming had even reached the level of a 40 level warrior. Thus, Lin Chen's desire to improve himself grew even stronger. When the others heard that Lin Chen was eager to learn, they immediately started banging the table. If you want to learn, it's simple. You know about the school's public laboratory, right? Just go past the public lab, and behind it is the largest experimental complex in the school. I remember there are corresponding experimental bases for blacksmiths over there. You should be able to check it out when you have time. Lin Chen had never considered learning in a laboratory. All along, his self-study method relied heavily on a vast amount of books. Now that he had entered Tsinghua University, the learning methods available to him had naturally increased, which was why he had thought to ask Lu Xiaoxiao and the others for their opinions. Even if everyone's majors are different, at least in terms of learning methods, there should be some common ground, right? Now that he knew there was a path through the laboratory, Lin Chen quietly noted it in his mind. Alright, then I'll go take a look later. As they chatted, Lu Xiaoxiao soon looked at Lin Chen with great interest. So Junior, you were also admitted through recommendation. This was not something to hide. After all, every year, students admitted to Tsinghua University through recommendation accounted for as much as 40%. This meant that if one randomly picked a genius student from Tsinghua University, they could very well be someone who was recommended from various provinces. Therefore, Lin Chen quickly nodded. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Lu Xiaoxiao slapped the table. If you were admitted through recommendation, then it makes things much easier. Seeing Lin Chen's puzzled expression, Gu Ziming quickly explained. Students admitted through recommendation here have privileges in leveling up. Although your level is still low now, once you get used to it, leveling up will be quick. Lin Chen immediately nodded. As they continued chatting, they soon began discussing some gossip about the various majors in the colleges. Have you heard? Recently, someone in our magic college blew up the entire laboratory while researching potions. What's that? Over here in the Battle Mage College, a few reckless ones went out to hunt in the wild and ended up being chased by 2 giant rabbits, running away in a panic. Our mentor was so angry he almost gave them a beating. I also heard that recently the mechanics department developed living machinery. I even saw a rabbit with 6 mechanical wings. Lin Chen found it particularly interesting. One could only say that the thinking of these university students was exceptionally lively, and it seemed completely normal for unexpected research and theories to be proposed here. Although there were so many people gathered, each speaking at once, they did not forget about Lin Chen, who was sitting right in the center. It should be noted that the main character of tonight was supposed to be Lin Chen. They had gathered for this meal specifically for him. Therefore, while everyone chatted animatedly, they also made sure to include Lin Chen in their laughter. After the meal, Lin Chen had learned quite a bit about the situations in other colleges at Tsinghua University. He had revealed very little about his own situation, which made Lu Xiaoxiao and the others a bit curious. Lin Chen, Jr., you said you are from Jiangnan Province? There aren't many students admitted from Jiangnan Province each year. Since you were accepted by the school, your talent must be quite strong, right? Lin Chen was taken aback. He had only mentioned that he was a blacksmith, but he had never brought up his talent. Now that Lu Xiaoxiao had asked, if he avoided answering, it would surely draw too much attention. If he spoke up, after the meal, he would probably be called in for a talk, right? To avoid trouble, Lin Chen decided to be straightforward. My talent is that I can slightly increase the success rate when forging equipment. What I mainly do is forge equipment and refine materials. The others listened, feeling a bit confused. As the saying goes, different fields are like different mountains. Moreover, the equipment they usually used could be exchanged or purchased at the Tsinghua University store. Since they wouldn't care about that little success rate in forging equipment, of course, they also didn't understand how significant the success rate was for a blacksmith. However, their lack of understanding did not mean they looked down on Lin Chen. Those who could enter Tsinghua University through selection were definitely not lacking in strength. One could even say they were among the best of the best. Moreover, the number of admissions for auxiliary professions at St. Magic University is extremely limited each year, with blacksmiths sometimes not being recruited for 2 or 3 years. Even though Lin Chen's cohort specifically relaxed the corresponding numerical restrictions, the fact that Lin Chen caught the school's attention indicates that he possesses some skills. Lin Chen is modest, but others won't take this modesty as incompetence. It seems your talent is quite impressive. Although it's an auxiliary profession, it's an indispensable one among them. I remember there's a blacksmith living next door to my dorm. Her research direction should be similar to yours. How about I ask her thoughts when I get back tonight and see if she wants to take you under her wing? Lin Chen didn't expect such good fortune and was instantly overjoyed. If someone could guide him in his studies, that would be the best. Moreover, it was a blacksmith with the same major in research direction, which would undoubtedly save Lin Chen a lot of trouble. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. She then directly made a phone call in front of Lin Chen. Are you free? I found a direct junior brother for you. He wants to learn about blacksmithing-related branch knowledge. I remember your lab is still looking for assistants, right? This junior brother has quite a good talent. Intermittent words kept spilling from Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth. Mainly, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed listening to Lu Xiaoxiao's praises about him. Before long, Lu Xiaoxiao hung up the phone. All set. After saying that, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't forget to wink at Lin Chen. This direct senior sister of yours is a real beauty. So many people want to pursue her but can't. Looks like you've hit the jackpot. Lin Chen didn't expect such a turn of events and was left both amused and exasperated by Lu Xiaoxiao. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxiao sent the contact information and lab address of that direct senior sister to Lin Chen's phone, and then everyone returned to their respective dorms. Before leaving, the group was surprised to see that Lin Chen was heading in a different direction from them. Aren't all the dorms in the West District? Why are you going towards the South District? Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. My dorm seems to be a bit different from yours. Upon hearing that it was different, the others became curious. Aren't they all student dorms? What could be different? Yeah, come on. Let's go see what your dorm looks like. With that, everyone crowded around Lin Chen and started walking towards his dorm. Lin Chen could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. He didn't want to show off, but he couldn't resist so many people insisting on seeing his dorm. Soon, a group of people, laughing and chatting, arrived at the bottom of Lin Chen's apartment building. Looking at the charming red brick and gray-tiled apartment building in front of them, Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Chang widened their eyes. Is this where you live? Lin Chen nodded helplessly. That's right. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized. No wonder when Lin Chen reported in, it was Director Qian who personally led him. It turns out they had given Lin Chen special treatment. The dormitory apartment in front of them clearly didn't look like a student residence. The surrounding environment was exceptionally good. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't even imagine how broad her horizons would be standing on the balcony every morning, looking at the lake view. At that moment, a hint of melancholy crept into Lu Xiaoxiao and the other's eyes. Serves you right for being so cocky. Now look at you. You've been outdone. Lin Chen smiled. Do you want to go up and sit for a while? Now that they knew Lin Chen's dorm was clearly different from theirs, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were still a bit reluctant to give up. Let's go. Since we've already come down to the bottom of the building, of course, we have to go up. But with so many of us, will we disturb your roommate? Lin Chen, feeling a bit guilty, touched his nose and didn't answer Lu Xiaoxiao's question. Whether or not he had a roommate was something they would have to find out for themselves. In fact, the teachers' apartments and the students' apartments at Holy Magic University were not that different. The student apartments mostly had 4-person and 3-person rooms, while the teachers' apartments not only had larger spaces but were all single rooms. Other aspects were quite similar, such as the gym, water bar, and basic facilities like elevators and air conditioning on the first floor. Following Lin Chen into the elevator, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were a bit excited. I've been at school for a year, and I've never seen a student dorm like this. The others nodded in agreement. I've never seen one either. Today is definitely an eye-opener. Did you notice that Lin Chen's dorm even has air conditioning in the lobby on the first floor? Our lobby seems to have nothing. In the end, it's the Magic Academy students who throw magic scrolls into the lobby every year to maintain a constant temperature. Lin Chen didn't expect the students from the Magic Academy to be so bold, but upon reflection, it seemed that in such a top-tier institution, this kind of thing should be within the school's allowance. Soon, the group exited the elevator and arrived at Lin Chen's dormitory door. The school dormitories required a card to enter. Whether it was the downstairs access control or the dormitory door lock, they all relied on the campus card in their hands. Therefore, it wasn't surprising when Lin Chen swiped his card to open the door. However, the moment the door was pushed open and Lu Xiaoxiao and the others saw the inside, their mouths all dropped open. Wow! Is this a student dorm? Why is your student dorm so big? 1 room and 1 living room? What kind of luck do I have to see such a luxurious student dorm? You're not joking with me, right? Is this really a student dorm? A series of exclamations erupted, and at that moment, Lin Chen could feel everyone's gaze almost freezing him in place. However, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were well exposed to the world, and their momentary astonishment quickly passed. The group sat in Lin Chen's dorm for a while before soon returning to their own dorms. After all, Holy Magic University had a curfew. On the first night at Holy Magic University, Lin Chen had a pretty good rest. The next morning, Lin Chen sent a message to the senior sister that Lu Xiaoxiao had recommended to him. The senior sister replied quite quickly. After getting the address of her current laboratory, Lin Chen simply headed in that direction. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Lin Chen chose to walk instead of taking the sightseeing bus. It wasn't a long distance anyway, he could get there in about 10 minutes. Walking along the riverbank, Lin Chen quickly found the location of the laboratory. To be precise, what stood before him was a series of laboratory buildings. The senior sister's laboratory was located in the last building. Lin Chen went directly to the last laboratory building and was about to swipe his card to enter when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated twice. With one hand swiping the access control, Lin Chen took out his phone with the other hand while not forgetting to walk toward the elevator. However, when he saw the message from the senior sister, Lin Chen hesitated a bit. This senior sister, recommended by Lu Xiaoxiao, was named by Yuru, and just by her name, one could tell she was a particularly gentle person. Last night, Lin Chen had also learned quite a bit about her from Lu Xiaoxiao, including that she had been able to secure early admission to Holy Magic University at the age of 16. Now, it was already her 4th year studying at Holy Magic University. Moreover, the other party's talent in the forging profession is exceptionally remarkable, and they even have their own private laboratory as an exception. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoxiao wouldn't have recommended Lin Chen. It's important to note that students in auxiliary professions at Holy Magic University generally do not have personal project laboratories unless they are accompanied by a mentor. However, Bai Yuru managed to secure her own unique personal laboratory solely based on her strength. Just for this reason, Lin Chen was particularly curious about this senior. However, at this moment, this senior was still making Lin Chen wait outside the building. After all, the school's experimental building requires access control. One must go through multiple reviews before their personal campus card can be submitted to the access control system. Therefore, in Bai Yuru's view, Lin Chen, a new student who had just enrolled, naturally could not enter the experimental building she was in. Who would have thought that Lin Chen had already taken the elevator and arrived at the door of her laboratory? When she heard the knock, Bai Yuru didn't think much of it. "Please come in." Lin Chen pushed the door open, and the next second, a prompt sounded in his ear. "Warning, you are experiencing a mirage attack. Mirage attack has been." Before Lin Chen could figure out the situation, the scene before him shattered with a loud crash, like a mirror breaking into pieces. Lin Chen also saw the stunning yet slightly bewildered face in the center of the laboratory. "Senior?" Bai Yuru didn't expect Lin Chen to come up so quickly. However, at this moment, her curiosity about Lin Chen had reached its peak, even ignoring how he got in. "You were able to resist my mirage just now?" Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. "So the mirage attack just now was initiated by you, senior?" Bai Yuru felt a bit embarrassed that the other party could state her intention so directly. "I was just testing it. I didn't expect it to attack indiscriminately." Lin Chen smiled. Such a level of mirage attack was, of course, ineffective against him. After all, Lin Chen's mental power had already exceeded 2,000. Ordinary mirages would automatically deactivate their attack state in front of Lin Chen. However, in Bai Yuru's eyes, it became unbelievable. "Wait, are you Lin Chen?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded, but Bai Yuru immediately furrowed her brows. "But Lu Xiaoxiao said you seem to only be at level 28, right? A level 28 forger shouldn't be able to resist my mirage." At this point, Bai Yuru's expression suddenly paused, and then she looked at Lin Chen intently. "What is your mental power value?" Lin Chen didn't expect her to be so perceptive. However, since having a high mental power value would attract attention, Lin Chen quickly replied, "Just a little over 1,000. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Bai Yuru's eyes, but she didn't say much more. A mental power value of over 1,000 is indeed not low. However, it is not something that cannot be found at Holy Magic University. What puzzled Bai Yuru now was how Lin Chen could resist her level 40 mirage if his mental power was only a little over 1,000. Thinking of this, Bai Yuru's gaze fell on Lin Chen again, and then she said seriously, "Do you have defensive equipment on you?" Lin Chen had long seen the abnormality of these seniors and was not surprised at all. He even cooperatively took off his 2 legendary level pieces of equipment. "I've removed the equipment." Bai Yuru was very satisfied with this junior's compliance, but soon she shook her head. "Let's call it a day. Even if you remove your defensive equipment, with your level of mental power, as long as you are prepared, attacking you again wouldn't have much reference value." Speaking of which, Bai Yuruwa turned to look at Lin Chen behind her. "No need to linger at the door, just come in. I heard your talent is to increase the success rate of forging equipment?" Lin Chen nodded. A slight increase in success rate is still a significant difference from 100% success rate. Such a talent isn't particularly impressive, at least in the eyes of geniuses like Bai Yuruwa and her peers. Bai Yuruwa lightly nodded twice and then began to fiddle with a large pile of forging materials in front of her. "What level are you at in your forging course? Which branch are you focusing on?" Lin Chen replied in a standard manner. "I've self-studied the beginner textbook for the forging course, and I'm currently focusing on the branch of refining materials." After hearing Lin Chen's words, Bai Yuruwa looked up at him again. "You've only self-studied the beginner textbook?" Moreover, he was focusing on the branch of refining materials. At this moment, Bai Yuruwa even began to doubt whether Lin Chen's achievements were fabricated. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoxiao saying that Lin Chen was admitted through recommendation, Bai Yuruwa might really suspect that Lin Chen was a student who had mixed in from another school. After all, the number of forgers admitted to Tsinghua University each year is small, only a few, and in the past 5 years, only 3 forgers have been admitted. Coincidentally, Bayuruwa is one of those three. Because of the scarcity, the forgers admitted not only have extremely high talent but also start at level 30. However, Lin Chen's level hasn't even reached 30, and his talent isn't particularly outstanding. And as for his self-study level, it's better not to mention that. But after all, she had nodded in agreement. Bayuruwa didn't say much more, just gestured to a chair beside her. Find a place to sit for a while. Lin Chen didn't stand on ceremony and immediately pulled a chair for himself to sit down. Bayuruwa then put the materials in her hands into a large basket beside her and directly pulled it toward the next room. Wait for me outside for a moment. Along with the sound of the door closing, Bayuruwa's voice of instruction followed. Lin Chen quietly waited outside. The laboratory was exceptionally quiet, not even a hint of external noise could be heard. Such a quiet environment could bring potential psychological pressure to some extent. However, for Lin Chen, this kind of environment was more suitable for refining materials. Lin Chen had long been accustomed to carrying a lot of materials with him. This way, he could refine some high-level materials whenever he found free time. He was a master of time management. Just as Lin Chen was deeply focused on refining materials, a sudden loud bang echoed from the room. Lin Chen was startled by the noise. When he looked up, he realized that he didn't know when the sky outside had darkened, clearly showing signs of an impending storm. The window had just been slammed against the wall by the raging wind outside. Lin Chen hurriedly closed the window and turned to glance at the materials on the table. Fortunately, the materials placed in front of the window were quite heavy and hadn't moved due to the weather. Otherwise, when Bayuruwa came out, Lin Chen would have a hard time explaining to her. However, as Lin Chen walked back to his seat, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the clock out of the corner of his eye. He remembered that when he entered the laboratory, it was only 8 in the morning, and now the hour hand was pointing to 12 noon. Lin Chen felt a bit puzzled. That's not right. I seem to have only refined 3 sets of materials. How did time pass so quickly? Lin Chen felt that something was off, but at that moment, he sensed a chilling presence behind him. Relying on his sixth sense, Lin Chen almost immediately dashed to the door of the room. Senior, something seems off outside. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, a familiar notification sound rang in his ears. The special dungeon 100 Ghosts Carrying the Coffin has been opened. Coordinates 132, 158. Since your coordinates overlap with the special dungeon location, you have automatically entered the dungeon. Lin Chen truly felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. Just hearing the name of this dungeon didn't sound like anything good. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly knocked on the door twice. Senior, the dungeon has refreshed. We need to go quickly. However, Lin Chen's actions were still a step too late. Realizing something, Lin Chen immediately turned around, only to find that the window he had just closed had been blown open again by the fierce wind. Countless dark shadows were fleeing in the dark sky. Lin Chen really wanted to curse. If it were just him, relying on his space teleportation skill and powerful shield, he could definitely escape from the dungeon. The key was that Bayuruwa, who was in the room, couldn't. As a forger, her attack power was already a professional consensus. Lin Chen had various trump cards to save his life, but Bayuruwa might not be able to escape the dungeon alive. Watching those dark shadows continuously approach the laboratory, Lin Chen's knocking on the door grew louder. Senior, we need to hurry. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. On the other side, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming had just finished class. Gu Ziming looked at the group message he had just sent out with no replies and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why hasn't Lin Chen replied to me? Is he still not up? Lu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. He got up at 6 this morning. I even replied to him. I guess he's looking for Senior Bayuruwa right now. As soon as he heard Bayuruwa's name, Gu Ziming almost immediately shrank his neck, then mustered his courage to say, "Did you really recommend Lin Chen to Senior Bai?" Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled a couple of times. I just thought Senior Bayuruwa needed an assistant, right? And she's been looking for one for so many years. Now that a direct junior has come along, I definitely have to help him get in. After hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, Gu Ziming couldn't help but shake his head. Then I can only wish Lin Chen good luck. Bayuruwa's name was well known throughout the Holy Demon University. Little did they know that Lin Chen was still thinking about how to help Bayuruwa escape the dungeon. While knocking on the door, Lin Chen noticed that the shadows outside the window were closing in, and in just a few seconds, they could rush into the laboratory. Just then, the door in front of Lin Chen opened. As Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, what appeared before him was a pale, lifeless face. Bayuruwa was wearing a blood-red long dress, her long, smooth hair hanging beside her face, but her complexion was exceptionally pale. It wasn't a sickly white, it was a deathly gray. Lin Chen's pupils instantly trembled. The next second, Bayuruwa opened her mouth and approached with a ghastly smile. Accompanied by Bayuruwa's eerie smile, her skin began to peel off rapidly, leaving only red and white flesh. Yet this face was still smiling at Lin Chen. "Junior, were you looking for me?" Lin Chen had never seen such a scene in his life. At this moment, he felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. The Qianji ring in his hand flew out on the spot. Break! The moment the Qianji ring appeared, the expression on Bai Yurua's face froze. Lin Chen could only shrink behind the Qianji ring, controlling it to crash heavily into the dense shadows at the window. Crack! In a daze, Lin Chen heard the sound of something shattering. The next second, the scene before his eyes began to shake violently. Bai Yuru personally witnessed Lin Chen throw out the 1,000 machine ring. Before she could react, the illusion she had meticulously crafted was directly shattered by Lin Chen. In a moment of confusion, Lin Chen's nerves seemed to be stretched to their limit, and then he fell heavily towards the ground. At this point, Bai Yuru couldn't care about anything else and hurried a few steps forward to catch Lin Chen's body. If it were any ordinary girl, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch a tall guy like Lin Chen. But who made Bai Yuru a forger? Bai Yuru nodded in satisfaction, her gaze towards Lin Chen carrying a hint of admiration. "Looks like this kid is not bad. Not only did he manage to hold on for so long in my illusion, but he also directly broke it." Thinking of this, Bai Yuru quickly looked at the equipment Lin Chen had used to break her illusion. However, when she turned her head back, that piece of equipment had long since vanished without a trace. Thus, Bai Yuru had no choice but to suppress this thought. After all, it wouldn't be too late to ask her junior later. Bai Yuru directly carried Lin Chen to her lounge and laid him flat on the small bed, then quietly waited for him to wake up. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lin Chen opened his eyes. However, after being suddenly attacked by the illusion, Lin Chen's head still throbbed with dull pain. In his dazed state, Lin Chen heard Bai Yuru's voice. "Your mental strength is quite good. Although you didn't hold on under the illusion's attack, being able to wake up so quickly shows you have some strength." Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment before finally reacting. "The dungeon just now was actually your illusion, senior sister?" Bai Yuru smiled and nodded. "That's right. Although we are forgers, it doesn't mean we can't light up some attack-type skills. Just like the illusion branch I'm learning now. It allows me to use equipment as a medium to create a massive illusion." Lin Chen was truly dumbfounded. It seemed that his senior sister was not an easy person to deal with. Just the fact that she, as a forger, was developing attack skills for equipment was enough for Lin Chen to see something. And wasn't he supposed to be here as an assistant? How could he be thrown into high-intensity situations on the first day? Fortunately, Lin Chen's own strength was decent. If it had been someone else, they would probably have been flattened by Bai Yuru's intimidation upon entering. Thinking of the illusion he encountered when he first entered, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps the intimidation he faced upon entering was something Bai Yuru had designed from the start. After all, only by making a person completely relax could one obtain the most genuine feedback. Because she was particularly satisfied with Lin Chen, Bai Yuru's tone was much gentler than when he first entered. It was only at this moment that Lin Chen realized that what Lu Xiaoxiao said about her being gentle and generous might actually be true. But that was only for those who had acknowledged Bai Yuru. "Junior, do you feel any discomfort now?" For safety's sake, Bai Yuru still wanted to check Lin Chen's physical condition. After all, he was her direct junior, and now he had reopened the forging department. Bai Yuru didn't want to see such a precious junior get ruined by her. Lin Chen shook his head, and when he saw Bai Yuru approaching, he suddenly remembered the scene he had seen in the dungeon, so he quickly backed away. It wasn't that Lin Chen was afraid, but the image of Bai Yuru in the dungeon had left a deep impression on him, so much so that he still had some psychological shadows when seeing Bai Yuru now. "Senior sister, did you make the illusion effect so realistic? She even used herself as part of the illusion. Wasn't that a bit too much of a sacrifice?" Bai Yuru merely chuckled lightly. "You are experiencing an illusion for the first time. You can now take a look at your attribute panel. There should be some growth effects." Lin Chen did not expect the illusion to have such an effect, so he immediately opened his attribute panel. Sure enough, everything was traceable at this moment. "You are under attack by an illusion. The illusion has forcibly locked onto you. Immunity is ineffective. Your mental power judgment value is 2000, which is below the limit value of this illusion. The power of the illusion increases by 20%. Your shield skill has taken effect. The power of the illusion is weakened by 30%. Under the attack of the illusion, your mental power decreases by 800 points. Insufficient energy. Forcibly entering a coma state. You have experienced an illusion for 12 minutes and 31 seconds. Your energy points have increased, and your mental resilience has increased by 1%. Permanently plus 50 points to mental power." After reading the last prompt, Lin Chen was still a bit stunned. This illusion attack had significantly increased his attributes. First, his mental resilience increased, and then his mental power increased permanently. It was completely a windfall. One must say, research on illusions is indeed quite profitable. If he could experience it a few more times, wouldn't he be able to directly boost his attributes without any damage? Lin Chen's thoughts were clearly aligned with Bai Yurua's, but she quickly said, the attribute increase from the illusion is highest on the first experience. Subsequent increases will decrease progressively. Bai Yurua had also considered the idea of boosting attributes without damage. However, the reality proved that this path was quite difficult to pursue. But this was also the core of Bai Yurua's ongoing research. By the way, how much did your attributes increase? Let me record the data. Lin Chen scratched his head. My mental resilience increased by 1%, and my mental power increased permanently by 50. Hearing this data, Bai Yurua's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Did it increase that much? Others probably don't have such good results on their first try. However, when Bai Yurua thought about how Lin Chen's mental power was already significantly higher than average, this value was within her estimated range, just slightly higher, still manageable. But with Lin Chen's initial limit already so high, it made Bai Yurua feel a bit eager to try it herself. I think you can experience the illusion a few more times. Although the effects of the illusion will decrease progressively, because your initial limit is relatively high, your second experience might yield better results than others' first experiences. Upon hearing that he had to come back a few more times, Lin Chen quickly shook his head. Actually, I don't think it's urgent. My mental power hasn't recovered yet, and I have many questions I want to ask you, senior. Bai Yurua stroked her chin, pondering carefully, which made sense. After all, even a pig needs to be fattened before slaughter. Lin Chen had just awakened, and his mental power indeed needed some nurturing. Indeed. What do you want to ask? Bai Yurua said while fiddling with the materials in her hands. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly asked his first question. I just saw a prompt on my panel about a dungeon's arrival, so can your illusion effect still manipulate personal panels, senior? Is the content within the illusion set by you, or does it evolve freely? Hearing Lin Chen's question, Bai Yurua also propped up her chin. One must say, Lin Chen, this junior, is quite sharp in certain aspects. For instance, the questions he is asking now are quite to the point. Bai Yurua organized her thoughts and then slowly said, I do not have the ability to manipulate your personal panels. It is merely because the illusion has a huge relationship with each person's mental power, as you mentioned earlier that your mental power value is over 1,000. So this time, I set the limit value of the illusion directly at 2,500. Those below the limit value will be forcibly dragged into the illusion without any prompts, and your mental perception will be blocked and interfered with, so the panel messages will naturally not appear. As for those above the limit value, that's the illusion you encountered when you just entered. It can be directly shattered by powerful mental strength. Regarding your second question, the content of the illusion is actually closely related to the equipment. The structure of the illusion relies on the equipment, and currently, I have found two ways to construct the illusion. The first method is to use a dungeon format, which is simpler and more efficient, but requires the forger to continuously enter the dungeon to find relevant materials, so that the forged equipment can more stably support the entire illusion. At the same time, the content of the illusion will be limited by the equipment and cannot be manipulated at will, just like a preset script, making modifications particularly troublesome. As for the second method, it is more stringent, requiring the forger's strong mental strength to directly construct the illusion. The advantage is that the content can be changed according to the forger's mental control, but the downside is obvious. If the forger's mental strength is too low, the illusion can easily collapse. Moreover, the medium for the second method requires higher level equipment. If the first method only needs golden level equipment, then the second method must reach diamond level, otherwise, it cannot support the entire illusion at all. Lin Chen had never thought that such a simple illusion would have such convoluted theories. However, he was extremely interested in using equipment as a medium to construct illusions. If I choose the first method, can the content of the illusion only be set before the medium equipment is forged? Bai Yuru shook her head. Not exactly. It's just that my skills are still relatively low, and I can't change the content of the illusion at will. In theory, the content of the illusion in both methods can be modified according to one's wishes, provided that the strength is sufficient. What I can do now is to take the medium equipment in for forging and modify 1 or 2 lines of dialogue. As soon as Lin Chen heard the word dialogue, he immediately recalled the few lines Bai Yuru had shouted in the previous illusion. For a moment, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his back, but it must be said that the branch Bai Yuru was pursuing was indeed quite impressive. A forger who could integrate with illusions would definitely have unexpected effects on the battlefield. However, this branch of study was also quite difficult. The starting point for the illusion forging I learned is very high. It can only be unlocked when the level reaches 20, and the proficiency increases very slowly, coupled with high requirements for mental strength. It is currently an extremely niche branch, but the advantages are also quite evident. It has a certain degree of self-preservation ability. Lin Chen nodded. As a forger, the self-preservation ability is certainly not as good as that of combat professions to some extent, but that is relative to others. For Lin Chen, as long as his equipment attributes are good enough, a casual strike could easily take someone down. Perhaps because Lin Chen was enjoying the conversation, Bayuru was now speaking freely and openly. She even mentioned some details that Lin Chen had never noticed before. After listening to Bayuru's lesson, Lin Chen looked at her with deep admiration. One can only say that the students entering the Holy Demon University are truly not mediocre, especially those rare specialties. At this moment, Bayuru looked like a fairy in Lin Chen's eyes, simply too impressive. Moreover, when she spoke about her professional knowledge, Bayuru completely shed her usual gentle demeanor, and her personality at this moment could even be considered lively. Junior, I've researched quite a few illusions over the years. Would you like to take a look? Don't worry, these illusions definitely won't affect you. With Bayuru's assurance, Lin Chen was naturally eager to learn more. Soon, Bayuru took Lin Chen and walked out towards the lounge. It was only after leaving the lounge that Lin Chen realized Bayuru's laboratory was quite large. Not only did it include a central forging area, but it was also equipped with a dedicated lounge, a materials room, an observation room, and even a special storage room. Lin Chen and Bayuru directly passed through the central forging area and headed towards the special storage room on the opposite side. Once they entered the room, Lin Chen found that it was much smaller than the previous ones, and various formations and talismans surrounded it. Bayuru pointed to the equipment in the center. This is the equipment I made from materials I collected during a dungeon run. It can continuously amplify human senses. This was the first time Lin Chen had heard such a peculiar term. Amplifying human senses? Doesn't that mean it can be controlled at will? Bayuru smiled and nodded. Exactly, the materials next to it can be fused into the equipment according to my intention. Depending on the proportion, if the attribute ratio of a certain material exceeds a certain level, then that particular sense will be directly amplified. Lin Chen understood now. The materials used to forge this equipment should be in a balanced state. But if the proportion of a certain material was increased, then the amplification effect of that sense would be immediately highlighted. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately pointed to a frozen piece of meat nearby. What is this meat used for? Speaking of this, Bayuru's face showed a hint of pride. This piece of meat was something I found during a dungeon run. It's the meat of a chow snake. This thing smells incredibly foul, and when added to the equipment, it can amplify the stench by 100 times. Hearing this, Lin Chen's pupils shook. No way? Senior Bayuru looked so gentle and generous. Yet, she was researching something like this? And what was she thinking? Most girls think about how to dress beautifully and maintain their goddess persona. But for Bayuru, she truly didn't care about her appearance. First, she was dealing with terrifying dungeons, and now she was starting to work with this incredibly foul-smelling illusion. None of it matched her fairy-like persona, right? Illusion forging technique in progress, 20%. Due to your high mental power attribute, the learning speed of the illusion forging profession branch is increased by 45%. Illusion forging technique in progress, 30%. Your mental resilience has increased by 1%. Illusion forging technique in progress, 40%. Illusion forging technique in progress, 50%. Illusion forging technique in progress, 100%. You have unlocked the illusion forging profession branch and gained the illusion manipulation skill. A series of prompts sounded, and Lin Chen looked on in surprise. He almost immediately opened his attribute panel. Lin Chen, level 28, 1300/2000 Holy Blacksmith Health, 3200 Attack Power, 180 Attack Speed, 1+1% Movement Speed, 1+1% Energy, 3600 Skills, Basic Attribute Stacking, Reverse Enhancement, Sufficient Forging, Material Forging, Equal Treatment, Dwarven Forging, Illusion Control Basic Attribute Stacking. Can consume specific items to enhance a specific attribute of equipment. Sufficient forging. Equipment that is enhanced or forged has a chance to increase attributes. Weight. Increases material forging. Can forge special materials. Equal treatment. Forging materials have a chance to add additional attributes and extra properties. Dwarven forging. When forging or enhancing equipment, it can reduce material consumption by 10%. Illusion control. When casting an illusion, you can gain absolute control over the illusion special attributes. Divine forging, holy forging, giant forging, dwarven forging, illusion forging, divine forging. All equipment you enhance and forge will definitely succeed. and will definitely provide extra attributes and additional properties, with a chance to increase equipment level and a chance to gain special attributes and special properties. Holy Forging. All equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive divine blessings. Giant Forging. All equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive giant blessings. Dwarven Forging. All equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive dwarven blessings. Illusion Forging. All equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive special illusion effects. Are you cheating too? From an unknown blacksmith, Lin Chen looked at the 2 additional attributes he had gained, and his eyes instantly brightened. After all, having absolute control over illusions was already impressive enough. Up until now, Bai Yuru, who had studied for 4 years, could only change a few lines of dialogue. But Lin Chen started with absolute control over illusions, so as long as Lin Chen could embed the illusion into the equipment, he could manipulate the entire illusion at will. As for the special effects that came with illusion forging, Lin Chen had not tried them yet, so he naturally did not understand them. However, since he could stand alongside special attributes like dwarven forging, it couldn't be too far off. Seeing Lin Chen finish so quickly, Bai Yuru was somewhat surprised. Junior, you finished absorbing it so quickly? It should be known that the illusion forging profession branch was not so easy to absorb and learn. Moreover, Lin Chen had already learned the niche branch of material forging. If Lin Chen hadn't confidently claimed he could learn 2 more profession branches, Bai Yuru might not have been willing to give him the relevant study materials. At this moment, seeing Lin Chen open his eyes so quickly, Bai Yuru was more inclined to think it was a failure. After all, a blacksmith could only learn 1 profession branch, which was a common understanding among everyone. However, given Lin Chen's interest in this, Bai Yuru was also willing to give it a try. But when Lin Chen nodded, Bai Yuru was completely stunned. Did he really learn it? And it had only been 2 short hours. A profession branch was actually absorbed just like that? Little did she know, Lin Chen was now incredibly skilled at absorbing profession branches. Whether it was dwarven heritage or refined materials, each was extremely taxing on mental energy and stamina. Compared to them, illusion forging was much easier. Moreover, he had experience in absorbing knowledge from profession branches, so this time it was like applying what he had learned, and his speed naturally increased, not to mention he also had speed bonuses. However, when it came to Bai Yuru, it was particularly difficult for her to understand, so her gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with curiosity. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about how to explain to Bai Yuru, she spoke up first. It seems your talent is quite good. If that's the case, why don't you come here to study for 2 hours every day? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was overjoyed and immediately nodded in agreement. Thank you, senior. From then on, Lin Chen arrived punctually at Bai Yuru's laboratory every morning. With Bai Yuru's guidance and some targeted training he deliberately undertook, Lin Chen's improvement was astonishingly rapid. Moreover, Bai Yuru was amazed to discover that Lin Chen's talent was incredibly useful when it came to forging equipment. The most troublesome issue for any blacksmith is the potential mistakes or failures that can occur during the forging process. But for Lin Chen, forging equipment seemed to be no trouble at all. Previously, Bai Yuru thought Lin Chen's talent would at most increase his equipment forging success rate by 5%. Who would have thought that in the subsequent training he undertook, his success rate in forging equipment was remarkably high. Furthermore, this kid's learning speed was several times faster than Bai Yuru had anticipated. Many areas of knowledge that Bai Yuru had studied for a long time, Lin Chen could grasp with just a couple of simple pointers, allowing him to make connections and understand comprehensively. Such an astonishing talent even made Bai Yuru a bit envious in the end. Additionally, the equipment Lin Chen forged not only had exceptional stability but occasionally came with some attribute effects. If not used to carry illusions, they would be more than sufficient on their own. Little did they know that such results were already under Lin Chen's careful control. It should be noted that Lin Chen's current forging proficiency, while not high, was not low either. The probability of triggering attribute effects had already reached 10%. This meant that for every 10 pieces of equipment Lin Chen forged, at least one would trigger an attribute effect. Such a probability was extremely shocking for any blacksmith. Bai Yuru felt increasingly overwhelmed as she taught him. In just a week, the knowledge Lin Chen had gained from her was already equivalent to 2 years of her research. The key was that Lin Chen's skill proficiency was also increasing exceptionally fast. In just 5 days, Lin Chen's control over illusions was only slightly inferior to Bai Yuru's. Of course, this was just Bai Yuru's perspective of slightly. With his foundational attributes and a 100% success rate in forging equipment, Lin Chen's learning speed could only be slowed down if he deliberately held back. If it weren't for the concern of going too far, Lin Chen could have fully comprehended all the knowledge Bai Yuru taught him in just 3 days. However, Lin Chen's rapid learning progress was actually a good thing for Bai Yuru. After all these years, she had indeed lacked an assistant to help her. As a female blacksmith, Bayuru was inherently weaker than her male counterparts in terms of strength, given similar foundational attributes. It was only through years of diligent training and her solitary lifestyle that she had developed some strength. But compared to a freak like Lin Chen, Bayuru still entrusted most of the heavy work to him. After all, wasn't that the reason she hired an assistant? Moreover, Lin Chen's success rate in forging equipment was astonishingly high. It was even higher than Bayuru's after 4 years of study. Junior, be honest with me, your talent enhancement couldn't have reached 70 or even 80%, could it? Otherwise, Bayuru really couldn't explain why Lin Chen's failure rate in forging equipment was so low. Hearing Bayuru's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Since his senior had already guessed so much, why not be bolder and guess 100%? Of course, Lin Chen would never say such things out loud. Even if he did, Bayuru would probably not believe him. Perhaps in the end, Bayuru would have to be taken by the relevant authorities to sign a confidentiality agreement. In just a week of study, Lin Chen was already able to perfectly cooperate with Bayuru. Bayuru's independent research and development ability was extremely high, which is why the school provided her with a separate personal laboratory. However, a large portion of the laboratory's operational expenses had to be borne by Bayuru herself. Moreover, Bayuru's success rate in equipment forging was not very high. This meant that the research expenses she incurred each year were already a significant amount. Who would have thought that after just a week, the costs of related materials would start to shrink significantly? Just for this reason, Bayuru was particularly eager to teach Lin Chen more knowledge. In fact, even the previously mentioned 2 hours of study each day had quietly been extended to 4 hours. An assistant who could save on material costs and research funding would be snatched up by others, right? Now she was definitely going to do her utmost to keep him around. Realizing this, Bayuru even specially treated Lu Xiaoxiao to a meal. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoxiao's strong recommendation, she might have missed out on such a good junior. As for Lu Xiaoxiao herself, she was particularly surprised to learn that Bayuru appreciated Lin Chen so much. Gu Ziming and the others were even wide-eyed in disbelief. No way? Is Senior Bai serious? Did she really praise Lin Chen? It seems Lin Chen is quite capable in his work. Speaking of which, Lin Chen is really impressive, being able to stay under Senior Bai for so long. I definitely couldn't do that. Not to mention, just thinking about Senior Bai's secret realms gives me goosebumps. To be honest, how could such a beautiful girl like Senior Bai be interested in studying those bizarre illusions? Lin Chen, have you seen Senior Bai's illusions? Gu Ziming and the others were chatting away in the group chat, not forgetting to occasionally cue Lin Chen. During his free time, Lin Chen glanced at the group chat messages, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Initially, he also thought that the illusions Bayuru studied were quite bizarre. Now that he had become part of it, Lin Chen felt he could be even more bizarre. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, she quietly went to establish a connection with Bayuru. Senior, is Lin Chen doing well with you lately? Is there anything he's struggling with? As soon as Lin Chen was mentioned, a slight smile crept onto Bayuru's lips. I think he's doing quite well. Upon hearing Bayuru's response, Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Really? It should be noted that Bayuru had been in school for 4 years and had never praised anyone like this before. Usually, she maintained a calm demeanor when faced with any situation. For Lin Chen to receive such a positive evaluation from her was already quite rare. Is that true? Can I come to your laboratory to take a look tomorrow? Bayuru was momentarily stunned, then looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with suspicion. Are you sure? You used to seem to avoid my laboratory, so why the sudden interest in visiting? Lu Xiaoxiao awkwardly cleared her throat a couple of times before shyly saying, I just found Lin Chen's evaluation from you a bit surprisingly high, so I was curious about how he could stay under your guidance for so long. Bayuru lightly tapped Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead in annoyance. Suit yourself. After all, there was nothing particularly secretive about her research. The true core had already been reported to the school by Bayuru. On the other side, Shen Xiao, the director of the teaching office, was particularly worried. Bayuru's name was known by almost everyone at St. Demon University. Even though Bayuru indeed came from the forging department and could be considered Lin Chen's direct senior, that did not mean Xian Xiao felt at ease with Lin Chen being under Bayuru's supervision. Because the things Bayuru usually tinkered with required a strong heart to endure. Even Shen Xiao, the director, couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end whenever he heard about her methods. So, Shen Xiao occasionally sought out Bayuru for talks, hoping she would ease the difficulty for Lin Chen. If she started off too harshly, Shen Xiao feared the student might run away. After resolving the issue with Bayuru, Shen Xiao still had to have a heart-to-heart with Lin Chen. I see you've been quite fond of the experimental building lately. Are you adapting well to the situation there? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. It's okay. I find the profession branch of illusion forging quite interesting. After all, he had previously been the one being pranked, and now it was his turn to manipulate illusions. Lin Chen certainly had to embody Bai Yuru's spirit, going as extreme as possible. With Lin Chen's confirmation, Shen Chao quickly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're adapting. At that moment, he still didn't know that this student, who everyone had high hopes for, was being led further astray by Bai Yuru. After sending Xian Chao off, Lin Chen turned back to study the illusions Bai Yuru had been working on recently. Don't be fooled, forging illusions only required a single medium equipment. In reality, the composition of illusions was incredibly rich and varied. For instance, at this moment, Lin Chen was constructing an alternative illusion. Having been at St. Demon University for a while, Lin Chen felt it was time to level up. The sooner he reached level 30, the sooner he could enter the next stage. After all, students who could enter St. Demon University were generally above level 30. Lin Chen, at level 28, felt somewhat out of place in the middle. Therefore, in Lin Chen's upcoming schedule, aside from the 4 hours spent in the laboratory each day, he planned to use the remaining time primarily for leveling up. As for who would help him level up, Chen Chao had already made arrangements. In the dungeon, Lin Chen was studying 2 pieces of forging materials while 2 others were desperately fighting off nearby wild monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's experience bar was steadily increasing with the number of monsters defeated. Lin Chen's experience bar was already on the edge of level 30. In the past few days, he had been continuously swapping experience with the leveling team that had been inserted into the troops. Thus, in just a few days, his experience bar had reached level 29, just 1 step away from leaping to level 30. If I calculate the time, I should definitely reach level 30 today. I can also obtain a new equipment blueprint. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about what the new equipment blueprint would look like, a loud notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. And a new equipment blueprint has been unlocked. Congratulations, you have reached level 30, and a new main profession skill has been unlocked. The 2 notifications filled Lin Chen with excitement. However, he didn't forget to call back the few people who were still killing wild monsters. Let's call it a day. I've reached level 30. Thank you, everyone. After saying that, Lin Chen distributed a skill enhancement voucher to each person. The team that had been exchanging gifts with Lin Chen had changed again, but since they were personnel arranged by the state, Lin Chen felt very reassured using them. Moreover, they had all signed confidentiality agreements, so Lin Chen had nothing to hide from them, and the rewards he provided were quite generous. The skill enhancement vouchers distributed by Lin Chen brought smiles to the faces of everyone present. Lin Chen's reputation had long spread within their Shadow Guard team. Even with a change of personnel, this did not affect their prior understanding of Lin Chen's character. He was kind, had few demands, and gave generously. Most importantly, Lin Chen's requirements were not high, he mainly just wanted them to level up with him. Such a good deal was equivalent to a day off. Therefore, adhering to her professional ethics, the team leader Dong Jia was the first to ask, "Is today's mission officially over? Should we practice leveling up a bit more?" After all, today's end time was much earlier than yesterday's. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. "No need, you all should head back and rest." Hearing this, Dong Jia and the others began to pack up. After exiting the dungeon, Lin Chen was escorted all the way to the apartment building. Once back in his dorm, Lin Chen immediately opened his attribute panel. He had finally reached level 30, and it seemed his attribute panel had undergone significant changes. Lin Chen, level 30, 0/5000 Holy Blacksmith Health, 3600 Attack Power, 200 Attack Speed, 2+1% Movement Speed, 2+1% Energy, 3800 Skills, Basic Attribute Stacking, 80 Reverse Enhancement, Sufficient Forging, Material Forging, Equal Treatment, Dwarven Forging, Illusion Control, Mental Imprint. Basic Attribute Stacking can consume specific items to enhance a specific attribute of equipment. Sufficient Forging, forged or enhanced equipment has a chance to increase attributes. Weight increases. Material Forging can forge special materials. Equal Treatment, forging materials have a chance to add attributes and extra properties. Dwarven Forging, forging or enhancing equipment can reduce material consumption by 10%. Illusion Control, when casting an illusion, can gain absolute control over the illusion. Mental Imprint, when forging or enhancing equipment, can choose a reference equipment to imprint its attached attributes onto the forged equipment. Success rate increases with imprint proficiency. Special attributes: Divine Forging, Holy Forging, Giant Forging, Dwarven Forging, Illusion Forging. Divine Forging, all equipment you enhance and forge will definitely succeed, and will provide extra attributes and extra properties. with a chance to increase equipment level and gain special attributes and special properties. Holy Forging. All equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive divine blessings. Giant Forging. All equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive giant blessings. Dwarven Forging. All equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive dwarven blessings. Illusion Forging. All equipment you enhance and forge has a chance to receive special illusion effects. Are you also cheating? From an unknown blacksmith. After reading his attribute panel, Lin Chen's eyes flickered. After reaching level 30, Lin Chen's basic attributes had changed quite a bit. First, the difficulty of leveling up had begun to increase exponentially again, with the required experience more than doubling. Secondly, Lin Chen's basic attributes had changed to some extent. As a blacksmith, his attack power and movement speed increased the slowest, which Lin Chen had already mentally prepared for. However, his vitality and energy had seen significant increases. Additionally, Lin Chen had gained a new skill. Upon seeing this new skill, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This skill was like a cheat. It was important to note that among Lin Chen's existing legendary equipment, the attributes were quite terrifying, especially the Scythe of Death and the Thousand Mechanisms Ring. If he could imprint infinitely, wouldn't that allow him to mass-produce the corresponding equipment? However, this skill still has certain limitations. That is, it requires constant practice to improve the success rate. Currently, Lin Chen's success rate is still 0. Therefore, to increase the success rate, he must at least give it a try. Lin Chen has quite a few pieces of equipment in hand, and he can randomly take one out for testing. However, in the end, Lin Chen chose to use the medium equipment forged in the laboratory. After all, medium equipment is simpler and more suitable as a reference object. If he could trigger some kind of attribute, he might be able to directly pull the attribute from the illusion into reality. Just for that reason, Lin Chen felt he should give it a shot. Having spent a long time with Baiuru, Lin Chen found that his thinking had opened up quite a bit. In the past, he might have only known how to continuously forge equipment and refine materials. But now, Lin Chen was slowly starting to touch on various branches, allowing the skills from different branches to merge, creating an effect greater than the sum of its parts. However, Lin Chen currently faced a difficult situation. That was, the materials were too scarce. After all, Lin Chen did not yet have his own personal laboratory. Previously, the materials he needed could simply be listed and handed over to the teacher or principal, and they would be delivered directly to his laboratory. But now, the environment had changed. Lin Chen's only contact was Qian Chao. So if Lin Chen needed materials, he had to reach out to Qian Chao to handle it. I really just changed places and got a new contact person, Lin Chen thought to himself, finding it somewhat amusing. But soon, he called Qian Chao. Director Qian, are you asleep right now? I've reached level 30 today, but I need a large quantity of materials to forge equipment. Also, could you give me a rough idea of what type of equipment the military needs? It would be even better if I could find reference equipment. Perhaps I can try large-scale customization. After hearing this long string of words from Lin Chen, Qian Chao was momentarily taken aback. Large-scale customization? Has your scope of work expanded this much? Can you even offer customization? Wasn't it always that whatever equipment Lin Chen forged was allocated by the military as needed? Now, it seemed that Lin Chen had opened up a customization service. It looked like the major military districts would be fighting over this. Thinking of this, Qian Chao couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he was regarded as a genius by the higher-ups. Just look at how broad his business scope is. Which forge master would dare to directly collaborate on large-scale customization tasks? Yet Lin Chen actually dared to do so. As for the word perhaps in Lin Chen's speech, Qian Chao completely disregarded it. To him, there was no perhaps at all. No problem, just send me a list of the materials you need, and I'll gather them for you right away. Also, do you need a personal laboratory? After all, you need a place to store materials, right? Lin Chen thought for a moment and then nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Director Qian, to help me arrange that. Upon hearing this, Director Qian immediately jumped up in excitement. The higher-ups had given him orders. No matter what Lin Chen needed, it would be a green light. Now, this small matter for Lin Chen was something he could handle smoothly. Plus, Qian Chao was the director of the teaching office, so this little matter could definitely be negotiated well. The next morning, a full truckload of materials that Lin Chen requested was delivered to his personal laboratory. At the same time, the military also sent over a considerable amount of reference equipment for Lin Chen to choose from. After all, Lin Chen had mentioned that if they sent over reference equipment, he might be able to provide them with a batch of similar equipment. If it really can succeed, then having the army equipped for everyone will no longer be a dream, okay? Therefore, Lin Chen's small request can basically be fully satisfied by anyone. Aside from some special materials on Lin Chen's list that have yet to be found, all other materials are already in place. Lin Chen took a quick glance and found that the special materials that haven't arrived yet are all needed for his new equipment blueprint. He had opened the new equipment blueprint yesterday. At this moment, he couldn't help but take the blueprint out again. Congratulations! You have obtained the blueprint, Swift Rune. Unlike the Thousand Mechanisms ring, this equipment blueprint seems to focus on speed attributes. It is also an auxiliary equipment. Lin Chen even took a special look at the related introduction of the Swift Rune. Swift Rune / Diamond level, wearing level 30, attack plus 500, defense plus 500, attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 40%, skills, swift, slow, swift, in swift state. In addition to basic attribute bonuses, you can gain an additional 50% attack speed bonus and 50% movement speed bonus, slow, in slow state. You can weaken an unlimited number of enemy target units by 50% attack speed and 50% movement speed. After reading the related introduction, Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded. Good heavens! He was still worrying about his movement speed and attack power being too weak just a moment ago. And the next second, he was presented with such a treasure? Especially the basic attributes of the Swift Rune were so impressive that Lin Chen didn't know what to say. You have to know, he already had a built-in 30% attack speed. If he could gain an additional 50% attack speed bonus in swift state, then Lin Chen could achieve a total of 80% attack speed bonus. At the same time, this thing not only increases his speed but also weakens the speed of enemy units, and it can affect an unlimited number of enemy units. This means that if used properly, it can also serve as a crowd control equipment. So far, both the Death Scythe and the Thousand Mechanisms ring have only been single attack and defense equipment. But the Swift Rune is different. Although it is also an auxiliary equipment, this thing allows him to control the crowd. With this equipment in hand, Lin Chen felt more confident. After all, sometimes just running fast isn't enough, he also needs to make the enemy run slow. With such an outrageous basic attribute, the materials Lin Chen needs are particularly special, especially the main material, Windrunner Mouse's bone, which is extremely difficult to find. Currently, the Windrunner Mouse ranks at the top of the movement speed leaderboard. This makes it nearly impossible for anyone to catch a Windrunner Mouse, and as for the Windrunner Mouse's bone, it is even harder to obtain. Lacking the main material, no matter how restless Lin Chen feels, he can only deal with the other equipment at hand for now. After all, he hasn't forgotten that he still needs to improve his engraving proficiency. So during the time waiting for the forging equipment materials, Lin Chen basically lived a 3.1-line life. Every day he ran between his own laboratory, Bai Yuru's laboratory, and the dormitory, with his time fully scheduled from morning till night. During this time, both Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming came to visit him. After all, this junior Lin Chen is quite to their liking. If something really happened to him at Bai Yuru's place, wouldn't everyone feel sorry? Little did they know that once Lin Chen entered the experimental building, he was like a fish in water. If it weren't for Chen Chao reminding him every day to take care of his health, Lin Chen might have ended up sleeping in the experimental building every day. You have to know that his personal laboratory is specially equipped with a lounge. However, Lin Chen still hadn't reached the point of neglecting sleep and food. He merely spent most of his days continuously improving his proficiency. As a result, the materials in the laboratory began to decrease batch by batch. Meanwhile, the equipment being shipped out was also sent in waves. At the same time, Lin Chen's proficiency in the mental imprinting skill was rapidly increasing. Initially, Lin Chen was somewhat unaccustomed to the mental imprinting skill. However, as he gradually got the hang of it, he discovered the strength of this skill. The various types of equipment sent by the army were truly diverse. Similarly, the equipment attributes required by different military districts varied. Some specialized in warriors, others in tanks, and some in archers. To adapt to different professions, the equipment attributes naturally had to change. In the past, every time Lin Chen forged a piece of equipment, there would inevitably be uncontrollable factors. But now it was different. With the mental imprinting skill, as long as Lin Chen selected a reference piece of equipment, the success rate of the imprinting was at least 20%. Even if the imprinting failed, at least the equipment Lin Chen forged could still be used, right? With batches of equipment continuously being shipped out, not only was Lin Chen's proficiency skyrocketing, but even his illusion control skill was also significantly improving. This was quite a pleasant surprise. Lin Chen speculated that there might be some commonality between the two skills. Therefore, every time he used the mental imprinting skill, the proficiency of the illusion control skill would also increase. Upon reflection, Lin Chen realized that both skills required a medium piece of equipment. Thus, when Lin Chen forged a piece of equipment, it could actually enhance the proficiency of 3 skills, which saved him a lot of trouble. The only downside was that Lin Chen's energy was somewhat insufficient. Frequent equipment forging would normally only consume Lin Chen's stamina. However, he also needed to use the mental control skill, so the energy consumption was particularly high. Despite this, Lin Chen was still eager to push his training to the limit. That's right, the batches of equipment Lin Chen forged had now become a training task for him. After all, this was funded by the country, specifically to help him improve his proficiency. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, wouldn't that be too ungrateful? Moreover, these batches of equipment being sent to various armies meant that the country would settle the payments for him. It should be noted that Lin Chen had already spent most of his savings on that house, and although he had supplied a considerable amount of equipment to the Jiangnan military district afterward, a large portion of it was used to purchase some rare materials. Now, Lin Chen was indeed feeling a bit financially strained, so he was hoping to recover some funds through this order task. Little did he know that while Lin Chen's equipment was continuously being delivered to various military districts, the leadership of these districts was nearly fighting over the batches of equipment. This batch of equipment attributes is obviously perfect for our military district. Who said that? We have so many sharpshooters in our district. This batch of equipment should belong to us. You idiot! What do sharpshooters need with tank equipment? We have so many frontline soldiers. If this batch of equipment isn't given to us, who else could it go to? Unfortunately, all this commotion never reached Lin Chen, because now, anyone with eyes could see that Lin Chen was completely immersed in the world of forging equipment, and only by Lin Chen diligently forging equipment could everyone receive a steady supply of mass-produced military gear. Thus, Lin Chen's daily schedule was packed to the brim. He spent most of his mornings in the experimental building, learning alongside Yuru. As soon as afternoon arrived, Lin Chen dove headfirst into his laboratory, only stopping when his energy levels were nearly depleted. As for the evening, Lin Chen simply carried the recently returned Scythe of Death along with a group of shadow guards into the dungeon to level up. This management of time left the shadow guards utterly astonished. Seriously? Are the new recruits this ruthless now? When I first joined the army, I don't think I had this kind of spirit. I suddenly feel like I'm not working hard enough. This is a bit too intense, isn't it? At this moment, Lin Chen was completely unaware that his image among the shadow guards had risen to a new level. In any case, Lin Chen was quite satisfied with his current state. After another week, his proficiency had skyrocketed. His mental imprinting skill had even advanced by 2 levels. Now, Lin Chen's success rate for imprinting had risen to 30%. As time went on, the increase in success rate would become increasingly difficult. Lin Chen was well aware of this, which is why he needed to keep practicing. As time passed, the start of the school year quickly approached. Concerned that the bulk delivery of materials to the laboratory would attract too much attention, Lin Chen decided to halt his mental imprinting training. At this moment, he focused most of his attention on the illusion manipulation skill. Even though Lin Chen now had absolute control over the illusions, the arrangement of content, the forging of medium equipment, and the fusion ratios of materials all had extremely strict conditions. Even Yuru, who had been studying for 4 years, couldn't master it perfectly, let alone Lin Chen, who was just a beginner. However, compared to Yuru, Lin Chen had some advantages. After all, his success rate in forging equipment was 100%. Even if there were minor issues with the ratios, Lin Chen could still forge the medium equipment quite well. But the effectiveness of the medium equipment would remain a question mark. In the laboratory, Yuru wore a cautious expression. Today, we will talk about how to arrange the material ratios, as this is also an important factor affecting the stability of the illusion. Your coordination with material ratios is still somewhat weak, and this must be improved through practice and observation. Yuru rambled on, and Lin Chen quickly committed her words to memory. Despite his proficiency in illusion manipulation being much higher than Yuru's, Lin Chen still needed to carefully consider the distribution of material ratios. Moreover, the distribution of material ratios was a branch of the forging profession, specifically in the fields of material structure and equipment decomposition. According to the original learning process for a forger, material structure and equipment decomposition were courses taken in the latter half of university. However, since Lin Chen started with a professional branch, and one of the least common ones at that, Yuru would first explain these 2 courses to him. Fortunately, Yuru had ample experience, and their collaboration during this time had been quite good. Lin Chen could understand every explanation she provided and even engage in some innovative thinking. Without the daily grind of forging equipment, Lin Chen could dedicate most of his time to studying these courses, naturally not worrying about starting later than others. The enrollment process at the Holy Demon University was somewhat different from what Lin Chen had imagined, but not by much. Now that September had arrived, the weather in the imperial capital was particularly hot. Normally, new students would be assigned to classes and mentors, but the key point was that Holy Demon University would conduct a month-long familiarization process for new students. After all, Holy Demon University covered a vast area, with numerous attractions and various dungeons. If new students are curious, they can go in and take a look, and it might just take about 10 days. Therefore, the Sacred Demon University simply opened up a month-long arrangement for new students after enrollment. This allows these newcomers to get accustomed to university life. But this conveniently worked out for Lin Chen. He was originally worried about diving into intensive coursework after the semester started, but who would have thought there would be a month of free time after classes began? Lin Chen had come to school early, and now he had an extra month to study, which made him incredibly happy. After hearing relevant news from Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, Lin Chen modified his schedule the next day. Having already studied with Bai Yuru for half a month, Lin Chen had thoroughly entered the branch course of Illusionary Forge. Consequently, his study time was reduced from 4 hours to just 2. In fact, Bai Yuru was also reluctant to see Lin Chen shorten his practice time so abruptly. The key was that she really had nothing more to teach him at this point. To be precise, Lin Chen's current learning progress had already caught up with Bai Yuru's. If there was a slight difference between them, it might just be those 4 years of experience. Every morning at 7, Lin Chen would arrive punctually at Bai Yuru's laboratory. By 9, he would return to his own lab, focusing on forging equipment, earning money while also improving his proficiency. Only when his energy points were nearly depleted would Lin Chen join a group of shadow guards to level up in a dungeon. After all, once he entered the dungeon, Lin Chen couldn't fully concentrate on studying, so he would simply rest inside the dungeon to recover his stamina. This arrangement made his days feel particularly fulfilling. One day, Lin Chen felt that his proficiency in mental imprinting had finally jumped up a level. At this point, his success rate for mental imprinting had reached 40%. It was already close to half. As usual, Lin Chen took out the corresponding materials and tossed them into his forging space. At the same time, his hands rested on the medium equipment in front of him. In fact, the medium equipment he was working on had also been crafted by Lin Chen himself. Its attributes could be considered extremely high-quality equipment. Hunter's Helmet / Diamond Level Wear Level 40 Attack plus 50,000 Defense plus 20,000 Attack Speed plus 300% Movement Speed plus 100% Skills. Poison Barrier, Critical Hit Poison Barrier. After hitting an enemy, there is a 20% chance to trigger a poison mist effect that can paralyze the hit enemy unit and any units within 100 meters for 5 seconds. Critical hit. Normal attacks on enemies have an 80% chance to trigger a critical hit effect. This exquisite piece of equipment was carefully selected by Lin Chen as a reference item. If the equipment he forged could inherit the corresponding skill attributes from the reference equipment, then a large batch of suitable gear for archers would be deployed to the battlefield. Although this exquisite equipment was still far from Lin Chen's Scythe of Death or the Thousand Machine Ring, its attributes were simply outstanding. The equipment Lin Chen had previously shipped out had clearly caught the attention of leaders from various military districts. That was why they hurriedly sent the Scythe of Death and this hunter's helmet to Lin Chen. Lin Chen quietly waited for the equipment in the forging space to take shape. Half an hour passed, and Lin Chen finally heard the familiar prompt sound. Equipment forging successful. You have used the mental imprinting skill on the hunter's helmet. This imprinting was successful. This forging triggered the holy forging effect, with a 5-fold attribute increase. Seeing the relevant prompt, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a moment of astonishment. This was the first time he had triggered the holy forging effect since he started imprinting equipment. It should be known that before this, Lin Chen had never triggered it even once. He had subconsciously thought that the mental imprinting skill was too powerful, leaving no room for loopholes. Who would have thought that he would actually find a bug now? Perhaps it was just that the probability of triggering the holy forging effect was too low before. Therefore, after several batches of equipment were sent out, Lin Chen only managed to trigger it successfully for the first time now. Understanding this, Lin Chen's mind was stirred. If he could really trigger the holy forging effect while using mental imprinting, wouldn't that mean that every batch of equipment Lin Chen forged in the future could probabilistically yield an item with attributes multiplied several times? Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't wait to look at the equipment he had just forged. Just a glance was enough to shake his gaze. Hunter's Helmet / King Level Wearing Level 60 Attack plus 250000 Defense plus 100000 Attack Speed plus 1500% Movement Speed plus 500% Skills. Poison Barrier, Critical Hit Poison Barrier. After hitting an enemy, there is a 60% chance to trigger the Poison Barrier effect, which can paralyze the hit enemy unit and those within 100 meters for 5 seconds. Critical hit. Normal attacks on enemies have a 100% chance to trigger a critical hit effect, with a 20% chance to trigger a fatal effect. Lin Chen sighed deeply. He never expected that the combination of the mental imprinting skill and the holy forging effect would be so unbeatable. The key point is that these attributes are simply astonishing. Not only did the attack power increase fivefold, but even the attack speed reached an extremely shocking level. Aside from these basic attributes doubling, the skills of the equipment also received enhancements. This shows just how strong the amplification of the holy forging effect is. It should be noted that the current attack of the Scythe of Death is only about 150,000, and this is the value obtained after 5 enhancements. However, the equipment he had just forged was different. This was a brand new piece of equipment, and it was only because of the combination of mental imprinting and the holy forging effect that it could achieve such terrifying basic attributes. Now, if Lin Chen's thoughts were to expand further, if he continuously used legendary level equipment as the base attributes for new equipment, and occasionally triggered the holy forging effect, wouldn't he be able to directly exploit the bug and obtain an invincible piece of equipment at the super god level? Of course, Lin Chen could only think about it for now. The energy consumed by mental imprinting is simply too great. With Lin Chen's current energy points, he is completely insufficient to imprint a legendary level piece of equipment. Currently, Lin Chen can only imprint 3 diamond level pieces of equipment a day, which is already his limit. As for equipment above diamond level, Lin Chen has not yet been able to attempt it. With this diamond level equipment as a base, Lin Chen was full of motivation and even wanted to verify his ideas as soon as possible. Therefore, next, Lin Chen continued to use a diamond level piece of equipment for mental imprinting. As for the king level equipment he had just forged, Lin Chen didn't dare to take it out at all. With his current strength, let alone king level equipment, even obsidian level equipment would require Lin Chen to weigh whether his mental power and energy points were sufficient. Without complete assurance, Lin Chen would not easily put himself at risk. Unfortunately, Lin Chen experimented until nightfall and still couldn't encounter equipment with the holy forging effect again. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Lin Chen understood that this aspect couldn't be rushed. After all, Lin Chen was just a novice now. Merely relying on some ideas in his mind was not enough for him to verify these concepts. The next day, Lin Chen found that his proficiency in mental imprinting had increased significantly. Excited, he casually tossed the newly forged diamond-level equipment into the forging space. With his other hand, he touched another piece of diamond-level equipment. Unlike before, forging equipment usually required waiting half an hour to an hour. For higher-level equipment, waiting a day, 2, or even 3 days was quite normal. However, this time, only 10 minutes had passed when Lin Chen heard a familiar voice. "You are performing skill mental imprinting on the hunter's gloves." This mental imprinting was successful. Hearing the prompt, Lin Chen doubted whether his ears were malfunctioning. It wasn't until he glanced back at the panel prompt that he truly understood it was indeed skill imprinting. Lin Chen was stunned. All along, he thought he could only choose reference equipment for random imprinting. Who would have thought that mental imprinting could also be specified? Moreover, it could even specify skill imprinting. It should be known that the reason these pieces of equipment were continuously sent to him was precisely for the attributes beneath each item, right? Now Lin Chen had already forged several batches of equipment, and yet he was just now being told that there was an easier way to go about it? Lin Chen was at a loss. However, he quickly adjusted his state and swiftly called Qian Chao. "I need a batch of blank equipment. No restrictions on attributes, no restrictions on profession, just blank, the kind without attributes." Lin Chen's request was indeed quite strange, but Qian Chao had long since gotten used to Lin Chen's various lists, and besides, blank equipment was plentiful. After all, not every blacksmith could casually forge a piece of equipment that came with attribute effects like Lin Chen. In fact, the market for blank equipment was quite large. Before long, a large batch of blank equipment was delivered to Lin Chen's laboratory. Looking at these blank pieces, Lin Chen found that some of the equipment's attributes were even pitifully low. However, he didn't pay much attention to the attributes and casually picked one up, tossing it directly into his forging space. Before tossing it in, Lin Chen made sure to check his own attributes. Killer's Mask, Gold level, Wearing level, Level 15, Attack plus 500, Defense plus 100, Attack speed plus 0, 3%, Movement speed plus 0, 5%. The basic attributes of this equipment were not particularly good. After all, it was just a level 15 piece. Having such attributes was barely acceptable for others. But for Lin Chen, these attributes were practically negligible. However, this was precisely convenient for him to verify his next idea. Lin Chen placed his hand once again on the diamond-level equipment in front of him. Compared to the previous gold-level equipment, this diamond-level piece was clearly much more impressive. With different levels, the basic attributes were naturally worlds apart. Moreover, it was originally crafted by Lin Chen himself, and the skills were the highlight. You are performing skill mental imprinting on the shield ring. This mental imprinting was successful. Seeing the relevant prompt, Lin Chen immediately raised his eyes to the earlier gold level equipment. Killer's Mask, gold level, wearing level 15, attack plus 500, defense plus 100, attack speed plus 0, 3%, movement speed plus 0, 5% skill, shield, Thunderstrike shield. When hit by enemy units, a shield with 30,000 health points will automatically deploy, lasting for 10 seconds. Thunderstrike. When the shield is removed, it can create a Thunderstrike effect on enemy units within a 100 m radius for 5 seconds. The moment Lin Chen saw the attribute entries, his eyes lit up. There really is a shortcut to take, and this shortcut is much more appealing than the others. It's important to know that it only takes 10 minutes to copy the skills of other equipment by throwing a diamond-level piece of gear into the forging space. Now, it takes less than 3 minutes to copy the skills of other equipment with a golden-level piece. If the army could provide him with a large number of successfully forged blank equipment, then as long as Lin Chen has suitable reference equipment in hand, he could achieve mass production. It's worth noting that the imprinting of a blank piece of equipment is much easier than imprinting equipment while forging. Realizing this, Lin Chen immediately went to find Xian Chao with his newly tested equipment. The moment Xian Chao saw Lin Chen, he looked a bit confused. Wasn't this kid always holed up in the lab? He usually left early and returned late, like a dragon that shows its tail but not its head, and they mostly communicated through phone. Why did he suddenly come to find him? However, when he saw the equipment Lin Chen pulled out, Xian Chao immediately perked up. Is there a problem? At that moment, Xian Chao had already gone through all the sources of equipment in his mind, even imagining various possibilities. Yet, no matter how many scenarios he envisioned, everything seemed to dissolve into nothing when Lin Chen stood before him. I just researched a new method for mass-producing equipment. This method is more efficient and faster than what I discovered before, but it also has obvious drawbacks, so I wanted to ask which plan the army is more inclined towards. After saying this, Lin Chen spread out 2 pieces of equipment and pushed them in front of Xian Chao. The equipment on the left is what I discovered while imprinting equipment. During the imprinting process, I could still trigger special effects, resulting in an astonishing attribute increase. Hearing this, Xian Chao immediately turned his gaze to the diamond-level equipment on the left. Even though he had prepared himself for a test, the moment he saw the attribute skills, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. For a moment, Xian Chao even began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his eyes. After briefly rubbing his eyes, Xian Chao found that all the values had not changed at all. At this moment, Xian Chao finally felt the shock from Lin Chen's forging prowess. If his previous understanding of Lin Chen came from the army and higher-ups orders, now Xian Chao completely understood why Lin Chen was so closely watched and valued by those above. Because Lin Chen's forging ability could no longer be considered genius, it was clearly at a monstrous level. It even exceeded the realm that normal people could comprehend. Just imagine, how could a piece of equipment that hadn't been enhanced reach an attack power of 150,000? And this was still a king-level piece of equipment. Lin Chen had long since gotten used to their astonished expressions. After waiting for Xian Chao to regain his composure, Lin Chen tapped the table. This piece of equipment is a reference for comprehensive imprinting, combined with my own talent enhancement, which triggered the holy forging effect, resulting in such astonishing initial attributes. Xian Chao finally found his voice again. So what changes will occur in the attributes of this equipment after enhancement? After all, the equipment Lin Chen brought out was only diamond level, but its basic attributes were genuinely imprinted from the past. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before giving a rough answer. Actually, this piece of equipment is from my second imprint. It also has a king-level piece on it. Lin Chen took out the equipment that had initially triggered the sacred forging effect. Upon seeing this king-level equipment, Xian Chao's emotions, though not as shocked as at first, still couldn't help but widen his pupils a bit, because the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment were almost identical. If it weren't for the difference in their levels, Xian Chao might have easily confused them himself. But this precisely corroborated what Lin Chen had said earlier. He could completely imprint the attributes of the corresponding equipment, provided his proficiency was sufficient and he could succeed. Even though the current success rate was less than half, such terrifying attributes placed before Xian Chao made him think that the leaders of various military districts would probably be eager to compete for this. After all, who wouldn't want their military district to be strengthened a bit more? Moreover, the equipment Lin Chen had made this time was entirely aimed at archers and fragile classes with low health. If it could be mass-produced for the battlefield, it would definitely reduce many casualties. Thinking of this, Xian Chao's eyes couldn't help but take on a serious expression. Let me take some notes. These records would eventually be reported in full. As for why Lin Chen wasn't allowed to report, it was simply because someone like Lin Chen, who was so extraordinary, should focus on researching forging. Of course, there were specialized people responsible for this kind of paperwork. Lin Chen himself didn't see anything wrong with this and quickly began to give a detailed explanation of the two pieces of equipment. During this time, Xian Chao asked quite a few questions. The basic attributes of these two pieces of equipment are already so formidable, if they were enhanced. Lin Chen raised his eyes and said firmly, if I were to enhance these two pieces of equipment, I have a 60% confidence that I could raise them at least one grade within 10 levels of enhancement. Xian Chao's hand, which was taking notes, paused, his heart pounding like a drum. 60% confidence? That meant Lin Chen had at least a 60% success rate. Although he hadn't known Lin Chen for long, this did not affect Xian Chao's judgment of him. Lin Chen wouldn't say such a thing without absolute confidence. Therefore, Xian Chao had absolute trust in every word Lin Chen said. It was precisely because of this that Xian Chao felt so astonished. This young man before him was clearly a god born for forging. Lin Chen nodded. That's right. After all, it was the first time Lin Chen had seen such powerful basic equipment. If he could enhance it, he would at least have a 60% chance of triggering the sacred forging effect. If he could trigger a massive amplification, it wouldn't be impossible for the king-level equipment to leap to legendary level. After all, wasn't that how the Scythe of Death and the Thousand Machine Ring came about? Xian Chao hurriedly wrote down a line and then nodded heavily. I will report this information to them truthfully. As for how to handle these two pieces of equipment, I will have to wait for their arrangements before I can make a decision. Lin Chen indicated that he understood. In fact, both men sitting opposite each other already knew in their hearts. With someone like Lin Chen, who was practically cheating, as long as they weren't fools, these two pieces of equipment would definitely end up in Lin Chen's hands for enhancement. Just think about it. In the entire forging community today, who else could have such a high forging success rate while also triggering multiple blessing effects like Lin Chen? Xian Chao shook his head. After finishing the records in his hand, his gaze quickly shifted to the equipment on the right. Unlike the diamond-grade equipment that Lin Chen had taken out, this piece was clearly of a much lower level. Xian Chao even glanced over all the attributes of this equipment in an instant. Killer God Mask, Gold Grade, Wearing Level, Level 15, Attack plus 500, Defense plus 100, Attack Speed plus 0. 3%, movement speed plus 0, 5%, skills, shield, Thunderstrike, shield, when hit by an enemy unit, automatically deploys a shield with 30,000 health points, lasting for 10 seconds, Thunderstrike, when the shield state is, it can produce a lightning effect on enemy units within a 100 m radius for 5 seconds. If he only looked at the grade, Xian Chao might not have thought much of it, but when he saw the subsequent attribute skills, his mouth couldn't help but drop open. These skills? Xian Chao immediately looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that such an ordinary gold-grade equipment would have such terrifying attribute skills? It felt like trying to attach a phoenix's tail to a crow, completely mismatched. Yet, Xian Chao examined it several times and found no issues at all. This equipment? Lin Chen nodded. This equipment is the blank equipment you provided earlier. Just that I made a small application of it. Now the skill attributes on these blank equipment happen to match the reference equipment attributes and skills I selected earlier. Hearing Lin Chen's response, Xian Chao felt as if he had touched upon something, but he couldn't recall it for a moment, so he could only wait quietly for Lin Chen to continue. Lin Chen didn't disappoint him and immediately explained. Through my experiments, I can imprint relevant attribute terms on the blank equipment you provided, and it can greatly shorten the imprinting time. With these attribute terms, I believe it will also provide a significant boost for the army, right? After all, even the army wouldn't have diamond-grade equipment for everyone. Gold-grade equipment was more common among the troops. However, the gold-grade equipment currently used by the soldiers was indeed too poor in attributes. It was then that Lin Chen had the idea of gathering those blank gold-grade equipment and adding some strong attribute skills. And the fact proved that this approach could indeed greatly shorten the time, but it also had corresponding drawbacks. Equipment forged through this imprinting method is likely to have little change in basic attributes after enhancement. Therefore, the elimination rate of this type of equipment is extremely high. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Xian Chao nodded in satisfaction. You're right, but this type of equipment is precisely more suitable for the soldiers on the battlefield. They are currently in need of equipment, and equipment has durability and wear. Once it exceeds the corresponding limit, the equipment becomes a heavy burden for the soldiers, rather than an excellent aid. But if we can continuously provide this high-explosive equipment, it will surely have extraordinary effects at the critical moment. Lin Chen completely agreed with this. I think so too, but unfortunately, my energy value is still insufficient, and this piece of equipment hasn't been tested yet. Lin Chen pointed to the gold equipment placed on the table. This time, before Lin Chen could speak, Xian Chao had already said first. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to go into the dungeon to test it right now. This wasn't because Chen Qiao didn't trust Lin Chen, but because every extremely powerful piece of equipment would be taken out for a spin in the dungeon as soon as it appeared. Just by looking at the Grim Reaper's scythe, one can understand. Moreover, every time new equipment appears, it is only right to keep corresponding records, especially for data verification. Even if the sun is shining, it cannot withstand the hard work of the soldiers. Lin Chen nodded, tacitly agreeing with Qian Chao's idea. I have quite a bit of equipment here as well. Director Qian, do you want to take a trip to my place? Or should I bring it over next time to hand it to you together? Upon hearing that Lin Chen had equipment, Chen Qiao could hardly contain himself and stood up, his excitement barely concealed in his tone. Let's go, we'll head to your place right now. Is the stuff in the lab or your dorm? Lin Chen rubbed his nose. In fact, his one-bedroom apartment had gradually turned into his laboratory. However, in terms of tidiness and categorization, the lab was much more comfortable. They silently led the way ahead. The stuff is in the lab. Upon hearing the name of the lab, Chen Qiao immediately transformed into a gorilla, drooling as he rushed towards the lab with a large basket in front of him. It must be said that a nearly level 80 big shot ran with remarkable speed. On the contrary, Lin Chen, who followed behind, almost couldn't keep up. In the end, Lin Chen put on the king-level equipment he had forged himself, which finally lifted his spirits. Catching up to Chen Qiao's pace, Lin Chen directly led him into his laboratory, laying out the results of his day's work in front of Chen Qiao. Some of the equipment Lin Chen forged were blank items, while others inherited the attributes of all reference equipment. Among this pile of equipment, Chen Qiao was almost blinded. So much? Lin Chen nodded. Since you need to conduct experiments anyway, why not just take all this equipment for testing? Upon hearing this, Chen Qiao couldn't help but swallow hard, but he still managed to suppress this terrifying thought. Now, it was likely that some nearby military districts were waiting for Lin Chen's equipment assistance. Letting the soldiers from these military districts test Lin Chen's equipment was the best choice, so Qian Chao quickly agreed. Then I'll take all this equipment with me. The northern military district is short on a batch of equipment, so I'll have them test it and send it back afterward. Lin Chen raised his head after a while. Do they have to send it back after testing? Qian Chao chuckled. Aren't you going to enhance it for them? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen had nothing more to say. However, today, his purpose in seeking out Qian Chao was successfully fulfilled. This time, Lin Chen did not follow along but waited for feedback from Qian Chao. Because this batch of equipment had strong restrictions on professions, the equipment had just been sent to the northern military district, and they immediately dispatched a group of new recruits. After distributing the equipment to these new recruits, they were thrown into the corresponding dungeons. These new recruits were indeed not as powerful as the veterans. However, this batch of equipment was precisely what was needed for feedback from these new recruits. Now it was just right. When the feedback data reached Yang, the person in charge of the northern military district, his hands began to tremble. With this data, letting this group of brats enter the dungeon with a set of equipment was already a bargain for them. However, despite his thoughts, Yang dared not have any ideas. Now, people from other military districts were watching closely. Therefore, Yang quickly transmitted the corresponding feedback data to their respective military district groups. The data was released for less than a second before it ignited the anger of the entire military district. But this anger was not directed at Lin Chen, rather, it was aimed at an unexpected angle. Why hasn't this equipment been sent to our military district for testing? What do you mean, Qian Chao? I'm just asking if you look down on our military district, Qian Chao? Well, now that this batch of data is out, I don't believe Yang Bang will be willing to hand over the equipment. I'm already prepared to fly in and seize it. La Yang, make sure to have the equipment ready on your side. Seeing these replies, Yang Bang was also dumbfounded. No, if this equipment is handed over to them for testing, then logically it should be fully taken over by their military district. Why are there suddenly so many people trying to seize it? Isn't this too much? In fact, Chen Chao didn't expect this either. He just found a nearby military district to test the equipment. How did it end up with all this chaos? In the end, the ownership of this batch of equipment naturally fell on Yang Bang's shoulders. You have to know that the military exchange conference is coming up soon. Calculating the time, the northern military district led by Yang Bang needs to be fully prepared. With this batch of equipment provided by Lin Chen, the chances of winning will be even greater, right? The main thing is that this batch of equipment provided by Lin Chen is exceptionally good. If it were used for solo dungeon runs, it would be a bit of a waste. Keeping it for the military exchange conference is just right. After hearing this news, Lin Chen was also a bit stunned. You have to know that previously, the leaders of several military districts were fighting fiercely over it. How did it suddenly calm down? Coupled with Qian Chao's sinister smile, Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver. What exactly is this military exchange conference? Thinking of this, Lin Chen asked. Xian Chao had nothing to hide. The military exchange conference has always existed. It's just that in previous years, they never invited us. Generally speaking, the military exchange conference is aimed at the development of various countries over the years, like the United States, the Sun Never Sets country, the Cherry Blossom country, the Thief country, and so on, which have already formed their own factions. They completely denied our country the opportunity to join, but because we broke through the heavenly level dungeon this year, and did so with 0 casualties, we were granted a spot in this year's military exchange conference. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. So this year's military exchange conference is just a pretext for them to give us a warning? Lin Chen's words were particularly surprising but hit the nail on the head. Exactly. That's why the military exchange conference is especially important for us. We cannot afford any mistakes. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. I didn't expect them to be so good at these tricks. So which countries are participating this time? Xian Chao pondered for a moment before replying. This time, the participating country should only be the Thief country, the Cherry Blossom country, and the Sun Never Sets country. Lin Chen was taken aback. What about the United States? Xian Chao sneered. They've done too many hypocritical things. How could they stand with a bunch of little brothers to provoke us? As the saying goes, important roles always appear last. They must have already made their calculations. Moreover, with a group of little brothers paving the way for them, whether they win or lose in the end, at least they have a way out, right? But Xian Chao was even more worried. This military exchange conference might not be as calm as they expected. We actually participated in similar activities in previous years, but the competitors from those countries were too ruthless. So I think this time they might come with a lot of ideas, and they might even play dirty tricks directly at this exchange conference. Xian Chao wasn't slandering anyone. Such things had indeed happened before. Lin Chen naturally believed in the front lines. Then let's just go all out against them. But this time's military exchange meeting doesn't even have the country of Tianju? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xian Chao let out a cold snort. How could there be no Tianju? They are the most loyal little brothers. In fact, they also sent out corresponding invitations, but we simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention. A group of clowns, they are even less significant than those two tiny countries. Naturally, Xian Chao and the others were also impatient to deal with them. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems I need to speed up my imprinting process. Can I go and take a look at the military exchange meeting when the time comes? Xian Chao immediately asked. Of course you can. Lin Chen thought of the upcoming military exchange meeting, feeling full of fighting spirit. However, the demands from the military district were too great, and in the end, Lin Chen still had to focus on that little bit of time every morning. So he immediately sent a message to Bai Yuru. Senior sister, I have some matters in the next couple of days, and I would like to request a 2-day leave. After spending so many days with Lin Chen, Bai Yuru had a bit of understanding of his character. Seeing the message he sent, she couldn't help but express concern for his situation. Is it something very troublesome? Do you need my help? Lin Chen quickly replied, no need, it's just a small matter. Seeing Lin Chen say this, Bai Yuru no longer insisted. Thus, in the following time, Lin Chen began to devote himself wholeheartedly to his laboratory. Especially after he discovered a new method, Lin Chen started to spare no effort in imprinting the relevant attribute entries. Only for the few pieces of equipment he wrapped up each day would Lin Chen use full attribute imprinting. Even so, Lin Chen's proficiency was rising rapidly. This batch of equipment was related to the upcoming military exchange meeting, and Lin Chen couldn't afford to be careless. He was much more cautious when selecting the equipment's attribute entries. From Chen Xiao, Lin Chen learned that most of the troops sent to this military exchange meeting were between level 40 and 50. Therefore, Lin Chen also had to consider the applicability of the equipment. Lin Chen began to forge equipment in a hurry, and in fact, the soldiers in the military district were not doing any better. Everyone knew the military exchange meeting was imminent, so their training was even more intense. Several batches of Lin Chen's equipment had already been sent to the military district. Some soldiers had already received the brand new equipment and started testing it. At first, when they saw the equipment, the excitement in everyone's eyes was impossible to hide. But as Lin Chen's equipment continued to arrive in batches, the coverage became wider and wider. These soldiers finally realized something was off. The equipment Lin Chen sent was really too demanding, wasn't it? However, no matter how meticulous, there can always be an oversight. On the day Lin Chen had just delivered a batch of equipment, he felt a bit weary. But when Xian Chao's call came in, Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. What did you say? There's a problem with the equipment I sent? Xian Chao nodded, his tone filled with panic. Just now, someone from the military district called. There was a problem with one piece of equipment. It seems to be an illusion. Can you check if the equipment you sent today has a problem? Upon hearing the word illusion, Lin Chen's heart sank, and he began to take stock of his laboratory. Although the items in his laboratory were placed haphazardly, Lin Chen and the other forgers had a clear understanding. After a thorough check, Lin Chen indeed felt a bit helpless. There is indeed one piece of equipment missing. It must have accidentally mixed in when I delivered it today. This illusion medium equipment was something Lin Chen had forged just a couple of days ago. As for its effect, Lin Chen himself felt a bit of a headache. But thinking of this thing being in the military district, Lin Chen quickly perked up. It's not difficult to activate this equipment. It must have been opened when it was sent to the soldiers. Do you want me to turn it off, or should I teach you how? Xian Chao was getting a bit anxious. What kind of equipment creates illusions that are all disgusting things? If the illusion isn't removed soon, I'm afraid these soldiers trapped in it will end up vomiting their guts out. Lin Chen provided them with a method to dispel the illusion, and soon the commotion subsided. But this made Yang Bang and Xian Chao realize something. It's important to note that most of the equipment Lin Chen sent over was between level 40 and 50. After all, it had to be suitable for the soldiers to use. However, the illusion equipment Lin Chen sent was only level 30. It seemed Lin Chen was keeping it for his own experiments. A level 30 piece of equipment, even if it was due to carelessness, had taken down half a military district. This was unprecedented. Moreover, don't underestimate the proportion of this half-military district. It's worth noting that not only the soldiers were affected, even instructors and others were all pulled in. This shows how formidable Lin Chen's illusion equipment is. Thinking about the potential problems ahead, Yang Bang secretly began to plot. By the next day, Lin Chen received a message from Yang Bang. Regarding Yang Bang's request for a batch of illusion equipment, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. However, Lin Chen was quite adept at handling such matters. The materials needed to forge illusion equipment were numerous, and the complexity was far greater than that of simple mental imprinting. One could say it was 100 times more difficult. Therefore, mass production of such illusion equipment was naturally impossible, and it was even more unfeasible to supply every soldier with it. But the wide radiation range of the illusion equipment could serve as a trump card for his side. Lin Chen was busy forging equipment every day, and his forging space hardly had a moment of rest. Fortunately, the materials Lin Chen needed were provided by the state, even those that were hard to find on ordinary days. By the time they reached Lin Chen, they were more than sufficient, allowing his proficiency to increase rapidly. In just half a month, his strength had surged significantly, and his success rate was approaching 100%. In the laboratory, Lin Chen looked at the materials in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the improvement speed this month to be so fast. It seems that a person's potential is indeed forced out. However, simple attribute word imprinting and full attribute imprinting are still quite different. Lin Chen gradually figured this out during his long hours of forging equipment. If it's just attribute word imprinting, no matter how high the success rate, he could only copy the relevant word effects onto another blank piece of equipment. Triggering the sacred forging effect or even other blessing effects was very difficult. If Lin Chen chose full attribute imprinting, there would be a high probability of triggering the sacred forging effect, leading to a comprehensive enhancement of attributes. This was one of the ways to produce powerful equipment. It could even be considered the only way. However, full attribute imprinting was still too troublesome. With Lin Chen's current energy level, he could at most imprint 5 pieces of equipment a day, and that was based on his increasing proficiency. Therefore, Lin Chen could only focus on the earlier single attribute imprinting. Single attribute imprinting could still trigger the sacred forging effect, but the probability was extremely low. Even though Lin Chen had sent out batches of equipment these days, having 1 or 2 pieces trigger the effect was already quite good. With such a large base, Lin Chen felt he should study how to efficiently and quickly enhance the attribute word effects. After spending so many days in the laboratory, Lin Chen was completely unaware of the situation outside. Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming had taken turns to visit him, but each time Lin Chen either said he was busy or had no time. If it were anyone else, after a few attempts to contact him, they might have withdrawn on their own. But Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming were too curious. That night, upon hearing once again that Lin Chen was busy, Gu Ziming couldn't help but send a message. Lin Chen, Jr., aren't you pushing yourself a bit too hard? If I remember correctly, since you came to school, you've been in the lab almost every day? At this hour, everyone else should be asleep, right? Only Lin Chen, the workaholic, was still toiling away in the lab. Gu Ziming even began to suspect that the reason the lab was equipped with a break room was specifically for someone like Lin Chen. In fact, Gu Ziming's guess was spot on. Lin Chen had been living in the lab these days, even his eating and drinking were done there. If it weren't for the specially prepared break room, Lin Chen would probably have looked disheveled from all the research, but the results he achieved were exceptional. A month passed like water, and before long, it was National Day. This was also the time when the freshmen officially started their classes. Meanwhile, preparations for their military exchange meeting had already begun. As early as half a month ago, while Lin Chen was still buried in his work in the lab, teams from several countries had started to arrive in the capital and began their preparations. However, Lin Chen was so focused on his research that he had no time to pay attention to these matters. Now that Lin Chen had a clearer direction, he could naturally spare some attention for external affairs. During this time, Shen Chao had also been coming to Lin Chen's lab frequently to talk about matters concerning other countries. This time, the team from the Empire of the Rising Sun is led by a superhuman, and his name is quite well known in the circles. Moreover, he is a completely hostile party. Lin Chen nodded. Each country's situation was different. Take the Empire of the Rising Sun, for example. Their country was currently divided into two factions. One was the hostile party, and the other was the conservative party. The hostile party, as the name suggests, had a particularly radical view of their country and its policies. In contrast, the conservative party was more eager to establish friendly relations with them. However, these two factions alternated and intertwined. The Dragon Kingdom had never had a habit of interfering in the internal affairs of other countries and merely observed from the sidelines. At that moment, in a certain break room, the leading officer from the Empire of the Rising Sun, Jack, who was also the core leader of this mission, cleared his throat in front of a group of soldiers. "Hey, everyone, I think you all understand why we are here. In the time to come, I hope everyone can give their all. Let these yellow-skinned monkeys understand once and for all who should dominate this world." A similar situation was unfolding in the break rooms of several other countries. In the break room of the Thief Kingdom, one soldier exclaimed, "Damn it, this outing is simply torture for me." "Who says it isn't? I've seen so many things from our country here. These despicable Dragon Kingdom people. We should defeat them directly, and then everything from the Dragon Kingdom can return to our country's embrace." "Exactly, we should defeat them." In the break room of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, a group of little cherry blossoms were whispering with their heads down. "We have spent too much effort this time, so this exchange meeting must succeed. Failure is not an option. Do you all understand?" As the words fell, many little cherry blossoms nodded in agreement. "Yes, if we can't, we will commit seppuku ourselves." As the curtain of the military exchange competition slowly rises, the location for this exchange meeting has also been chosen: the vast desert of the Northwest. This is the venue for this exchange competition. The Northwest is expansive and wide, making it suitable for such a large-scale and intensive event. Moreover, several years ago, the warriors of the nation had already made significant progress in the Northwest's dungeons. Now, using it to arrange the exchange competition is particularly fitting. After hearing the news, Lin Chen felt no surprise at all. In fact, he even felt a bit of anticipation. It should be noted that many years ago, the Dragon Kingdom had already initiated a training competition in the Northwest Desert. At that time, most of the countries participating in the training competition were from Eastern Asia. In terms of experience in hosting events, the Dragon Kingdom certainly had more than enough. After all, other countries did not have such territory to hold competitions. Unlike the usual training competitions, most of the countries participating in today's exchange competition are economically and militarily strong, representing a significant increase in strength. In the past, these countries wouldn't even deign to compete in the same event as us. But now that they have proposed it, they must have made up their minds long ago. Now that our recent breakthrough in the Heavenly Level Dungeon has just been announced, these countries are already flocking here. Perhaps more countries will join in later. This is just a warm-up match. Lin Chen nodded, and with Chen Chao's introduction, he understood the exchange competition more deeply. Generally speaking, military exchange competitions like ours are divided into many categories, such as individual events, team events, and one-way skill events, etc. However, the theme of each exchange competition will not exceed 3. For instance, when we held the training competition last time, it happened to be in the Northwest Desert, and the themes were survival numbers, assault, and clear sky. Among them, survival numbers represent how many individuals each country can sustain in a harsh environment, while assault represents the assessment of each city's assault teams. Xian Chao explained in detail, but Lin Chen felt lost in the clouds. He had always paid little attention to these matters, and in previous years, he had been focused on preparing for the college entrance examination. Who had the time to pay attention to these events? It should be noted that the college entrance examination in this country does not cover political or diplomatic content. Most of it consists of practical theories and vocational knowledge. Sensing Lin Chen's confusion, Xian Chao tried to make his explanation concise. This time, the situation is quite different from usual. First of all, the theme of this exchange competition has been reduced to one, which is survival numbers. We have already divided the Northwest Desert into areas, and each country will send its warriors into designated zones. At the same time, the area will continuously shrink over time, during which we will drop survival resources and various equipment supplies into this area. Those who can survive until the end will achieve victory. Lin Chen understood now. He blinked. So each warrior can only bring limited items into the area, right? Otherwise, it would be too unfair for this exchange competition. Qian Chao nodded. That's right. The equipment they bring cannot exceed their level requirements, and each person can only carry items weighing up to 50 kilograms. This requirement is indeed quite strict for the warriors about to participate in the exchange competition. Not being able to bring equipment exceeding their level requirements means that the possibility of high-level equipment suppression or even clearing the area is eliminated. At the very least, everyone's equipment is at a reasonable level. Of course, the gear forged by Lin Chen is more than capable of being taken outside. On the other hand, each person can only carry items weighing up to 50 kilograms. In a sense, this also serves as a test of the warrior's abilities. 50 kilograms is indeed not a small amount for an ordinary person. It's worth noting that an average girl might weigh only around 50 kilograms, with some even weighing less. This means that every warrior entering the exchange competition battlefield must at least carry the weight of a person. However, at a time when everyone has awakened their professional talents, 50 kilograms is not considered too heavy. Even Lin Chen, who is in a life profession, can easily carry over 100 kilograms of materials now. Not to mention these warriors who have been trained for years. Lin Chen is well aware of this, so he simply observes quietly. The core point of this exchange competition is survival. Only those who survive until the end can conclude the competition. But this is just one way to play the exchange competition. After all, military exchange competitions are not so easily concluded. After the individual matches, there will naturally be team competitions. However, Lin Chen is not very familiar with the competition regulations in the military. Even with Qian Chao's explanations, he was left somewhat confused, ultimately deciding to wait patiently for the results. As for Qian Chao, he didn't insist that Lin Chen understand every word. After all, it was just a small competition. The main event hasn't even started yet. Watching the show of beating the bad dog is also quite good. You should have confidence in this competition, right? Lin Chen was not familiar with the strength of the team participating in the competition. Qian Chao, on the other hand, was clear about it. Of course, the team participating in this exchange competition is an elite special forces unit from the regular Northwest Military District. Although this unit is not as strong as the legendary dragon-slaying unit from earlier years, it ranks among the top 5 in our dragon country. Just sending one person out would be enough to dominate a region, and now with your equipment boost. By the end, Qian Chao couldn't help but laugh out loud. With the right timing, location, and people, even a fool couldn't possibly lose, right? Lin Chen really didn't expect such a situation. However, he quickly reacted. It seems we have a great chance of winning this time. Of course, you have no idea about the power of the equipment you forged. When the exchange competition starts, you'll be able to see some of it through the monitoring. Since it is an exchange competition, each contestant will wear corresponding monitoring equipment when entering the battlefield area, which is meant to monitor every move on the battlefield and also for the safety of the contestants. Lin Chen nodded. The equipment he had forged during this time was quite a lot, more than enough to provide for such a unit. If one doesn't look at the attributes, people from other countries would definitely not notice anything unusual about the equipment. After all, from the appearance, these pieces of equipment are just ordinary level 40 to 50 gear. At most, they are of a higher grade, reaching diamond level. There is no excess beyond that. The single attribute equipment that Lin Chen had mass-produced earlier was directly sent to various military districts companies. For these special elite units, the equipment used is naturally of the highest quality. Now, Lin Chen also wants to see how much power his equipment can unleash when it reaches the hands of these elites. In just a moment, Qian Chao brought Lin Chen to the monitoring room. The competition is about to start. We can sit down and watch closely. In the large monitoring room, Lin Chen raised his eyes and saw various monitoring screens. In the monitoring room, there were also quite a few staff members and some official media reporters present. The arrival of Lin Chen and Qian Chao did not attract the attention of these people. After all, Qian Chao carried a pass that allowed him to come and go freely in any area here. Moreover, with so many people in the monitoring room, as soon as the two entered, they quickly found a spot in the corner. Because there are many participating countries, we can't deploy them all at once, so we chose to deploy them one by one, someone explained. The teams from 2 countries will go down together, and the winning country will earn a point. After all rounds are completed, the ranking will be based on the points. Lin Chen understood now. He glanced again at the screen in the monitoring room, and his gaze quickly fell on the Thief Nation. Just a glance made Lin Chen chuckle. Who would have thought? The Thief Nation would be the first to enter this time. Moreover, the first match is a solo competition, where the survival time is what counts. Lin Chen watched as the contestants from Long Nation and the Thief Nation were each deployed into the designated area, then shifted his attention to other parts of the monitoring room. This was his first time in such a setting. Now that the two were seated in an inconspicuous spot, it actually made it easier for Lin Chen to observe the others present. Perhaps Lin Chen's gaze caught the attention of those around him. More than half of the staff present did not recognize Lin Chen, but that did not mean everyone was unfamiliar with him. Lin Chen's identity was not a secret among the higher-ups. In fact, many of them were pondering how to lure Lin Chen over or how to win his favor. After all, the ability of Jiangnan province to conquer the heavenly level dungeon relied precisely on the equipment provided by Lin Chen, right? If possible, everyone wanted to experience the feeling of being carried by such equipment. Thus, in just a short while, someone approached. Looking at the middle-aged man in military uniform standing in front of him, Lin Chen felt a bit confused. Hello. Before Lin Chen could ask, Xian Chao had already introduced him. You should have seen this person before, but you might not remember him since you were far away. He is Lu Ming, the head of the Cheetah Army in the Northwest Military District. The Cheetah Army is the second-ranked iron-blooded army of Long Nation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of respect. Hello, General Lu. Lu Ming's arrival seemed to have torn open a rift in the undercurrents swirling in the room. It should be noted that while not many people knew Lin Chen, there were still quite a few. Everyone gathered together at this moment. In fact, many had already developed the intention to greet Lin Chen. However, due to the presence of others, it felt inappropriate to approach him so openly. Who would have thought that this 1 minute of hesitation would allow Lu Ming to get ahead? At this moment, several high-ranking leaders from other military districts could not help but whisper among themselves. Lu Ming is quick to approach, but I remember the Cheetah Army under Lu Ming is already above level 70. It seems Lin Chen can't provide equipment above level 70, right? Regardless of whether he can provide it or not, the level 40 equipment Lin Chen recently forged is still quite good, but there's still a significant level gap. Many of our troops are already at level 60. The key is that the equipment Lin Chen forges doesn't truly reflect that level. Not to mention, I heard the Eagle Army has already used Lin Chen's equipment. Is that true? Isn't the Eagle Army the top-ranked army year after year? Can they really use such low-level equipment? The speaker's tone was filled with disbelief, but more than that, there was admiration for Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen's strength was undoubtedly unquestionable. With so many people present, although there were some hidden thoughts, no one would truly question Lin Chen's abilities. Who could guarantee that Lin Chen wouldn't grow? He was merely a level 30 blacksmith now, and being able to forge equipment of level 40 or 50 was already extraordinary. If Lin Chen were to grow to level 70 or 80, everyone might end up rushing to him, begging for equipment, and they might not even catch him at the right time. So, getting on good terms with Lin Chen in advance was not a selfish act. With so many sharp minds present, how could they possibly engage in something that seemed dubious? After Lin Chen finished communicating with Lu Ming, the competition finally entered its normal process. Other countries were not necessarily trusting of the Dragon Kingdom. So, in the end, everyone agreed to have one judge from each country. This was also to maintain the fairness of the competition. At the same time, the contestants entering the battlefield would undergo strict searches. Some prohibited equipment and items were not allowed into the arena. For instance, some contestants who clearly had level 60 strength insisted on bringing level 60 equipment. This was an invisible pressure on those contestants who carried level 40 equipment. Therefore, the search for equipment was particularly meticulous. However, as long as the judges did not look at the specific attributes and only considered the levels, there would be no problem with the equipment forged by Lin Chen. Because the equipment Lin Chen could forge now was indeed only level 40. After rounds of searches were completed, the Thief Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom managed to catch a few who attempted to take advantage of the situation. The Sun Never Sets Kingdom, on the other hand, behaved quite well. As the host of this competition, the Dragon Kingdom naturally had no issues. With all disruptive factors eliminated, the competition was thoroughly set to begin. As the participating team, the contestants from the Northwest Military District had naturally undergone rigorous training. What surprised Lin Chen immensely was that the equipment these contestants held was precisely the archer set he had previously imprinted. It must be said that this group of contestants was indeed well prepared. However, seeing a bunch of warriors using archer gear looked quite bizarre. In the monitoring room, whispers began to arise. Most were discussions about the situation on the field. Am I seeing things? Why do I see a group of warriors using the hunter's set? I saw it too. No way. Are these warriors' equipment that shabby? I have a bad feeling about this. It shouldn't be. How could the army make such a rookie mistake in this situation? On the other side, in the lounges of various countries, there were also undercurrents. As the first to take the stage, the Thief Kingdom looked at Lin Chen's side with a hint of disdain in their eyes. I thought the Dragon Kingdom would be impressive this time, but they just sent a bunch of warriors with archer gear onto the stage? Don't let your guard down. What if those crafty Dragon Kingdom people have some scheme? That's true. In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's lounge, a group of contestants and instructors exchanged glances. Why do I feel like I understand the Dragon Kingdom's operations less and less? Could it be that their warriors are more suited to using hunters' equipment? Then why don't their warriors just become archers? It feels a bit strange. Anyway, we're not the first to face them, let's just keep watching. In the Sun Never Sets Kingdom's lounge, a group of contestants and instructors whitened their eyes. Have they gone mad? Oh my god, I feel like this group of people doesn't understand what competitive spirit is at all. To be honest, sending such a group of warriors up here is just reckless. I think there must be a huge conspiracy behind this. The person in charge of this unit is an extraordinary powerhouse from the Northwest Military District. I don't think this person would make such a ridiculous decision. So, this time it must be a deliberate arrangement on their part. It's just that we've never seen it before. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has come up with a new strategy? The thoughts of several countries were in constant turmoil. In contrast, Lin Chen and his team were calm and collected. With the referee's command, countless figures were instantly deployed into the designated area. Here, they would compete to determine the final winner. In fact, Lin Chen truly did not disappoint these warriors. In each round of the competition, each country could send out a fixed number of 30 contestants. The warriors from the Dragon Kingdom had just landed and immediately grabbed their bows and arrows, pointing them straight at the sky. With the powerful equipment forged by Lin Chen, a single shot was enough to take down the airborne contestants from the Thief Kingdom. Of course, this exchange competition was held with the purpose of friendly communication. Although casualties were unavoidable, every contestant entering the combat area would be equipped with a special flag. This flag was inserted into their collar. If the opponent's flag was destroyed, that contestant would be directly eliminated. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom warriors entering the battlefield had undergone a period of intensive training. Therefore, they were completely adept with the God Hunter bows and arrows provided by Lin Chen. Now, they were hitting almost every shot, and they nearly wiped out the Thief Kingdom entirely on the spot. Watching the Thief Kingdom lose more than half of their team right after entering, Lin Chen and Xian Chao couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be honest, Lin Chen himself didn't expect these warriors to cooperate so seamlessly. It should be noted that the equipment Lin Chen provided was not limited to just archer-type sets, there were also defensive sets. However, compared to the defensive gear, it was clear that these warriors were more suited for offensive types. They were taken out as soon as they showed themselves. Even if the remaining contestants from the Thief Kingdom were tenacious, they were ultimately surrounded and defeated by the warriors from the Dragon Kingdom. They even achieved a zero-death record. Such a performance nearly drove the instructors and contestants from the Thief Kingdom to madness. If it weren't for each country being equipped with a designated lounge, the contestants from the Thief Kingdom might have been cursing at the Dragon Kingdom by now. Lin Chen even thought back to himself. It seemed that there was nothing to be stolen this time, right? Regarding the Thief Kingdom's constant claims that the Dragon Kingdom's things were theirs, Lin Chen occasionally felt a bit helpless. It felt like being entangled by some trash. The other side didn't hit but just disgusted people. With such a disastrous start, the second match soon arrived. In fact, no one present had expected the match to end so quickly. The key was that the strategy from the Dragon Kingdom indeed caught the instructors from other countries off guard. The second team to compete, the Sun Never Sets Kingdom, even expressed some doubts. Aren't these archers a bit too strong? I saw a warrior shoot down a contestant who was still floating in the air. Oh shit, how can they be this strong? It's impossible. How can a bow and arrow do this? That has an ultra-long range. The range of a bow and arrow definitely shouldn't reach that far. Isn't the key that a group of warriors actually used bows and arrows to shoot down the competitors? It's terrifying. I suspect that the people of the Dragon Kingdom can all use magical attacks. So this is their new strategy? Instructor Jack's eyes also showed a hint of helplessness at this moment. Listen to me, kids. Regardless of whether we win this time or not, I hope everyone can give their all. And the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom are not invincible, are they? The good thing is that we already know their battle situation in advance, so in the upcoming matches, we must take the initiative and not let the same situation happen again. Such a quick match was something none of the competitors had anticipated. They couldn't even gauge how deep the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's competitors was. A match ended so easily. Compared to the stagnant atmosphere in the other countries' lounges, the atmosphere in the monitoring room with Lin Chen and the others was particularly relaxed. Xian Chao had a bright smile on his face. As expected of you, it seems this batch of equipment arrived just in time. Before this, Xian Chao had some doubts about Lin Chen's batch of equipment. After all, what kind of equipment could have such powerful attributes? However, after the actual combat, Xian Chao was completely convinced. The attributes of this equipment were indeed impressive. This was just their first card in hand. They had many more trump cards for the upcoming matches. The small thief country, which was eliminated so directly, was somewhat bewildered. They weren't prepared at all. How could they be eliminated so quickly? In fact, less than 10 minutes into the match, all the competitors were taken down by the arrows of the Dragon Kingdom's players. If this got out, they would probably be embarrassed beyond the universe. In the lounge of the small thief country, their leader was furious. What on earth is going on? Why did you lose to those Dragon Kingdom players so quickly? I need an explanation. As the targets of the reprimand, the competitors dared not raise their heads and could only lower them in silence. Although the Dragon Kingdom players had gone easy on them, it didn't mean they couldn't feel the power of that arrow. It was simply too strong. That explosive attribute, if it deviated even an inch, they wouldn't doubt that an arrow could pierce through everyone's heads on the spot. Because of this, the small thief country players, who used to bounce around happily, now looked like wilted eggplants. Meanwhile, the second round of the competition had already begun on the battlefield. As the second team to take the stage, the Sun Never Sets Kingdom had clearly heightened their vigilance and practical experience to the maximum. In fact, the Dragon Kingdom players had no intention of following the strategy from the first match. Therefore, the second match entered a tense state right from the start. Xian Chao and Yang Bang, among others, stared intently at the various monitoring screens. In fact, the leaders of other military districts were also unwilling to miss the monitoring footage. This was the first time Lin Chen's forged equipment was entering actual combat evaluation. If this batch of equipment really proved effective, perhaps each military district could increase their order quantities. After all, good things were highly sought after in all military districts. They were also very curious about how the Dragon Kingdom's players would perform in the next match. Lu Ming, who was leading the team, appeared calm, but he was more vigilant about the leaders of other military districts facing the many probing gazes. What if they tried to snatch orders from him? That absolutely couldn't happen. However, the second round of the competition ended even faster than everyone had anticipated. With their powerful equipment bonuses, the players from the Sun Never Sets Empire, no matter where they were ultimately surrounded by the players from the Dragon Kingdom. As the last player was eliminated, the person in charge, Jack, widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Jack's voice was filled with incredulity, and he even began to suspect that there might be some foul play in this match. It was known that the players they brought were carefully selected, yet now they couldn't even last an hour against the players from the Dragon Kingdom? This was simply a joke. Just thinking about how this incident would be reported back home made Jack involuntarily shrink his neck. After all, he was the team leader for this exchange competition. Now that such a significant defeat had occurred, as the coach, Jack could not escape responsibility. At that moment, Jack's head began to throb painfully. The situation before him was incredibly difficult to handle. Not only was it hard to manage, but he also worried that the media in the Dragon Kingdom would blow it out of proportion. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for everyone? Just imagining that scene made Jack's teeth ache. As the saying goes, better to die with a friend than to let a friend die. Jack truly embodied this spirit. Therefore, as soon as the players from the Sun Never Sets Empire were eliminated, the next moment, they pushed the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation directly onto the battlefield. If the Cherry Blossom Nation could also be defeated by the Dragon Kingdom, then the defeat of the Sun Never Sets Empire would be somewhat understandable. After all, there were only so many countries sent this time. If they all lost to the Dragon Kingdom, at least everyone would share the embarrassment. Realizing this, Jack immediately winked at the person in charge of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Haruta Ko. Haruta Ko wanted to carefully analyze the tactics of the Dragon Kingdom players. Who would have thought that Jack would directly push them into the battlefield? There was no time for them to react at all. In fact, Jack really didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions. In his view, the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Thief Nation, no matter how arrogant they appeared, were merely a bunch of lapdogs behind them. Faced with the judges from the Dragon Kingdom and a series of leaders, Jack might still give them some respect. But when it came to the leaders of the Thief Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, Jack truly had no regard for them. Although they were all pawns in this exchange competition, no one could deny that the strength of the Sun Never Sets Empire was much greater than theirs. Moreover, aside from the United States, the Sun Never Sets Empire could be considered the second largest country. With the deterrence of the Sun Never Sets Empire, Haruto really didn't dare to go against their wishes. Thus, the third round of the competition began. It was still the players from the Dragon Kingdom against the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Seeing that the Dragon Kingdom players didn't even consider changing their lineup, Haruto immediately began to chatter. Are they looking down on us? We specifically sent our country's strongest elite troops to participate in the exchange competition, yet after 2 matches, they still want to force us into a third match? Have they gone mad? Haruto simply couldn't understand the thought process of Lin Chen and the others. However, no one gave him the time to understand. With Jack urging from the front and the people from the Dragon Kingdom watching from behind, even if Haruto felt speechless, he had no choice but to step up. Perhaps because the Thief Nation and the Sun Never Sets Empire had set an example in front, the survival time of the Cherry Blossom Nation surprisingly extended significantly. Not only that, but the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation were even able to occasionally hold their own against the Dragon Kingdom players equipped with gear. The Sun Never Sets Empire, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Goryeo Nation were all in the same boat. At this moment, their leader had no doubts about the schemes of the Cherry Blossom country. A tiny little place like that could hardly come up with any excellent plans, right? In fact, the competitors from the Cherry Blossom country were also feeling a bit anxious. The examples of the Sun Never Sets country and the Cherry Blossom country were right there. Now, they could only hope for the competition to end, preferably with the Cherry Blossom country defeating the Dragon country's competitors in one fell swoop. This way, the Cherry Blossom country would secure its position at the top even more firmly. Just imagine, having defeated the Sun Never Sets country and the Goryeo country, and then losing to the Cherry Blossom country. How exhilarating would that be? It wasn't just the Cherry Blossom country that thought of this. At this moment, Jack and the Goryeo country's instructor were also thinking the same thing. The intentions of the young man from Chuntian were just too obvious. Compared to the people from the Cherry Blossom country, everyone was more inclined to see the Dragon country's competitors win. Lin Chen never expected that one day he would see competitors from other countries helping his own country's people. But no matter how curious he was, he couldn't ignore the sensitivity of his current identity. That's why Lin Chen decided to work harder to earn some money, so he could have a place to rest in the future. Little did he know that the competitors from the Cherry Blossom country were overjoyed to see the deserted temple ahead. They had already been thrown into the battlefield for a full 5 hours. Who knows how they had spent those 5 hours? If it weren't for the rules, they might have already committed seppuku. Meanwhile, Chuntian Xiaolang, waiting outside the battlefield, wasn't doing much better. In the surveillance equipment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was off with A's. Therefore, in just a short time, A's had already lost all his face. In his view, it was already extremely outrageous for the competitors from the Cherry Blossom country to take down their competitors in 3 hours. Now, not only had they wasted 5 hours, but they had also scared their own competitors out of their wits. What a disgrace. Unfortunately, no matter how scared the Cherry Blossom country was, in the eyes of Qian Xiao and the others, it was nothing but pure exhilaration. Finally, we can hold our heads high. Who would have thought the tides would turn, and now it's our turn? Isn't that right? We've been mocked by these people for years. Today we must vent our frustrations. Hurry and notify the competitors under you to finish this quickly. No more playing cat and mouse. Someone spoke up, and Yang Bang could only nod. In no time, the outcome was decided, and the final result was, of course, a great victory for the Dragon country's competitors. Lin Chen witnessed the defeat of the Thief country and the Cherry Blossom country, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. If such events could happen more often, wouldn't that mean Lin Chen could also earn a few more bucks? It was known that in the earlier battle with the Cherry Blossom country, those competitors had used quite a few skill enhancement vouchers. It seemed they had developed the best matching mode between skill enhancement vouchers and equipment. If only skill enhancement vouchers or high attribute equipment were used, the attribute increase might only be 1.5 times. But if combined with skill enhancement vouchers, the increase could potentially reach a high of 60%. Of course, Lin Chen only dared to think about this in his mind. After all, he hadn't obtained professional combat data yet. For now, it was just speculation, and turning it into reality would take some time. The challenges continued one after another, and Lin Chen was captivated by the spectacle. I have to say, although not many countries participated in the exchange competition, there were still quite a variety of them. Just having a single theme was enough for everyone to come up with creative plays. Lin Chen, after watching this series of events, gained a lot of insights. As time passed, the smiles on Lin Chen and the others' faces grew wider. In contrast, the expressions on the faces of the leaders from the participating countries became increasingly grim, because up until now, they hadn't won a single round. What does this mean? It equates to the troops sent by Long Country being able to crush them all. It's worth noting that before coming to Long Country, they had already inquired about what kind of elite teams Long Country would send to compete against them. From what they knew, the elite team sent by Long Country wasn't even the top tier domestically. They could only rank around 4th or even 5th. Who would have thought that such a small team could defeat them so thoroughly? If it had been one of Long Country's top elite teams, would they even have the ability to resist? To be honest, even the most self-hypnotizing Chuntian Xiaolang was starting to feel a bit hopeless at this moment, because up until now, not a single Long Country contestant had been eliminated, and they seemed to be tireless, completely exhausting the contestants from their 3 countries. The stronger the strength displayed by the Long Country team, the darker the expressions on the faces of the people from the Sun Never Sets Empire became. By now, everyone was starting to believe that perhaps Long Country really did have the strength to break through the heavenly level dungeon. I really can't find any excuse to explain the current situation. If they hadn't broken through the heavenly level dungeon, how could a group of level 40 or 50 warriors defeat our specially selected elites? That's completely impossible. So what kind of enormous benefits did Long Country gain from the heavenly level dungeon to cause such a dramatic change in such a short time? Jack's expression had already become somewhat irritable, but he still forcibly suppressed his agitation. At the very least, the exchange competition wasn't over yet. They still needed to probe into Long Country's hidden cards. This was also their ultimate purpose for participating in this exchange competition. From the very beginning, everyone was just a shield sent by the United States to confuse Long Country's vision. The honor of the country had to be pushed back for now, but now it was different. The contestants from Long Country displayed inhuman strength. Therefore, everyone's attention might need to shift slightly from this aspect. For example, they could focus on how these military warriors managed to elevate their strength to such a level. Or perhaps they could investigate what kind of good things had emerged from the heavenly level dungeon that could transform a team so drastically. On the other side, the Thief Country and Cherry Blossom Country were separated by just a wall, yet the curses from both sides' lounges were continuous. During the halftime break, Young Bang walked into the monitoring room with a beaming smile. It seemed that he was very satisfied with the performance of the Long Country contestants in the first half. Unfortunately, Young Bang had barely settled into his chair when the Thief Country started causing trouble. I suspect the Long Country contestants are cheating. Otherwise, how could they finish these rounds of competition so quickly? The doubts from the Thief Country instantly stirred up a commotion, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Is that true? What could the Long Country contestants possibly cheat at? Didn't they always come in last in this event before? Now they've only gone from last place to 5th from last. At this moment, Yang Bang was cursing inwardly. Looking forward to getting off work early today, I ended up being caught in a mess created by the Thief Nation. Now, everyone has to work overtime together. As the break time ended, we quickly arrived at the second half of the competition. This time, whether it was the Sun Never Sets Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, or the Goryo Nation, they all coincidentally chose to change their participants. The intensity of each round was simply too great. If this continued, it would not only put immense pressure on the competitors but could also lead to exhaustion. Yang Bang and the others took note of the arrangements from these countries. After exchanging glances, a hint of a playful smile appeared on their faces. I didn't expect them to start swapping out participants so quickly. After all, our copy mode this time is quite extreme. This round has them turning on each other. I heard there's still a big weapon that hasn't been revealed? That's right, but such things are safer kept in the hands of that master. Lin Chen really had nothing to say about this. Being able to offload a problem made his own burdens much lighter. As other countries began to change their participants, the Dragon Nation was naturally not willing to fall behind. Coincidentally, the backup army this time was led by Lu Ming. Since these people are not convinced, we can only let them understand who the real boss is. Every day acting as their vanguard, they don't even consider whether they've been taken seriously. If I were them, I'd have the guts to rise up directly. Lu Ming's words almost instantly boosted the online buzz. However, the focus of everyone's discussion remained on the core theme of survival. So they aren't being filial at all. They just want to get closer to Director Dai. Lin Chen had been around these people for so long that they no longer cared about his status during their meals and chats. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with this. Ultimately, someone responsible would handle it. Things indeed unfolded as Lin Chen had anticipated. As soon as Yang Bang heard that remark, he immediately turned around and rushed over. We cannot afford to lose this competition. If we fail again, there might not be many pieces of equipment left to be passed down in the future. Lin Chen nodded, then shook his head. I said from the beginning that we absolutely will not lose to those two. Speaking of this, a hint of pride appeared on Lin Chen's face. As for the Sun Never Sets Nation, seeing the Dragon Nation also change participants at halftime, they must be grinding their teeth in frustration. Fortunately, the next match was not between the Dragon Nation and any other country's competitors. Instead, these vanguards initiated an era of internal strife. No way! I think this action should be further negotiated. That's right, Dragon Nation competitors shouldn't participate in such an excessive exchange match. Who came up with the content of this exchange match anyway? Listening to the noise from next door, Lin Chen actually slept particularly soundly. On the other side, the long-awaited news from the Heavenly Bamboo Nation finally arrived. It was quite different from what Lin Chen and the others had envisioned earlier. Initially, they suspected that the Heavenly Bamboo Nation was scheming something behind their backs, but who would have thought they were directly kicked into the competition? However, for Lin Chen and the others, whether the Heavenly Bamboo Nation participated or not had no impact on the outcome of this exchange match. At most, it would just delay the process a bit. But with the addition of the Heavenly Bamboo Nation, the competitors from other countries gradually became more restrained. They began to study every piece of equipment Lin Chen forged. However, no matter how much they studied, the equipment forged by Lin Chen could not be accurately assessed by these people unless it had passed through their hands. As more and more videos of competitors in action emerged, it became clear that not all the representatives from other countries were incompetent. There were many capable individuals among them. After a series of matches, everyone gradually began to grasp the situation. That is, Lin Chen's orders had already begun to take effect. At this moment in the Sun Never Sets country, Jack stared intently at the technicians who were analyzing every match of the Dragon Country competitors frame by frame. After a long while, he finally heard a piece of truth from their mouths. According to the surveillance, the equipment these warriors are holding should be specially made. However, this equipment has not yet undergone any enhancements. If it had been refined and strengthened earlier, it might have produced even more useful items. Lin Chen could hardly believe that he had gained support from others. He had no idea that the equipment he forged was currently being examined multiple times by the technicians in the Sun Never Sets country. During the time Lin Chen stepped back, the number of calls he received was only increasing. Lin Chen adhered to the principle of first come, first served. One military district's orders were completed after another. While Lin Chen was enjoying the joy of success, he also felt a deep pressure. The sheer volume of these military orders was simply overwhelming. It was so vast that it was hard to imagine. Only Lin Chen would dare to make such a guarantee. Otherwise, if it were any other blacksmith, they would have likely given up by now. As for the Sun Never Sets country, having determined that the Dragon Country competitors had significantly increased their strength due to their equipment, they began to closely monitor the gear in the hands of the Dragon Country competitors. However, after scrutinizing the equipment, they were close to viewing it as a flower, yet they still failed to identify any significant flaws. The process stagnated, and Jack couldn't help but feel frustrated. Meanwhile, the Thief Country and Cherry Blossom Country were still shouting that the Dragon Country was cheating. None of them could spare the attention to study the powerful equipment of the Dragon Country. Even though these were uniform bows and arrows, their power was enough to intimidate Jack and the others. However, facing such a large group of archers, Hank and the others were still somewhat prepared. Otherwise, how could the leaders of these countries have traveled so far to the Dragon Country just to probe its depths? Now, not only had they failed to uncover any secrets, but they had also lost a significant number of their own people. Who could accept that? Therefore, in the second half of the competition, both the Cherry Blossom Country and the Sun Never Sets country underwent a dramatic change in strategy. The most obvious change was in the equipment worn by the competitors. Once on the battlefield, competitors could not receive any external supplies, except for airdrops at certain intervals. With such limitations on the battlefield, these competitors began to think creatively about their equipment. Lin Chen, being a blacksmith, had a sharper sensitivity to equipment than others. In the surveillance footage, Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he observed the helmets worn by the Sun Never Sets country competitors. Qian Xiao had not yet sensed anything amiss. He was just puzzled by the fact that all these competitors were wearing helmets. Why is everyone wearing helmets? With the basic attributes of those bows and arrows, isn't that enough to take them down? Lin Chen shook his head. The helmets they are wearing must have special attributes. For example, freezing or rebound. Otherwise, these helmets would be absolutely useless against bows and arrows. After Lin Chen's hint, Qian Chao quickly caught on. You mean, they were already prepared and just waiting for our players to make the first move? Lin Chen nodded. Qian Chao immediately gritted his teeth. Sure enough, these people are always thinking of underhanded tricks. Fortunately, Xian Xiao's gaze turned once again to the surveillance screen. In the footage, large groups of players began to land. However, the players from Long Country unusually did not directly attack the players from the Sun Never Sets country. Not anticipating the opponent's tactics, Jack and the others in the lounge felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't shake the feeling that something was slipping out of their control. And it turned out their intuition was correct. Unlike the initial brutal slaughter, the players from Long Country seemed to have already coordinated their actions, quickly disappearing into the desert upon landing. The geographical environment of the desert was naturally unfamiliar to the players from the Sun Never Sets country. Those from the coastal areas had never encountered such a core territory. This, however, provided the players from Long Country with a tremendous opportunity to counterattack. For instance, at this moment, just as several players from the Sun Never Sets country were meeting, a sudden burst of flames erupted, instantly attacking these players. In the blink of an eye, 8 players from the Sun Never Sets country had already been eliminated. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Jack couldn't help but slam his hand on the table upon seeing the footage. Damn it! They actually changed their tactics. Everything we prepared against the players from Long Country was completely wrong. In fact, if Jack and the others had not seen through the players from Long Country from the very beginning, the current situation would never have occurred. It should be noted that Long Country's time to conquer the dungeon was much longer than that of the Sun Never Sets country, or even Sakura country. This allowed the Sun Never Sets country and other Western nations ample time to develop. However, after Long Country conquered the second-tier dungeon, it was clear that these established Western countries had grown dissatisfied. After all, Long Country's sudden resurgence would undoubtedly alter the current world order. That's why the United States was so eager to send out their subordinates to test Long Country's strength. Unfortunately, they had already lost the moment they stepped into Long Country's forbidden territory. On the battlefield, no opponent should be underestimated. These foreign players had not regarded the players from Long Country at all, so how could they muster their full spirit and give it their all? Not to mention that Long Country already had various tactics. Now, simply changing their strategy was enough to throw the players from the Sun Never Sets country into disarray. This match quickly came to an end. The players from the Sun Never Sets country exited the battlefield with a record of 0 victories. Compared to the gloomy atmosphere of the Sun Never Sets country, the players from Long Country appeared much more relaxed and cheerful. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. As expected of our country's elite team, even without the support of equipment, they can still cut through these foreign players. Yang Bang had somehow arrived beside Lin Chen. Hearing Lin Chen's words, a sense of pride and satisfaction appeared on his face. Of course, these are all soldiers who came from our Northwest Military District. They have undergone years of training and rigorous tests to be sent to today's exchange competition. The equipment you provided is indeed very powerful, but even without it, these soldiers' strength is not to be underestimated. On the contrary, because the first half of the match had been so disastrous, it made the players from the Sun Never Sets country anxious. When people get flustered, they tend to make mistakes. That's why they chose to give up an offensive equipment slot in favor of defensive gear. Little did they know, this was exactly falling into the trap set by the Dragon Kingdom's players. It is important to note that bows and arrows are physical attacks. However, this time, 1/3 of the Dragon Kingdom's players on the field were actually mages. The remaining 2/3 were warriors, but that was merely a distraction. This group of mages was the main force behind the output in this match. The players from the Sun Never Sets Kingdom mostly wore physical defense equipment. How could they possibly withstand the magical attacks from the mages? Therefore, in this match, the Sun Never Sets Kingdom's loss was truly not unjust. After securing another victory, the faces of the Sun Never Sets Kingdom players showed signs of strain. But soon, it was the Thief Kingdom's turn to take the stage. Perhaps they had thoroughly studied the situation of the Dragon Kingdom's players. The Thief Kingdom proceeded steadily. A new batch of warriors entered the battlefield, and unlike previous matches that ended abruptly, this time the Thief Kingdom actually held out for nearly 4 hours. At this moment, there were still 14 players left from the Thief Kingdom. This meant that in such a long time, the Dragon Kingdom players had only eliminated 6 opponents. Such low efficiency had never been seen in previous matches. However, it greatly boosted the morale of the Thief Kingdom. As the team leader, Jin Jingxin could hardly contain his smile. It seems our country still has a lot of hope this time, and we sent our strongest opponents. I don't believe we can't take down those from the Dragon Kingdom. As the battle circle gradually shrank, the clashes between the Dragon Kingdom players and the Thief Kingdom players increased. In the final confrontation, the Dragon Kingdom player used his staff to transform the entire desert into a brilliant ocean. Amidst the golden light, the number of eliminated Thief Kingdom players increased, and in the end, only 2 players remained. According to the expectations of the Dragon Kingdom players, They should have been able to wipe out the opposing team this time. However, facing the last two players from the Thief Kingdom, even Lin Chen, who was watching from outside the screen, couldn't help but frown. Sitting next to him, Chen Chao had already cursed under his breath. Why are they running over if they don't want to fight? They even brought in such a defensive shield. It seems they just want to wait until the battle circle shrinks to the end and win by hiding. It's no wonder Chen Chao was so angry. Lin Chen was also somewhat incredulous at first glance. This was a multinational exchange competition. Everyone participated with a competitive spirit. Yet, the players from the Thief Kingdom, in order to win, directly put on a double defense shield? If this process continued, the Thief Kingdom players could just stay comfortably inside the shield and win without fighting, right? Just thinking about the opponent's plan made most people present feel disgusted. Meanwhile, the players from the Thief Kingdom were particularly pleased. Everyone came to participate in the exchange competition. No matter what means they used, as long as they could win a match, they would have something to report back home. Moreover, they had fought so hard for this victory. After the exchange competition ended, they would definitely promote it widely. Unfortunately, the players from the Dragon Kingdom were not afraid at all. So far, there were still 12 Dragon Kingdom players remaining on the battlefield. This meant that 12 against these two was more than enough. Even if the two players from the Thief Kingdom had put on their double defense shields, it wouldn't stop the Dragon Kingdom players from treating them as targets. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom players were hitting harder and harder to break through the defense shield. The two players from the Thief Kingdom inside the shield, who had initially been smug, gradually turned terrified, because their defense shield also had a time limit. If the Dragon Kingdom players really broke through their defense shield, the attacks would surely land on the two of them. It should be known that the coverage of the defensive shield is not large. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just the two of them left among the remaining players from the Thief Nation. Therefore, the defensive shield is both a protection and a constraint for them. The moment the defensive shield breaks, they might not even have time to run away before being severely injured by the players from the Dragon Nation. Just thinking about that scene sends chills down the spines of the two Thief Nation players. Undoubtedly, the strength of the players from the Dragon Nation is far stronger than what everyone had imagined. Lin Chen watched with great interest as the flashy attacks landed on the transparent defensive shield. Soon, the seemingly indestructible shield began to show cracks. As the attacks became more frequent, the range of the cracks widened. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. Amidst the rising dust, Lin Chen clearly heard two screams. Following that was an endless barrage of attacks. In the Thief Nation's lounge on the other side, Jin Jingxin's face was almost overflowing with anger. How dare they? These are our country's players. They actually dare to strike so hard? Nowadays, anyone with eyes can see that the players from the Dragon Nation have given no leeway to the players from the Thief Nation. In the previous matches, everyone had been somewhat restrained. Of course, it was only the players from the Dragon Nation who were being restrained. The players from other countries also wanted to take action. However, the players from the Dragon Nation simply did not give them the opportunity. In the second half of the match, although the players from the Dragon Nation were not as merciless as in the first half, they still did not show much mercy. At this moment, the next match for the Thief Nation players was right in front of them. Whether it was the Sun Never Sets Nation or the Cherry Blossom Nation, they were all secretly changing their strategies. Even if they couldn't ascertain the exact level of strength of the Dragon Nation, they at least didn't want their own players to encounter any real problems. After all, nurturing these elite talents requires a lot of resources. Most of these resources are non-renewable, and many are obtained from various difficult dungeons and even heavenly-level dungeons. Because of this, every talent becomes particularly precious. As for Jin Jingxin, they received news about their two injured players immediately. The moment he saw the two players, Jin Jingxin's eyes nearly bulged out. Didn't we agree to be restrained? Is this your attitude towards the competing players? Yang Bang, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. I think Mr. Jin, you seem to have misunderstood something. When we initially negotiated the rules, we did say to be restrained. However, every player entering the battlefield has also signed relevant informed consent agreements. There are many uncontrollable factors on the battlefield, and if it weren't for your country's players trying to win the match in this way, such an unexpected situation probably wouldn't have occurred, right? Ultimately, it was just that they tried to cheat and ended up losing. Now they want to turn the tables and shift the blame onto the Dragon Nation. Unfortunately, Yang Bang was not one to indulge them. His words were polite, but his attitude was anything but. Under Yang Bang's scrutinizing gaze, Jin Jingxin felt even more frustrated. Yet, the match had to continue. So, Jin Jingxin could only hand over the two players from the Thief Nation to the accompanying medical staff. Having consecutively defeated players from two countries, the morale here was soaring. On the contrary, the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation were feeling a rare sense of tension. Whether it was the Sun Never Sets Nation or the Thief Nation, their strength was undoubtedly unquestionable, but their losses were truly unexpected, and they couldn't find any breakthrough. Time continued to grind on, bit by bit. Like the Thief Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has also made comprehensive preparations. Several countermeasures have even been designed specifically for the Dragon Kingdom players. Therefore, this match feels particularly long. Both sides are exchanging blows, but none of the Dragon Kingdom players have been eliminated. In contrast, the number of Cherry Blossom Kingdom players is dwindling. Just as the Cherry Blossom players seem to be mounting a counterattack, the Dragon Kingdom players miraculously retreated. How could the Cherry Blossom players, who were already on the offensive, let the Dragon Kingdom players leave so easily? They didn't even think twice and directly chased after the Dragon Kingdom players. It was a situation of no retreat until death. In the monitoring room, Lin Chen and Xian Chao raised their eyebrows in unison. "It seems this match will end soon," Xian Chao said, a hint of leisure on his face. The difficulty of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom players was somewhat beyond their expectations. But it didn't matter, they were clearly not thinking straight. A normal person would immediately suspect something was wrong when the enemy suddenly retreated. Yet the Cherry Blossom players dared to chase after them recklessly, as if they were rubbing their brains on the ground. At this moment, the Cherry Blossom players were still unaware of the oddity. To be precise, after the previous matches, most of the Cherry Blossom players had already lost their cool. They could not think of the strategies they had initially devised. After all, from the moment they entered the battlefield with a strategy, all their plans had been disrupted by the Dragon Kingdom players who played by their own rules. Now, everyone was just going with the flow. Lin Chen stared intently at the monitoring screen. The Dragon Kingdom players, under the encirclement of the Cherry Blossom players, gradually entered the heart of the desert. Upon seeing the terrain, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This area was simply perfect for a trap. Sure enough, as soon as the Dragon Kingdom players entered this region, the Cherry Blossom players rushed in without a second thought. But the moment they stepped into this area, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. At this moment, the Cherry Blossom players were no longer facing an endless desert but an ocean. Lin Chen chuckled softly. The scene the Cherry Blossom players saw would not appear on the monitoring screen. After all, the monitoring captured only what truly existed. But the Cherry Blossom players were different. Surrounded by an ocean, all the players began to flail about wildly. The scene was bizarre. Not only could the people from the other two countries not understand it, but even Chun Tian Xiaolang was completely baffled. What's going on? Why are they flailing around in place? Why is one of them swimming like a frog in the desert? In full view of everyone, some players showed expressions of terror, and during their retreat, they even started fighting with their teammates. Magical and physical attacks flew wildly here. However, it was the Cherry Blossom players who were being eliminated. Xian Chao watched with great interest. "I didn't expect the illusion equipment you designed to be quite useful. It's simply a battle without bloodshed. Moreover, this was the only equipment that could achieve victory with fewer players. Just imagine, when a group of people is chasing you, you activate the illusion and throw them into a mountain of insects. The change in environment would make anyone's heart race. Not to mention the Cherry Blossom players who were completely unprepared." As they flailed more vigorously, a smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. This piece of equipment wasn't supposed to be used so soon, but with General Yang's request and since we were fighting the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, I decided to let them have some fun with it. After listening to Lin Chen's words, Xian Chao found it somewhat amusing, but he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, attacking the Sakura country was something ingrained in their bloodline. Every time they fought against the Sakura country's competitors, those warriors would charge in a way that was enough to give Yang Bang a headache. However, Xian Chao was still somewhat interested in how Lin Chen had transformed a large number of Yang Bang's soldiers into archers. Now, with this new illusion appearing, even though Xian Chao wasn't a blacksmith, he couldn't help but want to explore it further. Lin Chen didn't hide anything from him and succinctly explained the principles behind it. So the duration of this illusion is also limited, and the key point lies in the strength of the mental power of the person casting the illusion? Lin Chen nodded. If we calculate the time, this illusion is probably about to end. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, the Sakura country competitors, who had just been in a sorry state, all stopped their movements. Everyone looked at the vast desert in a daze. They clearly remembered being thrown into an endless sea just moments ago. The suffocating feeling had almost drowned them. Yet, they were dragged back into the desert. How could this not be surprising? Taking advantage of their confusion, the Dragon Country competitors quickly made their move. This time, everyone clearly saw the staff in the hands of the Dragon Country competitor. The moment the staff appeared, Jin Jingxin and the others took a big step back. Even through the screen, they could feel the unusualness of that staff. Could it be that the Sakura Country competitors had acted so foolishly because they were under the spell of the Dragon Country competitor? Thinking of this, everyone's gaze instantly focused on the staff in the hands of the Dragon Country competitor. This competitor did not disappoint. Soon, his staff began to glow. Looking back at the situation of the Sakura Country competitors, those who had just escaped the illusion suddenly found their surroundings changing again. This time, the scene they faced was completely different from the previous sea. Instead, they were confronted with endless snake mountains. Countless snakes were crawling towards them, constantly flicking their tongues. If Lin Chen and the others couldn't see this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Before long, everyone saw the Sakura Country competitors start to run wildly in the desert. At the same time, they were shouting continuously, "Don't bite me! Snakes! So many snakes! Quick, drive them away! Baka Yoru! Don't chase me!" These words reached everyone's ears one after another. Lin Chen and the others couldn't help but laugh after hearing just one. Jin Jingxin gripped his sword tightly. After such a commotion today, the Sakura Country had completely lost face. It would have been better to lose directly to the Dragon Country competitors. After all, there were two equally useless countries, the sun never sets and the thief fruit, beside them. And now, they not only lost face but also the game. Just thinking about facing accountability when they returned made Jin Jingxin's teeth ache. The Dragon Country competitors had no intention of stopping there. After one illusion ended, everyone thought the Sakura Country competitors would be released. Who would have thought that the Dragon Country competitor would once again raise his staff? This staff didn't look particularly dazzling. However, after witnessing it once, everyone inexplicably felt a sense of awe towards it. It wasn't a superficial awe, but one stemming from a bloodline pressure. One illusion after another, it made all the foreign competitors present feel a bit nauseous. The players from the Cherry Blossom Country found themselves in a situation where they couldn't survive nor could they die, all because the players from the Dragon Country kept them hanging in suspense. After the nth time that Springfield Xiaolang cursed under his breath, it seemed that the Dragon Country players had finally had their fill and concluded the last match. However, when both sides emerged from the desert, the Dragon Country players were all smiles, while the Cherry Blossom Country players looked dejected, their faces dark and sullen, not daring to meet the gaze of their own team leader. Originally, the military exchange competition among several countries was supposed to last a week, but the relentless push from the Dragon Country players made it impossible. Thus, in just 3 days, this exchange competition came to a simple end, while the previously enthusiastic players from the Heavenly Kingdom fell silent, even turning back on their flights home. Nevertheless, the Dragon Country players performed exceptionally well this time. Even Jack, who usually held himself in high regard, couldn't help but express his admiration. Throughout these days of competition, although the results from the Sun Never Sets Country weren't impressive, at least they had the Cherry Blossom Country and the Thief Country trailing behind them. Therefore, Jack's expression was not as tense. Among the 4 countries, at least the Sun Never Sets Country secured second place, right? Moreover, this experience allowed Jack to thoroughly recognize the prowess of the Dragon Country players. Before leaving, he didn't forget to request a look at the equipment of the Dragon Country players. After all, with so many people present, no one was a fool. The strength of the Dragon Country players was indeed formidable. However, on the first day, they had one thanks to the equipment in their hands. This sparked Jack's immense curiosity about the gear the Dragon Country players possessed. Yang Bang did not refuse Jack's request. Instead, he casually called over a Dragon Country player and took the hunting bow and arrow from his hands. "Here you go." Looking at the equipment handed to him, Jack was somewhat incredulous. "Just like that?" Yang Bang tilted his head in confusion. "What else? Didn't you ask to take a look?" Jack had indeed made a request, but he never expected Yang Bang to so easily hand the equipment over to him. In his view, equipment that could influence the outcome of a battle should be treated with caution by the Dragon Country players. Why was their attitude so unexpectedly relaxed now? This made Jack recall his discussions with the American delegation before his departure. The head of the American delegation was far more arrogant than he was. Even when Jack and his team wanted to buy corresponding equipment from the Americans, they weren't even allowed to handle it. They had to rely entirely on their instincts to make purchases. Now, Yang Bang was so generous that it made Jack feel somewhat unreal. However, all feelings of unreality and surprise turned into shock when he saw the attributes of the equipment placed in his hands. Jack's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "Oh shit, is this really equipment? This is simply divine." The moment he saw the attributes, Jack understood. They had lost this time without any justification. They should have considered what kind of equipment the Dragon Country players were equipped with. Just based on the hunting bow and arrow in his hand, Jack felt that their outing was truly unfair. Such hunting bows and arrows were standard issue for everyone. Moreover, the Dragon Country team consisted of 30 people. This meant that the Dragon Country had at least 30 similar pieces of equipment. How could that not be shocking? Seeing Jack's incredulous expression, Yang Bang proudly lifted his head, completely forgetting that he had the same expression when he first saw the equipment. It was known that they had always looked up to the new equipment used by the West. Now, they finally had a chance to hold their heads high. Look! A group of bumpkins, upon seeing this equipment, were rendered completely immobile. If they were to bring out the illusionary gear, wouldn't these foreigners be shocked into kneeling right on the spot? Of course, Yang Bang was merely thinking this in his heart, maintaining an extremely peaceful demeanor on the surface. This is just ordinary equipment supplied to our army, usually assigned to archers. It's just been called upon this time. After saying this, Yang Bang shot Jack a knowing glance. Little did he know the shock this statement brought to Jack. Such impressive equipment was actually used as ordinary gear for the soldiers. Just how many surprises did the Dragon Kingdom have that they were unaware of? For a moment, Jack even considered asking Yang Bang if he would be willing to sell him this equipment. After all, Jack's profession was that of an archer, and he was an 80-level archer. Although the attributes of this bow and arrow didn't compare to the equipment Jack was currently using, the stats on this bow were simply too tempting. Mr. Jack, have you finished looking? My soldiers are still waiting for their equipment. Yang Bang was well aware of Jack's thoughts, so he directly interrupted Jack's fantasies. Selling it was out of the question. They didn't have enough for their own army. It should be known that this batch of equipment was something Yang Bang had argued over for several days with the leaders of other military districts to obtain. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom hadn't even been fully equipped yet. Did these foreigners think they could have some? No way. Naturally, Jack was unaware of Yang Bang's thoughts, so he couldn't help but show a hint of regret on his face. But he still understood some etiquette, merely nodding in shock. Thank you. I've finished looking. The results of these competitions have truly been surprising. I think we should change our perspective on the Dragon Kingdom. This was exactly what Yang Bang wanted to hear. As the person in charge of this exchange competition, Jack's status in the Sun Never Sets Kingdom was undoubtedly significant. So with just one word from Jack, the official media of the Sun Never Sets Kingdom would write about the relevant facts. The premise was that someone was willing to express their stance. With this connection established through Jack, Yang Bang couldn't help but feel a moment of joy. After sending off this group of foreign competitors, Yang Bang quickly immersed himself in the related anti-defamation work. After all, the Thief Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were also participating in this exchange competition. Yang Bang wasn't worried that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would speak recklessly after the competition ended. However, he was concerned that the Thief Kingdom would make baseless claims after the exchange competition concluded. Over the years, the Thief Kingdom had been slandering the Dragon Kingdom extensively. Therefore, the anti-defamation work had to be done well. Lin Chen had originally wanted to greet Yang Bang, but just as he was about to start, Yang Bang hurriedly left. This left Lin Chen somewhat puzzled. Why is he leaving so quickly? Shen Chao looked at Yang Bang's departing figure with a knowing expression. Of course, he's going to handle the aftermath. Don't think that just because the exchange competition is over, it's officially finished. The subsequent public relations work is the real headache. Lin Chen immediately understood Chen Chao's meaning. So in the following time, he unusually didn't spend it in the laboratory but instead closely monitored the international public opinion after the exchange competition ended. Sure enough, by the evening, relevant topics of public opinion had already emerged. Although this exchange competition wasn't grand, it was still a focal point of attention. Many citizens were waiting for the results of this exchange competition. However, after the competition ended, there was surprisingly no news from the Thief Kingdom and the Heavenly India Kingdom. The country of Tianzhu did not participate in this exchange competition, and their later proposal to join was a spur-of-the-moment decision. However, after hearing about the dire situations faced by the countries of the Sun Never Sets, they were so frightened that they ran back. Therefore, everyone could understand Tianzhu's silence. Even today, Tianzhu's official media was still reporting extensively that their athletes had boarded the plane to Longwei for the competition. As for the Thief Country, it was unclear what they were brewing, as they also remained unusually silent. Instead, the official media of the Sun Never Sets and Sakura Country began to promote this exchange competition. Sun Never Sets, this exchange competition has been quite surprising. We did not expect the athletes from Longwei to be so strong. Sakura Country, we are very happy to participate in this exchange competition. even if we did not achieve a good ranking, we will continue to work hard. The voices from these two countries immediately attracted the attention of many foreign netizens, especially the various posts released by Sakura Country, which exaggerated the terrifying abilities of Longwa's athletes to the extreme. Particularly, the batch of athletes who entered the illusion expressed their grievances in later interviews. "We had no idea what was happening. We were just pulled into a devil's world. It was simply terrifying. The feeling of almost drowning lasted a full 10 minutes. Being roasted in a volcano was truly frightening. They even specially prepared a group of snakes. Too scary, they were like a group of devilish opponents." Interestingly, it was the domestic netizens who first noticed the foreign public opinion. Earlier, news about the exchange competition had already begun to spread widely online. When the exchange competition officially started, there was no live broadcast due to the secrecy of the northwestern desert. However, after the competition ended, the official media hurriedly released a compilation of the match videos. But who would have thought that these netizens didn't even finish watching the video compilation before their focus shifted to the foreign media? Now, the topic of the exchange competition had completely exploded, and many uninformed netizens began to pay attention to the related videos, especially the battle video where Longwa's athletes dominated the Sakura Country's athletes, which was crazily shared by countless bloggers and marketing accounts. Such powerful equipment, along with abilities that were hard for others to imagine, immediately sparked the curiosity of countless netizens. Secretary Wang, quickly check what this equipment is. How do these mages use this equipment? Why did they take down a group of little Sakuras so easily? Could it be a mental attack? A mental attack seems unlikely. The problem lies with the equipment in the mage's hands, right? The key is that this equipment doesn't look like an ordinary staff. So what on earth is this thing? I am a mage and really want to know where this equipment is sold. Are you kidding me? This is military equipment used by the athletes. You can tell there's no place to buy it. The attention of a group of netizens quickly shifted from the brutal defeat of the little Sakuras to the equipment held by Longwa's athletes. The skill of illusion forging was indeed niche, but it hadn't reached the point of being lost. Otherwise, Bayuru wouldn't have been in the industry for so many years. Therefore, in a short period, these resourceful netizens had already dug up relevant professional introductions about illusion equipment. Now, illusion equipment had completely taken off. The next day, when Bayuru saw the related news, she was completely bewildered. Isn't this a niche branch? How did it suddenly become popular? Bayuru had been studying illusion forging for 4 years. In these 4 years, many research papers have also been published. Coupled with her already notable reputation at Sacred Demon University, the moment the topic of illusion forging gained sudden popularity, Bayuru's name was instantly brought up by everyone. Thus, after just one night, Bayuru and her laboratory both made it to the trending topic list. Initially, the vast majority of netizens were focused on the illusion equipment that Bayuru was researching. However, when they noticed some videos featuring Bayuru, their attention shifted once again. I didn't expect that the one researching illusion equipment would actually be a girl. I just came from the student forum of Sacred Demon University. This senior Bai is quite famous. Of course, if she weren't famous, how could we possibly pay attention to her? Isn't the key point that this senior Bai is just too beautiful? Such a beautiful senior, and she's actually researching illusion forging? As a forger, I had heard about the branch of illusion forging before, but I didn't expect Senior Bai to really promote this branch. So the one providing equipment for the military is our Senior Bai? Not to mention anything else, in terms of illusion forging, Senior Bai is definitely one of the top talents among the younger generation. A flood of messages kept pouring in. Even Bayuru's personal account was affected. At first, when so many messages came in, Bayuru was still unaware of the situation. But as the messages increased, she gradually found the time to trace the source. After spending an entire morning studying these comments, Bayuru finally understood the crux of the matter. It turned out that the players from Sakura Country had heavily promoted the illusions they encountered during the competition, and the netizens, who had never been exposed to this area, became curious and learned about the branch of illusion forging. In fact, these netizens weren't off the mark. There are many branches of forging, and most of the well-known ones are at the forefront. Branches like illusion forging and material forging are extremely niche. Therefore, it is normal for most netizens to have never heard of them. After all, many forgers might not even know. However, these netizens? There is a saying that holds quite true. Among the younger generation, Bayuru is indeed a leader in the research of illusion forging. She is even a promoter of this branch. After all, not everyone is a freak like Lin Chen, who can achieve a 100% success rate in forging. Every research achievement Bayuru has made in these 4 years has been built upon countless failed attempts. She spent almost every day and night in the university laboratory, and even when it was time to graduate, Bayuru was still able to apply to stay for further studies. She just didn't expect that before she could produce a work she was satisfied with, the branch of illusion forging would inexplicably become popular. Moreover, it was ignited by an unknown forger who had learned about illusion forging. Even though so many netizens were suspicious that Bayuru was the one providing equipment for the military district, only Bayuru knew the truth. She simply didn't have the ability to forge such powerful equipment. Because in the exchange competition, the staff presented by the Dragon Country players could pull a dozen people into an illusion. Such strong stability and control over the illusion were absolutely beyond what Bayuru could achieve at this moment. It should be noted that she needed to lower Lin Chen's defenses before dragging him into the illusion. If it were a player from Sakura Country, let alone a dozen people, even just one person would probably be quite challenging for Bayuru. There is still a significant difference between Lin Chen and those players from Sakura Country. The players from the Sakura Country have all undergone special training, and their mental strength goes without saying. Even if they can't match Lin Chen, they are certainly not far behind. Moreover, they have a natural advantage in terms of levels, most being around level 50 or 60. That's a significant difference compared to Lin Chen's initial level 28. Even Bayuru is only at level 45 now. Just from a level perspective, Bayuru can't compete. Unfortunately, the contemporary netizens don't care about the facts at all. Even when they learned that the staves held by the Dragon Country players were only level 40, they all attributed this achievement to Bayuru. In their view, if she were truly a master forger, how could she deign to forge a staff of only level 40? Upon reflection, it seems that only Bayuru, who has researched illusion forging and meets the level criteria, fits the bill. This is also why Bayuru's personal account exploded with activity. She hadn't paid much attention at school, even if she had few contacts. A leak of her information was inevitable. Thus, Bayuru found herself bombarded with messages. However, she responded promptly. Under yet another complimenting comment, Bayuru quietly replied, "Although illusion forging is niche, I am not the only one researching it. The equipment used by the military was not provided by me. Please view this rationally." After replying, Bayuru simply shut off her phone. Someone who usually avoids communication was now somewhat unaccustomed to the flood of inquiries and praises. In contrast, Lin Chen was much more relaxed. Perhaps because he had won against Little Sakura, Lin Chen enjoyed a rare day of rest. He sat casually on the sofa in his single dorm room. Seeing a large group of netizens rushing to inquire about Bayuru, Lin Chen felt a bit fortunate. Thankfully, these crazy netizens were unaware that he was also researching this. And fortunately, Lin Chen hadn't showcased too much of his strength in the past. Otherwise, he would have been the one under fire now. However, thinking of Bayuru becoming his scapegoat, Lin Chen silently apologized to her. Back home, there was a festive atmosphere. In contrast, the foreign public opinion was polarized. It is known that the Dragon Country has never been seen as a strong nation abroad. It was even once labeled as weak by foreign netizens. Yet this time, the Dragon Country surprisingly took first place in the four-nation exchange competition. Ironically, the first to feel disbelief were the people from the Thief Country. How is this possible? Our Thief Country is invincible. They must have used some cunning means. The equipment of the Dragon Country players clearly looks like it was researched by our country's forgers. Otherwise, how could the range of ordinary bows and arrows be so far? Exactly, only the items researched by our country's forgers could be so powerful. Damn, these Dragon Country people are too cunning. They stole our equipment technology. What a humiliating match. In the face of this public opinion, Yang Bang was well prepared. Thus, a large number of netizens quickly noticed these comments. But the Dragon Country netizens, who were ready for this, remained calm. Yes, everything is yours. Why don't you say all dungeons belong to you? Well said, here's a reward for you. A vine snake dungeon. Note, a dungeon full of vine snakes that will strangle you as soon as you enter. You speak so well. Are you risking your lives? As expected, every time there's a clash, the Thief Country people want to take something from us. Is it really that easy to take advantage of us? Since that's the case, I can only reward the Thief Nation with a bit of American soldiers. I'm dying of laughter. I'm just here waiting for the Thief Nation to steal something. How can these people say such things without changing their expressions? Every time I go online, I can see the limits of human shamelessness. However, the public opinion on the foreign internet didn't last long. Most of the foreign netizens have some sense, and a significant portion of their attention shifted to the special equipment used by the resilient Cherry Blossom Nation competitors. At this moment, Jack, who had already returned to his country, was filled with emotion. He had witnessed the equipment used by the Dragon Nation competitors. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see the attributes of the illusion equipment with his own eyes. But this didn't affect everyone's interest in the Dragon Nation's illusion equipment. After all, the general environment at home and abroad is quite similar. Illusion forging is considered niche domestically. So, in a country with a smaller population, it can be regarded as extremely niche. It's even difficult to find 5 blacksmiths who have studied the illusion forging branch on a whole continent. Yet, this doesn't dampen the enthusiasm of foreign netizens for this branch of illusion forging, especially after seeing the videos released by the Cherry Blossom Nation that boasted about it. The foreign netizens were even more curious. Could it be that the Dragon Nation has truly mastered some breakthrough technology? Is that why they crushed the other 3 countries in this exchange competition? However, no matter how curious these foreign netizens were, the Dragon Nation naturally wouldn't provide any response. Not only that, but the military was even deliberately covering up Lin Chen's whereabouts. It should be known that Lin Chen had not truly grown up yet. Currently, the dark guards around Lin Chen had not been withdrawn. How could they attract everyone's attention? So, in the face of the online public opinion, the Dragon Nation simply turned a blind eye, allowing this mix of true and false information to blend together. This way, Lin Chen could be safer. However, while Lin Chen was safe, Bayuru was feeling a bit of a headache. Even though she had already responded online, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the netizens. Even Lu Xiaoxiao had sent her several messages. "Senior, you need to be honest with me, the equipment from the military really isn't provided by you, right?" Bayuru numbly typed, "It's really not provided by me." However, Lu Xiaoxiao was even more puzzled. "I've watched the battle videos several times, and also the interviews with those Cherry Blossom Nation competitors. They specifically mentioned the content in the illusion, and the more I watch, the more I feel it's your handiwork." It should be noted that Bayuru's illusions were more bizarre than the last. If the illusion forging branch is indeed considered niche, then Bayuru, who could create such extreme environments, could be said to be the niche among niches, especially since Lu Xiaoxiao and others had already experienced Bayuru's illusions. In fact, Bayuru herself was quite puzzled. From yesterday until now, she had watched the battle videos countless times. It must be said that the person who forged the illusion equipment was indeed skilled. Their forging technique was far superior to Bayuru's. Moreover, the ability to shape illusions was much stronger than Bayuru's. The key point was that the illusions created by the other party were surprisingly similar to Bayuru's. Even Bayuru herself, upon hearing the descriptions of those illusions, couldn't help but doubt herself. If it weren't for the fact that she had genuinely not contacted the military, she might have thought that she had unknowingly collaborated with them. For example, the Snake Mountain and the Stinky illusion encountered by the Cherry Blossom Nation competitors. Bayuru had never showcased those to the outside world. The only person who knew the details of these illusions was Lin Chen. Thinking of Lin Chen made Bayuru's heart skip a beat, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Could it be? But in the next moment, Bayuru shook her head again. Lin Chen was only at level 30 right now. With his blacksmithing level, how could he forge level 40 illusion equipment? Not to mention, such stable illusion equipment. Moreover, Lin Chen had only been learning from her for a short time. If Lin Chen could catch up to her 4 years of learning progress, then Bayuru might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. However, Bayuru still wanted to ask Lin Chen about the situation on his side. "Lin Chen, did you watch the recent exchange competition?" Lin Chen didn't expect Bayuru's message to come so quickly. He felt a bit guilty at first, but he replied without delay. "I watched it. I didn't expect that this time the illusion forging branch would miraculously become popular." Seeing Lin Chen's reply, Bayuru immediately dispelled her doubts. With Lin Chen's current strength and level, how could he possibly forge such powerful equipment? If there was anyone to suspect, Bayuru felt that a few students from the Forging Academy who were in the same batch as her were more suspicious. Thus, in just one day, Bayuru and her fellow blacksmiths' small group became lively. Can someone explain who provided the equipment to the military district this time? Although the Northwest Military District has always cooperated with our school, we students shouldn't have access to their resources, right? It seems that the illusion equipment appearing on the competition stage is just too powerful, and it's only level 40. I ask, which master would lower themselves to forge level 40 equipment? I also think our school's students are more suspicious. Wang Dong, is it you? I remember your level seems to have reached 60, right? How could it be me? The branch of blacksmithing I study isn't even illusion forging, but Bayuru can clearly rule that out. If it's not you too, then it must be Old Han, right? It's not me either. My level is only 56, and the illusion equipment I forge isn't that outrageous. At least the environmental content isn't that extreme. Ha ha ha. Since it's none of you, then it must be the teachers above? This message had just been sent when Lin Chen saw it clearly. Since he was assigned to the blacksmithing department, the small group had never been so active. However, Lin Chen guessed that everyone was probably busy in the lab, so they didn't have time to come out and chat. It's important to know that life professions and combat professions are quite different. For people like Lu Xiaoxiao, they might still find time to chat and go out for a meal, but for those in life professions, most of their time is spent in the lab, and sometimes forging a piece of equipment could take 10 days to half a month, and this was considered a short time. The higher the level, the stronger the attributes of the forged equipment, and naturally, the more time it takes. Some extraordinary masters among blacksmiths often need half a year or even a year to forge a piece of equipment, and there's also a chance of failure. At this moment, seeing the rare chatter in the group, Lin Chen quietly started to eavesdrop. Just then, a message in the group chat caught Lin Chen's attention. By the way, it seems like several junior brothers joined our class this year? Indeed, a few junior brothers have joined. Aren't the junior brothers going to show themselves? It's rare to have time today. I want to see the junior brothers' photos. What's the big deal about showing off? It would be best if we could just, hee. Could you wipe your drool? I'm not drooling on you, why do you care so much? Lin Chen didn't expect these seniors to be quite amusing, and for a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. However, he still needed to go through the necessary procedures. This year, Tsinghua University had recruited as many as 3 blacksmiths. Lin Chen happened to be one of them. These 3 students formed a class, but the class hadn't officially started yet, and Lin Chen didn't know what the other 2 classmates were called or what they looked like. At this moment, with the seniors calling out in front, Lin Chen soon saw the responses from the other 2 classmates. Sun Hongwen, hello, seniors. My name is Sun Hongwen, and I just got recruited this year. Please take care of me. Wei Linger, hello, seniors. I'm Wei Linger, please look after me. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, but he quickly fell in line with the other 2. Hello, seniors. My name is Lin Chen, please take care of me. The 3 of them spoke together, injecting a surge of energy into the group chat. The seniors, who had been chatting aimlessly before, suddenly perked up. I didn't expect the school to be so generous this year. 3 new students at once? I'm really crying. It seems like we didn't even recruit 1 new student in 3 years back then. Who says otherwise? New students are great. Having new students means we can have more helpers. If you say that. Junior, are you interested in coming to my lab to learn? Go away, you're doing theoretical research. What are you stealing our people for? Junior, I'm specifically researching forging mechanics. Stop it, forging mechanics? How do you think the mechanical engineering department will see us? Watching the group chat get noisy again, Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. However, at that moment, Bai Yuru suddenly spoke up. You can divide as you like. Lin Chen is mine. As soon as Bai Yuru said this, it was like dropping a bomb in a calm lake. What the heck? What's going on? Junior, that's a bit unethical, isn't it? Just stealing someone away? I can't help but feel that Lin Chen, this junior, is just right for my forging mechanics. What forging mechanics? Isn't it better for him to come to me? Seeing that the group was about to argue again, Bai Yuru decisively put her foot down. He has been studying in my lab for almost 2 months already. As soon as this was said, the entire place fell silent. The lively group chat suddenly had no one speaking. Even Wei Linger and Sun Hongwen, who had been chatting earlier, looked a bit stunned. No way? Everyone is new here, and yet you went ahead and did this? You actually went to study in the seniors' lab ahead of time. What face do they have left? The others in the group felt equally stunned. After a long while, someone couldn't help but reply. Isn't this a bit too much? Junior, how can you reserve someone before school even starts? Wait a minute, Junior, aren't you researching illusion forging? So Lin Chen is also studying illusion forging? If Lin Chen is also studying illusion forging, then this collaboration with the military district must have been done by Lin Chen? As soon as this was said, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Goodness, someone here is acting like a prophet. Someone, quick, take him down. Fortunately, the others in the group didn't take this comment to heart. After all, everyone was mostly just teasing. As for believing that Lin Chen, a freshman, would really collaborate with the military district, that was completely impossible. Rather than trusting Lin Chen, it would be better to question their mentor. Perhaps their mentor had gone incognito to collaborate with the military? Seeing that everyone was just casually mentioning it, Lin Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The people in the group were usually busy with their own matters, so naturally, they didn't have time to chat every day. Being able to spare a moment to chat for a sentence or two was already considered a break from their busy schedules. Therefore, the group chat quickly cooled down. Just as Lin Chen was about to exit the group chat, his phone suddenly received a private message from Bai Yuru. Have you finished being busy lately, Junior? The exchange competition had ended, and Lin Chen could return to his usual schedule, so he quickly typed a reply. I've finished, is there something you need, Senior? Just as Lin Chen's message was sent, Bai Yuru called him directly. I might not have time to stay in the lab these days. I was worried you might come to the lab to find me and not find me, so I wanted to let you know in advance." Hearing Bai Yuru's gentle voice, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "Thank you, senior." Recently, Lin Chen had indeed been quite busy. On one hand, he had to continuously provide equipment to the military district, and on the other hand, he had to focus on leveling up. Naturally, he could only keep compressing his study time with Bai Yuru. By now, Lin Chen hadn't been to Bai Yuru's place for almost half a month. Now that Bai Yuru was still willing to remind him, Lin Chen felt grateful. However, Bai Yuru was more open-minded than Lin Chen had imagined. "I might have to deal with some matters for a while. Once I'm done, you can still come to the lab as usual." Hearing that Bai Yuru had matters to attend to, Lin Chen was a bit curious. Bai Yuru usually spent most of her time in the lab. What could be so urgent that she needed to handle it? Thinking of this, Lin Chen directly asked, and Bai Yuru had nothing to hide. "It's just that the school assigned me a task recently, which is something I must complete since I have an independent lab. This year, it's my turn to arrange the entrance exams for the junior students." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his back. Entrance exams? Although Lin Chen had good theoretical scores and almost full marks in the practical exams, students inherently feared exams, and the pressure of entrance exams was even greater. Perhaps sensing Lin Chen's thoughts, Bai Yuru chuckled lightly on the other end of the line. "Don't worry, this entrance exam isn't aimed at you freshmen, but at the older students who enrolled in previous years." Lin Chen felt relieved. "That's good. So this year's exam is set by you, senior?" Bai Yuru didn't think there was anything to hide. "That's right. Creating the exam papers for them is really a headache." As she said this, Bai Yuru's tone carried a hint of helplessness. To be honest, the students who could enter St. Demon University were all quite capable. However, there was still a gap between geniuses. From Bai Yuru's perspective, among the junior students over the years, only Lin Chen barely caught her eye. As for others, Bai Yuru still hadn't found anyone with particularly good talent and strength. Seeing Bai Yuru say this, Lin Chen's mind stirred. "Is there anything I can help you with, senior?" Bai Yuru was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes brightened. "Do you know how to seal and forge? And the skill of equipment destruction?" Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, but he still honestly replied, "I haven't learned sealing and forging yet." "I can handle equipment destruction," Lin Chen said, though there was a hint of guilt in his tone when he spoke the last sentence. In truth, he had never systematically engaged with equipment destruction. But Lin Chen could perform reverse enhancement. With a 100% success rate in forging, all he needed to do was use his reverse enhancement skill, and wouldn't that make the equipment destruction rate 100% as well? So, rounding it off, Lin Chen could be considered capable of equipment destruction, right? Lin Chen's response was naturally within Bai Yuru's expectations. She didn't hold out much hope for these new students who had just enrolled. However, she valued Lin Chen and was happy to remind him, "Your mentor hasn't been assigned yet. And this year, the forgers have specifically established a class, so you will likely have systematic learning in the future. But I suggest you start studying in advance. After all, you have the time, don't you?" Lin Chen was naturally willing. The reason he chose to come to university instead of heading to the military district was precisely to learn more systematic knowledge. Bai Yuru was willing to teach Lin Chen, and of course, she was happy to learn alongside him. Now, there was less than a week left until the start of the semester, with military training set to begin after this week. As for the formal courses, they were scheduled after the military training. In the past, like Bai Yuru and her batch of older students, they had not been placed in a class due to the extremely low number of forgers, and they hadn't been able to recruit students for 1 or 2 years. Therefore, they were assigned to individual mentors for guidance. Due to their small and scattered numbers, Bai Yuru and her peers had almost all managed to avoid military training every year. But for Lin Chen's batch of new students, it was different. One could tell from the campus cards in their hands that a forger class had indeed been established this year. With a specific class in place, military training was unavoidable, especially at St. Demon University, which had deep cooperation with the Northwest Military District. Military training every year could easily become a trending topic. Lin Chen had also learned from Lu Xiaoxiao and the others that military training would last a full 20 days. So, he directly informed Xian Xiao that he was physically weak and unsuitable for military training. This way, Lin Chen could gain an extra month to study and level up. After this month, he would officially enter the class to learn systematic courses. Bai Yuru did not refuse Lin Chen's help. Given that the two needed to create exam questions, Bai Yuru and Lin Chen agreed to meet at the library the next morning. St. Demon University covered a vast area, and there were as many as 5 libraries. The one Bai Yuru and Lin Chen were heading to was the northernmost library. This library was usually quiet, and most of the books stored there were rare editions related to forgers and other vocational fields like mechanics. In other words, once they left this library, it would be nearly impossible to find the same book elsewhere. Lin Chen and Bai Yuru chose a corner to sit down. The environment in this library was serene, surrounded by greenery and screens that provided privacy while enhancing the aesthetic appeal. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration as he entered. However, his attention was soon drawn to the 2 large stacks of books Bai Yuru had selected for him. "These books?" Lin Chen asked. Bai Yuru looked up with a calm smile on her face. "These books are specifically chosen for you. They are all foundational courses that are quite suitable for you, but the books in this library cannot be taken out, so you can only read and absorb them here." Lin Chen nodded. Most of the books stored in this library are ancient texts. Even the reprints are of a value that ordinary people cannot imagine. However, looking at the many books Bai Yuru had found for him, Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. It seemed that his study progress could catch up again soon. With such a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, Lin Chen couldn't afford to slack off. Seeing Lin Chen take out his notebook and start absorbing the information, Bai Yuru secretly smiled to herself. Yet, she maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. "You should first familiarize yourself with the skills of equipment destruction and seal forging. These 2 skills are the most commonly used by blacksmiths and are essential for us to master. Seal forging and equipment destruction are similar to illusion forging. They are self-protection skills for blacksmiths and one of the skills we can use during combat. Seal forging can erase the attribute effects of enemy equipment to a certain extent. The equipment destruction skill can directly destroy the enemy's equipment, which is considered an advanced skill of seal forging." After explaining, Bai Yuru couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen with suspicion. The equipment destruction skill is, after all, an advanced skill of seal forging. Generally, people learn seal forging first before moving on to equipment destruction. How come Lin Chen learned equipment destruction first and was completely clueless about seal forging? However, Bai Yuru didn't dwell on this point for too long. Since you already know the equipment destruction skill, you should be able to learn seal forging quickly as the 2 are interconnected. Moreover, the difficulty of the equipment destruction skill is slightly higher than that of seal forging. But I think you can also learn unsealing forging at the same time. Hearing a new term from Bai Yuru, Lin Chen immediately raised an eyebrow. "Unsealing forging. Is this the opposite skill of seal forging?" Bai Yuru nodded. "That's right. These 2 skills can counterbalance each other, and they appear quite frequently in our blacksmith community's combat. So you can learn that as well." Lin Chen had rarely been on the battlefield. Most of his time was spent forging equipment in the laboratory. Even when leveling up, he had a large group of shadow guards helping him clear out surrounding beasts. These shadow guards would even assign some of their members specifically for personal protection during the clearing process. Plus, with the death scythe and the 1000 machine ring in his hands, he hardly had time to engage in combat with others. However, this did not diminish Lin Chen's interest in battle. In fact, he was quite eager to have a back-and-forth fight with someone. With this thought, a serious expression appeared on Lin Chen's face. "Is this all the reference books?" Bai Yuru tapped the table and casually opened a test paper. "That's right. The skills I just mentioned have a very high examination frequency among the senior students." Since Bai Yuru said so, Lin Chen was determined to give it his all. In the following time, Lin Chen spent almost all his time reading. The books Bai Yuru selected had gone through a round of review. When they were presented to Lin Chen, the knowledge points were particularly concise, requiring him to take more time to digest. As for Bai Yuru, she quietly flipped through books in the library while also jotting down notes and sketches on paper. These knowledge points were related to the exam questions Bai Yuru would be giving in a few days. Therefore, she had to treat them with caution. Moreover, this was different from university exams and high school theoretical tests. Every exam here combined theory and practice. This meant that after completing the written test, students also needed to undergo practical examinations. In this way, Bai Yuru needed to provide a batch of equipment that had already been sealed. Each piece of equipment had to be strictly controlled to avoid situations where the sealing was either too strong or too weak. Fortunately, there weren't many students participating in the entrance exam this time, just about 10 in total. Crafting this batch of equipment wasn't too difficult. The challenge lay in the sealing phase. However, this little matter was something Bai Yuru could easily handle. Otherwise, the school wouldn't have entrusted such an important entrance exam to her to manage entirely. After Bayuru finished preparing the exam questions, her attention turned to Lin Chen. With so many books, Lin Chen obviously couldn't read them all at once. The books Bayuru selected not only covered skills like sealing forging and equipment destruction but also involved courses he would study in college, such as unsealing and attribute locking. Lin Chen was currently quite interested in sealing forging and equipment destruction. Moreover, with the foundational skill of equipment destruction, learning sealing forging became even more efficient for him. He could even integrate the skill of unsealing. As a result, Lin Chen and Bayuru's progress strangely leveled out. When Lin Chen put down his notebook, Bayuru's voice leisurely followed. I suppose you've been studying the relevant theoretical knowledge recently? How about you provide the equipment for this batch of candidates' unsealing exam? It's a good opportunity for you to practice. Lin Chen didn't expect Bayuru to entrust such an important task to him for practice, and for a moment, he was a bit taken aback. Are you sure you want me to practice? Bayuru blinked. If not you, then who else? You're my assistant that I've trained myself. And now that you have the chance to do sealing forging, you should seize it, right? Lin Chen nodded. Having more opportunities to practice was naturally the best, and it would also save him time from going back to the lab to continue practicing. Besides, just learning theoretical knowledge was useless. Everything had to wait for practical results. So Lin Chen immediately followed Bayuru back to his lab. With Bayuru guiding him, Lin Chen quickly got the hang of sealing forging. It's worth mentioning that the sealing forging skill also involved a branch later on. Therefore, before getting started, Lin Chen had to find the corresponding scrolls to learn. However, sealing forging was a basic skill that a forger should possess, so it wasn't difficult for Lin Chen to search for them. Once he absorbed the relevant skill scrolls, Lin Chen truly got hands-on. In just 2 days, Lin Chen managed to produce all the sealing equipment that Bayuru needed. These pieces of equipment would ultimately be presented to the forgers participating in the entrance exam as practical exam questions. When Bayuru saw that Lin Chen could forge all the equipment in such a short time, she was not only surprised but also impressed that he could control the sealing effects of each piece. If the first realization left her astonished, the latter truly shocked her. It was known that even after years of study, Bayuru would need to invest more effort and energy to balance the sealing effects of each piece of equipment in such a short time. Yet, Lin Chen, a freshman, made it seem so simple and easy. How could this not astonish Bayuru? Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained calm, leaving Bayuru at a loss for words. She could only silently elevate Lin Chen's ranking in her mind, even though he was still just a first-year student. But the strength and talent he displayed had already far exceeded Bayuru's imagination. It even made Bayuru feel a sense of illusion. Perhaps the strength Lin Chen was showing now was not all of it. He might be hiding many unknown abilities. For example, in the area of equipment forging, Lin Chen had mentioned before that his talent increased the success rate of equipment forging. However, until now, Bayuru had never seen Lin Chen fail at forging. Therefore, Bayuru quickly thought to herself, your current success rate for equipment forging should be at least 80%, if not 100, right? Lin Chen did not expect Bayuru to notice this, but he wasn't hiding it either, so he readily nodded. That's right, it's exactly 80%. It's just that I'm lucky, and the probability of failure is relatively low on ordinary days. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Bayuru felt a pang of envy. For forgers like them, a success rate of 50% was already like winning the lottery. Who would have thought Lin Chen's talent was so astonishing, directly giving him a 30% increase in success rate? Sometimes, it really was true that comparing people could make one feel inferior. Not wanting to dwell on this frustrating matter, Bayuru immediately said, since your forging success rate is so high, I think there's a particular career branch that suits you exceptionally well. But since you've already learned multiple career branches, it might be a bit difficult to learn others. At this moment, Bayuru still did not know that Lin Chen had the ability to learn all career branches. She only felt a bit regretful. The forger career branch was also divided into many subcategories. Each subcategory had different learning directions, and naturally, the career branches a forger could absorb would also differ. Take Bayuru for example. She chose the agile attack type of forger career branch, so the career branches she could access could only be those under the agile attack category. In contrast, there were also support types, strong attack types, defense types, poison doctor types, and main career types, among several major categories. According to Lin Chen's choice when he enrolled, he was clearly learning the agile attack type of career branch. In fact, Bayuru could even be considered half a leader for Lin Chen. This was also why when Bayuru mentioned in the group that Lin Chen had become her assistant, everyone else immediately lost interest. Lin Chen had already chosen a major branch. No matter how much others valued Lin Chen, he could not switch to learning other major career branches. However, What Bayuru did not know was that these major category restrictions were practically non-existent in front of Lin Chen. It should be noted that the dwarf forging Lin Chen was learning belonged to the support-type career branch, while material forging belonged to the main career type. These two were inherently contradictory. It was impossible for an ordinary forger to coexist with both. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had a cheat. Therefore, when he learned that there was a new career branch particularly suitable for him, curiosity inevitably appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. What career branch is it? The forger career branch had hundreds of options. Lin Chen had only come into contact with a few so far. He really didn't have time to study each one individually. Moreover, forgers were inherently part of the life professions, and there were too many obscure branches under life professions. Sometimes, if one wasn't careful, they might miss out for a lifetime. Bayuru smiled and then said slowly, "I don't know if you've heard of solidification forging?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Solidification forging? In his memory, Lin Chen had indeed paid attention to this career branch skill, but he had not gone to specifically learn about it. He had only glanced at it hurriedly while flipping through books earlier. At that moment, Lin Chen's entire focus was on material forging, leaving him no time to pay attention to a more obscure career branch. Perhaps sensing the meaning in Lin Chen's eyes, Bayuru found it somewhat amusing. Don't think of this career branch as obscure, it's quite the opposite. In fact, if used properly, this career branch can become an extremely rare and powerful skill. Lin Chen looked at Bayuru in confusion, waiting for her to explain further. Bayuru indeed did not disappoint him and soon spoke softly. Solidification forging is an auxiliary career branch, which is completely distinct from our agility-based attacks to some extent. So right now, you might not be able to absorb and learn it. However, solidification forging can seamlessly complement your talent, because solidification forging is essentially the ability to grant equipment a secondary attribute. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood why Bayuru said this skill had an excellent compatibility for him. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful auxiliary skill. Unlike auxiliary skills like dwarven forging or the blessing of the giant god, if he could master solidification forging, Lin Chen would be able to continuously add attribute entries to blank equipment. Just this one ability alone would likely attract countless admirers and attention, right? Nowadays, having a single attribute entry on the equipment in everyone's hands is already a rare occurrence, not to mention adding entries to attribute equipment. Solidification forging just happens to be able to solidify the first attribute entry while adding a second attribute entry. With such a powerful skill, Lin Chen couldn't understand why no one was learning it. It was even so obscure that it was less popular than material forging. Thinking of this, Lin Chen simply asked, "Since this skill is so powerful, why is no one learning it?" Bayuru chuckled lightly. Of course, it's because the learning conditions for this skill are particularly harsh. First, it has a very high requirement for our mental strength, and secondly, once someone learns other auxiliary career branches, it becomes very difficult to successfully learn solidification forging. Our school has had seniors conduct related tests and research on this phenomenon, but so far, no reasons have been found. So, solidification forging has become this cold. Lastly, the skill scrolls for solidification forging are incredibly rare. Perhaps among 10,000 forgers, you might not even find one. This is also why people are almost forgetting this career branch now. Bayuru continued to ramble on, while Lin Chen grew more and more excited as he listened. Others might not be able to learn solidification forging, but that didn't mean he couldn't. As for the rarity of the skill scrolls, that was nothing compared to what the country could provide. So as long as the country could send him the solidification forging skill scroll, and with Lin Chen's sufficient mental strength, learning and absorbing this skill would be completely feasible. But what did this have to do with Lin Chen's talent? The ability of solidification forging is indeed strong, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with my talent, right? Bayuru propped her chin and said, if it were someone else, that would naturally be fine. But a mentor at our academy once published a related academic paper, and in his paper, there was a point that everyone overlooked. The success rate of solidification forging is bound to the success rate of forging equipment. In other words, whatever your success rate is for forging equipment, that will be your success rate for solidification forging. So if you can absorb the solidification forging branch, with your current talent paired with this profession, it would be a guaranteed kill. Lin Chen had not expected such a layer of connection in between. At this moment, Lin Chen finally realized where the gap lay between him and seniors like Bayuru. Whether in practical skills or theoretical frontiers, it was a realm Lin Chen had never explored. Therefore, merely having practical skills was far from enough for Lin Chen now. He also needed to pay more attention to the information circulating within the academic community. After all, not all information is available in books. Just like at this moment, if he simply flipped through books, all Lin Chen would see were the learning conditions for solidification forging. As for deeper information, it was not written in the books at all. I understand. The success rate of solidification forging is tied to the success rate of equipment forging. I currently have an 80% success rate in forging, so the success rate for solidification forging will definitely not be lower than 80%. In a way, this skill fits seamlessly with my abilities. Bai Yuruan nodded. At the same time, a hint of regret appeared on her face. That's right, but it's a pity that you have already chosen the illusion forging branch. If you want to learn solidification forging now, it's already impossible. Not to mention the large category in between. Even if Lin Chen were learning auxiliary branch skills, wanting to switch to solidification forging would still require considerable effort. He might even face the risk of failure. Therefore, the number of blacksmiths who can master the solidification forging branch skills in the entire Dragon Country is probably less than 3. A playful smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Then what if I could learn this branch skill? Bai Yuruo was taken aback. How is that possible? You are clearly learning agile attack skills, and now you want to learn auxiliary skills? There's a thick barrier in between. Even if our branch skills can be integrated, that's only for a very few professional skills. Like the ceiling forging we are trying to master now, although it belongs to the main profession category, there are already many skills open in this large category, which are basic skills that every blacksmith must master. But that doesn't give us the reason to casually cross over to learn other major branch skills. Bai Yurua's face was full of disapproval. The moment she heard Lin Chen's words, Bai Yurua almost wanted to break down all the reasoning and explain it to him. You've learned quite a bit in my lab these days. Even though we are all blacksmiths, everyone has different main attack directions, so it's better not to easily switch to other major categories. If you're not careful, you might just explode and die. Bai Yurua's words were not alarmist. This information was basically built on the experiences of predecessors. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Senior, actually I have another talent. Bai Yurua looked up in surprise. You have another talent? Lin Chen tapped the table. Yes, if I only had a talent that increases the success rate of forging, wouldn't you think that's too thin? If it were when Bai Yurua first met Lin Chen, she might have thought his talent was too useless. The success rate of forging equipment was indeed important, but it could also be improved through external forces. Many people in the industry were researching related practical operations. However, after truly witnessing Lin Chen's success rate in forging equipment, Bai Yurua felt that this talent was simply terrifying. A success rate far exceeding 50%. Not a single failure so far. If this data were released, Lin Chen would probably be borrowed for research every minute. Now, hearing Lin Chen say this, Bai Yurua felt a blockage in her heart. Because Lin Chen's talent is so pitiful, who else could possibly compare? Yet, Lin Chen's serious demeanor left Bai Yuru speechless. What else could be said? Everyone is born with just one innate talent. If your talent is stronger than others, that's one thing. But now he tells her he has 2 talents? Surely, he must be joking. Bai Yuru couldn't help but scoff internally, her smile nearly cracking. So what is your second talent? Lin Chen smiled and pulled out a skill enhancement scroll from his pocket. Of course, this skill enhancement scroll didn't carry any attribute tags. It was merely a single attribute boost. If it had attribute tags, Lin Chen worried it might provoke too much. Moreover, once Bai Yuru learned all of Lin Chen's secrets, there would be no escaping the contract she would have to sign. To avoid bringing her unnecessary trouble, Lin Chen thought it best to keep some things under wraps. What he revealed was merely information he was willing for others to know. For instance, he could also learn the crafting profession branch. Initially, when Bai Yuru saw the skill enhancement scroll Lin Chen handed over, she was a bit confused about his intentions. But the moment she saw the smile on Lin Chen's face, she suddenly had an epiphany and blurted out, "Did you make this skill enhancement scroll?" Lin Chen nodded with a smile. That's right. My second talent is the ability to learn auxiliary profession branch skills. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuru couldn't help but gasp. The barriers that others struggled to overcome were merely a threshold Lin Chen easily crossed. He even had the leisure to learn skills from other profession branches. Bai Yuru originally thought the first profession branch skill Lin Chen encountered was her own illusion crafting. Now that she thought about it, it seemed Lin Chen had already been exposed to profession branch skills before even starting school. Realizing this, Bai Yuru's gaze towards Lin Chen carried a hint of resentment. I originally thought you were a clever and somewhat average junior brother. Now I see you're just playing the fool to catch the tiger. Lin Chen bashfully scratched his head. With so many geniuses at Holy Magic University, my abilities shouldn't count for much, right? If we really talk about ability, I'm just at a half-baked level right now. I'm afraid I still have a lot to learn. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Bai Yuru, who had spent so much time with him, could genuinely feel that he was speaking from the heart. However, Bai Yuru felt a bit frustrated. If she had known Lin Chen's talent was so formidable, her study plan would certainly not have stopped here. Suddenly, Bai Yuru lifted her head. Lin Chen, do you want to absorb the solidification crafting profession scroll? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. If I can learn it, that would be the best. But, Lin Chen had absorbed quite a few profession branch skills over the past month. His energy value was clearly nearing the critical threshold. The solidification crafting profession branch skill was obviously different from other professions. Therefore, absorbing and merging it would require a significant amount of energy. Lin Chen didn't dare to try it lightly. He had firmly remembered what the doctor said. Once he exceeded the critical value, the consequences could range from serious injury to death. No matter how much he wanted to learn, he wouldn't joke with his life. Surely, the military wouldn't allow Lin Chen to engage in such dangerous activities. Bai Yuru raised an eyebrow, sensing something. Is there something difficult about it? Lin Chen nodded. There are indeed difficulties. Recently, I have absorbed several skill scrolls, including the current ceiling forging. If I were to learn solidification forging, not to mention the success rate, I'm afraid my energy value wouldn't hold up, and a mental breakdown is also a possibility. Bai Yuru had indeed not considered the issue of energy value. Most forgers of Bai Yuru's level do not learn other types of professional skills in bulk. Often, they choose one professional skill and begin to delve deeply into research. Naturally, there are no concerns about mental strength and energy value. But Lin Chen is different. He has a broader range of choices. Therefore, the problems he faces are more severe. Bai Yuru scanned Lin Chen from top to bottom. In that case, you can only go to the school's dungeon to level up. With a goal and direction, Lin Chen was instantly filled with motivation. Moreover, the more skills he mastered, the greater the advantage he would have for future forging materials or equipment. Lin Chen had a concept in his mind. This idea was inspired by the previous mental imprinting he received. Lin Chen could imprint similar attribute entries onto blank equipment. So when Lin Chen mastered the skill of solidification forging, the two could complement each other perfectly, directly achieving mass production. Solidification forging would allow Lin Chen to refresh the attribute entries of the equipment to the best level. Mental imprinting could continuously copy the reference equipment's attribute entries. This means that the army only needs to provide equipment that meets the requirements. Lin Chen could complete the last two important processes of the production line, achieving mass production. In this way, the army's demand gap could be greatly reduced. Even if it wouldn't shrink to nothing, at least it wouldn't be as tight as it is now. Lin Chen's calculations were quite good. However, Bai Yuru suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. I remember I seem to have talked to you about material analysis, but I didn't mention forging tools? Lin Chen turned around with a puzzled expression. Seeing Lin Chen's bewildered look, Bai Yuru couldn't help but slap her forehead. This is also my fault. Forging tools should actually be studied together with material analysis. These are elite courses for later stages. Generally, new students like you wouldn't come into contact with them, but your talent is good, and your comprehension ability is a bit better than others, so learning it in advance isn't a bad thing. At this point, Bai Yuru began to explain in detail. It's not enough for us to just understand forging materials, and I think you may have noticed that the time a forger takes to forge equipment often varies, sometimes taking as long as 10 days, half a month, or even several years. But if we can make good use of tools, the time required to place the equipment into the forging space will be greatly reduced. Lin Chen had indeed not considered this angle before. Hearing Bai Yuru's explanation, he became fascinated. The tools we use daily include dissolvers, centrifuges, and cutters. These machines can greatly help us process forging materials. Forging tools belong to the auxiliary category, similar to the material enhancement coupons you made earlier, all meant to assist our daily tasks and even combat. However, due to barriers between major categories, we usually prepare these tools in advance, so most forgers only need to learn how to use them. But with your talent, it's not impossible to forge a batch of tools for your own use. You just need to thoroughly study the principles behind them, but for now, you only need to understand the structure and usage of these tools. Lin Chen nodded, then followed Bai Yuru into her material storage room. Lin Chen had never stepped into a material storage room before. His usual activities were confined to the outside laboratory. He was always quite reserved around Bai Yuru's lounge and materials room. However, with Bayuru's permission this time, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. Bayuru's materials storage room was much tidier than Lin Chen had imagined. It was worth noting that Lin Chen's previous laboratory at the first high school was a complete mess. If it weren't for teacher Su helping him tidy up, Lin Chen would have had nowhere to stand. In contrast, Bayuru's laboratory was always spotless, and even the materials storage room was meticulously organized, with each type of material clearly designated a place. It was striking at first glance. Bayuru quickly made her way to the corner of the room and used the necklace around her neck to open a large box in the corner. Lin Chen could clearly see that the box contained various forging tools. These tools looked particularly new, likely because they were cherished. In fact, forging tools could be considered luxury items among blacksmiths, not to mention that Bayuru had a complete set. After all, many blacksmiths chose not to pursue auxiliary career branches. Therefore, those blacksmiths who needed forging tools had to buy them at high prices from other blacksmiths. Moreover, these forging tools also came in different grades. The complete set of forging tools in Bayuru's hands was of mid to high quality. Having been here for nearly 2 months, this was the first time Lin Chen had seen them, which made it clear how precious this set of forging tools was to Bayuru. Bayuru asked Lin Chen to help take the forging tools out, and then explained their principles and usage to him one by one. Lin Chen learned quickly and was able to operate them skillfully in no time. However, with Bayuru beside him, Lin Chen soon said, "Senior, I've almost got the hang of it. Let me take the rest back and work on it slowly. Staying here, I'm afraid I might disturb you." Bayuru raised an eyebrow. Her laboratory could easily accommodate a dozen people. However, Bayuru still had to deal with the equipment for the practical exam, so she naturally couldn't pay attention to Lin Chen. "Can you manage it when you go back?" Lin Chen smiled. "I think I'll be fine." Bayuru turned to look at the entire batch of tools, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. "Then why don't you take these tools back to use?" Lin Chen shook his head. This batch of tools was indeed excellent, but it was obvious to anyone that Bayuru cherished these tools. Lin Chen was also worried about any accidents that might happen on the way back, so he firmly refused. "No need, I will also be forging equipment independently in the future, and I will procure my own set of tools. Even if I can't procure them, senior, don't forget I can forge them myself." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Bayuru nodded. However, out of concern for Lin Chen, she still had him practice in front of her. "Just getting the hang of it isn't enough. How about this? You first refine a portion of the materials for sealing and forging for me to see, okay?" Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly picked up the dual pearl flower and the alchemical stone placed beside him. He proportionally put the two materials into the separator, skillfully operating the machine to carry out the processes of decomposition, purification, and fusion. Seeing Lin Chen's actions, which were incredibly proficient, Bayuru couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. With Lin Chen's level of skill, it would be hard for anyone to believe he was a novice, unless Bayuru confirmed that he had only just come into contact with these forging tools today. She was afraid she would have to suspect that Lin Chen was deliberately hiding his skills in front of her. However, Lin Chen's proficiency reassured Bayuru a little. This way, she could more confidently hand over the equipment needed for the exam questions to Lin Chen for him to make, right? Moreover, Lin Chen's adeptness with these forging tools would only make their collaboration smoother in the time to come. Coupled with Lin Chen's high success rate in forging, just thinking about it made Bayuru happy. "No wonder you were admitted as the top student. It seems your practical skills are quite good." Lin Chen scratched his head. "I'm just more accustomed to practical training, and refining materials is quite similar to using these tools, so I naturally got the hang of it much faster." However, at that moment, Bayuru fiddled with the sealing materials Lin Chen had just refined. When checking the attributes, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. "The refinement level reached 95% on the first try? Your efficiency is probably higher than that of the senior students who usually get 80 or 90%, right?" Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. "Maybe it's because of my extremely high forging success rate." For a moment, Lin Chen couldn't find a good reason. Bayuru lowered her head in thought, then nodded. "Perhaps it really is due to your high forging success rate. It's a pity I'm not studying this area, otherwise, I could delve deeper into it." Hearing Bayuru say this, Lin Chen felt both fear and dread, but at the same time, he was a bit relieved. As expected of a student from the Holy Demon University, when faced with such inexplicable matters, the first reaction is to study it thoroughly. Lin Chen certainly didn't want to be treated like a lab rat for research. Therefore, he was even more grateful that Bayuru wasn't a talent in this field. As for whether he should worry about Bayuru spilling his secrets, from what Lin Chen knew about Bayuru, she was quite tight-lipped before getting his permission. Moreover, there were dark guards from the military secretly monitoring, so Lin Chen wasn't worried at all about being taken away. It seemed that submitting himself to the state had its benefits. Lin Chen left Bai Yuru's laboratory in high spirits. He turned around and returned to his own lab. Upon entering the lab, Lin Chen realized he didn't have any forging tools at all. However, this little problem was nothing to Lin Chen. He could still manage to make a batch of forging tools. Plus, forging tools didn't require spending skill scrolls. So, Lin Chen immediately sent a long list of materials to Qian Chao. The list detailed all the materials needed for the forging tools. Qian Chao didn't hesitate at all. Although he didn't understand what the items on Lin Chen's list were, when he saw that most of these materials were extremely rare, he promptly brought all the materials to Lin Chen's lab. Then Lin Chen began forging the other necessary tools. Forging tools might take others 2 or 3 days, but for Lin Chen, who had the effect of divine blessing, the time was greatly shortened. In just half a day, Lin Chen had already forged a complete set of equipment for himself based on Bai Yuru's design. Moreover, the tools he forged were of a higher level than the set Bai Yuru treasured. Forging tools wasn't difficult. The challenge was that there were very few auxiliary type forgers. Most people chose main profession types. Only a small number would choose other categories. This led to the price of forging tools rising year by year. Now that Lin Chen had directly made himself a set of top-tier tools, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He even had the leisure to check the attributes of the tools he had just forged. Separator, level, none, quality, king level. When purifying and separating, efficiency increases by 300%. Success rate increases by 90%. If processing materials of king level or above, the data will decrease accordingly. Lin Chen stroked his chin. It seemed that the batch of tools he forged was quite impressive. The remaining tools were similar, both in efficiency and success rate, having been enhanced under Lin Chen's forging. The key point was that this entire set of tools was of king level. It should be noted that the set of equipment in Bai Yuru's hands was only diamond level, yet, she treasured it dearly. If Lin Chen were to sell this set of equipment, a swarm of wealthy forgers would likely rush to him. With this batch of tools, Lin Chen immediately began preparing to perform sealing forging on the equipment. There were still many classifications under sealing forging. However, this time the exam question was relatively simple. Lin Chen only needed to use materials to forcibly seal the equipment. The candidates would then use various materials to unseal it, and that would count as passing. The equipment was naturally provided by the school. The level was not high, merely a 20-level platinum black gold necklace. The 20-level black gold necklace was relatively inexpensive. However, the level of the black gold necklace was quite decent. Despite Lin Chen casually producing diamond-level legendary equipment, in fact, many people could only equip golden or even platinum level gear. The 20-level black gold necklace provided by the school was already an extremely rare piece of equipment. Moreover, these black gold necklaces were clearly delivered to Bai Yuru's laboratory after being forged by a skilled forger. Looking at the attributes of this batch of necklaces, they were almost all controlled within a very small fluctuation range. This showed how formidable the forging skills of the other party were. Lin Chen nodded secretly. Even if he were to do it himself, without using mental imprinting, achieving such results would be somewhat difficult. Therefore, Lin Chen quickly immersed himself in the world of sealing equipment. To seal these pieces of equipment, first, a barrier must be formed using materials, then a supporting structure must be decomposed from the outer layer of the equipment, and finally, the supporting structure must be locked, and the barrier completely closed. Lin Chen followed these steps one by one. At first, he was a bit cautious, but as he became more skilled, his speed became astonishingly fast. Especially when his proficiency in sealing forging began to rise, the movements in Lin Chen's hands became so swift they seemed like a blur. The sealing materials had all been prepared in advance. Now, Lin Chen only needed to manipulate these sealing materials to form a connecting bridge for the seal. The last step was to reinforce the supporting structure. Whether it was the first step or the second, for others, it might take 2 to 3 hours. But for Lin Chen, this little task could be handled in just a few minutes. The number of sealed equipment beside Lin Chen grew, and by the end, the box next to him was completely filled. Looking at this batch of equipment, Lin Chen's eyes revealed a hint of interest. Next came the testing. This batch of equipment would ultimately be sent to the candidates. To prevent them from unsealing the equipment all at once, Lin Chen even specially wore the necklace. It must be said that sealing forging was indeed a great branch of the profession, especially for forgers. It could definitely be considered a life-saving skill. Just imagine, when encountering an enemy slightly stronger than oneself, one could directly seal the enemy's equipment with the help of sealing materials. This would undoubtedly create a greater survival space for oneself and even allow for a potential counterattack. To some extent, this skill is indeed necessary to learn. It's no wonder it has become one of the essential foundational skills for blacksmiths. One must understand that the self-defense capability of life professions is inherently weaker than that of combat professions. If one has no means of retaliation at all, wouldn't that make them nothing more than fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered? Just for this reason, countless blacksmiths are willing to spend time to light up this skill. After all, one should at least have some ability to protect themselves, right? Whether strong or weak, learning it is like putting on a layer of shield for oneself. Lin Chen looked at the equipment necklace he couldn't activate and finally understood why this skill was so popular, even becoming an exam question for the senior students at Holy Magic University. Black Gold Necklace Level, 20 Quality, Platinum Strength plus 80 Speed plus 50 Attack plus 100 Defense plus 100 Enhancement, 0 Status. Sealed. After finishing this batch of equipment, Lin Chen didn't rush to report to Bai Yuru. He still had to focus on leveling up. If his level didn't increase, he couldn't guarantee his energy value would rise, and naturally, he wouldn't be able to learn the skill of solidifying forging. Moreover, the blueprints Lin Chen had obtained a couple of days ago hadn't even begun to be forged. Even the military was waiting for Lin Chen to deliver a new batch of equipment. Therefore, while Lin Chen seemed unhurried, he was actually extremely busy. Even his schedule was packed to the brim. In the following time, Lin Chen simply took his leveling team into the school's dungeon. As Bai Yuru had said, leveling in the school dungeon was naturally much faster than anywhere else. First, the school's dungeon had undergone various evaluations and risk screenings, ensuring a certain level of safety. Second, with the school occupying such a large area, there were countless dungeons, so Lin Chen didn't need to go far to level up. Thus, Lin Chen spent this time comfortably in the dungeon. Since reaching level 30, Lin Chen found that the experience points required to level up had multiplied. Therefore, the small team surrounding him mostly went out to hunt wild monsters. Fortunately, they had signed relevant employment contracts at the beginning. Consequently, all the experience points gained naturally fell into Lin Chen's pocket. Watching his level rise little by little, Lin Chen finally slowed down his leveling pace when he reached level 35. Several days of continuous leveling had left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. The moment he returned to the laboratory, he checked the forging materials that Qian Xiao had just delivered. To his surprise, the materials he needed for the swift symbol had all been collected. Now, Lin Chen could find other things to do. So, he once again immersed himself in his forging space. One material after another was continuously thrown into the forging space. After enhancement, Lin Chen took them out to compare repeatedly. Finally, he selected the most suitable enhancement materials and put them all into the forging space. Then came a day and night of waiting. To be honest, after such a long delay before starting to forge the third piece of equipment, Lin Chen was quite curious. Especially with the example of the 1000 machine ring in front of him, Lin Chen naturally became curious about how the attributes of the swift symbol would change. After a day and night passed, Lin Chen finally heard the success prompt for the forging. He immediately couldn't wait to take out the swift symbol. Even though he was prepared, Lin Chen was still a bit surprised when he saw the attributes of the swift symbol, compared to the previous attributes. This time, the speed rune has clearly seen a significant enhancement. Moreover, it directly triggered the effect of Divine Blessing. Speed rune / diamond level wearing level. Level 30 attack plus 150,000 defense plus 150,000 attack speed plus 80% movement speed plus 100% skills, speed, slow, true damage speed, in speed state. In addition to basic attribute bonuses, an extra 100% attack speed bonus and 100% movement speed bonus can be obtained slow. In slow state, can weaken an unlimited number of enemy target units by 100% attack speed and 100% movement speed. True damage, hitting enemy units can obtain a true damage effect of 100%, ignoring enemy defense, with a 10% chance to break defense. The Scythe of Death in Lin Chen's hand perfectly complements the 1000 machine ring. The Scythe of Death is the main attack, while the 1000 machine ring allows for any of 3 forms to be chosen. Now with the addition of a speed rune, not only has it increased his movement speed, but it also comes with a true damage effect, and it's a group attack true damage effect. Who would dare to believe it if he said it out loud? Moreover, this is just the level before enhancement. Once enhanced, the relevant attribute entries will likely surge dramatically. Lin Chen continuously calmed his emotions while also pondering whether to enhance the 1000 machine ring and the speed rune. His current level has already reached 35. It won't be long before he steps into level 40. Therefore, the levels of the Scythe of Death, the 1000 machine ring, and the speed rune should also rise accordingly. However, what troubles him now is the materials for enhancement. Unlike the previous enhancement of the Scythe of Death, the materials needed for enhancing the 1000 machine ring and the speed rune are quite rare. but Lin Chen quickly found his target for this round of spending. The moment Zhang Fan received Lin Chen's message, he almost immediately took a helicopter to Sacred Demon University. The time wasted in between can be completely ignored. As soon as he knocked open the door to Lin Chen's dormitory, Zhang Fan strode in boldly, his eyes scanning the room. "Where's your equipment? Show it to me." Lin Chen only exchanged a glance and knew that Zhang Fan was impatient, so he just gestured towards the coffee table in his living room. "You came quite fast. Normally, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours by plane from Jiangnan province to the imperial capital." However, Lin Chen's message had only just been sent out for about an hour, and Zhang Fan was already at his door. Zhang Fan was completely focused on the equipment Lin Chen had just forged, with no other thoughts in mind. "I happen to have something to do in the imperial capital, and I didn't expect you to contact me so coincidentally." After saying that, Zhang Fan had already reached out to touch the 1000 machine ring. Upon seeing the attributes of the 1000 machine ring, Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel again. However, he had already seen it last time. Now he was even more curious about the other piece of equipment Lin Chen mentioned, so his gaze quickly shifted to the speed rune beside it. After scanning the attributes, Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "Another set of insane attributes. How on earth did you forge these?" Just the initial attributes were already so high, Zhang Fan couldn't even imagine how terrifying the final attributes would be if these pieces of equipment could be enhanced. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately raised his head. "You haven't told anyone else about this, have you?" Lin Chen immediately shook his head. "If I want to enhance my equipment, I naturally have to tell you first." After all, he was still waiting for Zhang Fan to provide the enhancement materials. Zhang Fan seemed to have thought of this as well, unable to suppress a low laugh, but there was a hint of joy in his laughter. "It seems I was right about the agreement I signed with you back then. You just need to list the reinforcement materials you require, and I'll see if I can get them delivered to you tonight since I'm in Kyoto right now." Lin Chen's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing this. "I've already prepared the list. Do you want to take a look now?" After saying this, Lin Chen handed a small notebook to Zhang Fan. Looking at the not-so-thin notebook, Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "I knew you wouldn't contact me unless you had something to gain. Turns out you were just waiting for me here?" However, the fact that Lin Chen thought of him first in such matters still made Zhang Fan quite happy. After all, which military district wouldn't want to borrow a couple of pieces of equipment from Lin Chen? Especially the Death God Scythe and the 1000 machine ring in Lin Chen's possession, which were practically at the top of everyone's wish list. With these two powerful pieces of equipment, tackling some dungeons would surely become more promising. It was known that just 1000 machine ring could allow an elite team to emerge unscathed from a heavenly level dungeon. Now, with an additional piece of equipment, who wouldn't want to build a good relationship with Lin Chen, as long as they weren't foolish? Now that Lin Chen only wanted some reinforcement materials, Zhang Fan could certainly provide them. But some of the materials you need are too rare. I might have to source them from other places. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to reinforce just yet. The reason he contacted Zhang Fan was merely to think of the contract they had signed earlier. Moreover, the Death God Scythe had yet to undergo a second reinforcement. Considering his level was nearing 40, it was time to upgrade the reinforcement levels of these pieces of equipment. After reluctantly seeing Zhang Fan off, Lin Chen finally checked the time. He then headed towards Bai Yuru's laboratory with a batch of sealed equipment. At this moment, Bai Yuru was still deeply engrossed in preparing for the upcoming exam. When she saw Lin Chen return so quickly, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. In just a few days, Lin Chen had managed to seal all that equipment? For an average person, sealing 1 or 2 pieces of equipment a day would already be considered impressive. After all, despite the seemingly simple sealing and forging process, it involved more than just a few knowledge points, and it had to be combined with practical skills and various environmental factors. Thus, the probability of failure was not negligible. Not to mention, Lin Chen was still a novice who hadn't even been exposed to systematic courses on sealing and forging before. It was only because Bai Yuru had outlined a range of knowledge points for him in recent days that Lin Chen had managed to learn a few things. Bai Yuru had originally thought that if Lin Chen couldn't seal so many pieces of equipment at once, she would help him later. Who would have thought that not only did Lin Chen complete it, but he did so in such a short time? Bai Yuru was utterly astonished. Just as she was about to check everything thoroughly, she froze in place the next moment. These pieces of equipment. Bai Yuru was responsible for this aspect of the exam, so her mastery of sealing and forging was naturally among the best in the academy, even making countless junior students look up to her. However, seeing the batch of equipment Lin Chen had sealed, she couldn't help but lose her composure. Their sealing levels are all exactly the same? How did you do it? Even if Bai Yuru wanted to control the sealing levels of this batch of equipment to a basic standard, it would require countless attempts. It was known that the most challenging part of the sealing and forging exam was not unsealing but perfectly sealing the equipment. Yet Lin Chen had done far better than this seasoned expert. This made Bai Yuru feel a sense of admiration. "You really are impressive." Lin Chen smiled. "It just means I put in a bit more effort, but I still have to thank the senior for finding those books for me. After this practice, I feel like I've become much more skilled." Bai Yuru shook her head helplessly. It wasn't really the effect of the books she found. Bai Yuru merely provided Lin Chen with a theoretical direction. The rest of the practical work had to be executed by Lin Chen himself. If it weren't for Lin Chen's sufficient talent and extreme diligence, reaching such a level would have been absolutely impossible. Didn't they see how the older students from the first few years were now particularly stressed about this entrance exam? Now, they were being left behind by a newcomer like Lin Chen. Thinking of it this way, Bai Yuru felt a bit more at ease. After all, she wasn't the only one facing setbacks. With Lin Chen's help, Bai Yuru's progress was naturally rapid. The exam questions that were supposed to take a week to complete were all finished by the 5th day. Therefore, after the new students' military training ended, the Forging Academy quickly welcomed their first entrance exam. However, this entrance exam did not include the new students. Instead, it was for students who had enrolled in the past 6 years. The Saint Demon University did not have a fixed number of forging students each year. Previously, there were no fixed colleges or majors. Thus, these recruited forging students were placed into various vocational colleges, even the Magic College. Now, everyone would gather together, which created a bit of confusion. But no matter what, the entrance exam for Saint Demon University was unavoidable. Even other colleges were probably already on high alert. Therefore, apart from the newly enrolled students, all the older students were eager to study hard. Unfortunately, the time for the entrance exam was set. Even if everyone was reluctant to face it, it was still approaching little by little. On this day, the newly built building of the Forging Academy finally opened fully. Unfortunately, this batch of students from the Forging Academy had little joy and even wore frowns. In the large academy building, the lecture hall on the first floor was chosen for this exam. As this year's entrance exam, the invigilators were naturally arranged from the academy's instructors. Lin Chen had never seen the instructors of the Forging Academy before, so when he entered the classroom with his equipment, he couldn't help but look up. The instructor had a square face and looked quite imposing when not speaking, and when he noticed Lin Chen looking over, his brows slightly furrowed. "You are also a student participating in this exam? How come I haven't seen you before?" Hearing the instructor's words, Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss. In the end, it was Bai Yuru, standing behind Lin Chen, who poked her head out and casually said, "Teacher Feng, this is not a student participating in the exam. This is a new student who just enrolled this year." Upon hearing Bai Yuru's explanation, a smile appeared on Feng Gang's face. "So, you are a new student who just enrolled this year. I wonder which class you were assigned to." Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then quietly replied, "I was assigned to Class 1. As soon as the name of Class 1 was mentioned, Feng Gang immediately understood. "Class 1? You are Lin Chen?" Lin Chen didn't expect the other party to identify him so quickly, but he nodded without hesitation. "That's right." Now, Feng Gang looked at Lin Chen with even more satisfaction. "So it's you. I had already heard of your name before you even enrolled. To have Director Zhao personally come to recruit a student, and still from our Forging Academy, that's the first time since the school was established." Just as Feng Gang finished speaking, the group of students who had entered the exam early had already turned their gazes to Lin Chen, each of them filled with curiosity and inquiry. It is important to know that the conditions for students in the forging department to enter the Holy Magic University are already quite strict, and the number of students who can enter each year is extremely limited. Yet, Lin Chen was able to have the director of the admissions office personally visit his high school, which shows that his strength should not be underestimated. Looking at the equipment Lin Chen was holding, a chill ran down the backs of a group of students. This is a university, and even though Lin Chen is a freshman, it doesn't mean everyone will truly look down on him. Once you enter university, no matter how many years you have studied, your enthusiasm for learning cannot compare to that of a new student who has just graduated from high school. Because of this, everyone felt that Lin Chen's competitiveness was quite formidable. The opponent's strength was already strong, and he had just enrolled. Seeing the equipment he was holding, it was clear that he had already been working with seniors and even mentors before entering the school. It seemed that Lin Chen was practically maxed out on buffs. Lin Chen himself felt a bit helpless. Feng Gang's unabashed praise was truly overwhelming for him. The key was that so many seniors' gazes were focused on him. Even if Lin Chen was a social butterfly at the moment, he could still be seen as socially anxious by so many people. Therefore, Lin Chen could only say softly, "I just happened to run into Director Zhao of Admissions." Lin Chen was verbally modest, but Gang would not think so. Considering that the exam was approaching, Gang did not chat with Lin Chen and Bai Yuru for long. He only instructed them to place their equipment and exam papers on the podium before leaving. The door to the exam room quickly closed. Gang had long lost his previous amiable demeanor and instead scanned the classroom. After silently counting the heads and confirming the number was correct, he spoke loudly. I believe everyone knows that this entrance exam is very important. Since everyone is here, let's distribute the exam papers first. The answering time for the exam is 2 hours, and the papers must be submitted after 2 hours. At first, when everyone heard there were only exam papers, they couldn't help but show some joy on their faces. However, when the 2 hours were up, Gang expressionlessly distributed all the equipment he had on hand. This time, we will not only test theory but also practical skills. The practical exam will cover seal and seal forging. Please complete the corresponding practical tasks within 48 hours. The locks on the equipment come with an information entry device. After entering the information, only one person is allowed to answer. If a second person's information appears, the exam results will be void. Now you can distribute the equipment and start the information entry. The 2-day time limit immediately caused a wave of wailing. However, due to Gang's intimidating presence, no one dared to shout out loud at that moment. As they each completed the information entry, Gang finally nodded. Next, you can go back and complete this practical task. Just remember the deadline for the exam. At this point, Gang pointed to the clock in the classroom that had already started the countdown. It was then that everyone realized the urgency of this exam. As soon as Gang left, everyone finally let out loud cries of despair. This time is way too short. The key is that there are only 2 days, and we have to complete both the seal and the seal forging at the same time. Isn't this asking for my life? It's over, it's over, it's over. I definitely won't get the credits for this entrance exam. If I can't get them, doesn't that mean I will fail both of these courses? Don't say that. I already failed once last semester. If I fail again this semester, won't that mean I have to extend my graduation? Don't even mention it. I've already failed 4 times. Amidst the wails of the crowd, some people lowered their heads to take a look at their equipment, but the moment they saw the status of the gear, they were left stunned. This equipment seems off. One person spoke up, and others began to examine their own gear. This time, 2 pieces of equipment were distributed. One was the whiteboard gear prepared by the school for their sealing and forging use. The second was the already sealed equipment that Lin Chen had prepared for them earlier. However, upon seeing the second piece of equipment, everyone looked puzzled. Why doesn't this equipment have any attribute display? Could it be that the school made a mistake? It shouldn't be a mistake. This is the entrance exam. Then how do we explain the lack of attribute display? It's still a platinum-level piece of equipment, yet it doesn't even show attack or defense attributes. It can't be worse than a whiteboard piece, right? Maybe this equipment is just damaged? A damaged piece of equipment can still be used as an exam question? Everyone was discussing fervently, but they couldn't come to a conclusion for a long time. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. Could it be that after this equipment was sealed, it just doesn't display attributes anymore? As soon as this was said, someone immediately retorted, "How is that possible? When we sealed equipment before, we could clearly see the attributes. Why is it that this one is the only one we can't see?" Just as he finished speaking, someone chimed in. Do you remember that there's a high-level skill in sealing and forging that can erase all attributes of the equipment? If we can't unseal it, then this piece of equipment will just become scrap. Hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes. Thinking about it this way, it seemed to make sense. Even though everyone practiced sealing and forging well on a daily basis, no one had reached such a high level yet. Who would have thought that the exam equipment sent to them would be at such a high level? How could they possibly unseal it? Realizing this, the wails from everyone grew even louder. Are we supposed to live like this? There's no way to live. My level is only mid-tier. How can I unseal a high-tier seal? I don't have the strength for that. So who prepared this equipment? I don't know. I just saw Senior Bai Yuru come over. Could it be that Senior Bai Yuru sealed it for us? That must be it. Damn it, why did we have to run into that female demon by this year? I've decided to hit the library hard for the next few days. Is anyone coming with me? Count me in. Faced with equipment that clearly couldn't be unsealed, everyone felt a bit frustrated. However, after the frustration, for the sake of their credits, they were willing to give it another shot. Although they had little exposure to such high-level skills, it didn't mean that the books in the library didn't have methods for unsealing. By following the methods described in the books and trying a few more times, they should be able to succeed, right? With this determination, everyone became noticeably more lively. Thus, a group of students set off in a grand procession towards the library. Along the way, they didn't forget to compare their equipment with others. In the end, they were astonished to discover that the ceiling level of each person's equipment was exactly the same. They had not been without practical exams before. Aside from the glaring forging exam, the equipment provided by the school was identical. Like practical exams for unsealing, achieving fairness is nearly impossible. After all, the exam questions need to be handled personally by the instructors. But instructors are not machines, so it's natural that everything cannot be identical. Therefore, this situation tests a person's character and luck. Everyone initially thought to find joy in hardship, wondering which unfortunate soul had the deepest seal. However, upon discovering the truth, they instantly lost their smiles, because everyone's seal level was exactly the same. In other words, this time everyone was starting from the same starting line. With this realization, no one dared to give up on themselves. Fortunately, the Forging Academy's teaching building was not far from the library. Moreover, this group of students arrived at the same moment as Lin Chen did a couple of days ago. Lin Chen had originally planned to read for a while in the library, but unexpectedly, this group of seniors walked in, leaving him momentarily stunned. Why weren't these seniors unsealing their equipment in the lab but instead came to the library? At this moment, Lin Chen was completely unaware. The exam questions he had helped create had caused great trouble for these seniors. However, wanting to avoid suspicion, Lin Chen quietly minimized his presence. Luckily, these seniors didn't notice him at all. After entering the library, they headed straight in the opposite direction from Lin Chen. The books stored over there were mostly skill books for main professions. Just by observing their familiarity, Lin Chen knew that they often came to this library. Thinking back, before entering St. Demon University, who wasn't a hard-working prodigy? Even after entering university, while everyone might have relaxed a bit, they certainly wouldn't waste their days. At the very least, they still put in some effort for appearances. So for the time being, Lin Chen quietly sat in his corner. A few rows of bookshelves away, a group of students lowered their voices. I'll look at the books over here, you guys check over there. Once we find a way to unseal, let's try it quickly. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although it was a practical exam, situations like theirs were not uncommon, so the school allowed it. There was no issue of cheating. After all, in the end, they still had to unseal their own equipment personally. It's important to note that the initial information was recorded by Fenggang himself. Once the information was entered, with their strength, it was absolutely impossible for them to think of any crooked ideas. In other words, if they had the strength to break the information entry system, why would they be here struggling to find books and methods? Wouldn't they unseal their equipment in no time? Thus, the group worked together, and for a moment, it could be considered a good collaboration. Before long, someone raised their hand with a book. You guys come look. This one seems to explain the method for unsealing high-level skills in detail. As soon as this person finished speaking, someone immediately took the book from his hands. The person was clearly the most respected among the group of students. At this moment, no one found any significance in his action of grabbing the book. After a quick glance, Wang Changheng nodded heavily. This is indeed a complete method. How about I try it now? With Wang Changheng saying this, everyone naturally couldn't wait. Then hurry up and try it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wang Changheng quickly took out his equipment and placed his hand on it. In fact, Wang Changheng was also quite nervous inside. This was his first attempt at unsealing a high-level skill. Plus, with so many people watching, he was afraid something might go wrong. Following the methods described in the book, and combining them with the theories and practical experiences they had learned earlier, Wang Changheng immediately began searching for the sealing medium for the equipment. Generally speaking, to seal a piece of equipment, one naturally relies on the sealing medium. The sealing medium also determines the extent to which a piece of equipment can be sealed. The first step is not particularly difficult, but it is not particularly simple either. Wang Changheng searched around, but ended up losing more than half of his energy without finding the so-called sealing medium, which made him a bit restless. Seeing Wang Changheng's pale face, everyone immediately gathered around to ask, "What's wrong? Can you find the sealing medium? Is something wrong?" Their questions were chaotic, and Wang Changheng's heart was also in turmoil. He could only helplessly shake his head. "I didn't find it." Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily incredulous. Someone couldn't help but take out their own equipment and began searching according to the methods described in the book, little by little. After 5 minutes, this person also shook their head with a pale face. "Really can't find it." The others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. If they couldn't even find the sealing medium, wouldn't that mean they couldn't even take the first step to unseal it? What were they even doing here? Moreover, not only could they not find the sealing medium, but they couldn't even understand the structure of the second layer. Now everyone was stunned. Could this exam be deliberately making things difficult for us? I don't think so. The entrance exams before were at most a bit tricky, but they wouldn't make it, so we can't find even a hint. So, in the end, the school has just increased the difficulty. However, Wang Changheng shook his head. This isn't increasing the difficulty. The person who set the questions must have deliberately hidden the sealing medium. We learned about hidden sealing mediums in the sealing forging course, but just because it was mentioned in the textbook doesn't mean everyone had actually practiced it. Moreover, that part of the content only occupied a tiny fraction of the textbook. It was so small that if people didn't look closely, they would miss it entirely. Now, however, it had become an exam question. How could that not make people feel frustrated? It felt like having a delicious roasted chicken placed in front of you, but with a layer of glass around it, allowing you to see but not eat. Everyone's thoughts were in turmoil, and in the end, it was Wang Changheng who picked up the equipment in his hands again. Since we can't find it, perhaps I can try to force it out with external force. Sealing equipment, in a sense, is a form of attack, but it can also be a defensive measure. One must know that when applying a seal to equipment, the sealing medium and the newly constructed structure usually have extremely high stability. It is this stability that makes the sealed equipment difficult to damage. When subjected to external force, the sealing ring and structure will exert force simultaneously. Wang Changheng's thinking was indeed somewhat different from others, so as soon as he expressed his idea, it immediately brought joy and excitement to everyone. Great! Why didn't I think of this before? As expected of a top student, why don't we try it out first? Wang Changheng nodded and immediately began to attack the equipment with a few other high-achieving students. Although they were forgers, everyone had a few pieces of life-saving equipment on them. At the very least, they had some offensive equipment. Even if their attack power wasn't strong, as long as they could buy a little bit of time for exploration, that would be enough. Sure enough, as Wang Changheng had just applied external force, he sensed some movement the next second. He immediately seized the opportunity to capture it. Time passed, long enough that the others who had also taken action beside him could no longer hold on and gave up, while Wang Changheng gritted his teeth and persisted. Finally, his mental energy cornered the sealing medium. At first, Wang Changheng thought the sealing medium had merely hidden itself. It was only when he put it into practice that he realized the sealing medium was not just hidden, it could also dart around. This was why so many people had failed to find even one sealing medium. However, Wang Changheng still had quite a few innovative ideas. With the sealing medium blocked, he naturally wasted no time and directly destroyed it. The first layer of the sealing medium disappeared, and Wang Changheng boldly tore apart the web-like structure bit by bit. The moment he felt the equipment seal lifted, Wang Changheng finally let out a sigh of relief. But when he opened his eyes, he suddenly sensed something was off and looked at the black gold necklace he was gripping. To his shock, he saw that the black gold beads embedded in the necklace had cracked in half without him noticing. Witnessing this scene, both Wang Changheng and the others present waiting for results were dumbfounded. Wang Changheng, now unable to care about anything else, immediately checked the attributes of the black gold necklace. Black gold necklace, level 10, quality, platinum, strength plus 20, speed plus 5, stamina plus 10, status, damaged. Seeing this, disbelief flickered in Wang Changheng's eyes. The others who also saw the attributes widened their eyes in shock. How could this happen? They had only lifted one seal. Who would have thought it would directly damage the equipment? Repairing equipment was known to be the most tedious task. If lifting a seal took 1 to 2 days, then repairing equipment would take at least 10 days to half a month. The key was that they didn't know if the school would directly deduct their credits for the damaged equipment. Now, everyone's gaze fell on Wang Changheng. What did you do? How did you directly damage the equipment? A bitter smile appeared on Wang Changheng's face. What did I do? I just followed our previous experience of lifting seals to break the sealing medium and structure. Who would have thought it would lead to equipment damage? Moreover, I discovered that the sealing medium in our equipment not only hid itself but also darted around within the equipment, making it impossible for us to find the beginning or the end. Even the structure was densely packed, like a spider's web. The person who constructed this structure must have put in a tremendous amount of effort. After hearing Wang Changheng's words, everyone couldn't help but feel disheartened. With the current situation, who would dare to continue lifting seals? A group of examinees racked their brains but couldn't come up with a countermeasure. The most feasible method had now been declared a failure. Thus, everyone felt a bit dejected. But the exam time was still ticking away. Until the last moment, some still didn't want to give up. A group of people tried various methods to find the sealing medium, but it was as slippery as an eel, making it impossible to grasp. In previous school exams, no matter how difficult, it had never been to the point where they had no clue at all. Suddenly encountering such a challenging exam question, despair inevitably crept into everyone's eyes. How are we supposed to earn credits now? I think this year's credits are definitely out of reach. No way. Lifting the seal is just too difficult. I might as well finish the seal forging first. Isn't seal forging even more time consuming? What can we do? Clearly, unsealing takes much more time. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well do what we can first. You're right, I should hurry and complete the practical exam for seal forging. A group of students chose to tackle the more difficult task of seal forging. It's important to note that compared to unsealing, seal forging is simply much easier. By the time they worked overtime to finish the practical tasks for seal forging, there wasn't much time left for unsealing. Thus, some students began to consider asking seniors who had their own personal laboratories for help. Even though the Forging Academy was only established this year, everyone had previously communicated as fellow forgers. Not to mention, some of the more capable forgers had long been absorbed by the school and assigned their own laboratories. Take Bayuru for example, her laboratory came about this way. However, Bayuru clearly wouldn't tell them the answer. Perhaps this exam question was something she had racked her brain to come up with to challenge them. So, after some back and forth, they simply sought out others. After all, both seal forging and unsealing are fundamental skills, and there's no distinction in sex or categories. They just needed to find a more skilled senior to act as an external aid. That day, Wang Changheng and a group of classmates waited at the bottom of the laboratory building. Their campus cards did not have access permissions, so they naturally couldn't enter the building. However, soon, a figure walked out from the laboratory building. Upon seeing Wang Changheng, the girl's eyes lit up. What kind of equipment is that? Let me see. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Changheng took a well-sealed black gold necklace from a companion and handed it over. Looking at the sealed black gold necklace in her hand, Xiao Yuyan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Who sealed this equipment? It's quite impressive. The purity of the sealing medium is very high. It must have reached the highest level when it was refined. At the same time, the sealing medium has been concealed and has an unstable nature. Impressive. Seeing Xiao Yuyan immediately deduce the situation of the equipment, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Wang Changheng cautiously asked, "Does senior have a way?" While holding the equipment, Xiao Yuyan walked toward the laboratory building and replied, "This equipment is sealed quite well. Even if you find the sealing medium and forcefully destroy it, the second layer structure is firmly fixed to the sealing medium. Once the sealing medium is destroyed, the second layer structure will definitely enter an unstable state, causing the entire equipment to break. In that case, it can't be considered a perfect unsealing, right? Actually, this is a little pit the question setter has dug." To everyone's surprise, Xiao Yuyan had already thoroughly analyzed the equipment in just a short time. The group of students was instantly overjoyed. "Senior, save us. We only have 1 day left. If we can't submit the equipment by 10 a.m. tomorrow, then our credits for the entrance exam will definitely be reset." Xiao Yuyan smiled and waved her hand. "I can at most provide guidance. The practical exam questions for the entrance exam do not allow others to intervene. If I help you unseal it, your scores might just disappear on the spot. This exam question is quite interesting, but it's not particularly difficult." Hearing this, everyone felt their eyes redden. Not difficult? Perhaps only Bayuru, the question setter, and Xiao Yuyan could say such a thing in the entire school. You should know that everyone stayed up all night for this exam question, just to complete the seal forging exam as early as possible. Otherwise, how could they find the time to deal with the sealing matters today? Fortunately, there is still some hope, even if it requires them to operate it themselves. At least they have a powerful ally like Xiao Yuyan. However, the looks directed at Wang Changheng still carried a hint of regret. Although Wang Changheng had already lifted the seal on his equipment, it was in a damaged state. Whether this practical exam would result in a reset or point deduction would ultimately depend on the teacher's decision. But no matter what, Wang Changheng was definitely not going to score full marks. In fact, he hadn't thought that much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought his classmates to seek help from Xiao Yuyan. Mainly, he was also curious about how to lift the seal on such a high-level sealing equipment. Anyway, there was still time, and his score was fixed. He had to be clear about things now, right? With Xiao Yuyan leading the way, everyone quickly entered his laboratory one after another. However, no one dared to touch anything in the lab. They all stood obediently in front of the workbench, waiting for Xiao Yuyan to speak. Xiao Yuyan didn't disappoint them and immediately pulled out a heavy wooden box from under the workbench. She then placed the wooden box on the table. If I'm not mistaken, the sealing medium should have been specially refined by the other party. Therefore, to find the first layer of the sealing medium, it must be done through a machine. Relying solely on your manpower to search, even if you spent 3 to 5 years, you might not find it. A sealing medium that could change at any time. Moreover, strong destruction would lead to the complete damage of the equipment. Without using machines, it was essentially a dead end. With Xiao Yuyan's hint, everyone suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Soon, Xiao Yuyan picked out a separator from a pile of tools. Who wants to try it first? Trusting Xiao Yuyan, a student quickly stepped forward. Under Xiao Yuyan's guidance, he directly tossed the equipment he was holding into the separator. As a forger, he had many opportunities to handle tools in daily life. However, most of the students present hadn't studied for many years, or after a few years of study, their grades weren't ideal, forcing them to repeat a year. Without a separate laboratory, they could only go to the public lab to use tools. But the public lab only had 1 or 2 sets of tools, which were mostly in high demand. This meant they rarely got to handle tools. So during this exam, they hadn't even thought about using tools to complete it. However, with Xiao Yuyan's experience, everyone was now filled with anticipation. It is well known that using tools would greatly shorten the time spent. This meant that among so many people present, excluding Wang Qingheng, who had already completed it, the next dozen or so could also rush to finish this practical exam with the help of tools. Perhaps with the pressure lifted, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. This equipment is quite special. Its structure is bound to the sealing medium, so if you want to lift the seal, you must destroy both the sealing medium and the constructed structure at the same time. Otherwise, if you only destroy one, the other will definitely trigger a chain reaction, causing the equipment to be damaged. Xiao Yuyan rested her chin on her hand, methodically directing the student in front of her to use the separator. Now you should see the sealing medium, right? Under the machine, no matter how well the sealing medium could conceal its progress, at this moment, everything was laid bare. The students were filled with excitement. I see it, should we destroy it now? Xiao Yuyan did not control the machine, so she naturally did not know the specifics, but based on her understanding of this equipment, the method she had just proposed was definitely feasible. Therefore, Xiao Yuyan quickly nodded. That's right, now that we can see the sealing medium and structure, we just need to destroy it directly. With Xiao Yuyan's affirmation, the student confidently pushed his mental power to begin destroying the sealing medium and structure. As both were destroyed, everyone saw the black gold necklace placed in the machine flash with a gleam. But the next second, a clear cracking sound echoed once more. At the moment the cracking sound occurred, Xiao Yuyan was still a bit taken aback. However, the student who had just been operating the machine immediately pulled out his black gold necklace from the separator. Seeing the glaring crack in the center of the necklace, the student was on the verge of tears. The equipment is damaged. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuyan immediately responded. How is that possible? After saying this, Xiao Yuyan looked at the black gold necklace in their hands. After comparing the two, a terrifying guess arose in Xiao Yuyan's mind. If it's not a problem with the sealing medium, then it can only be an issue with the structure. Isn't your teacher's question a bit too difficult? The sealing medium was strong enough, and now we still have to make a big deal out of the structure? At this moment, even Xiao Yuyan felt a bit incredulous. Wang Changheng and the others could only smile wryly and shake their heads. These pieces of equipment were sent by senior sister Bai. Upon mentioning Bai Yuru's name, everyone present felt a sense of despair. In the past, Bai Yuru would occasionally call them to experience her bizarre illusions. Now that it was Bai Yuru giving the exam questions, it was still so bizarre. Xiao Yuyan, however, found it hard to believe. Bai Yuru set the exam questions? Does she have a grudge against you? An entrance exam, no matter what, shouldn't be this difficult, right? Moreover, Xiao Yuyan was aware of Bai Yuru's strength. If Bai Yuru's crafted illusions were absolutely unsolvable, then how could her sealed equipment be so cunning? Wang Changheng and the others had seen Bai Yuru personally deliver the equipment, so they had preconceived notions that the equipment was all made by her. As for Lin Chen, who had accompanied her to deliver the equipment, they had long overlooked him. Even though Feng Gang had praised Lin Chen earlier, he was just a freshman. It was already impressive for a freshman to learn from Bai Yuru. How could he possibly set exam questions for them? It was simply impossible. Xiao Yuyan propped her chin up, her eyes shining as she looked at the equipment in front of her. If she had not known that this equipment was made by Bai Yuru, perhaps Xiao Yuyan would have been dismissive. But now that she knew, she was determined to give it her all. Both of them were among the stronger female blacksmiths in the blacksmithing community. Therefore, they often compared their work. This was a great opportunity to suppress her rival, and Xiao Yuyan would not let it slip by. Whose equipment can I use? I'll take charge myself. Upon hearing Xiao Yuyan's words, everyone couldn't help but retreat a bit. When the equipment was distributed to them, their information had already been recorded. If they handed the equipment over to Xiao Yuyan to operate now, it would mean automatically giving up on this exam, right? So they still wouldn't be able to earn credits. But now, there wasn't much time left for them. Xiao Yuyan had no experimental equipment in hand, and relying on their strength, it was simply impossible to pass this exam. After a moment of staring at each other, someone finally stepped forward. If I lose the credits for this semester, so be it. Senior, you can use my equipment. Seeing them so cooperative, Xiao Yuyan nodded in agreement. During the exam, which student didn't have a little scheme in mind? Especially when everyone was uncertain whether Xiao Yuyan could succeed in one go. Those who stayed until the end would definitely know the correct way to lift the seal, but they might also face the situation of not having enough time. So it was better to hand the equipment directly to Xiao Yuyan now. At least they could give it a shot. Xiao Yuyan took the equipment and immediately began her first experiment. An hour later, looking at the damaged equipment, a flicker of anger appeared in her eyes. Whose design is this? It's utterly unreasonable. This structure can't be touched at all. If you do, it instantly destroys all the attributes of the equipment. But if they didn't break the structure, where would they go to lift the seal on the equipment? This was clearly a deadlock. Although Xiao Yuyan grumbled, she quickly called for a second piece of equipment. Today, she was determined to tackle this equipment. While Xiao Yuyan was resolute, the other students were in utter despair. They had to remember that this was their exam question. Now, allowing Xiao Yuyan to come and experiment with the question was already a huge gamble for them. Yet, Xiao Yuyan had already experimented no less than 8 times. There were hardly any good pieces of equipment left. If this continued, it was likely that everyone present would fail this course. As Xiao Yuyan conducted her experiments, some students couldn't help but vent on the school's forum. I have every reason to suspect that this entrance exam from the Forging Academy is meant to mess with us. This isn't just messing with us, it's clearly designed to prevent us from earning credits. It's too twisted. Who came up with this year's entrance exam questions? I must avoid this mentor when I choose my courses next time. If even Senior Qiao can't solve it, then someone at my level should just give up. I'm dying of laughter. I already gave up after Senior Qiao failed 3 times. It's not that I don't want to earn these 3 credits, but this exam is simply impossible to pass. I'm really crying. If I fail again, I'll have to retake the exam at the end of the semester. Stop talking. See you all at the end of the semester. See you at the end of the semester. See you at the end of the semester. A group of students was frantically complaining. Naturally, this caught the attention of some seniors from the Forging Academy. Most of these seniors had been enrolled for quite a while, with some having been there for as long as 15 years. Seeing this post, they became somewhat curious. What kind of exam question is giving you all such a headache? Isn't it just the entrance exam? We've taken it before, haven't we? The difficulty of the entrance exam is about that level. It seems that this time Xiao Yuyan will have to go back and study hard again. The replies from the seniors immediately sparked indignation among this group of students. Seniors, please don't just stand there and talk without feeling the pain. This exam question is really difficult. Not to mention that our entrance exam difficulty should be at the intermediate level, yet the practical equipment we received is at the advanced level. Not only that, but we got a practical question on lifting the seal, and the first layer of the sealing medium has both concealment and mobility. The structure of the second layer is something we've never seen before. Just thinking about it makes me feel hopeless. Senior, you're so amazing. Why don't you come to the lab and help us figure this out? I really don't want to fail. I don't want to fail either, but my equipment is coming up soon, and it's really painful. Seriously, I'm about to cry. Seeing the responses from these juniors, the seasoned seniors couldn't help but laugh. Is there really such a thing? Since you all sound so mysterious, why not send over the lab building number? We're in Building 12, Room 305. Coincidentally, my lab is also in Building 12. Wait for me. Let me see how impressive this wave of unsealing equipment is. Remember to leave a piece of equipment for me to check out. A group of seniors received the address and immediately rushed to the corresponding lab. Compared to these juniors who hadn't been in school for long, the seasoned seniors had long since established their status and had access to all the major labs. Thus, they made their way to Xiao Yuyan's lab without any obstacles. When the juniors saw them arrive, their eyes lit up. Xiao Yuyan never expected that a single entrance exam question could attract so many seniors, many of whom had once guided her in her studies. Under the watchful eyes of these seniors, Xiao Yuyan could only step aside. Senior Lu, this equipment is a bit challenging. Why don't you take a look? Lu Tongtong nodded and immediately stood in front of the operating table. Compared to Xiao Yuyan, Lu Tongtong and the others, who had been studying at St. Demon University for over 10 years, were naturally much more skilled. As soon as they got their hands on the equipment, they quickly read the relevant information. "This equipment is indeed interesting," Lu Tongtong said with a smile, handing the equipment to a few of the boys who had come with her eyes glinting with curiosity. With their current abilities, it might be a bit difficult for them to unseal something of this level. The seniors who had come along carefully examined it as well. Before seeing the equipment, they had thought that this batch of students was exaggerating the situation. The difficulty of the entrance exam at St. Demon University was well known. No matter how hard it was, it wouldn't exceed their level of study. Now that this piece of equipment was revealed, it was clearly beyond expectations. What surprised everyone even more was that this equipment was merely an extremely ordinary platinum-level item. The materials used were particularly simple, just iron blocks and black gold beads. Forged from the simplest materials, the upper limit during the sealing process was certainly set. Yet, this ordinary piece of equipment had a sealing effect that far exceeded everyone's expectations. It should be noted that this batch of new seniors had long reached a high level of skill in unsealing. Not to mention, their experiences over the years of experiments and practice were naturally more complex than others. But a slippery seal like this was something they had never encountered before. Lu Tongtong's eyes narrowed in scrutiny. Then she placed the equipment into the separator in front of her. Xiao Yuyan's thought process wasn't the problem. The issue lay with the equipment itself. According to Lu Tongtong's analysis, this piece of equipment should have a particularly special function in its structure. However, the specifics still needed to be tested. Since there weren't many intact sealed pieces left, considering the margin for error, Lu Tongtong didn't forcibly destroy the sealing medium and structure according to the original unsealing procedure. However, after some probing, Lu Tongtong discovered that the structure of the second layer was indeed quite troublesome. Not only would it consume a significant amount of their mental energy, at the critical moment, the structure of the second layer would undergo new changes, evolving into a new layer of structure. This meant they had to face yet another new structure. All their previous efforts had gone to waste. Due to the significant depletion of mental energy, Lu Tongtong's complexion paled a few shades. Seeing this, the others hurriedly picked up their intact sealing equipment to start experimenting. They tested until nightfall, yet no one found a breakthrough, and their mental energy was significantly drained. The seniors who had previously mocked this group of students now felt a sharp sting of embarrassment. It shouldn't be like this. According to the method for unsealing, all the procedures we followed are correct. Why does the structure of the second layer evolve into a new one every time we reach the critical moment? The key is that the structure of the second layer has evolved, and we can't destroy both the sealing medium and the structure at the same time. If we can't destroy the sealing medium and the structure, how can we talk about unsealing? Is this really the entrance exam question? It doesn't feel like it. No, we have to try again. I refuse to believe that with all the experiments and research we've done, we can't handle such a small piece of equipment. Exactly, I will reconstruct the structural form we encountered earlier, and then we can compare notes. Maybe we can find some similarities or breakthrough points. Then I'll analyze the changes in the sealing medium's position. Tomorrow morning, we must conquer this piece of equipment. Everyone buried themselves in hard work. Many students had already started opening their chat windows with Phone Gang. By the end of the night, Phone Gang received several messages saying, "The wind on the rooftop is so strong. I'm so cold." This nearly scared Phone Gang into a cold sweat. He couldn't care less that it was still the early hours. He immediately started making calls one after another. However, the replies he received were astonishingly similar. "Teacher Phone, are you sure this entrance exam is reasonable? Even the seniors who are pursuing their PhDs can't solve this question. Do you think we can handle it? Teacher Phone, I'm going to fail again. My head is spinning. This unsealing question is too difficult. I'm feeling a bit hopeless. What should I do?" The uniform replies made Phone Gang's head spin, and he couldn't understand why this group of students was going crazy in the middle of the night. However, he eventually sought out Wang Changhong to understand the situation. When he learned that the entrance exam's black gold necklace had stumped a large number of people, Phone Gang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Entrance exam questions are generally not too difficult. Which mentor's seniors are you looking for? This level of difficulty was a bit too low, wasn't it? However, Phone Gang held back the last sentence and didn't say it out loud. Wang Changhong didn't hide anything from Phone Gang either. He even directly sent Phone Gang the building number of the laboratory. As a mentor, Phone Gang naturally had access to all the major laboratories. At 3 in the morning, Phone Gang crawled out of his comfortable bed and sped to the laboratory. When he pushed open the door, he saw his proud student, and his expression changed instantly. "Lu Tongtong?" Upon seeing her mentor, Lu Tongtong blinked her slightly reddened eyes. "Mentor?" Lu Tongtong was still unaware of how much trouble this group of students could cause. She was just a bit surprised by Phone Gang's arrival. Phone Gang never expected that the student he had just questioned would turn out to be his proud protege. Now, he felt like he had nowhere to hide his old face, but the next moment, Phone Gang felt a bit confused again. Lu Tongtong was a doctoral student he had personally mentored, and Phone Gang was quite clear about her capabilities. What kind of equipment was this? Even Lu Tongtong couldn't handle it? Curiosity filled his mind as Phone Gang directly took the equipment from Lu Tongtong's hands. Just a glance was enough for his expression to change. This exam question? That little girl by Yuru has already become so skilled in sealing and forging? Experience truly spoke volumes. In just that brief moment, Phone Gang had deduced 90% of the information. The sealing medium has characteristics of concealment and mobility. That alone is enough to stump you kids. And the sealing medium is tightly bound to the structure of the second layer. If you only destroy one of them, the entire equipment will be damaged. Seeing Phone Gang articulate the conclusions they had reached after several studies, all the students nodded vigorously. That's right, we already have several damaged pieces of equipment. Teacher, this question is just too difficult. Is this really the entrance exam question for us? However, Phone Gang ignored their complaints and stroked his chin. The structure of the second layer has set a trap for you, and this trap is very obvious, as if it's just waiting for you to jump in. Once you try to use your mental strength the structure will transform into a completely new form, and the forms will not overlap. Giving you only 1 day is indeed a bit unreasonable. Even Phone Gang himself felt a headache facing such sealing and forging. After all, the main focus of sealing and forging lies in the sealing medium of the first layer and the structure of the second layer. Now, the question setter not only set traps on the sealing medium and the structure but also bound the connection between the two. In other words, unless you can simultaneously break the sealing medium and the structure, there is absolutely no possibility of. Yet all the problems would revert back to the sealing medium with concealment and mobility and the highly variable structure. It was a deadlock. The students looked at Phone Gang with a hint of resentment in their eyes. But teacher, you only gave us 1 day, and now there are less than 7 hours left until the exam ends. Hearing this, Phone Gang couldn't help but cough lightly twice before saying slowly, this exam question is indeed a bit beyond the syllabus. Therefore, this exam will be nullified, and the practical exam for this entrance test will only focus on sealing and forging. However, this piece of equipment is quite interesting. Even if your current strength is insufficient, you can still study it well. If any student manages to make a breakthrough, they will receive an additional 10 credits. Upon hearing that credits could be increased by 10, all the students' eyes widened. They knew that credits at the Holy Magic Academy were extremely precious. Often, they would work tirelessly for an entire semester, only to earn 2 credits. Each year's entrance exam required them to take 7 or 8 subjects, and in the end, they would only earn 3 credits. If they failed even one subject, those 3 credits might be discounted. Now, Phone Gang had suddenly offered a reward of 10 credits. How could these students not feel a surge of hope? Credits at the Holy Magic University could be directly exchanged for rewards, and at a 1 to 10,000 ratio. After all, not every student came from a wealthy family. Forgers were also a profession that required significant financial investment. On a daily basis, everyone could easily spend 5 figures just on materials. Each semester, they would be lucky to earn a few scattered credits. This could be considered their extra effort. As a profession, each course is not only tedious and difficult to understand but also has a lot of practical projects. By the end of the semester, being able to earn the full 2 credits for a course is already an extremely outstanding achievement. Most students only manage to earn 1 credit at most. Even worse, some may not earn a single credit after working hard all semester due to not meeting course requirements. This is also why everyone works so hard. After all, credits can represent bonuses and money in a certain sense. Not to mention that the annual awards at the school are ranked from high to low based on the number of credits earned. Only those at the top can receive substantial scholarships or grants. However, students at the Forging Academy have other ways to earn money besides just credits. After all, everyone is a forger, and with a little more effort, there is still a significant demand from students in other academies. Otherwise, if they relied solely on credits to sustain their lives and research, most students at the Forging Academy would probably starve. Seeing the students' attention shift to the equipment, Phone Gang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, he even remembered to take away a piece of intact equipment. In fact, when he mentioned rewarding 10 credits, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. After all, even as a mentor, he might not be able to quickly lift the seal on that piece of equipment. There are simply too many and too varied changes involved. One misstep could easily lead to falling into a trap set by the questioner. Phone Gang could see the design intent of the equipment but could not lift the seal, which piqued his curiosity. Is this equipment really made by Bayuru? Does the girl have this kind of strength? Phone Gang found it hard to believe. As the time approached 5 in the morning, he still held on for a while longer. When it reached 6 o'clock, he finally dialed the phone. However, the phone rang for a long time without being answered, and Phone Gang began to feel a bit anxious. Why isn't anyone answering the phone? At this moment, Bayuru had no idea what was happening on the school forum. Naturally, she also didn't know how powerful the batch of sealed equipment forged by Lin Chen was. After handing all the exam questions to Phone Gang, Bayuru entered the special instance of Tsinghua University alone. Her main research direction was still illusion forging. Constructing an illusion usually requires a large amount of materials to support it, otherwise, it is impossible to recreate such a large and variable illusion. Since Lin Chen started learning from Bayuru, she had found it difficult to find time to enter the illusion instance. Now that she had a rare 2-day break, Bayuru wanted to go into the illusion to gather the materials she needed. Due to her special interests, the instances Bayuru entered were mostly of the dark type. At this moment, she had already pierced through the 7 inches of a swamp python with the heavy equipment on her arm. Looking at the dead python lying in the swamp, Bayuru approached expressionlessly and dragged the python's body out. Then she took a hammer from the small bag at her waist. The skin of the swamp python was particularly thick. A small knife could not cut through it at all, so she could only rely on the hammer to barely break it open. While it's just died, I need to quickly collect its gallbladder. It's a pity there's only this one python nearby. I still have a large gap to fill. Easily pulling out a gallbladder the size of a fist, Bayuru tossed it into the backpack behind her. Then she wiped the slime on her hands on her pants and continued to walk calmly in another direction. While Bayuru was not receiving any messages, Lin Chen was even less concerned about the situation on the Forging Academy's forum. He still hasn't been on the forum yet. As for the previous Blacksmith group, Lin Chen simply set it to do not disturb when he noticed that messages in the group were flashing nonstop every day. Unless he remembered, he generally wouldn't click into the group to check the messages. Moreover, he wasn't in the mood to look at group messages right now. At the Hangzhou Hotel in the imperial capital, as a 5-star hotel, each suite here has over 200 square meters of space. As soon as Lin Chen received the message, he booked a hot spring suite directly at the Hangzhou Hotel. Just before he heard the knock on the door, Lin Chen had just changed his clothes. At that moment, he was only wearing a thin pair of swim trunks, with a towel casually draped around his neck. Just as he was about to test the water temperature, the knock on the door sounded. Just push the door open. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, the person outside didn't hesitate at all and pushed the door open. Lin Chen, it seems like you've been doing quite well these days? Lin Chen turned around and saw the woman in a red dress, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten. It was known that she usually never wore such eye-catching colors. Most of the time, she was in strict and uniform black and white outfits. Rarely wearing a red dress made her figure appear even more curvaceous, and her impressive cleavage directly drew Lin Chen's gaze. Noticing Lin Chen's attention, Su Qilan couldn't help but feel a bit amused. It seems like we haven't seen each other for just a few months. Why are you suddenly giving me that look? My changes don't seem that significant, do they? Lin Chen chuckled lightly and waved at Su Qilan. Isn't it because you're just too beautiful, teacher? As the saying goes, one day apart feels like 3 autumns. After 2 months, you look much younger than before. Hearing Lin Chen's straightforward compliment, Su Qilan's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Since Lin Chen went to university, Su Qilan had been quite nostalgic for those earlier days. Taking advantage of her vacation, she thought about traveling to the imperial capital and visiting Lin Chen. Lin Chen also had some free time. They hit it off, and Lin Chen booked a hotel suite. Looking at the outdoor hot spring in front of her, Su Qilan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It seems that you young people really know how to enjoy life. If it weren't for the school giving me a break these days, I might not have had time to come out. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, it doesn't seem to be a holiday right now? Su Qilan smiled and glanced at Lin Chen. I worked overtime with you for so long, and since I was in charge of the graduating class, the school didn't assign me a homeroom teacher after the semester started. Now this is considered extra vacation time for me. Lin Chen didn't expect there to be so many twists and turns in between, and he chuckled while scratching his head. But looking at Su Qilan, who had just entered, Lin Chen couldn't help but say, "Teacher, why don't you go change into a swimsuit first?" Su Qilan glanced at the hot spring in front of Lin Chen and nodded with a smile. All right. I must say, the service attitude of the 5-star hotel is quite good. Su Qilan had just called for a swimsuit, and in less than 2 minutes, the hotel butler had already delivered the clothes to her door. Looking at the swimsuit provided by the hotel butler, Su Qilan's face turned slightly red. However, Lin Chen was currently leaning in the hot spring, admiring the city night view, completely unaware of Su Qilan's change in expression. Su Qilan bit her lip lightly, then blushing, she hugged the clothes and went into the bathroom. When she heard footsteps behind her, Lin Chen turned around. What caught his eye was a pair of long, straight, and fair thighs. The flesh on her thighs was extremely even. At this moment, Lin Chen's mind was filled with just one thought: white. Noticing the look in Lin Chen's eyes, Su Qilan's face flushed with a hint of red. What are you looking at? The teasing tone of the girl quickly brought Lin Chen back to his senses. His face still wore a semblance of calm and composure. Isn't it because I've never seen it before? The playful smile on Lin Chen's face made Su Qilan feel a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she finally just stomped her foot lightly. Alright, weren't we supposed to go to the hot springs? Lin Chen gestured towards the seat opposite him. Only then did Su Qilan realize. The bath towel fell gracefully to the ground, and Lin Chen caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze, followed by a flash of bright red entering his view. When he looked up, Su Qilan had already submerged herself in the water. However, the shimmering surface of the water could not conceal the beauty beneath. Lin Chen cleared his throat lightly and then pushed a cup of drink towards her. Want to have some drink? The fruit tea at this hotel is quite famous. You must try it when you come. Seeing the light pink drink Lin Chen pushed over, Su Qilan smiled as if she had regained the initiative. So enthusiastic, could it be that you've added something to this fruit tea? Upon hearing Su Qilan's words, Lin Chen immediately protested his innocence. I wouldn't dare do such a thing, but the taste of this tea is quite good. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try, teacher? Su Qilan had only been joking, but seeing Lin Chen's enthusiastic recommendation, she took a small sip. The moment the drink went down her throat, her eyes lit up. It's sweet and sour, really quite good. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. As long as you like it, teacher. The two chatted while admiring the night view of the city. The equipment that appeared in the recent exchange competition was provided by you, right? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. That's right. He had nothing to hide from Su Qilan. After all, they were both bound by confidentiality agreements. Before coming to the capital, Su Qilan had already harbored some suspicions. Now that she had received confirmation from Lin Chen, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Is it really you? Isn't your talent a bit too frightening? It's only been a short time since leaving school, and Lin Chen's research has already reached a new level. Having always been by Lin Chen's side, Su Qilan was almost the first to come into contact with the new type of equipment he had developed. In less than 2 months, Lin Chen had once again made a breakthrough. How could that not be surprising? Lin Chen's tone carried a hint of emotion. I learned some new knowledge at school, and after some integration, I managed to experiment it out like this. Listening to Lin Chen's extremely relaxed words, Su Qilan felt a pang of sympathy for their classmates. However, Su Qilan was well aware of Lin Chen's talent. This was merely his starting point. During university, Lin Chen would have even more opportunities to shine. The two continued to laugh and chat about their school life while discussing their hobbies. It wasn't until late at night that Lin Chen finally got out of the hot spring, took a quick shower, and returned to school with his clothes. Bai Yuru had not yet come out of the instance. Naturally, Lin Chen didn't need to rush to the laboratory. The materials from Jiang Fan's side would take a while to gather. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to enhance his equipment. Therefore, he could take a good rest for the next couple of days. However, while Lin Chen could rest, the other students in the Forging Academy had already gone nearly 3 days without sleep. Whether they were seniors or freshmen, almost no one was unaware of the unbreakable sealed equipment that had emerged during this entrance exam. In no time, many forgers wanted to go and check the situation. The small group of forgers was particularly lively. It's already been 3 days, is there anyone who has a clue? If we had a clue, would we be silent? The key is that there are hardly any intact sealing tools left. Who dares to practice casually? This has to do with our junior sister Qiao. How come you use 7 or 8 pieces of equipment at once? Just if we could keep 1 or 2, at least we could try experimenting. Who knew this equipment was so tricky? We can't crack it no matter what. Alright, it's pointless to talk about this now. Who sealed this equipment anyway? Isn't that a bit extreme? I heard from teacher phone that it was made by junior sister Bai Yuru. Bai Yuru? Forget I said anything. By the way, where is junior sister Bai? She's had this equipment for so many days. Why hasn't she come out to respond? I went to her lab and dorm. It seems she's gone into a dungeon. Oh my, this is driving me crazy. What's the rush? Tomorrow Shinzei is coming to our school to give a lecture. We can just ask him then. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? His lab has already issued an official announcement. He's coming to our Sacred Magic University tomorrow morning. I just went to take a look, and it seems Shinzei is really coming. He's a leading figure in the study of central medium science. A small sealing medium is no problem for him, right? I think so too. If you say that, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I can sleep just fine. The next morning, the conference hall of Sacred Magic University was cleared out early. Usually, the conference hall is rarely used at Sacred Magic University. But this time, the person coming to give a lecture is the very famous Shinzei from the forging community. As a standout among the younger generation, every research paper and data published by Shinzei is circulated wildly. Before he even graduated, he began researching the relatively obscure central medium science, and after graduation, the medium structures he discovered directly boosted the success rate of forging. Nowadays, many forgers selectively use the medium structures he researched to improve their own success rates. And Shinzei is only in his 30s. In a community of forgers who are generally older, this age is already quite remarkable. So when he holds a lecture at Sacred Magic University, the students are particularly looking forward to it. As the meeting began, Shinzei leisurely walked to the podium. "Thank you, Sacred Magic University, for allowing me to stand here and explain my latest research on medium structures." Shinzei's speech was exceptionally organized. The conference room was completely silent. After 2 hours, Shinzei cleared his throat and took a sip from the cup beside him. "Today's lecture ends here. Next is a 15-minute Q&A session. Are there any questions from the students present? Or if you have any usual difficulties, feel free to bring them up for discussion." Shinzei indeed lived up to his name, looking particularly refined. Coming from a well-off family, he carried a scholarly air in his every gesture. Before long, Wang Changhong raised his hand high. Noticing the movement, Shinzei immediately smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "This student, do you have any confusion?" In front of so many people, Wang Changhong felt a bit shy, but he quickly organized his words and spoke. "Dr. Shun, we recently encountered a practical exam question regarding the unsealing of forged equipment, but the sealing medium in the question is somewhat tricky. I would like to ask." As soon as Wang Changhong mentioned the unsealing of forged equipment, all the students present immediately reacted. It is important to note that most of those attending this lecture are students from the Forging Academy, with only a small portion coming for Shinzei's reputation and looks. However, this does not affect everyone's understanding of the equipment. Now that they are here, the students looked at Shinzei with a hint of expectation. They did not seek Shinzei to teach them step by step how to complete the equipment. They only hoped for a specific idea. Then, with their experience and speed, they could easily tackle the equipment and apply to Teacher Feng for those 10 credits, right? Just thinking about those 10 credits made all the students in the Forging Academy sit up straight. Noticing the change in the students' expressions, a hint of amusement appeared on Shinzei's face. "Is that so? May I ask if this student has brought the equipment?" Shinzei's quick agreement caught Wang Changhong off guard. He only had a damaged piece of equipment, which he couldn't possibly present to Shinzei for study. Fortunately, many students present shared the same thought. Soon, a brand new sealed piece of equipment was brought to Shinzei. Many people, upon seeing the black gold necklace for the first time, had a dismissive thought. After all, this was just a low-level platinum-grade equipment. The required level for wearing it was only 10. Even the forging materials were particularly simple. However, Shinzei's expression showed no sign of change, and he even appeared more serious. After glancing at the attributes of the black gold necklace in his hand, Shinzei had already roughly understood the situation. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Shinzei remained silent for a while. As everyone watched Shinzei frown, they all closed their mouths, not daring to disturb him while he was studying. The 15 minutes of discussion time that Shinzei mentioned had long passed. Yet, no one spoke up to remind him. Even Shinzei's assistant had tried to approach quietly. However, Shinzei raised his hand to stop him as soon as he came close. After studying for 40 minutes, a hint of helplessness finally appeared in Shinzei's eyes. "I'm sorry. With my current abilities, I cannot decipher the sealing medium and structure of this equipment in a short time. This equipment is quite interesting. Both the sealing medium and the second layer's structure are extremely special, especially the sealing medium that combines concealment and mobility. It coincides with my recent research. May I ask which teacher sealed and forged this equipment?" From the moment Shinzei spoke his first sentence, all the students in the audience widened their eyes. After hearing Shinzei's complete statement, their expressions inevitably showed a hint of shock. It is known that Shinzei's strength is absolutely at the top among the younger generation of forgers. If even he cannot solve it, then aren't everyone's 10 credits gone to waste? A silence fell over the audience, and Shinzei thought his voice was too soft, so he quickly repeated, "May I ask which teacher sealed and forged this equipment?" This time, everyone finally came back to their senses, and they began to speak all at once. "The exam question was sent by our teacher phone, but it seems these pieces of equipment were sealed and forged by senior sister Bai." Phone Gang naturally came to attend this lecture. His qualifications were much deeper than Shinzei's. Logically, there was no need for him to attend a junior's lecture. However, Shinzei's mentor happened to have a friendship with Fenggang. Moreover, Fenggang was also eager to learn about Shinzei's recent research achievements. That's why he came to the lecture venue. There were quite a few mentors who shared his thoughts. Sometimes, they, as forgers, needed to understand the ideas and innovations of the younger generation. It might inspire their own research. Furthermore, the recent sealing equipment had been heard of even by the teachers. Even if they hadn't seen it in person, upon hearing Shinzei's words, they couldn't help but cast appreciative glances at Fenggang. It seems that old Feng has made a breakthrough this time. Is this sealing equipment made by you? Or is it done by that student of yours? I think it should be old Feng who did it, right? That student has only been in school for 4 years. Even if the student made it, it should have been under old Feng's direct guidance. Listening to these discussions, a hint of helplessness appeared on Fenggang's face. Just then, the microphone was handed over to Shinzei, and Fenggang simply took the opportunity to speak into it. The entrance exam questions this time were not created by me, but were entirely entrusted to my student by Yuru to handle. To be honest, even I would find it difficult to crack this structure in a short time. Fenggang's candid admission instead caused an uproar in the audience. What? This equipment was actually handled by Senior Sister Bai? I knew it. Only that freak, Senior Sister Bai, would deliberately make things difficult for us. Stop talking. Just thinking about Senior Sister Bai's illusions makes my legs tremble. So what kind of grudge do we have that Teacher Phone would push us onto that freak, Senior Sister Bai? Sitting in the audience, Bai Yuru looked bewildered at the crowd discussing fervently. She had just come out of a dungeon that morning. She had only received the notice for Shinzei's lecture and came over specifically. In her rush to return to the dorm to change clothes, she hadn't even had time to check her phone. Hearing them discuss the practical exam questions, she thought they were arranged by Fenggang for the students. But it turned out to be her? The key was that Bai Yuru hadn't even figured out the situation herself. Now she had to endure the gazes of her juniors. No matter how good her mental fortitude was at that moment, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her back. Fenggang had originally planned to contact Bai Yuru after the lecture ended. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would see Bai Yuru's face, and he was instantly overjoyed. Bai Yuru, come and tell everyone about it. Upon hearing this, Shinzei also turned his head. The moment he saw Bai Yuru, his eyes lit up. There were very few girls among forgers, and even if there were hardly any as beautiful as her. Regardless, Bai Yuru's appearance was already eye-catching enough. Now knowing she was the one who designed the sealing equipment, how could Shinzei not feel delighted? Classmate Bai Yuru, could you explain it to us? Bai Yuru was still in a daze. The other juniors' gazes were almost tangible daggers. So Senior Sister Bai has returned. I thought she wouldn't come to Shinzei's lecture. Shinzei's lecture is of a super high level in our forging circle. Senior Sister Bai would definitely come. Just didn't know when she came back. I should have asked earlier. To be honest, with how gentle Senior Sister looks, how did she design such freakish equipment? I think so too. Now, just hearing Senior Sister Bai's name makes me shiver. Actually, I think you guys don't need to be so tangled up about this entrance exam, right? Senior Bai personally set the questions for you. This kind of treatment has never happened before. Do you want this treatment? I don't want it. With so many people watching, Bai Yuru finally walked step by step to Fenggang's side and took the microphone he handed over. Bai Yuru's public image had always been gentle yet rigorous, but at this moment, she looked somewhat helpless. Dear students participating in the entrance exam, I apologize. This piece of equipment indeed came from my laboratory. However, this equipment was not sealed and forged by me. As soon as Bai Yuru finished speaking, the murmurs from the audience grew louder. What's going on? This equipment wasn't sealed and forged by Senior Bai? Then who forged this equipment? Could it be that there's someone more abnormal than Senior Bai in our academy? I don't think so, right? Who knows? Didn't we hear Senior Bai say it was forged from her laboratory? So this equipment was actually outsourced by Senior Bai? Wow. Are we playing nesting dolls here? Teacher Foam needs the exam questions, so he directly outsourced them to Senior Bai, and then Senior Bai outsourced them to someone else? Looks like the only ones getting hurt in the end are us exam takers. It can now be concluded that the one setting the questions is definitely a forger. Isn't that obvious? So who in our academy hasn't shown up yet? It shouldn't be. Even the doctoral students have come out to study the equipment. I really can't imagine who this designer of the exam questions is. I can't either. It feels like my brain is going to waste. Not only the many students present but even Fenggang was a bit puzzled. He had always thought that the person setting the questions was Bai Yuru. After all, most of the theoretical exam questions were set by her personally. Yet the practical exam questions turned out to be from someone else? Shinzei, standing on the stage, also didn't expect that his curiosity would lead to so many twists and turns. However, he was still very interested in this question setter. Even though the time spent today had far exceeded the limit, it didn't affect Shinzei's schedule at all, because he really wanted to know how the sealing medium of this equipment was operated. Perhaps it would provide him with different insights for his upcoming research? Considering this, Shinzei directly asked his assistant to postpone all his subsequent appointments. On the other hand, Bayuru was feeling a bit troubled. "Teacher Fong, how about I call him over now?" Fong Gang naturally wouldn't mind. After all, this was someone who came from their forging academy. At the very least, he was a student of their holy magic university. Just the publicity alone would be enough to bring them face. Moreover, this equipment design was sufficient to apply for a patent. They could publish a dozen papers on it. Such valuable research naturally needed to have the main person called over for discussion. Bayuru never expected things would escalate to this extent, but she quickly dialed Lin Chen's number. Lin Chen, having stayed up a bit late last night, was still sound asleep at this time. When he received Bayuru's call, he was still a bit dazed. "Senior?" Bayuru glanced at the anxious Fong Gang beside her and the patiently waiting Shinzei on stage before lowering her voice to say, "Lin Chen, hurry up and come to the school's conference room." Lin Chen was a bit stunned. "The school's conference room?" Bayuru nodded and then said, "It's about the sealing equipment you made a couple of days ago. There are some people here who want to discuss it with you." Although Bayuru's voice was deliberately lowered, Fong Gang standing next to her heard it clearly. Especially when he heard Lin Chen's name, Fong Gang couldn't help but shout out loud, "Lin Chen? These pieces of equipment were actually forged by Lin Chen? Isn't he a freshman who just enrolled this year?" As Fong Gang's words fell, whispers spread among the surrounding students. "No way! Is this for real? So the equipment that has stumped so many of us was made by a freshman this year? It can't be true. A bunch of us have been studying for years, and we got beaten by a freshman? Wait a minute, Lin Chen really is a freshman who just enrolled this year, and he's in class 1. Is that the genius class?" Exactly, this year, Tsinghua University opened a forging department and divided it into a forging academy, and Lin Chen seems to be a student in the genius class of the forging major, along with 2 other junior students. I've heard about the genius class for a long time, but I didn't expect the freshman from the genius class to be this impressive. Impressive? You haven't seen how our entire forging academy has been taken down by just one freshman? I'm really dying of laughter. While everyone was discussing, the forging group that Lin Chen joined had already started chatting. The messages in the group chat were flying fast, and many people even specifically tagged Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, Jr., is it true that you made the sealed equipment for this year's entrance exam? What is Lin Chen, Jr., doing now? Can you come out and reply?" Maybe Lin Chen, Jr., is on his way. Everyone should stop tagging him. Once he arrives at the conference room, we'll know the result, right? No way. What happened? I added Lin Chen, Jr., as a friend, and just found out that he went to the Hangzhou hotel last night. What? Aren't 9 out of 10 of us forgers poor? And the one remaining is especially poor. And now you're telling me this junior is rolling in wealth? Damn it! Is it just me who is focused on how much easier Lin Chen, Jr.'s, life is compared to ours? While we're still studying the sealed equipment he casually made, he's at a 5-star hotel, soaking in a hot spring with beautiful women. Don't say anymore. If you do, my jealousy will flare up. However, the posts from the Forging Academy were still spreading all over the official forum of Tsinghua University, especially with Lin Chen's identity as a freshman being constantly mentioned. Now, students from other academies were also getting a glimpse of what was happening in the Forging Academy. But when everyone heard that a freshman forger had taken down a large number of instructors and doctoral students, they were left with one thought. This can't be fake, right? Yet the truth was right in front of them. The lecture hadn't ended yet. A group of students from other academies immediately became interested. Thus, the conference room, which wasn't very large to begin with, suddenly filled with many more students coming to listen in. But these students were all from other academies. Otherwise, with just a few dozen people from the Forging Academy, they wouldn't be able to fill the seats in such a large conference room. On the other side, discussions about Lin Chen's identity were becoming more and more intense. Who exactly is this freshman junior? He took down a large number of people from the academy and then went out to chase girls? The key is that this girl has a pretty good figure. Just imagine, late at night in a 5-star hotel soaking in a hot spring with a beautiful woman. You don't even need to think to know this junior won't be able to get up in the morning. So there's a reason why the junior didn't attend the lecture? I wonder if the junior can make it before noon. If you emptied your magazine the day before, can you still get up by noon? That's pushing it. Please drive carefully. Lin Chen had no idea that he had become something of a celebrity at school. he was still pondering the recent events. Why Yuru had called him over in such a hurry. Could it be that something had gone wrong with that batch of sealed equipment? Thinking of this, Lin Chen recalled the situation when he was forging the equipment. After confirming that all the processes were fine, Lin Chen felt a bit puzzled. The equipment forging was fine, so why did senior sister Bai call him over? Moreover, she had summoned him to the school's conference room. There was more than one conference room at Tsinghua University. Even the auditorium and the opera house were scattered across different locations on campus. But the forging college had only one conference room. After all, there were relatively few students in the forging college. Since its establishment, the number of enrolled forgers had probably not exceeded 100. It was already extremely rare to recruit 1 or 2 exceptional students each year. These exceptional students would have to study for 4 years before choosing to graduate or continue their studies. If they chose to continue, they would face 5 years of graduate studies and at least 10 years of doctoral studies. This is also why the number of students in the forging college remained so limited. Most students chose to pursue further studies. It should be noted that Tsinghua University is an excellent research institution. After completing their 4-year undergraduate studies, every student is granted access to private laboratories. Some students can even join their mentors' private labs. Even more so, top students like Bai Yuru can have their own private laboratories. At Tsinghua University, the future direction of students is not fixed. This is why every student has variability after 4 years. However, the cohort that Lin Chen was part of indeed had more students than the previous 5 years combined. In addition to the 3 students in Lin Chen's class, 3 additional classes were specifically opened, each enrolling 15 students. Compared to other colleges, this was considered small class teaching. From the beginning, Lin Chen had been learning alongside Bai Yuru, so he naturally had not interacted with others. Therefore, he currently had no one to inform him of the situation. He relied entirely on Bai Yuru to contact the outside world. Lin Chen's dormitory was very close to the various buildings of the forging college. In just 10 minutes, he entered the conference room. However, as soon as he stepped in, Lin Chen felt the intense gaze of everyone fixated on him. Now Lin Chen was a bit uncertain. Could it be that he had walked into the wrong place? Thinking of this, Lin Chen retracted the leg he had just stepped forward with and looked up at the conference room's nameplate. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating whether to call Bai Yuru to confirm, someone in the crowd suddenly waved and called out to him, "Lin Chen, over here." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Chen finally spotted Bai Yuru sitting in the center of the crowd. Yet the gazes on him did not diminish at all. Moreover, Lin Chen could sense that among those gazes, there seemed to be a mix of anger and confusion. At this moment, Bai Yuru had already stood up and was walking towards Lin Chen. "I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, Junior. The sealed equipment you made has given a lot of people a headache." Bai Yuru succinctly explained the situation to Lin Chen. After spending so much time together, Bai Yuru had come to understand Lin Chen's character. This guy usually kept to himself and would never intentionally seek out gossip on the school forum. With Bai Yuru's explanation, Lin Chen finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Now, seeing so many people in the conference room, his anxiety had dissipated somewhat. After all, no matter how large the occasion was, could it be bigger than facing a group of military district leaders? Shinzei, sitting in the front row, also stood up. He truly did not expect Lin Chen to be younger than he had anticipated. However, considering the other party's status as a freshman, Shinzei felt there was nothing surprising about it. But the necessary introduction still had to take place. "Hello, Lin Chen, I am Shinzei." Lin Chen nodded. The main reason Bai Yuru had called him over today was largely due to the person in front of him. Moreover, Lin Chen had heard Shinzei's name more than once. Previously, when Lu Xiaoxiao was debating with Gu Ziming and others, Lin Chen had caught wind of it. The sealing medium he was using this time was also inspired by Shinzei's research data he had reviewed. "Hello, Dr. Shen." However, Shinzei was not concerned with the pleasantries and directly asked, "Lin Chen, I am very interested in the sealing medium you are researching. I wonder if you could explain it to me and the other students? Of course, if you are willing to explain the new structure in the sealing equipment, I would be more than happy to listen." Lin Chen smiled. "Of course, no problem." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode towards the podium. He had already had countless experiences giving speeches at the first high school. Now, facing a crowd of geniuses from the Holy Demon University, Lin Chen did not feel the slightest bit nervous. He even effortlessly picked up the microphone on the podium. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Chen. The sealing equipment that has been troubling you recently indeed came from my hands." At this point, Lin Chen picked up the sealing equipment placed on the podium. Shinzei had studied this equipment for a long time before, but he did not dare to forcibly it, so the equipment remained on the podium. The subsequent students did not specifically step forward to retrieve the equipment either. Now, the equipment had fallen into Lin Chen's hands. Under everyone's gaze, a flash of white light passed through Lin Chen's hand. The seal on the black gold necklace was easily. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes. What happened? What the hell? This equipment could actually be? Goodness, I suddenly feel a pain in my face. What should I do? Don't just say you, I feel a pain in my face too. So this piece of equipment can be easily by a junior, while we struggled for half a day and could only damage the equipment? Stop talking, I already feel heartbroken. Just based on this skill, Lin Chen must be the one sealing these equipments. Is there any doubt about that? We need a separator to the seal, but he doesn't need any auxiliary tools at all. If you say that, it gets a bit terrifying to think about. Isn't forcibly the seal a huge drain on mental power? I can testify, the drain on mental power is not small at all. But now the junior is acting like nothing happened. Does that mean his mental power is exceptionally impressive? Hiss, the waves behind drive the waves before. We can't even be considered the waves before. We've already been washed up on the beach. Lin Chen ignored the murmurs from below and calmly picked up the marker on the podium. The crowd, which had been discussing, immediately fell silent upon seeing his actions. Using the whiteboard behind him, Lin Chen began to present his thoughts on the spot. Initially, I did consider using a common nesting doll structure to complete this ceiling. However, considering the level of the seniors, I added a bit of difficulty to this ceiling. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, a wave of boos erupted from the audience. Just a bit of difficulty? It was probably a billion times more. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and continued speaking. I believe that after studying for such a long time, everyone has a pretty good understanding of the basic information regarding this sealing equipment. The sealing medium of this equipment is indeed somewhat special. I have added concealment and mobility to it, while also binding the sealing medium to the structure of the second layer. In addition, I have incorporated a layer of formation structure between them. This is a restoration diagram of a formation with numerous changing forms, and applying it to structural casting will yield unexpected effects. The first benefit is that it allows the originally stable and unchanging structure to have thousands or even tens of thousands of variations. I believe everyone has already experienced this. As for the second benefit, by utilizing the formation structure, we can greatly reduce the mental energy consumption when sealing the equipment. As we all know, structural casting is an extremely mentally taxing task, and the mental energy consumed in building each layer of mesh and chain is no small number. Therefore, I chose to use the formation structure, allowing it to evolve on its own while significantly reducing our mental energy consumption. As for the third benefit, the formation structure can perfectly support the special sealing medium, providing strong stability. It can also, to some extent, perfectly hide the sealing medium within various parts of the structure. Lin Chen's series of explanations left all the students present completely bewildered. It should be noted that many of the students present had come specifically because they saw posts on the official forum about Lin Chen, the new student. Therefore, these students were not even students of the Forging Academy. Naturally, they couldn't understand the series of technical terms Lin Chen was using. From start to finish, their minds turned into a mush. As for the students of the Forging Academy, those who had just been shouting that Lin Chen was a junior suddenly fell silent. Mainly because Lin Chen had taken more courses than these upperclassmen. He was even using them with incredible proficiency. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Chen had indeed just enrolled this year, everyone present might have suspected that he was some mentor's closed-door disciple. Thus, after a brief silence, a group of students from the Forging Academy could no longer hold back. If I remember correctly, formations are not even part of our academy's curriculum, right? That's a course from the Magic Academy. So we combined the formations from the Magic Academy with our magical structure? No wonder that structure couldn't be undone no matter what. It turns out we also have to analyze the formation I said, why did he bind the sealing medium and structure together? Turns out the formation is just to hide the sealing medium. I now feel like after so many years of study, I can't even compare to this new student. Stop talking. I'm already starting to feel inferior. Aside from these students who couldn't understand, there were others like Bai Yuru, Xiao Yuyan, and Shinzei whose eyes began to shine with excitement. Mainly because Lin Chen laid out his thoughts so clearly. Students with a broader range of knowledge could more or less keep up with his rhythm, especially since some of the structures and sealing mediums he used were not particularly difficult. The materials he chose were all the simplest ones. The challenge lay in the innovative principles Lin Chen employed. This was originally an entrance exam, and Lin Chen had no intention of making things difficult for everyone. Therefore, when explaining his thoughts on unsealing, he actually appeared more relaxed. In fact, as long as you understand this formation structure, you will be able to find the important points when unsealing. This formation structure is fundamental among formation masters. Even though there are many variations, its core points remain unchanged. Lin Chen pointed to the central part of the structure diagram he had drawn. As long as the sealing medium reaches this convergence point, we can then proceed to unify its destruction. After hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone instantly understood his meaning. Before listening to the junior's explanation, I thought this sealing structure was quite difficult. After hearing the junior's explanation, I feel like I've been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Isn't this a bit too simple? It turns out we were analyzing the structure everywhere just because it would change on its own. What was there to analyze? Who would have thought the solution would be this simple? And this is simple? Let me ask you, who has looked into the basic structure diagram of a formation master? If you say that, it does seem quite reasonable. That's not something that can be figured out in a day or two. The materials and structures used by the junior are indeed the simplest, but the key is his innovative point, which we simply couldn't think of. I can only say the junior is a bit too abnormal. It seems he is from Senior by Yuru's lab? If that's the case, stop talking. I can already foresee what kind of abnormality will emerge in the future. No wonder he is the disciple of Senior Bai. A group of students from the Forging Academy looked utterly disheartened. Meanwhile, Shinzei, who understood Lin Chen's thought process, was the first to applaud. This structural innovation is truly ingenious. I didn't expect we could integrate the structure with the formation. This will make the future of magical structures diverse and variable. As soon as Shinzei finished speaking, others joined in applauding. Although most of the attendees were students, there were still quite a few doctoral advisors present. Compared to the students who only saw a superficial aspect, these doctoral students and advisors, who had been deeply engaged in research for many years, could understand that Lin Chen's research was already sufficient to win an award. A freshman who had just entered school for less than 3 months could achieve such innovation. Naturally, everyone could glimpse a bit of his future path. However, no matter how clever Lin Chen's ideas were, everything had to be substantiated with data and his thesis. Therefore, after the lecture ended, Feng Gang and several advisors from the Forging Academy stayed behind. Even though Feng Gang and the others did not know Lin Chen's identity, they had already developed an appreciation for talent. Feng Gang even directly spoke up. Lin Chen, your theoretical research on sealing forging is quite good. Would you like to write a paper to submit? We can help you apply for a patent then. It should be known that this special structure has considerable profit potential. Every invention of a new type of magical structure, once applied, would bring a value of no less than 7 figures. Even though Lin Chen had not yet written a paper, or even completed a demonstration, merely relying on his verbal explanation for half an hour, Feng Gang and the others were still willing to believe in him. Lin Chen had long anticipated this situation and could only smile as he replied, "Teacher Feng, the materials I used are all the simplest. Therefore, the cost isn't high. If that's the case, can I still participate in the award selection?" As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, Shinzei, who was preparing to leave, turned back first, his eyes filled with utmost seriousness. "Classmate Lin Chen, I know I shouldn't intrude on your conversation, but I must tell you one thing. Even if the materials you used are the simplest, you can still participate in this Forging Masters Innovation Award. The Innovation Award only has age-related restrictions. If your research is presented on the stage of the Innovation Award, I believe it will attract the favor of many judges." At this point, Shinzei couldn't help but blink his eyes. After all, it's the simplest material, and everyone is very curious. Such a simple material, how did it become magical in your hands? Facing this young man, Shinzei couldn't muster even a hint of jealousy. In fact, he felt that Lin Chen's future might be even brighter than his own. After all, at Lin Chen's age, he couldn't have produced such a new type of magical structure. Even the sealing medium that Lin Chen configured left Shinzei particularly amazed. In response to the others' encouragement, Lin Chen naturally treated him kindly. "Thank you, Dr. Shen." However, he still needed to consult Feng Gang and the others before making a final decision. After all, he had never participated in any relevant award selection. Yet, Feng Gang and the others all shared the same thought. Since a new structure had been born, it was only natural to establish a project and publish a paper at the first opportunity. Moreover, Lin Chen was merely a freshman. Just this gimmick alone was enough to attract a lot of attention. Lin Chen hadn't thought that much. Initially, he just felt that the original ultimate basic structure was too simple and didn't quite match the sealing medium he had refined. Additionally, Lin Chen had specifically studied the corresponding formation diagrams earlier, so he directly added a layer of basic formation to the structure. This way, the two complemented each other, providing a bit of interest in the unsealing of the sealing equipment. However, he didn't expect that such a design would stump many people, but the opportunity was right in front of him, so Lin Chen simply started writing the paper. As for the relevant experimental data, the sealing equipment Lin Chen produced was mostly consistent, so he was already very familiar with this data. However, out of caution, Lin Chen still briefly replicated it. After ensuring the data was correct, he submitted all the relevant papers in data. While writing the paper, Lin Chen had considered whether it was due to the auxiliary tools he used. But thinking about the auxiliary tools he had made, Lin Chen quietly noted the relevant levels. This was to prevent anyone from achieving the same standards he had now when following the paper for similar research in the future. As for whether someone would really replicate everything from start to finish and ultimately fail to produce results, Lin Chen hadn't considered this issue at all. It should be known that the level of the forger greatly influenced the entire research. If it couldn't be replicated, it could only be attributed to the forger's skill. After writing the paper in his dormitory for 2 full days, Lin Chen finally went out on the 3rd day and arrived at Bai Yuru's laboratory. However, Bai Yuru's laboratory was livelier than usual. Lin Chen glanced around and found that Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming had also come. Bai Yuru usually kept a low profile, rarely interacting with her juniors or seniors in the same academy. Yet, she had a good relationship with Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, which puzzled Lin Chen greatly. However, after getting familiar with Bai Yuru, she briefly explained the process of their acquaintance. Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, as combat students, one specializing in magic and the other in warrior skills, seemed unrelated to Bai Yuru from the Forging Academy. Yet, when Bai Yuru entered a dungeon, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming happened to encounter her, paralyzed by poison, and after rescuing her, their relationship gradually improved. As a forger, Bai Yuru's forging skills were quite impressive. Thus, over time, most of the equipment in Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming's hands came from Bai Yuru. Similarly, as a reward, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming had to serve as her test subjects. After Lin Chen enrolled, Bai Yuru's experiments were remarkably successful, and naturally, there was no need for Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming anymore. After realizing this, Lu Xiaoxiao was even more satisfied with her decision to introduce Lin Chen to Bai Yuru. Now, hearing from Bai Yuru that Lin Chen was likely to win this year's Innovation Award in the forging community, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming decided to wait for Lin Chen at Bai Yuru's lab. As soon as Lin Chen scanned his fingerprint to enter the lab, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming jumped out, both wearing big smiles. So it's our potential newcomer for the Innovation Award back? Did you go to publish a paper these past few days? Seeing the smiles on their faces, Lin Chen's tense expression relaxed. As a freshman wanting to publish a paper, the process was still extremely complicated. First, Lin Chen had to find a mentor to help him submit the paper. Naturally, he chose Feng Gang, someone he was more familiar with. Unexpectedly, as soon as Feng Gang received Lin Chen's paper, he immediately started showing off in their mentor circle. It was known that everyone had previously asked Lin Chen for his opinion, and now he had chosen Feng Gang, which meant something. It meant Lin Chen had good judgment. Moreover, there had been a post on the forum about a freshman inventing a new type of structure that had gone viral. Later, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming learned that this freshman was Lin Chen. Naturally, they had to promote this matter well. With the two of them promoting it in their respective colleges, Lin Chen's name was now known by almost everyone. Listening to their teasing back and forth, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "Seniors, please don't make fun of me. I just submitted my paper. I don't even know if I can win an award." However, as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Bai Yuru, who had been silent, said leisurely, "The level of the Innovation Award is always there, but it's usually for research on some new theory or for forging some new equipment. You're the first to compete with a newly researched forging structure. If a new structure can't win an award, then there's no need to hold the innovation competition. The innovation competition is open to young forgers under the age of 25. Lin Chen had just turned 18, so he could naturally participate. At first glance, people might think there was no problem, but if you compared Lin Chen's newly researched structure with others in the same group, you would find that most of those who had researched new structures were in their 40s or 50s. A young man like Lin Chen at 18 was truly unheard of. This is also why everyone could unanimously determine that Lin Chen would definitely win this year's Innovation Award. Although Lin Chen's research wasn't considered big news in the forging community, once it was tied to his age, it became huge news. After all, wasn't Shinzei able to become a leading figure among the younger generation in the community precisely because he was young? Now, Shinzei was over 30 and could no longer participate in competitions like the Innovation Award. But before he turned 25, he had never missed a single Innovation Award. With someone like Shinzei as a guarantee, Lin Chen's Innovation Award this year was absolutely secure. Meanwhile, Bayuru and the others were still laughing and chatting. It was at this moment that Lin Chen realized why Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming could discuss theories in the forging community so fluently. It turned out it was all because of the academic powerhouse Bayuru guiding them. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming had already taken Bayuru's lab as their own territory, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Lu Xiaoxiao fiddled with the auxiliary tools in front of her and suddenly asked, "It seems like a lot of military district personnel have been mobilized recently, saying they want to clear a batch of heavenly level dungeons. I never thought that one day we could use the term clear for heavenly level dungeons too?" Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Chen's mind flashed with a spark of inspiration. Heavenly level dungeons? Previously, the military had to rely on the powerful equipment provided by Lin Chen, such as the Scythe of Death and the Thousand Machine Ring, to conquer heavenly level dungeons. But now, with the new structure, Lin Chen felt there might be new methods. After all, one or two pieces of equipment could hardly support the conquest of so many heavenly level dungeons. Moreover, with so many soldiers entering the heavenly level dungeons, Lin Chen couldn't possibly forge a piece of equipment for each of them. But what if the soldiers entering could have a tool that sealed the enemy's equipment? Even if Lin Chen couldn't enter the dungeon with such a tool, as long as he specified the usage method, the soldiers' death and injury rates would definitely decrease significantly. Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming were still enthusiastically discussing. This time, the military district has mobilized a full 200 people. They must be confident they can take down these heavenly level dungeons. No matter what, if these heavenly level dungeons can be conquered, we can definitely take a step further. That's for sure. By the way, what do you think, Junior? Junior? Lin Chen waved his hand and then stood up directly. I suddenly remembered a research project that I haven't figured out yet. I need to go back. Seeing Lin Chen leave the laboratory in a hurry, Lu Xiaoxiao was a bit puzzled. Just came out of the dormitory, and now he's retreating again? Lin Chen didn't return to his dormitory but instead dove into his own laboratory. In fact, he had many feasible ideas and plans in his mind. However, before implementing them, Lin Chen needed to confirm whether his sealing forging could indeed affect the boss in the heavenly level dungeons. Moreover, before taking this step, Lin Chen had to research the relevant medium equipment for applying the sealing forging. However, with the experience of forging illusion equipment, Lin Chen felt that this medium equipment could still be produced through analogy. It just required more substantial data support in between. From a superficial perspective, as long as the medium equipment could be successfully forged, then from that point on, all the bosses in the heavenly level dungeons would pose no danger. With the strength of the national military, pushing through these heavenly level dungeons would be a piece of cake. But Lin Chen thought deeper. Without the enhancement of equipment, could the dungeon boss be contracted by beast tamers? As is well known, even without the enhancement of equipment, the basic attributes of the heavenly level dungeon bosses are still in an extremely terrifying range. They need the powerful equipment provided by Lin Chen to be conquered. But once they broaden their thinking, in the absence of equipment attribute bonuses, the heavenly level dungeon bosses might actually be more suitable for the beast tamer's contracting environment. If this idea could be confirmed, then Lin Chen could not only cooperate with the formation masters to forge sealing equipment but also work with beast tamers to cultivate a powerful beast taming army for the country. Instead of letting these heavenly level dungeon bosses continuously respawn in the dungeons, bringing them out for reasonable use would be a better idea. However, Lin Chen's plan was still in its infancy, and to truly implement it, multiple links needed to be coordinated. In addition to the medium equipment that Lin Chen needed to forge, the contract halo required for beast tamers to contract magical beasts also needed to be provided by the forger. Lin Chen had never encountered this type of contract before, so he needed to spend some time studying it. Furthermore, figuring out how to coordinate the beast tamers with the army was also an urgent matter to address. It is important to know that entering a heavenly level dungeon has strict restrictions on levels and numbers. In a team of 15, at least one beast tamer must be included. This means the remaining 14 must output their full strength to provide a good contract environment for the beast tamer. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to a total annihilation of the army, no matter how good the equipment is. Given that he had not yet produced any viable equipment, Lin Chen did not leak any information. Instead, he subtly inquired about some specialized books on medium equipment from Bayuru. Bayuru, not thinking too much, assumed Lin Chen wanted to study illusion equipment since it also falls under the category of medium equipment. In less than 10 minutes, Bayuru compiled a long list of books for Lin Chen. Most of these books were in the library of the Holy Magic University, with only a few scattered in other university libraries. However, this minor issue was not a problem for Lin Chen at all. With Qian Chao as the liaison, Lin Chen immediately handed the list over to him. Upon seeing such a long list of books, Qian Chao was a bit bewildered. "What's going on? Why did you suddenly decide to collect so many books?" Lin Chen silently typed his reply. "I thought of a good research topic and wanted to look at some books." Seeing Lin Chen's response, Qian Chao didn't think much of it. "No problem. Looking at your list, you want to study medium equipment? I have a good student here who has been researching medium equipment for about 10 years. If you need, I can give you his contact information." Lin Chen did not expect this pleasant surprise and immediately nodded in agreement. Soon, Lin Chen connected with the student recommended by Qian Chao. This student was also a senior from the Forging Academy. His research topic happened to be medium equipment. If anyone in the school was familiar with the various properties and even variables of medium equipment, it would probably be him. Coincidentally, he had attended a lecture recently. As soon as he added Lin Chen, Zhao Jinheng was thrilled. "Lin Chen, Jr.? I can't believe I actually got your contact information. The new structure you developed last time was truly amazing. I was wondering if it could be applied to medium equipment." Seeing Zhao Jinheng's message, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. It seemed that his research had indeed made an impact on these students in the academy. Otherwise, Zhao Jinheng wouldn't have said such things. However, Lin Chen still replied seriously. "Thank you, senior. The new structure was something I discovered by chance. If it's useful, I can send you the structure's framework." Zhao Jinheng was now so excited he could hardly contain himself. "Really? That would be awesome. By the way, Director Qian recommended you. Do you have any confusion regarding medium equipment? I can't guarantee anything else, but I am quite capable in the area of medium equipment. If you have any questions, Junior, just ask, don't be shy." Zhao Jinheng's familiarity caught Lin Chen off guard, but what he said was indeed exactly what Lin Chen needed. "I do want to ask you about medium equipment. If I want to create a piece of medium equipment that can seal and forge enemy units, what should I pay attention to?" Upon reading Lin Chen's message, Zhao Jinheng momentarily doubted whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. He even went through each word Lin Chen sent one by one. After confirming that Lin Chen did not mistakenly add 2 words about the medium, Zhao Jinheng quietly asked, "So you've decided that you want to create medium equipment that can be used by non-forging professions? And it can also seal the equipment of enemy units?" Seemingly worried that he wasn't being clear enough, Zhao Jinheng quickly explained, "I'm not saying that your theory is wrong, Junior, but creating medium equipment for non-forging professions will likely require a vast amount of data support. This enormous database will definitely take 3 to 5 years to develop." This was still Zhao Jinheng's conservative estimate. It should be noted that the current professions are not just a few. There are even many obscure and extraordinary professions. The difference between forging medium equipment suitable for everyone and forging equipment for specific professions is significant. The gap is as wide as a chasm. Even Zhao Jinheng, who has studied medium equipment for a full 10 years, wouldn't dare to make such a guarantee. According to the subordinate equipment of the forging profession, general equipment can be divided into professional equipment, ordinary equipment, medium equipment, and special equipment. Most of the equipment forged by blacksmiths consists of professional and ordinary equipment, with only a small portion capable of forging special equipment. For example, the God Hunter bow and arrows, and the God Hunter gloves that Lin Chen forged some time ago can be directly classified as professional equipment. This type of equipment can only be provided specifically for archers. Ordinary equipment, on the other hand, refers to equipment with attributes that are generally understood to be compatible with all professions. These attribute equipment has no professional threshold and can be used by all professions, such as the rarely seen headgear, runes, etc. While ordinary equipment seems to have no professional restrictions, in reality, the attributes of ordinary equipment are slightly lower than those of professional equipment. It can also be understood that the attributes of professional equipment are mostly focused on profession bonuses. For instance, warriors tend to enhance defense, while mages lean towards increasing attack, and archers prefer to boost attack speed, etc. Ordinary equipment is different. Its attributes are comprehensive and balanced. This means that the attributes of ordinary equipment often lack a focus, so when various professions choose equipment, they tend to prefer professional equipment. Of course, there is also a second situation among ordinary equipment, which is the attribute of affixes. Once ordinary equipment is endowed with affix attributes, its growth limit will be greatly increased, making it a rare growth type equipment. Now, let's talk about special equipment. As the name suggests, special equipment has more unique attributes. For example, the Death God Scythe and the Thousand Machine Ring in Lin Chen's hands. The attribute affixes of these pieces of equipment are far higher than those of equipment of the same level or even the same category. They have even surpassed the examples of divine level equipment. Therefore, this type of equipment is classified as special equipment. As for the remaining medium equipment, it is relatively easy to understand. Most equipment occupies the user's equipment slots. For instance, if a person is holding a knife, they cannot also hold a sword or a gun, etc. However, they can equip necklaces, shoes, gloves, and other auxiliary equipment. Both belong to the same category of tools and cannot appear in one person's hands. However, the emergence of medium equipment can effectively solve this problem. The blacksmith who first proposed the theory of medium equipment did so out of such dilemmas, leading to the research of medium equipment for a single person's use. Thus, medium equipment can achieve the effect of not occupying equipment slots while simultaneously possessing attribute affixes. However, the forging and research of medium equipment is far more difficult than the ordinary and professional equipment typically studied by blacksmiths. The forging of medium equipment also needs to involve the characteristics of the medium and the structure of magical power. Otherwise, once the medium equipment enters an unstable state, it is just like illusion equipment, which could collapse at any moment. This is also why Zhao Jinhan was so excited when Lin Chen proposed a new type of magical power structure. The highlight of Lin Chen's new magical power structure does not lie in its integration with formations. Rather, it is in the clever balance achieved between the sealing medium and the structure, allowing both to coexist while possessing strong stability. It is important to note that stability is precisely the first element that needs to be considered for medium equipment. As for why Zhao Jinhang would pour cold water on Lin Chen, it is because even if Lin Chen masters an extremely stable magical power structure, if the medium equipment he wants to forge is to be used by someone outside the profession of a forger, it would require a vast database to support it. The data entry for various professions is a complex and intricate project. Moreover, the medium equipment must continuously adjust the proportions of materials through trial and error. However, once the proportions change, the magical power structure must also change, and stability will be affected. This is what is known as the principle of pulling one hair affects the whole body. To study this direction is not just difficult, it is hellishly challenging. Lin Chen felt a hint of helplessness in his eyes, but he did not back down. After all, if the medium equipment he forged is to enter the military, the data from various professions must be continuously tested and pushed in. Otherwise, if he can't even take the first step, what would that be but empty talk? Alright, I understand now. Then can you explain to me the relevant properties and characteristics of medium equipment? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Jinhang had nothing to hide. Talking about the properties and characteristics of medium equipment is easy. You just need to maintain its stability and balance. The rest depends on the material ratios. However, if you want to apply the characteristics of sealing forging to the medium equipment, you will probably need a double or even triple layer magical power structure. For such a mid to high level magical power structure, I suggest you first study the course on magical power structures. Lin Chen had not considered this issue, but he understood what Zhao Jinhang was saying. To construct a powerful, stable medium equipment with sealing forging characteristics, a double layer structure is absolutely necessary. It is important to know that sealing forging inherently contains one layer of structure, and the medium equipment requires another layer of structure. The stability between the two layers must also be comprehensively balanced. For others, just thinking about it might already make their scalp tingle. Yet Lin Chen was someone who was keen on researching these things. With Zhao Jinhan's guidance, Lin Chen quickly began to immerse himself in a new round of study. Of course, in addition to studying, Lin Chen did not forget to reach out to some other professionals he knew. He naturally had to inquire with his close friends, Lu Xiaoxiao and Gu Ziming, from a few small groups. Their professional data would be of great reference value for Lin Chen's research. However, for other professions, Lin Chen couldn't think of anyone at the moment. But soon, Lin Chen thought of his high school alumni, Su Jia. If he remembered correctly, Su Jia was a special profession among magicians. Her talent was also among the best. Therefore, the data records from Su Jia would be very important. It is known that talent and profession can sometimes be downward compatible. As long as Lin Chen can conquer the relevant data on Su Jia, then the profession of magician would definitely not be a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Chen didn't care whether Su Jia was in class at the moment and directly sent her a message. "Hey, beautiful, are you out of class?" To Lin Chen's surprise, Su Jia's reply came almost instantly. I didn't expect our new student role model would have time to chat with me. Strangely, Lin Chen sensed a hint of resentment in the other person's message. However, he quickly shook his head and typed a reply. Not at all. I was just busy recently. Su Jia initially intended to tease him, but now she got straight to the point. Our talented Lin definitely wouldn't contact me for no reason. Is there something you need? Having hit the nail on the head, Lin Chen felt no embarrassment and got straight to the point. It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you have some time recently. I want to consult you about the magician profession. I need certain data support for forging equipment. Su Jia was quite straightforward. Oh, no problem. I don't have many classes lately, so just ask whatever you want. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't hold back. Can I ask about your talent? Su Jia was taken aback. In high school, she wasn't particularly famous, but she was definitely not an unknown figure. Especially her talent. Anyone who cared to know would have some information about it, right? Now, seeing Lin Chen's message, Su Jia felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lin, didn't you inquire about me back in high school? My talent can increase the success rate of magical contract auras. This left Lin Chen dumbfounded. During high school, he was so immersed in his studies that he had no time to look into other matters. The only reason he knew Su Jia was because she was too famous. Now to learn that Su Jia was actually a magical beast tamer felt like winning the lottery. He had been worried about where to find a beast tamer for his experiments, and here it was, a stroke of luck without any effort? Overjoyed, Lin Chen quickly replied. So that's how it is, that's fantastic. May I ask if there are any level requirements for beast tamers to contract magical beasts? Are there any other conditions for the magical beasts? By the way, beast tamers are already a subordinate branch of the magician profession, right? A series of messages from Lin Chen left Su Jia feeling dizzy. It had to be said that through Lin Chen's words, Su Jia finally understood that he truly was someone who only focused on studying the classics and had not paid attention to other matters at all. Considering Lin Chen's questions, Su Jia eventually sent another message. For us beast tamers, contracting magical beasts is quite difficult. Most of the time, we contract wild pets. Moreover, since beast tamers belong to the magical branch, the requirements for magical creatures are that they must be magical beings. If you want to contract a pet, their levels cannot exceed 15, otherwise, the failure rate will be very high, and there might even be cases of magical creatures devouring the beast tamer. Beast tamers are indeed a subordinate profession of magicians, but what I study is a special branch of contracts. This aspect is a bit complicated to explain in a short time. If you have time one day, we can arrange to meet, and I can explain it to you in detail. Upon seeing these replies, Lin Chen immediately agreed. No problem, how about this afternoon? Su Jia checked her schedule and then sent a message. Sure. Can we meet at 3 p.m. at Hanglin Garden in the West District? Most of the Magic Academy is in the West District, while Lin Chen's dormitory is in the South District. The two locations aren't too far apart. Therefore, Lin Chen quickly agreed. Compared to a professional like Su Jia, Lin Chen felt like a novice. It would be better to have Su Jia explain things to him properly. After closing the chat window with Su Jia, Lin Chen immediately began to study the various career branches under the magician system. Compared to blacksmiths, the magician system could truly be described as grand. No wonder the Holy Magic University had directly placed blacksmiths into the Magic Academy. One could choose any career branch under magicians, and they would be on par with blacksmiths. Aside from beast tamers, there were also elementalists, alchemists, and even mechanics and formation masters, among others. The vast amount of equipment these professions dealt with all relied on blacksmiths for provision. However, mechanics were an exception. Mechanics could create their own tools and even equipment. This is also why most blacksmiths chose to collaborate with mechanics. In a way, the two professions were inseparable. After gaining a rough understanding of these career branches, Lin Chen focused on the branches under beast tamers. This way, he felt more prepared. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Lin Chen stretched his limbs and headed out of the laboratory. He had arranged to meet Su Jia at 3 o'clock at Hanglin Courtyard. Hanglin Courtyard was a very famous cafeteria in the Western District, and it was a popular dating spot for most couples at the school. However, Lin Chen was unaware of this last piece of information. He had to rely on navigation to get to Hanglin Courtyard, having spent most of his time since enrollment in the laboratory. Where would he have the opportunity to explore the school's cafeterias? Eating at the Southern District cafeteria was already enough. He took the sightseeing bus straight to the Western District. As soon as Lin Chen got off the bus, he spotted Su Jia waiting for him under the cafeteria sign. Su Jia, in a white dress, was particularly eye-catching on this scorching afternoon. Along the way, Lin Chen could feel many gazes directed at Su Jia, but Su Jia seemed oblivious, simply smiling and waving at Lin Chen. Over here. Lin Chen quickened his pace, glancing at the time. He thought he had arrived early enough, but it turned out that Su Jia had come even earlier than him. Why did you come so early? Isn't it customary for girls to tidy up before going out and then make the boys wait for about 10 minutes? Lin Chen joked, winking as he helped take the heavy item from Su Jia's hands. Su Jia chuckled lightly. It's not that exaggerated. We agreed to meet at 3, so of course, I had to come a bit earlier. Besides, my dorm is in the Western District, so it's quite close to walk over. Lin Chen weighed the bag in his hands, looking at Su Jia in surprise. You carried such a heavy thing over? Su Jia shook her head helplessly. This is an important tool for explaining things to you later, and this weight isn't really a big deal. After saying this, Su Jia playfully stuck out her tongue. The intimate posture of Lin Chen and Su Jia caught the eyes of others, provoking the resentment of countless boys. Lin Chen pretended not to notice the murderous glares around him. Weighing the bag in his hand, Lin Chen walked towards the cafeteria. Let's go. Having grown accustomed to the Southern District cafeteria, it was Lin Chen's first time in the Western District. He had to admit that the name Hanlin Courtyard was quite fitting, matching the exquisite decor inside. The entire cafeteria was beautifully decorated, featuring small bridges and flowing water, carved beams and painted walls, and even various screens. It ensured privacy while providing extreme comfort. Perhaps because it wasn't the weekend, there weren't many people in the cafeteria when Lin Chen and Su Jia entered. There were several ordering counters in the cafeteria. Lin Chen and Su Jia found a secluded spot and headed towards the nearest dessert counter. He also took the time to ask about Su Jia's preferences. I'm easygoing, not picky. Seeing the radiant smile on Su Jia's face, Lin Chen felt no need for hesitation and immediately took out his campus card to swipe for a few cute little desserts recommended by part-time students. He also grabbed 2 drinks. However, while swiping, Lin Chen couldn't help but notice the price difference between this cafeteria and others at the school. A small dessert was selling for 38 yuan. The key was that this dessert was barely the size of half his palm. But Lin Chen wasn't short on money at the moment. If it were any other student from the school, they wouldn't dare to spend like this. On the way back, Lin Chen even speculated quietly. Could it be that the prices here are so high that students usually don't want to come? After all, not all students at St. Demon University are from wealthy families. The ones who can truly afford the prices here are probably just a small fraction, right? On the other side, Su Jia was also a bit surprised by Lin Chen's generosity. The array of delightful desserts in front of her lifted her spirits. She indeed had a fondness for the desserts in this cafeteria. Plus, since Lin Chen was the one asking her for help, Su Jia felt no psychological burden. But mainly, it was because Lin Chen didn't seem like someone who was short on cash. Picking up a small dessert casually, Su Jia pushed the bag she brought towards Lin Chen. Weren't you asking me about the branches under Beast Tamer last time? We have a branch under Beast Tamer called Magic Contract. This branch is somewhat similar to Mechanic, requiring us to create our own contract tools. For example, the contract ring in front of you is something I made myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and directly opened the bag in front of him. As a forger, he could quickly scan the relevant attributes. Contract ring, quality, platinum, level, none, magic contract self-made equipment. User can increase the success rate of all types of contracts by 5%. Partner contract success rate 15%. Master servant contract success rate 10%. Resistance to magical creatures reduced by 500. Backlash damage reduced by 500. Attribute bonus, 5% chance to prevent target attribute contract from triggering downgrade effect. This was Lin Chen's first direct encounter with self-made tools from other professions. However, to be fair, the attributes of this contract ring made by Su Jia could definitely be considered good. After all, she had only been in school for 2 months. Moreover, the attributes of the contract ring she made were indeed much more than what an ordinary forger would produce. It's worth noting that the same attribute effects in forged equipment would likely require triggering specific conditions to appear. Yet this was just a self-made tool. At this moment, Lin Chen finally understood the difference between life professions and combat professions. Just based on these attributes, they were completely geared towards fighting. Seeing that Lin Chen had finished looking at the tool's attributes, Su Jia quickly began to explain. Magic Contract is a public profession branch. Whether it's elementalist or alchemist, as long as they belong to the subordinate professions of mage, they can learn it. But the learning conditions are quite harsh. The failure rate can be as high as 80 to 90%. Most mages are unwilling to learn the public profession branch of Magic Contract and are more inclined to choose to purchase contract halos forged by forgers. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, contract halos can greatly increase the success rate of contracts, and some can even negate failure effects. Su Jia smiled. And magical contracts are divided into master-servant contracts and partner contracts. The master-servant contract establishes a master-servant relationship between the target and the contractor, allowing the contractor absolute control over the contracted target, but the success rate is extremely low. Unless the contracted target consents, most magical creatures will strongly resist, and failure can cause significant magical damage to the contractor, with some even devouring the contractor directly. Lin Chen was familiar with master-servant contracts. After all, he relied on master-servant contracts to level up. Otherwise, how could he monopolize all that leveling experience? As for the second type, the partner contract, this one is relatively easier. The partner contract is more equal, and the contractor cannot have absolute control over the target. Even in life and death situations, the magical creature after the contract can abandon the contractor and escape on its own. However, the partner contract more easily strengthens the bond between the contractor and the magical creature. The higher the bond level, the stronger the connection between the two. Naturally, the contracted magical creature will not truly abandon its contractor in critical moments. After hearing this, Lin Chen felt a bit puzzled. So if the contracted magical creature isn't properly trained, wouldn't that mean you're keeping a ticking time bomb at all times? After all, having a magical creature that can't be trusted is quite a headache. The bond level growth between the magical creature and the contractor sounded difficult. Once the bond level grows, wouldn't the contractor be at risk of getting slapped by the creature wherever they go? Seeing Lin Chen voice his thoughts, Su Jia quickly nodded. Exactly. When I was in my first year of high school, I raised a flower leopard, and that leopard acted like a big shot. I had to invite it multiple times just to get it to work. In critical moments, I couldn't count on it at all. And it has a bad temper. If anything doesn't go its way, it could demolish my house in an instant. The most crucial part is, it eats a lot. If my family weren't wealthy, who could afford to raise it like this? Hearing the resentment in Su Jia's tone, Lin Chen found it somewhat amusing. So how do you usually cultivate your relationship with it? As soon as this topic came up, Su Jia's tone was almost palpable with grievance. What else can I do to cultivate it? I just treat it like a big shot. Whatever it wants, I give it. Now I wouldn't dare to tease its whiskers. If I mess up, it could tear my house apart. Listening to Su Jia's complaints, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He had never interacted with a beast tamer before, so he naturally didn't know that such situations could exist between tamers and their pets. Moreover, from Su Jia's words, it seemed that such situations were not uncommon and widely existed among most tamers and their pets. After discussing their pets, Su Jia quickly cleared her throat. Now that we've talked about that, let me tell you about some of the skills of beast tamers and some less common types of contracts. The skills of beast tamers are quite complex, and they can have different skills based on different contracts. Aside from partner contracts and master-servant contracts, some less common contracts include temporary contracts, blood contracts, and soul contracts, among others. After Su Jia's explanation, Lin Chen had a rough understanding of these types of contracts. Su Jia sipped her drink and enjoyed some pastries while demonstrating various contract skills. To facilitate Lin Chen's understanding, she even brought along the echo stone they used in class. The echo stone is a magical stone that can record images and sounds, usually made by alchemists. This magic stone is expensive and can be used in a variety of environments. In the real world, some technological devices could be used to record video data. However, once inside a dungeon, due to the influence of magnetic fields and other factors, these devices are likely to malfunction. At that time, the magic stone would come in handy. When Su Jia was able to pull out several reflection stones at once, Lin Chen was initially surprised, but then he fully immersed himself in the skill data that Su Jia had recorded. Time quickly passed, and soon it was 6 in the afternoon. Lin Chen glanced at the increasingly busy restaurant and asked with a smile, "Just in time, I haven't tried the food here at the cafeteria. Would you like to join me, Su classmate? It's on me. Consider it a thank you for your help this afternoon." Upon hearing that Lin Chen was treating, Su Jia's eyes lit up. "Of course, no problem. Actually, you don't need to be so polite. Just call me by my name." After the two tidied up their things, they walked towards the ordering counter. When they arrived at the counter, Lin Chen realized that the food in this restaurant was indeed not just ordinary expensive. The previous desserts had already exceeded his expectations, and now seeing the dishes priced close to 3 digits, Lin Chen felt a bit bewildered. It turned out that the cafeteria at Holy Magic University was not all as affordable as what he had eaten before. However, this did spark some curiosity in Lin Chen. After all, it was his first time tasting such expensive food. He had to try the flavors, right? He simply ordered 3 or 4 dishes and then took the menu to their table. Compared to other restaurants, this one had a slight advantage: there were part-time waiters. In other restaurants, after Lin Chen and the others ordered, they had to wait a while to bring the dishes back to their seats themselves. This restaurant was different. They only needed to hold the menu, and once the food was ready, a waiter would bring over the various dishes they ordered. Soon, a series of dishes was laid out on the small pink table in front of them. Just by looking at the presentation, Lin Chen thought the dishes were quite good, barely justifying their price. Su Jia's face showed a hint of joy. Then we should thank our talented Lin for treating us today. The two laughed and finished their meal. Lin Chen then escorted Su Jia back to her dormitory before turning around to take the sightseeing bus back to the South District. Just as he returned to the laboratory, Lin Chen called Qian Chao again. This time, his request was clearer than the previous list. Director Qian, I need several magicians, preferably with the same subordinate career branches, and I also need a batch of equipment. I will send you the equipment list later. Additionally, I need a batch of contract tools made by beast tamers. Lin Chen succinctly stated his requirements. Qian Chao was somewhat surprised. Are you looking for people and tools from the Magic Academy? Planning to research in this direction? Lin Chen replied affirmatively. That's right. This research is very important. The equipment list has been sent to your phone. If possible, the sooner this batch of materials and equipment arrives, the better. It was the first time Lin Chen requested a timeline. Naturally, Qian Chao had to take it seriously. Therefore, less than half an hour after their call ended, Qian Chao called again. The items you requested are ready. Can you check where this batch of people and equipment materials is being sent? Lin Chen looked around his laboratory and then shook his head. My laboratory space might not be enough. Does the school have a more spacious experimental area? Qian Chao immediately understood Lin Chen's meaning. I'll apply for a private training facility for you. The space there is larger, and absolutely no one will disturb you. With Lin Chen, of course, everything would go smoothly. Qian Chao hadn't forgotten that Lin Chen had mentioned this research was particularly important. Just thinking about the things Lin Chen had previously developed made Qian Chao feel a sense of anticipation. After all, the illusion equipment Lin Chen had researched was already considered quite impressive in everyone's eyes. Yet Lin Chen found it utterly ordinary. So, what kind of results would emerge from the research that was now particularly important in Lin Chen's eyes? Just thinking about it was exciting. Lin Chen, however, had no other thoughts. He simply felt that if he wanted to achieve the effect of sealing boss equipment, it might still be somewhat insufficient. Since the contract tools made by beast tamers could achieve a stunning or confusing effect to some extent, could Lin Chen directly draw from that? Ignoring the equipment on the boss, he aimed to tackle the root problem directly. According to Lin Chen's original idea, after sealing the equipment on the boss, it would still require an elite team and a beast tamer to complete the contract. But what if Lin Chen directly created equipment to seal the boss and could add a success rate modifier for the contract? At that point, wouldn't the beast tamer's job become much easier? Moreover, this plan had a very high margin for error. Even if the first sealing attempt failed, there would at least be a second chance. But the previous plan didn't guarantee that. If only the equipment on the boss was sealed, the boss in the dungeon would still be aggressive, leaving the elite team and the beast tamer with an even lower margin for error. However, as long as Lin Chen did a bit more work, the margin for error could be greatly improved. And Lin Chen's first step in research was the magician. As long as he understood the various branches of the magician's subordinates, he could break down the barriers of the profession during the research process and create a medium equipment suitable for the magician to launch sealing attacks. That's right, medium equipment. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it well. After getting the location of the training facility, Lin Chen immediately headed there. The training facility wasn't far from his laboratory. It was just an 8-minute walk. However, compared to the bustling laboratory he was used to, this training facility was nestled directly in the woods, covering an area of 2 acres. Thanks to the cover of the trees, the privacy here was well protected. And since it was a private training facility, identity verification was naturally required before entry. However, Lin Chen's identity information had long been entered into the highest authority system. With the campus card in hand, he quickly made his way into the training facility's outdoor area without any obstacles. The ratio of indoor to outdoor space was maintained at 1:2. When Lin Chen arrived, the magician's Qian Chao had found all turned to look at him. Seeing this, Qian Chao directly introduced, "The magicians you wanted, along with several common branches of their subordinates, are all here: elementalist, alchemist, beast tamer, mechanic, and array master. Each of these 5 common branches has been assigned 4 different levels, totaling 20 people. Over there are the equipment and contract tools you need, with everything from low to high quality. It's just that the legendary equipment is a bit hard to come by. Our academy has only found one so far. If you need it, I can have the military district expedite the delivery. Lin Chen looked at Qian Chao's meticulous arrangements and felt quite satisfied. If he hadn't submitted himself to the state, just trying to gather so many people and different levels of equipment tools would have taken a long time to prepare. Seeing the anticipation in Qian Chao's eyes, Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. Director Qian, this time I'm just trying to study it, and I'm not sure when I can produce results. Moreover, the outcome of this research is still unknown. Qian Chao waved his hand nonchalantly. What experiments don't fail? Just go ahead and try. Even if you use up all these tools and equipment, I can still get you another batch. As the director of the teaching office at Tsinghua University, overseeing the teaching affairs of all the colleges, Qian Chao truly had the confidence to say this. Lin Chen even suspected that Qian Chao was chosen as his liaison precisely because his position made things more convenient. After all, below the president are these directors. Most of the time, the university president is not on campus. Naturally, the affairs of the school fall to this group of directors. So compared to the president, Qian Chao, as the director of the teaching office, is clearly more suitable as a liaison. Once again marveling at how considerate the national leaders are, Lin Chen turned his attention to the batch of equipment and materials in front of him. What Lin Chen didn't know was that ever since he provided a large batch of imprinting equipment and illusion equipment to the military, the teaching resources at Tsinghua University had significantly increased. After all, Lin Chen's research results were all developed after he arrived at Tsinghua University. It was precisely because of the nurturing environment at Tsinghua University that Lin Chen could grow so rapidly. Therefore, in terms of resource allocation in the second year, he would be even more favored. It should be noted that every year's educational resources are applied for by Qian Chao. If Lin Chen, such a benefactor, weren't at their school, how could Tsinghua University possibly receive so many resources this year? For this reason, Qian Chao was more than happy to elevate Lin Chen's status. Lin Chen didn't chat with Qian Chao for long and quickly immersed himself in a new round of experimental research. The summoned mages soon began to demonstrate their relevant skills at Lin Chen's request. From level 20 to 50, with every 10 levels as a gradient, there were 4 individuals for each profession. This way, it would be easier for Lin Chen to observe their skill trends and develop a more suitable magical structure for each profession. Besides these mages, Lin Chen also took the time to organize the experimental materials that Qian Chao had sent over. These experimental materials included, but were not limited to, a large batch of contract tools and pets awaiting contracts. Given that Lin Chen wanted to configure equipment capable of directly sealing off heavenly-level dungeon bosses, he didn't pay much attention to the contract skills of the beast tamers. Just studying the skill trends of these mages was enough for Lin Chen to research for a long time. Moreover, these mages' skills require energy to use. If they were just ordinary magical skills, given the mage's own energy levels, they might be able to withstand a few rounds. However, under prolonged use of skills, even if their energy limits are high, when releasing higher-level skills, they would inevitably experience energy depletion. So after much thought, Lin Chen decided to use the mental imprinting skill to directly replicate these mages' skill attributes onto the equipment. This would also save them a lot of time. However, replicating skill attributes onto equipment is fundamentally different from actually using the skills. Until an elementalist reminded him, why not try storing our skills in a container? Lin Chen was taken aback. Storing skills in relevant containers. Theoretically, this plan is absolutely feasible. However, to store skills, tools are essential. Lin Chen thought for a moment and quickly found something in the corner of his memory that perfectly fit this condition. Skill scrolls. Skill scrolls belong to the category of material forging. They are similar to the previous skill enhancement vouchers. Skill scrolls can copy the magical skills of wizards, but there are not many requirements for the user. The only limitation for the copier is that they must have a profession, as they can only store magical skills. The conditions for the user are much more relaxed. Forging them is not too difficult either. Moreover, Lin Chen has a high proficiency in material forging, so the success rate is naturally high. As a forger, there are still quite a few basic materials needed on a daily basis. Additionally, skill scrolls represent a significant direction for auxiliary forgers to make money. The related materials are extremely common. Lin Chen quickly found a batch of materials for making skill scrolls. For auxiliary forgers, creating skill scrolls is not too challenging. The difficulty lies in whether the skill scrolls can withstand higher-level skills or skills with greater energy, as well as the consumption rate of the magical skills copied onto the scrolls. As long as these attributes are not too low, the selling price of the skill scrolls will definitely not be low. In less than an hour, Lin Chen produced a large batch of skill scrolls. With his proficiency in material forging as a foundation, almost all the skill scrolls he made were of high quality. In fact, a few high-level skill scrolls had a consumption rate of 0. This means that if a powerful wizard infused their magical skills into a high-level skill scroll, the user could release magical skills equivalent to that powerful wizard's own abilities. However, since there was no one else to compare with at the moment, Lin Chen was not surprised. He directly piled up this large batch of skill scrolls on the table. Now, line up one by one and copy your skills into them. Copying skills takes a bit longer than releasing skills. However, this time also depends on the level of the skill scroll. The skill scrolls Lin Chen made were excellent in both level and quality. Therefore, it didn't take long for 20 people to successively store all their skills. With this batch of scrolls that had copied magical skills, Lin Chen immediately had the idea to test them out. Looking at the elementalist's uniform attack skills, Lin Chen immediately shook his head. But when his gaze fell on the alchemist's chaotic skills, he hesitated. There were skills like poison making, and the more normal ones like truth crystal. The key was that Lin Chen did not want to experience any of them. So, Lin Chen could only honestly focus on the contract skills that the beast tamers had just copied. The contract skills used by these beast tamers varied. Some were for contract taming, some for contract enslavement, and others for contract assimilation. Generally speaking, contract taming and contract enslavement are often used in master-servant contracts, while contract assimilation is used in partner contracts. Lin Chen glanced at the small pets that Shen Xiao had sent over, which had not yet been contracted. These small pets were not high in level, with some even only at level 10. They were quite common, and the beast tamers did not waste their contract space on these lower-level pets. Typically, as Su Jia had explained earlier, a beast tamer can only contract monsters within a 15-level range. For example, if Su Jia has reached level 32, the highest level monster she can contract is level 47, and the lowest is level 17. Within the range of level 17 to level 47, Su Jia has 3 contract spaces. Moreover, the number of contract spaces will continue to increase as Su Jia's level rises. Just like Lin Chen and the other blacksmiths, every time their level increases by 10, they will receive a forging blueprint. As for Su Jia and the others, as beast tamers, every time their level increases by 10, the corresponding contract space slots will also increase by 1. The contract space slots correspond to the maximum number of magical creatures that a beast tamer can contract. One space slot can only correspond to one magical creature. Any additional creatures can only increase their own level. However, there is one exception. When Su Jia wants to forcibly contract a magical creature below the minimum level limit, these creatures do not occupy contract space. Therefore, it is completely fine for the 32-level Su Jia to contract a level 10 magical creature. However, at this point, the contract relationship between the two cannot become a partner contract. Instead, it will be randomly assigned as a temporary contract or a forced master-servant contract. This is also why Qian Xiao would send so many level 10 magical creatures, because the beast tamers present have varying levels. It wouldn't make sense to send a batch of high-level magical creatures to occupy the already scarce contract space slots of these beast tamers, right? Lin Chen glanced at the scroll in his hand and then directly released a skill at a mutated squirrel in front of him. Contract. The lowest level of the beast tamers in the training hall is 20. Therefore, contracting a level 10 mutated squirrel is still quite easy. Lin Chen felt a halo emerging from the feet of the mutated squirrel. Then this halo fell to his feet, forming a complex pattern. This complex pattern also carried a hint of red. Lin Chen could feel that the moment the halo lit up, the mutated squirrel's emotions became agitated. The mutated squirrel, which had been quietly staying in the cage, suddenly began to rush madly towards the cage door. Lin Chen didn't quite understand this situation and could only look up at the beast tamers present. The highest level beast tamer on site, who was level 50, quickly spoke up. It should have randomly resulted in a master-servant contract. That's why the reaction of this mutated squirrel is so intense. Lin Chen suddenly realized. In the face of a master-servant contract, the reaction of the magical creature is more intense than when facing other types of contracts. However, under the forced level suppression, all the resistance of the mutated squirrel is in vain. At the moment Lin Chen cast the contracting skill, he used the mental imprinting skill to replicate the relevant magical power operation structure. Starting from level 20, he gradually experimented up to level 50. Lin Chen gradually grasped the patterns of these magical power operation structures. The contracting skill, to some extent, is a combination of mental power and energy. The two merge into one, forming a repetitive magical power operation structure that can evoke the mental power of the magical creature, thus establishing a certain connection between the two. This connection can be simply understood as a temporary contract that just ties the beast tamer and the magical creature together, but can be broken at any time. In contrast, the master-servant contract ties them tightly together. As the beast tamer's level increases, the mental power of the magical creature becomes more susceptible to influence. However, similarly, because the beast tamer's level is too high, the mental power of the magical creature will be affected by the beast tamer's mental power, leading to irreversible damage. This is also the reason for setting a minimum level for beast tamers to contract magical creatures. Once the level of the magical creature is too low, exceeding the minimum level, then the disparity in mental power between the two, after signing the contract, will inevitably cause irreversible damage to the magical creature, even directly affecting the creature's inherent attributes. In this way, it would waste a separate contract space slot for the beast tamer. Lin Chen recorded while beginning the next step. Recording the corresponding situations of temporary contracts and master-servant contracts, Lin Chen quickly turned his attention to the third skill of the beast tamer: contract assimilation. The skill of contract assimilation involves signing a partner contract. There is another similar skill called contract sharing. The two skills have slight differences, so Lin Chen decided to test them together. Data was continuously recorded by Lin Chen as the night deepened. In the training hall, bright as day, Lin Chen was completely unaware of the passage of time. Instead, the more he researched, the more excited he felt. I didn't expect that compared to other contract methods, the growth potential of the partner contract is actually greater. No wonder most beast tamers choose the partner contract. Once a beast tamer contracts a high-level monster, it means that both their levels and experience can be shared, and it can permanently affect the beast tamer's own attribute bars. Of course, if a low-level monster is chosen, the beast tamer's mental power is also a great benefit to the monster. By the time the sky began to brighten, Lin Chen had finally replicated all the magical structures of the beast tamer. These replicated attributes were all stored on the whiteboard equipment. This was also the reason Lin Chen had previously asked Xian Chao for a batch of equipment. Mental imprinting can perfectly replicate all attribute bars to a large extent. It just requires the consumption of mental power and energy. Lin Chen had been busy with imprinting all night and finally felt that his mental state was somewhat exhausted. After dismissing the group, Lin Chen turned around and fell into a deep sleep in the training hall's lounge. Once he had replenished his energy, he immediately began researching the next professional skill. This time, Lin Chen chose the Elementalist. Elementalists can manipulate various elemental spirits. These elemental spirits can serve as their magical energy source and can also become their companions. Thus, the two professional branches under the Elementalist are called Absorption and Summoning. As the name suggests, if the Elementalist focuses on the attack system, a large number of elemental spirits can be absorbed for their own use, thus becoming an outdoor magical energy supplement. This undoubtedly provides the Elementalist with a continuous source of energy. It is known that on the battlefield, an Elementalist with endless energy supply is extremely terrifying. Lu Xiaoxiao happens to be an Elementalist who follows the attack system. The other system is the summoning flow. When choosing a professional branch, the Elementalist can only choose one of the two. If they choose the summoning flow, a large number of elemental spirits will be continuously summoned for the Elementalist to command. The means of these elemental spirits are more varied and share similarities with the beast tamer. The beast tamer can use contracts to make monsters serve them, thus launching attacks on enemies. In contrast, the summoning flow of the Elementalist can summon a large number of elemental spirits to launch attacks. However, compared to the contracted monsters of the beast tamer, elemental spirits, without contracts, have significantly weaker defensive capabilities and individual combat abilities. Most of the time, they rely on the Elementalist's arrangements to launch attacks. This means that the summoning flow Elementalist acts as a strategist. But whether it is the summoning flow or the attack flow, the Elementalist primarily uses mental power, resulting in significantly reduced energy consumption compared to the beast tamer. Compared to the previous magical structure of the beast tamer, it was much easier for Lin Chen to imprint the attribute conditions when the Elementalist used their skills. After a busy afternoon, Lin Chen's mental imprinting skill experienced a significant upgrade. After finishing the skills of the beast tamer and the Elementalist, Lin Chen quickly turned his attention to the mechanic, alchemist, and array master. Lin Chen was relatively familiar with the mechanic. With the previous two professions as a foundation, Lin Chen was busy until deep into the night, engraving a large batch of whiteboard equipment with the attributes of various professions. At his feet lay a heap of skill scrolls. After finishing with this batch of people, Lin Chen waved his hand, letting them leave for now. They could come back whenever he needed them. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as if he were surrounded by a mountain of equipment. If others saw so many attribute structures and magical structures, they would surely have a splitting headache. But Lin Chen was exceptionally excited. Even though he had only rested for 5 hours during the day, he was still able to continue his research. Magical structures and attribute structures were extremely difficult to tackle or even interpret, whether in the magical world or the forging world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be cases where someone could win an award just by inventing a new magical structure. Lin Chen had plenty of patience. With his previous experience, he was at least 90% confident in analyzing these magical structures. As for the remaining difficulties, he didn't try to digest them alone. When he applied for a patent for his magical structure and published papers, he had sought help from Fenggang. As a senior forger hired by the Holy Magic University, Fenggang had reached level 72. While he might not stand out much in the military district, he was more than capable as a mentor at the Holy Magic University. Therefore, Lin Chen organized his questions into a document and sent it to Fenggang. He thought he would have to wait until tomorrow for a reply. To his surprise, Fenggang was still awake at this hour. Moreover, he had carefully read through the document Lin Chen sent and provided annotations and answers word by word. Seeing Fenggang's lengthy annotations, which far exceeded his own questions, Lin Chen felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Feng. I've noticed the situation you mentioned. So, how should we resolve the deviations that occur when constructing magical structures and attribute structures?" Fenggang rarely encountered such a diligent student. Among the older students he taught, none would stay up late researching magical structures like Lin Chen. Over the years, he had been fortunate to mentor a couple of talented students like Xiao Yuyan and Bai Yuru. He thought this year's new students would be a lost cause. Who would have thought that heaven would send him a treasure right into his hands? He could probably wake up laughing from this dream. Therefore, Fenggang was far from his usual seriousness at this moment. Faced with such a treasure as Lin Chen, he was as patient as he could be. If you want to construct both the magical structure and the attribute structure at the same time, I advise you to give up on that idea early. Building a structure is like constructing a house. If you only lay the foundation for one floor but try to force a second floor on top, that house will eventually collapse. So, when there are deviations between the two, my suggestion is to reforce the structural chain. Lin Chen had never considered this situation before. However, after seeing Fenggang's reply, it was as if he had been enlightened. Initially, Lin Chen had tried to directly modify the contract tools brought by the beast tamers. For example, the most common contract ring among contract tools. Under the original conditions of the contract, Lin Chen only needed to add a basic connection structure on top of the contract ring. This would ensure that people of different professions could use it while achieving the intended contract effect. However, after experimenting, Lin Chen found that this approach was somewhat unfeasible. Even with a 100% success rate in forging, what he ended up creating was still a mishmash. Thus, Lin Chen had to find a new path. According to Fenggang's instructions, Lin Chen currently needs to add another layer of attribute structure to the magical structure. This layer of attribute structure can greatly incorporate the effects of the contract ring, which is already sufficient. However, whether it is the magical structure or the attribute structure, deciphering the structural chain requires immense effort. Fenggang's previous advice was not unfounded. Countless people had attempted to decipher the structural chain before, yet to this day, only a handful of forgers have succeeded. The few pieces of equipment Lin Chen forged this time looked quite decent, but as soon as he checked the attributes, disappointment washed over him instantly. Mental contract ring level, none grade, diamond level can cast mental contract skills, reducing the target's resistance by 85% during the contract process. Mental contract ring level, none grade, diamond level can cast mental contract skills, increasing the user's mental power by 90% during the contract process. Mental contract ring level, none grade, diamond level can cast mental contract skills, increasing the target's success rate by 15% during the contract process. Mental contract ring level, none grade, diamond level can cast mental contract skills, reducing the target's basic attributes by 92% during the contract process. A series of results left Lin Chen feeling exhausted. The standalone double-layer structure simply couldn't support his theoretical concepts. Even with the double-layer structure added, the effectiveness of the forged contract rings was still unsatisfactory. It is important to note that the difficulty of a heavenly level dungeon is not something that can be easily resisted. When the time comes, the contract ring will face the ultimate boss within the heavenly level dungeon. If there is too much deviation, it will inevitably lead to a contract failure, and naturally, Lin Chen's previous ideas would be rendered moot. After pondering, Lin Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If the double-layer structure is insufficient, what if he adds several more layers to the contract ring? With Lin Chen's new type of structure as a foundation, there is no need to worry about instability. So as long as Lin Chen lays a solid foundation, he can build as many floors as he wants. With this thought, Lin Chen began to think in that direction. As it stands, the double magical structure combined with the basic attribute structure is still far from enough. Even if these tools are released, They have already met some people's expectations, but they will never reach Lin Chen's ultimate expectations. Since that is the case, Lin Chen thought it would be better to add buffs to these tools. As for the first buff, Lin Chen immediately thought of his skill enhancement voucher. The skill enhancement voucher can amplify the effects of contract skills to a certain extent, and this must be applied. Even the medium equipment Lin Chen created to increase the success rate of contracts currently only has a 15% success rate. If this success rate is placed in a heavenly level dungeon, it would likely be significantly reduced. Therefore, the relevant attribute structure of the skill enhancement voucher must also be applied. With this foundation, the beast tamers entering the dungeon will have a higher chance of success. But this alone is still far from enough. The strength of the beast tamers is generally low. They rely on the magical creatures they have contracted to attack. Therefore, during the contract process, Lin Chen must add another layer of insurance for the beast tamers. As for this insurance, Lin Chen directly focused on the ceiling forging. The plan that Lin Chen had originally abandoned was restarted, but this time, he would add the attribute structure of ceiling forging to the contract magical structure. In this way, this piece of equipment can provide the beast tamers with multiple layers of insurance. Even if one attempt fails, there will at least be a second chance. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately began to study a new batch of equipment, while the medium equipment he had forged earlier was kicked aside. The training management venue was extremely suitable for Lin Chen to showcase his skills. He quickly moved the auxiliary tools he had forged earlier to the training hall. With the help of these auxiliary tools, Lin Chen could significantly reduce the time spent on structural components. Moreover, Lin Chen had a second idea. If the quality of the materials processed with the auxiliary tools could reach legendary level, it might lead to a substantial enhancement of the medium equipment produced. Of course, all of Lin Chen's assumptions were based on the premise that he had not triggered any blessing effects. It was known that as long as he piled up enough quantity, he would definitely trigger the blessing effect. So this theory was certainly feasible. From late at night until the next morning, Lin Chen finally forged two brand new pieces of medium equipment. Spirit Staff level, Nun grade, King level all attribute equipment increases ceiling effect against monsters by 50 times. Spirit Contract Ring level, Nun grade, King level exclusive equipment for beast tamers increases success rate of all types of contracts by 20%, increases success rate of partner contracts by 45%, increases success rate of master servant contracts by 30%, increases success rate of special contracts by 25%, reduces resistance of magical creatures by 2000, reduces backlash damage by 40%. Skill Monster Ceiling, Attribute Fixation, Forced Contract Monster Ceiling. During the contract process, increases ceiling effect against monsters by 200%. Attribute Fixation. After the contract is completed, there is a 25% chance that the attributes of the contracted pet will remain unchanged. Forced Contract. After using the skill, all attributes can be increased by 300%. But the contractor will fall into a 3-month fatigue period after the contract is completed. After reading the relevant descriptions, Lin Chen felt a bit more satisfied. The version of the equipment he had created was the most in line with his original expectations. It was just that the process was somewhat complicated. From the beginning, Lin Chen's medium equipment for all attribute professions had turned into equipment specifically prepared for beast tamers. However, the spirit staff he had attached could fill this gap. After so many days of hard work, he finally had the physical items, and Lin Chen couldn't wait to find someone to test them. So he directly called Chen Chao. Upon receiving Lin Chen's call again, Chen Chao's spirits were lifted. "You got it done so quickly?" Lin Chen did not deny it, only softly said, "I need to trouble Director Qian to find someone to test it out. This time, I only need a beast tamer, no one else." Hearing Lin Chen's request, Chen Chao couldn't help but feel a bit curious. "Is there anything else besides this?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and then spoke again. "Then let's add a mage, level 50 or above. As for the requirements, I need them to help me test the latest equipment." Hearing that it was for testing equipment, Chen Chao was instantly excited. By now, Chen Chao had figured out the pattern. The equipment that came out of Lin Chen's hands was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, the attributes of the equipment he produced were extremely impressive. So this time, it surely wouldn't be any different. Just one beast tamer and one mage? Nothing more? Lin Chen nodded, then realized that Chen Chao couldn't see him. "That's right. I need them to enter a level 65 dungeon and find the level 65 boss to test whether the contract can be completed with the equipment in my hands." After hearing Lin Chen's request, Chen Chao was momentarily stunned. "Are you sure? 2 level 50 mages, one of whom is a beast tamer, directly entering a level 65 dungeon to find the ultimate boss to complete a contract?" While he was mulling it over, Chen Chao still spoke up immediately. "Alright, I'll go find someone right now. Regardless of whether he could find anyone, Xian Xiao was determined to drag someone onto the ship. However, Lin Chen's request this time was indeed a bit challenging. It was quite easy to find a level 50 beast tamer and mage, but finding someone willing to enter a level 65 dungeon was a bit difficult, so Xian Xiao almost immediately contacted the military. With the military providing personnel, at least it could ensure the safety of the beast tamer and mage entering the dungeon, in case Lin Chen's equipment had any issues. Of course, this was just a hypothetical situation he conjured up. The loss of 2 level 50 experts was not something everyone could bear. Moreover, Xian Xiao understood the gap between the levels of beast tamers very well. The probability of a level 50 beast tamer successfully contracting a level 65 boss was absurdly low. If it failed, the mortality rate could be as high as 80%. But no matter what, Lin Chen had already brought out the equipment. They couldn't just leave it untested, right? While waiting for a response from his superiors, Xian Xiao suddenly thought of something. According to Lin Chen, the equipment he forged could allow a level 50 beast tamer to contract a level 65 boss. If successful, the equipment Lin Chen forged could very well set a precedent. It was known that before this, a low-level beast tamer wanting to contract a monster above their own level would definitely need to have a large number of mages or warriors assisting them. Otherwise, relying solely on the monster's own pride, it would never easily submit to a human, even if the contract signed between them was the most equal partnership. Moreover, when a beast tamer contracts a monster, due to the influence of their own contracting tools, it would ultimately lead to some attribute damage to the monster. The more participants there were, the greater the damage to the monster. This time, Lin Chen only required 2 people, one of whom was a beast tamer. Didn't that mean he had at least an 80% chance of success? Thinking of this, Xian Xiao became excited. He couldn't care less that his superiors hadn't replied yet. He immediately started reaching out to people. He made a phone call. "Old phone, I remember your son is a level 50 beast tamer, right? I have a golden opportunity here. Do you want it?" "Of course, how could I possibly trick you? But isn't this a mismatch in attributes? You better think quickly. I still need to notify Old Shen. If he agrees first, then there won't be a spot for you. Can you agree right now?" "Alright, bring your son over, and we'll sign a confidentiality agreement first. After we sign, I'll tell you the specific requirements. I guarantee it's definitely a great opportunity. You might even get a monster for free." After hanging up that call, Xian Xiao quickly called the next person. "Old Shen, I remember your son is an elemental mage, right? Is he focusing on attack or summoning? I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if he would be willing to help." "No problem, just come over, and we'll sign an agreement." Within half an hour, Xian Xiao had brought both groups of people to Lin Chen. Lin Chen originally thought it would take some time for Xian Xiao to find people, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. After all, a level 65 dungeon poses a certain danger for 2 level 50 mages. Director Qian found it so quickly? But soon, Lin Chen saw Feng Gang's face. Feng Gang was also a bit surprised to see Lin Chen at this moment, but the next second he glanced over at Xian Xiao beside him. "Is this what you wanted me to help with?" Before coming here, Feng Gang had felt a bit uneasy. They had all signed a series of confidentiality agreements with Xian Xiao before arriving. The scale was intimidating. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Feng Gang felt relieved instead. "So you wanted me to help little Lin? You should have said so earlier. Go ahead. What do you need me to do?" On the other side, Old Chen was still puzzled. "Do you know each other?" Seeing Old Chen's confused expression, Feng Gang quickly introduced. "Lin Chen, our new student from the Forging Academy. Don't be fooled by his status as a freshman. He was the one who researched the new magic structure recently, and I even helped him apply for a patent. This year's Innovation Award is definitely his." If Feng Gang didn't have complete confidence, he certainly wouldn't say such things outside. But coincidentally, Feng Gang had a few friends who were judges for this year's Innovation Award. Feng Gang would never cheat, even if Lin Chen was a student he highly regarded. The main reason was that he believed in Lin Chen's abilities. If a new magic structure couldn't win the Innovation Award, then this year's award must be impossible to achieve. As it turned out, his guess was correct. Those judge friends specifically gave him a heads up. This year's Innovation Award was definitely in the bag. With such a talented young person in his academy, Feng Gang naturally wanted to recruit him as his own student. Lin Chen had no idea about Feng Gang's inner thoughts. He simply shyly greeted the unfamiliar mentor in front of him. Old Chen indeed didn't know Lin Chen. However, it didn't affect his awareness of the recent happenings regarding the first-year students of the Forging Academy. Now, with Feng Gang's extensive promotion, Old Chen's impression of Lin Chen was exceptionally good. Knowing they had all signed confidentiality agreements, Lin Chen immediately led them into his training hall and laid out the equipment he had just researched in front of them. Xian Xiao knew these people were called by him, so he didn't bother to compete for space. Feng Gang and Old Chen stood at either end of the table, each holding a piece of equipment. When they saw the equipment for the first time, both were a bit stunned. Isn't it just? Upon a second glance, they both fell silent. Feng Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, you actually managed to research this? A mental contract ring with 4 additional structural layers? How long did it take you to build this? Wait, I just finished explaining it to you last time, and you built it in just a couple of days? Realizing this, Feng Gang's voice began to tremble. He even slapped his own son. Did you see that? This is a mental contract ring, equipment exclusive to you beast tamers. Feng Zhengping was also a bit excited when he saw the equipment, especially that series of attributes. It's worth noting that even Feng Zhengping himself, when making contract tools, didn't have attributes as rich as Lin Chen's. Moreover, there is a significant difference between contract tools and medium equipment. Contract tools only have attributes. Medium equipment can increase skill entries. This means that the mental contract ring Lin Chen presented can release skills. The effects of the skills are quite good. Feng Gang and Feng Zhengping were both thrilled, holding the mental contract ring. Meanwhile, Old Shin began to study the mental staff Lin Chen had brought out with his son. The mental staff can also be considered a medium equipment. However, the skill effects become much simpler. Lin Chen, while retaining the effects of the skill enhancement scroll, simultaneously applied mental imprinting to the blank equipment. This allowed the skills of the mental staff to be maximized. Moreover, this piece of equipment could only be used with the mental contract ring. Clearly, these were 2 pieces of medium equipment, yet they ended up forming a binding effect. Such a thing is quite rare among forgers. It is known that controlling attribute entries is the most difficult. Even the highest level forgers cannot ensure that 2 pieces of equipment achieve a binding effect, because during the forging process, various specific situations may arise, ultimately affecting the outcome of the forging. Now, such 2 pieces of equipment had appeared in their hands. Feng Gang was thoroughly shocked. He even began to doubt whether Lin Chen had completed these pieces of equipment all by himself. Lin Chen, did you have any other mentors before coming to university? It wasn't unusual for students from well-off families to hire private tutors. With the guidance of a private tutor, a student's growth would naturally be faster. Feng Gang didn't know Lin Chen's family background, but seeing the scattered materials at Lin Chen's feet, he felt that Lin Chen might not be short on money. In that case, having a private tutor didn't seem too surprising, right? However, before Lin Chen could speak, Chen Chao had already cleared his throat. No need to ask about that. You just need to know that the 2 pieces of equipment we are testing today. Once we enter the dungeon, I hope you both prioritize your own safety. After all, he was the son of his good friend, so Chen Chao had to be cautious. Feng Gang waved his hand. It's a rare opportunity for him. Letting him try it out isn't a bad idea. Lao Zhao had no objections either. It's just right for him to test this equipment. He probably hasn't had the chance to interact with such equipment before. Expanding his knowledge isn't a bad thing. Since their own father had spoken, Feng Zhengping and the others naturally wouldn't say much. They could only obediently follow Lin Chen's instructions to the level 65 dungeon. Lin Chen wanted to obtain first-hand experimental results, so he naturally followed their large group. During this time, Feng Gang wanted to inquire about the equipment in detail. Lin Chen shared what he could about it. After hearing about the relevant attributes, Feng Gang couldn't help but exclaim, such a method probably hasn't been thought of by anyone before, right? Binding 2 pieces of medium equipment for use not only saves a layer of structure but also achieves a complementary effect. That said, Feng Gang himself knew that the feasibility of this was extremely difficult. After all, not everyone is Lin Chen, with a 100% forging success rate. Not everyone can shorten the experimental time to such an extent like Lin Chen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lin Chen to achieve this level in such a short time. Hearing Feng Gang's exclamation, Xian Chao couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen in surprise. Xian Chao was neither a forger nor a beast tamer. However, this did not affect his understanding of these 2 professions. Because of this, he felt that the 2 pieces of equipment made by Lin Chen were particularly impressive. Moreover, having interacted with Lin Chen for such a long time, he believed that if Lin Chen didn't have complete confidence, he would never have taken out such 2 pieces of equipment. Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly in response. Unfortunately, no matter how much he tried to minimize his presence, he couldn't withstand Feng Gang and the others frequently casting their gazes at him. From their expressions, it seemed they were quite eager to know who Lin Chen's mentor was, especially Feng Gang. He was wholeheartedly thinking about becoming Lin Chen's mentor. As a result, it is very likely that Lin Chen has already found a mentor, and this feeling is like the sky has fallen. making it impossible for Fenggang to feel happy. Watching Feng Zhengping and the others enter the instance, Xian Xiao also pressed the indicator at his waist. The next second, the indicator lit up. Receiving a response from the other side, Xian Xiao felt a bit more at ease. Naturally, he wouldn't let Feng Zhengping and the others go in alone. At the very least, they needed to be accompanied by military personnel for protection. If nothing happens, that would be best. But if a special situation arises, the military personnel would come out to assist. As for Lin Chen, who was waiting outside the instance, he was still busy dealing with Fenggang's inquiries. Shaolin, tell me honestly, do you have another teacher? Actually, you're only a freshman now. Having an off-campus teacher is fine, but have you considered finding a mentor on campus to guide you? Just like me. Of course, Fenggang would never say that last part out loud, but his implication was very strong. Hearing Fenggang's words, Lin Chen was indeed momentarily stunned. To be honest, he did have a need to find a mentor right now. Since Fenggang was offering himself, Lin Chen naturally found it hard to refuse. But at that moment, Xian Xiao suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen has a mentor. With this statement, both Lin Chen and Fenggang were dumbfounded. Lin Chen had no idea when he suddenly gained a mentor out of thin air, and Fenggang was heartbroken. Fortunately, Fenggang's gaze didn't sweep over, otherwise, he would definitely notice Lin Chen's guilt. Who is his mentor? Is it from our academy? How come I didn't know? Lin Chen, a student with good talent and practical skills, if it were Fenggang himself, he would definitely be promoting it everywhere. How could he possibly keep it hidden until now? In fact, Lin Chen also didn't know who his mentor was. After all, when he entered the Holy Demon University, Xian Xiao did mention that he would arrange a professional mentor for him. At that time, Lin Chen thought the professional mentor he was assigned was just the course teacher. After all, starting from their cohort, they had already implemented small class teaching. There was a significant difference between having a dedicated mentor and the previous cohorts of students. However, now to turn around and tell him that he actually had a mentor? Xian Xiao maintained a calm demeanor and even had the mind to give Lin Chen a knowing look. Of course he has a teacher. Otherwise, who do you think could teach such a talented student? Fenggang was clearly becoming relentless at this point. Then tell me, who is his mentor? Xian Xiao shot him a glance. You still don't know who the dean of the Forging Academy is since its establishment? That person just hasn't returned to school temporarily, not that they are dead. Lin Chen had already been assigned to that person even before enrollment. If he knew that someone was trying to poach his student, that person could probably come back in a minute. The ensuing fury would not be something Fenggang alone could bear. Upon hearing the title of the dean of the Forging Academy, Fenggang immediately quieted down. You should have said it was him. Otherwise, how could he have been so tempted for so long? He had even been calculating every day how to recruit Lin Chen under his name. If he were that person's student, Fenggang would completely understand Lin Chen's strength and how he could be so extraordinary. After all, looking across the entire dragon country, it was hard to find a forger who could be compared to that person. Just considering the level difference between him and that person, it was a full 10 levels. Don't underestimate this 10-level gap. In lower levels, reaching or even surpassing 10 levels might be quite easy. With their extraordinary group of strong individuals, the 10-level gap had nearly solidified the power between both sides. As they progressed further, each level became increasingly difficult to attain. Moreover, that individual was the first in the Dragon Kingdom to cross the 80-level threshold as a craftsman. It's worth noting that even Xian Xiao, at present, was only at level 78. Given his talent ceiling, crossing the 80-level mark would naturally be easier than for a craftsman in a living profession. But resources were scarce. Without resources, even Xian Xiao found it extremely difficult to level up. In contrast, the person he mentioned had not only crossed the 80-level threshold but had even reached level 82. If it weren't for that individual leading the way, the current craftsmen would have likely long since retreated to their living professions to forge iron. Listening to their cryptic conversation, Lin Chen was utterly confused. Who was that person? It seemed he had yet to meet this mentor. Previously, at Shinzei's lecture, Lin Chen had seen quite a few other teachers from the Crafting Academy. Yet, he had never once met the Academy's dean, nor had he even heard the other's name. With doubts in his heart, Lin Chen decided to set this matter aside, planning to ask Bayuru for clarification once he returned. After all, Bayuru had been at the school much longer than he had, and she would definitely know more about this than Lin Chen himself. The level 65 dungeon was quite challenging. It could even be considered a high-level dungeon. Therefore, Lin Chen and the others simply waited quietly in the car for Feng Zhengping and the others to come out. The waiting time was long, as there were no communication devices inside the dungeon. Lin Chen and the others could not perceive the situation inside in real time. However, before choosing this dungeon, Lin Chen had roughly understood the situation regarding the level 65 ultimate boss. The ultimate boss in this dungeon was the Gale Wolf. Wolves usually live in packs, but the Gale Wolf was different. It was a solitary creature. The highest-ranking Gale Wolf was the pack leader and also the ultimate boss of the dungeon. Its strength could multiply at night and it possessed a certain level of intelligence. Wolves hold grudges, and if one attempt fails, escaping from the dungeon would definitely pose a problem. It might even be impossible to leave the dungeon alive. Therefore, before Feng Zhengping and the others entered the dungeon, Lin Chen made a single request: to implement a master-servant contract on the Gale Wolf. A partner contract might not even be able to restrain the level 65 Wolf King. Thus, they had to go for the stronger option. To be honest, the moment Feng Zhengping heard they were going to implement a master-servant contract on the Wolf King, he felt a tremor in his heart. But he couldn't resist his father's intense gaze from behind. Feng Zhengping certainly didn't dare to say much and could only silently comply with the request. Moreover, he was quite afraid of the Wolf King's retaliation. If the partner contract truly couldn't hold it down, they might as well take a gamble and go straight for the master-servant contract. If they could succeed in one go, that would be ideal. If they failed, retreating would likely become a problem. This was also why the few of them signed a series of confidentiality and life and death agreements before entering the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the sky gradually darkened, creating the most suitable environment for the Wolf King. At night, the Gale Wolf's speed would increase 3 to 5 times. As the Wolf King, its speed would directly increase to 8 times. Therefore, attempting to contract the Wolf King was exponentially more difficult. However, there were still benefits to contracting the Wolf King at night. The Wolf King's attributes would receive a significant boost in its nighttime state. Thus, once the contract was successful, even if the Wolf King experienced a drop in attributes, it would still be higher than usual. So their current actions were akin to those of gamblers. After winning the bet, they immediately applauded and celebrated. If they lost, their lives would be at stake. At least this time, they were traveling together. With someone accompanying him, Feng Zhengping naturally felt less afraid. As they entered a grove, Feng Zhengping suddenly looked towards the southwest. There's a wolf howling. As the two ventured deeper, the howling of wolves around them grew louder. Especially for Feng Zhengping, he tightened his grip on the spiritual contract in his hand, not daring to relax. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Now it was a matter of whether it was the level 65 Wolf King. By the light of the moon, the two quickly approached the vicinity of the Gale Wolf. Seeing the silver fur on the Gale Wolf's head, both Feng Zhengping and his companion felt a surge of excitement. It really is the Wolf King. Let's act quickly. In just a second, they swiftly raised their hands. If they didn't launch a surprise attack now, when would they? The Wolf King clearly hadn't noticed the humans approaching, and was immediately ensnared by the spiritual contract ring in Feng Zhengping's hand. The spiritual staff provided Feng Zhengping with an attribute boost right away. With their combined efforts, the level 65 Wolf King, who initially intended to charge at them, suddenly halted, a look of pain crossing its face. The implementation of the master-servant contract had a certain mental impact on magical creatures. The Wolf King, initially fierce, bared its teeth at Feng Zhengping when it realized it couldn't escape the spiritual contract ring. However, as time passed, the Wolf King's movements began to diminish. Eventually, it knelt down before Feng Zhengping. Seeing the Wolf King kneeling at his feet, Feng Zhengping felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. After all, he had been a beast tamer for so many years and had only reached level 50, yet now he had effortlessly tamed a level 65 Wolf King? And it was a master-servant contract. This was the kind of rhythm that could make one smile even in their dreams, not to mention that it had already happened in reality. Worried about the joy turning to sorrow, Feng Zhengping hurriedly completed the final steps of the master-servant contract. Watching the Wolf King approach him, Feng Zhengping was overjoyed. With this Wolf King joining him, his strength would increase even further. Lin Chen kept glancing at the time. Seeing him frequently check the time, Feng Gang couldn't help but comfort him. It's not that quick for a beast tamer to contract a magical creature. Most people need more than half an hour. The higher the level of the magical creature, the longer it takes. They've only been in for 20 minutes, and considering the time spent finding the Gale Wolf, it's really not long. However, Lin Chen didn't think so. Based on his design of the two pieces of equipment, even if they couldn't complete the contract in a second, the time spent would definitely be significantly reduced. Moreover, this was just a level 65 Gale Wolf. If it took this long to contract a Gale Wolf, then contracting a boss in a heavenly level dungeon would surely take even longer. Yet Feng Zhengping and his companion didn't think that much. The moment the contract was successfully completed, they quickly exited the dungeon. 22 minutes after they entered, their figures appeared at the dungeon entrance. Just as Feng Gang finished comforting Lin Chen, he saw his son, which took him by surprise. He even speculated whether Feng Zhangping had fled in panic due to a failed contract. But looking at their expressions, it didn't seem like they had fled in a panic after a failure. If they weren't running away, then there was only one reason left. The contract was successful. This idea almost made Feng Gang's heart leap out of his chest. 20 minutes. Was the contract really successful just like that? It seemed impossible, right? That was a level 65 Wolf King, and his own silly son was only level 50. Rushing to contract the Wolf King with a 15-level gap was one thing, but to succeed in such a short time was quite surreal. There was a hint of uncertainty in Feng Gang's eyes. Lin Chen, however, immediately looked at Feng Zhangping, who had come to the front of the car. "Can I take a look at your Wolf King's attributes?" Lin Chen didn't ask Feng Zhangping if he had succeeded, but his tone was filled with confidence. As he approached, Feng Gang finally saw the smile on his silly son's face. The corners of his mouth were almost reaching the back of his head. It was impossible to fail, right? Sure enough, the next second, Feng Zhangping summoned his Wolf King. Bound by the master-servant contract, the Wolf King was like a well-behaved big dog at his feet. Lin Chen took a quick glance at the relevant attributes and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The four-dimensional attributes have actually been reduced by half. Feng Zhangping, still unaware of the issue, scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Even if it's only weakened by half, at night, the Wolf King's attributes will increase tenfold compared to during the day. So the current attributes of the Wolf King, compared to during the day, have actually increased fivefold. I think that's already quite good. Lin Chen didn't say much more, but the next second, his gaze shifted again. Wait, it seems that his attribute reduction isn't permanent. If Lin Chen hadn't looked again, he might have missed this information. At first glance, the Wolf King's basic attributes were fixed, but when he looked a second time, the Wolf King's basic attributes had already begun to slowly recover. So as long as the Wolf King was given some recovery time, his four-dimensional attributes would quickly return to peak condition. Feng Zhangping rushed out right after contracting the Wolf King, having no time to pay attention to these attributes. Hearing now that the damage wasn't permanent, he immediately looked down at the Wolf King at his feet. He saw the Wolf King's clear big eyes blinking, and indeed, its four-dimensional attributes were slowly recovering as Lin Chen had said. This almost made Feng Zhangping overjoyed. The fivefold increase in attributes was already enough to make him happy. Now he was told it could recover to a tenfold increase. Wasn't that like a pie falling from the sky? Indeed, what his father had said before made a lot of sense. Thinking of this, Feng Zhangping quickly cast a grateful glance at Feng Gang. Feng Gang proudly puffed out his chest. "Didn't I say it? When have I ever lied to my son?" Back then, Chen Xiao said it was like a pie falling from the sky. And now it had come true, hadn't it? Lin Chen carefully checked the attributes of the Gale Wolf again, and after confirming that the four-dimensional attributes could indeed recover, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, due to the forced signing of the master-servant contract, combined with the significant disparity in the equipment provided by Lin Chen, the Wolf King inevitably suffered some mental loss. But the extent of the mental loss was not large, only 10%. The Gale Wolf was already known for its speed. Coupled with their powerful attack power and the defense provided by their fur, they could achieve surprising effects on the battlefield. However, their mental strength was somewhat lacking. Even with a 10% reduction, according to what Feng Zhangping had said earlier, at night, the Wolf King's attributes increased tenfold compared to during the day. Therefore, even with the reduction in mental strength after signing the contract, the current mental strength attribute was still much higher than during the day. All in all, it was a win. Feng Zhangping was still explaining the situation in the dungeon to Lin Chen and the others. "I didn't expect the contract process to be this simple. Since I became a beast tamer, this has been the simplest and most efficient contract process I've encountered. When we first entered, we took quite a detour. It took at least 10 minutes before we heard the wolf howl. Then we circled around to the side of the Wolf King, and only after confirming it was the ultimate boss did we launch a surprise attack. Originally, it wanted to attack us, but who would have thought that as soon as the mental contract ring appeared, it was completely stunned. The contract process finished in less than 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Lin Chen listened to Feng Zhangping's words, silently recording the situation. He also made sure to note the relevant attributes of the Wolf King. Swift Wind Wolf King level, 65 status, weakened talent, speed boost, strong will, moonlight power skills, Wolf King suppression, berserk power, Wolf King domain attack, 4000 defense, 3000 speed, 500 plus 1000% spirit, 2000-10% stamina, 8000. After recording these attributes, Lin Chen had a rough idea in his mind. This was only regarding the 65-level Wolf King. An 8-minute contract process was not short. It seemed he needed to refine his equipment further. However, most monsters above level 60 had talent skills. The number of these talent skills could vary, but they were all extremely powerful. As for Feng Jingping's attribute records, Lin Chen felt it was completely unnecessary. Contracting a 65-level Wolf King was only beneficial for Feng Jingping, with no downsides. Moreover, the effect of the mental contract ring had not fully activated this time. Lin Chen had even deliberately kept a big move in reserve. He had thought he could test it when contracting the Wolf King, but who would have thought that the big move, which came with a 3-month weekend period, would be completely useless. With this in mind, Lin Chen could only cast a glance at Xian Chao. Receiving Lin Chen's look, Xian Chao immediately began to ponder how to quickly summon a batch of beast tamers from the army. Soldiers from the army were easy to summon. However, changing to a beast tamer, especially a high-level one, was still somewhat difficult to gather in a short time. But Lin Chen definitely had no plans for experimentation today. This way, he could give Xian Chao some time to arrange things. Today was just too rushed, otherwise, Xian Chao would have to wait for someone from the army to arrive. The few of them returned to the city, and Lin Chen organized the data he had on hand before collapsing onto the dormitory bed to catch up on sleep. After 2 consecutive days of non-stop activity, Lin Chen's mental and physical strength was really starting to wear thin. While Lin Chen was catching up on sleep, Xian Chao quickly began searching for suitable candidates. After some searching, he finally managed to select a few decent ones. According to Lin Chen's idea, since it was an experiment, they should definitely start testing from low level to high level. Now that level 50 had passed, it was time for level 60. After level 60, it would be level 70. However, level 70 beast tamers were indeed rare, and most had gone out on duty with the army soldiers. Therefore, it was still somewhat difficult for Xian Chao to contact them in a short time. When Lin Chen woke up and learned this news, he wasn't too disappointed. After all, leveling up as a beast tamer was quite difficult. It was even harder than for their blacksmiths. If they couldn't contact a level 70 beast tamer for the time being, it wouldn't be a problem to have a level 60 beast tamer fill in. However, before going into the dungeon, Lin Chen still needed to make some adjustments to the equipment in his hands. It would be best to refine the time consumed in the contract process. With the skill of spiritual imprint, Lin Chen felt no pressure in making changes. In just a short while, the attributes of 2 pieces of equipment had once again changed. Spiritual staff level, none grade, king level. All attribute equipment ceiling effect against monsters increased by 90 times. Spiritual contract ring level, none grade. King level exclusive equipment for beast tamers. Success rate of all types of contracts increased by 20%. Partner contract success rate increased by 45%. Master servant contract success rate increased by 30%. Special contract success rate increased by 25%. Resistance of magical creatures reduced by 2000. Backlash damage reduced by 40%. Contract efficiency increased by 85%. Skill, monster ceiling, attribute fixed, forced contract. Monster ceiling. During the contract process, ceiling effect against monsters increased by 200%. Attribute fixed. After the contract is completed, there is a 25% chance that the attributes of the contracted pet will remain unchanged. Forced contract. After using the skill, all attributes can be increased by 300%, but will fall into a 3-month fatigue period after the contract is completed. Because it only concerned the time consumed during the contract process, Lin Chen made no significant changes in other areas. Firstly, refreshing new attribute entries was not easy. Secondly, triggering the Holy Blessing effect was not so simple, so Lin Chen simply did not make changes in other aspects. But in fact, the changes were not small. Firstly, the efficiency of the contract had increased by at least half. Secondly, during the contract, a stronger suppression effect could be generated against higher-level monsters. This also laid the foundation for entering higher-level dungeons later. Now he just wanted to experiment a bit. Once the experiment was successful, Lin Chen would definitely use spiritual imprint for mass production. Otherwise, how could he realize his previous idea of a boss legion? The current Wolf King level was still a bit too low. After the new beast tamers arrived, they could consider heading to higher-level dungeons. After all, the heavenly level dungeon was as high as level 80. A level 65 Wolf King was simply not enough in front of a heavenly level dungeon boss. When the new batch of beast tamers arrived, Lin Chen had finally been busy for quite a while. However, just as they were eager to enter the high-level dungeon, they learned that the dungeon had not yet refreshed. Therefore, the time that had already been delayed by 2 days could only be pushed back a few more days. Chapter 147. There are plenty in the Jiangnan military district. After several rounds of experiments, Lin Chen looked at the data produced and still could not truly relax his brow. With my current strength, the medium equipment I forge still needs constant enhancement. The attributes of king-level medium equipment simply cannot keep up with the higher-level dungeons. Perhaps I can consider enhancing each of the two pieces of equipment? If that doesn't work, then I can only tough it out. After so many rounds of experiments, Lin Chen had yet to trigger a single blessing effect. This made him start to doubt whether he had been particularly unlucky recently. Therefore, Lin Chen now had two paths he could take. To be precise, he could merge these two paths into one. If he wanted to continuously improve the attributes of the equipment and ensure absolute success, he would need to keep using the forging skill. As long as he triggered a blessing effect, the attributes on the equipment would definitely receive a significant boost. After all, Lin Chen intended to mass-produce these pieces of equipment for the army. If the attributes of the target equipment were too low, even if mass-produced, they would only be of average quality. Since he was going to mass-produce, he had to aim for the highest level. As of now, Lin Chen's goal of forming a powerful boss legion was still far from being realized. But Lin Chen was not discouraged. According to what Xian Xiao and the others said, the results Lin Chen had researched were already impressive enough. At the very least, they could be equipped in elite teams going out. However, Lin Chen couldn't shake off the mental block in his heart, and the difficulty of the heavenly level dungeons was almost exponentially higher than the dungeons they were currently facing. After the heavenly level dungeons, there were also divine level dungeons. So far, no country had truly conquered a divine level dungeon. Even the neighboring United States, relying on countless mercenaries and military resources, had only managed to reach a mere handful of heavenly level dungeons. Therefore, Lin Chen could only set his sights on the heavenly level dungeons for now. Once he conquered the heavenly level dungeons, wouldn't it be much simpler to use the same approach to tackle the divine level dungeons? After all, it was probably quite difficult to find a team of beast tamers above the divine level in the entire dragon country. Having thought through these matters, Lin Chen immediately relaxed his mindset. The more tense he was at such times, the more negative the impact it had on his forging results. However, what Lin Chen didn't expect was that upon learning that he had developed new equipment, Zhang Fan and Li Cheng actually rushed over by plane at the first opportunity. When the two arrived at Lin Chen's laboratory, he was still analyzing the latest data. Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Chen immediately pressed the button next to the control panel. "You're here at the lab so early?" Zhang Fan said, still surprised. When they came, Xian Xiao had specifically mentioned that Lin Chen had gone into a dungeon last night, so he probably wouldn't get up so early in the morning. Who would have thought that it was only 7 o'clock, and Lin Chen was already up? "I tested the new equipment yesterday, but the data wasn't quite ideal, so I plan to get up early today to study it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan and Li Cheng couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Recently, Xian Xiao had been borrowing people from various military districts, specifically looking for the relatively rare mages and beast tamers. Moreover, the mages and beast tamers he wanted were not low in level. Level 50 was merely the threshold for recruitment, with no upper limit. The key was that the major military districts were currently busy conquering dungeons or exploring the wilderness, so how could they spare personnel to send their relatively rare individuals to the Holy Magic University? In the past, when Lin Chen needed personnel, most of the allocations were warriors, as there were more soldiers in the military districts. It was easy to pick out a dozen or so warriors above level 50 to serve as Lin Chen's shadow guards. But mages were different. First, their numbers were extremely limited. Second, the profession of beast tamer was somewhat niche. The rarity of beast tamers was even comparable to that of Lin Chen as a forger. Now, suddenly asking them to mobilize so many high-level beast tamers was indeed a bit challenging. Zhang Fan and Li Cheng quickly stood on either side of Lin Chen. At that moment, the items on his desk were the recently retrieved spirit staff and spirit contract ring. Upon seeing these two pieces of equipment, Zhang Fan and Li Cheng couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. Both of them were not low in level, and with their rich combat experience, they could naturally see the unusual aspects of the two pieces of equipment at a glance. "Are these two bound pieces of equipment? Did you forge them?" Lin Chen nodded. He then placed the data he had just recorded in front of the two. "According to my data, these two pieces of equipment still have a lot of room for improvement. It's just that due to a lack of personnel, it's a bit difficult to test the new data in the dungeons right now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Recently, he had just brought Lin Chen a batch of enhancement materials, but soon after, there had been no further news from Lin Chen. He originally thought Lin Chen hadn't succeeded in strengthening, but unexpectedly, he was tinkering with this thing. Now, looking at the attributes of these two pieces of equipment, Zhang Fan could understand Lin Chen's intention. This kid clearly felt that the dungeon was no longer challenging. He directly let the beast tamers go in to harvest resources. With such a good opportunity, they definitely had to think more about their Jiangnan military district. It should be known that this year, their Jiangnan military district barely avoided being at the bottom by conquering a heavenly level dungeon. But the annual settlement day was approaching. They couldn't just be stuck in a mediocre position, could they? Other military districts probably hadn't received the news yet, so why not let their Jiangnan military district borrow 2 pieces of equipment to use first? It's simple. There are so many dungeons near our Jiangnan military district. There must be some that meet your requirements, right? And it's just a few beast tamers and mages, right? We have plenty of those in our Jiangnan military district. It's just that the Imperial Capital Military District isn't paying attention. If they were researching in our Jiangnan military district, your research might have been completed long ago. Lin Chen was taken aback. He really hadn't thought about testing data across military districts. After all, he was currently in the Imperial Capital. There was no need to go far and choose dungeons in other places. However, the Imperial Capital was still quite bustling, and the dungeon levels Lin Chen wanted to test were mostly between levels 65 and 75. The testing time for such high-level dungeons wasn't actually that long. Experimental data showed that a single test could generally be controlled within 20 minutes. Some could even be compressed to under 10 minutes. But the problem was that Lin Chen and the others had to contract the dungeon's boss. After several rounds of experiments, Lin Chen looked at the data produced and still couldn't truly relax his brow. With my current strength, the medium equipment I forge still needs constant enhancement. The attributes of the king-level medium equipment simply can't keep up with the higher-level dungeons. Maybe I can consider enhancing 2 pieces of equipment? If that doesn't work, then I'll just have to tough it out. After so many rounds of experiments, Lin Chen still hadn't triggered a blessing effect even once. This made him start to doubt whether he had been too unlucky recently. Therefore, Lin Chen now had 2 paths he could take. To be precise, he could merge these 2 paths into one. If he wanted to continuously improve the attributes of the equipment and ensure nothing went wrong, he would have to keep using the forging skill. As long as he triggered a blessing effect, the attributes on the equipment would definitely see a significant boost. After all, Lin Chen intended to mass-produce these pieces of equipment for the military. If the attributes of the target equipment were too low, even if mass-produced, it would only be of average quality. Since he was going to mass-produce, he had to aim for the highest level. As of now, Lin Chen wanted to form a powerful boss legion, but he was still far from that. However, Lin Chen wasn't discouraged. According to what Xian Chao and the others said, the results Lin Chen had researched so far were already impressive enough. At least they could be equipped in elite teams going out. But Lin Chen couldn't shake off that little hurdle in his heart, and the difficulty of heavenly level dungeons was almost exponentially higher than the dungeons they were currently facing. After heavenly level dungeons, there was also the existence of god-level dungeons. But so far, no country had truly conquered a god-level dungeon. Even the neighboring United States, relying on countless mercenaries and military buildup, had only just reached a handful of heavenly-level dungeons. So Lin Chen could only set his sights on heavenly-level dungeons for now. Once he conquered a heavenly-level dungeon, he could use the same approach to tackle god-level dungeons, which would be much simpler, right? After all, it's probably quite difficult to find a team of beast tamers above the divine level in the entire Dragon Kingdom right now. Lin Chen understood this and immediately relaxed his mindset. The more tense he was at such times, the more negatively it affected his forging results. However, what Lin Chen didn't expect was that upon learning he had developed new equipment, Zhang Fan and Li Chang rushed over by plane. When they arrived at Lin Chen's laboratory, he was still analyzing the latest data. Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Chen quickly pressed the button next to the control panel. "You're here at the lab so early?" Zhang Fan said, still surprised. When they came, Chen Chao had specifically reminded them that Lin Chen had gone into a dungeon last night, so he probably wouldn't be up so early in the morning. Who would have thought that at 7 o'clock, Lin Chen was already up? "I tested the new equipment yesterday, but the data wasn't quite ideal, so I plan to get up early today to study it." Upon hearing this, both Zhang Fan and Li Cheng couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Recently, Xian Chao had been borrowing people from various military districts, specifically looking for the relatively rare mages and beast tamers. Moreover, the mages and beast tamers he wanted were not low level. Level 50 was merely the threshold for recruitment, with no upper limit. The key was that the major military districts were currently busy conquering dungeons or exploring the wilderness. How could they spare manpower to send their relatively rare personnel to the Holy Magic University? In the past, when Lin Chen needed personnel, most of the assignments were warriors, as there were more warriors in the military districts. It was easy to pick out a dozen or so warriors above level 50 to serve as Lin Chen's shadow guards, but mages were different. First, their numbers were extremely limited. Second, the profession of beast tamer was somewhat niche. The rarity of beast tamers was even comparable to Lin Chen as a forger. Now, suddenly asking them to mobilize so many high-level beast tamers was indeed a bit challenging. Zhang Fan and Li Cheng quickly stood on either side of Lin Chen. At that moment, the items on his desk were the recently retrieved mental staff and the mental contract ring. Upon seeing these two pieces of equipment, Zhang Fan and Li Cheng couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. Both of them were not low-level and, combined with their rich combat experience, could easily recognize the unusual aspects of the two pieces of equipment. These are two bound pieces of equipment? You forged them? Lin Chen nodded. He then placed the data he had just recorded in front of them. According to my data, these two pieces of equipment still have a lot of room for improvement. But due to a lack of manpower, it's currently a bit difficult to test the new data in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Recently, he had just brought Lin Chen a batch of enhancement materials, but soon after, there was no further news from Lin Chen. He originally thought Lin Chen hadn't succeeded in the enhancement, but unexpectedly, he was tinkering with this. Now, seeing the attributes of these two pieces of equipment, Zhang Fan could understand Lin Chen's intention. This kid clearly thought the dungeon was no longer challenging. He was directly letting the beast tamers go in to harvest resources. With such a good opportunity, they definitely had to think more about their Jiangnan military district. It should be noted that this year, their Jiangnan military district barely avoided being at the bottom by conquering a heavenly level dungeon. But the annual settlement day was approaching. They couldn't just be stuck in a position that was neither here nor there, could they? Other military districts probably hadn't received the news yet, so why not let their Jiangnan military district borrow these two pieces of equipment to use first? Simple. There are so many dungeons near our Jiangnan military district. There must be some that meet your requirements, right? And it's just a few beast tamers and mages, isn't it? We have plenty in the Jiangnan military district. It's just that the imperial capital military district isn't paying attention. If they were to study it in our Jiangnan military district, your research might have been wrapped up long ago. Lin Chen was taken aback. He really hadn't considered testing data across military districts. After all, he was currently in the imperial capital. There was no need to go far when he could stay close and choose a local instance. However, the imperial capital was indeed quite bustling, and the instance levels Lin Chen wanted to test were mostly between level 65 and 75. The testing time for such high-level instances wasn't actually that long. Experimental data showed that a single test could generally be controlled within 20 minutes. Some could even be compressed to under 10 minutes. But the problem was that they had to contract the instance's boss. Even if the instance boss could continuously respawn, it couldn't withstand Lin Chen and his team constantly milking it dry. Moreover, there was a time interval for instance respawns. This meant that while their testing only required 20 minutes, waiting for the second respawn would take a full 2 days. This was based on testing the difficulty of a level 65 instance. If it were an instance above level 70, the interval for the second respawn would be at least 5 days. The high-level instances near the imperial capital were indeed well developed. However, the number of people entering these high-level instances was also exceptionally high. There were too many uncertain factors. To have the military district seal off all the high-level instances near the imperial capital for his own experiment would be too much of a hassle. Coupled with a shortage of manpower, this was why Lin Chen's experimental progress was constantly being delayed. But if they went to the Jiangnan military district to develop new instances, it would be a different story. First, there were still quite a few high-level instances waiting to be developed in Jiangnan province. The benefits of being at the bottom for consecutive years could be seen at this moment. The military district didn't have strong equipment to develop new instances. The only time they conquered a heavenly level instance was thanks to the 1000 machine ring and skill enhancement vouchers in Lin Chen's hands. Moreover, there was a significant difference between developed and undeveloped high-level instances. Developed high-level instances, to some extent, would have their difficulty reduced by 25% to 35%. In contrast, the difficulty of undeveloped high-level instances would be slightly higher. For example, if Lin Chen wanted to challenge a level 65 high-level instance in the Jiangnan military district, based on the difficulty of undeveloped high-level instances, the range available for him to choose from could be lowered to level 60 instances. An expanded selection range meant that Lin Chen's data testing could proceed simultaneously. He just needed to be equipped with enough manpower. The progress of the experiment could definitely be greatly accelerated. Realizing this, Lin Chen was immediately excited. Li Cheng and Zhang Fan exchanged glances, then revealed broad smiles towards Lin Chen. This was a great opportunity for them to bring him back. They absolutely couldn't let this chance slip away. With this in mind, Li Cheng immediately played the emotional card. Little Lin, you are a genius who came from our Jiangnan military district. We were heartbroken when we sent you out of Jiangnan province. Moreover, in a few months, it will be time for the annual review again. Last time, thanks to your equipment, we barely climbed out of the bottom position. If your equipment could be tested in our Jiangnan province this time, our ranking in this year's annual review would definitely shoot up significantly. Zhang Fan quickly added from the side. Most importantly, looking at all the military districts in Long Country, there isn't a single military district with a lower instance development level than our Jiangnan province. Your equipment should frequently enter instances for testing, right? So choosing our Jiangnan military district is definitely the best solution. Besides, this time you don't have to go through the hassle of getting to the airport to catch a flight. We flew directly here. It only takes 3 hours for a round trip. When do you want to go back to Sacred Demon University for classes? We can send a private jet to bring you back. After all, the journey is only an hour and a half. It's not far, right? I have to say, the two of them really had the ability to persuade Lin Chen. In the end, Lin Chen nodded. Then I need a batch of. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, Zhang Fan had already pulled out his phone, not forgetting to add, I know. You want a batch of magicians and beast tamers, right? Our Jiangnan province does indeed rank at the bottom every year. But don't forget, the number of magicians that leave our Jiangnan province every year is in the tens of thousands. In fact, the headquarters of the Magician Association is right here in Jiangnan province. This little issue might be a bit difficult for the military district in the capital, but for us, a major province of magicians, it's not a problem at all. Lin Chen really hadn't thought of that. However, when he remembered that Su Jia seemed to have come from their Jiangnan province, and that Su Jia's family had quite a background, it made sense. Logically speaking, Lin Chen and Lin Nan had awakened different professions, one in a living profession and the other in a combat profession. Their awakened professions were completely opposite, but the Su family was different. From top to bottom, they could almost be considered a large magician family. This was something he had casually mentioned during a chat with Su Jia a few days ago. So, Zhang Fan's words didn't seem wrong? Alright, then I'll pack up and go with you to the plane? After saying that, Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy. Do you have any official business in the capital this time? If you're busy right now, I can wait until you're done before we head back to the Jiangnan military district together. Zhang Fan and Li Cheng had come specifically for Lin Chen. There was no way they would let him stay in the capital for even a minute longer. Therefore, as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Zhang Fan and Li Cheng started pulling him to pack his things. I see your tools are all quite high level. Should we take them too? That's right, the storage space we brought is more than enough, so don't worry about not fitting at all. If it weren't for the fact that your lab can't be moved, we could have packed the whole lab to take back. Lin Chen smiled and only selected some materials that he found particularly useful and needed at the moment. After all, he was going back with Zhang Fan. Even if he really lacked some materials, with Zhang Fan and the others' abilities, they could definitely gather them for him in a short time. Of course, this didn't mean that the military district in the capital lacked that capability. It was just that since he was new here, Lin Chen was occasionally a bit hesitant to ask Qian Chao for help. By the time Qian Chao came looking for Lin Chen, he had already boarded the plane back to the Jiangnan military district. Before takeoff, Lin Chen didn't forget to send Qian Chao a message. Seeing someone snatch him away right in front of him, Qian Chao was filled with regret. Didn't they say they were just coming to take a look? And in less than 10 minutes, they took him away? That's just too despicable. The thought that he was the one who had pointed the way for Zhang Fan and the others nearly made Qian Chao explode with anger. Unfortunately, Li Cheng and Zhang Fan were completely unaware of Qian Chao's frustration. An hour and a half later, as soon as Lin Chen got off the plane, he saw a lineup of elementalists and beast tamers standing in front of him. According to Lin Chen's request, Li Cheng had almost gathered all the elementalists and beast tamers from the military. At this moment, the difference between the local military district and some major military districts became apparent. In the Jiangnan Provincial Military District, Li Cheng had absolute authority. Moreover, he had brought over Lin Chen, who was their hope for exceeding the KPI by the end of the year. How could the other leaders of the military district possibly oppose? If it weren't for the concern of making too much noise, everyone would have rushed over to welcome him long ago. The military district in the capital had various forces that needed coordination, and being located in the central area naturally placed a heavier burden on them. This included, but was not limited to, security issues across the entire military district and field cleanup. Additionally, they had to free up resources to carry out various activities. If a few more external reinforcements were to come, there wouldn't be many personnel left in the capital military district for Lin Chen to conduct experiments. Coupled with Lin Chen's stringent requirements, it was understandable that they couldn't find people right away. Lin Chen didn't think too much about it. He was just pleasantly surprised to see the matched elemental mages and beast tamers in front of him. Just a few days ago, the few teams of testers he had were only 8 in total. With the limitation of the instance refresh time, 8 people were already the maximum that could be mobilized from the capital military district. But in the Jiangnan military district, Li Cheng had actually brought him 30 at once, and all of them were above level 50. At this moment, Lin Chen truly realized that Jiangnan province was indeed a major province for mages. Elemental mages, especially those focused on attack, often got absorbed into the military district for support tasks and instances due to their long-range capabilities and the natural elemental spirits providing sustenance. Most of the elemental mages in the capital military district were like this. However, in the Jiangnan provincial military district, not many instances had been developed. Naturally, this batch of elemental mages had been left idle. Additionally, there was a group of beast tamers who had levels but lacked contracts with monsters. This combination was simply perfect for Lin Chen's experiments. Just thinking about how they could take down the ultimate boss in the instance for free while also exceeding this year's instance tasks made Li Cheng's mouth almost stretch to the sky. These people have already signed the relevant agreements, so you can use them with confidence. Also, we have prepared the instance maps for Jiangnan province. Take a look at where we should go for the experiment next. Lin Chen looked at the instance map that Zhang Fan brought over and immediately began to study it carefully. There were quite a few instances near Jiangnan province. However, the undeveloped high-level instances required going to farther places. Fortunately, with the technological advancements in recent years, the speed of marching could be greatly accelerated. Therefore, Lin Chen quickly circled out about 10 undeveloped instances. Let's go with these instances. Send them all in, but I suggest arranging a small team to protect each of them. Li Cheng nodded. Level 50 mages were not cabbages in the field. He knew how to maintain them. Warriors must be fully equipped to accompany them. Otherwise, losing any one of them would be quite painful. Based on the personnel provided by Li Cheng, Lin Chen quickly planned the corresponding experimental instances for these mages. In fact, when these mages saw Lin Chen, they also felt a bit uneasy. They were about to head into undeveloped instances. Previously, undeveloped instances were always explored first by warriors to determine the environmental factors before arranging mages to assist. But this time, they were directly sent in as the vanguard. Even though there was an elemental mage assisting nearby, they were still fragile. If the boss inside touched them, they would probably be done for in an instant. Looking at Lin Chen's youthful appearance, everyone's hearts couldn't help but sink. All worries vanished like thunder when they saw the equipment that had just arrived in their hands. Lin Chen had recently made quite a few test equipment imprints. One reason was to see if he could have a stroke of luck and directly trigger the blessing effect. The other was to prepare several sets of test equipment for any unforeseen needs. Who would have thought it would come in handy right now? Everyone looked at the equipment in their hands, their astonishment barely concealed in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Chen had already begun to explain in detail the attributes of the test equipment in the previous batches of test data. After reviewing the data, everyone could no longer contain themselves. This is definitely the most powerful spirit contract ring I've ever seen. Not to mention, these 2 pieces of equipment are clearly bound equipment. No wonder we were asked to pair up. It turns out there was a plan here. Oh my god, a level 65 dungeon, and we cleared it in just 8 minutes? A level 50 beast tamer contracted a level 65 wolf king in only 6 minutes? This is just unbelievable. Their understanding was constantly being refreshed. Many people could fit an egg in their mouths. The way they looked at Lin Chen became increasingly filled with awe. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. This young man, looking so young, had developed equipment that was incredibly powerful. Now, everyone felt no fear at all. Instead, they were filled with anticipation and excitement. An undeveloped dungeon, a level 65 ultimate boss, a 6-minute contract. No matter which one it was enough to send adrenaline soaring. After Lin Chen briefly explained everything, he let them study it for themselves. Once he confirmed that everyone had finished their research, he waved his hand and had Zhang Fan take this group to their respective dungeons. This was the first time so many people entered various dungeons simultaneously for testing. Moreover, the highest level dungeon they entered had already reached level 75. Such a high-level dungeon was only 5 levels away from becoming a heavenly level dungeon, and it was still an undeveloped high-level dungeon. One could imagine the difficulty involved. Therefore, each team of testers entering the dungeon was equipped with real-time communicators and cameras. In the control room, Lin Chen and Zhang Fan sat upright, watching the screens divided into dozens of grids. Each grid corresponded to a different dungeon. Compared to the first test, Lin Chen had made several adjustments. By having these testers equipped with real-time communicators and cameras, even if Lin Chen couldn't enter the dungeon, he could still notice details they might miss. This would allow for corresponding adjustments to the equipment in subsequent research. The commotion in the Jiangnan military district was suppressed by Li Qingyi. Not even a whisper about how they had brought Lin Chen back from the capital leaked out. But that didn't stop someone from going to complain. At this moment, in the military district of the capital, in a simply decorated office, Xian Chao looked extremely aggrieved. "General, you have no idea." In the office, Xian Chao spoke with a sense of grievance and bitterness. "They just took him away right in front of me, and Lin Chen was still testing the new equipment data. The new equipment he developed this time is incredible, especially related to beast taming. Once the results of his research come out, we will be able to continuously contract bosses from high-level dungeons to become pets." Upon hearing the last sentence, the man who had been looking down at the documents immediately raised his head. He was Sun Haiping, the overall head of the military district in the capital. Previously busy with negotiations and exchanges regarding the competition with the Northwest Military District, after returning, I immediately made a trip to the southern instance. Just as I had returned to the office, Xian Chao came looking for me again. Sun Haiping had always been aware of Lin Chen's situation and was indeed very concerned. It is known that the entire country is currently watching Lin Chen as if he were a precious gem. Therefore, whatever Lin Chen wanted, he basically requisitioned from their military district. Under Lin Chen's name, the military district in the capital could even provide a green light all the way. "Do you have the test data?" Xian Chao had long been prepared and hurriedly handed over all the previous data backups. "These are the results of the experiments during this period. From the first test, it was possible to verify that Lin Chen's research is highly feasible. As a result, he began to continuously enhance the equipment attributes. As of today, Lin Chen's two bound pieces of equipment can complete a level 70 or below instance in just 10 minutes. With Xian Chao's explanation, Sun Haiping quickly saw the final data results. A level 50 Beastmaster can directly cross a 15-level gap and sign a Master-Servant contract with a level 65 instance boss? Isn't that combat power a bit too strong? For a moment, Sun Haiping couldn't even believe his eyes. But he quickly asked, "What about the attributes of those bosses? How much damage did they sustain?" After all, it was a forced master-servant contract, so it was expected that the boss's attributes would decline. But what pained Xian Chao the most was precisely this part. The attributes of those wolf kings are quite good. So far, their attributes have not only shown no damage, but because the contract was signed at night, their base attributes are 10 times stronger than during the day. The only loss is in terms of mental power. Hearing this, Sun Haiping quickly flipped to the indicated section of the document in his hand. The document detailed the exact attribute values of the Wolf Kings. If anyone was most familiar with the capital's instances, it was undoubtedly Sun Haiping, the person in charge. He had previously led a team into this level 65 Wolf King instance for development. The Gale Wolves inside were extremely troublesome, not to mention the Wolf King among them. As an ultimate instance, the Wolf King's base values at night would increase tenfold compared to during the day. However, the data in his hand showed that under the effect of Lin Chen's contract ring, the Wolf King that came out of the instance indeed had a 50% loss in base values, but this loss would continuously recover over time. Didn't that mean the loss was effectively zero? As for that bit of mental power, Sun Haiping didn't care at all. The Gale Wolves didn't rely on mental power to survive. Therefore, only one final question remained. The attributes of the equipment in Lin Chen's hands are quite good. Can he achieve mass production? Speaking of this, Xian Chao became furious. We had long thought about mass-producing a batch of equipment, but the nearby legions simply couldn't spare anyone to help us test the data. Although the current equipment values are already quite good, Lin Chen said that these data are still far from his expectations. So we need to continue testing. After hearing this, Sun Haiping raised his eyebrows. Is there such a thing? Such equipment can only be considered below expectations in his eyes, so what exactly would meet his expectations? Could it be? A terrifying guess suddenly surfaced in Sun Haiping's mind. Does he want to conquer a heavenly level instance? Not to mention Sun Haiping, even Xian Chao standing in front of him was startled. Shouldn't it be that bad? After all, it's a heavenly level dungeon. But in the end, even Xian Chao felt a bit uncertain. Lin Chen could clear dungeons below level 70 in 10 minutes. But what about dungeons above level 70? One must know that above level 70, it goes to level 75. Based on Lin Chen's current equipment attributes, the time spent on a level 75 dungeon would only be slightly longer, but it would definitely not stop the beast tamers equipped by Lin Chen. After level 75, there was only the heavenly level dungeon. So Lin Chen's goal was very likely the heavenly level dungeon. Upon realizing this, Sun Haiping and Xian Chao exchanged glances, and all that remained in their eyes was a tumultuous wave of excitement. It is well known that after the heavenly level dungeon in Jiangnan province was conquered, it attracted countless countries' attention and discussion. It could even be considered a global sensation. If Lin Chen could develop a contract equipment that could take down the ultimate boss in the heavenly level dungeon, then with a group of beast tamers, they could turn all the monsters in the heavenly level dungeon into resources for their rear. No one had ever dared to entertain such an idea before, but Lin Chen, being a young bull, was not afraid of tigers. To be precise, Lin Chen had that strength. After all, level 75 was already a piece of cake for him. Could an 80-level heavenly level dungeon still stop him? Sun Haiping pondered for a moment. Aren't there any troops under our military district that can spare personnel? Speaking of this, Xian Chao was filled with grievances. Although Xian Chao was not a military person, he was at least part of the university system. Moreover, with the permission of Sun Haiping and the others, he naturally had the right to requisition personnel. But the troops below were either on missions or in dungeons every day. Where could they find spare personnel for him to conduct tests? To be precise, as soon as those troops heard it was a requisition for testing, they immediately refused. After all, they didn't know Lin Chen's background, so they naturally didn't understand how significant this experiment was for them. Just imagine, as long as Lin Chen finalized the last equipment version. With this batch of equipment as a safety net, combined with his mass production capability, wouldn't the heavenly level dungeon directly become everyone's backyard? Those beast tamers could casually go into the heavenly level dungeon to capture a couple of monster contracts in their spare time. The army's beast tamers could even directly form a monster army, and all of them would be from the heavenly level dungeon bosses. Just thinking about that scene was enough to get one's blood boiling. If Xian Chao weren't a beast tamer, he would have signed up in a heartbeat. Sun Haiping naturally thought of this as well, and he even thought of more than Xian Chao. If Lin Chen's mass production could keep up, then perhaps what would be scarce at that time would be the contract space slots for beast tamers. A level 70 beast tamer could have 7 contract space slots. But how could these powerful beast tamers have many spare contract slots? Most beast tamers could only free up 1 or 2 contract slots. In reality, their contract slots would be occupied by other monsters. After all, they had reached level 70 relying on these monsters. Therefore, to form a monster army, the beast tamers indeed needed to carefully select a batch. Level 50 was a good dividing line. At this time, the beast tamers' contract slots had not been completely filled, and many beast tamers only had 1 or 2 contracted monsters. Thus, when they grew to level 70, the number of dungeon bosses they could contract would increase significantly. From this perspective, Sun Haiping could see that Lin Chen had put considerable thought into selecting the beast tamers. Therefore, it was easy for Sun Haiping to understand Xian Chao's purpose for coming this time. Do you want me to send another batch of personnel to Lin Chen? Xian Chao quickly nodded. That's right. Not to mention that the Jiangnan military district has already intervened in this experiment. Just considering Lin Chen's experimental results, the initial version of the data has just been released, and it might attract quite a few military districts. Since there are fewer people at the moment, we might as well collaborate with Jiangnan province. Sun Haiping frowned at this. He actually knew Li Chang from the Jiangnan military district, and they had a friendship from their school days. Earlier, when Lin Chen came to the imperial capital military district, Li Chang had even asked him to take good care of Lin Chen. In fact, even without Li Chang's words, Sun Haiping wouldn't let anything happen to Lin Chen on his territory. Now that Li Chang had taken Lin Chen away from his territory, Sun Haiping naturally felt a bit dissatisfied, but he was contemplating what Xian Chao had said. Collaborating with the Jiangnan military district is indeed a good suggestion. However, the Jiangnan military district already has quite a few magicians, and beast tamers are plentiful. If we send beast tamers over now, it seems we won't be able to squeeze in, right? Each military district has its own rules. Lin Chen's willingness was clear. Sun Haiping certainly didn't want to force anyone. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. But Xian Chao thought differently. General, we indeed can't compare the number of magicians with the Jiangnan military district. But there is one thing that the Jiangnan military district absolutely cannot match us. Sun Haiping immediately looked over. What do you mean? The Jiangnan military district is located inland, but our imperial capital military district is close to the coast. If we can start from the navy, I believe Lin Chen's attention can definitely be drawn back to us. You have to know that the ratio of ocean dungeons to land dungeons has reached 7-3. Simply capturing the land's heavenly level dungeons probably won't meet Lin Chen's expected goals. So how about we give him full access to the development and experimental rights of ocean dungeons? What do you think? Sun Haiping thought for a moment. The advantages of the Jiangnan military district were obvious. They had many undeveloped high-level dungeons and a large number of magicians and beast tamers waiting for Lin Chen to conduct batch after batch of tests. Perhaps the Imperial Capital Military District should also get involved. When it comes to the undeveloped state of dungeons, there are plenty of undeveloped ocean dungeons in the areas belonging to the Imperial Capital. It's just that their magicians can't be deployed immediately. But that's okay. Jiangnan Province can provide them, right? At that time, the Imperial Capital Military District would handle the ocean dungeons, while the Jiangnan Military District would provide magicians and beast tamers. Wouldn't that be a collaboration between the two military districts? Having figured this out, Sun Haiping looked at Qian Xiao with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. You are absolutely right. I will contact Li Chang right now. As for the ocean dungeons, I will communicate well. Compared to land dungeons, ocean dungeons can be considered a blue ocean. After all, in the map they were on, the ratio of ocean to land had already reached 7-3. Even though everyone was actively exploring land territories, the area of the ocean was simply too vast. Therefore, in recent years, Long Country has also been gradually moving towards the ocean. However, there are simply too few magicians who can adapt to the ocean's characteristics. Moreover, the magical creatures in the ocean are truly enormous. A casual octopus monster can reach several stories high. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to venture in so recklessly. So, over time, ordinary people didn't dare to approach, and the Navy from the military district directly took over. The benefit of being taken over by their military district is the ability to move freely and enter at will, without worrying about leaking any information. Lin Chen stayed in the Jiangnan Provincial Military District for a full 5 days. After 5 days, he returned to Tsinghua University on a helicopter arranged by Zhang Fan. Along with him came a large amount of data and materials. The first phase of research and development has now reached a conclusion. During his time in the Jiangnan Provincial Military District, Lin Chen indeed obtained a lot of effective research data. Some of this data is extremely important for his upcoming improvements. Next, Lin Chen needs to consider how to elevate the attributes of the equipment in his hands to the next level. After all, there is a significant gap between the level 80 Heavenly Dungeons and the level 75 dungeons. Moreover, Heavenly Dungeons are recognized worldwide as high-difficulty dungeons. Although Lin Chen can now clear a level 75 dungeon in 15 minutes, this level of equipment attributes is simply insufficient for a level 80 Heavenly Dungeon. The level 80 Heavenly Dungeon has extremely strict requirements for the number of entrants and also restricts the levels of those entering the dungeon. For ordinary warriors, the dungeon can only accommodate teams ranging from level 70 to 80. For mages, the level must drop to teams of level 65 to 75. However, the bosses in Heavenly Dungeons are basically all level 80 lords. This is also why every team that enters the dungeon ends up being completely wiped out, suffering heavy casualties. In terms of levels, they are already severely suppressed by the ultimate boss. Even if they have a numerical advantage, the basic attributes of the boss are overwhelming. One punch can wipe out the entire team. However, this restriction is not too much of a problem for Lin Chen. Beast tamers have a natural advantage when entering dungeons. If Lin Chen wants to conquer a level 65 dungeon, then the beast taming ring he creates can be at least level 50. When Lin Chen conquered the level 75 dungeon, the highest level beast tamer was only level 70. Therefore, for the level 80 dungeon, sending in a level 70 beast tamer is more than enough. The only problem now is whether a level 70 beast tamer can still be found. A beast tamer who can reach level 70 will definitely not have many spare contract slots available. After 1 or 2 trials, he would need to arrange for the next one. This is like disposable items. Once used up, they need to be replaced. Unfortunately, level 70 beast tamers are not as common as cabbages in the field, which Lin Chen can just pull out in large quantities. Even though there are quite a few mages in Jiangnan province to fall back on, they can't withstand Lin Chen's consumption. So after much thought, Lin Chen still set his sights on the Imperial Capital Military District. Qian Xiao did not expect that just as they had arranged everything, Lin Chen would return on his own. But before Qian Xiao could discuss the dungeon plan with Lin Chen had already entered the laboratory and started working hard. Now, if he wants to enhance the attributes of the equipment in his hands, there is only one way left: grind it out. As long as Lin Chen forges enough times, he can definitely trigger the blessing effect. At that time, with the skill of mental imprinting, Lin Chen will be able to achieve mass production of equipment. However, triggering the blessing effect is still quite difficult. Lin Chen's holy forging has not been triggered even once for a long time. Even when forging the swift travel talisman, it was not successful. As for the dwarf blessing effect and the giant blessing effect, it is even more difficult to mention. Lin Chen has rarely trained in these two professional branches since absorbing them. Naturally, his proficiency has not increased at all. Therefore, triggering these two blessing effects might be even harder than triggering the holy forging effect. Lin Chen began to immerse himself in forging equipment. His forging proficiency gradually increased. He had long lost count of how many times he had forged these items. Now, he forged without a moment's pause, even closing his eyes. He knew exactly what operations to perform to complete the forging. Moreover, Lin Chen discovered that after his mental imprint proficiency increased, it greatly benefited his energy limits as well. Thus, he stayed in his laboratory for a full week, not taking a single break. Mental staff level, none grade, king level all attribute equipment sealing effect against monsters increased by 90 times. Mental contract ring level, none grade, king level exclusive equipment for beast tamers success rate of all types of contracts increased by 30%. Mental staff level, none grade, king level all attribute equipment sealing effect against monsters increased by 90 times. Mental contract ring level, none grade, king level exclusive equipment for beast tamers success rate of all types of contracts increased by 30%. Mental staff level, none grade, king level all attribute equipment sealing effect against monsters increased by 90 times. Mental contract ring level, none grade, king level exclusive equipment for beast tamers success rate of all types of contracts increased by 30%. Mental staff level, none grade, legendary level all attribute equipment triggers holy forging effect sealing effect against monsters increased by 200 times. Mental contract ring level, none grade, king level exclusive equipment for beast tamers triggers holy forging effect success rate of all types of contracts increased by 150% triggers dwarven blessing effect partner contract success rate increased by 80% master servant contract success rate increased by 55% special contract success rate increased by 40% resistance of magical creatures reduced by 40,000 backlash damage reduced by 100% triggers giant god blessing effect. Skill, monster sealing, attribute fixed, forced contract monster sealing. During the contract process, sealing effect against monsters increased by 400% attribute fixed. After the contract is completed, there is an 80% chance that the attributes of the contracted pet will remain unchanged. Forced contract, after using the skill, all attributes can be increased by 600%. But the contractor will fall into a 15-day fatigue period after the contract is completed. When Lin Chen saw the last prompt, his spirit finally lifted. After waiting so long, he finally received the blessing effects. He thought he would have to wait a few more times. Who would have thought that this time his luck was so good? All the blessing effects were arranged for him at once. This almost made Lin Chen burst into laughter. Especially when he saw the related attributes of the mental contract ring, Lin Chen finally let out a long breath. With all the blessing effects, the current attributes of the mental contract ring were terrifyingly strong, especially the success rate of contracts, which jumped directly from dozens to 150. This was a leap like flying. Even the effect of the mental staff had increased to 200 times, more than double what it was before. With the attributes of these two pieces of equipment as a foundation, Lin Chen could now perform mental imprinting without any burden. Soon, Lin Chen began to crazily use the imprinting skill, striving to forge all this batch of equipment today. Ding! You used the mental imprinting skill. Successfully saved the operational model of the mental contract ring. Mental contract ring imprinting successful. Ding! You cast the spirit imprinting skill. Successfully saved the operational model of the spirit staff. Spirit contract ring imprinting successful. Ding! You cast the spirit imprinting skill. Successfully saved the operational model of the spirit contract ring. Spirit contract ring imprinting successful. Ding! You cast the spirit imprinting skill. Successfully saved the operational model of the spirit staff. Spirit contract ring imprinting successful. This time, Lin Chen was busy until deep into the night. As he looked at the piles of contract equipment stacked by his feet, Lin Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. Over the past few days, Lin Chen had been continuously consuming materials. Shen Chao had to contact transport vehicles almost every day to bring the necessary forging materials to the laboratory. This nearly exhausted the material room of the Holy Magic University. What's going on? Which mentor has been so obsessed with research lately? Our material room can barely keep up. After a week, the tires of the trucks are worn down quite a bit. At first, Lin Chen was unaware of the complaints from the material room. It wasn't until he accidentally opened the group chat for blacksmiths that Bai Yuru had pulled him into that he discovered the topic of conversation was actually about the recent shortage of materials. I don't know what's going on, but the supply of Mars stones has actually encountered problems recently. Is that true? I hadn't noticed. Of course it's true. A couple of days ago, I went to the material room to apply for a batch of fluorescent grass, but there wasn't even any fluorescent grass left. Which mentor is going crazy with research? I just asked the material room, and they said that the supply of materials has definitely been insufficient lately. Then what about our research? We'll just have to postpone our research a bit. No way. I'm still waiting to finish my paper this month. Damn. I just remembered my paper isn't finished either. If the supply doesn't come in this month, won't this year's research be a total failure? Alright, I'm a blacksmith and I'm already thinking about how to go into dungeons to find materials. Take me with you, let's just form a team and go. Lin Chen never expected these people to be this outrageous. Speaking of which, Lin Chen had indeed consumed materials at a somewhat alarming rate recently, but it was definitely only a little alarming. After all, he needed to rely on a large amount of hard work to forge a piece of equipment with decent attributes. So during this time, it can only be said that his senior brothers and sisters were working hard. Because Lin Chen still had to continue mass production, the consumption of materials would definitely not be small. However, the hard work of these days was not without its benefits. At the very least, Lin Chen's proficiency in spirit imprinting began to rise rapidly. If this trend continued, as long as Lin Chen could forge all the bound equipment in this batch, he could expect his spirit imprinting proficiency to soar to the maximum level, right? Lin Chen was still busy with mass production. After much effort, he managed to create 2 pieces of equipment with extremely satisfying attributes. Of course, everyone had to be equipped with a set. Moreover, the experimental data for this batch of equipment also needed to go through countless tests. He couldn't just prepare this one set of equipment for the beast tamers, right? Lin Chen started to work overtime and entered his routine of mass production. On the other side, Shen Xiao felt somewhat helpless. He really wanted to talk to Lin Chen about the dungeon matter. However, Lin Chen hadn't shown his face these days, making it impossible for Chen Xiao to find an opportunity. As for the current military district in the imperial capital, just after finishing a meeting, Sun Haiping still wore a faint smile on his face. In the previous meeting, they had unanimously approved the proposal to allow Lin Chen to enter the naval jurisdiction dungeon for testing. Next, we can go find the person in charge of the coastal area of the imperial capital to discuss this matter. Back in the office, Sun Haiping immediately made a phone call. The person on the other end picked up quite quickly. "It's me, old Sun. Are you free to come over this afternoon?" The person on the line was a bit surprised, but he quickly nodded. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a middle-aged man dressed in a naval combat uniform leisurely made his way to Sun Haiping's office. Along the way, many soldiers saluted him, and he responded with a smile. As soon as the middle-aged man pushed open the door to Sun Haiping's office, he boldly sat down in the chair opposite the desk. "What's going on? You called me over in such a hurry. It wouldn't be that you have some trouble and need my help, would it?" Upon hearing this, Sun Haiping immediately shot him a glare, a smile inevitably creeping onto his face. "You guessed wrong. I'm definitely not looking for you for trouble this time." Wang Jiangwo was taken aback and looked at Sun Haiping with a hint of disbelief. "Why do I feel like there's a catch in what you're saying?" Sun Haiping chuckled. "Let me tell you, this matter today is definitely a good thing. If you don't want it, don't blame me for giving it to someone else." Hearing this, Wang Jiangwo immediately smiled in a flattering manner. "Well, that's not the case. Just tell me what the good thing is." Sun Haiping rarely acted coy in front of his friend. If it weren't for the urgency of Lin Chen's testing matter, he might have played hard to get a bit longer. Thinking of giving Wang Jiangwo a break, he quickly got to the point. The Holy Demon University has developed 2 pieces of equipment in one of their labs, and they want to send them to your Navy for testing. But the Navy needs to provide a dungeon. If you have someone who can be mobilized, that would be best. If not, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Upon hearing that it was for testing equipment, and that it would be conducted in a dungeon under their Navy's jurisdiction, Wang Jiangwo perked up. "Is that true? Can our dungeon really be used for testing?" Sun Haiping glanced at him. "They're not afraid of the dungeon being difficult, they're just afraid of it lacking intensity. As far as I know, the existing land dungeons have already been tested for levels between 65 and 75, and the success rate is still 100%, with no damage." Such data hit Wang Jiangwo like a ton of bricks, making him dizzy. He felt as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky. "This is a great opportunity. Can they really choose our Navy's dungeon? You need to tell me more about this." Hearing the urgency in Wang Jiangwo's tone, Sun Haiping found it amusing, but alongside the amusement, there was a hint of bitterness. "The Navy is responsible for guarding the coastline. Compared to the Army, the Navy's work is even 100 times more difficult and dangerous. This is not to say that the Army's work is not dangerous enough. It's just that the Navy not only faces the vast and boundless sea but also the even larger monsters within it. These monsters are more cunning than those on land, and once danger strikes, they can easily sink into the depths of the sea. This makes the advancement of the Navy's dungeons extremely challenging. Since Wang Jiangwo has been stationed in the coastal area of the imperial capital, he has had to apply for additional personnel almost every year. But out of 10 applications, getting 3 approved is considered quite good. After all, the coastline of Long Country is long. If this area's coastline is protected, can the others be neglected? Moreover, the coastal area of the imperial capital is backed by the more powerful military district of the imperial capital. Therefore, many times, the workload in the coastal area is multiplied compared to other places. Knowing the hardships and difficulties faced by Wang Jiangwo, Sun Haiping felt particularly good about the proposal when Qian Chao first brought it up. Explaining it now felt even less burdensome. The equipment developed in the laboratory of Tsinghua University has a significant impact on conquering high-level dungeons, but their experiments require a batch of beast tamers and elemental mages to work in pairs. You know the situation in the military district. You came from here. Whether it's beast tamers or elemental mages, the number of personnel we can allocate is too small. But this batch of equipment can be mass-produced, which naturally allows for extensive data refinement. The only drawback is the manpower issue. As he spoke about this matter, Wang Jiangwo's eyes began to shine brightly. The manpower issue is not an issue at all. The talents we've approved over the years are all mages. In a place like the sea area, the range for ordinary soldiers is quite limited. Mages, on the other hand, are different. Whether they are beast tamers or elemental mages, their attack range is generally greater than that of soldiers. Therefore, most of the troops stationed along the coastline are mages. This is also why Wang Jiangwo was so pleased. What his good friend meant was that this laboratory could not only provide them with a batch of equipment to enhance their personnel's attack capabilities but also help them conquer the coastal dungeons. Who would refuse such a windfall? At this moment, Wang Jiangwo's attitude made a complete turnaround, even adjusting his sitting posture to be more proper. Would you like some tea? I'll brew you a cup right now. You know, my tea-making skills are the best. Seeing Wang Jiangwo's enthusiastic attitude, Sun Haiping was very satisfied. Ha, I thought your sea area conditions were suitable, and since you indeed have difficulties, that's why I highly recommended you. Coincidentally, today's meeting is discussing this matter, and the proposal has already been approved. Now that you have no issues, let's sign the confidentiality agreement. Upon hearing about the confidentiality agreement, Wang Jiangwo didn't even blink. Such powerful equipment, if not kept confidential, could easily be stolen by someone. He would probably be so upset he wouldn't be able to sleep for nights. So, looking at the agreements laid out before him, Wang Jiangwo quickly signed them. After witnessing the agreements being fully signed, Sun Haiping finally stood up and said, "Let's go. Since the agreements are signed, I'll take you to see the situation in the laboratory." Wang Jiangwo knew that Sun Haiping was worried he still had concerns, so he planned to take him to check the equipment's attributes. Testing equipment is also a dangerous task. If the equipment's attribute data is incorrect, having just 1 or 2 mages facing such a massive dungeon would be a disaster. Therefore, checking the equipment's attributes was indeed necessary. In fact, Sun Haiping hadn't thought of it this way. It was all just Wang Jiangwo's imagination. The reason he was so eager to take Wang Jiangwo to Tsinghua University to see the equipment was that he was curious after reviewing Lin Chen's batch of research data during this time. Up until now, Sun Haiping had never seen what the equipment looked like. Now that such a large study was about to pass through his hands, he had to confirm it, right? Just before setting off, Sun Haiping sent a message to Qian Chao. At that moment, Qian Chao was discussing the coastal dungeon matters with Lin Chen when suddenly a message came in, causing his voice to abruptly stop mid-sentence. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen looked at Qian Chao in confusion. Qian Chao said with a bitter smile, "Just in time, they have already arrived." This really is a case of speaking of Cao Cao and Cao Cao appearing. It's good for you to get acquainted. When the time comes to test the equipment, you can directly bring people into their sea area dungeons. The difficulty of the sea area dungeons is slightly higher than that of the land dungeons. Moreover, the bosses inside the dungeons are also more challenging. Lin Chen nodded. He hadn't really looked into the creatures in the sea area dungeons before. After all, he was located in the inland Jiangnan province. But now that he had the opportunity, he definitely wanted to get a good look. If the equipment he researched turned out to be effective in the major sea area dungeons, then compared to the land dungeon bosses, the sea area dungeon bosses would be much more cost-effective. Everyone knows that the bosses in the sea area dungeons, and even the monsters within the dungeons, can be as big as a small building. If a beast tamer could complete a contract with the sea area dungeon bosses, just imagine the scene of throwing their own monsters at the enemy's face. It would be thrilling to think about, right? However, Lin Chen's first choice would still be the heavenly level dungeon bosses. But before entering the heavenly level dungeons, he definitely needed to practice with other dungeon bosses. Nowadays, he had almost finished exploring the land dungeons. During that week in the Jiangnan province military district, Lin Chen led dozens of teams to sweep through the high-level dungeons near the military district. Whether they cleared them or not, they just charged right in. Because of this, when Lin Chen left, Li Chang and Jiang Fan could hardly contain their excitement. They were even frequently asking Lin Chen when he could come back to conduct experiments again. It should be noted that during the week Lin Chen was there, their KPI index had skyrocketed. A large number of dungeon resources were continuously provided to the Jiangnan Province Military District. For at least the next 2 years, the wealth level of the Jiangnan Province Military District could compete with the top 5 military districts. Therefore, Li Chang and Jiang Fan held many meetings discussing how to draw Lin Chen to their military district. After all, he was a talent that came from their military district. They had a natural emotional advantage to some extent, didn't they? In the past, the Jiangnan Province Military District wouldn't dare to compete with other military districts. Just the Imperial Capital Military District and the Northwest Military District could suppress the Jiangnan Province Military District to the point where they didn't dare to speak. After all, those 2 military districts were among the top 5. But now it was different. Even if the 2 major military districts were powerful, the elemental masters and beast tamers needed for Lin Chen's research still had to rely on the Jiangnan province for support, right? Just for that reason, it was enough to keep Li Chang and Jiang Fan happy for a while. Unfortunately, Lin Chen would never know what they were thinking, because now the heads of the Imperial Capital Military District and the Imperial Capital Sea Area had arrived at his laboratory. Looking at his somewhat messy laboratory, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. After pulling out a few chairs from the corner, Lin Chen smiled and said, "I didn't expect the 2 leaders to come. I really haven't prepared well." Looking at Lin Chen standing in front of him, Wang Jiangwo felt for a moment that he might be seeing things. He even looked at Sun Haiping with a bewildered expression. Is this the inventor of this equipment, and the owner of the laboratory? A freshman in his first year? Seeing Wang Jiangwo's incredulous expression, Sun Haiping couldn't help but laugh and pat his shoulder. Of course, but I think you might be more familiar with his other title. Wang Jiangwo asked blankly, "What title?" "The Grim Reaper," Sun Haiping said with a smile. "He is the first person to clear the heavenly level dungeon without any casualties. The last time the Jiangnan Provincial Military District cleared a heavenly level dungeon, it was thanks to the equipment he provided." Speaking of this matter, Sun Haiping thought of the equipment Lin Chen had developed this time. The equipment researched by Comrade Xiao Lin is quite impressive. We saw the relevant data, which is why we wanted to promote cooperation between your laboratory and the maritime area. Lin Chen nodded. Before they arrived, Shen Xiao had just been discussing this matter with him. To be honest, Shen Xiao had long wanted to talk to Lin Chen about testing the dungeon in the maritime area. However, Lin Chen had recently gone to the Jiangnan Provincial Military District for experiments, and after returning, he had plunged straight into the laboratory, giving Shen Xiao no chance to speak. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been like today, with no warning at all, as Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo came directly to Lin Chen. It felt as if they had notified him without consulting Lin Chen's opinion. Lin Chen also understood Shen Xiao's embarrassment at this moment, but he didn't take it to heart. First, he had the backing of the national government. Who would harm him? The national government wouldn't harm him, right? Second, Lin Chen only wanted to focus on experimental research now. As long as there were good proposals, Lin Chen was naturally willing to adopt them. Therefore, even though Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo's visit was sudden, Lin Chen felt no displeasure. "Just in time, I've been researching a new batch of equipment recently. Since the 2 leaders are here, it would be great to get your guidance." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Has the final equipment been decided? The 2 old foxes didn't need to guess to know what Lin Chen meant. They already knew that Lin Chen had produced a batch of equipment and had put it into use in the Jiangnan Provincial Military District. Although the news had been deliberately suppressed here, as long as Sun Haiping was willing, he could still gather bits and pieces of information. First, the test results of Lin Chen's batch of equipment had a 0 failure rate. Second, that batch of equipment had already reached the level of clearing a level 75 undeveloped dungeon. At this level, it could only be considered a work Lin Chen was dissatisfied with. So, what terrifying level would the works Lin Chen acknowledged reach? Lin Chen's laboratory was actually not small. However, due to the large-scale production in the past few days, combined with the continuous accumulation of materials in the laboratory, the spacious laboratory felt a bit crowded. After searching among a pile of equipment for a moment, Lin Chen casually tossed out a previous semi-finished product. Coincidentally, this semi-finished product landed right at the feet of Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo. Out of curiosity, the 2 asked Lin Chen for his opinion before looking at the attributes of this semi-finished product. But after they finished reading the relevant attributes, both of their eyes were filled with shock. This equipment is already very strong. Are you going to eliminate this? Wang Jiangwo's eyes were filled with disbelief. It should be known that most of the equipment levels of the soldiers under him were only platinum or diamond grade. Yet, a piece of equipment casually tossed out by Lin Chen was already at the king level, and such equipment was still not worthy of Lin Chen's attention. So, what terrifying level would the equipment Lin Chen took out next reach? They could hardly imagine. After searching for a while, Lin Chen finally found the 2 reference pieces of equipment he had forged at the very beginning. In fact, the new equipment that had undergone spiritual imprinting could also be brought out, but compared to those pieces, Lin Chen felt that the attributes of these 2 reference pieces were more solid. Other new equipment occasionally triggered a blessing effect once or twice, but their attributes couldn't compare to the equipment that had triggered the blessing effect 3 times in a row at the beginning. Lin Chen placed several pieces of equipment in front of a few people and then pulled up a stool to sit down in front of them. It's these 2 pieces of equipment. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Wang Jiangwo and Sun Haiping finally shifted their gaze from the semi-finished products in their hands to the 2 new pieces of equipment laid out on the table. To be honest, this was the first time Qian Chao had seen the new equipment Lin Chen brought out. Therefore, his attention was inevitably drawn to it. Upon seeing the equipment for the first time, one would definitely want to carefully examine its attributes. The equipment forged by Lin Chen all looked quite similar in appearance. However, the actual differences in attributes could only be analyzed in detail after scanning with mental energy. After just finishing examining the attributes of the mental staff, when Wang Jiangwo looked at the attributes of the mental contract ring, his pupils dilated in surprise. Is this the attribute of the equipment you forged? Lin Chen looked at Wang Jiangwo with confusion, then nodded. That's right. The astonishment in Wang Jiangwo's eyes was almost overflowing. The contrast between Lin Chen's age and the strength he displayed was indeed striking. After all, he was only 18 or 19 years old. Moreover, he was just a freshman who had recently entered college. The research results he presented could already rival those of many experts in various fields. Even the resident forgers in their military district might not have Lin Chen's level. At that moment, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but exclaim how formidable the younger generation was. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment are truly explosive. However, the difficulty of the sea area dungeons is extremely high, and there are many undeveloped dungeons. Relying solely on these 2 pieces of equipment, it would be difficult to complete the attribute testing in a short time. Lin Chen pointed to a pile of equipment behind him. I've forged a batch of equipment with similar attributes during this time. As long as the sea area can provide the corresponding manpower, then I won't have any major issues here. It was only then that Wang Jiangwo realized that the large pile of equipment behind Lin Chen was not failed products, but rather, completed products produced in bulk. At this moment, the mouths of the few people were agape in disbelief. Are these really all completed products you produced? All of them? For a moment, Wang Jiangwo felt as if he had not entered a laboratory, but rather a den of equipment. He even had a strong thought. Can these pieces of equipment be sold? Wang Jiangwo thought this in his heart and naturally asked it out loud. Lin Chen initially didn't react, then said, Does the leader want to purchase this batch of equipment? Wang Jiangwo nodded. The equipment gap for their navy was quite large, even bigger than that of the army. However, there had been no equipment suitable for the navy, and now that he had finally encountered it, he certainly wouldn't let go of such a big fat sheep like Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the initial equipment at his feet, his expression showing some hesitation. But these pieces of equipment are just my initial research products. I feel that their attributes are still not quite. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, Wang Jiangwo had already raised his hand to stop him. I think the attributes of this batch of equipment are excellent. Moreover, they are completely sufficient for the mages under the navy. Different levels have different equipment. Coincidentally, the batch of equipment Lin Chen produced had no corresponding level restrictions. This meant that as long as he equipped the navy under him with this batch of initial equipment, their strength could be greatly enhanced. After all, who doesn't know that equipment with higher attributes is more expensive? Life in the Navy was indeed a bit tough, but when it came to operational funds, the Imperial Capital Military District and the Northwest Military District might not even compare to them. Sun Haiping also smiled and said, Don't try to save money for him. They caught a deep-sea lionfish in their navy, and the money from the auction would be no less than 8 figures. Buying your equipment would definitely be more than enough. Lin Chen felt a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. After all, he didn't know much about the Navy's situation, and the internal operations of the Navy were considered confidential. Only someone of Sun Haiping's rank would have a bit of insight. Lin Chen only knew that the Navy under Wang Jiangwo was struggling. He had no idea how valuable capturing a sea monster was. Of course, no problem. I just happen to need to dispose of this batch of equipment. If General Wang, you don't mind, just send someone to take them away. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Jiangwo also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that no one had heard this news in advance, and other navies wouldn't come rushing to compete with him. After all, the situation of the navy in each jurisdiction was quite similar. The advantages he had here were also present elsewhere. If someone really managed to poach Lin Chen away, Wang Jiangwo would be devastated. I see that the second-generation equipment you forged is quite formidable. I wonder when you plan to put it into use. For Wang Jiangwo, this was the real big deal. Purchasing the outdated equipment from Lin Chen was just a side matter. The value of sea monsters was extremely high. This was a consensus. If they had the powerful equipment provided by Lin Chen, they could capture more underwater resources, thus boosting the Navy's strength. Therefore, Wang Jiangwo was also in urgent need of a batch of equipment capable of conquering undeveloped dungeons. Lin Chen looked down at the equipment and then said apologetically, "I'm afraid the second batch of equipment I developed still can't meet the expected standards." As soon as these words fell, both Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo were dumbfounded. Equipment with such attributes can't even meet the standards? I think the second batch of equipment is already very strong. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, then took out a piece of equipment. I plan to enhance this entire batch of equipment. The effect after enhancement will double again. Upon hearing this, both Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but gasp. In their view, the second batch of equipment was already capable of adapting to all dungeons below the heavenly level. They even had the confidence to clear heavenly level dungeons. Yet Lin Chen still wanted to continue enhancing the research, and could achieve a doubling effect on the current basis. They couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying the values of the equipment would be after the effect was doubled. But Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo were not fools. Rather than urging Lin Chen to rush the equipment out now, it would be better to wait a little longer. Perhaps the third batch of enhanced equipment would yield even more astonishing results? However, before the third batch of enhanced equipment came out, Lin Chen still needed to record some data. After all, he had only completed the forging of the second batch of equipment. The relevant data still needed to be confirmed through precise experiments. So he turned his gaze to Wang Jiangwo. "General Wang, I wonder if this batch of equipment can be sent to the Navy for dungeon experiments? I need to record some relevant experimental data. This will make it easier for me to conduct the third batch of enhanced forging." Wang Jiangwo certainly had no objections. In fact, he was eager for Lin Chen to send this batch of equipment to their navy for testing. After all, he and Sun Haiping had come here today precisely for this matter. "Of course, no problem. If you want to experiment, we can set off today." Lin Chen's eyes flickered, then he nodded. The sooner they could complete the experiment, the sooner they could enhance and forge the new batch of equipment. The three of them chatted for a few moments before they began to pack up the small batch of equipment in the laboratory. Before packing, Wang Jiangwo and the others had not yet felt the terror of Lin Chen. After they finished packing, even Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but click his tongue. In such a short time, the amount of equipment Lin Chen had forged was simply too much. The efficiency of other blacksmiths could not reach Lin Chen's level at all. Yet Lin Chen was still a young man under 20. After counting all the equipment, Lin Chen and the others moved from the Imperial Capital Military District to the naval base located in the coastal area of the Imperial Capital. The naval base was on a small island, and they had to take a boat to get there. The afternoon sun was quite strong, accompanied by the salty sea breeze blowing towards the naval base. Lin Chen rarely saw such a vast ocean scene, and for a moment, he felt a bit of excitement. It was his first time taking a boat out to sea. Moreover, it was a naval warship. Even though they were only crossing a very small sea trench, it was enough to make Lin Chen feel curious. Logically speaking, once they entered the ocean area, various types of dungeons were likely to appear. However, over the years, Wang Jiangwo and the others had not made no efforts at all during their stationing. The area from the Imperial Capital Military District to the naval base had already been cleared by them. That was why Lin Chen could see such a calm scene. In many uncleared areas, turbulent waves and fierce underwater monsters appeared in a chaotic mix. A slight misstep could lead to being swallowed whole. The Imperial Capital Military District was not far from the naval base. Therefore, half an hour later, Lin Chen and the others were getting closer to the coastline of the naval base. As they looked at the coastline ahead, Wang Jiangwo took the opportunity to briefly explain the situation of ocean dungeons to Lin Chen. As we all know, the number of ocean dungeons is far greater than that of land dungeons. It's just that the ocean is too vast, and we can't completely conquer these dungeons. In fact, the number of heavenly level dungeons in ocean dungeons is even more than that of land dungeons, and there are quite a few god level dungeons among them. It's worth mentioning that most ocean dungeons have no level restrictions for entry. Moreover, some of these ocean dungeons are purely the real world, with only a small portion being a fusion of reality and dungeons. Currently, the area we have conquered is only the region within 200 nautical miles around the naval base. Beyond that, there are some unknown dangers. Lin Chen nodded. Everything Wang Jiangwo said was something Lin Chen had only a vague understanding of before coming here, because they had set off later in the day. After disembarking from the ship, Lin Chen noticed that the red sun was already hanging on the coastline. Such a calm and beautiful scene was something he had never encountered in his previous life. Lin Chen couldn't help but be mesmerized. Wang Jiangwo smiled and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Isn't it beautiful? We put some thought into choosing the naval base. We wanted to pick a nice place, although the conditions are a bit harsh. We still have to find joy in hardship. Hearing Wang Jiangwo's words, Lin Chen felt a bit of admiration. When he was on the boat earlier, he hadn't thought there was any problem. Now, after getting off the ship and seeing many soldiers in naval combat uniforms walking towards the ship behind them, Lin Chen suddenly realized, did we just take a cargo ship? Wang Jiangwo waved his hand. What cargo ship? It's just an ordinary supply ship. Since we are stationed on this island for a long time, the Imperial Capital Military District established a direct shipping route with us, specifically for running ships. If it were a warship, it wouldn't take this long-distance route. You know, whenever it involves the ocean, the level of danger instantly multiplies tenfold or more. We have no way of knowing what lies beneath the sea. Before the Great Change, our exploration of the ocean was less than 10%, and after the upheaval, the ocean's mystery has skyrocketed. Our soldiers have spent many years exploring to find just a few safe routes. After all, we can't always rely on the monsters of the ocean for food while staying on the islands, can we? Lin Chan's understanding of the naval base deepened further. However, when he heard Wang Jiangwo mention eating the monsters of the ocean, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. The monsters in the ocean can be eaten? Seeing him ask this, Wang Jiangwo burst into laughter. Of course they can be eaten. Our soldiers patrol the nearby instances every day. Most of our supplies come from the seafood produced in those instances. The taste of this seafood is far better than farmed. When we have dinner later, I'll have them prepare a feast for you. Lin Chen truly had no idea that the monsters of the sea could be eaten. Now hearing Wang Jiangwo say this, his mouth was watering uncontrollably. Seafood. He just didn't know what kind of seafood it was. Xian Xiao, who was beside Lin Chen, was also curious. Like Lin Chen, it was the first time Xian Xiao had heard that the monsters of the ocean could be consumed. Can the monsters in the ocean really be eaten? I remember a few years ago, your navy seemed to. Xian Xiao's words were only halfway out when he caught the murderous glare from Wang Jiangwo. So, Xian Xiao immediately cleared his throat twice. Sun Haiping, who was beside him, chuckled in annoyance. Don't just say he remembers, I remember too. A couple of years ago, the Navy ate everything. Who would have thought they caught a huge sea eel that was poisonous all over, and it almost took down their entire regiment? With his secret exposed, Wang Jiangwo felt a bit embarrassed. That was years ago. In the past 2 years, we've figured out which ones are edible and which ones aren't. And this is to entertain little Lin here. How could I possibly serve something poisonous? Lin Chen truly had no idea about this. Now seeing Sun Haiping and Wang Jiangwo chatting, he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. After wandering around the coastline, Lin Chen and the others soon awaited the warships to set sail. It was now evening. The Navy happened to have several fleets of warships going out for patrol. One reason was to check if any new real instances had appeared nearby, to avoid accidentally sailing into an instance one day. The second reason was to add some new dishes to tonight's dinner. You should know that cargo ships from the mainland don't come every day. It just so happened that Lin Chen and the others caught a cargo ship that comes once a month. At this time, the supplies brought by the cargo ship included quite a few fresh ingredients, so the Navy had long since assumed that there would be a feast tonight. Going out to hunt some sea monsters to add to the meal was even more imperative. When Lin Chen and the others boarded the warship, there were still a dozen warships waiting behind them. The few of them stood on the deck, and Wang Jiangwo pointed to the area ahead. The ocean instances are divided into 3 zones. This area we are in now is the shallow sea zone, and the environment here is absolutely safe. The detection station over there closely monitors the marine life in the shallow sea zone. Lin Chen followed Wang Jiangwo's direction and looked. He then realized that what he had always thought was a lighthouse was actually the detection station Wang Jiangwo mentioned. But it made sense. A unit stationed on this isolated island. If we can't ensure our own safety, then by nightfall, the sea monsters might just swallow the entire island. Wang Jiangwo gestured ahead. What we're heading to now is the nearshore area. The nearshore area is somewhat more dangerous than the shallow sea, but our soldiers often venture into nearshore dungeons. It's getting late. Once the sun completely sets, the danger level of the ocean can increase 20-fold. If we want to test our equipment, choosing the nearshore area is the safest bet. Moreover, the dungeons in the nearshore area are quite chaotic, ranging from level 10 to level 70, with no restrictions on entry level or number of participants. Generally speaking, whether it's a level 10 dungeon or a level 70 dungeon, there are strict limitations on entry levels and numbers. Take Lin Chen, who is currently level 35. He can only enter dungeons that are between level 20 and level 50. The number of participants in these dungeons is also extremely strict. Each time Lin Chen enters a dungeon to level up with a team, it absolutely won't exceed 15 people. Some dungeons even require the team size to be limited to 5 or fewer. However, in ocean dungeons, these restrictions are noticeably more relaxed. The dangers of the ocean multiply, but at the same time, it eases certain restrictions for those challenging the dungeons. In a sense, exploring ocean dungeons is a coexistence of opportunity and danger. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, what about the other area? Wang Jiangwo raised an eyebrow towards the distant ocean. That would be the deep sea area. Most of the dungeons in the deep sea area are real dungeons. Although there are no level restrictions for entry, we generally rarely venture into the deep sea area. Lin Chen was somewhat curious after hearing this. If the dungeons in the deep sea area are real dungeons, aren't you afraid that the bosses inside might come out? Wang Jiangwo was somewhat surprised by Lin Chen's sharpness but still answered seriously. The dungeons in the deep sea area have no level restrictions for entrance, but for these bosses and monsters, there are very strict level limitations. When I was young, I once saw from a distance that the dungeons in the deep sea area are clearly divided, and the types of monsters are even more varied than in the nearshore area. Moreover, these monsters usually have their own designated areas. One area corresponds to one type of monster. Under normal circumstances, these monsters cannot leave their dungeons. Lin Chen nodded. He hadn't expected the differences between an ocean dungeon and a land dungeon to be so vast. Most of the dungeons on land are virtual dungeons, merely constructed as a connection point within real space. Additionally, the types of monsters in land dungeons are extremely diverse. You can see different types of monsters like the soaring snake and horned cow in a level 50 dungeon. Because ocean dungeons cover vast areas, each type of monster occupies its own territory. If you want to sweep through a certain type of monster, you just need to head to that area. To some extent, this is quite advantageous for Lin Chen and their current experiment, because Lin Chen had previously cleared a level 75 land dungeon. But this was Lin Chen's first experience with an ocean dungeon. Plus, the difficulty level of ocean dungeons is generally slightly higher than that of land dungeons of the same level. So after some consideration, Wang Jiangwo and the others chose the level 70 giant eel dungeon. Lin Chen could feel the speed of the battleship beneath them gradually slowing down. At the same time, Wang Jiangwo began to lead the already selected beast tamers and elementalists towards the deck. Beside the deck was a ship that was relatively smaller than the battleship beneath their feet. Before long, a group of people drove their ships into the dungeon ahead. Lin Chen was sitting in the monitoring room, closely observing the movements of Wang Jiangwo and the others. Although the ocean was calm at that moment, the perspective of Wang Jiangwo and the others as they entered the dungeon was completely different. The moment they stepped into the dungeon, the tranquil sea surface was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Sun Haiping, standing behind Lin Chen, also frowned involuntarily. This doesn't seem like the giant eel dungeon, Lin Chen said in surprise as he turned around. He had never encountered deep-sea monsters, so he was naturally not very familiar with these monster dungeons. Sun Haiping was different. With a friend like Wang Jiangwo and the fact that their military district in the capital often had missions, he had seen enough to notice the differences. Noticing Lin Chen's surprised expression, Sun Haiping quickly explained, the giant eel dungeon should be exceptionally calm upon entry. Only when reaching the central area do the giant shadows appear. That's a characteristic of the dungeon. But look, they just entered the dungeon and are already facing dark clouds. No matter how I see it, it doesn't look like the giant eel dungeon. Lin Chen felt a hint of doubt rising in his heart, but he could only muster his focus to continue watching the images on the monitor. He saw that the sky above Wang Jiangwo and the others was dark and heavy. The waves were surging violently towards the ship. Just by looking at the perspective, one could feel the intensity of the waves crashing against their ship. Lin Chen began to worry for Wang Jiangwo and the others. In such a dungeon, if the ship couldn't hold up, how would they get out? Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's concern, Sun Haiping comfortingly patted his shoulder. Don't worry, their ship has already been upgraded to the highest level. Moreover, every ship we are on has been meticulously crafted by engineers and blacksmiths, with the enhancement levels maxed out. And there is a special rule in ocean dungeons. Don't be fooled by the raging waves. In fact, the monsters in the dungeon only target the participants, not the ships beneath them. This was the first time Lin Chen had heard of such a rare rule. the ocean monsters wouldn't attack the ships. However, this meant that the safety of Wang Jiangwo and the others' return was greatly assured. It seemed that the special nature of ocean dungeons still required exploration. After all, several coastal countries had begun to conduct close studies of the ocean. However, the area of the ocean dungeon was simply too vast, and there were many real dungeons within it. Thus, only a few countries had the strength to research and explore. Just the factor of warships alone was enough to deter many eager nations. At that moment, Lin Chen finally felt the power of a strong nation. In the face of such a vast ocean, only a country with a strong national power truly had the capability to explore and excavate. But Lin Chen quickly remembered something. The warship beneath their feet was actually manufactured by the collaboration of engineers and blacksmiths? Did that mean that previously usable but now obsolete technological products could be fully replicated under the joint efforts of engineers and blacksmiths? Lin Chen's mind was filled with thoughts of nuclear weapons that had long been phased out. Those nuclear weapons were the true masters of the world before any significant global changes occurred. If he and the engineers could join forces to recreate them, would they also have an effect on the monsters within the dungeon? Thinking of those nuclear weapons, Lin Chen's heart began to race. Perhaps noticing something off about Lin Chen's expression, Sun Haiping naturally associated it with this aspect. After all, Lin Chen was a forger. For a forger, isn't the most important thing to research and create powerful weapons? Are you thinking about collaborating with the mechanics? Lin Chen did not deny it, and right now he only had a hypothesis. Whether this hypothesis could be implemented still needed to be verified by Sun Haiping and the others. Exactly, since forgers and mechanics can collaborate to forge such powerful warships. Then if we collaborate with the mechanics to restart the previous nuclear bomb project, wouldn't that mean the existing dungeons pose no threat to us at all? Sun Haiping chuckled lightly and shook his head. You're thinking too simply. We had already experimented with this before, but things were far from as simple as we imagined. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then quietly asked, "Is there something I don't understand in between?" Sun Haiping nodded. Actually, we have never publicly announced this matter. Long before the virtual dungeons appeared, the country had once brought our powerful weaponry into the dungeons. What was somewhat unexpected was that all these technologically advanced weapons we developed ended up failing without exception. It was as if there was some powerful interference magnetic field in those dungeons that caused all technological weapons to be in a sealed state. And this sealed state remained unresolved until after exiting the dungeon. We had also sent many forgers to try to their sealed state, but the sealed state of these high-tech weapons is not the same as the sealing effect you forgers often talk about. In fact, the two have no common ground at all. Therefore, up to now, not bringing these high-tech weapons into the dungeons has become a consensus among various countries. Lin Chen did not expect such a turn of events. So that's why we are now vigorously researching new mechanical equipment to combat the monsters in the dungeons? Sun Haiping nodded. That's right. And you should know that, in most cases, our technological products like communicators can be brought into the dungeons for real-time communication. But once the dungeon magnetic field interference phenomenon occurs, these communicators will all fail. 10 years ago, the United States attempted to move large-scale destructive devices into a heavenly-level dungeon, and the result was that those who entered never returned. Those powerful destructive weapons miraculously detonated within the dungeon, resulting in half a state of the United States being leveled. This is the well-known Incident 239. Lin Chen had heard about Incident 239 back in high school. At that time, he only knew that the United States combat power had greatly diminished due to the incident. He never expected such a reason lay behind it. It seems that sometimes we really can't take shortcuts. We can only honestly tackle the dungeons. Sun Haiping smiled. Not only that, the firearms and equipment we bring in, even missiles, while they don't completely fail, these technological weapons, when facing high-level monsters, can't even break through their defenses. Lin Chen was taken aback. At this moment, he realized that his earlier assumptions were likely to be completely dashed, because this bizarre dungeon had not given them a single opportunity to exploit. Fortunately, humanity still had some hope. At the very least, they still had the strength to fight. And as resource dungeons continued to be developed, the combatant level cap of Long Country would also rise higher and higher. But the most important thing now is still the situation after Wang Jiangwo and the others entered the instance. After all, Lin Chen hasn't even tested the most basic contract ring yet, and this is the key element to truly breaking through the instance. On the monitoring screen, Lin Chen could see that although the waves were surging violently, they had no impact on Wang Jiangwo and their ship. After a while, Lin Chen saw a huge black shadow swimming beneath their ship. Then, a towering wave surged into the sky. An extremely large eel was staring down at the tiny ship before it. Lin Chen had seen how big the ship that Wang Jiangwo and the others were on was. Although it wasn't large compared to the warship they were currently on, it was still a 30-meter long and 10-meter wide vessel. But compared to this giant eel, this ship was simply too small. It was like a toy under the foot of a giant. The size difference was just too enormous. Before this, Lin Chen had only heard about the exceptionally large size of sea monsters. He had no idea that the size of sea monsters could reach such a level. And with the appearance of this deep-sea eel, the dark clouds in the sky began to roll violently. Soon, heavy rain began to fall. At the same time, lightning flashed continuously in the sky. The moment Sun Haiping saw the lightning, his eyes widened instantly. Not good. This isn't a giant eel. This is a deep-sea electric eel that's 10 levels higher than a giant eel. It has the power to control lightning, and all the eels in this area will be commanded by it. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart sank. Aren't they heading to the instance of the level 70 giant eel? Why did they suddenly encounter a higher-level deep-sea electric eel? Sun Haiping also didn't understand the situation. After all, he had only gone to sea a few times with Wang Jiangwo for missions. How could he understand the nature of sea monsters? An 80-level deep-sea electric eel. The difficulty of this instance has far exceeded that of a heavenly-level instance. Moreover, it can summon eels ranging from level 60 to 70. Sun Haiping's hands began to tremble. An 80-level deep-sea electric eel. The difficulty had far surpassed their imagination. If they had known they would encounter such deep-sea monsters in the nearshore area, how could they have easily provoked them? But now that they were already in the instance, it wouldn't be so easy to get out. At the very least, that deep-sea electric eel would definitely not let Wang Jiangwo and their team leave. Lin Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. He had always had great confidence in the equipment he forged. But now, facing such a deep-sea overlord, even Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After all, in the current situation, neither he nor Wang Jiangwo and the others had made any prior preparations. A boss from a heavenly level instance carries resources and materials, even equipment levels, that are definitely not lower than legendary. But the problem now is, can the beast tamer that General Wang brought actually contract this heavenly level instance boss? Because Lin Chen had always preferred low-level beast tamers to contract high-level instance bosses. For example, if Lin Chen wanted to contract a level 75 instance boss, the lowest level of beast tamer he would choose would be level 65. This way, he could maximize resource utilization. This time, Wang Jiangwo wanted to lower the difficulty, so he chose the level 70 giant eel instance. Lin Chen's reference suggestion was to select a level 55 beast tamer to tackle the instance. But if the beast tamer that Wang Jiangwo brought was really level 55, faced with the suddenly elevated level 80 deep-sea eel, which was a full 10 levels above the limit of level 15, there was no way to reach it. Without the help of equipment, Wang Jiangwo and the others encountered a deep-sea eel far superior to the boss of a heavenly-level dungeon. It could basically be sentenced to death on the spot. Realizing this, Lin Chen immediately looked at Sun Haiping. What level is the beast tamer that General Wang brought? Sun Haiping was taken aback. I don't know either. He only said he wanted to conquer the level 70 dungeon. As for the level of the beast tamer he brought, halfway through, Sun Haiping suddenly understood Lin Chen's meaning. What Lin Chen could think of, Sun Haiping could certainly think of as well. Moreover, the contract level limit of beast tamers was not a secret at all. At this moment, Sun Haiping's face had already turned a bit pale. No way. It's too dangerous for them. Sun Haiping was almost losing control of his rationality. But the next second he still stood there in a daze. After a long while, Sun Haiping finally instructed the soldiers beside him. Go get the recorded data from before your general entered the dungeon. The soldier who heard the order did not hesitate for a moment and immediately walked towards the monitoring room. At this time, it must be said that the disciplined army had its advantages. They always kept data reports ready for every mission. Even if Lin Chen and Sun Haiping did not know the specific situation, they could now gather relevant data to check. After all, the number of people Wang Jiangwo brought was far less than 15. Not to mention others, just Wang Jiangwo, a level 79 general, was a loss that Long Country could not afford. Not to mention that the soldiers who entered with Wang Jiangwo were all above level 50. Soon, the soldier brought back the recorded data of Wang Jiangwo and the others. After flipping through several pages, Sun Haiping finally found the information he was looking for. At this moment, a smile appeared on his face, and he even pointed it out to Lin Chen. Fortunately, this old guy knows a bit of restraint. There are two beast tamers brought in, one is a level 60 beast tamer, and the other is a level 70 beast tamer. As for the elemental mages, all are above level 70. Hearing this, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. With two beast tamers on hand, contracting this deep-sea electric eel should be no problem. Their biggest worry at the beginning was that the beast tamers brought by Wang Jiangwo were too low in level, making it impossible to use the contract equipment. Now that they knew Wang Jiangwo had made 2 preparations, all they had to do next was wait quietly for the result. If we can take down this deep-sea electric eel, then the heavenly level dungeons in the country can be opened for continuous runs. Compared to the heavenly level dungeons on land, the equipment dropped in the ocean's heavenly level dungeons is much less. They used to bring people every day to grind a level 75 giant shark, and after finally killing that shark, only 1 legendary equipment dropped, and not a single material. Lin Chen did not expect the difficulty of the deep-sea dungeon to be so high. However, this also made him feel a bit of anticipation. If such a difficult ocean dungeon could be easily handled, wouldn't the land dungeons be a piece of cake? By then, with the contract equipment provided by Lin Chen and the 2 mages, they could continuously obtain materials and equipment from these high-level dungeons. Meanwhile, when Wang Jiangwo and the others saw the deep-sea electric eel appear, they were also taken aback. Wang Jiangwo even cursed directly. Damn it! Isn't this the dungeon of the giant eel? How did this deep-sea electric eel come here to take over? It's a full 10 levels higher. When Wang Jiangwo spoke these words, his heart was almost bleeding. He was only thinking about catching a level 70 eel to make soup for dinner. But that didn't mean he wanted to deal with this electric eel. As everyone knows, electric eels in the ocean are simply inedible. Not only is the meat tough, but it is also poisonous all over. Moreover, this level 80 deep-sea electric eel, if Wang Jiangwo hadn't made special preparations before setting out, today everyone on the boat would have been done for. This wasn't because Wang Jiangwo didn't trust Lin Chen's skills. It was just that the situation in the ocean was unpredictable. Just like the encounter they were facing right now, if Wang Jiangwo hadn't made double preparations, who knew when they would be eaten by this eel? Since they encountered an 80-level deep-sea electric eel right off the bat, Wang Jiangwo immediately signaled to the level 70 beast tamer beside him. We'll draw its attention over here. You find a good opportunity to take it down. Once the contract is successful, this monster will be your little pet. The level 70 beast tamer never expected such a big opportunity to fall from the sky. This was an 80-level boss from a heavenly dungeon, a dominant existence in the ocean. If he could successfully contract it, having such a high-level dungeon boss working for him would be absolutely amazing. But the premise was that their contract had to succeed. Thinking of this, the beast tamer didn't dare to delay any longer. Wang Jiangwo and the others immediately launched an attack on the deep-sea eel. Watching the few warriors in front and the elemental mages in the back providing cover, the level 70 beast tamer raised the spirit contract ring in his hand. In the ocean, deep-sea eels had a natural advantage. Moreover, the thunderstorm he summoned could provide a comprehensive attribute boost to the deep-sea eel. This meant that while the deep-sea eel might appear to be level 80 on the surface, its actual attributes could have reached level 85. Therefore, for this level 70 beast tamer to contract a deep-sea eel with real strength at level 85 was still extremely difficult. Lin Chen looked at the monitoring screen, which occasionally flickered with static, and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. What's going on over there? It seems like there's a problem with the monitor. Sun Haiping shook his head helplessly. There's nothing we can do. The thunderstorm over there affects the communicator, which is normal. Fortunately, the interference with the monitoring screen only lasted a few seconds. Lin Chen and the others could still barely see, but as the shaking of the image grew stronger, Lin Chen could hardly see the deep-sea eel's figure anymore. Such a massive dungeon boss could reach such speed. It was truly shocking. But just at that moment, Lin Chen heard a sound wave from the monitor that resembled a synthesized noise. The sound wave was like a child's cry, but it was particularly sharp. Lin Chen could feel discomfort even through the screen, not to mention Wang Jiangwo and the others who were facing the deep-sea eel directly. Seeing this, Sun Haiping didn't forget to explain to Lin Chen. This sound wave was invented specifically for marine creatures. Although it sounds a bit unpleasant, it works wonders against these ocean creatures. And the higher the frequency of the sound, the slower these marine creatures will move. You know, in the ocean, these marine creatures can achieve nearly 4 times the speed. But with the sound wave interference, their speed can be slowed down to a maximum of 2 times. Lin Chen was somewhat amazed upon hearing this. It seemed that over the years, Wang Jiangwo and the others had put a lot of thought into making a name for themselves in the ocean dungeon. They even managed to come up with such sound wave interference. Indeed, with the release of the sound waves, Lin Chen soon saw the massive black shadow of the deep-sea electric eel on the screen. At the same time, 2 level 70 elementalists and beast tamers quickly raised their hands. In an instant, a white circular ring shot towards the deep-sea electric eel. The moment it touched the eel, the white ring almost doubled in size, enveloping the entire deep-sea electric eel. preventing it from moving an inch. Wang Jiangwo and the others, witnessing this scene, were filled with a hint of surprise. It should be noted that the deep-sea electric eel is something that people generally do not wish to provoke. Moreover, the true dungeon area for the deep-sea electric eel should be in the deep-sea region. Who knew how this creature ended up in the near-sea area? Today, encountering it was purely bad luck for Wang Jiangwo and his group. However, this did not affect everyone's understanding of these oceanic overlords, especially the deep-sea electric eel, which ranked among the top 10 dangerous monsters in the ocean dungeon. Now, such a lethal deep-sea electric eel was effortlessly immobilized by the mental contract ring, unable to move at all. On the other side, the elementalist's mental staff began to continuously release sealing effects. Hundreds of times the effect was all applied to the deep-sea electric eel. At that moment, the mental staff and mental contract ring that Lin Chen had developed finally unleashed their full power. Time passed little by little. How could a level 70 beast tamer withstand such high intensity? Cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Wang Jiangwo, who had been closely monitoring their movements, quickly shouted, "The contract ring has a skill. If you can't hold on, just use it directly. Side effects don't matter. This is an 80-level monster." Hearing Wang Jiangwo's words, the beast tamer immediately felt invigorated. Right, this equipment even comes with a skill. How could he have forgotten this? The beast tamer immediately slammed the entire mental contract ring towards the deep-sea electric eel in front of him, then formed a hand seal. Forced contract. At that moment, everyone could feel the beast tamer's attribute abilities rapidly increasing. His level began to break through the 70-level barrier. Rising all the way, he directly reached level 82. Wang Jiangwo, sensing all of this, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good heavens! Is this forced contract skill really that overpowered? It directly raised the person's level by so much. The key point was that the aura emanating from the beast tamer at this moment even faintly surpassed Wang Jiangwo's. If Wang Jiangwo hadn't known that this was just the beast tamer using the forced contract skill, he might have mistakenly thought the beast tamer had truly reached level 82. Considering that this skill had a fatigue period of half a month, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh again. To be able to contract an 80-level deep-sea monster, one that ranks among the top 10 in the ocean, what does a fatigue period of half a month even count for? This little side effect was hardly a concern. Time seemed extremely long in everyone's eyes. But in reality, only 15 minutes had passed for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes were fixed on the time on his phone. When the 20th minute arrived, the turbulent winds on the sea surface suddenly calmed. The dark clouds dissipated at a visible speed. The evening sun cast its light on the water's surface, creating a shimmering reflection. It was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairyland. The previous battle scene seemed as if it had never existed at all, except for the uncontrollable laughter from Wang Jiangwo and his group. Seeing this, Lin Chen knew that this test was almost guaranteed to succeed. The most significant factor was the appearance of the deep-sea electric eel, which unexpectedly activated all the attributes and skills of the equipment he had forged. This was the pleasant surprise of this journey. Since Lin Chen forged this batch of equipment, he had never truly tested the limits of the gear. Who would have thought that today, by chance, he encountered this level 80 deep-sea electric eel, which surprisingly completed the data without any danger. At this moment, Lin Chen and the others were quietly waiting for Wang Jiangwo and his team to return. Meanwhile, in the nearby coastal waters, 5 or 6 warships began to slowly move towards Lin Chen and the others. The national flags on these warships were completely different from that of the Dragon Kingdom. This was the flag of the Vietnam Kingdom. On the leading warship, someone looked ahead at the sea with a worried expression. "General, ahead is the coastal waters of the Dragon Kingdom. We didn't notify them, and just barged in like this. What if?" Before this person could finish speaking, the commander in front, Zhou Yuanjia, raised his hand to stop him. There is no what if. The dungeon era has already begun. And just because they say this sea area belongs to them, does it really? According to international law, this sea area should belong to us. As for notifying them? Ridiculous. We are entering our own maritime territory. Why should we report to them? Hearing Zhou Yuanjia's words, the others could only suppress their thoughts and dared not speak further. Thus, the warships quickly crossed the boundary of the sea area, gradually advancing towards the coastal waters where Lin Chen and the others were. Over here, Lin Chen and Wang Jiangwo's ships finally met up. Watching Wang Jiangwo and his team board their warship, Lin Chen's face also broke into a few smiles. As soon as Wang Jiangwo saw Lin Chen, he gave him a big hug. "You really are something. This deep-sea electric eel is already ranked 8th among the sea's overlords. I never expected we could actually take it down today. If this news were written up in a report, it would probably shock a lot of people. In the past, we had to detour around deep-sea electric eels and other monsters. But today, all we needed was to bring a beast tamer and your equipment, and we could swiftly eliminate these monsters. Seeing Wang Jiangwo and his team return triumphantly, Lin Chen knew their harvest would definitely be substantial. Although the dungeon where the deep-sea electric eel resided was only level 70, there were still quite a few other water monsters within it. After a thorough sweep by Wang Jiangwo and his team, the equipment and materials dropped were enough to fill their ships to the brim. But Lin Chen was now even more curious about the data related to the contract afterward. General Wang, what are the attributes of this deep-sea electric eel after the contract? Wang Jiangwo was most satisfied with this aspect. The contracted attributes of the deep-sea electric eel have indeed decreased, but just as you submitted in the data earlier, its attributes are not permanently reduced but can be restored. Moreover, when we contracted it, it was during a thunderstorm, and in such weather, the deep-sea electric eel's relevant attributes can be boosted by 15 times. This means that while it seems we contracted a level 80 deep-sea electric eel, its attribute level may have actually reached level 85. If this operation can be continuously replicated, I believe that soon we will be able to forge a powerful level 80 marine monster army. Just the thought of this prospect was enough to make Wang Jiangwo's blood boil, not to mention that this prospect could now become a reality. No, to be precise, this prospect had already turned into reality. They just needed a little more time. The refresh time for sea monster dungeons is slightly faster than that of land dungeons. For an 80-level sea monster dungeon like this, the refresh time usually ranges from 7 to 10 days. So during these 7 to 10 days, Wang Jiangwo can definitely take beast tamers above level 70 to search for other 80-level sea monsters. Once they have dealt with these sea monsters for one cycle, the next cycle of sea monster dungeons will gradually refresh. Therefore, creating a powerful sea beast tamer legion is truly not just empty talk. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Before this, he had never thought that his expectations would turn into reality so quickly, but the facts were right in front of him. The equipment he forged had indeed met the requirements to conquer a heavenly level dungeon. So for the next phase of enhancement forging, Lin Chen hesitated about whether to continue. Is there really not a trace of side effects? Does it have any impact on the beast tamer themselves? Lin Chen looked at the level 70 beast tamer beside Wang Jiangwo. Like Wang Jiangwo, this beast tamer also wore a look of intense excitement. I feel great, and I have contracted an 80-level sea monster across levels. Now my experience has increased significantly, and in 2 days, I will be able to directly leap 5 levels to reach level 75. Although I used the forced contract skill, this 15-day fatigue period is almost nothing to me. After saying this, the beast tamer took the mental staff from the elemental mage beside him. Then he directly began to chant a passage in obscure French. In the next second, a monster from the deep sea was directly frozen in place by the beast tamer. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised after watching. Isn't there a fatigue period? The beast tamer shook his head and handed the mental staff back to the elemental mage. There is indeed a fatigue period, but this fatigue period depends on the strength of our mental power. In simpler terms, the mental power weakened during the fatigue period is proportional. The higher the level of mental power, the more residual mental power remains after the weakening. Now I can simply use these medium equipment, but tools like the contract ring can no longer be used. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. It seemed that this time, as Wang Jiangwo and the others said, they had achieved a great victory. They not only tested the effects of the equipment in its complete state but also cleared a dungeon that was nearly heavenly level. Even the beast tamer's fatigue period had more detailed data. While everyone on the ship was happy, the battleship's military platform suddenly sounded an alarm. Alarm! Alarm! An unidentified warship has entered our territorial waters. Location coordinates 138, 145. Alarm! Alarm! An unidentified warship has entered our territorial waters. Location coordinates 138, 145. This was the first time Lin Chen had heard the alarm. Along with a hint of confusion in his eyes, there was also a bit of worry. What is going on? Wang Jiangwo and the others appeared much calmer. Wang Jiangwo quickly walked towards the military platform and took the walkie-talkie from the communicator's hand. Calling the central station. Please lock onto the unidentified warship at coordinates 138, 145. Calling the central station. Please lock onto the unidentified warship at coordinates 138, 145. Soon, everyone heard the central station's reply. Unidentified warship has been locked. Radio connection is being established. Connection channel 411-949-1001 opened. U country warship 28282828 radio connection successful. In the next second, Lin Chen heard Wang Jiangwo's national essence output. I said, Are you guys from you country just looking for trouble? Why don't you go stroll around your own little Karamini Sea? What are you doing running into our dragon country's waters? I'll count to 3, and you better hurry up and roll out of our waters. Otherwise, don't blame me for blasting you with cannons. Watching Wang Jiangwo's unconventional warning method, Lin Chen was truly taken aback. After spending most of the day with him, Lin Chen could sense that Wang Jiangwo was a relatively calm soldier. He just didn't expect that in external matters, Wang Jiangwo's temper would be so. Sun Haiping, on the other hand, remained calm. Just get used to it. Old Wang is just like that. As long as others don't step on his bottom line, he's usually quite easy to talk to. After hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. After Wang Jiangwo finished his outburst, his gaze was fixed on the real-time satellite feed coming from the command center. The screen showed that after hearing Wang Jiangwo's warning, those few U-country warships not only did not quickly leave the waters but were even moving closer to their coastal area. This really infuriated Wang Jiangwo. A tiny place dares to provoke us in our dragon country's waters. Do they really think we're made of clay? Send the order down, seal off the retreat of those warships. In the vast waters of Dragon Country, there were not just Lin Chen's ship. At this moment, there were more than a dozen warships patrolling the coastal area. But at the same time, these warships all received a unified order. Surround the U-country warships. When Wang Jiangwo gave the order, he didn't deliberately hide it from Lin Chen and the others. He just looked at the increasingly darkening sky, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. They had originally agreed to go out for half an hour to an hour and then return. They would be just in time for dinner. By then, they could pick and choose from the magical creatures caught at sea to add to the meal, allowing Lin Chen to experience the unique flavors of their naval base. But just as they finished their task, U-country came out to stir up trouble, ruining their appetite. Little Lin, I'm really sorry. We might be a bit late returning. Lin Chen shook his head. Of course, the important matters come first. You don't need to worry about me, just do what you need to do. However, Lin Chen was quite curious. Our maritime boundaries were clearly defined earlier. Why can U-country so brazenly intrude? No matter what, Dragon Country's national strength should be stronger than U-country's, right? Yet they acted as if they were not afraid of death. Lin Chen truly couldn't understand. Wang Jiangwo snorted coldly. Naturally, someone is behind them giving instructions. Otherwise, how would they dare to intrude so boldly? I just don't know what their purpose is this time. Wang Jiangwo and the others were on a mission, but considering Lin Chen, this golden nugget, was on the ship, they did not recklessly approach the U-country warships. Instead, they waited until Wang Jiangwo and the other warships regrouped. Wang Jiangwo left Lin Chen and the others on this warship before heading towards the coordinates with the others. Lin Chen watched as one warship after another slowly sailed towards the distant horizon. His eyes couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. If he hadn't come to the waters, he might never have known that in Dragon Country's waters, there were not only various dangerous dungeons but also provocations from other countries. The responsibilities on Wang Jiangwo and the others were not any less than those on the land army. In fact, their responsibilities were even greater, because along the long, boundless coastline, behind them was the country, and in front of them were enemies indistinguishable from beasts. Noticing the worry in Lin Chan's eyes, Sun Haiping couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Don't worry, old Wang and the others often go on missions like this. Which of those small countries around us isn't eyeing our vast maritime territory? It's only because of our strong capabilities that this territory hasn't been divided up by them long ago. Dealing with people like this, Wang Jiangwo and the others are quite experienced. Besides, these small countries are just itching for trouble. Whether they have something to do or not, they like to come to us for a bit of a tussle. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun. Hearing the implication in Sun Haiping's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, thinking of Vietnam, Lin Chen quickly shook his head. In terms of weaponry, Vietnam uses equipment that has been discarded by the United States. Even their warships are provided by the U.S. It's a world of difference compared to Longwa's independently developed vessels. Meanwhile, Sun Haiping cheerfully began to educate Lin Chen on some knowledge points. In this maritime area, our warships are also categorized by size. For example, the warship beneath our feet has a tonnage of 200,000 tons, so it's a medium-sized warship, equipped with 800 soldiers. This was the first time Lin Chen learned about the scale of the warship under his feet, and hearing such massive figures, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. To him, this warship seemed large enough, yet it could only be considered small? What about the warships that General Wang and the others are operating? Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Sun Haiping chuckled lightly. The warships they operate are 15 tons. Although they are slightly smaller compared to ours, they excel in speed and are more lightweight. Their maneuverability is higher than that of our warship, so that counts as a medium-small warship. However, according to general size classifications, warships between 50,000 tons and 200,000 tons are only considered small warships. Warships over 200,000 tons and under 500,000 tons are classified as medium-sized warships. As for those over 500,000 tons, they are truly large warships. Small warships typically have around 200 crew members, not exceeding 400. Medium-sized warships have a crew of between 500 and 1,000. Large warships have a crew of over 1,000, but not exceeding 2,000. This time, I bet the warships deployed by Vietnam won't exceed 50,000 tons. Lin Chen blinked. Is it really that small? Sun Haiping chuckled lightly. You don't know, Vietnam has the backing of the U.S., and they often stir up trouble near the border. Moreover, they have their own standards for fleet size. A warship of 50,000 tons, as we say, can be considered a medium-sized warship over there. Lin Chen was taken aback. Is their confidence based on self-assurance? Sun Haiping was directly amused by Lin Chen's words. You could say that, but who told them to have such thick skin? Although we classify warship sizes based on crew numbers and tonnage, the corresponding technology and even weaponry are also part of the classification criteria. However, these standards are generally blurred by us. For example, the warship beneath our feet seems to have reached medium size, but in terms of combat capability, it doesn't compare to those medium-small warships operated by Old Wang and the others. Lin Chen nodded. After studying materials science, he could understand. The larger the tonnage of a warship, the more materials it naturally consumes.